Chapter 1. A penniless young cultivator binds to a check-in system. Within the Immortal Sect, a white-robed youth suddenly awoke, but with a dazed expression and vacant eyes, he began looking around and realized he was in a thatched hut. 3 question marks abruptly appeared in the white-robed youth's mind. Wait a second, what is going on here? I was just having a drink, right? How did I end up here? And where exactly is this? Jiang Chun remembered receiving his paycheck, gathering with friends, and drinking too much. He had blacked out, but in the next moment, a surge of memories flooded in like a tidal wave, causing a sharp pain in his head. Name. An elderly man dressed in a green robe, exuding an ethereal and scholarly aura, gazed gently at the energetic young man before him and asked, Jiang Chun. The young man replied with a smirk, his face brimming with confidence. He had cultivated martial arts in the mortal world, reaching the peak of martial cultivation at a young age, becoming the unrivaled #1 in the secular empire. After years of searching for the Tao, he eventually located a true cultivation sect. Now, he had finally been admitted into a sect, confident he would also carve out a place for himself in the world of cultivation, rising to the summit. The Immortal Sect happened to be the most powerful sect he had ever discovered, spanning 10,000 miles in every direction, possessing the greatest heritage, and home to the most supreme sword techniques. Do you possess any divine, saintly, or immortal body constitution, or perhaps another invincible constitution? The elder asked, because this young man's spiritual roots were merely average, of medium to low quality. Jiang Chun shook his head. His expression remained confident and arrogant. Even without these legendary body constitutions, he believed he could create legends and become a giant in the world of immortality. Have any ancestors of yours achieved the void refining stage, united body stage, or even the ascended sage? The elder asked again. Jiang Chen's face stiffened slightly, but he shook his head again. Even without the support of illustrious ancestry, he could still carve out his own path. After hearing these responses, the elder had already formed a general opinion of Jiang Chun. Then, he continued to ask, do you have any extraordinary lucky chances? Is there the soul of a powerful being residing in your body? Or do you have a beautiful and affectionate female master? The elder stared at Jiang Chun with a serious expression. These points were all crucial evaluation criteria for the sect. Hence, none could be missed. The young man parted his lips slightly, not knowing what to say, only feeling that this immortal sect seemed a little different from what he had imagined. Observing his reaction, the elder instantly understood and shook his head. Average spiritual roots, no powerful body constitution, no noble background, and no influential mentor to support you. You're a textbook penniless youth in the cultivation world. Though your appearance is rather pleasing. If you're willing to become a son-in-law living in the bride's house, maybe you can live off your wife. The young man named Jiang Chun immediately flew into a rage. A true man lives between the heaven and earth. How can I become a house husband? Seeing this, the elder also seemed somewhat perplexed. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, he added, there's a high-ranking cultivator in our sect who prefers male companions. If you're willing to offer yourself to him, there might be some promising potential. Are you willing? Jiang Chun was furious. Are you mocking me? Seeing this, the elder sighed softly, muttering, seems like he's unwilling. Then he can only start sweeping floors, 10 years of cleaning first. With these words, the elder left. In this memory, the arrogant young man sharing the same name Jiang Chun, once a martial cultivator in the mortal world, the unrivaled supreme martial artist across the realm, officially became a lowly janitor in the Immortal Sect. The drastic fall shattered his mind. He couldn't accept the massive drop, and his spirit completely broke. Finally, he passed away. At this moment, the present Jiang Chun had absorbed all the memories of his predecessor. His face stiffened. 10 years of cleaning? How many 10 years does a person have? The previous Jiang had left at this moment, not earlier nor later, leaving the full 10-year punishment behind for him. Moreover, it was merely the initial 10 years. There was no guarantee he wouldn't have to keep cleaning after that. He, a proud transmigrator, had come to this world just to sweep floors? How unacceptable. Did I go through so much trouble to transmigrate here, only to sweep floors until death? Jiang Chun felt utterly hopeless. Because in the memories, he recalled meeting other janitor apprentices. Some of them were already old and had been sweeping for a full century, all because they had never managed to build their foundation and become outer sect disciples, so they could only serve as janitors until their deaths. He also remembered seeing his predecessor, upon his arrival, being led by a squad leader janitor who had already been cleaning for decades, who casually mentioned while guiding him, work hard, devote yourself. You'll probably take 3 or 5 decades of sweeping to reach my position, but remember to cultivate diligently. If you can break through to foundation building, you might have the chance to enter the outer sect. Just at this moment, a middle-aged janitor approached. He looked at Jiang Chun and smiled faintly. Number 326, come along. We're going to the Divine Sword Mountain to sweep. Today is the day we welcome the arrival of the young prodigy. Indeed, within the Immortal Sect, if you were merely a janitor disciple, you would only have an identification number. You wouldn't even have the privilege of possessing a name. Hearing this, Jiang Chun was stunned. Me? Also go participate. The middle-aged janitor glanced at him and coldly sneered. What are you thinking? You're being sent there because they're worried those newly admitted prodigies might dislike the uncleanliness. You're going to sweep. Come on, number 326. Jiang Chun. After arriving at the Divine Sword Mountain, their group of janitor disciples spread out in order, each responsible for cleaning one of the dirtiest areas. At this moment, In the center of Divine Sword Mountain, an elderly man in a green robe smiled faintly. Chen Feng, Superior Spiritual Root, evaluated as Grade D Disciple. Morong Wan, Superior Spiritual Root, evaluated as Grade D Disciple. Lu Kaiwan, Superior Spiritual Root, possesses the mysterious wood spirit body, evaluated as Grade C Disciple. One by one, handsome and beautiful youths and maidens, exuding pride and confidence with every gesture, appeared in the center of the mountain summit. Among the prodigies, there were also clear distinctions in ranks. Ranked from highest to lowest as grades A, B, C, and D, the classification was based solely on talent, with extremely high standards. At the very least, one needed to possess a superior spiritual root to have any hope of being evaluated as the lowest grade D prodigy. The janitors below watched this scene, their expressions bitter, silently shedding tears of regret. Once upon a time, they too had been youths full of aspirations. But now, indescribable. At this moment, one janitor disciple accidentally bumped into one of the prodigies. Immediately, a slap struck his face. With a paw sound, several of the janitor's teeth were knocked out. Kneel down. The corner of the grade D prodigy's lips curled into a mocking sneer. The next moment, the janitor disciple, without hesitation, immediately knelt down. The grade D prodigy sneered twice coldly. Get lost. As he turned around, he suddenly collided with another young man. Just as the youth was about to get angry, his eyes suddenly fell upon the other's badge. Grade C prodigy. In the next instant, a cold voice rang out. Kneel down. Without hesitation, the grade D prodigy immediately knelt. Jiang Chun was sweeping quietly, sighing at the hopelessness of life, when he witnessed this scene, silently increasing the distance between himself and the prodigies. This sect, no, to speak more accurately, the entire cultivation world, was most likely like this, strict hierarchical divisions where the weak had to unconditionally submit to the strong. It perfectly embodied the law of survival of the fittest. He let out a sigh and raised his broom, quietly cleaning in a corner, ready to accept his mediocre fate. But just at this moment, a long-awaited voice suddenly resounded in his mind. Congratulations, Master, you have discovered a place lingering with Taoist aura. The check-in system is now officially bound. Ding, would you like to check in here? Upon seeing this, Jiang Chen's heart was filled with shock and joy, so much so that he even forgot about sweeping. System, you're finally here. Better late than never. Soon after, he responded in his mind. Check in. In the next moment, another voice was heard. Master successfully checked in at the Divine Sword Mountain Sect grounds, rewarded with 1 bottle of first-rank blood chi pill. Jiang Chun felt 6 big question marks appear on his forehead. The first-rank blood chi pill wasn't bad. It was still a fairly decent cultivation pill for chi condensation cultivators. But wasn't the system supposed to be much more impressive than this? In his past life, weren't the systems in novels never this weak? But soon, rows of text appeared in his mind. Check-in system rules. 1. Can check in once daily. 2. The richness of the Taoist aura at the check-in location determines whether multiple check-ins are possible and determines the quality of the rewards. Seeing this information, Jiang Chun finally understood, realizing the Taoist aura here was merely average, hence the reward also was nothing special. But he wasn't discouraged. With the system in hand, even as a cultivation world penniless youth without status, background, or resources, he would surely rise in the future. In that moment, even Jiang Chen's strength to sweep grew slightly stronger. Chapter 2. Sign in at the Sword Pavilion, Sword Heart Enlightened. It was barely dawn. Jiang Chun, already somewhat familiar with the sect's rules, took steps with great caution. Each step required a careful glance left and right to ensure he wouldn't risk bumping into any of the talented disciples before daring to leave his quarters. Though I have the system at hand, it's still underdeveloped and poses a high risk. However, after some observation, Jiang Chun realized that those elite disciples with ranks rarely flaunted their authority in front of the servant disciples. For them, hitting a servant disciple, a mere nobody at the very bottom of the sect, was not only unimpressive but often completely ignored. Only the disciples newly recruited into the sect had such tendencies. This gave Jiang Chun a little relief, as he certainly didn't want to take a few steps and have his teeth knocked out. Good thing that I've learned the general cultivation system of the immortal realm yesterday. This Xianyun sword sect is far more powerful than I imagined. Jiang Chun mused silently. The cultivation system of this world was divided into multiple stages: chi condensation, foundation building, core formation, nascent soul, soul transformation, void refinement, body integration, and ascension. That was excluding the newcomers with no rank at all. Outer disciples of the Xianyun sword sect were mostly at the foundation building stage. The inner disciples had reached core formation, and the elite and direct disciples required at least nascent soul to attain their rank. The Xianyun sword sect is indeed powerful. After all, a nascent soul cultivator would be enough to establish their own sect elsewhere. Yet here, they are merely disciples. Jiang Chun thought to himself. However, as far as he knew, some of the outer elders seemed to be at the nascent soul level themselves. As for higher levels, they were beyond his reach for now. One thing he was certain of was that the sword sect was highly hierarchical, dominated by the law of survival of the fittest. Only strong cultivation and power were the foundation and source of everything. Shortly afterward, he was just about to head to the mountain gate for cleaning. Suddenly, a blurred figure appeared before him. It was none other than one of the lowest-ranking sect enforcers, in charge of supervising servants like them. Unit 369, this is your identity token. It is inscribed with teleportation runes. As long as you carry this token, you can teleport to most areas of the sect to perform tasks. But remember, you may go, but don't look around carelessly or disturb others' cultivation, or else you'll incur the wrath of those talented elders. Don't say I didn't warn you. As the enforcer spoke, he tossed a token to Jiang Chun. He also casually threw a storage ring, containing the monthly allowance for servant disciples and 2 basic cultivation techniques taught by the Sword Sect. Jiang Chun hurriedly replied, understood. Inwardly, however, he muttered, sweeping floors is sweeping floors. Why all this task talk? The enforcer slightly waved his hand. All right then. Today, go sweep at the Sword Pavilion. Hearing this, Jiang Chun searched his mind for information about this Sword Pavilion. Thinking carefully, he actually found something. The Sword Pavilion was said to be a place for refining one's Tao heart. Legend claimed a sword immortal once achieved enlightenment and ascended here. Thus there were always people at the pavilion cultivating their swords and minds. Although the tale of the sword immortal ascending might just be exaggerated gossip, there was definitely a sword cultivation expert who once practiced there. Without hesitation, Jiang Chun activated the servant token and triggered the teleportation rune inscribed upon it, instantly transferring him to the Sword Pavilion. After all, if a master once practiced there, then there should be a relatively thick presence of Tao essence lingering about. Perhaps a fine reward might be found. Thinking thus, Jiang Chun walked straight into the Sword Pavilion and began cleaning as if no one else was around. Yet, the pavilion seemed long abandoned, giving off a rundown, worn feeling. A disciple within the Sword Pavilion sighed and said, I really wonder what the sect is thinking. The Sword Pavilion has fallen into such disrepair, yet they don't bother to repair it. Now, the sect is anything but short on spirit stones. A small restoration wouldn't cost much at all. After a pause, the man muttered darkly, Humph, sooner or later, I'll take over this stingy sect leader's position. After he finished speaking, a voice came from the side. Come on now, why be so hasty? With our talents, taking over is only a matter of time. Then the two left. Jiang Chun caught a glance at them, but thought to himself that dreams are beautiful, but reality is harsh. For instance, the previous life of this body thought joining an immortal sect would mean he'd finally have a chance to show his potential, rise up against the tide, and become famous. But in the end, he had merely become a servant disciple. Then, when Jiang Chun stepped into the Sword Pavilion, a voice rang out instantly in his mind. Ding! A location with residual Tao essence has been detected. Does the host wish to sign in? Jiang Chun didn't hesitate and chose to sign in immediately, eagerly anticipating what kind of reward the Sword Pavilion would bestow, though he was unsure of the strength of the Sword Pavilion's Tao essence. But after all, it had once been the cultivation ground of a mighty expert. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be too shabby, right? The next moment, a system prompt resounded within his mind. Congratulations, host. Successfully checked in at the Sword Pavilion. Reward obtained, Sword Heart Enlightened. Sword Heart Enlightened greatly enhances the host's aptitude for the sword path. All kinds of sword techniques can be mastered instantly upon a single glance. You are the sword, and the sword is you. The sword path seems to have been born solely for you. Just 2 short lines. They caused Jiang Chun's eyes to brighten slightly. Though it wasn't the cultivation technique he had been longing for, this Sword Heart Enlightened still appeared quite impressive. Most importantly, its effect was astonishing. It meant that his talent and insight in the sword path would be unrivaled, surpassing everyone else. The Xianyun Sword Sect was undoubtedly the representative of a pure sword sect. Its many inheritances, even sword techniques, were all connected to the way of the sword, perfectly matching with this Sword Heart Enlightened. Not bad. Seems like I really came to the right place today, at the Sword Pavilion. A pity though, I'm just a servant disciple now, probably unable to obtain the sword techniques or cultivation methods of the Xianyun Sword Sect. Everything still depends on check-ins alone. Jiang Chun gave a slight sigh in his heart, but he was not discouraged. As he continued checking in, he would grow stronger and stronger. Becoming an Wu-Di emperor capable of silencing the world for eons was only a matter of time. As long as he remained hidden and patient, hiding for thousands of years if needed, eventually he would dominate the entire era. As for being a pretty face under the favor of a senior with homosexual tendencies, pure nonsense. But for now, his mission was to stay low, quietly complete his servant duties, and avoid exposing himself. Suddenly, Jiang Chun felt that his current menial job wasn't so bad after all, no longer as repulsive or disagreeable as it once seemed. Jiang Chun glanced around, noticing that no one was nearby. Though the Sword Pavilion had a long history, there were practically no sect disciples around in daily life. After finishing the sweeping, he quietly found a corner and took out a book from his storage ring. Sword Path True Interpretation, Elementary. This was the foundational cultivation technique issued by the Xianyun Sword Sect. After cultivation, sword energy would form within the body, officially stepping onto the path of cultivation while simultaneously becoming a swordsman. However, this technique wasn't profound, it was relatively basic. At the moment, Jiang Chun was only using it for testing purposes, wanting to see just how impressive this Sword Heart Enlightened really was. Chapter 3, Strength Enhanced, reaching Qi Condensation Stage 3. This process lasted for half an incense stick's time. Jiang Chun exhaled deeply, his gaze turning sharp as if 2 blades were about to leap from his eyes. A vortex suddenly formed within his body, drawing the surrounding spiritual energy from the heavens and earth into himself, channeling it into his dantian. This was drawing qi into the body. also commonly known as qi intake. Only after one successfully draws spiritual energy into the body can it be transformed into spiritual power, thus officially stepping onto the path of cultivation. Under normal circumstances, even a person with an average spiritual root would require at least 10 days to half a month before developing the sensation of qi and successfully drawing it in. Those with slightly better talent still needed at least a week. Even those recognized as prodigies by the Xianyun sword sect with superior spiritual roots would likely require 3 to 5 days to achieve this. Yet he had managed this feat in merely half an incense stick's time, using only the most fundamental cultivation technique, the true sword manual. No, it's not over yet. It's not just drawing qi into the body. The spiritual energy I've absorbed is actually transforming into spiritual power. Jiang Chen was shocked. He never expected the effect of sword heart clarity to be so incredible. It had instantly elevated him from an ordinary person to a level comparable to that of top geniuses, even surpassing them. I've officially entered the qi condensation first stage. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, feeling the spiritual energy gathering within his body, his mind astounded. He had broken through to this level in only half an incense stick's time. If he were given hundreds or even thousands of years, who knows, he might dominate across eons. Though there weren't many people inside the sword pavilion, and most were deeply immersed in refining their Dao heart, still, staying here for an extended cultivation session might draw too much attention. After some thought, he decided to leave. After all, he had cleaned the area thoroughly today. Everything was neat and clear. He only needed to complete the task submission, and the rest of the day would be his to use as he wished. So, after completing the task submission, Jiang Chen returned to his dwelling, a dilapidated grass hut located at the foot of the servant peak on the outskirts of the Xianyun sword sect, an area where servants lived, and a place painstakingly built by his former self. This was the tragedy of servant disciples. Without cultivation strength, one could only live in such conditions. One must at least become an outer sect disciple before one could build a private cave dwelling or courtyard. Construction was not permitted otherwise. Oh, Jiang Chen's back? Care to come over and relax a bit? We can talk price. Before he even reached the straw hut, a voluptuous woman with pale, silky skin and a faint aura of immortality called out from a short distance away, her voice carrying a hint of seductive charm that stirred the heart despite itself. Jiang Chen ignored her and walked on without looking. According to his predecessor's memories, this female cultivator had joined the Xianyun sword sect several years earlier than him as a servant disciple and was now at the qi condensation second stage. Unfortunately, servant disciples had very limited stipends and received only a tiny number of spirit stones each month. Therefore, some turned to other occupations, taking up businesses that could quickly earn them spirit stones. It was all for cultivation, nothing to be ashamed of. Jiang Chen didn't look down on people for their professions. But he himself had barely a few spirit stones, and now, just having entered the qi condensation first stage, his body could barely take any stress. Naturally, he had to keep his distance. Now that I think of it, male courtesans do exist too, but most of them are kept by higher-ranking cultivators in the sect. Eventually, after experiencing the bitterness of being a servant disciple and enduring too much suffering, some give in. Jiang Chen sighed deeply. Fortunately, his predecessor's heart was already broken beyond repair, dying from internal bleeding. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how he'd face such a life. Besides, most of those men didn't end up under powerful female cultivators. More often than not, they ended up serving those with homosexual tendencies. After returning to the straw hut, Jiang Chen wasted no time in continuing to cultivate the true sword manual, determined to strengthen himself as much as possible. After all, the daily sign-in system could be used only once a day, and the quality of its rewards was largely random, depending on the residual Dao aura. He had no idea when he would obtain higher-level cultivation techniques in the future. But for now, cultivating diligently and improving his own strength was always the right choice. After all, this was the cultivation world, home to the most powerful sects in the immortal realm, and the competition here was ruthless, a place of merciless survival of the fittest beyond imagination. Even among servant disciples, there were hierarchies, schemes, and conflicts. Genuine kind-hearted individuals were few and far between. At best, others would just avoid stealing your monthly allocations. As for hoping the sect would intervene, that was even less likely. You're just a servant disciple. Why would they care about you? If anything, blame your own weakness for being unable to protect even your monthly stipend. Therefore, under normal circumstances, as long as no lives are lost, the sect will never interfere. Boost my strength as soon as possible to avoid being bullied and coerced. Just endure for a little while longer, and I won't need to fear all this within the servant disciples' ranks. Jiang Chen thought inwardly. He firmly believed that, given some time for daily sign-ins and cultivation, he could rise to prominence among the servant disciples, finally freeing himself from this life of caution and fear. But for now, he still needed to lay low. He certainly didn't want to be bullied again, especially not by some twisted male cultivators who had become mentally disturbed after years of servitude. Then he really wouldn't have a place to cry. And the reason he feared all this was naturally because such incidents had indeed occurred before. Thus, Jiang Chen sat cross-legged inside the hut, beginning his cultivation of the true sword manual, while also retrieving the grade 1 qi and blood pill he had obtained from signing in on the first day. There were 10 such pills in total, each possessing a very significant effect upon cultivators at the qi condensation stage. He took one and swallowed it, then pulled out the modest servant disciple stipend he had just recently received, just a few spirit stones. Then, Jiang Chen began cultivating the true sword manual. Immediately, streams of spiritual energy from all around began surging toward him, and their speed increased rapidly. His talent in the sword path had reached an astonishing degree. Within his dantian, a vortex seemed to form, continuously drawing in spiritual energy and swiftly transforming it into sword qi. Sword qi was a unique form of spiritual power exclusive to sword cultivators, far more potent and deadly than ordinary spiritual energy. This was precisely the hallmark of the Xianyun sword sect. As night fell, Jiang Chen slowly concluded his cultivation session. The few spirit stones before him had turned to dust, and half of the grade 1 qi and blood pill had already been consumed. But the results were immense. He had directly skipped the second tier of qi condensation and advanced to the third tier. Such progress in cultivation was simply shocking, truly worthy of the phrase, leap forward 1,000 miles in a single day. Many servant disciples who had been at the Xianyun sword sect for 5 or even 10 years had barely achieved such a level. And how long had he spent? Only a single day? Perhaps only the most extraordinary prodigies, supported by the most supreme cultivation techniques, could possibly achieve something like this. Chapter 4. Trouble Comes Knocking. Reaching the third stage of qi condensation is quite decent among the servant disciples, but this only applies to those who have recently joined the sect. As for those servant disciples who have been sweeping the floors for decades, they shouldn't be underestimated. Jiang Chen exhaled deeply and reminded himself not to get complacent just yet. Everything had only just begun. Setting aside those official disciples of the Xianyun sword sect, there were still many among the servant disciples who surpassed him in cultivation. Even though most of them had been servants for decades, they were still not to be taken lightly. After all, the Xianyun sword sect was still the Xianyun sword sect. A servant disciple needed to reach foundation building in order to be promoted to an official disciple, so among the servant disciples themselves, there were also formidable individuals. Some of them were merely a single step away from foundation building. Jiang Chen remained silent for a moment before murmuring, I still need to work harder. Keep a low profile until becoming strong enough. What was the point of becoming the strongest among servant disciples? Was he aiming to be a king among rats? Although the effect of sword heart clarity is indeed amazing, this talent in the sword path is truly terrifying. But this is also just the beginning. With continued check-ins, there will definitely be even more unexpected treasures and cultivation techniques appearing. All I need is time. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation, and he prepared to complete his next servant task. He just needed time, more time, to check in and then obtain resources for improving his strength. Jiang Chen stepped out of the dilapidated thatched hut and was about to take out his servant disciple token to see where he needed to clean today. The Xianyun sword sect was huge, and its rules were countless. As a servant disciple with low status, one could only enter limited areas. Many zones were forbidden unless they had specific servant tasks. But just then, 3 approaching figures caused him to narrow his eyes slightly, and he stopped taking out the token. The 3 were also servant disciples, though they had been initiated for much longer. Brother Wang, did you see that guy they're talking about? I've heard around, a new servant disciple who just received his allowance yesterday, probably carrying a good sum of money on him. One of them said to the leader at that moment. Upon hearing this, the servant disciple called Brother Wang grinned maliciously. Huh, a fresh new servant, huh? Well then, us seniors better teach him a thing or two about how things work around here. This rule was very simple. It meant stripping new servants of anything valuable they had. Anything of worth was to be left behind. Almost every new servant disciple, without notable backing, went through this routine treatment. As for someone appearing with strong abilities, that was almost unheard of. Come on, anyone with a bit of talent wouldn't be assigned to such a servant position in the first place. At this time, many of the servant disciples who had been around for a while noticed the 3 approaching. That guy Wang Yuan is bullying newcomers again. Damn it, when I first arrived last year, my first servant allowance was snatched away by that son of a bitch. What an animal. Sho, speak softly. Wang Yuan is beyond our reach now. Better be careful, or you'll find yourself in big trouble if he targets you. TSK, this poor new guy is going to suffer again. It was obvious these servant disciples were just getting ready to head out for work, but upon spotting Wang Yuan's group, they instantly knew what these guys were about to do. Though many servant disciples, who had faced similar experiences, felt furious and muttered curses toward Wang Yuan's trio in secret, they dared no more than that. Without sufficient strength, how could one dare to act lawlessly like this? The one targeted by Wang Yuan was none other than Jiang Chen himself, who had just finished cultivation and was preparing to go on with his daily tasks. These guys might make a move, Jiang Chen noted silently, watching their approach. He had already covertly used his spiritual sense to scan them. Nothing more than a bunch of qi condensation stage 1 individuals. Only the leader, seemingly the dominant one, had reached stage 2. Compared to Jiang Chen, they were nothing more than a pack of weaklings. Though in his current plan, he wanted to avoid excessive conflicts for now. If these guys insisted on causing trouble without recognizing their limits, he wouldn't mind taking them down a peg. Though reaching the 3rd stage instead of 2nd gave only a minor edge, it would be quite easy for him to crush them completely. Sure enough, as soon as this thought appeared in Jiang Chen's mind, the 3 servant disciples ahead came walking toward him. Among them, the leader fixed his eyes on Jiang Chen's badge and sneered coldly. So you're Jiang Chen, huh? He paused and slowly continued. Hand over the servant allowance you've just received, and I'll let you walk away unharmed. If not, Humph. Death may be avoided, but there are plenty of ways to make you wish you were dead. You'd better hand it over quietly. Quick, move away. Don't let him set his eyes on you. Yeah, maybe they'll go after us next. Many of the surrounding servant disciples who had been preparing to head out on tasks immediately backed away upon witnessing this scene, sending Jiang Chun helpless, sympathetic glances. Upon hearing their words, Jiang Chun glanced at the man and said indifferently, "What do you want?" As if he couldn't be bothered to say another word. At the same time, Jiang Chun immediately scanned the individual with his spiritual sense. Second layer chi condensation, nearly reaching its peak? Whether his cultivation base was unstable and slightly shaky, or even if it were solid and packed with formidable combat power, what of it? Jiang Chun could crush him with a single move. However, at this moment, he still planned to play it safe and avoid conflict as much as possible. If he could resolve things through words, he would rather talk than fight. If forced into a confrontation, he'd make sure to keep it within limits that wouldn't expose him too much. The strength of servants at the second or third layer of chi condensation simply wasn't enough to draw the attention of true experts. The onlookers who witnessed this scene were all shocked beyond belief. No way. Didn't this new guy understand Wang Yuan's intentions? Big brother, these guys are here to rob you of your resources. Seeing Jiang Chen's cold and distant attitude, the servant frowned slightly, then suddenly burst into a cold laugh. Ha ha ha, there's nothing much. I'm just asking you to lend some cultivation resources. In other words, hand over the servant allowance you just received. Give it up now, and from here on out, if you announce yourself as under my name, Wang Yuan, no one will dare lay a finger on you. But if you don't know your place. As he spoke, Wang Yuan took a step closer to Jiang Chun. Meanwhile, his two lackeys moved beside Jiang Chun, blocking his escape routes. In the eyes of Wang Yuan and his two underlings, Jiang Chun was already as good as caught. Jiang Chun had just entered the sect. If he knew better, he would obediently hand over his allowance. Otherwise, he would not only lose his allowance, but suffer torment as well. They had done this countless times, naturally assuming Jiang Chun would react like previous newcomers, terrified into handing everything over. Jiang Chun furrowed his brow slightly and said coolly, "Get out of my way. A good dog doesn't block the road." As soon as those words came out, the crowd's eyes widened even further. Good, very good. The servant could no longer suppress his fury. How dare a new servant disciple treat him like this? If this continued, wouldn't the younger servants begin to disrespect and disobey him? For these senior servants, the resources distributed by the sect were never enough. Therefore, they resorted to looting and plundering the newly arrived servants to boost their own resources, quicken their cultivation progress, and increase their influence. Since he had reached the second layer of chi condensation, it had been years since anyone of the new servant class had dared treat him this way. Jiang Chun was his first target, yet he had run into a thorny character. Wang Yuan immediately decided to make an example of him, teaching all the newcomers exactly what happened when one defied him. Attack him. Leave him just enough to breathe. Let him understand what kind of discipline is expected once you're inside this sect. Let him feel what it's like to kneel. The servant disciple shouted furiously, his eyes filled with vicious intent. Upon witnessing this, the surrounding servant disciples shook their heads in pity, before dispersing without a second glance. Most of them were senior servants who already knew exactly how ruthless those who oppressed the newcomers could be. As long as no lives were taken, no one cared what happened. To the upper echelons of the sect, servants were nothing more than ants, and who would pay attention to a fight between ants? Without even looking, one could already foresee how tragically Jiang Chun would end up. But this senior servant disciple hadn't anticipated that. The moment his men rushed at Jiang Chun, they flew backward violently. Boom. They crashed hard onto the ground. In contrast, Jiang Chun walked on calmly as if nothing had happened, not even pausing for a second. Now, the servant disciple's face darkened, and he could no longer remain idle. He abruptly flashed forward, appearing directly in front of Jiang Chun, glaring at him with hatred. "You injured my men. Compensate me by handing over your allowance for the next 3 months." Meanwhile, he was slightly astonished inwardly. The strength Jiang Chun had just displayed clearly showed that he was at the first layer of chi condensation, perhaps even possessing remarkable mastery of this stage. Otherwise, he wouldn't have easily overpowered his two men. But, before him, a second layer cultivator, this was still far too weak. In the next moment, he realized this stubborn fellow would certainly refuse, so he gave up any further threats, opting instead for the simplest solution, beat him into submission. Without delay, he charged forward aggressively. But Jiang Chun simply threw a casual punch, and Wang Yuan was sent flying, landing hard on the ground and spitting out blood. You're not at the first layer. You're. Before Wang Yuan could finish speaking, Jiang Chun's disdainful voice cut through. Pathetic trash, daring to act like real cultivators and Chang resources. Jiang Chun stepped forward, looting the resources from Wang Yuan and his two underlings. He nodded slightly with some satisfaction. Not bad. If you feel like handing over more resources next time, come find me. Wang Yuan, driven mad with rage, glared fiercely at Jiang Chun, so furious he couldn't speak. Finally, he spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed, unconscious. Chapter 5. Cleaning the Sword Tombs, the Infinite Sword Sutra. Before falling unconscious, the last thing in Wang Yuan's mind was an intense feeling of hatred. I won't let this go so easily. As for the group of surrounding novice disciples, they just stood there in stunned silence, not speaking for a long time. A ferocious devil. Who would have thought that among the new batch of novice disciples, there would actually be someone like this? A fearsome figure. At the same time, the other novices gazed at Wang Yuan, who now lay on the ground, battered and covered in blood, feeling a great sense of satisfaction wash away much of their pent-up frustration. Only after Jiang Chun had walked far away, beyond their sight, did they finally begin to speak. This damned Wang Yuan finally got what he deserved for lording over us all this time. Ha ha ha, I've never seen him look this pitiful before. Speak softly. Don't forget the people behind Wang Yuan. Just as the crowd began venting their anger, someone whispered cautiously, offering a reminder. The gathered spectators suddenly felt as though a bucket of icy water had been poured over them. Their faces tightened, and they fell silent again, lips sealed. The reason Wang Yuan could act so arrogantly without drawing too much attention, there was a reason for that. It wasn't because of his strength alone. Suddenly, without exchanging words, all their gazes simultaneously turned toward the direction in which Jiang Chun had disappeared. Then, someone quietly sighed. This young man might be in for big trouble. While walking, Jiang Chun casually inspected the novice disciple tasks and idly played with the newly seized storage ring. His instincts told him that it must contain considerable treasures. He probed it with his spiritual awareness. Though somewhat prepared, he still felt slightly surprised. More than 10 defective yuan stabilizing pills, and as many as 30 low-grade spirit stones. The equivalent value of these resources alone was at least equal to 3 years of his stipend as a novice. That was merely an equivalent exchange value. In reality, pills like these, though perhaps not in short supply for top geniuses, were almost completely absorbed by the disciples of the 4 talent ranks A, B, C, and D. Very few ever trickled down to the servants, and if you tried to trade for them at a premium price, most would happily accept the exchange. But if you wanted to obtain defective yuan stabilizing pills through a premium trade, there were nearly no takers, practically non-existent. Thus, one could tell just how much Wang Yuan had hoarded over the years. Defective yuan stabilizing pills contain violently concentrated spiritual energy. Ordinary novice disciples, with their mediocre talents and without supreme cultivation techniques, require at least half a year to absorb even one. This guy must have failed to consume them fully, hence leaving so many behind. Initially, Jiang Chun had wondered why Wang Yuan, despite pillaging for so long, had still left behind such a massive stash. After all, pills were always extremely precious. Logically, they should be consumed rather quickly. But Jiang Chun immediately figured it out after thinking for a moment. There seemed no other explanation except that Wang Yuan's pill consumption rate simply wasn't fast enough. But now, Jiang Chun had clearly benefited. In a flash, his mood brightened. Now that he had sword heart clarity, his cultivation speed was fast, and naturally, his consumption of resources was also remarkably swift. For someone like Wang Yuan, a single defective yuan stabilizing pill required half a year to digest, but for Jiang Chun, only 15 days. And that was still because his cultivation technique was too weak. Once he improved his cultivation method, absorbing a pill every 5 days would even be possible. Thus, piling up excess resources was unlikely for him. He might always remain slightly short. Adding to the daily check-in rewards, it was even better to be self-sufficient when possible. After all, the path of cultivation was not only about extraordinary talent, but, more importantly, adequate resources. Without enough resources, even the greatest talent would see their progress hindered. Then, Jiang Chun slightly furrowed his brows, lost in thought for a while before murmuring softly to himself. Wait. For Wang Yuan to have been able to act so tyrannically for so many years, looting new disciples' resources, there must certainly be someone backing him. This was simple to deduce. Otherwise, how could a mere Qi condensation stage 2 cultivator last so long? Considering the resources he had robbed over the years, even cultivators at stage 3 or 4 might have been tempted. There must have been someone covering for him, acting as his backer. But Jiang Chun shook his head, showing slight disdain. No matter how powerful he is, he's still just a servant. My cultivation is progressing at a lightning pace. It won't be long before he no longer poses a threat. As for the disciples of the 4 talent ranks, A, B, C, and D, he hadn't even considered them, for those kinds of people wouldn't bother doing such things, nor would they stoop so low as to get involved with conflicts among servants. That would be beneath their dignity. Immediately afterward, Jiang Chun brushed off the incident, no longer dwelling on it, and focused on what lay ahead. Today's cleaning location is the outer area of the Sword Tombs of Xianyun Sword Sect. The Sword Tombs. This was the very foundation of the entire Xianyun Sword Sect, where countless insights, cultivation methods, and even the soul-bound swords of previous generations were stored. It often became the place where those geniuses with extraordinary talents entered to seek their destined opportunities. Of course, those were the core areas. As for the outer region, it was merely a sightseeing area for common disciples, completely unrelated to the aforementioned inner sanctums. Jiang Chun couldn't help but feel slightly excited. What would today's check-in reward be? He took out his servant disciple token and instantly teleported to the outer section of the Sword Tombs. Because the outer region of the Sword Tombs was extremely vast, such a massive workload could not possibly be assigned to a single servant disciple. Therefore, each day's cleaning of the Sword Tombs involved more than 10 servant disciples working together. As soon as he arrived at the outer area, Jiang Chun noticed something. These servant disciples were looking at him with expressions that carried a certain reverence. Some expressions showed flattery, others distance, but regardless of which emotion dominated, all contained a sense of awe. This immediately puzzled Jiang Chun. He was just a new servant disciple, not here for long. And these servants were not like Wang Yuan and his type who thrived on bullying and plundering others. Usually, upon meeting, they'd simply show mild indifference. Why would they now have such a reaction? But in the next moment, Jiang Chen understood. It must have already spread. The servant disciples' circle was not that big. Such news would certainly travel in no time. As these thoughts passed through his mind, suddenly a few people approached with smiles, looking particularly enthusiastic. Brother Jiang Chen, oh my, look at you. Had we known you'd be coming to the Sword Tombs, we would have gladly done your share. There's no need for you to come personally. Right? For us, it's just a few extra minutes of work. If you need help in the future, just let us know, we'll be happy to do it. One voice after another chimed in, filled with unusual eagerness. Unseen by the others, Jiang Chen's lips twitched slightly. Brother Jiang Chen. He casually glanced around, instantly knowing that the ages of these people were at least 5 or 6 years older than him. This was the youngest among them. Some were even more than 10 years his senior. In the path of cultivation, respect was naturally given to the more accomplished, but they were just servants after all. Why call him senior brother? Jiang Chen, however, already understood what these people were scheming. It was obvious. They wanted to attach themselves to him. Regarding this, Jiang Chen merely responded indifferently. No need. Everyone do your own task. Although he believed in not rejecting those who approached with kindness, Jiang Chen also clearly knew that in this strength-worshipping world, everyone was extremely pragmatic. Such enthusiasm was purely based on his demonstrated strength. He had no interest in unnecessary complications. Moreover, Jiang Chen wanted to improve his cultivation. Daily servant tasks were essential for his check-ins. If this group snatched all the tasks away, how would he check in then? Seeing this, the group of servant disciples didn't become annoyed. They simply smiled and retreated. Jiang Chen then began sweeping around the Sword Tombs. Not long after, he secretly muttered in his mind, "Brother System, check in." At the same time, he silently prayed, "Come on, Brother System, give me something good." As soon as this thought appeared in his mind, the next moment, a system prompt sounded in his mind. Host has completed check-in at the Outer Sword Tombs, received reward, Infinite Sword Sutra. Infinite Sword Sutra. Earth Tier Lower Grade Cultivation Method. Earth Tier Lower Grade Cultivation Method? Jiang Chen mused silently for a moment before quickly recalling. The martial arts hierarchy in this world was ranked as Heaven, Earth, Mystery, and Yellow. Earth Tier martial arts, even within the Xianyan Sword Sect, were considered precious. At the initial stage of joining the sect, only those disciples with the highest talent, the A-rank disciples, were entitled to study and comprehend them. However, even among the A-rank disciples, acquiring an Earth Tier lower grade method at the early stage was rare. They usually received higher-level mystery tier methods. As for his current talent, Jiang Chen had already surpassed countless official disciples by light years. He had now obtained a cultivation method as well, and as for the remaining resources, he was not worried. As long as he worked hard and kept checking in regularly, Brother System would never let him down in this aspect. Jiang Chen himself hadn't expected that today's check-in would bring such an excellent reward. With an Earth-tier cultivation method, at least in the early stages, I won't fall behind others in terms of training. Not necessarily leading far ahead, but at least equal footing on the starting line. Yes, Brother System did come through. He knew exactly how much I needed a martial art, so he delivered. It was like delivering a pillow when one needed to sleep. Though overjoyed internally, Jiang Chen maintained a composed face, showing absolutely no emotion. After all, with over a dozen people nearby, showing his excitement would easily give things away. When reaching Qi Condensation Stage 5, the importance of cultivation methods increases greatly. Prior to that, possessing a more powerful martial art can significantly enhance both cultivation speed and foundational strength. This Infinite Sword Sutra appearing right now has indeed come just in time to resolve an urgent need. Jiang Chen mused inwardly. The importance of a cultivation method naturally needed no further explanation. If he had continued cultivating with the method attached to the servant disciple's stipend, just the foundation alone would have left him far behind. Naturally, this was something he refused to accept. All he needed now was time. Sufficient time. And his original plan had now been completely overturned. Although my current cultivation level is still at Qi Condensation Stage 3, with the appearance of the Infinite Sword Sutra and the consumption of Foundation Stabilizing Pill increasing to 1 pill per day, my supply of Spirit Stones is also becoming a serious concern. Chapter 6. A Stable Tao Heart, 10 Days. Jiang Chen spent a little time calming himself after the excitement and surge of emotions from obtaining the Infinite Sword Sutra. Silence. The surrounding servant disciples also occasionally observed Jiang Chen and noticed his extreme emotional fluctuations, but eventually he had regained his composure. They wanted to say something, but ultimately still dared not whisper among themselves. Are you kidding? Jiang Chen was right there, a person capable of easily defeating Wang Yuan, clearly already at the third stage of Qi Condensation cultivation. Even if the rumors were exaggerated, this one fact was certain. In the path of cultivating immortality, even just reaching the Qi Condensation stage gives one extraordinary hearing. After a while, Jiang Chen let out a long breath and turned to leave. Today's tasks were completed, and his utmost priority now was to return to his resting place to cultivate. After seeing Jiang Chen use his servant disciple token to leave, the group finally began to chatter among themselves. Hey, what do you think with that expression he had just now? Could it be he found out about the backer behind Wang Yuan? Someone spoke up, and now that the person in question was gone, they naturally felt free to gossip. As his voice fell, another person took over the conversation. You know, that's actually possible. Just look at Wang Yuan's second stage qi condensation cultivation strength. How could he be so arrogant all these years? Although he only bullies new servant disciples, there are no few second stage qi condensation cultivators among the veteran servants. Why would they allow him to be so domineering? I think Jiang Chun, the new arrival, figured this out just now. Pausing briefly, he added, Wang Yuan's cousin is a formidable cultivator at the 5th stage of qi condensation cultivation. TSK, Jiang Chun is in trouble. At this point, one servant disciple, who bore a bit of resentment towards Jiang Chun, spoke up. Haha, you didn't see his manner just now. He looked down on us completely. Reaching the 3rd stage of qi condensation is impressive, but he still has a long way to go. Wang Yuan's cousin will cripple him. Someone else added, don't say it like that. Perhaps just give him a lesson. However, as soon as those words left his mouth, most people couldn't help but burst into laughter. These servant disciples had been here for some time, but were always the ones being bullied. Seeing how someone like Jiang Chun, who hadn't even been here long, acted so domineeringly and advanced in power so quickly, made them incredibly envious. So naturally, they hoped Jiang Chun wouldn't end up with a good fate. After returning to his resting place, Jiang Chun acted just like usual, showing no signs of difference. As he passed by some female cultivators' quarters, he saw many scantily clad women sending flirtatious glances his way with eyes full of seduction. Big senior brother Jiang Chun, come have some fun. Yeah, senior brother Jiang Chun, you're so handsome. I can even charge you fewer spirit stones. Jiang Chun's face turned serious. These women, who were several dozens or even hundreds of years his seniors, were shamelessly calling him senior brother. They were nothing but seductive, vulgar harlots. Not even worthy enough to inspire any desire in him for mutual cultivation. He quickened his pace and swiftly left the area. Seeing Jiang Chun walk away, the female cultivators all wore expressions of disappointment. I didn't expect senior brother Jiang Chun to have such a solid cultivation mindset. Despite all our provocations, he was not the slightest bit affected. Yeah, what a shame. Earlier, when he defeated Wang Yuan, he definitely obtained a lot of resources. If he were willing to get into my bed, I certainly would know how to squeeze a lot out of him. The enthusiasm of these female cultivators, of course, came after hearing some news from today's customers. Naturally, they knew Jiang Chun's pockets were not short of spirit stones or resources, hence their eagerness. Unfortunately, they weren't even given the opportunity. In a corner unnoticed by anyone, 3 battered individuals with bruises and wounds, clearly having undergone some basic treatment, were hiding behind a giant rock, acting suspiciously. In this mountain, there was no lack of massive rocks and trees to serve as cover. After all, in the eyes of the elders of Skycloud Sword Sect, it was already a great favor to provide this living space to these servant disciples. How good could they expect the environment to be? If Jiang Chun were present, he would surely recognize them. They were none other than Wang Yuan and his companions who had been reprimanded by Jiang Chun earlier in the day. Right now, all 3 were glaring fiercely with hatred in their eyes, fixated on the direction Jiang Chun had departed. Senior brother Wang, the damn Jiang Chun has finally come back. I wonder when senior brother who will be free and whether he could come here and cripple this kid. One servant disciple next to Wang Yuan said excitedly. After being reprimanded by Jiang Chun today, they had been feeling dejected. Normally, they were used to throwing their weight around here with great authority and dignity. Since being beaten up by Jiang Chun, they even felt ashamed walking around openly. Just now, Wang Yuan suddenly ordered them to keep an eye on Jiang Chun, causing both of them to believe he had called in his older brother, which excited them greatly. Upon hearing this, Wang Yuan hissed angrily. No, we're just here to observe for now. As his words fell, the 2 immediately showed disappointed expressions, secretly cursing in their hearts. What? Your senior brother is busy, so why bring us here? To get beaten up again? Of course, these secret thoughts remained only thoughts. They dared not reveal them in the slightest. Suddenly, Wang Yuan changed his tone, coldly snorting. My elder cousin will be focusing on cultivation for these 10 days. He's attempting to break through to the middle stage of the 5th qi condensation tier. Once he succeeds, he'll be considered an upper middle tier combatant among the servant disciples. At such a critical moment, naturally, I can't disturb my brother. However, he added with a smirk, in 10 days' time, I'll make sure Jiang Chun wishes he were dead but cannot die. Wang Yuan had full confidence in his brother's strength. Hearing this, the other 2 grew excited. Haha, let that cursed brat keep jumping around for another 10 days. That's right, after 10 days, these new servant disciples will finally learn their place. 10 days. In 10 days, when Jiang Chun was crippled by Wang Hu, they would recover their lost face, while also intimidating others through a public example, letting this group of new servant disciples understand how powerful Wang Yuan really was. As for these 2 underlings running errands for him, they would naturally gain more prestige as well. Jiang Chun returned to his small dwelling. This Wang Yuan really doesn't give up easily, following me with those 2 fools of his. Jiang Chun shook his head with a faint smile, his eyes filled with contempt. Of course, he had already sensed Wang Yuan's surveillance on the way back, but simply chose not to bother with it. Being at the 3rd stage of qi condensation alone had sharpened his perception significantly. Not to mention, he possessed this sword heart clarity talent, which, despite its current limitations due to his low cultivation level, inherently enhanced his perception to an extreme degree. Could a mere trash disciple at the 2nd stage of qi condensation and 2 at the 1st possibly evade his awareness? Utter nonsense. The older brother of that guy must be at the 5th chi condensation stage, Jiang Chun mused inwardly. Why did he guess that? The reasoning was simple. 4th stage wouldn't be enough to support Wang Yuan's arrogance. And if he were at 6th stage, Wang Yuan would be even more domineering. Only 5th stage made the most sense. Well then, cultivation first. Jiang Chen's priority now was cultivating. He had no intention of wasting more time on such trivial matters. Chapter 7. Tempering the pure sword body. As long as one's power is sufficient, brute strength can break through myriad techniques. It's merely a matter of ease. Jiang Chun calmed his mind and began examining the Infinite Sword Sutra engraved in his consciousness. As a mid-tier cultivation technique, even the Cloudward Sect possessed only a limited number of copies. Its effects were naturally terrifying. With a mere flick of his will, the sword heart clarity amplified his comprehension to the maximum. This otherwise abstruse mid-tier cultivation method became astonishingly simple in his eyes. He grasped the basics in just a quarter of an incense stick's time. Upon entering its foundational stages, Jiang Chun commenced cultivation. As his understanding deepened, his cultivation speed soared. So much so that he could sense, within a radius of 10 li, a vortex forming around his position, violently drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy. Soon, waves of pleasant sensations coursed through Jiang Chen's body while, simultaneously, dark, foul impurities began to discharge from him. Under the cleansing of spiritual energy, his body grew ever purer. Once he entered this state of cultivation, Jiang Chun remained seated like a meditating monk, unmoving from his spot. Time began to fly by rapidly. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 5 days, Jiang Chun hadn't taken any rest. The moment the time for the servant disciple's assignments arrived, he would immediately get up, complete his task, then return to resume his cultivation. The rewards collected over these 5 days, compared to gifts like the Sword Heart Clarity or the Infinite Sword Sutra, were relatively mundane. Mostly pills and materials. Thanks to his daily check-ins, the quickly consumed supplies were soon replenished. What about those inferior-grade spirit-stabilizing pills he had seized from Wang Yuan? Jiang Chun had already used them all. With the support of the Infinite Sword Sutra, his digestion of them had been surprisingly rapid. At dawn on the 6th day, Jiang Chun slowly opened his eyes. Golden light flickered within them as he exhaled a thick stream of murky air. The power of mid-tier cultivation techniques is truly beyond my imagination. Previously, Jiang Chun had overestimated the effectiveness of mid-tier methods to the extreme, yet only when truly combining it with the Sword Heart Clarity did he finally realize he'd still gravely underestimated it. Jiang Chun also felt surprised. The mountain peak where the servant disciples resided was supposedly the worst place within the entire Cloudward Sect. Even so, the density of spiritual energy here had astonished him. Over these 5 days, he had even begun worrying that the spiritual energy supply might fall short. With his violent intake, it was as if he alone equaled the energy absorption of 50 early-stage chi condensation cultivators practicing together. Yet there had been no issue at all. Whatever he had absorbed and refined was immediately replaced with fresh energy, like an endless stream of spring water. At the very least, until the chi condensation stage, there will be no problem with a lack of spiritual energy, Jiang Chun mused inwardly. All the spiritual energy he had refined, along with the power from the spirit-stabilizing pills, eventually transformed into sword chi stored in his dantian. Far fiercer and more intense than before. His prior sword chi had already been formidable, but this time, enhanced by the mid-tier cultivation method, its intensity had increased dramatically. Now, even though I've just entered the 5th stage of chi condensation, I could defeat those at the middle stage of this same level. As for those at the late stage, even if I can't defeat them outright, I can at least fight them without falling behind. Jiang Chun assessed his strength. In the path of immortal cultivation, how great was the gap between minor stages? Being unbeatable within the same level was already considered quite good. Surpassing a minor stage was a rarity among 10,000, a feat only the elite could accomplish. These past few days of rapid cultivation have resulted in some instability and lack of solidity in my foundation. I must slow down, solidify my base, then continue pushing forward. Jiang Chun contemplated within himself. After all, he was already at the 5th stage of chi condensation. Let that backer of Wang Yuan come if he dares. He first checked today's assigned servant task and involuntarily raised his eyebrows, inwardly shocked. The sword pond. In the next moment, boundless joy surged within Jiang Chun. If the sacred lands of the Cloudward Sect were ranked in tiers, the Sword Pond would certainly qualify for the second highest level. It would be a location equal to the 2 previous sign-in spots where he had obtained Sword Heart Clarity and the Infinite Sword Sutra. The areas assigned to him in previous days were merely ordinary ones. Even now, Jiang Chun couldn't help but feel excited. The previous 2 visits had yielded such supreme rewards. Surely, this time, the system wouldn't let him down either. Afterward, Jiang Chun dove into a water bucket, bathing thoroughly and washing away all the grime from his body before changing clothes and strolling out with ease. As soon as he stepped out, he spotted one of the subordinates from their previous encounter who had been watching him. Jiang Chun simply ignored him and activated his servant token for teleportation. A bunch of useless trash won't stir up any waves. A moment later, another subordinate arrived, looked at this person, and asked doubtfully, "You're sure that damned fellow hasn't made any attempt to hide these few days?" 5 days. For 5 consecutive days, Wang Yuan had sent these 2 people to shadow him, taking shifts to watch Jiang Chun, preventing him from escaping, so that his older cousin wouldn't end up unable to find the person later. Yet, these two had kept watch for 5 whole days, practically not sleeping day or night, and hadn't discovered any unusual movements from Jiang Chun at all, even acting completely normal, showing absolutely no sign of trying to hide. The subordinate nodded. I don't know whether to say this guy is confident or simply doesn't know his place. They were certain Jiang Chun couldn't possibly be unaware that Wang Yuan had a powerful backer. Once senior brother Wang who comes out and cripples this kid, I'd like to see if he can still remain so calm then. The sword pond. With a single teleportation, Jiang Chun arrived here. The area needing cleaning around the sword pond wasn't large, so generally only one servant disciple was assigned to the outer ring. The purpose of this place was also quite simple: to temper the pure sword body. Inside the sword pond were countless sword energies of various levels, left behind by the experts of the Cloudward Sect. Each strand of sword energy could wash away some impurities within a disciple's body. However, the pain of enduring even a single strand of sword energy could be easily imagined. To cleanse all impurities in the body and successfully forge the pure sword body, one needed to endure tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, of such sword energies. Precisely because of this, throughout the entire Cloudward Sect, the number of people who had successfully forged the pure sword body could be counted on one's fingers. When Jiang Chun arrived, he found the outer part of the sword pond practically empty of people. He couldn't help muttering. Looks like the process of refining the body with sword energy isn't just physically draining, but also extremely hard to endure. No wonder there's hardly anyone here. He began sweeping the ground. As he looked toward the sword pond, admiration flickered in his heart. He mused inwardly. If I could enter the pond to cultivate, stabilizing my cultivation base would be effortless. Cultivation followed the 4 essentials: wealth, techniques, companions, and environment. Wealth ranked first, meaning cultivation resources. The strands of sword energy left behind by countless elders in the Cloudward Sect were among the best resources available for refining one's physical body. Then, Jiang Chun whispered inwardly, "Sign in." The next moment, the system prompt sounded. Host successfully signed in. Gain 9,999 strands of sword energy to temper the pure sword body for the host. Chapter 8. Tempering the Body, Wang Hu. When he saw the system notification, Jiang Chun was even stunned for a moment, but quickly calmed himself down and acted as if nothing had happened. He exhaled deeply. 99,000 sword chi. Although the system didn't explicitly state the level of sword chi, how could such a generous system brother assign anything trashy? Relying on the Infinite Sword Sutra, there was indeed some effect in tempering and purifying the physical body, but no matter what, it was incomparable to those heavens chosen who had access to the sword pool, their sword bodies refined by sword chi. Now, Jiang Chun also had sword chi. In the future, stabilizing his cultivation base would become much faster, and his progress would be rapid. Jiang Chun couldn't help but fall into thought. Damn, my cultivation speed is improving too fast. Resources are beginning to fall behind. On the path of cultivating immortality, the most important thing was still resources. These resources from Wang Yuan, to those at the first stage of chi condensation working as servants, would be a fortune. But for me, they're neither appetizing nor worth abandoning. But with the system's daily welfare rewards, it's just enough to get by. When Wang Hu comes looking for trouble in a few days, I'll just scavenge again. Jiang Chun made up his mind. The path of cultivation required immense resources. Many talented individuals were restricted by a lack of resources, never reaching the realms they were meant to achieve. Depending solely on daily welfare was definitely not enough for Jiang Chun. He needed to take action and work with his own hands to ensure abundance. He needed to quickly enhance his strength. Once he break through to foundation building stage, he could officially join the outer sect, where there would be more resources and more channels to obtain them. After finishing all this, Jiang Chun slowly walked back to his own room. The 2 men sent by Wang Yuan were still taking turns keeping watch. Jiang Chun ignored them as usual. After returning to his small room, Jiang Chun observed his spiritual sea and found that countless sword chi stood densely packed and layered within his mind. Within the spiritual sea, these sword chi were quite tame. They weren't violent, nor did they display their sharpness. Even so, just looking at them gave Jiang Chun a chill. Let's start with 1. Jiang Chun prepared to directly experience what it felt like to temper his body with sword chi. It was also the fastest way to stabilize his shaky cultivation base. He focused his will. From somewhere unseen, a streak of red sword chi slashed violently at Jiang Chun from behind. Jiang Chun trembled violently, his face contorting in pain. Where the invisible sword chi passed, a huge scar appeared. The pain was excruciating. Jiang Chun felt as if a tide of agony surged through him, nearly consuming him entirely. But he didn't hesitate. Immediately, he activated another sword chi from his spiritual sea, subjecting himself to a second slash. Third. Thus, in a row, 3 red sword chi slashed down. Jiang Chun could no longer support himself, collapsing onto the ground, feeling as though he would faint at any moment. To his delight, just 3 slashes of sword chi had already caused his physical body to leap forward qualitatively. Still, this damn thing hurt like hell. Jiang Chun lay on the ground in a weakened state until night fell, finally recovering. In the next 5 days, Jiang Chun did nothing else but continuously and further squeeze his body's potential, from starting at 3 sword chi per day to 4, then eventually 5. Almost no rest at all. As soon as his physical body recovered, he began the tempering process again. Jiang Chen finally understood how monstrous the immaculate sword body truly was, and how difficult it was to achieve. Of course, if those A-grade and B-grade disciples saw what Jiang Chen had done in these past few days, they would surely be shocked beyond words. Buddy, we're doing well if we can use 10 sword chi to purify our bodies in a month. You've used almost 2 months worth in just 5 days. Purifying and tempering the physical body with sword chi required not only talent but perseverance, as well as an unyielding determination to become powerful. After finishing the training on the 5th day, Jiang Chen, just like before, fainted onto the ground and fell into a deep sleep. On the morning of the 6th day, the 2 henchmen of Wang Yuan were still intently watching inside the room. It was obvious their condition had worsened. 10 consecutive days. They were almost reaching day 11. Without rest, they just kept staring at Jiang Chen. If they had been at the 2nd or 3rd stage of qi condensation, it wouldn't have been a big deal. Being able to endure 10 days or even half a month without rest was acceptable. But now, they were only at the 1st stage of qi condensation, low-rank cultivators indeed, so this was too heavy a burden for them. When will big brother Wang Yuan's cousin arrive? If he doesn't come soon, we'll have to keep watching like this? This damn guy? For 10 whole days, aside from going out to complete tasks, he just stays locked up in his room. I don't even know how he manages to sit still like that. One of the lackeys said helplessly, grumbling inwardly but daring not to speak it aloud. If Wang Yuan overheard it through a thin wall, he'd be in for real trouble. Just as another lackey was about to say something, suddenly, they heard a commotion coming from afar. Yes, the heavy footsteps trampling across the earth grew steadily closer, followed by all sorts of chatter. Quick, let's follow. Looks like there's going to be a show. Wang Yuan actually called over his elder cousin, Wang Hu, a cultivator at the 5th stage of qi condensation. TSK, that new guy is asking for trouble. Shou, speak softly. Wang Hu has a terrible temper. Both brothers are madmen. They might cripple us for no reason. At the forefront of the crowd was Wang Hu. Behind him followed Wang Yuan, whose face was brimming with extreme excitement. It had been 10 long days, and the humiliation of being brutally beaten by Jiang Chen had lingered heavily on his chest without relief. Finally today, his elder brother had freed up his hands and was here to teach that arrogant, clueless brat a lesson. Beside the row of houses, a group of female cultivators, most of whom slept during the day, had been woken up by the noise. Rubbing their sleepy eyes, they stepped outside and, upon seeing the situation, froze in place. Girls, what is this situation? One female cultivator, clearly not yet fully awake, mouth agape, asked in bewilderment. Another one, more calmly, said with a slight smile. Well, what else could it be? That overzealous new servant boy is about to be cleaned up. Wang Yuan's older brother, Wang Hu, has come. That kid's going to have problems. Pausing, she looked toward Wang Hu, flicked her tongue over her lips, slightly regretfully saying, what a shame. That Wang Hu must have plenty of resources. I really wish he would grace me with some attention. In the eyes of these female cultivators, the only things that mattered were resources and spirit stones. Whoever had more resources and spirit stones would inevitably attract their attention. Another female cultivator laughed, saying, sly girl, don't you know your own worth? Do you really think he'd waste more spirit stones on you? In my opinion, it should be me. Thus, the two started quarreling. But soon, all the whispering stopped as Wang Hu blocked the doorway of Jiang Chen's room. Everyone else halted behind him, silent, watching, eager to see what would unfold next. Jiang Chen, come out and chop off your own hands and legs, and I'll spare your life. Otherwise, I'll make you regret ever being born into this world. Chapter 9, Kind Female Cultivator, delighted to accompany. Of course, despite Wang Hu's fury reaching such a level, he had never considered forcibly breaking down the door to drag Jiang Chen out and cripple him. The reason was simple. The higher-ups in the Xianyun Sword Sect had issued a very clear statement. Grudges and disputes could be settled outside the sect. As long as no one died, it was fine. Breaking arms, legs, or the dantian. Such matters were of little concern to the higher-ups, so long as such incidents didn't occur too frequently. To put it bluntly, in the eyes of the high-ranking elders of Xianyun Sword Sect, these servants were no different from insects, utterly insignificant. However, breaking the door was absolutely forbidden. Once someone forced entry, no matter whether the servant was at the qi condensation stage 7th layer or 8th layer, they would be executed on the spot without mercy. To speak plainly, the sect elders looked down upon cultivators of such low cultivation level. As long as they followed the rules obediently and didn't cause trouble, other issues wouldn't be heavily penalized. But if one dared to challenge the bottom line, he would be eliminated without hesitation, no big loss. Thus, despite Wang Hu's arrogance reaching the heavens, he dared only to provoke Jiang Chen outside the door, but didn't dare to rush inside. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen stood silently, gazing at the female cultivator who had just climbed in through the window. Indeed, just before Wang Hu had arrived, this female cultivator had already reached here, and she had secretly informed Jiang Chen about the impending danger, advising him not to step outside today, or else he would certainly be crippled. Jiang Chen vaguely remembered this female cultivator. She was the one who had recently invited him over for some playtime. What fast news travels. It seems that your lordship dealing with Wang Yuan before really enraged Wang Hu. Her tone was coquettish, her eyes flirtatious, and every move she made was enticing. Jiang Chen had long been immune to such behavior. Inside, he muttered, always calling my lord or senior brother. These girls never think of anything new. They repeat the same old routine day after day. Then the woman turned slightly serious, sighing. You'd better not go out today. If you haven't completed the servant's task, at worst you'll be punished a little. But if you go out now, well, it would be troublesome. Wang Hu is at the 5th layer of qi condensation. At my knowledge, he has successfully advanced to the middle stage of 5th layer. Therefore, avoid his wrath for now. A gentleman seeking revenge can wait 10 years. If Wang Hu were to find out that this female cultivator had leaked information to Jiang Chun, she herself would also face consequences. Compared to ordinary servants, these female cultivators acted with more pragmatism. Yet, despite her indifference towards Jiang Chun, she had voluntarily come to warn him, not out of affection, for such women had long abandoned true feelings. Jiang Chun nodded. His eyes suddenly sharpened like a blade, fixed on the woman. Then he smiled slightly. Why are you telling me all this? A brief pause followed, and Jiang Chun added playfully. Don't tell me it's because you've fallen for me? Though he didn't fully understand her motive, Jiang Chun had a rough idea. Perhaps she just wanted to make a favor and leave a good impression in case she might need help someday. But one thing was clear in his mind. These courtesan cultivators would never take such great risks unless there was a strong potential payoff. The woman chuckled lightly. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Lu Yun. We females who need resources can only do these things. The reason I helped you is because I hope that one day you will return the favor. Jiang Chun nodded and asked, so you believe in me that much? Lu Yun shook her head. It's just a gamble. After all, high risk, high reward. Then, she added, I hope you'll avoid direct confrontation for now. Don't be impetuous. Hide carefully from this point on, and wait until you are strong enough before showing yourself again. Jiang Chun smiled contemptuously. Merely at the 5th layer of qi condensation? I have my own ways to deal with him. Lu Yun was slightly stunned before quickly recovering, fixing her eyes upon Jiang Chun. Wasn't this Jiang Chun only recently accepted into the sect? Within such a short time, he claimed he could handle someone at the 5th layer of qi condensation, and he looked so disdainful when he spoke. Perhaps you should reconsider carefully? Lu Yun already felt disappointed. Suddenly, she thought that the effort she had made by risking danger to come here and warn him was completely in vain, and worse. This fellow seemed ungrateful, exactly like the rumors outside said. A young arrogant fool who didn't know his place. A 2nd layer qi condensation cultivator claiming to deal with a 5th layer one? Utterly absurd. Jiang Chun stood up and started to walk towards the door. Seeing this, Lu Yun's face paled. She quickly hid into a corner so as not to be seen. Kind words cannot convince a fool destined to die. I've done what I needed to, what I could. I only hope that Wang Hu, the madman, doesn't discover that I helped this boy. Lu Yun shook her head in thought, regret swelling in her heart. She had thought he might be someone who could one day rise to the top among servants. Instead, he turned out to be just another brash and impatient youth. As Jiang Chun was about to push open the door, he suddenly turned back and offered a kind smile. Thank you. The next moment, Jiang Chun pushed open the door and stepped outside, his eyes sweeping across the entire area. Standing at the very front was naturally Wang Hu. The few people behind him were those who had previously been disciplined by Jiang Chun. Seeing Jiang Chun step out, Wang Hu slightly narrowed his eyes, his fierce gaze piercing and sharp, directly locked onto Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun met his gaze, his expression filled with mockery. Wang Hu furrowed his brows, but suppressed the anger surging in his heart. After all, he still didn't know this brat's true capabilities, and he wanted to test the waters first. Being cautious and vigilant was precisely the reason he had come this far. However, his younger brother clearly lacked such composure. The moment he saw his enemy, he angrily leapt forward from behind, roaring with fury. Jiang Chun, weren't you so arrogant that day? Didn't you claim even if my brother showed up, you'd make him kneel? Now my brother's here. Do you dare repeat that even once? Wang Yuan stood behind Wang Hu. Noticing his older brother had no immediate intention to act, he slyly attempted to provoke his brother into action by falsely accusing Jiang Chun. As for being found out, Wang Yuan didn't think too much about it. After all, this was his own elder brother. What could happen, really? At most, would his brother even dare to punish his own younger brother over a new servant? As expected, after hearing this, Wang Hu slightly narrowed his eyes, a vein faintly pulsing, yet he still held back his rage. He glanced at Jiang Chun coldly. So, a mere new servant dares to be so brazen? It seems the rules of Xianyun Sword Sect haven't yet been properly taught to you. Jiang Chun shot a glance at Wang Hu. Clearly, what Wang Yuan had said was a complete fabrication. But even so, Jiang Chun didn't care. The underlying conflict wasn't even about that issue. So what? That was all Jiang Chun uttered. Though not loud, his voice was steady, deep, and full of confidence. Every word clearly reached the ears of everyone present. Instantly, silence enveloped the entire courtyard, so quiet that even a needle dropping would be audible. Shock and disbelief were written across countless onlookers' faces, all focused intently on Jiang Chun. Are you serious, man? You're really going this hard? This is a qi condensation 5th layer mid-stage cultivator, and you're still acting like this? A moment later, Jiang Chun suddenly smirked. If you really want to try, I'll be more than happy to oblige. Meanwhile, Lu Yun, hiding inside Jiang Chun's room, covered her mouth with her delicate hand, her beautiful eyes filled with profound shock. In her mind, only one thought echoed. This kid is done for. Chapter 10, Another Defeat, Wang Hu pleads for mercy. Arrogant. Incredibly arrogant. No one could have imagined that a mere novice who had joined the Xianyun Sword Sect not long ago would dare to speak to the veteran Wang Hu in such a manner, with words and expressions filled with disdain. completely disregarding him. Lu Yan deeply regretted her actions at this moment. If she had known he was such a hothead, why would she have involved herself in the first place? Now she was in serious trouble once she was discovered. Even Wang Yuan, who had long harbored hatred toward Jiang Chun and had been scheming to have his elder brother deal with him, was stunned speechless. In that instant, it felt as if time had frozen. What a guy! He didn't need him to stir up trouble anymore. This young novice did it all by himself. As for the onlooker novices who had gathered behind them, they too fell into deep contemplation. Those who stood nearby had all heard clearly. But those standing farther away couldn't hear what Jiang Chun said, yet seeing the expressions of those in front, they were filled with curiosity and eager to move forward and see exactly what was happening. However, due to the crowd, they struggled to get through. Finally, someone couldn't help himself and urgently whispered, Brother, what's happening? Yeah, what's going on ahead? Why is nobody speaking? What did Jiang Chun do now? Is something happening? Right? Did Jiang Chun beg for mercy? I can't see. Is he on his knees already? Among these people were many new novices, and they all shared one thing in common. They bore intense hostility toward Jiang Chun. After all, in their eyes, they had all just arrived here as novices, so why were they the ones being oppressed and having their resources taken, while only Jiang Chun was somehow turning the table and even taking from others? This made them feel deeply unfair. Once you became a novice, wasn't there supposed to be no more differences? Therefore, they very much hoped to see Jiang Chun crushed, looted, and ideally crippled. No one spoke. After a while, someone finally responded, his voice filled with shock. Jiang Chun wants to confront Wang Hu. Hua. It was like a stone dropping into still water, sending ripples through the crowd as everyone fell silent. Shock replaced every other thought. This Jiang Chun truly was outrageously arrogant. Among them, though some novices didn't show it on their faces or express it with words, inwardly they were filled with expectation, yearning for Jiang Chun to be crippled by Wang Hu. How could he dare provoke someone as terrifying as a fifth-stage qi condensation expert? That was practically courting death. Not a single person among them believed in Jiang Chun's chances. Immediately afterward, Jiang Chun leisurely continued, Wang Hu, I've heard you're at the fifth stage of qi condensation. Wang Hu narrowed his eyes. Actually, he hadn't originally intended to come over. After all, his younger cousin always had so many issues to deal with day and night. He had other matters to attend to. However, this time he had come with a specific purpose in mind. After hearing what Wang Yuan said, he realized that Jiang Chun was definitely suspicious. Considering everything, Jiang Chun probably hadn't been a novice here for even a month. Prior to this, he likely hadn't had any exposure to cultivation techniques, yet in under a month he had broken through to second stage qi condensation. He must have some treasures on him. After forming this suspicion, Wang Hu chose to make time and personally come to verify his suspicions. And now, he was even more certain of his hypothesis. As Wang Hu looked at Jiang Chun, he suddenly burst into laughter. Ha! Indeed an interesting fellow. Well then, I'll offer you a way out. Hand over the treasures, and from now on, I will protect you. If you refuse to hand them over. Wang Hu didn't spell it out, but his vicious, icy gaze conveyed exactly what he meant. Refuse? Then, cripple you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chun smiled faintly. I have no such treasures, and I also don't need your protection. Everyone was dumbfounded. Treasures? Protection? What was going on? But before they could even sort out the meaning of Jiang Chun and Wang Hu's conversation, they saw Wang Hu flash forward, lunging toward Jiang Chun with a kick. Wang Hu had a faint smile on his face. This kick seemed to carry 1,000 pounds of force, all the might of a fifth-stage qi condensation cultivator unleashed without restraint. Wang Hu was extremely confident. As long as his kick landed on Jiang Chun, breaking his leg would be effortless. Yet Jiang Chun neither dodged nor avoided. He simply smiled faintly, and in the next moment, his right hand moved as if becoming a blur, too fast to track. When it reappeared, it had already tightly seized Wang Hu's leg, effortlessly withstanding the full force of the strike. Throughout this entire process, Jiang Chun was completely unaffected. Wang Hu's powerful attack hadn't caused him to tremble even slightly. What? Wang Hu's confident, arrogant face finally changed. His expression turned to shock and disbelief as he stared at Jiang Chun in front of him. Qi condensation second stage? Was this really the strength of someone at the qi condensation second stage? But Wang Hu was unwilling to accept it. How could a mere fifth-stage qi condensation disciple like himself be suppressed like this? Caught off guard. Yes, definitely caught off guard. At this moment, Wang Hu found an excuse for himself and prepared to attack again. As for the people around them, they were all frozen in shock. No way, was Jiang Chun really this strong? Not long ago, wasn't he just at the third stage of qi condensation? And now he's already overpowering Wang Hu? This should at least be the strength of the fifth stage of qi condensation. Though they themselves weren't fifth-stage cultivators, they had never eaten pork, but at least had seen pigs walk, right? Just now, the strength Jiang Chun displayed was definitely at the level of the fifth stage of qi condensation. Just as Wang Hu was preparing to test him further, suddenly, Jiang Chun's big palm came again, directly slapping Wang Hu flying. Wang Hu froze, the lingering resentment in his heart instantly dissipating. He was now certain. The strength of the Jiang Chun before him far exceeded his own, and he no longer dared to even think of fighting him again. Seeing Jiang Chun step forward once more, Wang Hu couldn't hold back any longer and quickly knelt down, begging for mercy. Jiang Chun, I'll give you my storage ring. It has a lot of resources inside. Just don't cripple me. Wang Hu's thinking wasn't unreasonable. After all, among the servants, even if one's cultivation was ruined, it would only result in some punishment. Of course, this depended on being slightly more powerful. As long as such actions weren't repeated, the consequences would generally be minimal. Let alone someone with talent as good as Jiang Chen's, the supervisors of the servants probably wouldn't even bother pursuing the matter. After all, if someone could make it to the outer sect under their watch, they'd be more than happy to see it happen. Therefore, disregarding his pride, Wang Hu had made enemies with countless people over the years. It was hard to imagine how dark his life would become once his cultivation was destroyed. Jiang Chen paused, then smiled. Well, you're actually quite sensible. Hand over the storage ring. He hadn't intended to cripple Wang Hu in the first place, he just wanted to teach him a lesson. Upon hearing this, Wang Hu hurriedly handed the storage ring over with both hands, feeling his heart bleed while simultaneously feeling relieved. Thank goodness Jiang Chen had spared him. Chapter 11 Jiang Chen's Strength, a Turning Point. Damn you Wang Yuan. You've ruined me. Wang Hu roared inwardly. Facing an opponent as formidable as Jiang Chen, his heart no longer dared to harbor any thought of resistance. To reach this point, he had endured countless hardships and humiliations. If his cultivation were to be destroyed, he would surely suffer a fate infinitely worse than the beginning. At the same time, his anger toward his cousin boiled over. Unbelievable anger. If it weren't for this Wang Yuan, how could he have ended up in such a situation? Losing not only his dignity, but also all the resources he had painstakingly accumulated for advancing to the 6th tier of qi condensation. Even as a 5th tier qi condensation cultivator, by employing ruthless means to seize resources, he could gather them much faster. However, reaching his current level required a staggeringly large amount of resources. After obtaining the storage ring, Jiang Chen examined its contents and suddenly smiled faintly, saying, "Seems like this is indeed all your worldly possessions." The resources inside were plentiful, although for a gold-devouring beast like Jiang Chen, they wouldn't last long. But at the very least, they could sustain him for about 10 days without any issues. After acquiring these resources, Jiang Chen left directly. For him, this matter was merely a brief interlude. His real priority was to check in. Checking in was his most anticipated daily event. As Jiang Chen gradually disappeared from view, the stillness was finally broken, and people began speaking one after another. No way, is Jiang Chen really that monstrous? Yeah, we originally thought he was at the 3rd tier of qi condensation, but his displayed strength was definitely at the 5th tier. Moreover, among 5th tier cultivators, he was clearly among the stronger ones. Otherwise, Wang Hu couldn't have been defeated so easily. Everyone's feelings were somewhat complex, especially those who had joined around the same time as him, whose hearts were churning with various emotions: jealousy, admiration, fear, dread, and more. Ultimately, it all transformed into sighs. From the moment they entered, they had been bullied and unable to turn the situation around due to their inferior strength and talent. Yet Jiang Chen, who arrived at the same time as them, not only wasn't bullied, but actually crushed Wang Hu, who had been bullying others in the outer sect. Such a sharp contrast left them with indescribable emotions, known only to themselves. As for that female cultivator hiding in Jiang Chen's room, she was also stunned, unconsciously stepping forward a few steps, standing at the doorway. This woman, worn by the dust of the world, never imagined Jiang Chen could be so terrifying. Just what level of strength does Jiang Chen really have? Lu Yun didn't speak, but bit her lip, her beautiful eyes filled with surprise and shock. Yes, by now, she already felt that she could no longer accurately judge him. After all, Jiang Chen had initially shown the power of the 3rd tier of qi condensation. At that time, Lu Yun had already begun paying attention to him and observing him for a while. But for him to break through from the 3rd to the 5th tier within just over 10 days, that was something she simply couldn't believe. However, if Jiang Chen was already at the 5th tier to begin with, wouldn't that be even more unbelievable? Forget it, I won't think about it anymore. Jiang Chen is just a monster. Lu Yun shook her head with a bitter smile and decided not to dwell on it further. Could she, a person like her, truly comprehend such a monster? Wang Hu was still kneeling on the ground, casting sidelong glances toward the direction Jiang Chen had left. Only when Jiang Chen's figure completely vanished from sight did he suddenly stand up and slap Wang Yuan straight across the face. You useless piece of trash. You never help and always mess things up. Today, I almost got ruined because of you, you know? Once certain Jiang Chen had gone, Wang Hu could no longer suppress the anger burning within him, and it erupted. That slap sent Wang Yuan flying backward, landing on the ground, a few of his teeth knocked out, blood flowing. He stared blankly at Wang Hu, but at the bottom of his eyes were fear, terror, and even a trace of anger. Only a trace, though. Facing Wang Hu, the older brother who protected him and allowed him to lord over the outer sect, Wang Yuan dared not cause the slightest trouble. Wang Hu coldly stared at Wang Yuan and said, "Get lost." Wang Yuan stood silently, thinking in his heart, isn't it because you suspected Jiang Chen had treasures that you rushed over to seize them? Initially, he called Wang Hu for support, but Wang Hu declined repeatedly. It was only after suspecting that Jiang Chen possessed treasures that he hurriedly arrived. Of course, Wang Yuan didn't dare voice these thoughts, but silently walked away. Murmurs from the crowd still lingered, with the occasional whisper reaching Wang Hu's ears, instantly setting him off like a kettle on fire, as he bellowed furiously, "Get the hell out! Unless you want to die, get lost." Thus, the group of servant disciples quickly scattered like birds and beasts, too frightened to remain at the scene any longer. Jiang Chun could force Wang Hu to kneel, but they certainly couldn't. Jiang Chun had not walked far when he began looking at his servant tasks, murmuring to himself, today's servant assignment doesn't seem too bad. Actually, the outer area of the weapon pavilion? The weapon pavilion was also an extremely important place within the Skycloud Sword sect. Inside contained a vast amount of weapon resources, similarly divided into 3 areas, the outer ring, inner ring, and core section. Each of these areas stored weapons of vastly different levels. The way for sect disciples to obtain weapons from here wasn't through rewards, but rather, communicating with the weapons. If one could successfully pull out a weapon, it would belong to them. I hope I can receive a good reward today. Jiang Chun grew excited, took out his servant token, and with a single teleportation technique, arrived directly at the outer area of the weapon pavilion. At this moment, there were quite a few people around the outer section of the weapon pavilion, though most were inside the pavilion itself, attempting to pull out weapons. Once someone entered, their senses would be blocked by an invisible formation, making it impossible to perceive what was happening outside. About a dozen or so people remained outside. These were servant disciples who stood at the perimeter, cleaning. As soon as Jiang Chun approached, the group hurriedly showed bright smiles. Senior Brother Jiang Chun, you've arrived? Senior Brother Jiang Chun, do you need me to help you with the cleaning? Their greetings were extremely enthusiastic, and Jiang Chun took a while to finally send them away. After all, one couldn't strike a smiling face. Jiang Chun understood that word of him defeating Wang, who had obviously already spread. Otherwise, these people wouldn't have been so enthusiastically eager. Jiang Chun began cleaning. The servant disciples dared not approach him too closely either, carefully maintaining a certain distance from him, fearing that if they messed up even slightly, they might anger Jiang Chun. Tisk, Shangbudal Jiangchen Shrishung, Germachangda, Jertan Fu, Kompar, Bu Jandana. Shua, Josan Bibushang Na Thudum Zujur, Yasan Shurbutola, Guji, Yawang Jinru Dal Weimun Zhizhong. Zhong Zai Yi Mun Gankajub. Su Zhan Yi Jiasu, Meigerin Do Dridao Jiangchen Busru Horuduk, Bingxia Chenlifan Da, Yinsu, Xinzhong Drusung Shala Jiaohao, Buyenyi, Yurchi Jiawu. Chapter 12, The Boundless Sword. As Jiang Chun was cleaning, he silently said in his heart, check in. Soon, a system notification rang out in his mind. Host has checked in at the outskirts of the weapon pavilion and received the reward, Boundless Immortal Sword. The Boundless Immortal Sword is the life-bound artifact of the ancient swordsman Boundless from this world's ancient times. Since the divine and demon calamity, the swordsman Boundless perished, and the Boundless Immortal Sword once again fell into obscurity. Now it is in a sealed state, and must be nurtured with sword essence gradually to awaken its divinity. Seeing this information, Jiang Chun was instantly stunned, greatly shocked. The Boundless Immortal Sword. As for the terms divine and demon calamity, and swordsman Boundless mentioned in the message, they were far too distant for Jiang Chun. They existed only in the stories of storytellers. In fact, Jiang Chun didn't even know the cultivator's exact cultivation level. But one thing was certain, that person was the peak of the mortal world. What somewhat surprised him was that this check-in had actually directly produced such a terrifying divine weapon. Although I've never truly seen it, I've heard that the true power of a divine weapon can cleave a 10,000-mile territory with just one slash, splitting the earth in two. This Boundless Immortal Sword must surely possess such might, but, since it's currently sealed, its effects won't be quite that powerful. However, in my current situation, it's more than enough to overpower all other weapons. Suddenly, Jiang Chun thought of previous rumors. The Immortal Cloud Sword sect possessed a celestial weapon, the sect's most treasured artifact left behind by the founding patriarch. And a divine weapon seemed to be even more powerful than a celestial one. Soon, Jiang Chun calmed his thoughts. On his way back, suddenly, a middle-aged man wearing a steward insignia approached head-on. Jiang Chun was slightly taken aback, then smiled. Steward. He naturally had a strong impression of this person. This was exactly the steward who had been in charge of his initial induction into the sect. However, unlike before, the steward had previously been expressionless and indifferent, while now clearly smiling upon seeing Jiang Chun. So it's you, Jiang Chun. Your reputation has grown significantly recently, which surprised and pleased me. I never expected that I had once welcomed such a talented young man. In this world, respect required strength. Before you demonstrated sufficient power, no one would bother to acknowledge you. Just like this steward, responsible for receiving countless new novice servants, he naturally wouldn't spare a second glance. Now was different. Jiang Chun had clearly shown potential for foundation building and possibly entering the outer sect. Even the stewards would thus be willing to get along with him. Jiang Chun smiled. The steward stepped forward, patted Jiang Chun's shoulder, and said slowly, cultivate diligently. If you need anything, feel free to tell me. Within my capability, I will help whenever I can. Pausing slightly, he smiled. I'd also like to see another young man rise from the servant ranks to become an outer sect disciple. When news of Jiang Chun's various exploits spread, even this steward couldn't help but be somewhat amazed. These stewards and elders were all foundation-building cultivators. A mere chi condensation stage 5 youth like him naturally meant nothing to them. But what he valued was Jiang Chun's potential. For someone to reach this level in such a short time, Jiang Chun was certainly no ordinary person. Perhaps like a hidden pearl? Thus, this steward wouldn't mind getting closer to him and offering assistance within his authority, for if Jiang Chun one day soared to the heavens, he too would benefit. Jiang Chun hurriedly replied, thank you, steward. I intend to return to my cultivation now, so I won't stay any longer. The steward nodded with a smile. After Jiang Chen left, another steward approached, glancing appreciatively at Jiang Chen's retreating figure, and said slightly admiringly, "This is the youth who defeated Wang Hu not long after joining the sect." "Yes, a very promising young man." Saying this, Steward Xie's eyes held subtle meaning. On his way back to his quarters, Jiang Chen slightly furrowed his brow, beginning to consider the consequences of his recent actions. Now that I have defeated Wang Hu, who even obediently handed over his storage ring, I have surely become the talk of the servant quarters. Although my reputation has brought some peace from trouble, my unusually rapid progress in cultivation is bound to draw attention. Jiang Chen pondered inwardly. What truly worried him was his excessively rapid advancement. In terms of cultivation speed, at least among servants, it was extremely rare. Previously, reaching the third stage of qi condensation already drew Wang Hu's envy. How much more so now, with his clearly enhanced strength? In less than 2 months since entering the sect, breaking through to qi condensation stage 5, such progress might seem ordinary, even mediocre among inner sect disciples. But when compared with the outer sect disciples, it was absolutely nothing to sneer at. Humph. Thinking about this, Jiang Chen exhaled a long breath of stale air and murmured, "Since things have come to this, I must be more low-key from now on. What's done is done. If anyone covets his strength, he'll deal with it accordingly, meeting force with force and repelling whoever dares approach." But indeed, he would have to act more discreetly from this point onward. And also, I must quicken my cultivation progress. Strength. Only with sufficient strength can I feel secure. At the end of the day, the most important thing in this world was still power. Time passed swiftly. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. Over these 6 months, Jiang Chen had remained largely secluded, spending each day completing his servant tasks and then retreating to cultivate in his room. The commotion caused half a year ago by Jiang Chen defeating Wang Hu gradually faded, and no one spoke of it anymore. Yet the impression Jiang Chen left on people still remained terrifying. During these 6 months, no one dared provoke him. On this particular day, after finishing his servant duties, Jiang Chen slowly returned to his small house. Passing by, several servants watching him wore puzzled expressions. "Hey, do you guys think about how much Jiang Chen's strength has improved after such a long time?" "That's right. And he's been too low-key lately. It's already been 6 months, and I haven't seen him show his strength even once. TSK, if I were him, I wouldn't be able to hold back." Don't you remember? After Wang Hu got beaten up by him 6 months ago, he now goes out of his way to avoid Jiang Chen. Even some of the thugs who used to bully junior servants have toned down their behavior. The other servants were also curious, though exactly how strong Jiang Chen had become was likely known only to himself. Back in his room, Jiang Chen sat cross-legged in meditation, secretly reflecting. Right now, my cultivation has already reached qi condensation stage 7. With 2 months of steady cultivation, his strength had gradually increased. After reaching qi condensation stage 5, each subsequent stage required tens or even hundreds of times more spiritual energy and resources. To have advanced 2 stages within half a year was already quite impressive. At the same time, Jiang Chen glanced at the remaining sword essence needed to refine his immaculate sword body. 2,567 sword essence remaining. Originally at 9,999, he had already used more than half. And Jiang Chen's physical body had already reached a terrifying level. The progress on my immaculate sword body is speeding up. However, the later stages grow increasingly difficult. The sword essence becomes stronger, and the consumption rate inevitably slows down. Chapter 13. The Deacon Xie is actually pretty nice. Jiang Chen thought to himself. To forge an immaculate sword body was no easy task at all. Those initial sword energies, truthfully speaking, were quite strong, but they were still foundational. As his strength improved, the damage they caused and the impurities they cleansed became fewer and fewer, until nearly non-existent. Therefore, at the beginning, every 1,000 sword energies would elevate the power by a level. After 3,000, the rate would increase to every 100 sword energies. If the power level remained at the earlier stage, Jiang Chen could easily endure thousands of sword energies a day without much pressure at all. It was just a matter of time. However, after such gradual improvement, the current pressure Jiang Chen experienced was quite significant, but his progress had also become increasingly substantial. If I can cultivate the immaculate sword body before reaching foundation building, and lay an extraordinary foundation for my cultivation, once I enter the foundation building stage, my roots will be stable. My combat strength among peers will be absolutely dominating. Perhaps, even, defeating enemies beyond my realm. Of course, for Jiang Chen, this second point was still far too difficult. Defeating enemies beyond one's realm. This phrase was no simple feat. One must understand that in the path of immortal cultivation, no matter how talented you were, while you remained at a certain cultivation stage, you were still only at that level. The gap between even minor stages was as vast as boundless clouds and seas. This disparity only increased as cultivation progressed. Among foundation-building cultivators, even the smallest gap between substages was extremely difficult to overcome. Thus, those geniuses who could defeat opponents beyond their stage, each and every one of them, were peerless prodigies. Humph! The Supreme Sword Sutra, the Immaculate Sword Body. If everything goes smoothly, then once I reach foundation building, my foundation might not be much different from those of the C and even B rankings. Power. I'm not strong enough yet. Jiang Chen murmured inwardly. For him, the simplest way to grow stronger was to keep striving and check in every day. After organizing these thoughts, Jiang Chen once again summoned the Supreme Immortal Sword. The supreme immortal sword could understand Jiang Chen's thoughts and act accordingly based on the instructions it received from his mind. The sword zipped around beside Jiang Chen, occasionally tapping on his head like a playful, mischievous child. Jiang Chen roughly understood what this meant. It was like the sword was saying, "Master, I'm really hungry now. Have I eaten enough or not enough?" As for the sword's spiritual perception, it was truly like worthless scrap iron. It would be left on the roadside and nobody would even bother to pick it up. It was the kind of trash even lowly servants would pass by and not bother throwing away. Yet this divine weapon could consume sword essence at an astonishing speed. If it weren't for Jiang Chen carefully controlling and precisely calculating the exact amount to feed it daily, his sword essence reserves would certainly be insufficient. Before long, Jiang Chen briefly checked the quality of the supreme immortal sword. Although his current power was still insufficient, since he had not yet reached foundation building, he couldn't precisely evaluate divine artifacts. But at least, he could see the general idea without much problem. Jiang Chen was practically certain now. The so-called method of refining through sword essence was simply to grow stronger as your power increased. If one's power was weak, even if one spent a lifetime refining it, the weapon would not rise to the next level. But if one's power was strong, its rank would jump in an instant. But as for the actual level, Jiang Chen couldn't clearly discern it. He just knew it was extremely impressive, and that was it. Soon, Jiang Chen put the matter aside. Unless he was in a life or death crisis, he would not easily bring out this sword again. It was too dangerous. Then, he examined his internal state. 7th layer of qi condensation. But currently, I've also encountered a bottleneck. Not enough resources and an unstable foundation. For the next period of time, I will likely remain at this stage without explosive growth. Suddenly, a soft knock sounded on the door. Jiang Chen knew that it was the deacon who had escorted him earlier. He opened the door and indeed saw the middle-aged man standing there, a smile on his face, holding a small porcelain bottle. He said, "Jiang Chen, it seems your cultivation has rapidly advanced these past days." The deacon couldn't specifically tell Jiang Chen's true cultivation level. After all, he himself hadn't yet reached the foundation building stage and couldn't easily detect others' spiritual energy or power. He could only make a rough estimate based on the fluctuation of their aura, and Jiang Chen had done while concealing his true strength. However, a glint of greed momentarily flashed across the middle-aged man's eyes, just a fleeting moment, but Jiang Chen just happened to catch it. "Thank you, Deacon Xia." Jiang Chen stepped forward, smiled, and accepted the porcelain bottle, silently raising his inner vigilance without showing any of it. Since their last parting, Deacon Xia had visited once every month, bringing about 30 inferior quality consolidate essence pills each time. This amount was not much for Jiang Chen at his current stage, but it was better than nothing and could offer some help. Although Deacon Xia appeared impeccable on the surface, Jiang Chen couldn't shake the feeling that the man harbored ill intentions. When one was out in the world, one must always be cautious. Upon hearing that, Deacon Xia smiled slightly and said, "You're an errand boy under my supervision. Seeing your talent now, making a small investment is a normal thing to do. In the future, should you rise to prominence, I'd naturally expect some favor in return." The two exchanged some casual conversation. They didn't chat for long before Deacon Xia excused himself, claiming he had urgent matters to attend to. Jiang Chen didn't know that as soon as Deacon Xia left, his face immediately revealed an expression of blatant greed and urgency. Meanwhile, Deacon Xia didn't realize that Jiang Chen had watched his retreating figure with a meaningful gaze. "I've been targeted." Jiang Chen sighed lightly, shaking his head. Only after Deacon Xia left did a graceful figure emerge cautiously from the room beside Jiang Chen's quarters. It was the female cultivator Lu Yun. She walked to Jiang Chen's side and exclaimed, "Wow, senior brother Jiang, even Deacon Xia gives you pills. This has been going on for 2 months already." Pausing briefly, Lu Yun clicked her tongue a couple of times, remarking, "Deacon Xia is famously stingy, not to mention strict. That Wang who you dealt with earlier was an errand boy directly under his command, let alone giving pills freely. Wang who had to deliver a considerable amount of pills monthly to him." A month ago, when Lu Yun first saw Deacon Xia giving Jiang Chen pills to show goodwill, she was shocked. Never had she imagined that the second month, he'd still come delivering them. As she laughed, Lu Yun suddenly seemed a bit conflicted. Then she smiled faintly and said, "Jiang Chen, when you're out in the world, you must be cautious." "This Deacon Xia." Jiang Chen smiled and casually replied with a few evasive words. "Deacon Xia is actually quite nice." He naturally understood Lu Yun's meaning and knew Deacon Xia was not quite right either. But on the surface, he acted as if he knew nothing. Surviving was not cowardice. When the time came for a direct confrontation, he would fear no one. Seeing this, Lu Yun wisely decided not to press further on the topic. She had given her warning. That was all she could do. Chapter 14, The Pill Pavilion. Lu Yun had arrived here quite a long time ago, and was one of the more experienced female cultivators, yet she had never seen the deputy supervisor act like this before. Suddenly, Lu Yun shifted her tone and coquettishly leaned toward Jiang Chen. She slid both arms around his arm and playfully murmured, "Brother Jiang, why don't you come play with me a little? I really don't want to collect your spirit stones." Jiang Chen could feel the soft pressure on his arm. For situations like this, Jiang Chen had already built an immunity. Calmly, he pulled away, then lifted his right hand and gently pushed Lu Yun back. He replied indifferently, "A man and a woman shouldn't touch each other casually. Enough, I need to complete my menial tasks." And with that, Jiang Chen walked away without even glancing back. Lu Yun looked at Jiang Chen's retreating figure, a trace of melancholy in her eyes. watching this guy who was completely insensitive to flirtation. Brother Jiang will surely achieve great things in the future, remaining so steadfast and unmoved by feminine charm. In her heart, Lu Yun secretly sighed, feeling regret that she couldn't taste this talented, handsome guy. Even if she had the chance to be with him for free, she would gladly take it. On his way, many people greeted Jiang Chun. He politely smiled and responded to each one. During this time, he had kept a low profile but had also gotten to know the neighbors around him well. Since he treated everyone with respect and maintained a polite attitude, he naturally had a good reputation among the neighbors. Brother Jiang possesses formidable cultivation but still diligently trains himself, working with such dedication and diligence that he's truly a role model for all of us. You don't know? Rumor has it that many flirtatious female cultivators have tried to give themselves to Jiang Chun for free, yet he never crossed the line, not even once. We should all learn from Brother Jiang. If we were as hardworking as him, even if we can't reach his level, there's still a great chance to break through to the third or fourth stage of qi condensation. Jiang Chun himself was completely unaware that unknowingly, these people had already begun to regard him as their role model. As Jiang Chun passed by where a group of female cultivators resided, his steps instinctively quickened. Don't rush off so quickly, Brother Jiang. So early in the morning, surely you must be feeling a bit overheated. Let me help relieve that for you. Brother Jiang, please bestow your favor on me just this once. Jiang Chun pretended not to hear and quickly left. Every time he passed through here, the same scene repeated itself. Only after moving beyond the area, free of the noise, did Jiang Chun mutter silently in his mind. If someone wants to cultivate with me, she'd at least need to be the status of a sect's holy maiden. What a group of delusional seductresses. Since he crushed Wang Hu, the number of enthusiastic admirers had grown significantly. Suddenly, Jiang Chen's expression turned slightly serious as he fell into deep thought. Now that my power is growing, with each successive check-in granting faster increases, I need a place with better privacy. The place he was currently staying at offered poor privacy, or even more accurately, almost none. It belonged to the worst regions allocated for the servants. At times, Jiang Chun could faintly sense shadows creeping about near his dwelling in the dead of night. Indeed, although half a year had passed, and most had settled down, frightened by his overwhelming power, there were still some who refused to behave themselves and wanted to risk everything, hoping to steal something from him. I should figure out a way to change my living quarters. About this, Jiang Chun already had some clues. The key to changing quarters lay primarily in fulfilling sufficient task workload. Once the workload was met, a direct conversation with the supervisor would lead to a smooth transfer. In fact, last month, Jiang Chun had mentioned this matter to the supervisor once. At that time, the supervisor made it very clear, ask him to wait a while longer, finish some menial tasks, and he would work things out soon. After all, the better accommodations within Xianyun Sword Sect not only offered better privacy, but also held richer spiritual energy, meaning they were not simply under the control of the deputy supervisor alone. Even if he agreed, certain formalities had to be followed. First, finish today's servant task. Jiang Chun was preparing to check today's task list. Lately, the assignments he had been given had all been rather lacking. Jiang Chen's check-in system relied on one key factor for determining the quality of the reward, the Dao's aura. The stronger and more concentrated the Dao's aura at the location of his check-in, the better the reward he would receive. Conversely, the weaker the aura, the worse the reward. Unfortunately, most of Jiang Chen's recent assignments were in places with weak or no Dao's aura at all. This caused him to obtain very limited rewards during this period. Could it actually be the Pill Pavilion? Jiang Chen couldn't help but express mild surprise. As its name suggested, the Pill Pavilion was the place where Xianyun Sword Sect practiced alchemy. All the pills used within Xianyun Sword Sect, whether high quality or inferior, were concocted exclusively by the alchemists within the Pill Pavilion. Such a place naturally exuded a very rich Dao aura. I did hear before that the menial tasks assigned to the Pill Pavilion are the most troublesome and complicated. Specifically, Jiang Chun didn't ask for many details. He took out his servant's badge and directly teleported to the Pill Pavilion. Outside the Pill Pavilion, Jiang Chun slowly walked in, and along the way, he met a servant. Today's task was to clean up the trash outside. Upon seeing Jiang Chun, the servant clearly recognized him and said in surprise, "Senior brother Jiang Chun, is your task today to clean the Pill Pavilion?" Jiang Chun nodded. The servant glanced around, as if cautiously watching something. Finally, after confirming no one else was around, he stepped closer and whispered, "Senior brother Jiang Chun, cleaning the Pill Pavilion isn't a simple task. Your task is to dispose of the failed pills and pill residue. Especially those failed pills, those containing impurities. They carry a toxic aura, and they're numerous. Be careful." He paused, hesitating, then finally gritted his teeth and whispered, "Brother Jiang, none of the alchemists have good temperaments. Even their apprentices are the same. They're extremely arrogant. If you endure any insults, don't argue with them. Endure it." Alchemists hold an extremely high status within the Xianyun Sword Sect. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chun smiled. "Thank you." The servant disciple chuckled. "What for?" "Senior brother Jiang Chun, I've finished my task. I'll head back first." After he left, Jiang Chen's expression slightly hardened. The toxic aura inside those failed pills would be somewhat troublesome. If the quantity wasn't excessive, with Jiang Chen's strength, he wouldn't sustain any significant harm. Handling them wouldn't be too difficult. But if that were the case, some alchemists could easily handle it themselves. There'd be no need to trouble servant disciples at all. Only when the number was huge, and beyond that, because servant disciples held the lowest status, would this duty be assigned. I must enter the outer sect faster. Jiang Chen shook his head and slowly walked into the pill pavilion. Arriving at the first floor, an apprentice alchemist wearing white robes cast a glance at him. Upon noticing Jiang Chen's servant attire, he said with slight disdain, "You're here to deal with the failed pills, huh?" Chapter 15, Dansa. The sight of the white-robed alchemist immediately let Jiang Chen understand why the junior disciple had hitting him earlier in an attempt to befriend him. After all, if not for that advance warning, he probably wouldn't have resisted the urge to punch this guy straight in the face. Seeing Jiang Chen frozen and silent, the white-robed alchemist frowned, clearly impatient. "What? Can't talk now. Either you're here to handle the waste pills, or you're not. If not, get lost. If yes, answer now." Hearing this, Jiang Chen quickly replied, "Yes." He was already beginning to get angry, but quickly suppressed it. After all, at this moment, opposing the white-robed alchemist would not be wise. It would likely end poorly for him. Though merely an apprentice, an alchemist held an exalted status within the Xianyun sword sect. Nodding, the alchemist said coldly, "This is your first time here, I suppose. I'll overlook your mistake this once. Our time as alchemists is extremely valuable. We don't have any to waste on you." After saying that, he led Jiang Chen to a storage room filled with discarded pills and residue, and pointed indifferently at the pile shaped like a small mountain. "All of this needs to be handled by you. The malice contained within these discarded pills harms the true essence you cultivate once you reach the qi condensation stage. That's why we assign a group of apprentices around the 4th or 5th tier to this job. They possess relatively thicker true essence, which can withstand the malice to some extent. Those of too low a cultivation level cannot handle this. They risk long-term damage, and then we alchemists would have to waste our pills healing such useless trash. That would be counterproductive." Jiang Chen, right now, all he felt was disbelief. The disdain and contempt in the alchemist's tone was entirely unmasked, and the facts were being laid bare so bluntly. It was as if servants like him were regarded as lower than livestock in the eyes of the alchemist. But Jiang Chen didn't dwell on it. In this realistic world where strength dictated respect, such treatment wasn't surprising. Then the alchemist continued rattling off many instructions before turning and walking out. Just as Jiang Chen was about to start working, he caught sight of the alchemist from earlier outside the corner of his eye. "Chen brother, finished giving the servant all those instructions?" "Puffed. Why bother with all that nonsense? Just tell him how to clean it and be done. The true essence of someone at the 4th or 5th stage of qi condensation is stable enough. The malice and the waste pills won't kill him. At worst, they'll leave him injured, his true essence damaged, and his cultivation progress halted forever." Another alchemy apprentice greeted him, speaking dismissively, as if handling servants wasn't even worth their attention. Hearing this, the white-robed alchemy apprentice in charge of instructing Jiang Chen replied indifferently, "It's fine. A little time wasted communicating with these ants doesn't matter." And so the two sat down together, leisurely drinking tea, completely unconcerned about Jiang Chen. After all, to them, he simply didn't exist. Jiang Chen, suddenly, he wanted to curse. So it wasn't because they were short on time or couldn't afford the delay. Now he clearly saw the truth. They were indeed too busy for anything else, like brewing tea for themselves. He forced back his irritation for 2 breaths before finally focusing on the scene before him. The pill residue was piled into a small hill, and so were the discarded pills, 2 separate little mountains, one of pill residue and one of waste pills. For an alchemist to successfully produce a pill, one must inject spiritual energy to give it life. If successful, it becomes a true pill. If failed, that spiritual energy intensifies and transforms into pills filled with malice. So it really is a hassle. Shaking his head, Jiang Chen thought that these discarded pills, filled with malice, were not only imbued with that spiritual energy. More importantly, the spiritual energy had completely consumed the original power of the pill, thus turning it into waste. And once the malice absorbed this additional power, naturally, it became far more dangerous than expected. Suddenly, a thought struck Jiang Chen's mind. As for the pill residue, why it's called residue, is because it was only partially used. Perhaps within it still remains some of the pill's latent power. But since the quantity is so small, the effect is practically negligible. Therefore, nobody really cares, and few are capable of extracting that remaining power from the residue. This was exactly why medicinal ingredients were refined into pills, because most cultivators couldn't directly harness the raw power of herbs. Only after a pill is successfully formed can its power be directly extracted by others. As for pill residue, it is obvious that the pill never fully formed, so others naturally cannot extract any power from it. But without a doubt, there is still power hidden within, though alchemists cannot refine it again to be used in new pills. Of course, they wouldn't even bother trying. After all, the alchemy division of every sect is the most resource-rich and well-funded. With no shortage of resources, these pill residues naturally have no further use. This bold idea had just flickered in his mind when Jiang Chen first glanced cautiously at the 2 alchemy apprentices behind him. Seeing that not even a shred of their attention was directed his way, he immediately relaxed. With such arrogance from these guys, they probably won't care about what happens with me anyway. If that's the case, then I might as well secretly give it a try. After all, these pill residues are destined to be discarded anyway. If I can repurpose them somehow, it would be a good thing. Jiang Chen thought inwardly. He approached the pile of pill residue shaped like a small mountain and began handling it according to the established rules, appearing to be working properly, while in reality, his right hand secretly activated the Infinite Sword Sutra, beginning to channel and draw out its latent energy. At first, Jiang Chen felt slightly nervous, worried whether his energy channeling would actually work. But what happened next thrilled him deeply, because his channeling actually worked. The energy hidden within really began to slowly seep out, drawn by Jiang Chun. Soon, wave after wave of energy flowed into Jiang Chen's body, rushing into his limbs and internal systems. Looking at the mountain-like pile of pill residue, Jiang Chun realized that although each tiny fragment contained only a limited amount of power, the sheer volume made the total energy extremely terrifying. Even with Jiang Chen's fast cultivation speed, absorbing it all within a short time was still no easy feat. But he wasn't the least bit panicked. At his current level of strength and with the high rank of the Infinite Sword Sutra, he could naturally store this energy. Chapter 16. Removing negative energy and absorbing power. Thus, Jiang Chun pretended to be cleaning while quickly using the Infinite Sword Sutra to absorb the power from the discarded ninja. However, doing so significantly reduced his efficiency. Before he knew it, 2 hours had passed. At this moment, the two alchemy apprentices, who were sipping tea, began chatting. Hey, Brother Chun, don't you think this guy is working a bit too slowly? I haven't seen anyone this slow before. One of the alchemy apprentices noticed Jiang Chen's slow progress and frowned slightly while speaking. The alchemy apprentice addressed as Brother Chen waved his hand casually and replied indifferently. No need to worry too much about it. If he's slow, then let him be. As long as he finishes the job without interfering with us, that's all that matters. He was actually quite satisfied with Jiang Chen's performance. The reason was straightforward. Jiang Chun didn't keep running over to ask him this and that, question after question, which would have made him want to lose his temper. The previous servants had been clueless, timid, and constantly asking irrelevant questions, which ruined his tea-drinking mood. Upon hearing this, the other alchemy apprentice nodded with a smile. That's true. This guy is pretty smart. He doesn't come to bother us. Cluck cluck, continue. Let's take it easy for a bit before Master Zhu finds out, huh? Thus, the two resumed their casual chatter. Jiang Chun finished processing the banja and felt a massive surge of spiritual energy inside his body. At the same time, his Infinite Sword Sutra had reached full capacity and was rapidly digesting this spiritual energy, attempting to transform it into sword energy. However, compared to the massive amount stored within, the digestion speed was extremely slow. Still, the Infinite Sword Sutra that Jiang Chun practiced was of a very high class. Combined with his body having been tempered by sword energy before, his capacity for storing spiritual power was far from reaching its limit. After a while, Jiang Chun finally finished processing all the banja. He then looked solemnly at those waste-on nearby. Just staring at them, one could feel the terrifying negative energy they emitted. Individually, 1 or 2 don weren't that bad, but the sheer number had caused the negative energy to accumulate like an ocean. The oppressive pressure made even Jiang Chun feel uneasy in his heart. Still, for now, it wouldn't affect his mind. Walking closer, Jiang Chun began to look left and right. During the process of cleaning up the banja, he had already formed a bold hypothesis and speculation. It was very simple. That was, to remove the negative energy and absorb the inner power from these waste don into his body, just like with the danja, to store it for future cultivation. The spiritual energy stored within these defective don likely wouldn't reach even a third of that of an inferior grade solidifying yuan don, but the quantity made up for it. Accumulated over time, it was still quite significant. It wasn't surprising that Jiang Chun was trying every possible means to obtain resources. Just the resources he had obtained through daily check-ins were already more than sufficient for even a 7th or 8th rank servant. However, Jiang Chen's spiritual energy absorption rate was simply too fast, like a mythical beast devouring gold. The usual resources were barely enough. He wasn't someone with top-tier or second-tier talent. Without sufficient resources, he had no choice but to rely on himself. He stepped forward first, picked up a single defective don, and attempted to use the domineering sword energy cultivated through the Infinite Sword Sutra to eliminate its negative energy. Surprisingly, when Jiang Chun tried, he found that it actually worked. Haha, Garan, it works. Thus, Jiang Chun began eliminating the negative energy from one don after another, absorbing their power, and then pretending to clean as he crushed the don into powder and placed them where required. Later, someone else would handle the cleanup. Without the negative energy, the waste don became naturally easier to deal with. The primary purpose of sending servants in was actually just to remove the negative energy. Therefore, Jiang Chun happily absorbed the power from these waste don, storing it within his body, feeling utterly fulfilled. As for the two alchemy apprentices, they continued drinking their tea and paid no attention to what was happening. After all, the procedures Jiang Chun was apparently following looked no different from what they had instructed. Suddenly, a middle-aged man walked over. Seeing his two apprentices idly sipping tea, he furrowed his brows, preparing to scold them. But when he turned around, he noticed Jiang Chun inside, still working on cleaning the waste don. A slight confusion arose in his mind. Strange, wasn't this servant supposed to have been assigned here already? Why is he still dealing with the waste don now? The middle-aged man felt a slight dissatisfaction rising and planned to look for the responsible steward to scold him later. This level of efficiency would simply not do. However, upon taking a closer look, he suddenly thought, wait a second, this kid, not only did he eliminate the negative energy, but he also absorbed the power from these defective don? Interesting. Very interesting. This caught the middle-aged man's attention. In the Xianyun Sword Sect, those who could eliminate the negative energy and absorb the power from the don were not uncommon. The thing is, those who could reach such a stage wouldn't need to go through so much trouble. They could simply focus on cultivation, and the sect would handle all their resource needs. The spiritual power refined inside a single don would be several times, sometimes even dozens of times, greater than the power contained in this mountain-like pile of waste on. Chen Feng, Zhu Xiao, what are you two doing here? Quickly get back to work. The middle-aged man pulled back his thoughts and looked at the two apprentices coldly as he spoke. Upon hearing his voice, both apprentices also noticed the man behind them. They stood up simultaneously, chuckling awkwardly. Master. Suddenly, the middle-aged man pointed at Jiang Chun inside and said indifferently, Chen Feng, coordinate with the steward's office. You can send more workers like this one inside to clean the waste on. He's doing a good job. After speaking, he turned and walked away. Chen Feng and Zhu Xiao were momentarily stunned, unable to react immediately. After all, whenever they didn't work properly before, they'd receive a storm of harsh scolding from this man. But now he only mentioned this one thing, and then left so casually. In an instant, these two proud alchemy apprentices started viewing Jiang Chun much more favorably. After all, it was him who had saved them from punishment. Though neither knew exactly what their master had seen in Jiang Chun, they were already familiar with his temperament. They didn't overthink it since his thoughts were often beyond their comprehension. Chen Feng walked forward and patted Jiang Chun on the shoulder, saying, Yeah, you did well. We'll have you come here more often for work in the future. Pausing slightly, he whispered, Although it's a bit tiring working here, rest assured, your big brother Chen won't let you suffer. I can definitely give you some solidifying yuan on each time. So saying, he took out a porcelain vial and handed it to Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun accepted it immediately and thanked him, saying, Thank you, elder brother Chun. Chen Feng immediately smiled, gave Jiang Chun another pat on the shoulder, and left without further words. In fact, Jiang Chun had overheard the middle-aged man's words too, and had noticed Chen Feng approaching. But toward this group of arrogant people, Jiang Chun chose to act as if he knew nothing. Otherwise, they might get inexplicably angry again later. Right now, he absolutely couldn't afford to offend them. Chapter 17. The 7-Aperture Orifice Heart, a Heaven-Class Treasure Manual. During this period, Jiang Chun had been using the Infinite Sword Sutra to eliminate the malevolent energy and absorb the discarded pills. Finally, after a little more than an hour had passed, he had completely absorbed all the power, gathering it within his body to be refined gradually. If I had to quantify it, the power I absorbed is equivalent to nearly 300 substandard foundation stabilizing pills. 300. If he added up all the minor gains and losses, it would have taken Jiang Chun at the very least a month to obtain such a quantity of foundation stabilizing pills. Being able to acquire so many resources in just one trip, in Jiang Chun's own view, was more than satisfying. After finishing up, Jiang Chun followed the process and sought out a minor servant from the pill pavilion for verification. The servants at the pill pavilion were different from the ones outside. They were specially assigned to the pavilion. Whether regarding treatment or status, they were much better off than Jiang Chun. This particular servant normally had a somewhat aloof personality, as was common after prolonged exposure to the pill pavilion's prestige, which naturally gave him a sense of superiority. However, towards Jiang Chun, his attitude was rather cordial. The reason was simple. Elder Chen had come by and given specific instructions. You've done really well. No wonder senior brother Chen admires you so much. The servant in the pill pavilion gave Jiang Chun many compliments, only speaking words of praise. Naturally, he wouldn't offend someone who had received a special mention from Chen Feng. Jiang Chun smiled and nodded, and during this time, he coincidentally did a check-in with the system. System, check-in. In the next moment, a stream of information appeared in his mind. Host has successfully checked in. Received the 7-Aperture Orifice Heart and the Heaven-Class Pill Refining Secret Manual. 7-Aperture Orifice Heart, Heaven-Class Pill Refining Secret Manual? As these two pieces of information appeared in Jiang Chun's mind, his first reaction was one of confusion. 7-Aperture Orifice Heart. Upon obtaining the 7-Aperture Orifice Heart, the host's talent in all aspects will receive top-level enhancement. The 7-Aperture Orifice Heart enables the host to gain multiple-fold improvements in comprehension across various cultivation systems, and allows simultaneous training in multiple disciplines, progressing at the same pace. Increases talent across the board, and in terms of aptitude, being able to cultivate in multiple disciplines at the same time, with absolutely no lag in progress. Jiang Chun paused, then a surge of exhilaration rushed through him. One must understand, such a broad increase in talent wasn't limited to sword cultivation as was the case with the Clear Sword Heart. Instead, this enhancement covered all cultivation disciplines, martial arts, pill refinement, puppetry, formation arrays, rune arts, and more. Coupled with that Heaven-Class Secret Manual for pill refining. Although his knowledge of pill refining techniques was quite limited, the term Heaven-Class alone told Jiang Chun the sheer power of this manual. Phew, if I can master supreme pill refinement techniques, I'll be able to sustain my resource needs myself. But no matter how fast I progress, I must first break through to foundation building and reach the outer disciples division, since only at foundation building stage would I be eligible to use the pill cauldron and related equipment. Jiang Chun slowly turned and left, but while passing a room, he noticed a large quantity of discarded pills inside, where a servant at the 5th layer of qi condensation was cleaning. Upon closer look, he sensed something unusual. On this servant at the qi condensation 5th stage, layers of terrifying black mist were swirling and gathering. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to see it, but Jiang Chun possessed the Clear Sword Heart, which included the ability to perceive invisible gaseous substances that ordinary people could not see. A chill passed through Jiang Chun's heart as an instinctual feeling told him that something about this situation was far from simple. Lately, every time I went out, I've often heard discussions about these discarded pills. Many people have been assigned to dispose of them. Although the pill pavilion usually produces discarded pills, recently, the frequency of disposal has increased significantly compared to before. Jiang Chen fell silent. He naturally had no way of knowing exactly what was going on, but instinct told him there was something serious happening behind all this. Although these days he had mostly remained in isolation, spending nearly all day in his room cultivating, he still received his servant duties, which naturally offered opportunities to interact with the outside world. He didn't even need to deliberately eavesdrop. Just walking on the road gave him plenty to hear. Naturally, he hadn't thought much about it. At his current level, Jiang Chun had no real ability to influence such matters. Knowing too much could only bring him misfortune. So it was better to simply act as if nothing was happening. Though, he remained quietly vigilant. As Jiang Chun walked back to his room from the pill pavilion, his mind was heavy, though he revealed none of it outwardly. That guy from earlier, at the 5th layer of chi condensation, had so much concentrated malevolent energy clinging to his body, almost surely doomed. The malevolent energy is slow in eroding his body, but I'd say he probably only has a few more months left. Jiang Chun exhaled deeply and tried to dismiss such thoughts from his mind. As he walked away, due to some urgent matters, Elder Xia once again arrived at the pill pavilion. Chen Feng, who had recently developed an especially favorable impression of Jiang Chun, specially approached him. Senior Brother Chun. Elder Xia looked respectfully at Chen Feng and greeted him with a slight smile. Don't look down on him just because he was at the early foundation building stage. His position and status were quite high. Yet, standing before an apprentice pill refiner like Chen Feng, he still had to respectfully call him senior brother. My master instructed me to inform you that the boy Jiang Chun has done quite well. Let him continue handling the discarded pills from now on. Although Chun Feng's attitude toward Jiang Chun was rather amiable, his tone toward others was rather indifferent. After lightly throwing those words, he turned to prepare some tea. Indeed, although he had been dragged back to work by his master earlier, he soon found an opportunity to sneak out again and resumed his tea tasting. Hearing this, Elder Xia hurriedly replied, "Many thanks, Senior Brother Chun, for the guidance." At the same time, a storm of thoughts raged inside Elder Xia's mind. So Jiang Chun truly isn't as simple as I imagined. That Chen Feng's master is an authentic Xian-tier pill refiner. Over the years, countless apprentice servants have dealt with the malevolent energy inside the pavilion, yet only Jiang Chun has received such high praise. Phew, Kamaz Wang Hu and Wang Yuan weren't lying after all. From my observation lately, Jiang Chen's growth and strength has been absolutely astonishing. This kind of progress is extremely abnormal. There must be top-tier treasures hidden within him. A flash of greed flickered in Elder Xia's eyes, but he concealed it quickly. The reason he had invested so much into Jiang Chen lately, and spoken so flatteringly toward him, was simple. It was gathering information about Jiang Chen's hidden opportunities and taking them for himself when the chance arose. In fact, long ago, Wang Hu had already pledged allegiance to Elder Xia, becoming his loyal follower. Otherwise, considering how many people had been crippled over the years, how else could such things have been covered up? Though killing was strictly forbidden in the sect, crippling another was still a grave offense. Wang Hu's continued safety was undoubtedly due to Elder Xia acting as his shield. Some nobody relegated to only menial servant tasks. There's no way I believe he possesses extraordinary talent. Elder Xia mused inwardly. It had already been half a year, yet his investigation into Jiang Chun had stalled at this stage. He needed to find an opportunity soon, to probe and test Jiang Chun further. Chapter 18. Probing Machinations. After returning to the cabin, Jiang Chun saw Lu Yun again. Lu Yun was still leaning casually against the doorway. Seeing Jiang Chun, she tossed him a flirtatious glance and said seductively, "Isn't this Senior Brother Jiang? How come you haven't come to visit me even once all this time? I've really missed you, you know." Jiang Chun was already accustomed to Lu Yun's provocations. This fox-like girl was always changing her tactics to tease him throughout the day. However, after half a year of interaction, Jiang Chun had discovered something rather unexpected. Lu Yun wasn't exactly like he initially thought, a woman of loose morals, or perhaps she was only pretending to be like that out of necessity in this environment, though she had actually never done anything of that nature. After all, sometimes the calculations and intrigues between women could be far more complex than those of men. Hearing her words, Jiang Chun smiled slightly and said, "How about joining me tonight in my room? Since you miss me so much, I can give you a chance." Suddenly, Jiang Chun found the idea amusing and wanted to tease Lu Yun a bit. Lu Yun, upon hearing this, had a brief flicker of hesitation on her face, but only for an instant. Soon, she smiled again and said, "Senior Brother Jiang, look at what you're saying. I really want to serve you." Before she could finish, Jiang Chun chuckled softly and said, "If that's the case, then, come tonight." This time, Lu Yun fell silent. She didn't become a flustered, innocent girl who'd never known intimacy, but rather maintained a composed exterior. Still, she no longer wanted to entangle with Jiang Chun further. Her instinct told her that if she continued entangling with this guy, she would only end up in trouble. After seeing Lu Yun retreat to her room, Jiang Chun shook his head slightly and smiled, muttering, "This fellow truly is." She had never done such a thing before. Everything was just an act, and after acting for so long, one naturally gained experience. The reason her teasing of Jiang Chun had grown more and more skillful and shameless was simply because she thought Jiang Chun wouldn't dare to go too far. A little playfulness wouldn't harm anything. But in the end, she had miscalculated. Jiang Chun ceased his chuckling and returned to his room. The chain of events from today had heightened his awareness toward some previous doubts and uncertainties he hadn't taken seriously before. For example, why had Supervisor Xia given him pills? Why had he been so unusually attentive and seemingly eager to befriend him over the past 6 months? Judging from his outward expressions and emotions, Jiang Chun hadn't found anything suspicious. But one must remember, Supervisor Xie had been an outer sect steward for several decades, nearly a century. The lifespan of a foundation-building cultivator could be beyond imagination. If someone failed to master even basic emotional control and facial expressions, their decades of experience in the sect would have been in vain. During this period, Jiang Chun had constantly questioned himself. If he were Supervisor Xie, and he saw one of his menials exhibiting rapid progress, would he act as this supervisor had? Obviously not. Anyone sent to be a menial usually had poor talent and access to only mediocre techniques, yet still managed sudden progress in a short period. Perhaps, to inner sect or elite outer sect disciples, Jiang Chun wouldn't seem impressive at all. But to Supervisor Xie and the other menials, Jiang Chun's talent should be considered top tier. So, Supervisor Xie definitely has his own motives concerning me. Even the recent incident in the Pill Pavilion was likely orchestrated by him. Jiang Chun mused to himself. The easy menial tasks assigned by Supervisor Xie, including many previous tasks, were indeed convenient for him. Supervisor Xie had often tried to test his strength. Earlier, he was just vaguely suspicious, unsure of the exact details, but now, all the pieces began to connect. If I'm right, then Supervisor Xie has likely confirmed my unusual qualities to some degree. The future tests will only grow fiercer. I need to increase my power. The thing to do next is to improve my strength. If Supervisor Xie wants to play games, then I'll play along, and play hard. Jiang Chun inhaled deeply, then slowly exhaled, his gaze turning sharp and penetrating. No wonder since his arrival at the sect as a menial, he had repeatedly and subtly heard rumors, information about various figures, but not once had he heard anything suggesting that Supervisor Xie was generous or willing to invest in others. More often, it was negative information. Many menials, even experienced ones, though somewhat subjective in their opinions, generally spoke truth. After that, Jiang Chun ceased further thoughts and instead sat cross-legged, taking out the Heaven Tier Pill Refining Manual and began flipping through its pages. The top priority now was to improve his strength as soon as possible, in case Supervisor Xie one day lost his patience and decided to act directly. For these supervisors, making a Zai, servant disciple, disappear without a trace and bearing no consequences whatsoever was an easy feat. Line after line of characters, obscure and hard to comprehend. If it had been the old Jiang Chun, even entering the door of understanding would have been difficult. Yet now, with the seven-hole spirit heart, golden light seemed to shine in his eyes. The once incomprehensible and headache-inducing words were now easily understood, their profound meanings becoming clear to him. Time passed, second by second. Jiang Chun discovered that his mastery over this Heaven-tier pill refining manual grew increasingly skillful. In merely one day, the entire manual was already preliminarily grasped by him. If the alchemists in the Pill Pavilion were to find out, they would surely be shocked beyond words, feeling ashamed of their own inadequacies. With my current grasp of the Heaven-tier manual, I can now tentatively attempt to refine some simple pills. Jiang Chun murmured inwardly. Pill refinement was not merely about making medicinal effects easier to absorb compared to the original raw herbs, which were often violently potent. There was another crucial point. After being refined into pills, the effects not only became more easily absorbed, but also could be amplified several-fold, even tenfold. This was precisely the true might of alchemists. It was also why any sect aspiring to grow stronger must rely on alchemists as their backbone. And it was why a powerful pill master, regardless of location, was always a center of attention, revered and respected far more than powerful cultivators, even if they had zero combat abilities. However, Heaven-tier pill masters were extremely rare. Countless people desired to have one. The pills refined by a Heaven-tier pill master were still fiercely sought after even by powerful cultivators. As for the Heaven-tier pill refining manual, it was most likely a cultivation technique that could allow one to become a Heaven-tier pill master. This Heaven-tier pill refining manual has one particularly terrifying trait. That is, it doesn't require a pill furnace. Instead, it uses true essence to form an invisible pill furnace, enabling one to refine pills anytime, anywhere. Although I don't know much about the Pill Pavilion, from what I've seen of those pill masters so far, none of them have mastered such a terrifying skill. Chapter 19. Planning, the thoughts of Senior Xie. To condense a Banlu cauldron. Using pure spiritual energy. This meant that as long as materials were available, one could concoct pills anytime and anywhere. How terrifying and shocking was this? At the very least, for some lower-level alchemists and cultivators, this was absolutely terrifying, even enough to overturn their understanding of the world and the entire alchemist system. To put it simply, they simply weren't at a high enough level. At least for now, the highest things they had access to weren't nearly this profound. Although Jiang Chun was completely clueless about all things related to the alchemist system, his instincts told him that anything involving the term heaven-ranked could not be something simple or basic. It would only be profound techniques that countless people would chase after. He began trying to refine inferior spirit-gathering pills. Spirit-gathering pills were many levels below the spirit-stabilizing pills, something every novice learned at the beginning, and they required the easiest materials to fulfill. In the blink of an eye, an entire afternoon had passed. Jiang Chun, at first focused entirely on pill refining, soon after several attempts realized that he could easily produce perfect quality spirit-gathering pills. He then simultaneously activated the Infinite Sword Sutra, using himself as the center to continuously draw surrounding spiritual energy from heaven and earth, strengthening his sword essence. At the same time, he swallowed the newly refined inferior spirit gathering pills, refining while digesting. Though they couldn't match the inferior spirit stabilizing pills, the spiritual energy inside was sufficient for him to refine for several minutes. This method isn't bad at all. Without enough resources, I can focus on refining like this. At least, I won't fall too far behind. Refining while cultivating was quite effective. More importantly, the ingredients for spirit gathering pills were cheap and common. Within a large sect like Sky Cloud Sword Sect, practically nobody would deliberately buy them. They were as abundant as wild grass, growing everywhere on the ground. If he could refine spirit gathering pills, the effects would be quite good. However, the number of alchemists in Sky Cloud Sword Sect was extremely low. Where were so many alchemists going to come from to spare time and effort refining such basic pills? Before long, Jiang Chun was immersed in cultivation again, fully focused. At the same time, he continued improving his alchemy techniques. Under the enhancement of the seven-chak Heart of Spirit, his skills in alchemy improved rapidly. Before long, he had already reached the level of an experienced apprentice. Originally, he could only refine inferior spirit gathering pills, then normal ones, until finally reaching grade 1 quality. Of course, he couldn't go any higher. Even if you refined the ingredients to the limit and used the most refined techniques, you'd only reach the level of a grade 1 spirit gathering pill. Wish to advance further? Completely impossible. After all, there was an upper limit. These next few days, I can only focus on practicing my alchemy skills with the spirit gathering pills. Plus, with this skill, resources won't be too much of a problem anymore. As for attempting to refine spirit stabilizing pills, that would have to be approached gradually. The materials for spirit stabilizing pills are not easy to obtain at all. Jiang Chun mused. The ingredients for spirit stabilizing pills were already somewhat rare medicinal herbs, which required using contribution points to purchase. Not to mention Jiang Chun's meager contribution points. Among the menial workers, he was part of the group that earned points the slowest. After all, the rules for awarding points didn't consider how long one had worked for the sect. Rather, it was based on how much benefit the work had brought to the sect. A person who swept the floors every day, wanting high contribution points? Completely impossible. In the blink of an eye, another 10 days passed. During these 10 days, Jiang Chun remained as calm as ever, nothing major occurring. However, his instincts told him that this was merely the calm before a storm. Soon, something big would definitely happen. During this period, Senior Xia clearly had lost his former patience, beginning to test Jiang Chun frequently, though his disguise was quite skilled and did not reveal his intentions. Meanwhile, all sorts of people had begun to show up, pretending to be passersby running into him, yet actually observing and probing him. Jiang Chun could more or less understand Xia's thoughts. By using fellow menial workers to pretend and investigate, he was less likely to be discovered. However, whether it was their eyes or body language, these individuals were overly stiff, causing Jiang Chun to easily detect their abnormalities. Even so, Jiang Chun suddenly wore a smile. Breathing out, both body and cultivation have made considerable progress. As for alchemy, due to insufficient materials, improvements were minor and could even be ignored. Jiang Chun thought inwardly. During this time, his sword body had improved significantly, and moreover, Jiang Chun discovered something. Each additional sword chi he absorbed made his sword body grow stronger and stronger. At the very least, Jiang Chun was certain now. The battle power enhancement from his sword body had already reached about triple. The closer he got to refining the pure sword body, the more Jiang Chun understood just how incredibly difficult it was to condense such a form. Yet Jiang Chun grew increasingly excited. The increase in combat power granted by the pure sword body wasn't merely tripled, it was even greater than that. That the alchemy path progressed slowly didn't bother Jiang Chun. Frankly speaking, what he needed most right now was power, absolute power. Soon, Jiang Chun stayed inside his room and opened the list of menial tasks. To his surprise, it was again the task of sorting waste pills at the pill pavilion. After reading the task, Jiang Chun slightly furrowed his brows, deep in thought, his mind filled with complicated emotions. A task from the pill pavilion. Normally, being assigned to the pill pavilion once every 3 months was already frequent enough. And yet, this was the second assignment at the pavilion in just 10 days. Jiang Chun had heard what the alchemist said last time, so he naturally understood that person would specifically look for Supervisor Xia. The problem was, even if assigned more frequently, once every 2 months should be the limit, since the damage from spiritual corruption required time to recover from. 10 days was simply not enough. Jiang Chun took a deep breath. That fellow must have realized I can absorb the power from the discarded pills. Everything pointed to a single explanation. The alchemist not only noticed his uniqueness, but had also discovered that he could absorb the power of the waste pills. At best, perhaps that person appreciated his performance and simply wanted him to keep absorbing the residual power from the pill waste. If Jiang Chun hadn't witnessed the case of another menial worker, he might have actually thought so. But now, he understood that things were probably not that simple. This is trouble. Real trouble. Things with Supervisor Xia haven't settled yet, and now I'm dragged into something clearly on a higher level and even more complicated. This was completely against Jiang Chun's original intentions. His intention was to keep his head down until he grew strong enough, then gradually rise through the ranks, obtaining more status and resources. Although Jiang Chun had anticipated that rising so quickly would draw attention, pulling him into trouble. The current situation clearly exceeded his expectations. The alchemist himself might not be powerful, but an alchemist's status was high. In an instant, They could summon a group of strong enforcers to crush someone until they questioned life itself. How could matters planned by someone with such arrogance and status possibly be simple? Obviously, they couldn't be. Whatever comes, I'll handle it. Jiang Chun tidied himself up and headed straight toward the pill pavilion. Meanwhile, Supervisor Xie concealed all of his aura, hiding in the shadows, silently observing Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun. I never expected that faction from the outer hall of the pill pavilion would set their eyes on you. Master said that group has been scheming something. It's good that you've been dragged into it. There's still no opportunity to strike against you. But if you are affected, whatever treasures you have will all become mine. As Supervisor Xie gazed at Jiang Chen's retreating figure, a cruel smile formed on his face. Chapter 20. Pills of Sentient Power. Although the disciplinary Supervisor Xie held significant power, he wasn't someone who could kill a well-known figure without leaving a trace. Furthermore, the cultivation level of this person was no joke beyond Xie's comprehension. How could such a promising servant simply disappear without triggering an investigation? More importantly, because he occupied this position, many rivals were watching him closely. The moment Supervisor Xie revealed any mistake or gave someone an opportunity, he would immediately be crushed without mercy. However, if the people from the pill pavilion were willing to deal with Jiang Chen discreetly, everything would become much easier. Inside the pill pavilion, Jiang Chen arrived here early. I hope this time I won't come across those ruined pills filled with malevolent energy and some strange power. Jiang Chun could handle the malevolent energy, but those unknown and bizarre forces were what truly made him anxious. The unfamiliar and powerful were always the most concerning. As Jiang Chun walked in, Chen Feng noticed him and smiled. Jiang Chun, come on, I'll lead you to where the ruined pills gather. Upon hearing that, Jiang Chen smiled slightly and said, Brother Chen, thank you for your trouble. They reached the location where ruined pills were stored, and Chen Feng pointed inside and said with a faint smile, there are quite a lot of ruined pills today. I'm afraid you've got your work cut out for you. Jiang Chun nodded in understanding and then slightly nervously turned his head to look at the place storing the ruined pills. The sight made him fall silent immediately. Indeed, what he feared the most had come true. On these ruined pills, Jiang Chun not only saw heavy malevolent energy, but also that unknown, powerful force. Steeling himself, Jiang Chun entered and began handling the ruined pills. Meanwhile, Chen Feng moved aside to drink some tea and began chatting with another pill-making apprentice. I don't know what's gotten into Master recently. He suddenly became so diligent. A month ago, he only spent 4 hours per day refining pills. Then, after a meeting with an elder from the inner sect, he now refines pills for at least 8 hours every day, sometimes even without sleep or rest. Is this still the master I know? Chen Feng didn't care at all about what he said, nor did he mind that Jiang Chun was right inside the ruined pill processing room nearby. The reason was simple. Would those servants dare to spread what they heard? This arrogance was deeply rooted in their bones, which is why they spoke without regard for others' presence. Perhaps other servants would pretend not to hear when they overheard such things. But Jiang Chun was different. The recent incidents had clearly left him with a sense of unease, and now, these new clues seemed to connect with the previous ones. He steadied himself, pretending to clean the ruined pills while, in reality, eavesdropping on their conversation. He began rapidly analyzing the information. The other apprentice wasn't the one Jiang Chun had met the last time. This was a new face. After hearing Chen Feng's words, he also frowned thoughtfully. Don't say it, really don't. My master also met your master a month ago, and since then, life's been damn tough. Clearly, both were suffering the same plight. They began reminiscing fondly about the easygoing days of the past. Back then, their working hours were short, and during work, they often found time to slack off. Nothing like the present, where even time for small breaks had decreased dramatically. The two sighed, feeling mutual sympathy. They sat in silence for a while, each sipping tea. Jiang Chun furrowed his brow. A month ago, he met with an elder from the inner sect? There must be something connecting all of this to that inner sect elder. Without all these troubling malevolent energies, maybe it would just be that the inner sect elder promised some benefits, prompting their masters to work overtime and make more pills. But then, where did these mysterious forces and malevolent energies come from? Due to the limited information, Jiang Chun couldn't connect the dots. So he stopped thinking further. A moment later, he heard Chen Feng's voice again. Hey, have you noticed? There's often a certain type of ruined pills among them, carrying a certain kind of energy, not malevolent exactly, more like a corrupting influence. The pill-making apprentice sitting across from him paused, puzzled. Corrupting influence? What's corrupting influence? While handling ruined pills, Jiang Chun noticed this key detail and listened carefully. Corrupting influence appears when refining certain pills that require the essence of living beings. Tisk, living essence. That means using a cultivator's flesh and blood to create pills, and they must be cultivators of no low rank. The disciple across from him was stunned and immediately taken aback. Aren't these kinds of pills banned? Chen Feng waved his hand dismissively. Banned or not, as long as it's not done frequently, it's fine. How could the higher-ups of Xianyun Sword Sect punish true pill makers directly over such a minor issue? At most, they'd issue some kind of reprimand or punishment, nothing serious at all. Jiang Chen fell silent. He finally understood what this force truly was. It was evil qi. No wonder it had always felt so strange to him, slightly eerie and unsettling. All right, Senior Brother Chun, I should get back to work. If I don't hurry back, I'll be in trouble. If I'm late, my master will definitely scold me to death. After saying that, he rose and left. Chen Feng followed closely behind. Inside the room, Jiang Chun had already raised invisible walls of terrifying sword intent. This force completely isolated and blocked the evil qi and malevolent energy outside, preventing them from affecting him. But Jiang Chen's inner turmoil, stirred like crashing waves, refused to calm down. Living essence. Banned pills. It seems the matter I've been dragged into is absolutely not something simple. No, I absolutely cannot show any signs of abnormality. These pill makers must not discover what I know. Though his heart was full of panic, Jiang Chun remained outwardly as steady as an old dog. He had no choice but to stay calm. From the conversation between those two men just now, Jiang Chun had also realized these people were truly arrogant, and their privileges were indeed significant. They could get away with crafting forbidden pills, and even killing him wouldn't have mattered much. Jiang Chun was only an ordinary servant. Despite possessing a little cultivation, he was still just a servant. The progress of ruined pill purification was rapid. In merely 3 hours, all the ruined pills were cleared. But he surprisingly discovered that the power within these ruined pills had become noticeably easier to absorb and consume. Within just those 3 hours, Jiang Chen's cultivation had advanced from qi condensation stage 7 to slightly beyond. At first glance, it might not seem like a huge improvement, but in reality, that wasn't the case. The 7th qi condensation stage already belonged to the upper 3 stages of the qi condensation realm. Each advancement in these stages involved significant changes, and reaching this point required an astonishing amount of spiritual energy. For Jiang Chun to advance this much in just 3 hours was, in itself, incredibly remarkable. Not enough. I still need to become stronger. Jiang Chun muttered inwardly. He also felt relieved that his surrounding sword energy had been strong enough to prevent the evil qi from corroding him, allowing him to smoothly refine and utilize the power inside these pills. After finishing the batch of ruined pills, Jiang Chun didn't seem particularly affected. Once everything was done, he acted completely natural and turned to leave. On his way out, a middle-aged man dressed in white approached, noticed Jiang Chun, and frowned. He seemed to search his memory for a moment before quickly recalling. You're that servant from last time who handled the ruined pills? Chapter 21 Arrangement. Jiang Chun, upon hearing this, quickly replied respectfully, yes. Hearing these words, the white-robed pill refiner frowned slightly, first looking at Jiang Chen's aura and then at the pill refining room he was responsible for. However, soon his eyebrows relaxed and he said casually, well done. Go back now. Jiang Chun replied, yes. After speaking, Jiang Chun immediately turned and left. His instincts told him that this white-robed pill refiner had probably taken notice of him. After all, many of the things Jiang Chun had revealed so far were not something a regular servant should possess. Even among servants, those with relatively better talent would find it hard to resist the corruption of evil qi so easily. After Jiang Chun left, he walked along the road, deep in thought. He discovered something quite shocking, that his immaculate sword body had actually improved. It should be known that up until now, Jiang Chen's understanding of the immaculate sword body had been limited to sword body refining. However, during this period of resisting the evil qi, he discovered that the immaculate sword body had noticeably enhanced. It wasn't just the strengthening of the sword body itself, but rather another indescribable and inexplicable force. Perhaps it was because Jiang Chun understood so little at this point and knew little about many things in this world, but instinctively told him. This was indeed an enhancement. Although I've been dragged into this situation and under increased pressure, overall, the improvements are quite significant. Jiang Chun thought to himself. What he didn't know was what happened after he left. The white-robed pill refiner walked into the pill refining room where Jiang Chun had handled the failed pills earlier, looked around, examined this spot, checked that spot. After several minutes of this, he fell into silence. The evil qi in this pill refining room is the densest among all the rooms, yet there is not the slightest sign of corruption on his body. Even I suspect that all that evil and killing qi never even touched him. As the white-robed pill refiner considered these things, his frown deepened. Previously, when Jiang Chun was dealing with those failed pills, there had only been killing qi. The method he used then was different. He allowed the killing qi to touch his body and then used sword qi to cut it into pieces. But this time, due to the even denser killing qi and waves of intense evil qi, Jiang Chun's approach was to directly use sword qi as a protective barrier to resist the evil and killing qi, preventing even the slightest contact with his body. This was a small detail Jiang Chun overlooked. This white-robed pill refiner possessed an exceptional level of expertise as a pill refiner, and more importantly, had cultivated to the foundation building stage. Naturally, noticing these details wasn't difficult for him. Could it be that this little servant discovered the matter of me using soul energy from living beings to refine the blood soul pill? The white-robed pill refiner's face immediately changed expression, his eyes flickering with murderous intent. It wasn't without reason that he felt sensitive and began to overthink. The matter of secretly conspiring with an inner sect elder to refine the blood soul pill, if exposed, naturally wouldn't lead to the white-robed pill refiner's death. But clearly, the plan would be ruined. And regarding this matter, the white-robed pill refiner had invested countless efforts, so naturally, he could not tolerate any risk of the plan being exposed and forcefully halted. Soon after, however, the white-robed pill refiner gradually calmed himself and sneered slightly. What can a small servant possibly know? And even if he did, what could he do about it? He no longer dwelled on it, thinking he was clearly overthinking. Just a servant like that couldn't possibly pose a threat to him, let alone dare threaten him. When powerful figures fight, a small servant daring to recklessly involve himself would only meet one fate, death. But this kid is indeed strange. The evil chi within these failed pills recently has been increasing. Such a nuisance. All these servants, none of them are actually capable. Letting them deal with the evil and killing chi means at minimum 6 months before they can do it again. And the number of disciples among the servants qualified to handle this task is limited, so I'll have Jiang Chun make more trips. In the end, the white-robed pill refiner made his decision. In his eyes, Jiang Chun was able to deal with the evil and killing chi, absorbing the residual power within it. He clearly had some skill. At this crucial moment, absolutely no mistakes could be made in this regard, so Jiang Chun naturally became his key focus. Of course, Jiang Chun himself didn't realize that he had drawn attention. Otherwise, he definitely would have been utterly helpless. He just wanted to stay low. He didn't want to be dragged into your fights among great figures. Just at that moment, Chen Feng suddenly walked up from behind and smiled awkwardly, saying, "Master, why are you here?" Seeing his disciple, who loved to slack off and constantly sought ways to avoid work, the white-robed pill refiner curled his lips coldly. "What? Are you here to slack off again?" Chen Feng quickly replied, "No, master, I'm just stepping out for a walk, taking a short break. I'll go back immediately. The white-robed pill refiner didn't feel like dwelling further on the matter and said indifferently, "Go find the servant supervisor in charge of Jiang Chun and tell him to have Jiang Chun handle the failed pills for the next few days." After saying that, the white-robed pill refiner turned and left. Hearing these words, Chen Feng was slightly taken aback, thinking to himself, "Jiang Chun again? Who would have thought master would actually remember the name of a mere servant? That's unheard of." After a pause, Chen Feng thought again, but then again, this servant has saved me once more. Not bad, he's definitely someone worth getting to know. Thinking this, Chen Feng's mood instantly brightened. Under normal circumstances, if he were caught slacking off by his master, there would be no doubt he'd get severely punished. And now, for the second time in a row, Jiang Chun had saved him. This naturally improved Chen Feng's opinion of Jiang Chun greatly. Suddenly, Supervisor Xie appeared at the scene. He had come this time to observe Jiang Chun and had estimated the timing, thinking that if he arrived now, Jiang Chun would probably have just finished cleaning up. But to Supervisor Xie's surprise, when he arrived, there was already no trace of Jiang Chun. He left that quickly? Supervisor Xie fell silent. Recently, he had been trying every way possible to test Jiang Chun's capabilities and believed this was a golden opportunity he absolutely couldn't miss. But he hadn't expected that the moment he arrived, Jiang Chun was already gone. Just then, he ran into Chen Feng. When Chen Feng saw Supervisor Xie, his expression remained blank as he gestured with his hand. "You, Supervisor Xie, come here." Upon hearing that, Supervisor Xie immediately displayed a smile on his face and fawningly said, "Brother Chen, what's the matter?" Though he held the position of a servant supervisor and had also cultivated to the foundation building stage, in front of the pill refiners, he was practically powerless. He had to remain subservient. Foundation building cultivators were common throughout the Sky Cloud Sword sect. How could he, even as a supervisor, compare to a pill refiner or even a pill refiner's apprentice? "The Jiang Chun under your command has performed well. My master instructed you to assign him to the pill pavilion for the coming days." Chen Feng said indifferently, and then turned and left immediately. Though his impression of Jiang Chun had improved, that didn't mean his opinion of supervisors or servants had changed. He still maintained that expression of, "You're all trash." After Chen Feng left, Supervisor Xie's face darkened. It seems Jiang Chun is hiding quite a few things. No good, I can't drag this out anymore. I must think of a way to properly test him. I have to test his real strength. Now, Supervisor Xie couldn't wait any longer. Primarily, it was because Jiang Chun's speed of improvement had been too fast, too damn fast. So fast, that it had created enormous pressure on him. Chapter 22. Lu Yun was taken away. Thinking about this, Executive Xie began to ponder deeply. He was wondering which of his current pawns were capable enough to carry out this task. Wang Hu wouldn't do, too weak. Half a year ago, he had been instantly killed by Jiang Chun, and going again now would be no different. He wouldn't even force Jiang Chun to show his true strength. After careful consideration, he finally made a decision. Perhaps, we can choose that guy. Executive Xie narrowed his eyes. As an executive, there was never a shortage of those seeking his protection, including among cultivators stuck at the 8th layer of chi condensation. All of these cultivators were without exception the top-tier apprentices, and they could bring endless returns and many benefits to someone of Executive Xie's status. There was certainly profit to be found among these apprentices. Even for a cultivator like Executive Xie who had reached the foundation building stage, this was still true. Now it was nearly time to reveal their hidden daggers. Executive Xie naturally knew that Jiang Chun had already figured out his intentions. Continuing to procrastinate served no purpose. All those simple tests were easily circumvented by Jiang Chun. It was useless. Then let him go test the waters. Executive Xie smiled, pulled out his executive talisman, and vanished on the spot. The talisman of an executive was different from that of an apprentice. An apprentice could only use their talisman for teleportation while working, while an executive could do so anytime and anywhere. After completing his daily check-in, Jiang Chun received a portion of resources. Not too much, not too little, fairly decent. Although this place, the Pill Pavilion, was rich in Taoist aura, he had just recently collected top-tier rewards from the Pill Pavilion. Repeating the check-in so soon would slightly weaken the reward. It would recover after some time. I suppose I'll be staying in the Pill Pavilion for these next few days. But it's fine. It's not bad to collect these rewards either. The path of cultivation depends most on resources. Without sufficient resources, one's progress in cultivation would be seriously affected. The white-robed pill master had already noticed that Jiang Chun was immune to evil qi. Jiang Chun himself had analyzed it and knew the white-robed pill master likely had no interest in his techniques. After all, not being affected by evil qi wasn't particularly rare. It was only unusual for an apprentice to possess such an ability. Moreover, during these past days, Jiang Chun had learned part of the truth from other apprentices. Defective pills were appearing more and more quickly, and both the evil and killing qi were growing increasingly terrifying. Of course, these apprentices naturally didn't know what evil qi truly was. They only understood killing qi. The reason Jiang Chun had come to this conclusion was because he learned from their reports that apprentices sent to clean the defective pills in the pill pavilion always returned severely injured. With my status, the white-robed pill master naturally wouldn't give me a second thought. There's no need to get dragged into this conflict. However, these powerful figures are unpredictable. To them, I'm just a lowly nobody. If they feel even slightly displeased, they might just eliminate me, and that would be a big trouble. Jiang Chun murmured inwardly. Currently, for him, the most important thing was still strength. Only with sufficient strength could he deal with such matters easily, instead of feeling troubled like he was now. Suddenly, an image of Executive Xia flashed through Jiang Chun's mind. He murmured inwardly, "This guy should be about ready to make a move on me. Just don't know how he'll choose to test me this time." Jiang Chun also had a general understanding of Executive Xia by now. Executive Xia was someone who wouldn't act unless he had a complete plan. During this time, Executive Xia had already tested him many times, but Jiang Chun was confident that he definitely hadn't exposed himself. Therefore, Executive Xia wouldn't dare to strike recklessly. He would surely attempt another test. At this time, the sky was gradually darkening. The apprentices had long since returned to their rooms to rest. Jiang Chun slowly walked into the area where he lived, when suddenly a female cultivator rushed out frantically, blocking his path. She spoke incoherently. "Zhejiang's senior brother, Lu Yun, has been taken away." Lu Yun was captured by Lu Ming. Jiang Chun recognized this female cultivator. She was a close friend of Lu Yun. But at this moment, she radiated only panic and anxiety. There was none of the usual coquettishness to be seen. Hearing this, Jiang Chun's brows knitted together. Lu Yun captured by Lu Ming? As for Lu Ming, Jiang Chun had heard something of him before. Among these apprentices, Lu Ming belonged to the strongest tier, at the 7th layer of qi condensation, nearly reaching the 8th. Compared to someone like Wang Hu, he was completely incomparable. Jiang Chun remained silent for a moment, his mind beginning to think rapidly. Lu Yun rarely made enemies in daily life, and she only had some local reputation in this area. But Lu Ming lived in an extremely nice dormitory. How could this place compare? The better the dormitory, the higher quality female cultivators resided there. Why would he specially come to target Lu Yun? Thinking this, Jiang Chun already had some clue and inwardly murmured, "Indeed, just as I suspected. Executive Xia is clearly getting impatient to strike against me." If someone told him this wasn't orchestrated by Executive Xia, Jiang Chun absolutely wouldn't believe it. After staying here for so long, he had already gained some understanding of various matters among the apprentices. And this Lu Ming, who usually kept a low profile, had an unknown patron to most people. However, Jiang Chun knew very well that it was most likely Executive Xia. Did he say anything when he came? Jiang Chun asked. Upon hearing this, the female cultivator began to recall before answering. He said that Lu Yun has been getting quite close to you lately. If you want to save her, you should go to the back mountain. Jiang Chun. He hadn't expected that Lu Ming wouldn't even bother pretending and would simply reveal his intentions outright. Jiang Chun also knew about this back mountain. Usually, anyone involved in life and death battles would go there. And once someone headed to the back mountain for a duel, generally no one would interfere. The sect wouldn't investigate much either. Therefore, there was an unspoken rule within the sect. Those who wish to settle matters by life or death should go to the back mountain and accept whatever consequences come. Alright, I understand. I will go to the back mountain. Jiang Chun narrowed his eyes slightly. It seemed Executive Xia truly intended to kill him. If it was just Lu Ming, he could handle it easily. But if Executive Xia planned to confront him as well, things would become troublesome. Hearing this, the female cultivator expressed concern. "Senior brother Jiang, please make sure to come back safely." Lu Ming has already reached the 7th layer of qi condensation and is close to entering the 8th. She knew Jiang Chun possessed extraordinary strength. Ever since he became an apprentice at the Xianyun Sword Sect, he had risen like a comet. However, cultivation was a path where each realm was increasingly difficult. She also doubted whether Jiang Chun could have the core to the 7th layer of qi condensation in such a short time. Jiang Chun didn't say anything else. Instead, he immediately headed toward the back mountain. Back mountain. Executive Xia looked at Lu Yun, bound tightly and unable to speak, tears glistening in the corners of her eyes. Then he glanced at Lu Ming and said indifferently, "When Jiang Chun arrives, test him properly. If possible, then kill him." Chapter 23. Who is the person behind Overseer Xia? Lu Yun was making soft whimpering sounds, as if trying to say something, but in the end, the cloth tightly bound around her mouth prevented her from speaking. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming glanced at Overseer Xia and said in a heavy voice, "You won't stay? If Jiang Chun is truly as you described, I alone won't be able to kill him." Lu Ming had once been a prodigy. After joining the Sword Pavilion of Immortal Sect, his talent plateaued, blending him into obscurity, and ultimately, he became a mere servant. Even so, he never gave up cultivation. Day after day, year after year, he continued cultivating, regarding it as the most important matter in his life. Beside cultivation, what mattered most was acquiring resources. As for everything else, he held no interest. He had joined Overseer Xie's ranks purely for better access to resources. After hearing Lu Ming's words, Overseer Xie smiled and said slowly, "Of course I won't stay. After all, I have far more important matters to attend to. And don't forget, internal struggles among servants resulting in death are fine. But if a disciplinary officer like me gets personally involved, once others find out, I'll be severely punished. And even the person behind me will discard me without hesitation." Overseer Xie coveted the treasures on Jiang Chen's body and wanted to kill him and take his items. However, he couldn't resort to overt, brute force suppression. He could only scheme gradually. Otherwise, why would he have waited so long, gone to so much trouble, and gone to such lengths? In the end, it was all for the purpose of acquiring those treasures legally and without leaving incriminating evidence. The life of a servant was worthless, but if people found out about his actions, none of them would spare him. That was also why officers generally never took direct action, preferring scheming instead. After hearing this, Lu Ming didn't ask anything further. After staying by Overseer Xie's side for so long, he naturally understood some things. If you can't kill him, test his cultivation level, and tell me later. With a faint smile, Overseer Xie finished speaking and turned around, disappearing from the spot. Of course, he didn't consider another possibility, that Lu Ming himself might be the one killed. In his view, even though Jiang Chen's cultivation was advancing at an incredible rate, and he had already reached the 8th stage of qi condensation, sufficient to defeat Lu Ming, there was no way Jiang Chen could completely eliminate his escape route unless Lu Ming fought to the death. After Overseer Xie left, Lu Ming walked to one side, looked at Lu Yun, slightly furrowing his brows, a trace of confusion in his eyes. "You seem not worried about your own fate?" Indeed, after observing Lu Yun, Lu Ming noticed exactly that. Lu Yun appeared anxious and panicked, her eyes filled with worry, but Lu Ming could tell this concern wasn't for herself. It was more for Jiang Chen. Lu Yun didn't reply. She simply gazed at the horizon. Suddenly, a violent aura appeared here, completely silent until now. Only at this moment, when its internal energy burst forth, did it become noticeable. Previously, even Lu Ming's instinct as a 7th-stage qi condensation cultivator had failed to detect it. Lu Ming looked toward the figure approaching, slightly furrowing his eyebrows before solemnly asking, "You are Jiang Chen?" It was different from the start. Initially, Lu Ming had appeared relaxed, but now he became serious. Leaving other factors aside, the sheer ability of Jiang Chen to approach silently behind him already warranted his wariness. At the 7th stage of qi condensation, one's intuitive perception of danger was already formidable. Achieving this invisibility could mean one of two things: possessing a treasure that concealed one's aura, or being significantly stronger than Lu Ming. But considering what Overseer Xie had said earlier, Lu Ming was more inclined to believe the former. Jiang Chen had a treasure capable of hiding his aura. At this thought, Lu Ming's gaze turned greedy, fixed on Jiang Chen. "Didn't expect you to possess such a treasure. No wonder Overseer Xie has been watching you so intently." Treasures that concealed one's aura were extremely valuable, and someone like Lu Ming naturally coveted such a thing. Hearing this, Jiang Chen simply smiled and said, "What want it?" Right now, he no longer carefully hid his strength like before. On the contrary, he revealed his full sharpness. This was how he was meant to be. Lu Ming had just opened his mouth to speak when Jiang Chen's voice sounded again. "If you want it, come and take it." As his words faded, Lu Ming poured his energy into his legs, suddenly burst forward, and threw a powerful punch straight at Jiang Chen, laughing aloud. "Then here I come." The next moment, an event that shocked both individuals occurred. Jiang Chen suddenly thrust out his right hand, and accompanying it was a wave of dark green sword energy, blocking between the two. Boom. The terrifying collision of forces exploded between them, sending surging waves outward, creating a thunderous sound. Through the dust and mist, Lu Ming's figure could be seen retreating. Qi condensation 7th layer. Overseer Xie was indeed right. You truly possess a treasure. Lu Ming stood stunned, his eyes revealing both greed and wariness. After this clash, he clearly understood that the Jiang Chen before him was no sacrificial lamb. He was a terrifying opponent. Qi condensation 7th layer. From the fluctuations of Jiang Chen's aura, Lu Ming could sense that this 7th-stage cultivation level was likely recently achieved, naturally incomparable to his own level, which neared the 8th. However, the cultivation technique Jiang Chen wielded was clearly advanced. His sword energy was incredibly rich and profound. Despite being just at the 7th stage, his power exceeded even Lu Ming, who was nearly at the 8th. Moreover, his physical body and sword aura, every aspect of his strength was terrifying enough to make even Lu Ming feel fear. Never thought Overseer Xie would send me to deal with such a troublesome opponent. Lu Ming's expression turned grim as he fixed his gaze on Jiang Chen, feeling immense pressure. He understood. Jiang Chen had held nothing back, already unleashing all his combat strength. But he also knew Jiang Chen had made this choice precisely because he had no intention of letting Lu Ming leave alive. At this moment, Lu Ming no longer pondered how to deal with or defeat Jiang Chen. Instead, he desperately needed to think of how to escape from this terrifying adversary. But in the next instant, Jiang Chen had already appeared before him, sword energy in hand, its edge resting beside Lu Ming's neck, his voice cold. "I ask. You answer. Not answering is also acceptable. You can die right now. However, I will make you suffer endlessly." Seeing this, Lu Ming could only bitterly smile, fully aware that the situation was already decided. Continuing to struggle would serve no purpose, so he sighed. Ask then. If he were given a second chance, he would definitely decline Overseer Xie's request. not dare to face such a terrifying foe again. Who is the person behind Overseer Xie? Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes. He did not ask about Overseer Xie's objective, because in truth, he already clearly understood it. Chapter 24, Rescue, with secrets buried within. Killing to seize treasures. But Jiang Chen couldn't figure out why the steward had gone through such a convoluted process to achieve his purpose. Still, he understood there must be some invisible rules restricting from acting directly. These details, he needed to extract from Lu Ming's mouth. This was different from the beginning. At first, Jiang Chen had no desire to know more. He understood that knowing too much could be dangerous. But now, the steward had already targeted him. Knowing more information would allow him to plan and act more effectively. Lu Ming understood that he was destined to die today. If he gave up the information Jiang Chen wanted willingly, he would at least die quickly. A steward is someone who has stayed in the outer sect for 50 years, yet failed to break through to foundation building. These people are given nominal positions. And these individuals who become servant stewards fall into two categories. One group is full of ambition. They still hope to break through to foundation building and Xinfangji, find every possible way to return to the outer sect or even enter the inner sect. CS steward belongs to this category. Therefore, they would stop at nothing to acquire vast resources. Different from their situation in the outer sect before, once they become stewards, the sect gives them far fewer resources. Lu Ming spoke at length. Since he was going to die anyway, he had no reason to hide anything. Moreover, his relationship with Steward Xie had always been one of mutual exploitation. Much of his current predicament was actually due to Xie. After finishing his explanation, Lu Ming continued. However, among these stewards, there are 4 factions, each corresponding to one of the 4 elders of the outer sect. As for why such powerful figures as the 4 elders of the outer sect would interfere in the affairs of mere servants, I truly don't know. They are in a delicate balance of power, which is exactly why Steward Xie is eager to kill you. Even though it's easy for him to kill you now, he still restrains himself, because any move against you could be seized upon as evidence against him. Perhaps the matter itself may not be big, but under the manipulation of those powerful figures behind them, even Xie's steward couldn't withstand the consequences. After listening, Jiang Chen nodded in understanding. Yet he knew. The reason the steward dared not move against him directly was only that he dared not do so openly. But secretly, Xie could still set traps, just as he had today. Yet today was more of a test. With Lu Ming dead, the steward would likely now know the truth of Jiang Chen's power. In the future, what awaited him would only be even greater threats. That's all I know. After Lu Ming finished speaking, he closed his eyes, waiting for Jiang Chen to strike. Jiang Chen stepped forward, slashed him in one clean motion, buried the corpse, then walked over to Lu Yun, untied her bindings, and said, "I'm sorry. This guy was targeting me. You should go back first." Lu Yun nodded, casting a complicated look at Jiang Chen. Between them, their relationship had always been one of pretense. There was no actual emotional or romantic connection. The complexity in her eyes stemmed from admiration and confusion. In less than a year, his power had advanced to a terrifying level. Even more puzzling was the thought, why someone of his talent had not entered the inner sect. Of course, she didn't dwell on it further. For this mysterious man, Lu Yun had no desire to know too much. Everyone had their own secrets. Without further words, Lu Yun turned and walked away, thinking inwardly. Perhaps, if he becomes stronger, I could bring him along. But the thought hadn't fully formed before she shook her head with a faint smile and mentally scolded herself. What am I thinking? Jiang Chen watched Lu Yun leave. Then his gaze swept the surroundings. He wasn't ready to go yet. The reason was simple. Just now, he'd sensed a faint spiritual presence nearby. Clearly someone hiding their aura through some concealment cultivation technique. By detecting this faint spiritual pressure, Jiang Chen was able to judge the opponent's real strength. Qi condensation stage 6. Not too strong, nor too weak. He could kill him with a single strike. I'll check it out. Jiang Chen muttered silently. If he had been weaker, he would have gone home long ago, but now, he naturally wanted to investigate. If there was anything valuable there, he could simply seize it. He was in desperate need of resources. After all, his current rate of cultivation was rapidly consuming resources, yet the rate at which he acquired them hadn't increased accordingly. In other words, at this rate, he would soon run out of resources again. Thus, he needed to obtain more. While approaching, Jiang Chen used his sword Qi to block his own spiritual presence, arriving silently at the area undetected. He found 2 figures cloaked in black robes. Jiang Chen didn't act hastily, instead pausing to the side, quietly observing them. Why are you so slow today? The items Master Zhu wanted, we've already delivered. He was quite satisfied. Yet the pills promised to our master are 2 days late. The figure on the right, clad in black robes, spoke with a cold tone, as if slightly angry, yet restraining himself from fully erupting. Upon hearing that, the one on the left faintly smiled and replied, "You say that, but Master Zhu is busy refining pills every day. What's the harm if he's delayed you by a couple of days? Didn't we bring it to you in the end?" As he spoke, he placed down a wooden case and opened it, revealing 3 porcelain bottles inside. Although the bottles were sealed tightly, a powerful, captivating energy still seeped through. After seeing the 3 bottles, the man on the right relaxed and his expression softened significantly. He said slowly, "The life force Master Zhu requested isn't easy to gather. Plus, this act itself goes against heaven and earth. We've taken on a great deal of risk. That said, before you arrived, I sensed fluctuations of energy in the distance. It's possible that someone is over there. Were we discovered?" The one on the left chuckled, seemingly with a trace of disdain. "With the techniques I have to hide my spiritual presence, do you think a bunch of minor servants could detect me? Watching everything unfold nearby, Jiang Chun was momentarily stunned. Master Zhu. Although Jiang Chun didn't know the name of the alchemist he had met before, he had a vague recollection. He felt that the man indeed bore the surname Zhu. In other words, these two individuals, both possessing only Qi condensation stage 6 cultivation, had formidable figures standing behind them. But sensing the power radiating from those two porcelain bottles, Jiang Chun found himself instinctively drawn in. His gut told him the pills inside these bottles could accelerate his cultivation progress by a tremendous margin. Jiang Chun adjusted his breath slightly, attempting to calm himself. The reason these two individuals were chosen for the meeting must be due to their weak cultivation strength. As long as they were given concealment techniques, their presence could easily go unnoticed. After all, no one would miss a foundation-building cultivator who wasn't a core disciple passing by. Such a person would naturally draw attention. But those at the Qi condensation stage 6 were different. To the elders, they were simply regarded as servant apprentices. With so many servants around, who would remember every detail? Chapter 25, Spirit Sea Pill. From their previous conversation, Jiang Chun was almost certain that they must be connected to that rank alchemist. That is, the inner sect elder had colluded with him. For a moment, Jiang Chun's mind became chaotic, and his breath even became uneven. Yes, he had become flustered. If he had only been cleaning up waste pills and harbored minor secrets, the Shibun rank alchemist wouldn't have targeted him. It simply wasn't worth it. But if he were to kill these two and seize the pills, it would mean that he had been completely dragged into this mess. Though he wouldn't play a major role, in the eyes of that alchemist, killing him would be as easy as crushing an ant, effortless and without cost. It all depended on whether that person was willing. If he enraged him, there was absolutely no doubt that he would be squashed like an ant. In an instant, Jiang Chun's mind began racing, analyzing the wafts of pill fragrance drifting through the air. What kind of pill is this exactly? He wondered. He had no intention of simply retreating now. He still wanted to try his luck, but only if the pill was worth the risk. If the value was high enough, Jiang Chun wouldn't mind taking the gamble. During his time in the outer sect, he had heard a lot about pills. Jiang Chun was basically certain that the pills being traded were unlikely to be extremely top-tier pills he had never even heard of. Rather, they would likely be among the highest rank he had knowledge of. Based on the information he could gather, Jiang Chun quickly arrived at a conclusion, nearly ecstatic. That's it. It must be the 7th rank, or even nearly 6th rank. Pill, the Spirit Sea Pill. Spirit Sea Pill. As the name implied, these pills contained immense spiritual energy. Once ingested, they could rapidly elevate Jiang Chun's combat power at his current stage. Jiang Chun estimated that there were at least 3 Spirit Sea Pills inside. Pills of this caliber were no longer meant for foundation-building cultivators. They were meant for cultivators who had already reached the foundation-building stage. Under ordinary circumstances, even if an early-stage Qi condensation cultivator truly obtained a Spirit Sea Pill, they wouldn't dare to ingest it, for the immense power it contained was far beyond their capacity to withstand. Yes, consuming it would grant a significant boost in combat power, but that violent spiritual energy would likely tear apart the body of a Qi condensation cultivator, causing death on the spot. But Jiang Chun was different. Though his immaculate sword body hadn't reached its peak yet, it had already refined his physical form to an incredible degree. With the support of the infinite sword scripture, Jiang Chun was fully capable of enduring it. Once I obtain these 3 Spirit Sea Pills, I can surely reach the peak of Qi condensation 9th layer. Even better, there will likely be residual spiritual energy that will easily propel me into foundation building. Jiang Chun took a deep breath and already had a clear plan for what came next. As for whether to take the pills or not, Jiang Chun had already made up his mind. Go for it. Boldness brings prosperity. Timidity leads to starvation. If his current situation wasn't so complicated, he might have chosen to retreat and leave rather than risk everything. But the pressure from Steward Xie was clearly imminent. This gave Jiang Chun a sense of danger. Thus, he urgently needed power to handle this troublesome situation. Once his mind was made up, Jiang Chun no longer hesitated. Using the infinite sword scripture to hide his aura, he silently approached the two. The next moment, a blade of invisible sword Qi appeared in Jiang Chun's hand. Without hesitation, he released it. The 2 Qi condensation 6th layer cultivators died with their eyes wide open, completely shocked that their well-concealed presence had been discovered. They never imagined that someone could appear so silently, sneak in right under their noses, and kill them without being noticed. After finishing them off, Jiang Chun first disposed of the 2 servants' bodies, leaving not a single trace behind. Only then did he walk over to the wooden chest and flip through it. 5 Spirit Sea Pills. When he saw that there were actually 5 Spirit Sea Pills inside, Jiang Chun was first shocked, then overjoyed. Originally, he had expected 3, but unexpectedly, it was 5. This meant that after refining all 5 Spirit Sea Pills, he would accumulate a massive amount of spiritual energy, enough to directly break through to the foundation building stage. Once he entered foundation building, his cultivation would skyrocket rapidly, without any side effects like unstable foundation or weak base. Jiang Chun carefully stored the 5 Spirit Sea Pills, then wiped away all traces of the scene before leisurely departing. Back in his cottage, Jiang Chun fell into deep thought. Inner Sect Elder. If it's indeed related to the Inner Sect Elder, and also connected to living energy, that means the Shibun rank alchemist will absolutely never allow this matter to be exposed. In other words, there's no need to worry about Steward Xie finding out. Before he acted, Jiang Chun had considered this point. Steward Xie, not only Lu Yun, but even Steward Xie himself knew about this matter in the back mountains. Therefore, just moments ago, he almost gave up on seizing the Spirit Sea pills entirely, for once the matter was exposed, he probably wouldn't even have time to refine them before being killed himself. However, after thinking carefully, Jiang Chun confirmed another thing. Steward Xie's status simply didn't allow him to come into contact with the Inner Sect Elder or the Zhbin rank alchemist. Even Steward Xie, not to mention whoever was behind him, might not even be qualified to make contact. Moreover, this matter concerned living energy. The alchemist and Inner Sect Elder would certainly never allow such a matter to leak out. It was most likely an internal investigation. After much deliberation, Jiang Chun concluded that it was feasible, and only then did he take action. After reaching the peak of Qi condensation 9th layer, even if I were to face Steward Xie directly, I wouldn't need to be afraid. Immaculate sword body, infinite sword scripture, and on top of reaching the peak of Qi condensation 9th layer, even if an expert like Steward Xie, a foundation-building cultivator, made a move, he would not fear it at all, and would dare to fight. The next day, morning, Jiang Chun found himself once again assigned to a task at the Pill Pavilion, so he rose early and made his way there. Meanwhile, inside the Pill Pavilion, the alchemist's expression was darkened as he stared at a middle-aged man in black robes standing before him, his voice extremely cold. What did you say? The people you sent for the exchange were killed? The Zhbin rank alchemist had already done his best to suppress his emotions, trying desperately not to let them erupt. Yet, even so, his slightly trembling voice clearly revealed his fury. The man in black robes kept his head lowered, sweat pouring down his face, afraid even to meet the alchemist's eyes directly. I'm sorry. My subordinates failed in their duties. He had never expected such a situation to arise. Everything had always gone smoothly with this method in the past. There had never been any issues before. Chapter 26, Qi Refinement at the 8th level. As one of this alchemist's subordinates, having followed closely by his side for more than a decade, he knew the man's temperament very well. This time, even if he didn't die, he'd probably suffer grievously. Who? The Xian-level alchemist inhaled deeply, his eyes narrowing slightly, murderous intent flashing in them. Eventually, however, he suppressed his anger. Whoever scheduled of those 5 pills, it doesn't really matter about the pills themselves. My real concern is whether they extracted information from those 2 fellows. Of course, what truly infuriated him wasn't the loss of those 5 pills. After all, it was merely a matter of expensive materials and effort invested. 5 Linghai pills gone, they were gone. No big deal, ultimately trivial. What really disturbed him was the calculated maneuver of someone deliberately stealing the pills and possibly extracting sensitive information. That was what truly enraged the alchemist. Enough. You've been by my side all these years. By old custom, I'll spare your life. As for what you must do next, you understand, don't you? The alchemist looked at the black-robed man before him and spoke indifferently. Upon hearing this, the black-robed man felt a great weight lifted from his shoulders, though his eyes flickered with fear once again, as if anticipating something terrifying. Still, he gritted his teeth and said, Yes, Master Zhu. With that, he turned and left. After he had gone, an elderly man clad in white entered and said casually, Zhu Yu, did things get exposed? Hearing this, Zhu Yu shook his head. It's more likely that they simply saw the Linghai pills and seized them out of greed. It doesn't seem like our secret was uncovered. Otherwise, those old bastards wouldn't have let us carry on this long. Upon hearing this, the white-robed elder nodded. Indeed, if our secret had truly been revealed, they would have been giving us trouble by now. They wouldn't have waited this long. Zhu Yu spoke slowly. Still, don't let your guard down. We need to speed up our progress. From last night until now, I've made considerable advancements. At this, the white-robed elder was momentarily stunned, then his expression grew serious. But what about those failed pills? If someone finds them, it could be a major problem. Ultimately, the slow progress stemmed from the problem of disposing of the failed pills. Zhu Yu smiled slightly. There's a little fellow among the apprentices. Let him handle these failed pills. He'll be just right for the job. Both of them chuckled. They didn't care about what happened to the lowly apprentices handling the failed pills. Only whether the pills could be disposed of. That was all that mattered. Jiang Chun arrived at the storage area for the failed pills and fell into thought. For a moment, he almost felt like cursing. These failed pills, there are 3 times as many as yesterday. If that alone had been the case, Jiang Chun wouldn't have been this angry. But the malevolence contained in these failed pills has tripled as well. Frowning, Jiang Chun realized this would consume much of his focus and energy. Worse, one careless mistake could allow the malevolent energy to seep into his body, making things even more complicated. He simply sighed, I'll just take it slow. From this detail alone, Jiang Chun had also deduced something. The fact that the 2 people from yesterday's transaction had been killed clearly had created immense pressure on both the Inner Sect Elder and the Xian-level alchemist, prompting them to accelerate their progress significantly, rather than proceeding at their usual sluggish pace. Moreover, Jiang Chun strongly suspected that the real reason this Xian-level alchemist dared to act so brazenly was because of his own presence. It was foreseeable that in the coming days, Jiang Chun would be working like an ox, handling these failed pills daily. Chen Feng, the apprentice in charge of guiding Jiang Chun, smiled awkwardly upon seeing the pile of failed pills in the room. Brother Jiang, yesterday my master must have had a lot on his mind, so there are quite a few failed pills left behind. If it had been any other novice apprentice, Chen Feng would have merely coldly said, Don't care how many there are. Don't come back until they're all handled. But since Jiang Chun was someone he genuinely considered a friend, he felt a bit embarrassed. Although slightly exasperated inside, Jiang Chun still smiled and said, Senior Brother Chun, it's fine. It's the job of a mere apprentice after all. Don't worry, I'll dispose of these failed pills properly. In fact, he had already figured out Chun Feng's personality. It was straightforward, with no ill intentions. Upon hearing this, Chun Feng smiled and said, Brother Jiang, don't worry. I'll prepare some pills for you to take back. I won't let your hard work go unrewarded. As an apprentice alchemist, what was he most never lacking in? Of course, the pills. Jiang Chen's smile deepened. Although he already possessed top-grade pills like Linghai pills, cultivation would gradually consume more resources. Naturally, the more the better. Even a mosquito's meat is meat, after all. After a few friendly words exchanged between them, each went back to their respective tasks. Jiang Chun began cleaning up the failed pills while circulating his qi, starting his cultivation. This way, not only could he process the immense spiritual energy in his body, but he could also use this energy to form a barrier against the corrupting influence, preventing it from seeping into his body. The spiritual energy within these failed pills is actually this refined. It can be absorbed effortlessly, requiring minimal refinement. Jiang Chun was surprised. Why was the Linghai pill considered a top-grade pill? Certainly not just because of its abundant spiritual energy, but more importantly because the energy it contained was extremely refined, requiring little refinement by the cultivator before absorption, making it ideal for cultivating one's cultivation base. Lower-grade pills like the inferior-grade Gyuan pill or the first-grade Gyuan pill might gather plenty of spiritual energy, but the energy was not refined enough. A cultivator would have to refine it manually during cultivation. That process consumed considerable time. Previously, the failed pills always possessed spiritual energy of the same purity as those inferior-grade pills. But this time, the purity of the spiritual energy within these failed pills ranked just below the Linghai pill among all the pills Jiang Chun had consumed. In fact, the difference in purity compared to the Linghai pill wasn't that great at all. Refining this energy was effortless for Jiang Chun, practically stress-free. As a result, a vast influx of spiritual energy surged into his dantian, getting absorbed and converted into his own cultivation. His cultivation was progressing rapidly. Suddenly, Jiang Chun no longer had any complaints toward Zhu Yu. Time passed quickly. 3 hours later, Jiang Chun had finally finished. The reason this round was nearly as fast as the last was mainly because this time, he held nothing back and completed the task swiftly. If he had gone as slowly as the first time, intentionally holding back, no telling how long it might have taken to finish. After finishing, Jiang Chun left. Watching Jiang Chun's departing figure, Zhu Yu smiled faintly. Very good. As I thought, he's indeed capable of absorbing it. Then from now on, I don't need to hold back either. I'll proceed at full force. On the way back to his residence, Jiang Chun first sensed the power within his body. Cultivation stage, refinement of qi, 8th level. Fast too fast. This rapid progress was largely due to those failed pills he processed this afternoon. This boost they gave him was truly significant. Chapter 27, Sword C. During this period, Jiang Chun himself had almost figured out the pattern of the daily check-in system. Firstly, the most important factor is the Dao's aura. The stronger the Dao's aura in a place, the better the reward one would obtain from the first check-in there. However, if one checks in repeatedly, the rewards would significantly diminish and would only return to being decent after some time has passed. Secondly, it was somewhat related to Jiang Chun's own cultivation level. Now that he had reached the 8th stage of qi condensation, the rewards he received by checking in at the same location were countless times better than when he was at the first stage of qi condensation. Therefore, after analyzing it himself, Jiang Chun realized that this check-in system was developmental in nature, cultivating him gradually. Most of the top rewards are developmental things, such as divine weapons, cultivation techniques, sword aura body forging, and so on. Thinking of this, Jiang Chun began looking forward to tomorrow's check-in. The Bunga Dan Pavilion had deep Dao aura, and after such a long period, it should produce a good reward again. What Jiang Chun hoped more was that tomorrow's check-in would grant him a reward that could enhance his combat strength, giving him more hidden cards. He had a bad premonition. The Supervisor Xia probably couldn't hold himself back much longer. At this moment, inside the residence of Supervisor Xia, yes, in the apprentice-servant area, supervisors could directly reside in large mansions. Supervisor Xia sat in his hall, brewing tea, his expression changing constantly between gloominess and irritation, muttering, "Impossible, this can't be real." Lu Ming, who was at the 7th stage of qi condensation, was simply taken care of by Jiang Chun like that, and not even a corpse was left behind. For these apprentice servants, Supervisor Xia always held a perspective of looking down on them. Indeed, objectively speaking, these servants were no different from ants in his eyes. Yet despite that, Supervisor Xia was deeply shocked by what Jiang Chun had done. Jiang Chun's progress was simply too fast. How long has it been? To kill Lu Ming, one would at least need the cultivation of the 8th stage of qi condensation. Even if Jiang Chun's abilities were exceptional and his combat strength above average, if Lu Ming had no desire to fight, he absolutely wouldn't have died, as long as he withdrew in time. It seems, then, that I underestimated Jiang Chun. Supervisor Xia's eyes revealed extreme conflict, a multitude of complicated expressions flashing through. What to do next? Should he directly take the risk to plot against Jiang Chun, leaving incriminating evidence, and kill him no matter the cost? His personality, shaped over many years, inclined toward stability. He usually left himself an escape route, so as not to fall into a deadly trap with no way out. Better set a trap. At this apprentice's increasing speed, if I give him half a year, no, 3 months more, I might not be able to deal with him anymore. Supervisor Xia inhaled deeply, finally making his decision. Take action. Of course, he didn't think about why Jiang Chun had such strong combat strength or so many inexhaustible resources. After all, everything Jiang Chun had recently done had been under his observation, with eyes constantly watching. Even the pills given by Chun Feng from the Bunge, Dan Pavilion, were far from enough to support such a massive consumption rate. Supervisor Xie attributed all this to that treasure, and it was precisely for this reason that he resolved to kill Jiang Chun no matter the cost. In 3 days, Jiang Chun will head to the Sword Sea. That place is rarely visited by others. Let's deal with him there. After thinking it through, Supervisor Xie laughed, finalizing his plan. The Sword Sea. It was the most dangerous place within the entire Immortal Cloud Sword Sect because it was filled with malevolent chi and tainted sword auras. Every 6 months, someone needed to go there and clear away some of the evil stones born in such an environment. Of course, the place where the apprentice servants went was just the outer area, or rather, barely even the periphery, merely the edge. Apprentices were required to go there once after half a year, or almost a year of entering the sect. Anyway, within a year, they would be scheduled once. Previously, Jiang Chun was actually supposed to have gone already, but Supervisor Xie had been testing him the whole time. After all, for someone like Jiang Chun, who had an item capable of rapidly advancing his cultivation to such an extent, how could one be sure he wouldn't have other tricks up his sleeve? But now, Supervisor Xie could wait no longer. He knew that Jiang Chun's cultivation speed was countless times faster than he had imagined. If he waited any longer, it would be too late. Once Jiang Chun reached Foundation Building, would it still be as easy to kill him as now? Inside his room, Jiang Chun inhaled and exhaled in deep meditation, cycling through one full celestial cycle after another, constantly absorbing the power of the Ling Spirit Sea pill into his Dantian and channeling it into his energy sea, causing his spiritual pressure to climb higher and higher. Just at this moment, knocking sounds, pung pung, came from the door. Furrowing his brows slightly, Jiang Chun ignored it. As his time was extremely valuable now, he couldn't be bothered with people visiting. But shortly after, the knocking became increasingly urgent. This time, Jiang Chun couldn't sit still anymore. He got up and opened the door to see who it was. It turned out to be Lu Yun who had arrived. Lu Yun saw that Jiang Chun had finally opened the door and said in dissatisfaction, "You're so slow, even opening a door takes this long. Honestly, someone might think you're an outer sect elder." Since the last time Jiang Chun saved her, the two had clearly become more familiar with each other. Lu Yun occasionally cracked jokes. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chun smiled lightly. "What's the occasion? Coming here late at night. Could it be you want to cultivate together with me?" Lu Yun rolled her eyes at him. "Get lost. I came all the way here in the middle of the night risking danger just to deliver intelligence to you. Look at you, acting like you want to get physical with me." As soon as he heard that, Jiang Chun's expression immediately turned serious. He pulled Lu Yun inside, closed the door, and then covered the area with his spiritual pressure. He knew that Lu Yun had something important. After entering the room, Lu Yun sat down without ceremony and said lightly, "Ah, Jiang Chun, how come everyone seems to have their eyes on you? TSK. Supervisor Xie already plans to kill you. In 3 days, he will arrange for you to go to the Sword Sea and will make his move there. It's almost been a year since you arrived here. You surely must know about that place, right?" After hearing this, Jiang Chun's pupils immediately constricted. Sword Sea. He naturally knew all about this place. Even back when he was merely a servant sweeping floors, he once passed near a location relatively close to the Sword Sea, although still at a distance. Even from a faraway glance, he could sense the terrifying malevolent aura and the chilling sword intent surging from within. Jiang Chun was certain that if he walked in, even if only entering the central part of the outer area, he would most likely be instantly crushed into pieces by those terrifying sword energies. Of course, things wouldn't be that bad for him now, though he still would face tremendous pressure. "I didn't expect Supervisor Xie to actually want to kill me directly at the Sword Sea." Jiang Chun did not doubt the truth of Lu Yun's words. After knowing her for so long, he understood that she was somewhat mysterious herself. Chapter 28. Perfect Foundation Pill. However, Jiang Chun didn't inquire further, nor did he feel the need to. Just as Lu Yun knew, he had his own secrets and treasures, never probing further. The two maintained a tacit understanding. "Of course, I know you previously likely believed that Senior Xie values his reputation and is someone who seeks stability, thinking he'd set traps to gradually destroy you, step by step, rather than personally act and risk himself. You weren't wrong. Senior Xie indeed is like that. But your rate of power increase has been too fast, so fast that it scared him a little. Out of desire for power and yearning for treasures, he finally couldn't hold back and decided to make his move." Hearing this, Jiang Chun nodded while feeling a jolt inside. How did Lu Yun know so much? But he didn't dwell on it, instead replying, "This will be a bit of a problem now." Lu Yun didn't say more. She stood up directly and left. "All right, I've passed along the message. I hope you can return alive after 3 days." With that, Lu Yun swayed her slim waist and walked away. Watching her departure, Jiang Chun's expression grew somewhat heavy. He took a long breath afterward. "This coincidentally adds to my determination regarding Senior Xie's plan." Jiang Chun looked into his mind, where only 3 sword energies remained. He had long ago quickly used up the remaining sword energies to temper his body. His foundation was too solid, his physical body powerful, and his cultivation had now caught up. Except for the final 3 sword energies, all others were as simple as pouring out water, requiring barely any time or effort. But for those last 3 purple sword energies, Jiang Chun wasn't very confident, because each one of these 3 was far more powerful than the combined strength of all the previous sword energies. Moreover, To achieve the immaculate sword body, he must endure all three at once. 3 days left. I'll first fully absorb the power of the Spirit Sea pill, and once reaching the peak of chi condensation, I'll directly forge the immaculate sword body. Jiang Chun made his decision. Only forging the immaculate sword body at the chi condensation stage would result in the perfect form. If delayed until the foundation building stage, it would be much weaker. Now that he had the conditions, he naturally wouldn't delay it. The next day, Jiang Chun arrived at the pill pavilion early to handle the waste pills. Chun Feng saw him, as usual, with a smiling face, and sent some pills to this brother he valued. Today, Jiang Chun held nothing back anymore, unleashing all his power to finish handling the waste pills at maximum speed. No longer hiding his strength, his life was in danger. Why bother concealing it? Therefore, this time, facing twice as many waste pills as yesterday, Jiang Chun completed digestion in only an hour. System, check-in. Jiang Chun felt a little excited, hoping to obtain something good this time. Master checked in successfully. Obtained a 4th grade pill, Perfect Foundation Pill. Perfect Foundation Pill. This pill can provide its master with a 30% chance of achieving a perfect foundation. However, foundation building comes after chi condensation. Entering foundation building means truly embarking on the cultivation path, requiring an understanding of the heavens and awareness of the right opportunity. Once the opportunity arises, consuming this pill will likely result in perfect foundation. At first glance at the pill, Jiang Chun was initially somewhat disappointed, but upon reading the subsequent descriptions, he froze momentarily, then uncontrollably burst into immense excitement. Perfect foundation. Everyone knew that foundation building was ranked from 1 to 9, with the lowest being rank 1 and the strongest being rank 9. Above rank 9 lay the perfect foundation. In Immortal Sect, disciples of Class A cultivation potential had a chance at 7 or even 8. As for 9, no such disciple had ever appeared in the history of Immortal Sect, let alone perfect. Senior Xia, that weakling, only achieved a rank 1 foundation. Let's hold off a bit longer. I'm now at late chi condensation, capable of facing him without fear of defeat. Jiang Chun murmured inwardly. Previously pressured by Senior Xia, he was even planning to break through directly to foundation building instead of continuing to consolidate. But now, with the perfect foundation pill, his plans changed. Afterward, he quickly left to temper his physical body, preparing to withstand the final 3 sword energies while simultaneously continuing to strengthen the energy in his dantian. Unaware to Jiang Chun, after his departure, Zhu Yu gazed at his retreating figure and smiled. Beside Zhu Yu stood another elder who also smiled. Out of the ordinary servants, producing such a promising young talent is quite good, the elder suddenly said with a smile. Pausing, his smile slowly faded as he added calmly, though this is as far as it can go. Still, his appearance has been quite beneficial to our plans. If these batches of waste pills went unhandled, that would become a real problem. Zhu Yu said with a smile. Indeed, after this matter is settled, we can give him a little benefit. It doesn't matter. The elder smiled as well. For these miscellaneous servants, just giving away things we no longer want is enough to make them rush after us. No problem. After this matter is done, we can casually throw him a few things. After saying that, the 2 elders slowly walked into the pill refining chamber. In the following days, Jiang Chun rushed to the pill pavilion each day, quickly dealt with the waste pills, absorbed their energy, and then returned to his room to temper his body and solidify his foundation. Only with a strong enough physical body could he fully unleash all his terrifying cultivation power. In the blink of an eye, it was the 3rd night. Jiang Chun sensed the surging torrents of spiritual energy within his body, exhaled deeply, and said, right now, with the power gathered in my spirit sea and the strength of my body, I should be able to attempt to withstand these 3 sword energies. The reason Jiang Chun insisted on reaching this point before daring to try enduring them was naturally, because these 3 sword energies were different from the others. The other sword energies mainly targeted the physical body and held no power against the soul. But these 3 sword energies, apart from their terrifying physical destruction, also possessed immense damage towards the soul. Succeeding meant his immaculate sword body would be perfected. Failing meant both his body and soul would be completely destroyed. Therefore, Jiang Chun naturally wanted to reach the peak of his condition before attempting them. Suddenly, there was a knocking at the door. Knock, knock. Jiang Chun first used his divine sense to check, and found it was Senior Xia, then took a deep breath, opened the door, and smiled. Senior Xia, coming so late. What brings you here? After seeing Jiang Chun, Senior Xia's eyes momentarily flashed with greed before he smiled. Tomorrow you're assigned to clear the Xia stones from the Sword Sea. For a promising talent like you, I don't really want to send you there so early, but I have no choice. It's the sect's rule. Jiang Chun smiled and replied, all right, if there's nothing else, I'll retire for the night. At the same time, he secretly thought, sect's rule? You really don't mean you're after my treasures? After saying this, Jiang Chun walked directly back into his room and shut the door. Outside, Senior Xia smiled slightly before walking away, revealing nothing about his true thoughts. Inside, Jiang Chun regulated his breathing, refined his entire condition into peak condition, and slowly exhaled. Time to begin. Chapter 29, The Elder. From the brief confrontation, Jiang Chun had already seen through the true strength of the disciplinary supervisor Xia. Only foundation building stage, nothing more. Judging from the density of energy in the Sea of Qi, Jiang Chun was certain that his own strength was at least 3 times greater than the others. If I can refine the immaculate sword body, then tomorrow I can kill this fellow outright. A murderous glint shone in Jiang Chen's eyes. Now that he had the strength, he could finally reveal a bit of his true edge. Killing the disciplinary supervisor would be a grave offense. But looking at it differently, someone who had just entered the ranks of the servant disciples less than a year ago managing to kill a supervisor would certainly draw attention from some of the elders in the outer sect. Below foundation building, even at the peak of chi condensation, was regarded as insignificant, mere ants beneath their gaze. However, if one could possess the combat power of a foundation building cultivator, more importantly, if one were a servant disciple who had entered less than a year ago, they would certainly become a matter of concern. Not to mention, Jiang Chen also possessed the immaculate sword body. Of course, he no longer intended to keep hiding. Already entangled in the whirlpool of powerful figures, he couldn't afford to stay low for much longer, afraid that one misstep might see him swallowed whole by these elites. After all, only by leaning on a big tree can one enjoy its shade. And Jiang Chen's true confidence came from the immaculate sword body. This was the true source of his courage, the thing that gave him the nerve to attract the attention of those great figures. Thus, he had no choice but to accept these 3 sword strikes. Breathing heavily, Jiang Chen braced himself. At this moment, all his power had reached its peak. Boom, boom. The 3 sword strikes had condensed in the air above, though only cultivators strong enough could see them, let alone sense them. As for those ordinary servants, and even foundation-building disciples, they weren't even worthy of witnessing it. These kinds of sword strikes already possessed the ability to conceal themselves. At this moment, within the outer sect, in a small courtyard, an old man was leisurely sipping a peach blossom brew, completely at ease. Suddenly, his expression changed sharply. Shock flickered in his eyes first, then gave way to wild excitement. His gaze fixed upon the direction where Jiang Chen resided. 3 purple sword strikes. This is someone attempting to refine the immaculate sword body. After all these years, I've yet to see a true genius capable of refining the immaculate sword body. Now, at last, is there another monstrous prodigy who has reached the threshold of the immaculate sword body? Muttering to himself, his voice trembled slightly. Excited. Extremely excited. It must be the immaculate sword body. I cannot possibly be mistaken. In this entire outer sect, who exactly is this freak of a genius to possess such talent? He murmured, before relaxing slightly. No matter. These sword strikes possess strong concealment abilities. The immaculate sword body is indeed a divine treasure forged by heaven and earth itself. Within a 50-mile radius, only someone of considerable strength, or one well-versed in the sword path, could possibly see it. And within that 50-mile radius, only I can see this. Truly marvelous. When you're sleepy, a pillow arrives right on time. No, I must get to this disciple first. Without further ado, the old man vanished in a flash, rushing towards Jiang Chen's location, fearing that if he were just a second late, this destined, treasured apprentice might perish beneath the falling sword strikes. Over the years, how many prodigies had he seen? Those capable of reaching the point of 3 sword strikes while still at the chi condensation stage were few and far between, practically unheard of. Twice before that old fellow snatched them first. This time, I must claim this one first. Who knows, he might even survive the final 3 sword strikes and achieve a flawless, immaculate sword body, a top-tier genius. The old man, merely thinking about it, felt exhilarating. The previous 2 times, although those 2 youths possessed incredible talent, neither of them truly passed through those final 3 sword strikes, instead having a powerful master intercept on their behalf, achieving the immaculate sword body only at foundation building stage. However, an immaculate sword body attained at foundation building stage was far inferior compared to one formed at the chi condensation stage. Jiang Chen sensed the 3 terrifying sword strikes gathering in the air above, like roaring heavenly thunder, about to unleash divine punishment. Boom. Without warning, the 3 sword strikes fell at once. He didn't know that an old man nearby was observing all of this. This old man murmured with a mixture of admiration and something more complex in his eyes. A servant disciple, a common servant disciple, yet possessing such a monstrous talent. Such fortitude, truly frightening. Then he cursed under his breath. Those responsible for the assessments are truly garbage, greedy pigs with no skill. How could they allow such a genius to be sent here as a servant disciple? Oh well, I suppose I should thank these useless fools too. Otherwise such a heavenly prodigy wouldn't be within my reach to take as a disciple. Then he focused his attention firmly upon Jiang Chen, his eyes filled with concern. Already, he had resolved himself to intervene the moment things turned bad, saving Jiang Chen immediately. These sword energies were no simple matter. Once they descended, the first wave of powerful, sharp force would strike the physical body directly, launching relentless attacks one after another. If one could not withstand this stage, the physical body would disintegrate in an instant. And with the weak soul of a chi condensation cultivator, the spirit would utterly dissipate. Then came the second trial, a cleansing and attack on the soul itself. Without immense willpower, there was no way one could endure. And the third trial, that would test whether one's sword heart was firm enough. At this moment, Jiang Chen's near impurity-free body, refined to near perfection, began turning black as if charred, with the vitality within slowly fading away. Yet Jiang Chen's astonishing sea of chi continuously repaired the damage, reviving his body from destruction to rebirth, over and over again. Witnessing this scene, the old man's heart was instantly shaken, his voice filled with excitement. Sea of Chi. His sea of Chi can actually hold such an immense amount of spiritual energy. And judging solely by the thickness of this energy, I can say with certainty that even an ordinary foundation-building cultivator of the third stage wouldn't match him. Jiang Chun, this monstrous genius, kept astonishing the old man time and time again. At the same time, the old man felt increasingly that those other disciples were nothing but trash, not even comparable to a mere servant disciple. Of course, the old man clearly knew that Jiang Chun must possess some great secret, but he had no desire to dig deeper. After all, wasn't every genius destined for greatness a favored child of fate, bound to carry some hidden mysteries? That was only natural. Zhu zhiyang trishirlug, da yura san fun zhong de shijian, jiangshen tinoi de dao dao fugri jan cheat, do bei, shura di xiaomi. The first trial is finally over. Jiang Chun sensed the sword energies completely dissipate within him and exhaled in relief at first, then immediately began to regulate his breath. For he knew, the second trial was about to begin. He had no time to prepare extensively now. He must seize every moment to restore his body and soul to their peak condition. Chapter 30. Instantly passing the hard inquiry. The power of the sword qi is far greater than I imagined. It should also be extremely effective against attacks on the Yuan Shan. So, if one isn't careful, the Yuan Shan could perish and the soul scatter. Jiang Chun wore a solemn expression. The next moment, a terrifying force began launching attacks against his Yuan Shan. In an instant, Jiang Chun felt as though he had fallen into endless chaos and darkness, causing him great agony. The piercing pain felt as if it would completely tear Jiang Chun apart. Above, the old man frowned as he watched this unfold. Throughout history, countless prodigies who sought to refine the immaculate sword body ultimately perished under Yuan Shan attacks. No matter if he can't withstand it, I will rescue him directly. Truthfully, the old man wasn't entirely confident Jiang Chun could complete the refinement of the immaculate sword body. That Jiang Chun, a mere errand boy, had made it this far was already satisfactory enough. The real challenge of refining the immaculate sword body wasn't even this Yuan Shan stage. The true difficulty was the hard inquiry. 10 minutes later, through sheer determination, Jiang Chun barely endured through it all. Only when the waves of attacks on his Yuan Shan finally dissipated did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. I made it. Just one last trial remains, the hard inquiry. At this moment, Jiang Chun's expression had become quite relaxed. The hard inquiry might be significantly more difficult than the previous two stages for others. But for Jiang Chun, this trial was practically effortless, posing no difficulty whatsoever. The reason? It was none other than the bright sword heart. Those possessing a bright sword heart would naturally have a firm and clear sword heart, immune to any illusions or disturbances, including those of the hard inquiry during the refinement of the immaculate sword body. That's enough. Having passed the first two trials, his talent has been thoroughly proven. As for the hard inquiry, I won't push for it. Now, the old man's mouth had stretched all the way to his ears. Excitement and exhilaration were the only emotions in his heart. Yet the next moment, his mouth hung open in astonishment as he stared down below. He saw golden light radiating from Jiang Chun, a familiar sight indeed. The ultimate immaculate sword body was currently undergoing refinement. The hard inquiry had been passed. Though the old man had never successfully refined the ultimate immaculate sword body himself, he'd at least seen it before, so he wasn't confused. What stunned him, however, was, how could this have happened in just a few breaths? The hard inquiry was over that quickly? Even more astonishing was that those few moments had even included the time waiting for the trial to begin. Suddenly, the old man thought of something. His pupils widened, and his body began trembling involuntarily. The bright sword heart. Definitely the bright sword heart. Only prodigies with the bright sword heart could possess such terrifying talent. Ha ha ha, my luck is truly incredible. I never expected that I'd be the first to encounter such a rare genius. Now the old man's gaze upon Jiang Chun held only admiration, boundless admiration. As a swordsman, he had spent countless years walking the sword path. Among all the eras, Jiang Chun was the most gifted sword genius he had ever encountered. After completing everything, due to excessive exhaustion, Jiang Chun simply collapsed onto the bed and fell into a deep sleep. The old man. Witnessing this scene, he was momentarily stunned. He had just been about to descend to formally take him as a disciple when this kid fell asleep, just like that. After thinking for a moment, the old man sighed. Sigh. If he had only passed the first two trials, I would go down right now to wake him and propose taking him as a disciple. But this kid's talent is too monstrous, so better not. He feared that if he forcibly woke Jiang Chun, he might become displeased and refuse to be his disciple. If this were known to some of the outer courtyard, or even inner courtyard prodigies and elders, their jaws would drop in shock. This existence had even sunk to such a humble state just to recruit a disciple? Suddenly, the old man's eyes widened again. Almost forgot. The birth of the perfect immaculate sword body will naturally cause miraculous omens. No, I mustn't allow those old fellows to catch wind of this. So, the old man raised his hand toward the sky, and an invisible barrier appeared, isolating everything within. The next day, early morning, Jiang Chun awoke early, his eyes brimming with killing intent. Deputy Supervisor Xia, you coveted my treasures and schemed so carefully, setting up a deadly trap to steal them from me. Now that your schemes have been exposed, it's time for you to die. Only when the immaculate sword body had been completely refined did Jiang Chun finally understand how powerful it truly was. A foundation building stage at the initial level? A foundation building elder expelled from the outer courtyard turned deputy supervisor? Jiang Chun felt that one sword would be enough. One sword, and that's all. Suddenly, Jiang Chun retrieved a sword from his storage ring, Wuji sword. Yesterday, during the refinement of the immaculate sword body, vast amounts of scattered sword energy, sword chi, and other sword-related forces had all converged into this sword. Jiang Chun stroked the sword, his eyelid twitching as he exclaimed in surprise, "Actually, it has already become a Earth-tier weapon?" He had nourished it with sword energy for such a long time, yet it hadn't reached even a tenth of what it had achieved yesterday. This divine weapon capable of growth was something Jiang Chun cherished greatly. If even Wuji's sword has reached the Earth tier, then killing Deputy Supervisor Xie will be as easy as pie. Thinking of this, Jiang Chun felt like laughing aloud, but he kept his expression calm. He took out his errand servant badge and headed toward the sword sea for teleportation. Lu Yan happened to be walking out, intending to greet Jiang Chun, but found him already gone. Instantly, her beautiful eyes revealed a trace of concern. Should I arrange someone to guard Jiang Chun? Previously, Lu Yan definitely wouldn't have had such thoughts, but after getting to know him these days, she had developed a good impression of Jiang Chun, a very interesting person with great talent. Beyond personal feelings, he was worth investing in. Forget it, I'll help a bit. Let Ouyang Rongrong, that clever and playful girl, go. Thinking thus, Lu Yan took out her communication stone and conveyed her intentions. The sword sea. Deputy Supervisor Xia was hiding in a location, waiting for Jiang Chun's arrival. At this moment, he was extremely excited. Finally, he had another opportunity to progress forward. His path of cultivation had been stagnating due to mediocre talent, nearly impossible to improve for his entire life. If not for having pleased some powerful figures and earned their occasional favor, otherwise, how could he be living comfortably like this now? Jiang Chen's emergence reignited his longing for cultivation. At last, Jiang Chen's figure slowly appeared in the distance, simultaneously turning his gaze toward where Xia was hiding. Seeing this, Xia furrowed his brows and murmured, "Coincidence. That must be it. A chi condensation cultivator could never sense my location." But the next moment, he was certain it was not a coincidence. Because Jiang Chen's eyes shot forth incomparably sharp light, along with endless killing intent, Jiang Chun wanted to kill him. Chapter 31 Ouyang Rongrong. What surprised him even more was that Jiang Chun, a cultivator at the chi condensation stage, had actually managed to detect his aura and track him here. When Xie Zhishir decided to scheme against Jiang Chun and seize the treasures on him, he had already investigated his entire background. After confirming that there was no one behind Jiang Chun that he couldn't afford to offend, he acted. But now, it seemed that this Jiang Chun was not as simple as he had assumed. Just a chi condensation stage? What kind of means could he possibly have? Most likely, it's just that treasure of his which has detection capabilities. This treasure must be even more precious than I imagined. Let's play around a bit. I still refuse to believe that no matter how valuable Jiang Chen's treasure is, he could actually unleash power capable of surpassing me, let alone killing me. At this moment, Xie Zhishir thought inwardly. He was extremely certain. Moreover, he was full of confidence in his own cultivation level. Even the weakest foundation building stage cultivator would have no difficulty dealing with someone who hadn't even entered foundation building, right? But the next moment, Xie Zhishir's eyes widened as Jiang Chun summoned boundless, ocean-like waves of killing intent, mobilizing sword energy like the vast sea, vast and deep, continuously pouring into his hands, solidifying into a sword aura. Before their eyes, the sword aura expanded from the size of an ordinary longsword to eventually stretch dozens of meters long and more than 10 meters wide. Compared to the colossal blade of sword energy, Jiang Chun himself was no longer visible, though he held the sword aura with both hands, continuing to channel sword energy into it without cease. Seeing this, Xie Zhishir froze instantly, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. Compared to the fact that Jiang Chun had actually dared to kill him, what shocked Xie Zhishir even more was, when had Jiang Chun acquired such terrifying and horrifying strength? Jiang Chun. Xie Zhishir quickly regained his senses, staring fixedly at him with an extremely complicated gaze filled with fear, disbelief, shock, and regret. Yes, the very thing he feared most had happened. Jiang Chun had not yet entered the foundation building stage, yet at this moment, even as a chi condensation stage cultivator, he already possessed the ability to kill a foundation building expert. Xie Zhishir moved his lips, his expression dazed, just beginning to think about saying some words of mercy and begging Jiang Chun to spare him, when the heaven-piercing sword aura had already descended upon him, offering him no chance. Chua! Xie Zhishir was instantly split into two, undoubtedly dead beyond any hope. After completing all of this, Jiang Chun felt as though the strength within his body had been instantly drained, his sea of chi drying up. From his center point, a terrible vortex formed, beginning to suck in all the surrounding spiritual energy like a storm. It seems my current combat strength has gone beyond my imagination. Jiang Chun wasn't so drained that he collapsed onto the ground. He first wiped the sweat from his forehead, then smiled slightly, inwardly sighing. This was the first time since entering the sect and enduring a long period of concealment and patience that he had released his power to the fullest extent. At the same time, he realized that his strength was likely even greater than he himself had imagined. As for that sword aura that had slain Xie Zhishir, Jiang Chun might not dare to claim much else, but in terms of destructive power alone, it was more than sufficient to kill Xie Zhishir. Just then, as if something had stirred within Jiang Chen's heart, he suddenly turned his gaze to one side, his expression growing heavy as he solemnly called out, "Who's there?" The reason why this could make Jiang Chun grow so serious was not only because his inner strength was nearly depleted, More importantly, the one issuing the warning of danger was not his cultivation itself, but the immaculate sword body. In other words, the approaching figure must at least be a high-level foundation building expert at the 7th, 8th, or even 9th tier of the foundation building stage. Faced with such a terrifying expert, Jiang Chun felt an immense pressure build in his heart. Trouble, serious trouble, Jiang Chun murmured inwardly, though he was sure the hidden person lurking in the darkness was most likely unrelated to Xie Zhishir. However, for a mere servant disciple to rise up against and kill a senior within the sect, this constituted a capital offense. At this time, he still hadn't found his patron. Anyone with a slightly higher status could crush him with just a single finger. Meanwhile, a hidden elder, watching all of this unfold, suddenly stroked his beard and lightly chuckled. Humph, why has that little girl Ouyang Rongrong also come to stir up trouble? This place, the Sword Sea, is almost never visited by anyone. Given that little girl's personality, she doesn't seem like someone who would come here. Could it be that? The elder's mind suddenly began to entertain some unpleasant thoughts. Could it be that old man Ouyang has also noticed this hidden gem in Jiang Chun and wants to take him as a disciple? No way. That old fool is undeserving. The elder tensed as if facing a major enemy. Originally, he had intended to directly rush out and take Jiang Chun as a disciple, but after giving it further thought, he decided against acting so rashly. Let's first see what brings this Ouyang Rongrong here to seek out Jiang Chun. At this thought, the elder slightly relaxed. The next moment, a red-robed girl with peerless beauty stepped forward. Every move she made, every frown and smile, exuded an irresistible charm. Even Jiang Chun found himself momentarily captivated, amazed by her breathtaking appearance. But he quickly regained his composure, steadying his mind as he looked at the girl before him and solemnly inquired, "Who are you?" When this peerlessly beautiful woman stood before him, Jiang Chun finally felt the terrifying pressure radiating from her presence. Yes, there was simply no better word to describe it than terrifying. In fact, Jiang Chun couldn't even make an accurate estimate of her strength. "You are Jiang Chun?" Ouyang Rongrong looked at Jiang Chun, speaking with obvious interest. Toward this man before her, Ouyang Rongrong also felt a certain degree of curiosity. When she received a message from a friend last night, she had even felt annoyed, preparing to reject it outright. In Ouyang Rongrong's view, no matter how exceptional a servant disciple might be, he was still just a servant, a position entirely unworthy of her investment. But upon arriving today, she discovered that this servant truly possessed some extraordinary qualities, just as her friend had described. Perhaps, grandfather would like him. As Ouyang Rongrong sized up Jiang Chun, a sudden gleam flashed in her eyes, an imperceptible glint beneath her calm gaze. Actually, she had arrived long ago and initially intended to save him before Jiang Chun even took action. However, to her surprise, Jiang Chun proved so ruthless and decisive, and moreover, possessed the strength to match his actions. Before she could even step in, Jiang Chun had completely killed off Xie Zhishir, a process during which the assistant director hadn't even managed to resist. Judging from Jiang Chun's prior movements, Ouyang Rongrong could almost be certain this guy was absolutely no ordinary person. His talent in the sword path could only be described as exceptional. From the perspective of her grandfather, who adored sword cultivation and devoted his life to taking disciples, Jiang Chun was undoubtedly qualified. Chapter 32. Perfect Foundation. Suddenly, Ouyang Rongrong received a voice transmission, which momentarily startled her. "Rongrong, this little kid is the disciple I have my eyes on. You mustn't let your grandfather come here, or else Grandpa Chun will have to turn against you." Ouyang Rongrong was very familiar with this voice, so much that she was momentarily taken aback. Of course, this expression passed quickly, and she immediately masked her reaction. After all, the reason this sword cultivation expert, who was as renowned as her grandfather, had not yet revealed himself was quite simple. He simply didn't wish to show himself yet. But Jiang Chun had already been chosen as his disciple. Suddenly, Ouyang Rongrong began to look at the Jiang Chun before her with a slightly puzzled gaze. After thinking for a long time, she muttered to herself, "Strange, truly strange. There's nothing particularly outstanding about this Jiang Chun, is there?" Ouyang Rongrong's cultivation and perception naturally could not discern Jiang Chun's perfect, immaculate sword body. She knew very well the temperaments of elders like this one who stood equal to her grandfather. His approach to taking disciples was never casual. Unlike her grandfather, who was known for taking numerous disciples and nurturing many students across the sect, this elder's philosophy was entirely different. Either he wouldn't take any disciples at all, or he would only accept those of extraordinary talent. At the very least, from Ouyang Rongrong's memory, anyone personally taken in by Elder Chun was without exception someone so gifted that even her grandfather would vie for the chance to claim them as a direct disciple. And in Jiang Chun, Ouyang Rongrong simply couldn't see such qualities. A moment later, she ceased her thoughts. "You're already nearing the foundation building stage. Not long from now, you'll be entering the outer sect. Once you enter the outer sect, if anything comes up, come find me in the inner sect. My name is Ouyang Rongrong." With her sharp perception, although she couldn't completely discern Jiang Chun's cultivation level, she could easily tell he was just one step away from reaching foundation building. Having said that, she turned and walked away, different from her previous, somewhat seductive expression. Now, Ouyang Rongrong appeared cool, noble. At the same time, a spark of curiosity for this mere servant, Jiang Chun, ignited in her heart. After Ouyang Rongrong left, Jiang Chun took a deep breath, sat cross-legged, his eyes filled with nervousness and anticipation. Right now, He felt as if he had already reached the threshold. If before he had been far from crossing it, just now, having released all the power within his body and letting out the pent-up emotions in his chest, he felt as if a certain shackled bond inside his body had shattered. At this moment, he had an intuitive feeling. The opportunity to break through to foundation building had arrived. Perhaps this was the very moment he should consume the perfect foundation pill. Overhead, watching Jiang Qin below, Elder Qin's expression suddenly changed dramatically, his voice slightly trembling. This. He was at the peak of core formation 9 only yesterday, and only yesterday had he refined the perfect, immaculate sword body. Now he is actually attempting to break through to foundation building? Jiang Qin's action had utterly stunned Elder Qin. Yet, at the same time, he was eagerly anticipating what was to come next. Just what kind of foundation would his personally chosen direct disciple achieve? Perfect, immaculate sword body. Could this kid actually achieve a perfect foundation? As soon as the thought came to Elder Qin's mind, he shook his head and chuckled softly to himself. I'm thinking too much. To achieve a perfect foundation, possessing the perfect foundation pill is an absolute necessity. Even those with extraordinary talent cannot possibly do it otherwise. Just as he thought that, he suddenly saw Jiang Qin's right hand produce a pill emitting a golden luster, from which a terrifying force began to radiate. Elder Qin instantly froze. The perfect foundation pill. The perfect foundation pill is something that cannot be created by ordinary alchemists. It is born purely from heaven and earth's providence, an extraordinary treasure impossible to seek deliberately. Whoever possesses this pill must be someone blessed with immense fortune and destiny. Jiang Qin isn't just a genius, he's a favored prodigy of fate. Jiang Qin, lacking sufficient knowledge about this world, was unaware that items like the perfect foundation pill were beyond the crafting abilities of any alchemist of ordinary rankings. This pill had no other use, only to increase the probability of achieving a perfect foundation. Yet, perfect foundation building. Throughout history, those capable of achieving it could be counted on one hand. And if they didn't perish prematurely, they all became unparalleled experts in time. Jiang Qin began regulating the energies within his body, slowly entering the state required for foundation building. Above, Elder Qin's eyes locked tightly onto the figure below, fully prepared. The moment Jiang Qin truly achieved perfect foundation and the heaven and earth anomaly appeared, he would instantly suppress it as fast as possible. Otherwise, that group of old men would all catch wind of it and come Qingduo his disciple. Could he really succeed? Elder Qin muttered to himself, eyes brimming with uncontrollable excitement. If it were anyone else, even those top geniuses with Class A talent, he wouldn't believe in their success. Even if they possessed this perfect foundation pill. As for the reason, it was quite simple. To achieve perfect foundation building required not only talent, but also the Tao heart. And Jiang Qin possessed sword heart clarity. Perhaps there was a real chance of success. Thinking of this, Elder Qin became even more excited. He stared intently at the figure below, afraid to miss even the slightest moment. Jiang Qin was about to begin his breakthrough into foundation building. After Ouyang Rongrong left, she didn't go far. Instead, she hid nearby, intending to witness Jiang Qin's breakthrough into foundation building. Foundation building. I wonder, how many rotations Jiang Qin will achieve during his foundation building? Ouyang Rongrong murmured to herself, somewhat expectant. But in the next instant, a sudden blue sword chi appeared right before her. Within that sword chi, there was neither sharpness nor killing intent, only a gentle force that lightly pushed her away. Seemingly slow, but in reality, it effortlessly propelled Ouyang Rongrong backward. Ouyang Rongrong stared in shock, unable to believe. Grandpa Qin, what are you doing? In an instant, Ouyang Rongrong vanished from the area, forcibly sent back to the inner sect by that sword chi. After accomplishing this, Elder Qin was finally satisfied, stroking his beard. If this girl witnesses Jiang Qin's true talent, won't she summon that old man, Ouyang? No way. My precious disciple must not be stolen by anyone. Then, he turned his gaze downward. Jiang Qin had already begun foundation building. Below, a blue lotus began condensing beneath Jiang Qin's feet. This was the sign of foundation building. Once completed, one could directly enter the foundation building stage, commonly known as first rotation foundation, the weakest and least regarded level of the foundation stage. The previous supervisor Xia had only reached this level. Chapter 33, Enduring the Tribulation. Currently, Elder Qin remained quite calm. Just a single transformation into foundation building. That's all it was. He knew that his chosen disciple's upper limit for foundation building was likely at least 6 or 7 transformations, possibly even 8. Elder Qin wouldn't be overly surprised if that happened. 9 transformations. Then he would be ecstatic. If his disciple truly achieved perfect foundation building, Elder Qin understood that this disciple would surpass even himself, becoming someone who outshone the master. Only a matter of time. Immediately afterward, more and more blue lotuses appeared beneath Jiang Qin. They multiplied at an astonishing rate. Second, third, fourth. Only when the 6th lotus appeared did the speed finally slow, ceasing further multiplication. But merely 2 minutes passed before the 7th lotus emerged. 7 transformations, foundation building. And it had taken less than half an hour. Witnessing this, Elder Qin couldn't help but feel somewhat embarrassed. His own foundation building had been 7 transformations as well. However, achieving that had cost him a full 3 days and nights. And now, his chosen disciple had reached 7 transformations in less than a quarter of an hour. The pace then slowed significantly, taking another full quarter hour before completing the 8th transformation. Should anyone else hear of this, they would surely be stunned beyond words. But at this point, Elder Chun was rather composed. In fact, he felt this young fellow's progress had finally slowed down a bit. Had it continued at the previous speed, with the 8th transformation completed in under a minute, then Elder Chun would have had great difficulty staying silent. Of course, even the most brilliant prodigies in history would consider 10 days' time to complete the transition from 7th to 8th transformation quite satisfactory. As for Jiang Chun, only a quarter of an hour. At this moment, Jiang Chun's face finally bore a trace of solemnity, clearly indicating that pressure had arrived. However, from his expression, though the pressure existed, it was only slight. Elder Chun, who had been closely watching Jiang Chun all this time, twitched his eyelids slightly, and his lips subtly quivered. What a monster this kid is. Even when advancing from the 8th to 9th transformation, the most critical juncture, can he remain this calm? Thinking this, Elder Chun, once himself a genius envied by others, for the first time in his life, felt jealousy towards someone else. 9 transformations foundation building. How many A-ranked disciples had longed for it, only to find it forever beyond their reach. Though only a minor boundary separates the 8th from 9th transformation, actually crossing it was in fact many times harder than ascending from the 1st to 8th. Elder Chun stroked his beard and sighed softly. Sigh. If only it hadn't been for danger back then forcing me to hastily establish my foundation. If time hadn't been short, attaining the 8th transformation would certainly have been effortless. But even now, I'm still not confident about completing the 9th transformation. Yet Elder Chun's true talent actually lay in the way of the sword. His cultivation aptitude was good, but compared to his sword cultivation talent, it paled significantly. Suddenly, Jiang Chun's expression grew fierce and distorted. From his look alone, it was evident he was undergoing immense pressure. Even his shoulders seemed slightly lowered, as if weighed down by thousands of jin. Huge pressure. Seeing this, Elder Chun was alarmed. I've heard long ago that when completing 9th transformation foundation building, there are 2 especially crucial points to bear in mind. The first one is precisely this pressure. The 9th transformation of foundation building is something even the great Tao principles disallow. Although the Tao's intervention is minimal at such a low realm, the 1,000 gene-weighted imposes must be resisted purely by the qi condensation cultivation level 1 already possesses. Others cannot aid, nor can the force be diverted. That is to say, the pressure Jiang Chun is enduring now far exceeds his limit. Elder Chun had long heard about this, but back then, he hadn't cared much. After all, at that time, there had been little chance of it becoming useful. This crucial piece of information had slipped Elder Chun's mind completely just now. If this is the case, can he withstand it? Elder Chun looked at Jiang Chun below, his eyes heavy with concern, murmuring softly. This was different from achieving the immaculate sword body, where during the last 3 sword chi trials, if one could not withstand the force oneself, one could accept external aid. Foundation building, however, was different. This force must be endured entirely by Jiang Chun alone. Should he fail, both soul and spirit would perish, scattering into nothingness. There would be not the slightest chance of survival. Sure enough, in the sky, a terrible purple lightning bolt appeared. Boom, boom. Crashing thunder resounded through the air. This bolt of lightning was invisible to all, except the person about to endure its power, Jiang Chun, and those cultivators with particularly high cultivation levels, such as Elder Chun. Purple lightning? Judging from this appearance, the damage to the Yuan soul will be terrible. Elder Chun inhaled deeply, visibly nervous, fearing that his prized disciple might die here and now. That would be a real problem indeed. Before he could think further, a deafening roar erupted as lightning struck down in succession, immediately stirring up a thick cloud of dust, with faint traces of dark smoke rising from below. Witnessing this, Elder Chun's expression turned drastically grim. He quickly activated his divine sense to examine the situation and discovered that Jiang Chun's aura still existed, though somewhat weakened, finally allowing him to exhale in relief. He made it through successfully. This kid truly is more monstrous than I had imagined. Elder Chun sighed in admiration. For a cultivator at the foundation building stage, to him, they were as insignificant as ants. Thus, he rarely ever paid attention to the process of their foundation establishment, let alone his emotions being actually stirred and affected by the movements of a foundation building cultivator. Jiang Chun truly was one of a kind. I have to admit, this kid's talent is indeed terrifying. Initially, I merely thought he was extraordinarily gifted in the way of the sword, but now it seems, not only in sword cultivation, his talent in cultivation arts itself rivals even his sword skills. Elder Chun murmured inwardly. Initially, he valued Jiang Chun solely due to the latter's astonishing sword cultivation talent. But now, not only in sword techniques, even in the path of general cultivation, his talent was astounding. It only made him value this disciple even more. Well, officially, still just a tentative selection. The next phase will be perfect foundation building. Throughout endless ages, there's extremely limited verified information regarding perfect foundation building, most of it merely rumors. With so many differing tales, it's impossible to know who speaks truth and who is mistaken. If even 9 transformations foundation building is this dangerous, then how much more perilous would perfect foundation building be? How terrifying must its danger be? He couldn't even bear to imagine. Even Elder Chun momentarily entertained the impulse to intervene and stop Jiang Chun, advising him to abandon his pursuit of perfect foundation building. However, the moment this thought surfaced, it was immediately crushed by Elder Chun himself, because it was unnecessary. A genius of this caliber was no longer someone he, Elder Chun, could dictate the path for. His role was to assist, not to instruct. Forcibly influencing the other's decisions and cultivation direction would only produce counterproductive results. Chapter 34. Entering Foundation Building. Below, Jiang Chen felt his consciousness slowly returning. From the moment he started building his foundation until now, his mind had been in a state of chaos, unclear even during the 9-turn foundation building, until this very moment when he finally regained clarity. Have I completed the 9-turn foundation? Opening his eyes, Jiang Chen looked at the 9 blue lotus flowers beneath him and murmured softly. Now, with just a single thought, he could step into the foundation building realm and become an exceptionally rare genius with a 9-turn foundation. Yet at this very moment, he stared at the perfect foundation pill floating in front of him, radiating brilliant golden light. He began to hesitate. The concept of a perfect foundation was rarely spoken of even among rumors, let alone detailed information regarding it. Once he swallowed this pill, he knew he would immediately plunge into the unknown, into a misty, unclear future. But if he didn't swallow it, having come this far already, he would feel deeply reluctant. A perfect foundation. Then let's give it a try. Jiang Chen reached out, grabbed the pill, swallowed it in one motion, and instantly his consciousness fell once again into chaos. The elder Chen watching from above sighed slightly. There are many people talking about what one might experience during a perfect foundation process, but among all those stories, none were spoken by someone who actually completed it. All the knowledge Elder Chen had about the perfect foundation was really just educated guesses made by people through the ages. Throughout history, those who have truly achieved a perfect foundation were few and far between. Moreover, not a single person who did so had ever spoken about what it was like, which worried Elder Chen greatly. Having more information doesn't always mean it's true. It all depends on this young man's fate now. Elder Chen shook his head, his face showing visible concern, worried that his already chosen disciple might fail before his cultivation journey had even properly begun. After experiencing dizzying sensations in every direction, Jiang Chen suddenly found himself in a void. Before him stood only a single sword, colorless, plain, black, and rusted. The distance between Jiang Chen and the sword was merely a mile away, but this short mile was filled with countless black whirlpools. If he wished to reach the sword, he would have to forcefully walk through these whirlpools. If he chose not to continue, there was also a blue vortex behind him. Jiang Chen's intuition told him that this was the path back. Could it be? To achieve a perfect foundation, one must traverse through these black whirlpools and finally grasp this sword. And if one is content with the 9-turn foundation and wishes to directly ascend to the foundation realm, one can retreat through the blue vortex? Jiang Chen silently speculated, and he was nearly certain that his assumptions were close to the truth. Jiang Chen exhaled deeply, his eyes shining with a determined light. Without the slightest hesitation, he lifted his foot and stepped forward onto this path. His foot landed on the whirlpool. Rumble. The vortex began spinning violently, releasing terrifying currents of energy, as if it would pull Jiang Chen in entirely in the next moment, swallow him, and transform him into its nourishment. Jiang Chen felt his will being torn and pulled apart by a strange force, as though he were about to sink into darkness completely. Yet he held steadfast to his core self and stepped forward with his second foot. Third step. Fourth step. Time passed swiftly, 15 minutes in total. Jiang Chen had now covered half the distance. At this moment, terrifying golden light erupted from his body. Jiang Chen immediately understood. This was the Sword Heart Clarity. The Sword Heart Clarity had come to his aid at this crucial moment. The whirlpools beneath his feet vanished instantly, transforming into a calm, steady path. Thus, Jiang Chen calmly reached the sword and firmly grasped it. A perfect foundation must have been completed by now. Jiang Chen murmured to himself. Then, he noticed the sword in his hand exuding a terrifying aura, constantly flowing into his body. At the same time, blue lotus flowers began appearing across the void. 1, 3, 8, 9. Then suddenly, the color of these lotus flowers changed, turning golden. The sword in Jiang Chen's hand suddenly broke free from his grip, floating upward into the void as streams of surrounding power surged into it. Boom. The void cracked open, and Jiang Chen awoke from the chaos. In the real world, Elder Chen witnessed this and was utterly stunned. In reality, Jiang Chen's face had undergone wave after wave of painful contortions, until finally, his expression turned calm and serene. Elder Chen's heart, which had been tightly gripped by anxiety, finally relaxed. But what made him so shockingly incredulous at this moment was that the 9 blue lotus flowers beneath Jiang Chen were changing color, turning into golden ones. A terrifying aura was continuously erupting outward, until the moment all 9 blue lotuses turned golden. The 9 golden lotuses gathered together and transformed into a single sword. Elder Chen's body was actually trembling slightly. Dao's origin. This is the power of the sword Dao's origin. Even if it's only a trace, this is still foundation building. To possess the power of the sword Dao's origin at the foundation building stage, what kind of terrifying talent is this? Elder Chen muttered, his words now almost incoherent. Shock. There was no other feeling in him besides shock. At this moment, Jiang Chen slowly awoke, sensing the power within him, a faint smile forming on the corner of his lips. Success. It was truly not easy. Finally, a perfect foundation. For a moment, Jiang Chen recalled that sect officer Xia. Yes, he could be certain that even with just 1/20th of his current strength, he could easily kill him effortlessly, just as before, leaving him not even the slightest chance to resist. However, Jiang Chen had just entered foundation building, and his cultivation was not yet stable enough. It felt somewhat unstable. He needed some time to solidify his new foundation. Next, it's time to find a benefactor. Jiang Chen thought carefully. Having killed sect officer Xia, someone was bound to find out sooner or later. No, perhaps they already knew. Without finding a suitable patron, it would become problematic. As Jiang Chen was thinking, an old man suddenly appeared before him, wearing a faint smile. Young friend, I see that you possess a most extraordinary physique, obviously a rare genius of the sword. Would you be willing to accept me as your master? Accept my discipleship, and resources will be fully provided. Within the Immortal Cloud Sword Sect, you may walk however you please. As he spoke, the old man straightened his back and thumped his chest proudly, saying it with full confidence. And the gaze the old man directed at Jiang Chen was filled with excitement, as if he could barely contain his urge to rush forward and embrace him at that very moment. Seeing this, Jiang Chen found the entire scene a bit strange. What's strange? Who is this old fellow? Jiang Chen remained silent, pondering deeply. Although the old man's appearance did not seem particularly reliable at first glance. But, after entering the foundation building stage, his spiritual consciousness had grown significantly stronger. He could sense the mystery behind this old man now. Moreover, the other had obviously been watching him from early on. Therefore, Jiang Chen was also thinking about this person's identity. Chapter 35, Becoming a Disciple. As if reading Jiang Chen's thoughts, the old man confidently said, I am one of the 3 core elders of the Xianyun Sword Sect, Chen. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen slightly furrowed his brows and quickly raised his hand, interrupting, What can you offer me? The elder was taken aback. Cultivating under me is your greatest opportunity. Besides, in the future, won't everything I have just become yours anyway? Jiang Chen gave a slight smirk. Grandpa, it's cold outside. Go back and rest, don't catch a chill. So saying, he turned and walked away. Empty promises? Not for him. Of course, Jiang Chen had his own reasons for not wanting to become this man's disciple. Given his impeccable sword body and perfect foundation cultivation, there would be countless people eager to take him as their disciple. Without even seeing any real benefits, why would he willingly swear fealty? The choice lay in his hands now, not in theirs. Seeing this, Elder Chen became anxious, fearing his chosen disciple might slip away. He quickly ran up and grabbed Jiang Chen's shoulder, coaxing him gently. Look at you. Of course, your master has prepared a gift for you. With your potential, how could your master possibly trick you? For someone like Jiang Chen, Elder Chen would happily give the boy all his 1,000 years of accumulated treasures, not just mere initiation gifts. Hearing this, Jiang Chen stopped, finally showing some patience and interest. He looked at the old man and said, All right then, go ahead. I'm listening. Elder Chen brought out several glowing pills and pointed at them as he spoke. Look, this is a grade 5 pill. This one is grade 4. Inside the collection, there were no treasures or weapons, only pills, all without exception. In Elder Chen's opinion, Jiang Chen could wait until he reached a certain cultivation level before being given a better artifact. For now, there was no need. First, they should boost his cultivation base. Witnessing this, Jiang Chen felt slightly stunned, looking at the elder with newfound respect. He thought to himself, well, this old man actually does have something after all. Then, Jiang Chen recalled the elder's earlier self-introduction. He had claimed to be one of the 3 core elders of the Xianyun Sword Sect. It was at this point that he suspiciously examined the old man and asked, Which of the 3 core elders are you exactly? His knowledge of the elders' identities wasn't due to Jiang Chen deliberately seeking it out. It was just something one had to know when entering the Xianyun Sword Sect. I am Qingqingi. As for my cultivation realm, well, let me teach you the basics of cultivation later, and then I'll explain in detail. All right then, good disciple. Take these pills for now. If you need more, just tell your master. Whatever your master can do, he will definitely get for you. Even if he cannot do it, he will still try his best. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen felt momentarily shocked. Although he knew his perfect foundation and impeccable sword body made him an exceptional talent, it was still surprising to see such a core elder, one of the peak experts in the Xianyun Sword Sect, acting so indulgently toward him. Truth be told, this situation would surprise even the other 2 core elders, who were personally familiar with Qingqingi. You still need to stay 10 more days here among the servant disciples. In 10 days will be the first external disciple promotion examination. When the time comes, you will just take the exam to enter the outer sect. Elder Chen said with a smile. Truthfully, with his position, he could directly bring Jiang Chen into the outer sect. Hell, even into the inner sect or true core ranks, just with a single word. But he, who hadn't accepted a disciple in many years, wanted his own disciple to rise through the ranks step by step, crushing all opponents blocking his path. That would be a true reflection of his prestige. Thinking about it, Qingqingi suddenly smiled foolishly, already feeling the excitement just imagining it. Those 2 old guys have always been mocking me for having no disciples to inherit my sword techniques, huh? Once my disciple storms into the inner sect, all of their disciples will have to kneel. Qingqingi thought happily to himself. Just then, Jiang Chen suddenly spoke. Master, I have a favor to ask. Upon hearing his precious disciple had a request, Qingqingi quickly replied. Go ahead, anything your master can do, I will definitely make it happen for you. Jiang Chen hesitated for a while before finally saying, No matter if I enter the outer sect or the inner sect in the future, I still want to keep performing my daily servant duties. Are you kidding? This is his biggest advantage. Stop sweeping floors? Are you trying to cripple him? Qingqingi. He was completely stunned. This swordsman who had lived over 1,000 years stood there, totally confused, with giant question marks all over his face. What? Continue working as a servant? Is this what you mean? Chen Qingyi was about to ask for clarification when Jiang Chun was about to respond. Suddenly, the old man slapped his forehead and exclaimed in realization, "Ah, I see. You're doing this for your cultivation, tempering your Taoist heart. Indeed, the disciple I value must have something unique about him. No wonder you possess a clear sword heart. Such insight and mindset are rarely seen in others." Jiang Chen's lips twitched slightly without realizing it. Well, if Chen Qingyi insisted on putting it that way, there wasn't much wrong with that. Chen Qingyi continued speaking as he took out a small stone and tossed it toward Jiang Chun. "This is a voice-transmitting stone. If you have any matters, just contact me through it." Jiang Chun nodded. Right after, Chen Qingyi flickered and vanished from sight in a flash, completely unpredictable. Just like that. I actually have a master now. Jiang Chun murmured to himself, recalling his somewhat uniquely styled master. His lips unconsciously lifted into a slight smile. From now on, within the vast Xianyun sword sect, he finally had someone to rely on. Those who had ill intentions toward him would now think twice before making a move, considering who was now behind him. Jiang Chun turned and left, no longer staying any longer within the sword sea. Of course, before leaving, he went ahead and checked in once again, receiving only the classic consolation prize. Meanwhile, beside the room where Jiang Chun resided, Lu Yun, having just learned of what happened through the voice-transmitting stone, suddenly looked stunned. Even someone like Chen Qingyi holds Jiang Chun in high regard, and judging from what he said, Jiang Chen's strength has likely already reached the foundation building stage. The information Lu Yun received had naturally come from Ouyang Rongrong. Truthfully, the reason she had asked Ouyang Rongrong to help Jiang Chun in the first place had mostly stemmed from personal feelings. She simply thought such a person shouldn't die here. But based on the updates Ouyang Rongrong had recently sent, Lu Yun realized that Jiang Chun might be even more terrifyingly talented than she had imagined. Interesting. Perhaps, for that matter in the future, we can try to bring him aboard. Lu Yun murmured to herself. It was only now that she began to seriously view Jiang Chun as someone worth seeking to ally with. Then suddenly, through the window, she saw Jiang Chun returning. Chapter 36, Terrifying Consumption. After Jiang Chun returned, he walked straight into the small hut. Seeing this, Lu Yun felt her teeth itch in frustration. She wanted to follow him right away, but upon second thought, they hadn't become that close yet. In the end, she remained rooted in place and didn't act. Suddenly, she abruptly realized there was now a shadowy figure in her room, one that had appeared out of nowhere. It startled Lu Yun, but when she recognized the figure, she spoke with a pout. "Rongrong, you always appear so suddenly. Don't you fear scaring my delicate heart to death?" The figure was none other than Ouyang Rongrong herself, the person Lu Yun had previously sent to assist Jiang Chun. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Rongrong chuckled. "Humph, that doesn't sound like you at all." Lu Yun replied lightly. "Well, my cultivation has been completely sealed off. I don't have a choice." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Ouyang finally steered the conversation back to the main topic. "Alright then. The reason I came here this time was to ask you for information about that guy, Jiang Chun." Ouyang Rongrong said. What truly caught her attention and intrigued her to want to understand Jiang Chun further wasn't simply about his displayed strength. Judging from his talents in the Sword Sea and her limited overall understanding, she could say it was decent, maybe even very impressive, but not extraordinary. After all these years, Ouyang Rongrong had seen countless geniuses, especially within the inner sect where outstanding young talents had long ceased to interest her. Yet, Jiang Chun had managed to pique her curiosity. The reason, of course, lay in Chen Qingyi. Though Elder Chun had already mastered all kinds of emotions, making them almost imperceptible, her instincts had continued to tell Ouyang Rongrong that Elder Chun held an unusual fascination for Jiang Chun. Hearing this, Lu Yun's heart jolted. She knew all too well how high her friend's standards were. What had happened that could prompt her to come in person like this? If it was just what she had conveyed through voice transmission, Lu Yun was sure it wouldn't have drawn Rongrong's attention. Then she proceeded to explain every detail of Jiang Chun's background and experiences. After finishing, she noticed Ouyang Rongrong deep in thought, unmoving for quite some time. Seeing this, Lu Yun asked hesitantly, "Rongrong, what's wrong?" Ouyang nodded slowly. "One of the three core elders, Chen Qingyi, someone equal in reputation and power to my grandfather, is going to accept Jiang Chun as his disciple, and I can clearly sense how much he values him." Lu Yun was dumbfounded. Although she had suffered some misfortunes and lost her former strength, she still kept a firm grasp of all the sect information. For example, Elder Chun, Chen Qingyi. She knew Chen Qingyi had exceedingly high standards. If it had been her grandfather or the other core elder seeking to take Jiang Chun as a disciple, Lu Yun wouldn't have been this shocked. The reason was simple. They both had numerous disciples and generally accepted students whose talents were barely above average. But Chen Qingyi was different. Known for his eccentric personality, Elder Chun had never accepted a single direct disciple all these years and only had 2 formal apprentices. Now, even someone like Chen Qingyi desired to accept Jiang Chun as a student, clearly indicating just how monstrous Jiang Chun was. After that, Ouyang Rongrong added, "I'll be staying in your servant area for some time. I'll stay with you, Lu Yun." Although Ouyang didn't spell it out, Lu Yun still understood clearly. She wanted to get to know Jiang Chun better. Back in the hut, Jiang Chun started to circulate his energy, completing large circuits of energy flow over and over. From dawn to dusk, only then did he successfully stabilize this terrifying, violent force within himself. Foundation building stage 2. It seems quite different from what I imagined. Jiang Chun frowned, murmuring to himself. The initial amount of energy he'd gathered in his sea of energy had been extremely formidable. He wouldn't dare to claim immediate advancement into the 5th or 6th stages, but certainly an effortless transition into the 4th. Now he was only at stage 2, which greatly disappointed him. However, Jiang Chun discovered something astonishing this time. After perfect foundation building, each small advancement level requires a shocking amount of consumption. Based on what I understand about foundation building cultivators, the energy required is at least 5 times greater. If we're talking about pure strength, Jiang Chun recalled the attack from Supervisor Xie and estimated its power before suddenly throwing a punch straight ahead. A resounding sonic boom followed. Boom. At the same cultivation level, at least 8 times stronger. For the most talented of foundation builders, the 9-turn foundation prodigies, it should be only about twice as much. Jiang Chun reached a concrete conclusion after careful judgment. At that moment, a slight smile tugged at the corner of his lips. Though he wouldn't dare claim invincibility across the entire world, at least within the Xianyun Sword Sect, he was unmatched among his peers. No equal existed. Infinite sword scripture, body without blemish. Combined with his extraordinary foundational strength, within the entire Xianyun Sword Sect, who among his peers could possibly be his match? It's time to head out. Jiang Chun was in a great mood. One by one, the hidden dangers were being eliminated. He no longer wished to dwell on things, and simply pushed open the door, stepping outside. However, he unexpectedly ran into someone he hadn't anticipated. Zhu Yu, a Xian-ranked alchemist. At this moment, Zhu Yu looked at him with a slight smile. Jiang Chun, I never imagined that the one who stole my spirit sea pill that day would actually be you. By the end of his sentence, the killing intent in his eyes could no longer be restrained. Alchemists were proud by nature, and someone like Zhu Yu, a genius in the art of alchemy, was even more arrogant. A mere servant dared to rob him of his spirit sea pill and disrupt their transaction. This made Zhu Yu extremely angry. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chun slightly furrowed his brows but kept his expression calm. Now, standing behind him, was none other than a core elder of the Xianyun Sword Sect. What was a mere Xian-ranked alchemist, after all? Before Jiang Chun could speak, Zhu Yu interrupted him directly. If it wasn't for using the power of time reversal to track you down, I would have never imagined that the price I paid this time would be so great. So great that even slicing you into pieces wouldn't be enough to quench my fury. Zhu Yu said coldly, and at the same time, he raised a colorless barrier around them, intended to block out any sound and prevent others from overhearing their conversation. If you want to kill me, just send someone. Why go through such trouble? Jiang Chun replied calmly with a faint smile. By now, he had nothing more to explain. More importantly, he now had the confidence and backing to fear no one. Zhu Yu spoke coldly. Considering how delicate this matter is, it's better if fewer people know. Jiang Chun, I will refine your physical body into living energy to fulfill my plan. Pity. Still too merciful, though. As he spoke, Zhu Yu extended his hand, aiming to grab Jiang Chun. The strength of a 9th-stage foundation builder immediately erupted. Seeing this, Jiang Chun slightly frowned and prepared himself for a life-or-death fight. The 9th stage of foundation building was powerful. Right now, he still wasn't a match for such a force. Suddenly, the colorless barrier shattered, and a graceful figure stepped inside. Zhu Yu, how arrogant you are. A female voice sounded, filled with anger. Chapter 37, Jiang Chun, someone you can't mess with. A slit was ripped open in the colorless energy barrier, and the process was so smooth that not even the slightest resistance was encountered. Following that, Ouyang Rongrong appeared at the scene. Zhu Yu was initially shocked by the destruction of this energy wall, but when his eyes fell on Ouyang Rongrong, he froze completely, a mix of shock on his face. Ouyang Senior Sis? In fact, Zhu Yu was much older than Ouyang Rongrong. The only reason he called her Senior Sis was because she was stronger and of a much higher status. Zhu Yu's mind was blown. Wasn't he here just to deal with a mere lowly servant? How had such a speck of dust managed to get Ouyang Rongrong to stand up for him? Ouyang Rongrong let out a cold chuckle, then fixed her gaze on Zhu Yu and said icily, Zhu Yu, do you really believe that just because you're a Xian-rank alchemist and your master is a D-rank alchemist, no one in the Xianyun Sword Sect dares to touch you? Jiang Chun, someone you can't mess with. At these words, Zhu Yu's expression changed drastically. His face darkened, shifting between fury and uncertainty, before he finally said, Ouyang Senior Sis, the first half of what you said, I can understand. But as for the second half, what exactly did you mean? Ouyang Rongrong's status was something Zhu Yu truly dared not provoke. Put bluntly, to her, crushing him would be no different than crushing an ant. Even with his master's high status, it wouldn't make Ouyang Rongrong's grandfather hesitate in the slightest. To put it harshly, in the Xianyun Sword Sect, the truly essential alchemists were those few ranked as Tian rank. As long as they were around, there would always be a continuous supply of D rank and Xian rank alchemists, only a matter of time. Losing one or two wasn't a big deal. But how did this little servant, who once trembled at the sight of him, become someone he couldn't even mess with? This made him feel incredibly frustrated and confused. Hearing this, Ouyang Rongrong gave a cold laugh. You should know who stands behind Jiang Chun. It's Chun Xingyi, the unmatched sword cultivator in the entire Xianyun Sword Sect. And I can tell you quite confidently, Chun Xingyi values Jiang Chun greatly. If you ever think about harming this kid, Chun Xingyi will absolutely cut you down with one slash of his sword. Not only you, even your master would be sliced to death if he dared say a word. Believe it or not, I'm taking Jiang Chun away today. I have no intention of drawing the attention of that unreasonable, terrifying expert. As she spoke, Ouyang Rongrong walked over to the calm-looking Jiang Chun and said indifferently, All right, I'll take you back now. Sister's got you. After saying that, the two simply walked out through the same rift Ouyang Rongrong had torn open earlier, leaving behind a Zhu Yu who stood there like he'd been struck by lightning. Even now, Zhu Yu had yet to recover from the shock. Sometime after Jiang Chun and Ouyang Rongrong left, Zhu Yu muttered to himself, Chen Qingyi is Jiang Chen's backer. Does that mean that terrifying expert has finally taken his first direct disciple? No way. This is impossible. How could a mere servant become that person's disciple? The thought made Zhu Yu's expression twist with rage as he suddenly began to scream furiously. Of course, inside the colorless energy barrier, all sounds could only be heard by himself. A long while later, it was as if all the energy had left his body, and he collapsed onto the ground, motionless, as though he couldn't accept the truth at all. Why? Why would such a terrifying figure take him as a disciple? Zhu Yu knew Ouyang Rongrong would never lie, nor would she deign to. As a Xian-rank alchemist, he actually knew quite a lot about the sect's inner workings. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something and stared toward the direction where the two had left, smiling sinisterly. Jiang Chun, if I can't deal with you, there are definitely others in this sect who can. Many elites here, with both extraordinary talent and outstanding backgrounds, are drooling over Ouyang Rongrong. I'd love to see how you handle things once I spread this news around. This was Zhu Yu's true nature. Jiang Chun looked at Ouyang Rongrong and smiled lightly. If you had come just a bit later, Zhu Yu would have been dead by now. Hearing this, Ouyang Rongrong laughed and scolded. So confident of yourself. I bet if you two had actually clashed, you'd be the one dead for sure. Then she looked at Jiang Chun, startled, because Ouyang Rongrong suddenly realized Jiang Chun wasn't joking. His eyes, filled with seriousness and even confidence, told her that if Zhu Yu had actually attacked him just now, it would indeed be Zhu Yu who would have perished. Though she had no idea where Jiang Chun's confidence stemmed from, just looking into those eyes made Ouyang Rongrong want to believe him. Still, she quickly pushed such thoughts aside and continued with a grin. All right then, tell me, how did you manage to stay hidden and keep your identity secret for so long? Jiang Chun immediately realized upon hearing these words that this person had obtained all his information. Likewise, she also knew about his previously reclusive behavior, how he had been meek and never revealed his true strength. You were told by Lu Yun, weren't you? Jiang Chun didn't answer directly. Instead, he stared intently at Ouyang Rongrong and asked. In fact, the moment Ouyang Rongrong went to the Sword Sea, he had already determined that it was Lu Yun who had called her. Moreover, Lu Yun's own identity seemed quite mysterious. After months of contact, despite Lu Yun's attempts to hide things, Jiang Chun had still noticed some odd inconsistencies in little details. Ouyang Rongrong nodded. Yes, Lu Yun sent me to save you. However, as for her identity, I can't tell you. When the time comes, you'll naturally know. Jiang Chun didn't ask Ouyang Rongrong anything else about Lu Yun. Likewise, Ouyang Rongrong didn't continue asking Jiang Chun about how he had concealed himself. Her silence implied she understood there was something more Jiang Chun was hiding. The two walked along in tacit understanding for a while. Just as they were about to leave this area, Jiang Chun suddenly smiled and said, I need to complete a menial task now. We'll meet again if we have the chance. With that, he walked away directly. Ouyang Rongrong. She looked at Jiang Chun's retreating figure in shock, visibly surprised. A menial task? That was something only the lowest members of the Xianyun Sword Sect had to deal with. True, Jiang Chun might have once been one of those people, but the moment he broke through to foundation building and was accepted as a direct disciple by Chen Qingyi, he had completely parted ways with the word menial. Yet now, he was actually going to carry out such a task? A long while later, Ouyang Rongrong finally parted her red lips slightly and murmured, truly a strange person. Then, she shook her head and left the area. The sole reason she had come here personally was because Jiang Chun was here, nothing more. Today, Jiang Chun's check-in location was the Enlightenment Stele. Upon arriving here, he was guided by someone. It was a new steward. Chapter 38, Divine Ability, the Heaven and Earth Chessboard. When this steward saw Jiang Chun, his face immediately lit up with a smile as he hurried forward. Brother Jiang, you've arrived? This steward and Steward Xia were under the same influential figure. Less than an hour after Steward Xia was killed, the one behind them had already learned about the incident. At the time, that powerful figure was furious beyond measure. How dare a lowly nobody dare kill his dog? What difference does it make if he has good talent? Kill him, and it's still easy. However, just as he was preparing to take action, an inner sect elder gave him a subtle warning. Thus, he quickly calmed down and sent this steward here to apologize, fearing involvement in Xia Steward's fate. At the same time, he kept cursing silently inside. With such a background, why did Jiang Chun still act like a timid nobody? Jiang Chun looked at him, nodded slightly, and turned to head toward the Enlightenment Stele. Finally, after all this time, he wouldn't have to settle for mere consolation prizes from the Pill Pavilion anymore. As one of the places with the densest Daoistic aura in the entire Xianyun Sword Sect, although the area Jiang Chun had arrived at was still only the periphery, the richness of its Daoistic essence was enough for Jiang Chun to obtain some decent treasures. He had just taken 2 steps forward when suddenly the steward behind him hurried over. Brother Jiang, don't rush to leave just yet. This is a small gift from him to express his apologies. Regarding what happened to Steward Xia, he had absolutely nothing to do with it. He was completely unaware. So saying, he pulled out a porcelain vial and handed it to Jiang Chun. From the vial, some spiritual energy exuded, and the familiar scent allowed Jiang Chun to immediately identify the pill inside. Spirit Sea Pill. As Jiang Chun accepted the vial, from the steward's words he also understood who the person in question was. It was the person behind both Steward Xie and himself, the same one who had ordered the apology. Jiang Chen waved his hand and said, "I won't dwell on the matter, so please return." Meanwhile, he thought to himself with a touch of amusement. Is this the benefit of having a powerful patron? Quite impressive. Upon hearing these words, the steward repeatedly bowed and smiled. Certainly, certainly. Brother Jiang, you please carry on with your business first. Then he turned around and left. As for Jiang Chen, he entered the peripheral range of the Enlightenment Stele. There he saw around 6 people seated in meditation, and one scruffy, extremely disheveled youth wearing an outer sect disciple's robes aimlessly wandering about. Jiang Chen wandered around and cleaned up what needed cleaning, muttering inwardly, "Master Tongzi, time to check in." After receiving so many consolation prizes for so long, Jiang Chen felt this time, Master Tongzi really should step it up. Surely he wouldn't give another consolation prize? As expected, in the next moment, a voice resounded in Jiang Chen's mind. Disciple, daily check-in successful. Reward obtained. Divine ability, Heaven and Earth chessboard. Note, the Heaven and Earth chessboard divine ability was created by an ancient cultivator who achieved immortality through Go. When used, the Heaven and Earth becomes the Go board, and any space where a stone falls becomes passable. Note, given the current cultivation of the disciple, the effects of the Heaven and Earth chessboard are only this much. Its further applications will become clear after the disciple's cultivation progresses. Slightly taken aback, after reading this information, Jiang Chen's mind was filled with a single thought. Incredible. Sure enough, Master Tongzi didn't disappoint his expectations. He really brought a good one this time. Though, for Jiang Chen's current level, it was merely a tool functioning like a teleportation array. But for Jiang Chen, who specialized in playing it safe, that wasn't a problem. What was the essence of playing it safe? To survive, to be cautious and deliberate. In short, exactly what the Heaven and Earth chessboard could offer for now. Just as Jiang Chen was collecting his thoughts and preparing to leave, suddenly his shoulder was lightly patted. About to react by instinct and throw a punch behind him, he abruptly heard a hurried voice from behind. Hey, buddy, hold on. I just want to have a chat. No need for any punches." Thus, Jiang Chen stopped his movement. Even more crucially, he detected that the youth held no ill intentions. Turning around, he found that it was indeed the very same shabby youth wandering around earlier. "Young hero, I observe that you have extraordinary bone structure and the demeanor of a sword immortal. Would you be willing to spend 1,000 low-grade spiritual stones to let me assist you on your sword cultivation path?" The scruffy youth did his best to produce a smile intended to inspire trust. But upon a longer look, the more obvious it became, this guy was definitely untrustworthy. Jiang Chen's lips twitched slightly as he shook his hand dismissively. "I'm merely a servant disciple. There's no need for any of what you're suggesting." So saying, he turned again to leave. What was this? Some sort of scam trying to target him? Hey, don't go. The scruffy youth quickly chased after him. Meanwhile, at the periphery of the Pill Pavilion, Zhu Yu sat inside a house, his expression stormy. Standing before him was an old man dressed in white robes. In contrast, the old man looked calm. "So, you meant to move against that servant disciple Jiang Chen, but were dealt with by Ouyang Rongrong. Then, Chen Qingyi took a disciple, and it's Jiang Chen?" The old man summarized the information, looked at Zhu Yu, and spoke slowly, as if making a final confirmation. Zhu Yu nodded. "Yes." The old man sneered slightly. What Ouyang Rongrong said should be correct too, but perhaps he's not a direct disciple, only an apprentice by name. Chen Qingyi has extremely high standards, and only pays attention to sword cultivation talent. At minimum, one must be a peerless sword cultivator capable of refining down to the final 3 sword energies in the foundation building stage to even earn his recognition. Even as you said, this Jiang Chen may have assistance from some treasure, allowing rapid progress in cultivation, but how could sword energies from the peerless sword body just fly into his hands? If such a thing truly happened, we elders would have already known. We wouldn't allow Jiang Chen to complete his refinement of the peerless sword body without us noticing anything. This old man was a senior elder from the inner sect, possessing much more knowledge than Zhu Yu, hence his certainty. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yu first revealed a delighted expression, then a fierce, murderous gaze. He coldly stated, "Then according to what you said, can we make our move?" The elder shook his head with a slight chuckle. "That's naturally impossible. Though merely a nominal apprentice, if we were to act against him, Chen Qingyi would not hesitate to cripple us. That man is fiercely protective of his apprentices. Still, go ahead with your plan. Use the admirers of Ouyang Rongrong to deal with Jiang Chen. Those crazies who do whatever they please won't be too concerned with such matters." Zhu Yu remained silent for a moment, then asked, "And if Jiang Chen really is Chen Qingyi's direct disciple?" He still held some degree of trust in Ouyang Rongrong's words. The old man laughed. "So what? Surely he wouldn't come after us personally, would he? It's settled then. I have many affairs to attend to. I won't return again before you complete the alchemy." After saying this, the elder transformed into a blurry image and immediately left, vanishing without a trace. Zhu Yu stood in place, lost in deep thought. Chapter 39, Stealing the Disciple. At the Xianyun Sword Sect. In the heart of the sect, atop a mountain peak rich in spiritual energy, 2 elderly men were engaged in a game of chess. One of them, with a ruddy complexion, never seemed to lose his smile. "Ouyang, you've lost." The old man smiled as he placed his piece on the board. The elder named Ouyang Changyun shook his head lightly and sighed, chuckling. As expected indeed. Chen Qingyi, your skill in chess is still among the top 3 in the entire Xianyun Sword Sect. In terms of chess prowess, perhaps only the sect leader and the supreme elder could rival you. The rest are simply too weak. After speaking, he exhaled with mixed emotions. This elder, who had always been his equal in the art of swordsmanship, had never once been bested by him in the game of chess. Hearing this, Chun Qingyi smiled faintly and said, Ouyang, in terms of chess, you still need to practice more. He made no effort to hide his pride. Ouyang Changyun suddenly changed the topic. Fixing his gaze on Chun Qingyi, he sipped his tea and said slowly, I heard from Rongrong that you've taken a disciple? If it were the other elder taking a disciple, he wouldn't be surprised. After all, the other elder, like himself, was the type who took in many disciples and accepted named apprentices as long as they showed decent talent. It was an ordinary occurrence. If he were to be surprised every time, he wouldn't be able to catch his breath. But the current Chun Qingyi was different from both of them. His standards for apprentices were abnormally high. Even for named disciples, his requirements were nearly as high as those for personally instructed disciples. In the past, there were two youths whom Chun Qingyi had taken an interest in and wished to accept as personally instructed disciples, but both had been snatched away by him and the other elder before he could act. Over that matter, the three of them had fought many times, each time flattening an entire mountain range. Now, seeing Chun Qingyi's expression, one he hadn't shown even for those two past prodigies, Ouyang Changyun couldn't help but feel curious. Chun Qingyi chuckled. That's right, you old man. This disciple of mine will certainly dominate the younger generation of the Xianyun sword sect in the future, without any rivals. Now that Jiang Chun had completely become his disciple, he no longer had any reservations. Previously, he had worried about revealing too much and letting others discover Jiang Chun's talent, fearing that these old fellows might snatch his apprentice away. But clearly, such concerns were no longer necessary now. Hearing this, Ouyang Changyun snorted. You old fellow, you're still the same as when you were young, spouting big talk. But he suddenly stopped mid-sentence. Truth be told, though Chun Qingyi often spoke in grandiose terms, he had never once failed to back up his words. Every bold claim he made and every boastful statement he uttered had always come true. This caused Ouyang Changyun's expression to suddenly turn grave as he fixed a piercing stare at the old man before him. Are you serious? Actually, he had already discerned the truth from Chun Qingyi's eyes long ago. This old man was not lying. Every word was genuine. Still, he couldn't help but seek confirmation. Of course. Tell me, do you think it's hard for someone to dominate the younger generation of the Xianyun sword sect, with the combination of a perfect and pure sword body at the foundation building stage and perfect foundation establishment? I'm telling you, he is a genius destined to win the championship in the future great competition among the cultivation sections. For such a treasure of a disciple, I will give everything I have to ensure he progresses faster on his path of cultivation. Chun Qingyi said proudly. As for Jiang Chun, his future potential was immeasurable. He would eventually reach a level that even Chun Qingyi himself could not instruct. Yet Chun Qingyi did not mind at all. As long as he had been the one guiding Jiang Chun through this stage, that would be enough. In the future, when people spoke of this, he could say that once upon a time, he had been Jiang Chun's master. That, in itself, was sufficient. Ouyang Changyun suddenly dropped his teacup onto the ground with a loud crash, shattering it into pieces. His gaze remained locked on Chun Qingyi as he spoke in a hoarse, trembling voice, every word deliberate and filled with shock. What you're saying is actually true. Right now, he even regretted not pounding his chest in agony or fighting this damned Chun Qingyi to the death. The reason why Chun Qingyi had not known the true terrifying nature of perfect foundation establishment until Jiang Chun achieved it himself was because he never paid attention to outside matters and was indifferent to most things. But someone like Ouyang Changyun, who frequently engaged with the outside world, naturally had a more precise understanding of what perfect foundation establishment truly meant, namely, primordial force. And what kind of power did Jiang Chun already possess at his current cultivation level? Primordial force. Let alone the fact that Jiang Chun's primordial force was undoubtedly connected to the way of the sword. How terrifying was that? Given time, the entire Xianyun sword sect would find itself crushed beneath a single foot of Jiang Chun's might. And yet, such a disciple had slipped through his very fingers, right under Ouyang Changyun's own nose. Besides pain and regret, there was no other emotion left in Ouyang Changyun's heart. He stared fiercely at the old man before him, Chun Qingyi, as if at any moment, the moment that man's mouth uttered a single yes, he would rush forward and settle things with a fight to the death. As expected, Chun Qingyi smiled from ear to ear and happily said, yes, and moreover, his foundation was built upon the primordial force of the sword Tao itself. At this moment, Ouyang Changyun's eyes turned bloodshot as he roared, Chun Qingyi, today I will kill you. And so, the two old men fought for a full hour straight. Then, just like that, the entire mountain was gone. Meanwhile, Ouyang Rongrong, who had just returned from the servant quarters, was looking around, muttering, strange, didn't Grandpa tell me to come find him? Where did he go now? Ouyang Changyun had indeed sent her a voice transmission asking her to come find him. Suddenly, Ouyang Rongrong recalled a place, right? Those mountains where they often sit drinking tea. They've all been destroyed by their sparring matches. Grandpa is probably at that particular mountain peak. It should be one of the places where they stayed the longest. Certainly, it was also the mountain that had endured the longest beneath their hands. Ouyang Rongrong ran all the way and finally reached that mountain, only to freeze immediately in place. For what greeted her eyes was no longer the mountain where the three elders often drank tea. All that remained was a flat expanse of land, and two old men dressed in tattered robes, their faces covered in dust, furiously swinging long swords at each other, as if each strike aimed directly at taking the opponent's life. Cursed Qinqingi, you stole my disciple, and today I will kill you without fail. Right now, one could only hear the old man continuously roaring. Due to the thick layer of dust covering his face, Rongrong couldn't confirm clearly, but based solely on his voice, she felt a rising suspicion. Is this really my grandfather? That composed, almost aloof old man who could remain so calm no matter what happened. Could he really ever become this emotional? Seeing the calmness of the opposing Qinqingi, Ouyang Rongrong momentarily experienced an illusion. An illusion that their identities had somehow swapped. It seemed like, in the past, it was Qinqingi who usually acted this way. Chapter 40, Killing Intent, Outer Sect Promotion Examination. However, one thing Ouyang Rongrong remembered clearly was that every time they fought, it was always because of a disciple. Most likely, this time was no different. Otherwise, how could such a situation occur? Yet after carefully pondering for a while, Ouyang Rongrong suddenly froze, murmuring, could it be? That disciple they mentioned is. Ouyang Rongrong didn't dare continue her thoughts. Qinqingi had only accepted one disciple. That was Jiang Chen. In Ouyang Rongrong's eyes, Jiang Chen's talent was indeed formidable, but had it really reached that level? Strong enough to provoke such extreme anger from her grandfather, leading to an actual battle with Qinqingi? Soon, the fight came to an end. Just like Ouyang Zhengyun used to, Qinqingi happily approached him and patted his shoulder. It's just a disciple, a small matter, not worth mentioning. Ouyang Zhengyun glared at Qinqingi, unwilling to respond, feeling a bit resentful inside. Previously, it was always him who did this, always him who said those words. When had it become this cursed man's turn to say them? At this moment, mustering her courage, Ouyang Rongrong wanted to step forward and ask her grandfather about the disciple they had quarreled over. However, in the next moment, she only heard Ouyang Zhengyun's gaze turn to her, the usual gentleness vanishing instantly, replaced with fury. An outburst of rage. Ouyang Rongrong was stunned. Before she could think further, a furious voice rang out. Rongrong, how could you let Jiang Chen, a genius like that, fall right into the hands of this damned Qinqingi? Do you even realize what kind of genius Jiang Chen truly is? Ouyang Zhengyun roared. This was the first time he had lost control of his emotions, shouting at his beloved granddaughter like this. Ouyang Rongrong. A figure clad in the black robe attire of a Xian-tier alchemist appeared within the inner sect. As soon as he landed, several elders, along with one inner sect disciple whose expression was arrogant, as if looking down on everything, also walked over. Among the elders, a few wore flattered expressions. Master Zhu, you finally arrived. We've been waiting a long time for your pills. Yes, longing for your arrival day and night. Finally, we've managed to pull you away from your busy schedule. These elders belonged to the lowest tier of inner sect elders. With no powerful backing, their resources weren't like those of the more influential inner sect elders. They had no special allocations. Hence, it was necessary for them to fawn over a Xian-tier alchemist like Zhu Yu. However, the other disciple merely wore an indifferent, even haughty expression, clearly regarding Zhu Yu's status with disdain. When Zhu Yu glanced at the other inner sect elders, his expression was calm, even somewhat contemptuous. Only when he looked at this disciple did his gaze show complete respect. These past few days have been rather busy. The pill supply was delayed a little. Zhu Yu said indifferently, handing them one porcelain bottle after another. Hearing this, everyone burst into smiles. Look at what Master Zhu said. Since you've been busy, just take care of your own matters first. Exactly. How could our small affairs compare to yours? One after another, they flattered him until Zhu Yu felt considerably better. It seemed the losses he had suffered earlier from Ouyang Rongrong had all been erased. Soon, the elders all dispersed. Looking at their retreating figures, Zhu Yu's expression carried mild disdain. Among the inner sect elders, these were the lowest level ones, mere fillers, not even having enough resources for themselves, let alone for their disciples. Only then did Zhu Yu turn to the disciple, wearing a flattered smile. Master Lu, that pill, it's nearly ready. Until then, please use these lower grade ones first. That pill requires a complex process. To complete it, we need at least 10 more days at minimum. Yes, everything Zhu Yu had planned and done was all based on the instructions of this Lu family inner sect disciple before him. Behind this disciple stood none other than the chief elder of the Xianyun sword sect, a peak sword cultivator, standing on equal footing with the core elders, including Qinqingi, both in status and cultivation. Upon hearing these words, the inner sect disciple of the Lu family simply nodded, his expression indifferent, barely concealing his lack of interest. Understood. Try to hurry. Some things need to be moved up. At this current pace, it's too slow. After hearing this, Zhu Yu immediately responded with a flattered smile. Yes, Master Lu, don't worry about that. We'll definitely make the deadline. After receiving the porcelain bottles, Lu Yang, dressed in expensive robes and of noble status, prepared to leave. Suddenly, Zhu Yu said carelessly, Ouyang Rongrong has been visiting the servant quarters quite often recently. Upon hearing this, Lu Yang's eyes narrowed slightly. He turned around, froze in place, and stared at Zhu Yu. In an instant, a chilling, killing intent filled the air. Under the oppressive aura of this terrifying intent, Zhu Yu nearly lost his footing, yet his gaze remained fixed on Lu Yang. He knew that if anything could stir the other's emotions, it would be none other than Ouyang Rongrong. Lu Yang spoke coldly. Tell me everything you know, without omission. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind killing you and finding another pill master to continue this work. His expression was indifferent, his tone emotionless. To him, killing Zhu Yu seemed as simple as crushing an ant. Zhu Yu didn't doubt the sincerity of the threat for a second. If he wanted to use someone else's knife to kill, he had to be careful not to play with fire and burn himself. From what I know, for some unknown reason, Ouyang Rongrong has become quite close with a servant named Jiang Chun. This Jiang Chun stole a batch of my pills last time, and when I went to kill him, Ouyang Rongrong stepped in to save him. I suspect they have some kind of relationship. After speaking, he only saw the young master Lu Yang standing there in silence for a long time before he suddenly smiled and said, "I understand. You may go." Zhu Yu didn't dare linger any longer and hurriedly left. Lu Yang, watching his retreating figure, muttered, "Jiang Chun, huh? Very well." At this moment, Jiang Chun had just finished cultivating inside his room and stepped out, glancing at the time. There are only 4 days left until the Outer Sect promotion examination. Pity, apart from that one ability I acquired last time, the rest are just consolation prizes. Jiang Chun murmured softly. In recent days, he had noticed his consumption of cultivation resources had accelerated dramatically. If not for his master providing the necessary support, his personal reserves wouldn't last long. Jiang Chun smiled slightly, sensing the power within his body. Foundation building, 4th stage. Although his resources were depleting rapidly, his cultivation speed remained fast as long as the supplies held, his cultivation stable and solid, without any hollowness. Within just a few short days, he had advanced significantly once again. For this Outer Sect promotion examination, I shall crush every single genius effortlessly. Chapter 41. A fist that kills a disciple of the Outer Sect. 4 days remained. During these 4 days, Jiang Chun knew there was little chance he would break through in cultivation. It was time to go out and take a walk. Tisk, I've been staying in and going out very little during this time. Since I'm about to leave now, I can spare a little time to walk around. Jiang Chun muttered inwardly. Right now, his cultivation had hit somewhat of a bottleneck, not due to any lack of talent. With his sword sage clarity and the Deja effects of the Infinite Sword Sutra, there would be no obstacles to advancing his cultivation. It was simply time to slow down. Otherwise, his foundation might become shaky in the later stages. Besides, he had been in few battles lately, hardly any at all, and his control over his strength had not yet reached its peak. So he might as well take a rest and go for a walk around. As soon as Jiang Chun stepped out of his room, suddenly, Lu Yun, who lived next door, seemed to have been watching him closely all along. The moment he came out, she followed him out. "Tisk, known you for so long, and this is the first time I've seen you have the leisure to come out," Lu Yun remarked in amazement. She had every reason to be surprised. For a long time, apart from sweeping the floor and attending to necessary affairs, Jiang Chun had literally never been seen outside. Unlike now, with such leisure on his mind, he could actually go out and walk around the nearby areas, though the area where the junior servants resided wasn't exactly scenic or exciting. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chun smiled faintly. The Outer Sect exam is about to start. Hearing this, Lu Yun immediately understood. She moved closer and tried to wrap both arms around Jiang Chun's arm, allowing him to feel her softness. But Jiang Chun simply pulled his arm back, giving her no such opportunity. And Lu Yun, knowing him well enough, had probably counted on this very reaction, which was why she dared to be so bold. Then she giggled. "Ha! Senior brother Jiang Chun, with your current strength, you should also start indulging in romance and pleasure." Jiang Chun glanced at her, thinking silently. Romance and pleasure? At the very least, it would have to be a holy maiden or someone of similar stature to qualify. Though you do seem to have a mysterious background, you still don't fit the bill. The two didn't dwell on the topic further. Lu Yun looked at Jiang Chun solemnly, slowly saying, "I heard that you're the direct disciple of Chun Qingyi, and Chun Qingyi really values you." She even emphasized her tone slightly on the phrase, direct disciple. A direct disciple of Chun Qingyi. No explanation was needed for the significance that carried. Though she appeared like a common cultivator of the secular world, Lu Yun was actually well informed about the inner affairs of the Immortal Sword Sect, and she came from no simple background herself. Discovering secrets wasn't difficult for her. Of course, the reason she still needed to ask about these things was because Ouyang Rongrong had withheld part of the truth and not told her everything. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chun glanced at Lu Yun and nodded. "Chun Qingyi is indeed my master. These past few days, most of the resources I've consumed were provided by him." Well, Jiang Chun knew his so-called benefactor held a notable status in the Immortal Sword Sect. He must be highly respected and extremely powerful. After all, he was a core elder. Regardless, he was a top-tier existence. Yet again and again, others showed great shock at his being chosen as a direct disciple of Chun Qingyi. Come on, shouldn't it be Chun Qingyi who feels lucky to have accepted me as his disciple? Of course, only Jiang Chun and Chun Qingyi himself held this view. Everyone else certainly did not. After all, Jiang Chun's true terrifying potential had yet to be fully revealed. Lu Yun's delicate face immediately showed astonishment. She inhaled deeply and slowly said, "It seems you're even more mysterious than I imagined." Suddenly, both froze mid-step and turned their eyes forward. An Outer Sect disciple wearing the sect's uniform arrogantly walked into the servant area, grabbing another disciple nearby, and coldly saying, "Where is Jiang Chun?" Refused to answer and die. As he said this, the Outer Sect disciple revealed a cruel expression, and no one doubted whether he had the guts to follow through. At this sight, Jiang Chun's eyebrows slightly lifted, and he turned to Lu Yun in quiet disbelief. Wait, are Outer Sect disciples really this audacious? Do they treat the rules as if they don't exist? He was confused. If the Outer Sect disciples were this powerful, why would the head steward, Xia, be in such a situation? Upon seeing this man, Lu Yun's expression turned serious. She shook her head. No, but he's an exception. Long ago, the grandson of the Grand Elder of the Immortal Cloud Sword Sect was cultivating in the Outer Sect, and this guy was nothing but a groveling lackey, flattering this young Master Lu until he was completely pleased. Thus, he took him in as his pet. That group really does act with utter arrogance, trampling the sect's discipline underfoot, and behind it all stands the Grand Elder supporting them. After hearing her explanation, Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, and his expression darkened a little. Foundation building stage, second level. I suppose he should be able to take one punch from me. Tell me your background, will you? Then he had no choice but to bring up Master Qin Qingyi, his nominal mentor. Jiang Chen was certain his nominal mentor would be more than willing to help him deal with certain matters. The junior servant disciple instantly hesitated, but when the Outer Sect disciple increased the pressure on his grip, he finally broke and pointed at Jiang Chen, too afraid to meet Jiang Chen's eyes. Without hesitation, the Outer Sect disciple threw him aside like a dead dog. He fixed his gaze on Jiang Chen and smiled coldly. Young Master Lu wants you dead. So, you must die? Oh, he also wants you to suffer a bit. It'll hurt a little later, bear with it. As he spoke, the Outer Sect disciple looked at Jiang Chen with disdain, as if he were nothing more than an ant, and slowly approached him. Beside him, Lu Yun had also overheard Jiang Chen's muttering. It wasn't loud, but she heard it clearly, and her heart was instantly shaken. One punch, enough to kill an Outer Sect disciple at the second level of Foundation building? In theory, how long had Jiang Chen been at Foundation building? Only a few days. How much strength would he have had to gain to reach such a level? Lu Yun didn't dare think further. The more she thought about it, the more terrifying Jiang Chen's talent seemed. In that moment, she understood why Qin Qingyi had taken Jiang Chen as a direct disciple. As the Outer Sect disciple approached, Jiang Chen gave a cold, sinister smile. With a single slap, he dislocated the man's right arm. Then, one move after another, he tore off all 4 limbs. Finally, he stepped on the disciple's head and gave a chilling grin. What did you say earlier? The wind's too strong. I couldn't hear you clearly. Violence. Extreme violence. This boy, who had once only wanted to survive quietly, had come to realize that survival, through cowardice, only bred fear and manipulation, forcing him to walk on thin ice every day. But after becoming Qin Qingyi's disciple, he finally unleashed his true nature and let out the violent side buried deep in his heart. Like being a dog? Like oppressing others? Then let him feel it for himself. The entire process lasted less than a single breath of time. Only after his head had been crushed beneath Jiang Chen's foot did the Outer Sect disciple finally realize what had happened, the unbearable pain piercing through him like needles. Chapter 42. Having a powerful backer makes one fearless. You can't kill me. As the outer disciple was trying to speak further, Jiang Chen suddenly frowned, coldly saying, annoying. Then he stepped down with one foot, directly crushing the man's skull until he was unquestionably dead. After completing this act, the surrounding servant disciples just stared blankly at Jiang Chen, staring at this teenager whose face had even been splattered with blood, now appearing quite horrifying under the sun's reflection. Suddenly, he felt so unfamiliar. Jiang Chen had killed before, including that Shin steward and others, but all those acts had been done secretly, without a soul knowing. This time was different. This was done in broad daylight, in front of everyone. Therefore, everyone felt extreme shock. This boy, who returned to smile when given the slightest respect, was actually such a terrifying existence. He killed without even blinking, without even a flicker of emotion on his face. Is this still the same Jiang Chen? This is way too brutal. That was an outer disciple, and judging from his demeanor, he surely had powerful backers. Just like that, Jiang Chen's senior brother crushed him to death. The people whispered amongst themselves, whispering so softly they could barely hear their own voices, fearing that Jiang Chen might overhear. Meanwhile, beside them, Lu Yun was staring at Jiang Chen, somewhat in a daze. No way. How come she had this illusion that Jiang Chen hadn't even warmed up yet? Suddenly, a domineering and arrogant voice came from not too far away. That fool Zhou who rushes ahead to claim credit. How fast he runs. This Jiang Chen must be killed by me. The owner of the voice was an outer disciple who had just sprinted here. Upon entering, he first glanced at a nearby servant and coldly asked, "Where's Jiang Chen? Make him come out and die." But he noticed the servant's expression was very stunned. No, more like utterly terrified. The outer disciple silently thought, looks like my reputation has grown even more since joining Lord Lu's side. Without even announcing my name, I've already frightened a servant to this degree. However, soon after, he realized something was off. The servant's gaze had remained fixated in one direction the entire time. Filled with confusion, the outer disciple followed his gaze, instantly freezing. Zhou Hu? He's already dead like this? Who is this person who dares to kill Zhou Hu? A whirlwind of thoughts burst through this outer disciple's mind. Rage, shock, and confusion. Who would dare kill someone after knowing of Lord Lu's name? Moreover, an outer disciple, that servant-clad teenager, dares to kill him? Suddenly, a trembling voice came from his side. He is Jiang Chen. In an instant, the outer disciple's pupils shrank sharply, and his figure took several steps back violently. Jiang Chen looked at Lu Yun and suddenly smiled. This guy. Lu Yun looked at the corpse under Jiang Chen's foot and slowly said, a bird of a feather with that one. Understanding instantly, Jiang Chen flashed his figure forward and in the same manner as before, ripped off the limbs of this outer disciple. Blood kept spurting out. In the next moment, he firmly stepped on this man's dantian and coldly said, crawl back and tell your master. I, Jiang Chen, am at Sword Sect. If he dares, come and kill me. Before this outer disciple could even voice the words in his throat, he had already been crippled by Jiang Chun. In an instant, the man's heart became as cold as death, all thoughts of fighting gone from his mind. Only now did he realize, it wasn't that Zhou who hadn't announced Lord Lu's name. It was that this teenager before him simply didn't fear Lord Lu. He didn't fear the beloved grandson of Elder-in-Chief. After doing all this, Jiang Chun acted as if nothing had happened, leisurely beginning to stroll around, and grabbed a voice-transmitting stone to send a message. Master, there's a Lord Lu from the inner sect who wants to cripple me. Take some time to handle it. Otherwise, I'm afraid I might accidentally beat him to death. Having a powerful backer really makes one fearless. Even after Jiang Chen's figure had disappeared from the people's sight, they continued to stare in the direction he had last appeared, unable to recover from their shock for a long time. Since when had such a monster appeared among the servants? Suddenly interrupting his ongoing battle, Chen Qingyi fiercely shouted toward Ouyang Chanyun in front of him. Stop. My precious apprentice just sent me a voice transmission. Let me listen first, then continue fighting with you. So saying, he immediately flashed aside and listened to the message. Afterwards, a killing intent flickered in his eyes. Seeing this, Ouyang Chanyun quickly approached Chen Qingyi. What happened? What's wrong with my future beloved apprentice? Ouyang Chanyun urgently asked. Chen Qingyi fumed. He's my beloved apprentice. Has nothing to do with you. Immediately after, he summarized the situation quickly. That grandson of Lu Qingyun is getting more arrogant by the day and even wants to cripple my beloved apprentice. I'm going there to find him now. With those words, he vanished from the spot in a flash. Ouyang Chanyun was quite familiar with the minor affairs within Xianyun Sword Sect. Looking at Ouyang Rongrong, who had been stunned beside him, he asked with suspicion, You wouldn't have fallen for Jiang Chun, would you? Oh well, grandfather thinks he's quite impressive. If possible, just marry him. As for whatever female companions he has outside, don't bother with them at all, understand? Ouyang Rongrong was instantly stunned. Was this really her own grandfather? Was this the same grandfather who treasured her like a gem? Was this the same grandfather who once said that if the man she married in the future ever strayed, even chasing him to the ends of the earth, through heaven and hell, digging through the earth itself, he would still reduce him to dust? How come everything had become so unfamiliar the moment Jiang Chun appeared? Grandfather, what are you saying? Ouyang Rongrong blushed with embarrassment and felt wronged. Ouyang Chanyun only sighed heavily. Grandfather was overthinking. A heaven-bestowed genius like Jiang Chun probably wouldn't even spare a glance at you. Ouyang Rongrong. At this moment, she felt powerless and didn't even want to say another word. Ouyang Chanyun turned serious. Lord Lu Qingyun's grandson is quite fond of you. Probably because he learned you've had some contact with Jiang Chun. He sent people to cripple Jiang Chun. At this moment, old Chen Qingyi will likely go mad. Ouyang Rongrong froze in place. Within the inner sect, in front of the great elder's residence, a blue-robed old man stood wielding a sword, roaring loudly. Lu Qingyun, come out and die. In the next moment, 100-foot-tall sword aura pierced through like a torrent, ready to crush the residence to pieces with overwhelming force. Boom. The residence shattered into pieces. The surrounding elders, thinking an enemy had attacked, rushed out immediately to check. Quick, run. It's Chun the Madman. It's no longer safe here. What happened to the great elder? Why did he provoke Chun the Madman? Never mind that for now. He's gone berserk. Except for the grand elder and sect leader, who in the entire sect can stop him. The elders scattered in panic like frightened birds and beasts, fleeing in all directions. Chapter 43. A master who shields his own. As the mansion was completely torn apart, Chen Qingyi saw that the person inside still didn't come out and immediately shot a furious glance, then roared in anger. Fine, Lu Qingyun, you want to play dead, huh? Then today I'll make sure you truly die inside this mansion. The previous sword beam had merely been a taste of his strength. This time, Chen Qingyi held nothing back. Terrifying waves of energy surged outward as his full strength erupted. Beams of green light emerged and gathered into Chen Qingyi's right hand, condensing into a terrifying sword aura. The next moment, swish, Chen Qingyi slashed forward. The rushing air currents rolled wildly, and the sky-darkening sword beam sliced horizontally toward the mansion once more. Boom. A thunderous sound echoed. This time, a voice filled with anger came from within. Chen Qingyi, that's enough. If you keep this up, my old bones will be shattered by you. A figure appeared, his clothes tattered by the sword energy, his face smeared only with dust. He looked utterly wretched. Seeing him, Chen Qingyi snorted coldly and was about to slash another strike. Seeing this, Lu Qingyun hurriedly waved his hands. No need to go that far. If you have something to say, just say it. You still have this old habit, always wanting to cut people down. To Lu Qingyun, among the entire Xianyun Sword Sect, the one he least wanted to confront was precisely this madman. Not only was he immensely powerful, he also didn't reason with people or show any face. No matter who came, it was just a sword slash down. Although Lu Qingyun's title of senior elder ranked above Chen Qingyi's, everyone knew that was only because the three core elders were too lazy to handle the worldly affairs, hence this position had eventually fallen into Lu Qingyun's lap. Otherwise, how could he possibly have become the senior elder? Upon hearing Lu Qingyun's words, Chen Qingyi snorted again, but this time, he still dissipated the sword energy, although his right hand had already moved toward his soul-bound flying sword, as if ready to unleash full force the moment Lu Qingyun's words didn't satisfy him. Seeing this, Lu Qingyun's mouth twitched slightly. Is it really necessary, Chen Qingyi? Isn't this overreacting? You always want to kill people over nothing. If anyone familiar with the senior elder saw this scene, they would certainly be shocked beyond belief. Wait, the senior elder actually has a moment like this, so wretched and humble? Chen Qingyi, Lu Qingyun said. Your grandson is using what kind of life energy to refine pills? I don't care. Whatever you all want to do, I don't care. Those are the sect leaders and elders' affairs. Chen Qingyi said slowly. Hearing these words, Lu Qingyun's expression changed slightly, but quickly returned to normal. In his impression, and actually in everyone's understanding, Chen Qingyi wasn't a meddler. Even though the matter might have violated moral principles, it was ultimately the concern of the sect leader and the elders, nothing to do with him. Lu Qingyun paused and looked at Chen Qingyi, waiting for his next words. After all, he knew clearly that if Chen Qingyi had made such a show of coming here, it definitely wasn't for such a trivial matter. Moments later, Chen Qingyi coldly continued, I have a disciple named Jiang Chun. You sent people to deal with him, and I am very unhappy. Remember this. If your grandson encounters Jiang Chun during his growth, and Jiang Chun dies fairly in a duel, I won't say a word. But if you dare to employ underhanded tricks or dangerous moves, I will personally behead your grandson, and I will even burn my soul to kill every member of your 9 family branches. Judge for yourself whether I'm serious. That's all I have to say. After finishing his words, Chen Qingyi flashed away, as if he had never appeared at all. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingyun was so angry that he trembled all over and shouted furiously, Make Lu Yang come here immediately. If those words had been spoken by any other core elder, Lu Qingyun might have thought it was just empty anger and idle threats. But Chen Qingyi was different. Lu Qingyun knew from Chen Qingyi's tone that he was absolutely serious. If Chen Qingyi really burned his soul, neither the sect leader nor the elders could stop him, and Lu Qingyun himself would certainly die. He cherished his grandson dearly, but if keeping him around could bring such enormous trouble, Lu Qingyun wouldn't hesitate to abandon him. After a while, Lu Yang, who was always domineering and arrogant, was brought here in confusion, thrown down before Lu Qingyun. The arrogance he usually displayed was completely gone. He knelt on the ground with a loud thud, quickly grabbing his grandfather's leg. Grandfather, what's going on? He asked in confusion. It was the first time he had ever seen his grandfather in such a wretched state, his face filled with icy rage. Did you send someone to deal with a person named Jiang Chen? Lu Qingyun snarled. Upon hearing this, Lu Yang hesitated for a moment, then quickly thought through his memories. He soon recalled a servant named Jiang Chen, but instantly discarded the thought. It couldn't possibly be the same person. After a moment of contemplation, he cautiously replied, Grandfather, I don't recall sending anyone after someone named Jiang Chen. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingyun's lips twitched slightly, and without hesitation, he slapped his grandson across the face, sending him flying backward. A servant. He is now just a servant. Think again carefully. He knew full well that his grandson was the type to do such things constantly. There was no way he hadn't done it. He had probably just forgotten. After all, targeting a mere servant wasn't something he'd consider important enough to remember. Hearing this, Lu Yang's face paled as he knelt on the ground, cold sweat pouring down his back. But, he's just a servant. How could there be a problem with that? Before he could finish speaking, Lu Qingyun roared at him. He is Chen Qingyi's personal disciple, and Chen Qingyi holds him in utmost regard. Do you even understand how terrifying Chen Qingyi is? Back then, it was only because he refused the position of first elder that it fell to me. And now, he treats this Jiang Chun as if he were his own beloved son. Let me tell you, in terms of cultivation, only the sect leader and the grand elder can surpass him. Just now, he came here and told me, if you dare resort to underhanded tricks or dangerous moves, he will burn his very soul to wipe out everyone connected to us. Even the sect leader and the grand elder wouldn't be able to protect us. Do you understand? Lu Yang froze. He simply stared at his grandfather, stunned beyond words, finally exhaling slowly. I understand. Good. Go cultivate properly. If you still have grievances, compete openly and fairly without using dirty tactics. Even if you kill Jiang Chun, that old man Chen Qingyi won't say a word. After finishing, Lu Qingyun turned and left. As for Lu Yang, murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Once everything is done, if that Jiang Chun dares to enter the inner sect, I will kill him. Jiang Chun was wandering leisurely when suddenly he sneezed, letting out a loud, achoo. Strange, could it be someone has targeted me? Jiang Chun muttered to himself, but he quickly shook his head, chuckling slightly, and gave it no further thought. Fearless. After all, he had Chen Qingyi as his powerful backer. Chapter 44, Outer Sect Assessment. The next 4 days passed without incident for Jiang Chun. In contrast, Lu Yun from the neighboring room was always anxious. It wasn't that anything had happened to her, but rather because of Lu Yang. She was afraid that the ruthless and violent way Jiang Chun had slapped Lu Yang's face would provoke the vengeful guy into summoning some powerful experts to kill Jiang Chun. But then, after those few days, Lu Yun discovered one thing. That was, nothing happened. Jiang Chun himself seemed completely unconcerned. And no matter how many times Lu Yun warned Jiang Chun, it was useless. The other party simply didn't take it seriously, which often frustrated her. Finally, the day of the Outer Sect assessment arrived. Lu Yang hadn't shown up for 4 consecutive days. Slightly puzzled, Lu Yun finally sent a transmission asking one of her inner sect friends about it. But the information she received was, Lu Yang had been missing for quite some time. On this day, Chen Qingyi was in a great mood. With a flash, he arrived outside Jiang Chen's room and knocked on the door with a bang bang bang. Beloved apprentice, it's time to go for the assessment. Just as she arrived at the door, Lu Yun saw the old man she had met briefly before, and she was stunned. No way. This old man actually had this side to him? It shocked Lu Yun greatly. Too exaggerated, way too exaggerated. Looking strangely at Chen Qingyi, Lu Yun seemed to understand why Jiang Chun dared to stomp on Lu Yang's face, why Lu Yang, who was arrogant, domineering, and vengeful, would disappear for several days and dare not show his face. It turned out old man Chen valued Jiang Chun even more than rumored. Jiang Chun opened the door and saw the old man in front of him, speaking coldly. Why the rush? Just take your time. Chen Qingyi wasn't offended, smiling as he replied excitedly. I just can't wait to see you stomp on all those promising young talents this year. Lu Yun opened her mouth wide. No way. Chen Qingyi was after all one of the 3 core elders. And Lu Yun knew many secrets too. For example, it was because Chen Qingyi had refused to become the chief elder that Lu Qingyun was able to assume the position. Countless outstanding talents couldn't catch Chen Qingyi's attention. And those talents that Ouyang Chanyun snatched away before were only rejected because Chen Qingyi had been too proud. If he treated them the same way he treated Jiang Chun, how could he possibly refuse? Lu Yun remained silent for a long time. When she came back to her senses, Jiang Chun had already been taken away by Chen Qingyi to attend the outer sect assessment. A few minutes after they left, Ouyang Rongrong walked over in a dejected state, looking at Lu Yun. Where's Jiang Chun? Upon seeing her expression, Ouyang Rongrong noticed that Lu Yun's expression was quite complex. He was taken by Chen Qingyi to the outer sect assessment. Lu Yun answered almost mechanically. The 2 women remained silent. After a while, Lu Yun broke the silence first. Why do you look so unhappy? Ouyang Rongrong looked at Jiang Chen's house and sighed. My grandfather scolded me because Chen Qingyi took the initiative to accept Jiang Chun as his disciple. He has never scolded me before. In previous similar incidents, Ouyang Chanyun had always just smiled faintly and said it was nothing. Only Jiang Chun made her suffer her grandfather's scolding for the first time. Lu Yun. She realized she had barely understood Jiang Chun at all. Chen Qingyi brought Jiang Chun to the martial arts ground where the outer sect promotion assessment was being held. Actually, the annual outer sect promotion assessment mainly focused on the top quality cultivators. Those labeled as Class A qualities were entitled to inner sect disciple treatment and commonly referred to as inner sect disciples. More accurately speaking, they were quasi-inner sect disciples. The outer sect assessment and the inner sect assessment were both procedures that had to be undergone, but they were enjoyed with inner sect disciple treatment in the process. Therefore, the intensity of the annual outer sect promotion assessment wasn't low at all. Many elders would come here to recruit disciples. Chen Qingyi wanted his disciple Jiang Chun to dominate the competition, purely to satisfy his own sense of pride. To announce to all the elders that he didn't accept disciples not because he wouldn't, but because his disciple had to be someone who could suppress an entire generation of prodigies. Zhu Yu had also arrived, following Earth Tier Pill Refiner. That guy is Jiang Chun. The Earth Tier Pill Refiner looked toward Jiang Chun, speaking in a solemn voice. Clearly, those who held higher positions, like himself, already knew about the incident between Chen Qingyi and the chief elder. After all, at that time, when Chen Qingyi charged over, many inner sect elders were there, witnessing everything from the start. Zhu Yu nodded, his expression complex, mixed with hatred, regret, and more so, confusion. He couldn't figure out why this young man, who had once flattered him and bowed to him, had now reached such a level. Of course, Zhu Yu only knew that Jiang Chun was Chen Qingyi's disciple, but had no idea how much weight Jiang Chun carried in Chen Qingyi's heart. Therefore, Zhu Yu secretly made up his mind. Given the opportunity, he still had to kill Jiang Chun. I wonder what's going on with Lu Yang. After so many days, he still hasn't killed Jiang Chun. Zhu Yu thought to himself darkly. Lu Yang wanted Jiang Chun dead. His background was sufficient, and his strength, too. Beside him, the Earth Tier Pill Refiner seemed to see through Zhu Yu's thoughts and coldly spoke next. Don't even think about going after Jiang Chun. He is not someone you can afford to antagonize. Lu Yang sent people to kill Jiang Chun, but failed. Then Chen Qingyi personally went to the inner sect and beat up Lu Qingyun, issuing a deadly threat. If Lu Yang dares use underhanded methods against Jiang Chun again, Chen Qingyi will burn his very soul and wipe out the entire Lu clan. Remember this, Chen Qingyi never speaks idly, and from the way things are, Jiang Chun carries extraordinary weight in his heart. Just look at how humble and obedient Chen Qingyi is around him. It's absurd. I may be an Earth Tier Pill Refiner with high standing in the Xianyun Sword Sect, but I'd never dare to hurt Chen Qingyi on your behalf. You must remember, pill refiners and powerful experts rely on each other. Pill refiners provide resources, while experts offer protection and resources. People like Chen Qingyi have countless heaven-tier pill refiners willing to serve under him. After he finished speaking, Zhu Yu's face turned ashen. All his accumulated grievances and hatred toward Jiang Chun vanished completely in this moment. In the end, it wasn't something significant anyway. It was just that he felt resentment, because he viewed Jiang Chun as such a lowly ant daring to defy him, which made him feel his status was being challenged, that was all. Now that Jiang Chun had grown to such a level, since they had no deep enmity to begin with, letting go of it was easy for Zhu Yu. At this moment, Chen Qingyi looked toward all the young geniuses at the martial arts ground eyeing Jiang Chun and suddenly smiled. Apprentice, want to make a big splash? Jiang Chun was taken aback. What big splash? Chen Qingyi grinned. Something that'll make you famous throughout the Xianyun Sword Sect. Before Jiang Chun could think of a response, Chen Qingyi activated his spiritual power and let out a thunderous roar. To be blunt, all of you so-called geniuses and prodigies here are trash in front of my disciple. Chapter 45. Disciple, you're being too arrogant, aren't you? Just this one sentence left Jiang Chun stunned. Suddenly, he realized that everyone in front of him had instinctively stood up upon hearing that voice. their gazes shooting sharply toward Jiang Chun. They all wanted to see who was so brave, daring to say such a thing. As for the elders, they first looked angrily toward Chen Xingyi, but upon recognizing this fearsome elder, they retracted their anger and instead turned their gaze toward the young man beside him, Jiang Chun. Humph. Although they dared not do anything to Chen Xingyi, they held no such restraint toward this young fellow at his side. Why did Chen Xingyi suddenly take a disciple? And judging from the look on his face, he seems pretty confident too. Yeah, never seen him before, and judging by his appearance, he's not a top genius either. Never heard of this guy. In my opinion, Chen Xingyi has been without a disciple for too long. He's just lowered his standards and picked up a menial servant as a disciple. TSK, TSK. Everyone was murmuring among themselves. Surprisingly, one of their guesses wasn't far off. Jiang Chun was indeed a servant. And naturally, the elders felt this way because all the disciples with any talent had long passed through their eyes. With their cultivation, remembering faces was an effortless feat. And clearly, Jiang Chun wasn't on their list of remembered faces. Zhu Yu stood up, staring at Jiang Chun with a calm expression while sighing inwardly. If I had known back then that Chen Xingyi valued this disciple so much, I shouldn't have done those things. It's practically signing my own death note now. Jiang Chun soon regained his composure, a slight smile curling his lips as he looked at this group of prodigies, musing inwardly. Asterisk. Come all at once. I can suppress you all with one hand. Asterisk. Although he hadn't yet cultivated that deadly martial scripture that made him peerless in killing might, merely using the most basic sword cultivator technique, condensed sword aura, he guessed it would be more than enough to crush these so-called prodigies. Chen Xingyi was very satisfied with Jiang Chun's reaction. Then he murmured softly, "Good disciple, squash these guys first. There are many tough battles ahead." Actually, there were some top talent disciples this year, most of whom were taken in by the Grand Elder, Sect Leader, and Senior Elder. TSK, their combat strength isn't bad either. I don't have high expectations for you. Just subdue the younger generation of Xianyun Sword Sect within 2 years. Actually, Chen Xingyi wanted to add another sentence, that within 5 years, he should defeat the prodigies from the surrounding major sects, and even the higher-tier sacred lands. But after thinking about it, he realized his character image was one where every boast he made eventually came true. So, better not to exaggerate, difficulty levels too high. Then, Chen Xingyi and Jiang Chun sat down amidst glares from all around, taking their seats at the most central and eye-catching position. An inner sect elder in charge of the trial quickly approached with a delighted expression and asked, "Elder Chun, how should we conduct this outer sect test?" As the chief examiner of the outer sect assessment, he wielded great authority. Even senior inner sect elders would struggle to interfere. Otherwise, he could scoff with a, "Asterisk, you dare?" Asterisk. But with Elder Chun, it was different. He'd likely say that line only to get cut down by a sword from Chen Xingyi right there. Chen Xingyi looked around at these prodigies and suddenly smiled. Let them fight first and determine the top 16 strongest. Then, let them all face my disciple together. Since the hall was deathly quiet, Chen Xingyi's voice, though not loud, reached every person's ears. Hearing this, everyone was shocked, especially those top-tier A-rank prodigies who hadn't been chosen by any top elders. They all raised voices of protest. What for? He's just a lowly servant. I could crush him with one hand. Although Elder Chun holds great power and unmatched strength, the outer sect examination is no joke. Fueled by rage, one young bull after another stood up, shouting furiously, so much so that the elders sitting beside them hurried to force them back down. Still, the elders themselves inwardly grumbled. Too arrogant. Simply too arrogant. Though Chen Xingyi had always been arrogant, he'd always backed it up with absolute power. But even if this Jiang Chun had some special talent, he was ultimately just a servant, with almost no resources in this less than a year time frame. There was simply no comparison in level between him and those A-rank disciples. What kind of strength could he possibly have? Yet, remembering Chen Xingyi's consistent reputation, that every boast he made eventually came true, the crowd all turned their gazes toward Jiang Chun with anticipation, almost wanting to peer into him and discover what exactly made him so special. Ouyang Rongrong was hidden in a corner of the audience, unnoticed unless she made a deliberate sound, having gone through quite a bit of disguise. Beside her sat Lu Yun. Lu Yun's beautiful eyes widened as she looked fixedly at Jiang Chun. She softly asked Ouyang Rongrong beside her, "Hey, is Jiang Chun really that strong?" 16 A-rank disciples, at the very least foundation building stage 2 geniuses, most likely all foundation building stage 6 and above. Can he really crush all of them? Lu Yun couldn't believe it. If Jiang Chun himself had said that, she would have rolled her eyes and muttered sarcastically, "Oh wow, such a show-off." But this time, it was Chen Xingyi who had spoken. Its authenticity skyrocketed immediately, even though it still sounded almost surreal. Ouyang Rongrong watched Jiang Chun with a complicated expression, looking at this genius who had even made her grandfather scold her harshly that day. Truthfully, by the end of that incident, she still hadn't figured out exactly what Jiang Chun's secrets or remarkable talents were. She could only tell from the behavior of her grandfather and Chen Xingyi that he was no ordinary prodigy. Perhaps, what Chen Xingyi said is true. Lost in her thoughts, Ouyang Rongrong didn't notice the pair of beautiful eyes beside her still watching her intently, patiently waiting for an answer. She didn't disturb her, nor did she interrupt, until Ouyang finally snapped back to reality and slowly exhaled. Yes, what Chen Xingyi said might just be true. This was her only thought at the moment. Facing the younger generation's outrage, Chen Xingyi merely smiled indifferently and said, If the final 16 contenders can last a quarter hour under my disciples' hands, then each of them will receive my personal sword cultivation techniques. Also, each will receive a high-grade pill. As for just how high-grade, well, let's just say it will be more precious than all the pills you've ever received combined. Chen Qingyi didn't even bother specifying the name of the pill. In his opinion, there was no way Jiang Chun would allow all 16 to last 15 minutes. Jiang Chun. He turned his head slightly, giving Chen Qingyi beside him a puzzled glance, then quickly looked away again, feigning calmness, his expression indifferent, as if disregarding everyone. Arrogant. That was his only thought. Not that my master isn't, but I guess I really might be able to do it. Still, you're being way too bold, master. Chapter 46, Sword Intent. As soon as these words were spoken, finally, this group of heaven's chosen could no longer sit still. One by one, their eyes flickered with flames. Yet, there was one undeniable truth. Beneath their anger, there was also excitement. Chen Qingyi's true sword Dao insights. One must understand, throughout the entire Xianyun sword sect, if they were to speak solely of expertise in the sword path, very few could rival Chen Qingyi. Perhaps some low-ranking servants didn't know this, but those who had long enjoyed the treatment of inner and outer sect disciples had thoroughly grasped the sect's affairs over these past few months. Throughout the past millennium, fewer than 2 people had ever obtained Chen Qingyi's true sword Dao insights, and those 2 were merely some of his more favored formal disciples. Now, with such a rare opportunity presenting itself, they naturally felt ecstatic. Even more so, because they believed this was a foregone conclusion. As for the elders, including the examination elder, they were stunned. They looked at Chen Qingyi with extremely resentful eyes, as if saying, I also want to obtain your true sword Dao insights. Very soon, the competition officially began. This outer sect examination, with the terrifying presence of Chen Qingyi suddenly barging in, wasn't as flamboyant or showy as before. This time, 60 disciples stepped onto the stage all at once for a chaotic free-for-all battle, and only the most elite remained in the end. Sure enough, in the end, it was those 16 Class A disciples who remained. There had been no suspense whatsoever during the entire process. At this moment, one elder chuckled as he looked down at the 16 Class A disciples and spoke slowly. The 2 brothers, Long Qianyun and Long Qianhuan, are truly invincible in defense, born with divine strength. What's even scarier is that the 2 of them were born with the diamond body. The diamond body ranks among the top in the myriad of innate defensive physiques. Moreover, both have solidified Dao cultivation through 8 revolutions foundation building. After foundation building, Elder Su, who also possesses the diamond body, awakened their internal diamond power using his own lifeblood. To put it bluntly, there's no need for others. Just having these 2 stand before Jiang Chun and let him attack for an hour, we wouldn't know if he could even leave a scratch. As his voice fell, another elder stroked his beard and smiled. Then there's Yang Ling, a prodigy of the Blade Dao. The elder in the inner sect personally imparted a great grand technique called the heaven-sundering single slash to him when he was at the Qi condensation stage. By combining his essence, energy, and spirit, he unleashes a terrifying power. Tell me, would Jiang Chun be able to withstand it? One voice after another echoed out, each of the elders praising the Class A disciples they favored. Among the 16, as many as 6 had achieved the 8th revolving foundation building. These 6 were also regarded as the most interesting younglings of this generation. Many top elders had their eyes on them, waiting for them to enter the inner sect so they could claim them as disciples. Except for the 3 core elders, the Grand Elder, the Sect Leader, and the Supreme Elder, all others had to follow protocol. Suddenly, one elder chuckled. Do you all still remember Elder Su, the one with the diamond body? He once sought Chen Qingyi Elder's technique after perfecting the diamond martial art. But Chen Elder only used an ordinary sword qi, making him recuperate for 3 years. As his voice fell, someone immediately chimed in. Exactly. I can't wait to see how Elder Su will feel if he sees his own disciple facing off against Chen Qingyi's disciple. Don't talk about it anymore. That time nearly caused Elder Su to develop a heart demon, shattering his diamond martial art cultivation. A century of practice was wiped out overnight. If not for the sect leader personally stabilizing his heart, he would have been done for. The master who Yang Ling is about to become a disciple of was also crushed by Chen Qingyi back then. The lower-ranked elders were gossiping as they enjoyed the spectacle. Though they didn't possess much strength, such minor sect rumors were one of their usual sources of entertainment. Everyone was filled with anticipation, eagerly awaiting what was to come. Before their chatter could last long, suddenly, figures appeared in the sky, as many as 5, and then took their seats. They didn't look at Chen Qingyi, they didn't even dare to. Instead, they gazed at Jiang Chun, their eyes brimming with murderous intent, so solid it felt tangible. These 5 were none other than the masters of the 5 among the 6 Class A disciples with 8th revolving foundation building. Seeing this, the elders immediately sat upright, eyes glued to the scene, exhilarated and fully focused. Oh, they're really here. A great show is about to start. Jiang Chun hadn't heard any of the other voices, but he had clearly felt the nearly tangible killing intent from these 5. It felt like needles at his back. There was nothing he could do. These people were far stronger than him, and even this slight pressure was affecting him. Someone else would probably already be kneeling on the ground. After thinking for a while, Jiang Chun suddenly turned toward his accidental master beside him and irritably asked, "What's wrong with these people?" Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyi looked toward the 5 figures. After thinking for a long while, he finally shook his head. They look familiar, but vaguely. I can't quite recall. Then, Arandao. Bai zai wo shou zhong zhi di. Cong bu hui bei wo ji zhou. Yin wei wo hui ge tamen shui jian zhigan. Zhidao tamen yao wang bui jian. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen suddenly felt disinclined to communicate with his master. Too arrogant. Very soon, the 5 elders each spoke extensively to their respective disciples, unashamedly not minding whether others overheard. All they talked about boiled down to one point. Crush Chen Qingyi's disciple without mercy. After some time passed, the examiner checked the time, thinking that these Class A disciples should have nearly replenished the energy they had consumed earlier. Then, he cleared his throat and announced loudly, "The battle begins." Wah, wah, wah. 16 streams of light shot forth in response, landing directly into the battlefield, exuding cold sword intent and soaring fighting spirit. Jiang Chen, seeing this, simply leaped into the arena, facing the 16 figures who desired to tear him apart. The moment he entered the battlefield, more than 10 attacks, sword chi, blade intent, and other probing strikes, immediately surged toward him. Jiang Chen didn't even bother evading. He simply condensed sword chi in his right hand. Upon witnessing this, everyone present froze in shock, except Chen Qingyi, who remained as calm and indifferent as ever. What's going on? Is this guy insane? Why didn't he dodge? I think he really is crazy. These attacks weren't full-powered, but even so, being struck by over a dozen foundation-building attacks would utterly crush another foundation-building cultivator. Everyone was shouting in shock. Yet the next moment, everyone gasped in astonishment. Just as those attacks reached Jiang Chen, before fully making contact with his body, invisible sword chi erupted around him, tearing apart and dissolving each incoming strike one by one. The entire process was straightforward and brutal, displaying nothing but raw, overwhelming power. But this was nothing short of an absolute crushing dominance of sheer strength. Suddenly, an elder shouted and stood up in disbelief. Protective sword chi. Has his sword Dao already reached the stage of will? Impossible. At foundation building, how could someone possibly have advanced to the will stage? In fact, Jiang Chen himself didn't even realize this truth yet. Chapter 47, Left in the Dust. Even Jiang Chen himself felt that this sword aura defense should be something every sword cultivator possessed. It was simply effortless for him. When he reached that stage of cultivation, it naturally emerged without any deliberate effort. This was the height the Infinite Sword Sutra and the Sword Heart Clarity had elevated Jiang Chen to. Sitting on the high platform, Chen Qingyi stroked his beard and chuckled. This young fellow has begun, without realizing it, pushed the realm of presence to the level of great perfection. In fact, back then, Chen Qingyi had already noticed that Jiang Chen had grasped the concept of presence. At that time, it had merely reached perfection, still short of great perfection. But Chen Qingyi chose not to reveal it, because frankly, everything about Jiang Chen came naturally. To forcefully intervene would only be worse than allowing Jiang Chen to progress on his own path. As long as Jiang Chen did not go astray, Chen Qingyi wouldn't interfere, for doing so would yield far worse results. Reality proved exactly as Chen Qingyi expected. Without interference, Jiang Chen's mastery of presence had already reached the stage of great perfection. Suddenly, Ouyang Changyun, hidden within the crowd, flickered through space and appeared beside Chen Qingyi. He placed a hand on Chen Qingyi's shoulder, fingers trembling violently, as if suppressing fury, and whispered in an enraged voice, "What's going on here? My precious disciple has already broken through to the realm of great perfection and presence. He's a genius, a true genius. He rivals our sect's chosen holy disciples." As Ouyang Changyun grew excited, he glared resentfully at Chen Qingyi, standing beside him, barely restraining the urge to strike him. But realizing the place was filled with onlookers, he decided to maintain his dignity as a core elder. However, Chen Qingyi glanced at him coldly and said indifferently, "What are you talking about? He's my disciple. What do you have to do with him?" Ouyang Changyun. Suddenly, the visible veins on Ouyang Changyun's forehead pulsed, as though he would erupt at any moment. "Chen Qingyi, let's fight right now. Whoever wins will have Jiang Chen as their disciple." Chen Qingyi looked down at Jiang Chen below and the surrounding elders, as well as the hidden high-ranking individuals whose shock deepened by the second. The more astonished their expressions became, the more delighted he felt. Under such circumstances, how could he have time to deal with Ouyang Changyun? Waving a hand dismissively, he said, "Go away. I'll deal with you later. Right now, I have to keep an eye on my precious disciple." Hearing this, Ouyang Changyun nearly exploded in anger, but remembering he needed to maintain his composure, he swallowed his rage and whispered, "Fine. We'll settle this next time." Then, he found a seat and sat down, watching Jiang Chen's dazzling display in the martial arena, growing more and more fond of him. Not only was he his precious disciple, but also the future son-in-law. Just then, before the onlookers could even recover from the shock, they saw Jiang Chen condense sword aura in his right hand and sweep it forward with a casual swipe. It was a simple attack. One could even say it was performed carelessly, but those with sharp eyesight instantly furrowed their brows in shock. This is the unity of person and sword. The sword aura forms with but a thought, possessing terrifying power. His sword presence has truly reached great perfection. Incredible. Could it be he is entering the realm of sword intent? Impossible, right? How can such a mere servant disciple be so terrifying? Believe it or not, the evidence is right before your eyes. This kid is an absolute top-tier genius. Voices erupted among the crowd, filled with astonishment. Utter astonishment. Even the inner sect elders, no matter how lowly ranked, understood how terrifying the mastery of sword presence was. They understood even better how frightening it was for someone of such a young age to have reached great perfection in sword presence. Suddenly, Jiang Chun stomped heavily on the ground, leapt up, and looked down with a slight smile on his lips. Let me start with an appetizer for you all. This attack didn't employ the combat enhancement from the impurity-free sword body, nor did it use the power of the infinite sword sutra, not even a weapon. It was purely sword essence. The most primal, purest sword essence. In the next instant, swoosh, Jiang Chun hurled the sword aura downward. The terrifying aura tore through space, emitting explosive sound waves. Short and narrow as it was, the sword energy instilled extreme fear and intimidation into the 16 outstanding geniuses below. At this moment, the two brothers wielding the Jinggang Ji, diamond body, stepped forward, unleashing the partially awakened Jinggang Zhili, diamond force. Golden light enveloped them, forming a large, bell-shaped golden illusion centered on their bodies. Those who had interacted with them earlier rushed forward and poured their power into the two. And at this point, who still can't tell? This Jiang Chun truly possesses terrifying power, the kind that can crush them all in one sweep. Everyone had already cast aside their pride and braced themselves seriously. Although, what they were facing was just a youth who entered the sect at the same time as them. One who had even spent time as a menial servant. At this moment, Elder Su, the one who also possessed the diamond body, wore a grave expression as he stood up and looked downward, his previous calm demeanor completely gone. Beside him, a middle-aged woman frowned. That Qin Qingyi is truly lucky. He actually managed to find such a monstrous genius. Elder Su's face darkened. This sword chi, these two young ones should be able to block it. But this is only pure sword essence. Once he uses secret techniques and activates other powers, even if everyone combines their strength, they still won't be able to withstand it. After saying this elder renowned for his powerful physical cultivation suddenly seemed to have all his energy drained from his body in an instant. He collapsed back into his seat, his face filled with unmistakable despondency. Indeed, he had been utterly crushed. In every single confrontation against Qin Qingyi before, he had lost every time. Now, the two disciples he had favored, even combining the power of all the other young prodigies here, might still be unable to withstand this youth's strength. The middle-aged woman remained silent for a moment before suddenly chuckling. Ah, this Qin Qingyi is truly someone others can only admire from afar, even when it comes to taking disciples. Of course, they didn't know that Qin Qingyi had already activated all his abilities and was eavesdropping on their entire conversation. And in his heart, he felt secretly delighted. It wasn't anything else, just one of Qin Qingyi's small little quirks. Of course, no one knew that Qin Qingyi hadn't gone out of his way to search for Jiang Chun. He had simply been lucky. When Jiang Chun was refining his impurity-free sword body, Qin Qingyi just happened to have discovered him. At this moment, everyone had dispelled any notions of disdain, treating this fight seriously as an exciting match worth watching with full attention. Swoosh! The sword chi had already arrived before them all. Chapter 48. With such a gifted genius, how can the Jinzong sect fail to flourish? Boom! A loud crashing sound erupted. The small sword chi unleashed in indescribably terrifying might, gradually tearing apart the power of Taizhong. Bang! Just when the two of them could barely hold on, they suddenly roared loudly. Ha! Finally, they managed to wear down the sword chi until it vanished completely. Seeing this, Jiang Chun roughly grasped the strength of these individuals and decided not to prolong the battle any further. He murmured softly, "Since my provisional master wants me to show off, then let me crush them all in an overwhelming manner." Taking advantage of this brief respite, everyone quickly caught their breath. Earlier, while resisting Jiang Chun's power, they had wasted quite a bit of energy. In fact, their breathing had already become disordered. There was simply no way for them to seize this opportunity to unleash terrifying killing moves to restrain Jiang Chun. The word, restrain, was used precisely because they knew that even the protective sword chi alone was beyond their ability to penetrate. They merely hoped their attacks could struggle against that sword chi for a moment, nothing more than that. Zhu Yu, watching this scene unfold, was stunned. He turned to look at the Tianjia, Tier Heaven, Pill Master beside him, his master. Immediately, he noticed that his master, who usually maintained an unshaken demeanor even in the face of calamity, was trembling slightly, murmuring, "A genius, an absolute genius. If I place my bet on him." Zhu Yu had never been interested in sword cultivation. The only reason he practiced cultivation was for the purpose of refining pills, nothing else. Thus, previously, he hadn't even recognized the protective sword chi as sure, will, nor understood how terrifying it actually was. Suddenly, he gave a slight sigh, finally realizing just how formidable an opponent he had once wanted to oppose. Based on his understanding of his master, he could be almost 100% certain that if Jiang Chun had wanted to kill him, his master wouldn't have hesitated for a second. He would have cut off his own head and offered it to Jiang Chun. At a corner of the arena, Lu Yang watched the scene unfolding above, his face filled with envy. Even Lu Qingyun couldn't help but exclaim, "What an extraordinary genius. If our plan succeeds, you will finally have a chance to surpass him. Don't lose heart." As for the plan he was about to carry out, Lu Qingyun remained quite confident. Qin Qingyi remained seated atop the high platform, listening to all these words, including Lu Qingyun's. He muttered disdainfully, "Only crooked paths and heresies. Even if you sacrificed 10,000 living souls to forge the blood demon body for your grandson, he still wouldn't reach even a 10,000th of Jiang Chen's level. Let alone, you can only use 1,000 souls to forge the blood demon body." Suddenly, Chun Qingyi felt a huge pressure. What should I do if my apprentice becomes too outstanding and everyone wants to snatch him? I need help urgently. Online, and very anxious. Suddenly, Jiang Chun looked downward and smiled. From now on, I will only unleash one sword move. If you can block it, consider me defeated. Clad in white robes, Jiang Chun stood proudly in the air, the fierce wind blowing his clothes wildly. Many high-ranking figures watched him with eyes no longer filled with any other emotion, only admiration. Indeed, admiration, nothing else. No one thought him arrogant, because Jiang Chun deserved arrogance. From this day forward, all the geniuses of the Xianyun Jinzong sect shall tremble because of my existence. Jiang Chun was proud of himself. The next moment, his body suddenly burst with golden rays, enveloping him in light. Slowly, the energy gathered behind him, solidifying into a colossal golden sword. 1,000 chi tall, 100 chi wide. Everyone rose abruptly, astonished, exclaiming, "The pure and immaculate sword body." He actually refined the perfect immaculate sword body, equaling the saint disciple. Almost everyone's voice trembled, for the higher one ascended, the clearer one could understand the true meaning behind those 6 characters. Perfect immaculate sword body. At this moment, Ouyang Changyun looked at Jiang Chun, then at Chun Qingyi beside him, gnashing his teeth in hatred. However, the shock was far from over. Next, a massive golden lotus appeared beneath Jiang Chun's feet, within which lay a golden sword. And there was a faint aura within it, familiar to the inner sect elders. The perfect foundation, attaining the fundamental Tao power even at foundation building stage. How is that even possible? He's simply too talented. With such a heavenly genius, how can our Xianyun Jinzong fail to rise in glory? No one could maintain their composure anymore. Not even Lu Qingyun, nor Ouyang Changyun, and even less so for a hooded old man, cloaked in black robes, hidden in the shadows. He stared at Jiang Chun, completely entranced. In the next instant, Jiang Chun stretched out his hand, grasped the sword chi behind him, and smashed it violently downward. Yet in that very moment, all the so-called prodigies stood frozen, completely losing their composure. The oppression of the Tao's origin. The suppression of the immaculate sword body. They couldn't even lift a single finger. At this moment, Elder Su didn't hesitate in the slightest. He shot forward with a flash and let out a violent roar. His Jinggang Zhiqi, diamond body, was pushed to its peak, unleashing a gigantic iron bell that covered and protected all of them, firm and solid. The sword chi smashed onto the iron bell, producing a violent, buzzing resonance. It lasted for several minutes before finally dissipating. Chun Qingyi didn't attempt to stop it, nor did anyone else, because they all knew that without Elder Su stepping in to shield these young geniuses, they would have been completely obliterated by this single sword move. There was no doubt about it. After everything settled, the martial arena where they had stood was now reduced to a complete ruin. Blocking this attack was simple for Elder Su. In fact, if he had wanted to counterattack and eliminate the sword chi, that would have been just as easy. However, such an action could easily backfire on Jiang Chun, so he chose pure defense. He took the full impact head on. No one was hurt, though under that colossal force, the entire martial arena had collapsed. Lu Qingyun gazed upward, murmuring, "A genius. In time, he'll be another saint disciple." The next moment, he turned serious, looking at Lu Yang beside him. At this time, Lu Yang wore a complex expression. Though that sword move hadn't targeted him directly, the pressure and aura it emitted were so overwhelming that even just meeting it head-on had stirred in Lu Yang an uncontrollable urge to submit and kneel. "Lu Yang, from now on, you must befriend this person, never make enemies with him. Otherwise, I'll kill you with my own hands," Lu Qingyun said coldly. The last time it was because Chun Qingyi. This time, it was for Jiang Chun himself, simply because of Jiang Chun alone. Lu Yang gave a bitter smile and said, "I understand. In the face of such a being, I find it hard to summon the courage to oppose him at all." Meanwhile, the Tier Heaven Pill Master beside Zhu Yu trembled with excitement, murmuring, "No, I'll bet on him. Help him at all costs." Before, he had only hesitated. Now, his decision was firm. Betting on Jiang Chun was the correct choice. As long as he didn't perish halfway, in the future, he would surely become a supreme power. At this moment, Chun Qingyi's expression had turned rather grim. Pacing back and forth, he muttered, "Great, now the sect leader and the elder ancestor probably won't stop trying to claim my apprentice, will they?" Chapter 49. Showing off feels great for a moment. Showing off feels great for a moment. Keep showing off, and it still feels great. But after the showing off, the sect leader and elders would probably come looking for him. This troubled Chun Qingyi quite a bit. Perhaps dealing with one or two of them wouldn't be a problem on ordinary days. However, Jiang Chun was just too exceptional. Perfect foundation building. After all, the term perfect foundation building had mostly been legend, something everyone knew could lead to an incredible enhancement in power, even touching upon the very essence of the Tao, which was still purely speculative until now. No one had ever been certain of it. But Jiang Chun's appearance had made everyone certain. Only perfect foundation building could truly grasp the Tao's origin. Chun Qingyi could still handle the weight of the term immaculate and flawless sword body. He thought even if the sect leader and the elders came, as long as he held his ground, there wouldn't be a big problem. But now was different. The secret of perfect foundation building had been revealed, and pressure was intensifying. If I'd known this would happen, I wouldn't have let that brat Jiang Chun reveal so much. Now look at the mess. I've got way too much pressure on me. Chun Qingyi muttered to himself, yet he had already resolved not to retreat under any circumstances. The sect leader's mansion. The mansion was located at the summit of the highest peak of Xianyun Sword Sect, where the spiritual energy was most abundant. Around it, whirlpools of spiritual essence continuously flowed toward the mansion. The mansion was built atop a spiritual gathering formation that absorbed this energy. Suddenly, a middle-aged man wearing a purple robe flashed into existence at the mansion's entrance, his brows knitting together. Origin energy. Though just a thread, this is the Tao's essence, and it's coming from a teenager in the foundation building stage? What surprised the middle-aged man was the implication behind these words. Using his vast experience, he quickly came to a realization, murmuring in astonishment. Could it be? Could it possibly be a perfect foundation building? Yes, only perfect foundation building can achieve such a terrifying effect. As he pondered, a gray-robed old man, looking ordinary, suddenly appeared. If any of the disciples saw him outside, they would likely mistake him for some menial servant who'd swept floors from youth to old age. Seeing this person instantly, the middle-aged man hurriedly said, "Senior Elder, you've come here too?" Though he asked the question, deep down he already understood the reason. He roughly knew why the Senior Elder himself had come all the way here. The Senior Elder remained silent for a moment, then fixed his gaze on the middle-aged man and said solemnly, "You should already know, the Tao's origin energy has appeared, correct? And, in a young cultivator at the foundation building stage." At these words, the sect leader immediately understood. The confirmation aligned precisely with his assumptions. He continued, "I know. I was just about to send someone to investigate." The Senior Elder waved his hand. "I've already figured everything out. That person entered the sect several months ago as a servant, and 10 days ago, he was accepted by Chun Qingyi as a disciple. He formed the immaculate and flawless sword body and achieved perfect foundation building, reaching the foundation building stage. At the time I sensed something was off, but that bastard Chun Qingyi concealed the heavenly signs, and I hadn't thought along these lines, so I didn't pay much attention. Never did I imagine that he'd accepted such an extraordinary disciple." After hearing this, the sect leader was momentarily stunned, then gritted his teeth in anger. "Damn you, Chun Qingyi. My senior brother is great in many ways, but he's just too sneaky. Let's go. We're heading to the outer sect." The two exchanged a glance and reached an unspoken agreement. Today, they had to confront Chun Qingyi for an explanation. Outer sect, martial arena. Under the terrifying might of a single sword strike, everything nearby was flattened in no time. After quite some time, the golden bell shield finally dissipated. Inside the shield, the gifted young cultivators hadn't suffered any harm, but their gazes upon Jiang Chun were complicated. Indeed, their eyes were filled with extreme complexity. They simply looked toward the sky where Jiang Chun hovered, gazing downward, while they could only look up to him. Why? Suddenly, one boy, who had mastered the diamond body, turned toward his potential master and asked in confusion. From the moment their master had taken an interest in the two of them, he had kept saying that among their peers, their defensive abilities were peerless. Within Xianyun Sword Sect's generation, they would certainly rank within the top 10, not because of their offensive power, but rather due to the overwhelming defensive might. It was even said that few within the top 3 could break through their defenses. Believing in such praise had led them to develop an overinflated sense of confidence. No one expected that when facing Jiang Chun, forget about defense. Combining 16 of them together barely held on, and eventually required their master's intervention. If he were some kind of holy prodigy, that would be one thing. But the problem is, this guy actually started off as a mere servant. Ranked among the top 3 for defense in our generation. Yet in front of this servant, their defense felt no different from paper. 16 of them together barely held on, nearly having their Tao hearts shattered. Elder Su was momentarily speechless upon hearing that. After a long pause, he finally said, "He's different. He's an anomaly, a dark horse, one nobody could have predicted would appear. Remember his strength, and go chase after it." He was greatly troubled. Who could have known that back then? Chun Qingyi nearly shattered his own Tao heart, almost causing his cultivation to dissipate in a single move. Now, his disciple had nearly been crushed by Chun Qingyi's disciple. Hearing this, the young genius nodded slightly, then summoned his courage. "Then I'll issue a formal challenge to him." Before Elder Su could even attempt to stop him, his disciple had already roared out, "Jiang Chun, my name is..." But before he could finish, Jiang Chun, casting a cold glance from above, ruthlessly cut him off. "Enemies defeated by me are never remembered. I'll give you time to chase, until you can only look up from afar and never reach me." After saying that, he vanished in a flash. Chun Qingyi, witnessing this scene, suddenly felt a surge of delight. Sighing, he murmured with satisfaction, "A student surpassing the teacher, excellent." He even learned to say my own words. Beside him, while Leung Chongyun was still fuming with rage, he suddenly froze, as though time itself had momentarily stilled. Glancing at Riang Chongyun beside him, he muttered in disbelief. How did Jiang Chun become like this under the teaching of old bastard Chun Qingyi? Elder Su's lips began twitching involuntarily. In fact, nearly everyone present couldn't help twitching their lips involuntarily. And those senior elders who had been around longer could not help recalling that long-forgotten genius who once wore green robes. Each time he defeated an opponent, he'd arrogantly declare, "Enemies defeated by me are never remembered. I'll give you time to chase, until you can only gaze in awe from afar." In that moment of daze, they seemed to be witnessing the emergence of another young prodigy who excelled at drawing hatred like no one else. The problem was, just like that previous youth, this new one was equally terrifying. Chapter 50 showing off, everywhere. At this moment, the outer sect examiner simply looked down in silence for a long time. "Hey, mainly because he had once witnessed how spirited and confident Chen Qingyi was. He hadn't expected that this disciple of his would speak with exactly the same manner as Chen Qingyi, so much so that he had even forgotten to proceed with the important ceremony. Suddenly, a sharp glare shot toward him, snapping the outer sect examiner back to reality. He chuckled awkwardly and announced, "The champion this time is Jiang Chun." He only said that one sentence. As for the second place, third place, all the way to the 17th, was there even any meaning left? 16 people working together couldn't withstand even one move from Jiang Chun. Forcing him to assign rankings after that, those younglings probably wouldn't be able to bear it. Jiang Chun returned to Chen Qingyi's side, casually crossed his legs, and said slowly, "Master, this time I really used up quite a bit." Chen Qingyi understood immediately and quickly smiled. "Ah, my dear disciple, what your master lacks the least is pills." So saying, he took out a handful of porcelain bottles, placed them into a space ring, and handed it to Jiang Chun. "Inside are 100 Linghai pills. Higher grade pills would be too strong for you right now. These Linghai pills are just right. You wouldn't believe how long it's been since I used this kind of pill. I had to specially ask someone for these. Such a hassle." The implied meaning was clear. Pills? More than enough. These are too low grade. Your master has more than he could ever want. Showing off, everywhere. Ouyang Changyun, watching this scene beside them, suddenly felt that the two really looked like master and disciple. But soon, he quickly shook off the thought, muttering, "He's my disciple, not Chen Qingyi's." Feeling slightly better after thinking that, he relaxed a bit. Suddenly, the outer sect examiner came over with an awkward smile and said, "Jiang Chun, now that you've entered the outer sect, you'll have to complete an outer sect task for 10 days. Before the examiner could finish, Jiang Chun immediately stood up with wide eyes and turned to his master. "Master, that's absolutely not okay. I prefer to stay within the sect. If you send me out to work, I won't go. Come on." Even though the current participation prize was far inferior compared to what his master had given him. Yet, the celestial chessboard, immaculate sword body, sword heart enlightenment, perfect foundation building, the Xuanji immortal sword. All of these had been painstakingly obtained by him through hard work and daily check-ins. Losing 10 days of check-ins now? He absolutely couldn't accept that. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyi immediately smiled and said, "Whatever my disciple wants, goes." With both a tiger in front and a wolf behind, he needed to dote on this disciple properly, never letting him have any thought of leaving. Then, Chen Qingyi turned toward the outer sect examiner and said coolly, "I'll take care of that mission for him. Is that acceptable?" Outer sect examiner. The corner of his mouth involuntarily twitched. "Excuse me? Having a level 99 boss go and grind some level 1 minions. Do you really think that's reasonable?" But all he could do was replace his bitterness with a smile. Since Jiang Chun doesn't want to go, it's fine. If there's nothing else, I'll be off first. Right now, he just wanted to get out of this troublesome place." Suddenly, Chen Qingyi seemed to sense something. His expression changed, and in a flash, he grabbed Jiang Chun and disappeared from sight. Seeing this, Ouyang Changyun shouted angrily, "Old bastard, you're breaking the code." Before he could finish, he also seemed to sense something and quickly followed Chen Qingyi's trail. Suddenly, a dark-robed figure changed expression dramatically, transformed into a streak of light, and disappeared after them. Everyone was left stunned by the scene. Lu Yang, seeing this, looked at his grandfather with confusion. "Grandfather, what's going on?" Lu Qingyun sighed helplessly. "The sect leader and the grand elder are coming to steal Chen Qingyi's disciple." Lu Yang. Good thing he hadn't completely offended Jiang Chun yet. Those who understand the situation truly are the wise ones. Zhu Yu looked at his master nearby, whose body was trembling violently and eyes burning with excitement, also stood there stunned. "Master, what exactly is happening?" The 10th ranked pill master spoke with a deep voice. "I will follow Jiang Chun at all costs." Zhu Yu. Jiang Chun was brought to the mountain that had nearly been completely leveled. He laughed out loud impatiently. "Old man, why'd you bring me here?" Chen Qingyi suddenly turned serious. "My dear disciple, during this time, has your master treated you well?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Chun hesitated slightly, then replied, "Very well." Chen Qingyi continued, "Then, if someone wanted to take you as their disciple, would you agree?" Jiang Chun answered, "No." Chen Qingyi relaxed slightly and asked, "What if that person is the sect leader or the grand elder?" Jiang Chun paused for a moment before replying, "Still no." Chen Qingyi's face broke into a smile. But then he heard Jiang Chun quickly add, "But if they offer more money, maybe I could think about it." Chen Qingyi. His smile froze, and his face immediately fell. Of course, Jiang Chun was only joking. They had been together for about 10 days, but he could still clearly see that Chen Qingyi genuinely protected and valued him. He naturally wouldn't change masters casually. Soon, for figures descended. Seeing the middle-aged man in a purple robe, Chen Qingyi immediately roared, "Junior brother, you damn bastard. You've already accepted He Qianlu as your disciple, and now you're trying to steal mine?" Then he turned to the grand elder and glared at him, saying, "What? You old undying ghost, do you want to snatch my disciple now too? One holy prince and one holy daughter under your command. Can you even properly teach them? I finally have this one direct disciple, and you still want to take him?" Seeing this, both of them smiled helplessly. "Senior brother, your sword path is too sharp, and that's exactly why you've been stuck at this barrier for so long. Walking the narrow edge of the blade, once you break through, you will continue your myth, undefeated within the same realm. But the problem is, 500 years have passed, and you haven't crossed it. Once a brilliant genius, now you're standing behind me. I've advised you many times before, but why won't you listen? Throughout the Xianyun Sword Sect, very few knew that Chen Qingyi was actually the sect leader's senior brother, less than 5 people. The other 2 core elders were stunned, continuously staring at Chen Qingyi, finding him both familiar and strange. They just felt, hey kid, what exactly is going on with you? We've known each other for so long, yet you still kept this secret from us? Suddenly, Chen Qingyi repressed all his emotions, gazed at the sect leader, and said solemnly, that isn't the path I wish to take. If I follow convention, then your current cultivation level would be my limit. But Jiang Chun is different. He has the potential to go beyond the boundary of this path. The immortal path has collapsed, so we must forge a new immortal path ourselves. After he finished speaking, the entire area fell silent. Jiang Chun, the main character himself, was also stunned, never expecting there were so many hidden stories behind it all. Chapter 51, The Path of Invincibility. As Chen Qingyi finished speaking, suddenly, everyone fell into silence. Even Ouyang Changyun, and also, the other core elder. As for the Supreme Elder and the sect leader, they stared straight at Chen Qingyi, not speaking for a long time. After a long while, finally, the Supreme Elder spoke. Sigh. You're right, Qingyi. Back then, if not for the incident involving the former sect leader, you would certainly have entered the foundation building stage with a 9-turn foundation. With such a foundation, I believe you wouldn't have stopped at this stage. Perhaps, your path could truly have succeeded. It's indeed a great regret. In fact, back then, achieving a 9-turn foundation for Chen Qingyi was as easy as pie. It was only because his master's enemies feared his potential foundation that they forcibly interrupted it. Otherwise things wouldn't have come to this. Chen Qingyi smiled lightly. It's all in the past. No one knew. Back then, the heir apparent to the sect leader was supposed to be Chen Qingyi, not the current sect leader. The sect leader looked at Chen Qingyi for a long time without speaking. After several minutes, he slowly said, Do you want Jiangchen to follow your old path? Chen Qingyi smiled. The invincible momentum is the most powerful in this world. Later, it is cultivated into invincible intent, and finally leads to the path of invincibility, looking down upon this world, unbeaten among peers. This is the path I want him to take, to stand proudly among his generation. Upon hearing this, Jiangchen felt like his brain was expanding, overwhelmed by the sudden flood of new knowledge, his thoughts spinning. Hearing these words, Ouyang Changyun and the other core elder opened their mouths, wanting to say something, but in the end, they closed them again. This path, this great path, was the hardest of all, with no equal. It was also recognized as possessing the most destructive power, with no equal. It was extremely extreme, Ji Baozhu Dao Xin Bengkui. Before even reaching maturity, one's cultivation path would be ended. Originally, they wanted to persuade Chen Qingyi to let Jiang Chun take a gentler path, but upon further thought, this Jiang Chun truly suits this path. Even those little quotes Chen Qingyi used to recite, he had learned word for word. The Supreme Elder and the sect leader also frowned, remaining silent for a moment before saying no more. This path was just right. If it were someone else, perhaps they would have tried to dissuade Chen Qingyi from this idea, but after seeing Jiang Chun's performance, well, apparently, no other path would suit this fellow. Let Jiang Chun prepare for battle. Train well during this period. In 3 months' time, there will be the 9 sects competition. For the past several years, we've consistently ranked in the bottom 3. At this moment, the sect leader spoke up. The 9 sects competition meant that among the 9 sects in this region, an initial ranking battle would be held, with generous rewards. Naturally, who organized this battle? It was a joint effort by the 9 sects, each offering their own rewards to be given to the disciples from the top 3 sects performing well. Ouyang Changyun frowned and said, Sect leader, this isn't appropriate, is it? Jiang Chun is walking the path of invincibility, and currently he's still at the early foundation building stage. At most, he'll reach the middle stage, making him fight against those heavenly geniuses already at foundation building peak, standing just 1 step away from transcending the foundation building stage. This is absurd. What if before the path of invincibility is fully established, it comes to an end? By then, it'll already be too late to switch to another path. The sect leader sighed. Right now, the strength of the holy disciples has already surpassed the foundation building stage. Plus, with what happened today, surely it will spread. They will certainly find ways to force Jiang Chun to accept the challenge. The path of invincibility cannot hide like a turtle withdrawing its head. It must confront all enemies head-on and defeat them one by one. This matter, let Chen Qingyi handle it. If any resources are needed, come to me. After saying this, the Supreme Elder and the sect leader left this place together. Ouyang Changyun and the core elder in the black robe looked at Jiang Chun with reluctance, then sighed softly, turning to Chen Qingyi. Chen Qingyi, such a promising talent, you better not ruin him. That's right. Otherwise, I'll definitely fight you to the death. After that, they also left one after another. It was simple. Right now, Jiang Chun had already stepped onto the path of invincibility, intentionally or unintentionally led there by Chen Qingyi. Seeing this, Jiang Chun felt no significant pressure in his heart. The path of invincibility, huh? Then I shall sweep through my peers and forge my path of invincibility. Right now, Jiang Chun's combat power could easily overcome all the peers he came into contact with, without much pressure. At this moment, Chen Qingyi looked toward Jiang Chun and slowly said, Jiang Chun, I'm going to give you a secret technique next. Jiang Chun asked, what secret technique? Chen Qingyi's expression turned solemn. Yang Yishu. Yang Yishu meant cultivating the invincible intent. Originally, this invincible intent and invincible momentum could only be utilized in combat after reaching at least a high stage of invincible intent. Unlike other force or intent, most cultivators could already make great use of their techniques once reaching the state of force. But with invincible intent, it wouldn't become truly useful until one reached its higher stages. In other words, you'll lack one crucial technique compared to others. Yet you still need to push forward effortlessly, even defeating opponents stronger than yourself. You cannot afford any defeat. That's why everyone believes this path is extremely difficult, one unlikely to reach its end. Your current cultivation level is too low. Let me briefly explain the concept to you. After the ancient battle between gods and demons, many great paths were shattered. But the path of invincibility was not. At the very end of immortality cultivation lies becoming an immortal. With other paths, you can't reach that end. However, the path of invincibility leads there. Does that make things clearer? Chen Qingyi stared at Jiang Chun, speaking with a serious expression. After hearing this, Jiang Chun nodded. I understand. Now, while you're in the outer sect, aside from a few required classes, you are free from all other obligations. You no longer need to earn merit points. As long as something exists in the outer sect's treasure pavilion, you may directly redeem it. Just mention my name. Meaning, the merit points would be deducted from Chen Qingyi's account. Upon hearing that, Jiang Chun immediately felt delighted. So this was what it felt like to be fully supported? Chen Qingyi smiled slightly. In the outer sect, there will inevitably be a few clueless individuals who will seek to oppose you, aiming for fame. Deal with them however you like. Just crush them. This is to nurture your path of invincibility. Jiang Chun nodded. He understood now. These privileges were not just about Chen Qingyi's willingness to sponsor him with merit points. More importantly, it was due to his extraordinary talent, so outstanding that even the sect leader and supreme elder were willing to grant him such leeway. Otherwise, within the Xianyun Sword sect, official rules were still highly valued. After all, without rules, nothing could be properly regulated. But faced with someone like Jiang Chun. Chapter 52, Lu Yun's Secret. It was truly a once-in-a-lifetime prodigy, so granting a few privileges shouldn't be an issue, right? After a brief conversation with his nominal master, Jiang Chun suddenly noticed that the latter left with an extremely solemn expression. Just as he was about to return, someone suddenly appeared before him with a smiling face. The inner sect elder who had previously overseen the outer sect trials. Jiang Chun, come with me. I'll take you to your new residence. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chun felt a wave of emotion. Finally, he wouldn't have to stay there anymore. He didn't even need to think to know that his upcoming accommodation would absolutely be top tier. The two of them turned into streaks of light and vanished from the spot. At this moment, atop the mountain with the densest spiritual energy in the outer sect area, a woman dressed in a plain white gown with her makeup washed off slightly helplessly said, Rong, I was planning to keep following Jiang Chun. That guy definitely qualifies to accompany me in the future to break that grand formation. But instead, you brought me here directly. If Jiang Chun saw this woman, he would surely recognize her immediately. She was none other than Lu Yun. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Rong smiled and said, no big deal. That guy is already in the inner sect. If you want to find him, you can anytime. At the mention of Jiang Chun, Ouyang Rong couldn't help but feel a bit annoyed. Although that guy hadn't personally offended her at all during their interactions thus far. But now, every time she met a familiar elder, they would all smile at her and say, Rong, you should try harder. You must secure Jiang Chun as soon as possible. Suddenly, Lu Yun recalled something and turned to Ouyang Rong. Are those young masters from the inner sect still chasing after you? These young masters specifically referred to the sons of influential families, led by Lu Yang. Hearing this, Ouyang Rong couldn't help but grow angry. They don't even dare to glance at me anymore, and Lu Yang runs away the moment he sees me. Ever since Jiang Chun showed up, everyone assumes I belong to him already. While thinking this, Ouyang Rong sighed inwardly but didn't finish voicing her unspoken words. Truthfully, she wouldn't mind, but whether Jiang Chun looked at her that way was another matter entirely. Seeing this, Lu Yun immediately realized that her good friend might indeed have developed different feelings for Jiang Chun. The treasure left behind by my father requires someone of sufficient talent to pass through its formation. If even Jiang Chun can't pass through it, then I won't find any other young genius capable of crossing that barrier. Lu Yun mused inwardly at this moment. There was no helping it. Jiang Chun was the most talented young genius she had ever encountered. Thus, all hope had to be placed solely on him. Just then, something happened in the sky. The clouds swirled into a vortex, and the next moment, a streak of light descended. It was Jiang Chun and the inner sect elder. The moment Lu Yun and Ouyang Rong saw Jiang Chun and the inner sect elder, both of them were momentarily stunned, staring at Jiang Chun in disbelief. What? Jiang Chun, what was he doing here? If Jiang Chun had come on his own, they wouldn't have necessarily assumed he was here to stay. The problem, though, was that Jiang Chun had come accompanied by an inner sect elder, and one they recognized, the one responsible for recruitment this year, which could only mean Jiang Chun was being assigned to live here. Suddenly, Ouyang Rong understood everything and growled through gritted teeth. My grandfather, that old bastard, must have known already that Jiang Chun was going to stay here, so he arranged for us to be transferred here too. No way I need to. She didn't get to finish speaking her mind, holding the words back forcefully. Truthfully, Ouyang Rong herself felt a little anticipation at the idea of living near Jiang Chun. After landing, Jiang Chun only heard the inner sect elder beside him chuckle. This will be your new residence. The spiritual energy here is 1,000 times denser than where you used to live. By the way, Elder Ouyang Changyun asked me to inform you. He was worried you'd be too lonely here, so he arranged his granddaughter to be your neighbor. If you have anything that needs doing, feel free to ask her. If she refuses to obey, just tell me, and I'll help you scold her later. After saying this, the inner sect elder wore a sly smile and turned around, leaving. Jiang Chun was left standing in the wind, bewildered as he stared at the two women in front of him. Lu Yun wore a complicated expression, opening and closing her mouth as though she wanted to tell him something. As for Ouyang Rongrong standing beside her, well, she had fire burning in her eyes, as if trying to incinerate Jiang Chun to death. Lu Yun seemed to have made a decision, gazed at Jiang Chun, and slowly said, Jiang Chun, come with me inside. There's something important I must tell you. As soon as she finished speaking, suddenly, Ouyang Rongrong froze, all her previous anger and other emotions vanishing entirely, as she simply stared at Lu Yun, her expression extremely complex. Confusion, puzzlement, astonishment, and more. So complex it was hard to describe. Jiang Chun had spent quite a long time with Lu Yun and had come to understand her to some extent. He knew she had something important to say, so he stopped smiling and quietly followed her. The two of them arrived at a room. Lu Yun remained silent for a moment before finally saying, let me tell you first about my identity. After all, the matter ahead absolutely couldn't proceed without revealing her background. Therefore, it was better to be honest and open. Jiang Chun nodded. He wasn't too surprised. He had already somewhat figured it out when he was working as a servant. Even back then, he could tell that Lu Yun's status was no ordinary one. She seemed more like someone who had offended someone powerful and was hiding among the servants. Furthermore, he could sense a terrifying sea of energy inside her body, but it appeared to have been forcibly sealed by some secret technique, preventing its circulation and completely locking away her power. Of course, this was only something he understood after reaching the foundation building stage. Suddenly, Lu Yun seemed to gather her courage, gazed straight at Jiang Chun, and slowly said, my father was the previous leader of the Sky Cloud Sword Sect, and also, your master's master. In the strictest sense, he was your grandmaster. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chun was shocked as if struck by lightning from the clear sky. He had considered many possible identities for Lu Yun, perhaps the granddaughter of some inner sect elder, or maybe the disciple of some inner sect elder, but never had he imagined that she was the daughter of his grandmaster. Lu Yun barely elaborated further on this point and continued, my master perished 10 years ago. It happened very suddenly, and I knew nothing about it at the time, just as I still know nothing now. After my father's death, I was repeatedly ambushed and nearly assassinated. Each time, it was the current sect leader who saved me. Later, he used secret techniques to seal my cultivation and then disguised me. In other words, my current appearance is not my real one. After hearing this, Jiang Chun fell silent. Chapter 53, The Path of Invincibility. After hearing all the information, Jiang Chun's instinct told him that there was definitely an earth-shattering secret behind it. But after listening to Lu Yun's explanation, he realized he truly had the opportunity to get involved. When it came to talent, it wasn't that Jiang Chun was overly confident. Rather, he genuinely possessed the superiority to outshine everyone else. As for the possible retaliation he might face later, he didn't even need to worry about that. No matter how the sky might collapse, Chen Qingyi would always be there to take the hit for him. After pondering for a long time, Jiang Chun finally gave a reply. I need to think about this carefully. Right now, I can't give you a definite answer. Although he had now embarked on the path of invincibility, that path wouldn't make him stupid. Regarding the information Lu Yun had mentioned, all he needed to do was to ask his master to confirm the truth. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun nodded, as if understanding exactly what Jiang Chun intended to do. After a brief silence, she continued, you must return as soon as possible after you go. The place where my father left behind those things has already drawn the attention of many people, but there are restrictions. Only those under foundation building cultivation and under the age of 35 are allowed to enter. Jiang Chun slightly opened his mouth, looked at Lu Yun, and fell silent. For a moment, he even felt a bit dazed. He wondered, was this ancestral master giving his daughter a chance for fortune, or was he actually seeking a promising son-in-law? As if she had seen through Jiang Chun's thoughts, Lu Yun did not say much. Over the next 10 days, aside from his daily routine of completing the servant tasks, Jiang Chun spent all his remaining time cultivating. Now he felt that his strength had reached a bottleneck. Sigh, insufficient resources. And that cheap master of mine, who knows where he's disappeared to now? Ever since his discussion with Lu Yun 10 days ago, Jiang Chun had contacted his master immediately, primarily to verify the truth behind what Lu Yun had said. The secondary matter was to remind his master that although there were plenty of resources, they had been depleted in just a few days. Yet Chen Qingyi seemed to have vanished from the world. The soul transmission stone he had left behind was no longer responding. Therefore, since becoming his disciple, Jiang Chun finally experienced a few days of resource shortages again. Today, as soon as he woke up, Jiang Chun picked up the familiar servant handbook and looked at the listed tasks. Back then, the supervisor who had taken over Xie's position, the day Jiang Chun entered the outer sect, the supervisor finally exhaled in relief, feeling like he had sent away a powerful figure. But when Chen Qingyi personally approached him and informed that his apprentice would continue performing the servant duties, the supervisor's smile froze immediately. During this time, the supervisor frequently sought out Jiang Chun. He kept confirming his intentions and readily agreed to anything he could grant. As for what he couldn't offer, he tried his best to fulfill. The power Jiang Chun had shown back then, along with his various connections, had greatly startled the supervisor. as though Jiang Chun had suddenly stepped into a level he was never meant to reach, making him feel uneasy and anxious. Thus, as arranged by Jiang Chun himself, today's servant duty was to go to the sect's Grand Dao Stele to sweep the ground. Normally, places like the Grand Dao Stele were not open to servant apprentices. However, it was acceptable for outer sect disciples. But someone like Jiang Chun, who already held the status of an outer sect disciple yet insisted on sweeping the ground to assist the elder sweeping monks, was exceptionally rare, 1 in 10,000 years, only him. For many years, there hadn't been another person so enthusiastic about servant duties. Initially, many people had suspected that Jiang Chun's insistence on performing menial tasks must have some ulterior motives. But as time passed, people eventually discovered one thing. Jiang Chun probably just genuinely enjoyed sweeping. That was all. With his upgraded pass, which no longer labeled him a servant but an approved inner sect disciple, he activated the green light and teleported near the Grand Dao Stele. The Grand Dao Stele was nearly off limits to the public, with only one visitor allowed per day. Precisely due to this restriction, seeing anyone at the Grand Dao Stele was extremely rare. The area covered was just too vast. After arriving, Jiang Chun began looking around. Ever since he had entered Foundation Building, he could now vaguely perceive a bit of the Dao's mysterious essence, something he couldn't sense at all before. It was completely different from the past. At least now, Jiang Chun was capable of sensing where better rewards lay. After scanning the area, Jiang Chun finally locked onto a spot beside the Grand Dao Stele. Since the establishment of Immortal Sect, the Grand Dao Stele had stood here. There were even rumors claiming that it was already here before the sect's founding. But in the end, it was all just hearsay. No one could tell which version was the truth. But there was one thing that could be confirmed. The Grand Dao Stele contained an immense amount of Dao resonance. Everyone who wanted to comprehend their own Dao, to begin with their Dao formation, would come here to observe and study the Grand Dao Stele. The most terrifying aspect of the Grand Dao Stele was this. As long as you stared at it and could comprehend its essence, whether you cultivated Dao Yi, Jiang Yi, Chang Yi, and so on, it would not interfere in the slightest. The deeper your understanding, the greater the assistance the Grand Dao Stele could provide. Ultimately, it varied from person to person. Jiang Chun currently had no intention of using the Grand Dao Stele for cultivation. He was here mainly for his daily check-in. He hadn't forgotten who had given him all these external advantages. Big bro system, be a bit more generous today. It's been so long without anything decent showing up. Jiang Chun muttered inwardly. Every day's check-in felt just like opening a blind box, drawing consolation prizes for quite a while, hoping today might finally hit something good. System, check-in. All this time, this was the first time Jiang Chun had come to a place so rich in Dao essence. His instincts told him that this time, he would definitely get something great. The next moment, he heard the system's familiar notification sound. Host check-in successful. Reward obtained. Invincible Dao Path. Invincible Dao Path. Upon seeing this message, Jiang Chun first showed mild surprise, then astonishment. These few words. On the surface, he understood them. But when it came to explaining what they truly meant, he seemed not to understand at all. What exactly was the Invincible Dao Path? Wasn't he already walking on this very path? Suddenly, the system's explanatory prompt sounded. Note, the Invincible Dao Path the host is currently on still requires self-cultivation and enlightenment. However, the reward granted by the system means that as long as the host continues forward, he will effortlessly attain the Invincible Dao. After reading this message, Jiang Chun remained deeply excited for a long time. In other words, previously he still needed to continue cultivating and comprehending the Invincible Dao on his own, but now he only needed to go through the motions, and nothing more. Huff. Jiang Chun took a deep breath. Chapter 54, Agreement. Immortal Sect. Secret location, Back Mountain. Suddenly, a figure dressed in a cyan robe appeared here. This place seemed to be surrounded by invisible barriers, completely blocking off all surrounding auras. In other words, no one could penetrate through any means to arrive here, unless granted permission. Otherwise, even finding this place would be extremely difficult. Similarly, techniques like transmission stones would also be blocked by an invisible energy field. If Jiang Chun were here, he would surely recognize this person. Wasn't this his long-lost cultivation master? Why has he suddenly appeared here? Suddenly, behind the cyan-robed elder, a figure flickered into view, a middle-aged man wearing a purple robe. The elder in cyan did not turn around. The purple-robed man also didn't make any movements. Neither spoke nor moved further. They remained in this standoff for a long time. Suddenly, the middle-aged man in purple softly sighed and slowly spoke. Senior Sung, I knew you would come. Why are you insisting on this? Upon hearing these words, Chun Xingyi remained silent for a long while before finally saying, I must finish the path our master left behind. The path of invincibility, it can absolutely be completed. As his words fell, the middle-aged man in purple could no longer contain his anger, erupting in rage. Why? Why must you, one after another, insist on chasing after something completely impossible? Even if you succeed, then what? The very existence of the many restrictions on the Invincible Dao proves that it's impossible to fully comprehend and condense its Dao resonance. This world absolutely forbids the existence of such terrifying power. Our master perished during his tribulation. Do you really wish to follow the same doomed path? Chun Xingyi remained silent, but after standing still for a long time, his feet slowly started moving forward. Witnessing this, the middle-aged man sighed lightly. Since you've already decided everything, I won't persuade you any further. I only hope that one day you won't regret wasting such a rare opportunity on something utterly impossible. Then, The sky returned to silence, no more sounds. Chen Qingyi walked to the very front. Here, there was nothing except a broken sword lying on the ground. Seemingly ordinary, nothing eye-catching. Kneeling on both knees, Chen Qingyi's voice was sincere. Respected ancestor, may I ask about my Xingyun sword sect disciple, Jiang Chun? He spoke out everything he wished to ask. Every disciple would undergo a trial by the ancestor at the age of 35. And the reward Chen Qingyi received after completing his trial was one chance to ask a question. The broken sword remained silent for a long time before a voice devoid of any emotion echoed out, drifting through the air, coming from all directions. It was as if the entire world had become the source of that voice. He has already fully forged the invincible Tao resonance within him. Just remain undefeated until ascension. After saying that, the voice completely vanished, as if it had never existed. The middle-aged man in purple was stunned. So was Chen Qingyi. The invincible Tao resonance already completed. This feat was infinitely more difficult than simply overpowering one's generation. How unrivaled was Chen Qingyi back then? How mighty! Yet in the end, he too was overtaken and surpassed by his junior disciples. Because he was too stubborn, unwilling to switch cultivation paths. Otherwise, why would things have ended up this way? His torment stemmed precisely from the fact that the invincible Tao resonance was simply impossible to forge. No matter how hard one tried, it could never be achieved. It wasn't an issue of talent, it was a decree of heaven. If not for their late master saying that those with extraordinary talent and immense fortune might have a chance, he probably would have long abandoned it. And that's precisely why the middle-aged man in purple changed his path early on. Hearing these words, his eyes flashed with ecstatic joy. He exhaled heavily and laughed aloud. Looks like heaven itself blesses the rise of our Xianyun sword sect to the level of a sacred land. From today onward, Jiang Chun shall hold equal status to me. His words shall be as if spoken by me. Now that the final concern had vanished, the sect leader could now fully commit himself without hesitation, investing the full might of the entire sect into cultivating Jiang Chun. Chen Qingyi remained expressionless, his back facing the middle-aged man in purple. But if one could see his face, they would discover that this mighty existence had faint redness at the corner of his eyes. Jiang Chun returned to his quarters. At this moment, he finally received a communication from his master. My dear disciple, where are you? I was away dealing with matters, and just got back. After hearing these words, Jiang Chun fell silent for a moment. He couldn't help but feel that his master seemed unusually happy. He wasn't sure if it was just his imagination. Although his master was usually in a good mood, today, his excitement seemed particularly obvious. Thus, Jiang Chun informed his master of his current location. Then, suddenly, a teleportation formation shimmered beneath Jiang Chun's feet. Indeed, Chen Qingyi had directly summoned him through space. Jiang Chun was stunned. Was such an operation even possible? No way. He had to cultivate diligently in the future. One day, he would strive to reach that level himself. After arriving at Chen Qingyi's residence, Jiang Chun found his hands full of space rings. While snacking on medicinal pills, he finished recounting everything about Lu Yun. After listening carefully, Chen Qingyi's expression turned slightly solemn before relaxing into a smile. If you had told me this more than 10 days ago, I would indeed have hesitated. But now, I can confidently tell you, go directly. The treasures within are specially reserved for you. Jiang Chun. Although, he still couldn't figure out why his master's thoughts had changed so drastically in just over 10 days. However, what Chen Qingyi said gave Jiang Chun a sense of assurance. All right. And then, he was teleported back again. Chen Qingyi gazed at Jiang Chun's retreating figure and murmured softly. If you had asked me this more than 10 days ago, even I wouldn't have been certain whether you could walk the path of invincibility. I wouldn't have dared to let you take on such a destiny. But now, the Tao resonance is already forged. For you, obtaining those things is simply a trivial matter. A proud and tender smile appeared on Chen Qingyi's face. Late at night, Jiang Chun summoned Lu Yun to his quarters. Ouyang Rongrong stood beside him, wearing a serious expression, fearing that Jiang Chun might have ill intentions. But Lu Yun dismissed her. Have you made up your mind? Lu Yun gazed at Jiang Chun, asking directly. From the moment Jiang Chun called her here, she had already known the answer in her heart. I've made up my mind. I agree to your request. When shall we depart? Without hesitation, Lu Yun replied. The day after tomorrow. Chapter 55, Alchemy. Over the past 2 days, Jiang Chun discovered that his consolation prize had suffered a significant weakening. The rewards were severely underwhelming, not even comparable to a single hair from his master. However, upon careful thought, Jiang Chun speculated that this might be due to having exhausted too much luck in advance when he received the path of invincibility 2 days ago, causing the consolation rewards in these past 2 days to be diminished. Sigh. It's okay. I hope the opportunity brought by Lu Yun will grant me a major enhancement. Jiang Chun murmured to himself. Although Chen Qingyi hadn't explained much, Jiang Chun could clearly sense that this opportunity was absolutely no ordinary matter. At the very least, it should be on par with a top-tier alchemy manual like the Celestial Alchemy Sutra. Thinking about this, Jiang Chun sighed. Right now, my alchemy skills should have already reached the Xian rank level. However, to advance further will be extremely difficult. Alchemy wasn't something he needed to deliberately improve upon at the moment. Currently, his priority was cultivating and enhancing his overall strength. When he encountered a bottleneck and progress slowed, then perhaps he could divert a small portion of his focus and spend some time practicing alchemy. It would be much more effective that way. Although right now my combat abilities are advancing rapidly, and if I wish to improve, there are practically no bottlenecks. However, Qin Qingyi had previously privately transmitted a message to him, stating that Jiang Qin's current goal was to bring every minor cultivation stage to ultimate perfection. What exactly was ultimate perfection? It meant cultivating to the extreme, to the point where further advancement was impossible. Only in this way would it perfectly align with the path of invincibility. When he solidified his great Tao and ascended to immortality, all his combat strength would reach its peak. Ordinary geniuses might linger in this stage for a short period, seeking further enhancements before advancing. But they were still far from reaching ultimate perfection. The amount of time and effort required to achieve ultimate perfection in every minor cultivation stage was unimaginably vast. This was precisely why Jiang Chun was currently experiencing difficulties in cultivation advancement. After all, attaining ultimate perfection in each minor stage was definitely no easy task. It required immense comprehension. When it came to comprehension, both the Sword Heart of Clarity and the Nine-Orifice Linglong Heart had already brought his potential to its maximum. No major issues there. Just as Jiang Chun was about to go out and meet Lu Yun, his transmission stone suddenly emitted Qin Qingyi's voice. Disciple, a celestial-ranked alchemist has come looking for me and insisted on becoming your subordinate. I've already taken the liberty of assigning this person to you. A celestial-ranked alchemist should suffice for you now. At your current stage, he can bring you considerable help. Then, the voice stopped. He made the decision first and informed later. Jiang Chun felt a slight shock and stood frozen for a moment. He even felt slightly dazed, as if his current self weren't merely a foundation-building cultivator, but someone who had already reached the realm of immortality. Even a celestial-ranked alchemist ran over specially, desiring to become his subordinate. Although, Jiang Chun also understood that he was indeed powerful and full of potential now. But how could someone even the inner sect elders had to treat with respect actually want to become his subordinate? Suddenly, a knock came at the door, followed by a respectful voice from outside. Young Master Jiang Chun, I'm the celestial-ranked alchemist Feng Mu. Senior Qin Qingyi has already given his approval. From now on, I am your subordinate. Silently, Jiang Chun opened the door and looked at the elderly man before him, who wore simple clothes and appeared quite ordinary, and fell into contemplation. If Qin Qingyi hadn't informed him beforehand, he'd definitely assumed this fellow was just an apprentice like he once was. Certainly not a celestial-ranked alchemist. Suddenly, Jiang Chun paused, a memory surfacing in his mind, and he asked in astonishment, "What's your relationship with Zhuyu?" Indeed, during his previous assessment at the Outer Sect, he'd noticed that Zhuyu had treated this old man with great respect. That a celestial-ranked alchemist received such treatment was normal. But what wasn't normal was that Zhuyu was merely an Xian-ranked alchemist. How had he managed to even interact with someone of such status? Hearing the question, immediately, the old man replied anxiously, "Zhuyu used to be my disciple, but since he dared to plot against you, I have already expelled him from the sect. Master Jiang Chun, please rest assured, I will never have any disloyalty toward you." Jiang Chun, he was dazed again, for the second time. Unconsciously, Zhuyu's master had become his own subordinate. And that previously aloof, arrogant Xian-ranked alchemist who had ignored every outer sect and inner sect disciple was now insignificant before him, like an ant. Seeing Jiang Chen's silent expression, the celestial-ranked alchemist instantly panicked and hastily explained all of this. Jiang Chun understood that the other party had definitely misunderstood his meaning, so he waved his hand. What's done is done. There's only one thing you need to do from now on. Forge a large quantity of Spirit Sea pills for me. Each one should be between the 6th and 5th tier, no higher, no lower. But you must ensure that the quality of every single pill reaches at least the perfect grade. Talk about perfect timing, just as Jiang Chun was in dire need of pills. After achieving perfect foundation building, the amount of spiritual energy he consumed was terrifying. If it was just the consumption required to reach foundation building, it would be bearable. What troubled him was his immaculate sword body and other aspects. They all absorbed massive amounts of spiritual energy. Right now, every time he broke through to a slightly higher minor stage, the spiritual energy he consumed was at least hundreds, even thousands of times more than ordinary cultivators. Of course, the returns were also quite rewarding. After hearing this, the celestial-ranked alchemist finally revealed a smile, patted his chest with pride, and declared firmly, "Rest assured, young Master Jiang Chun, I have numerous disciples. At the very least, I can deploy 100 of them to forge pills for you simultaneously." Jiang Chun explained the relevant matters before heading toward Lu Yun's courtyard. Lu Yun seemed to have been waiting for quite some time, and when Jiang Chun arrived, Ouyang Rongrong approached with a sour expression and grumbled, "Didn't expect one of the 3 celestial-ranked alchemists in our Xianyun sword sect to now become your subordinate." Of course, there was another sentence she didn't say. Though this celestial-ranked alchemist stood in front of Jiang Chun trembling with anxiety, afraid of displeasing him in any way, within the Xianyun sword sect and beyond, he held an extremely high status. Even her grandfather had to respect the alchemist's mood and treat him with great courtesy whenever he wished to ask him to forge some pills. If she hadn't personally seen this person, she would have suspected he was just some random servant. Jiang Chun ignored Ouyang Rongrong and looked directly at Lu Yun. "Are we departing now?" Lu Yun nodded affirmatively. Chapter 56, The Plan. Before departure, Qin Qingyi had come to visit Lu Yun once. Just as Lu Yun had imagined, Qin Qingyi knew far more than her own daughter did. She didn't rush to leave, but spoke slowly. "Senior Qin Qingyi gave me a teleportation stone yesterday. This stone is specially made. In other words, through this teleportation stone, we can directly reach the interior of the formation, so we won't encounter anyone else." Upon hearing this, Jiang Chun opened his mouth, as if wanting to ask something. But before he could speak, Lu Yun continued, I know you're curious. Senior Chen Qingyi also told me about this. He said that your cultivation foundation isn't stable enough yet to face too many enemies. With your growing reputation, many who have grudges with the Xianyuan Sword Pavilion will send powerful experts after you. Right now, there's a high bounty on your head, a grade 1 Danyao. Theoretically speaking, if you are defeated by someone who is only one cultivation realm above you, it won't impact your path to invincibility at all. But he isn't entirely sure whether it might affect your personality, so he devised a plan for you. Avoid those you can't defeat, and directly overcome those you can, thus forging your invincible path. Jiang Chun. He was completely stunned, his forehead practically showing 3 big question marks. At this moment, Jiang Chun even began to suspect, was it really by this method that Chen Qingyi had managed to fulfill all his outrageous claims? Before Jiang Chun could think further, Lu Yun suddenly became extremely serious. Looking at Jiang Chun before her, she slowly said, when your master handed me this teleportation stone, he also told me some words, asking me to pass them on to you. It was only then that I finally understood why my father died. Jiang Chun remained silent, watching her, waiting for her to continue. In the next moment, she spoke. The path to invincibility is not tolerated by heaven and earth. Though my father walked this path and remained undefeated throughout his life, in the end, he was unable to condense his Tao resonance. During an attempt to forcefully break through and solidify his Tao resonance, he was struck by Njie and turned to ashes. This outcome, my father clearly anticipated it, which is why he prepared a contingency plan in advance. That's exactly where we are headed. Your master knows what the trial involves. It requires you, at your current strength, to defeat my father at the peak foundation building stage. If you lose, your invincible Tao heart will suffer severe damage, very likely causing you to fail in completing the condensation of your invincible Tao. At first, Senior Chen Qingyi wanted to wait until a month later when your power would peak before going through with it. But yesterday, he personally went ahead and discovered that the energy there is already fading rapidly. It probably won't last a full month. It might disappear in just 3 days at most, taking with it everything my father ever left behind. Therefore, he asked me to tell you all this and left the choice in your hands. Hearing this, Jiang Chun fell into deep thought. If it were based on his current battle strength, he truly couldn't match the foundation building 9th stage power of his Grandmaster. After all, no matter what, his Grandmaster was a genius who once swept through his generation. Being so far behind in combat power, Jiang Chun didn't feel confident. But after thinking it over carefully, Jiang Chun suddenly remembered his divine ability, the Heaven and Earth chessboard. Once activated, the opponent's cultivation level would be equalized to his own. In other words, as long as he activated the Heaven and Earth chessboard, he could defeat his Grandmaster without fail. He wouldn't dare to claim much else. But within the same cultivation stage, Jiang Chun was confident in being invincible. The current effect of the Heaven and Earth chessboard is still quite limited. It hasn't awakened further yet. It can only pull opponents of the same major cultivation stage into the chessboard. Suddenly, Jiang Chun felt this divine ability was extremely suited to his path to invincibility. Once his own cultivation advanced, so would this divine ability. By then, even existences above his own cultivation could be drawn into the chessboard. Thinking of this, Jiang Chun smiled. I choose to go. Lu Yun was slightly startled, but quickly regained her calm. She had already made clear the pros and cons. Through their recent interactions, she knew Jiang Chun was definitely not the reckless type. He was not someone who would deliberately pursue the impossible. If he dared to make this choice, there was definitely confidence behind it. Then let's depart. The two stepped into the teleportation stone, turning into a streak of green light and vanishing from the spot, leaving behind Ouyang Rongrong, who stood there with wide eyes, muttering in dissatisfaction. These two? Really? Whenever something happens, they never bring me along. Chen Qingyi had found a new mountain peak as his hidden residence. He was brewing tea. Suddenly, a faint green light emerged from between his fingers, and he smiled. This little fellow indeed still has hidden methods of his own. Truly someone blessed with great fortune. Beside him, unknown when he had arrived, stood a middle-aged man in a purple robe. He chose to go to the place left behind by your master? The two of them, as senior and junior disciples, naturally understood these matters well. That's right. Chen Qingyi chuckled. The middle-aged man in purple expressed concern. You aren't afraid that this battle might affect his invincible Tao heart? Chen Qingyi shook his head. My disciple isn't reckless. If he dares to go, it means he has confidence. Even if in the end his invincible Tao heart is affected, I still have ways to help him recover. The middle-aged man looked at him with a strange expression. Chen Qingyi, you truly are insane. Clearly, he knew exactly how great a cost was required for the method Chen Qingyi had referred to. Jiang Chun felt a sudden dizziness, and when he reappeared, he already stood on a pitch-black path with no visible end. Yet, up ahead, a faint light flickered continuously. Jiang Chun first glanced around carefully, then furrowed his brows suddenly. The Tao resonance here is actually this dense. Extremely sensitive to Tao resonance, Jiang Chun immediately noticed something unusual about this place. At the same time, he also felt a sense of regret. If only this place were inside the Xianyun Sword Pavilion, then he could perform his sign-in here. Even better rewards than last time would definitely be obtainable. As for Lu Yun now, her cultivation had already been unsealed. Foundation building 9th stage. My father refined countless Tao resonance in his lifetime, drawing from various powerful Tao paths. Unfortunately, in the end, he attempted to condense all those Tao resonance into one, but ultimately failed. If someone wants to push the Tao resonance of the invincible Tao to an even higher level, then his approach was correct. But the most important part was that he had not yet comprehended the invincible Tao nor condensed its Tao resonance. So no matter how hard he tried, he absolutely could not accomplish this task. Thinking about it, Lu Yun sighed. It seemed as though she was mourning her father's fate, lamenting his tragedy. A heaven-bestowed genius, who ultimately perished on the path of invincibility. Chapter 57, Seeking. Jiang Chen fell silent. He knew that to become the master of Chen Qingyi, let alone someone who could earn the devotion of a prodigy like him, the person must have been extraordinarily brilliant. Likewise, Jiang Chen only now realized how incredibly difficult it was to achieve the Tao resonance of the invincible Tao. Luckily, his Gige had directly forged the Tao resonance of the invincible Tao for him. Now, all he needed to do was dominate his generation. The two began walking forward. On this path, Jiang Chen didn't sense any danger, no traps or mechanisms, and felt somewhat curious. Occasionally, Lu Yun would glance at Jiang Chen. Noticing his expression, she seemed to understand what he was thinking and spoke. Being able to enter this grand formation already means you have passed the test. My father never specifically intended to leave what's inside this formation to me or to Xianyun Sect. Rather, it was meant for someone qualified to walk the invincible Tao. This matter was his inner torment, a knot in his heart that remained unresolved even until the Tinjia descended and he turned to dust. So, she paused, sighing. So he spent such a long time and so much effort creating this grand formation. Of course, there was still more she didn't say. With his father's abilities, he could have completely obscured the heavenly fate of this formation, making it impossible for anyone to detect or find. But he hadn't. In fact, he had deliberately released the formation's aura. He allowed everyone to sense the anomaly, leading them to discover this place. It was all for the purpose of selection. Whether it was Chen Qingyi or herself, their role was simply to choose a suitable prodigy for their father. The former sect leader of Xianyun Sect had devoted his entire life to the invincible Tao. Undeniably, part of the reason the sect had fallen from the top 3 to the bottom ranks was due to him. This had become his lifelong obsession. The reason why Chen Qingyi's junior brother changed to a different Tao was not only because he knew the invincible Tao was unwalkable. What Chen Qingyi didn't know was that the former sect leader had personally sought him out, persuading and even helping him switch to another Tao. Because by then, he had already realized clearly, this path was not viable. Now, in the present era, only Chen Qingyi remained, stubbornly holding on, watching those once beneath his feet, one by one surpass him. Yet in his heart, he remained firm and resolute on this path, without regret. Thus, they passed through numerous formations. None of these formations held offensive power, but from their intricate patterns, they were clearly top-tier formations. After passing through them step by step, Lu Yun said, "These formations were created by my father to test people." Jiang Chen hesitated slightly before asking, "Test what?" Though he asked, he already seemed to know the answer deep inside. Lu Yun slowly replied, "To test whether those who come here possess the qualification to face the divine will he left behind." Jiang Chen was silent for a moment before asking, "And if the result of the test is failure?" Without hesitation, Lu Yun answered, "The formation will unleash its power, crushing the intruder completely and reducing them to ashes." Jiang Chen inwardly mused, "Wow, that's harsh. One test formation wasn't enough, yet so many were arranged?" As if reading his thoughts, Lu Yun replied, "There is a reason behind all this. After all, there are too many mysterious figures in this world. Some may find ways to deceive the formations. That's why my father set up so many layers of safeguards. If you manage to pass through the outer formation by your own strength and reach this place, then you naturally won't be destroyed by these formations." Jiang Chen nodded and said no more. As they walked, it wasn't long before they reached the central area. It was simple here, only a sword, a book, and a stone statue shaped like a human. It appeared to be a middle-aged man. Yet from within this statue surged terrifying Tao resonance. From these resonances, Jiang Chen detected faint traces of a broken invincible Tao resonance, different from his own, yet slightly similar. As for the remaining Tao resonances, he could not quite identify what they were. Suddenly, he noticed Lu Yun's eyes turning slightly red, showing signs of grief. Sighing softly, she said, "This is my father, Lu Qianxiu. If he had chosen back then to walk the sword Tao, or the blade Tao, although he wouldn't have possessed the terrifying combat strength of the invincible Tao after attaining Taohood, he could have gone further, avoiding this outcome of death and Tao dissolution. Likewise, the decline of our Xianyun Sect was an inevitable trend, but if he had been willing to change back then, at the very least the middle rank could have been maintained. How could it have come to this? Falling to the weakest of the 3 sects, year after year losing precious resources from the sacred lands, forming a vicious cycle that only accelerated our downfall. The current sect leader has done everything in his power to reverse this situation. From what I know, he has prepared 3 candidates, this generation's holy disciple, the Holy Maiden, and you. Chen Qingyi told me that the sect leader has been scheming all these years. You are merely the one being publicly promoted, the genius being pushed forward to draw attention and attacks. In truth, he is still secretly cultivating others. For the sake of Xianyun Sect, he and the Supreme Elder have truly exhausted all their efforts. After saying this, she didn't speak further. She simply stared at the stone statue and solemnly said, "Go forward. Once you approach, you will be pulled by my father's divine consciousness into a mysterious space. And there, you and my father will engage in a battle to the death. I cannot say for certain what you might gain upon winning, but I can assure you, The Tao resonances will completely belong to you. Jiang Chen nodded, smiling casually. Then I'll thank my ancestral master in advance. With that, he strode forward. Confident. Utterly confident. Although I always feel you will fall, my intuition tells me you will win. Lu Yun murmured softly. This man, Jiang Chen, turned impossible things into possibilities. It involuntarily caused Lu Yun to feel a sense of admiration. Suddenly, she whispered to herself, the people selected by the sect leader are all those with extraordinary heavenly fortunes. On the surface, Jiang Chen is the most nurtured talent, yet in reality, he is also the most neglected. The invincible Tao is too difficult to walk. It's easy to go astray. Even if one has refined the Tao resonance, completion is not guaranteed. Simply being in peak condition isn't enough to finish this path. The holy disciple, the holy maiden, and others, the sect leader has schemed for 100 years. The sect leader had actually taken over leadership 100 years ago. But to secretly plot and plan, he allowed his father to remain publicly in charge for several more decades, until his body turned to dust and his Tao faded, before finally taking up the burden himself. Chapter 58. My ancestor, witness my sword. Rekindling the glory of the ancient Xianyun sword sect is no easy task. Moments later, Jiang Chun arrived before the stone tablet. Suddenly, an eerie suction force pulled him in. It appeared as though his spirit had left his body, entering into some space. In truth, his entire being had already been drawn into that realm, not merely his soul. Lu Yun stood behind him, murmuring, the outer sect, inner sect, and core sect, 3 stages, each representing a cultivation realm. The outer sect corresponds to foundation building. The more gifted one is, the more likely they are to remain anonymous. Those who are publicly known are mostly trash. To defeat all the prodigies in each of these 3 stages? Nearly impossible. She hadn't initially known the sect leader's plan. It wasn't until that day when Chun Qingyi sought her out that she obtained all the information and understood everything. How many prodigies were there across these 3 stages? And how terrifying were they? Jiang Chun must undergo all 3 stages, defeat the Holy Son and Holy Daughter, achieving peerless strength within the Xianyun sword sect at his level. Only then would the sect leader consider devoting all resources to nurture him, bestowing upon him all the sect's fortune and blessings, attempting to step into a higher level of existence. In the sect leader's words, if Jiang Chun cannot defeat all these prodigies of the sect, then he might as well abandon this path altogether. He has no chance of success. After Jiang Chun was sucked into this terrifying force, he felt the world spin wildly, and when he reappeared, he was already in a chaotic void. Before him stood an aged old man, frail as withered wood, his vitality nearly gone. Yet even so, Jiang Chun could still sense an extremely terrifying force radiating from him. Just like Jiang Chun, it was the force of invincibility. This elder had once briefly tread upon the path of invincibility. Thus his force had already taken shape, possessing real combat power. So that means, I'm not only facing an expert suppressed to the peak of foundation building at the 9th stage, but he also possesses this force. Truly unfair. Jiang Chun couldn't help but exclaim, unfair indeed. Given the elder's strength, combined with his force, without the heaven and earth chess formation, he would have been finished right now. The elder stared at Jiang Chun and suddenly chuckled. Did you enter on your own, or was it through my daughter? Jiang Chun smiled faintly. It was through your daughter. The elder nodded, then laughed again. The path of invincibility. I didn't expect you, by sheer chance, to have walked down this road. Do you have a master? Are you willing to take me as your master? Jiang Chun shook his head. I already have a master, named Chun Qingyi. Strictly speaking, I should address you as grandmaster. When he heard the name Chun Qingyi, Jiang Chun wondered if it was just his imagination, but he clearly saw, in the elder's eyes, a flicker of remorse. Yes, remorse. Deep, profound remorse. The elder laughed. He must still be walking the path of invincibility, stubbornly refusing to switch cultivation paths, I assume? Jiang Chun nodded. Indeed. The elder fell silent for a while, then sighed deeply. Enough, enough. Everything is destined. If you cannot kill me today, you will be assimilated by my consciousness, and ultimately, your soul will dissipate. Give up now, and out of our karmic connection, I can't help you abandon the path of invincibility, switch to another path instead, and avoid walking the path that both of us have tread. Jiang Chun didn't respond, but the firmness in his eyes already revealed his decision. The elder smiled with satisfaction, though bitterness lingered in his gaze. Since your decision is made, then come forth. In an instant, his right hand shot forward, releasing a terrifying suction force attempting to draw Jiang Chen in. Suddenly, a sword-shaped lotus bloomed beneath Jiang Chen's feet. Golden energy surged forth continuously, spreading and erupting repeatedly, until a limitless torrent of sword intent and sword shadows erupted outward, instantly shredding the suction force into nothingness. The elder looked stunned. Perfect foundation building? You truly are a rare genius. In the next moment, his invincible force erupted entirely, suppressing toward Jiang Chun. Likewise, a wave of invincible force burst forth from Jiang Chen's body, clashing head-on. However, the elder's invincible force was clearly more intense. 2 terrifying powers collided in the air, sparking violently. Eventually, both were blasted apart by the explosive force, hurtling backward simultaneously. This time, the elder was even more shocked. Your invincible Tao resonance. In terms of invincible force, he should have definitely surpassed Jiang Chun, but the reason why Jiang Chen's force could stand equal was primarily due to Tao resonance. The resonance of invincibility. Jiang Chen smiled calmly. No more testing. It's time to get serious. The elder nodded, his expression complex. If we had existed in the same era, I would surely not be your match. The next moment, the power of the peak of foundation building at the 9th stage erupted into the air, radiating golden light outward from the old man as its center, as if attempting to erase everything. At that very moment, Jiang Chen suddenly opened his eyes, golden gamang swirling around him, before locking onto the old man. Boom. The old man felt himself dragged by an irresistible and unstoppable force into a chess formation. This place was no longer his domain, but Jiang Chen's domain. Upon the ground lay a massive chessboard, and the two figures standing atop it seemed like ants in comparison. Seeing this, the elder's face paled in shock. The legendary supreme divine ability bestowed by heaven and earth, the heaven and earth chessboard. You actually possess such great destiny? Jiang Chen remained silent, then solemnly turned to face his ancestral senior. Master, receive my sword. The next moment, invincibility surged in full force. A trace of sword Dao origin, the might of perfect foundation building, all erupted. The power of complete mastery over each minor cultivation stage, all unleashed. His energy sea began to boil, and a suction force like a vortex began drawing upon the ocean-like spiritual energy within his body. Boom, boom. The chi surged violently, and merely through this fluctuation alone, the sky was filled with thunderous detonations. Watching this spectacle unfold, the old man's expression turned complex. So this is how it is. Indeed, someone chosen by Chen Qingyi and daring to send here. How could he be an ordinary genius? The elder also unleashed his full strength. Two terrifying sword beams crossed in the void, not even touching yet, but the violent storm they generated had already clashed countless times. The next moment, Jiang Chen drew the infinite sword, pouring all his strength into it. The infinite cultivation method was already running at full overload. Swish! With a single slash, heaven and earth seemed to pale in comparison. That monstrous sword beam appeared as if it could cleave the entire world in two. Boom! The two sword beams collided, lasting nearly a quarter of an hour. Smoke and dust filled the air, and sword energy rampaged in all directions. At this moment, the ancestral senior standing before Jiang Chen had already become somewhat illusory. Chapter 59, the final achievement. The eyes of this Shizugu were filled only with satisfaction. Complete satisfaction. He smiled and said, a prodigy like you is surely capable of continuing the path of invincibility, even completing it. This world is about to shatter, and I've left many things behind for you. If someone from outside obtains these, I will tell him that having accepted this karma, he must shoulder the responsibility of reviving the Xianyun sword sect in the future. That has been my lifelong obsession. But since you are Chen Qingyi's disciple, there's no need to say all this. Oh, by the way, there are many things inside that I have sealed. When the time comes, Chen Qingyi will unlock them for you. After speaking, the old man completely faded away, and a faint voice came from the air. Tell Yuner, I'm sorry to her. Only after the elder's soul had completely dissipated did Jiang Chen emerge from this space. Lu Yun saw the statue and other things left behind by her father turn into dust, and she understood in her heart. Her father had already completely vanished and left this world. Filled with sadness, she was also deeply horrified. Jiang Chen actually defeated my father. Lu Yun clearly understood just how strong the residual spiritual presence left by her father truly was. In fact, no one understood better than her. Yet, Jiang Chen had done it. He had really done it. That boy who once was a mere servant, who had once needed to endure humiliation, crushed beneath the pressure of a mere steward or a Shintir alchemist, had now grown to this level, radiating confidence, dominating his peers. Back then, he had indeed been a dragon hidden in the depths. Soon enough, Jiang Chen appeared at the spot where he had previously vanished. Seeing this, Lu Yun hurriedly ran forward and asked, Jiang Chen, how are you feeling now? Jiang Chen hesitated briefly before replying, very well. Within your father's space, I expended a great deal of strength, but after coming out, a force repaired the damage done to me. Lu Yun nodded in relief. Yes, we still need to be cautious now. She paused before adding, because the formation is about to collapse, we must leave quickly, or else those people outside will soon force their way in. Lu Yun pointed at an ancient and unassuming ring lying nearby, and said, this ring contains my father's life's work. Take it with you. As soon as she finished speaking, the ring flew automatically onto Jiang Chen's hand. Then, Lu Yun took out a teleportation stone and activated it, transporting the two of them away. At the very moment the teleportation array completed its activation and they vanished, crowds of people surged in, shouting loudly, grab everything. There's so much treasure here. Hurry up, or it'll be too late. Voices of every kind filled the air. The crowd surged forward in chaos. The teleportation stone directly brought Jiang Chen back to the outer sect's mountain peak. Lu Yun stood on the spot, looking at Jiang Chen, her mood complicated. She seemed about to speak, but held back. Jiang Chen appeared to sense her emotions and asked, you want to know if your father left anything else for you? Lu Yun nodded. Jiang Chen said, he told me to tell you, he's sorry to you. Lu Yun didn't speak. She merely nodded silently and walked back to her quarters. During this period, although Jiang Chen still didn't fully understand what his Shizugu had actually done to make the decline of the Xianyun sword sect his lifelong obsession. After that recent battle, it seemed he had finally started to grasp it. Every sect inherently possessed a fortune, also called Dao's resonance, passed down through generations. But this resonance was attached to the sect itself, hence named Fortune. By combining what others had said with his discovery after reaching the foundation building stage, Jiang Chun realized that his sect's fortune felt odd. Part of it seemed missing. At the time, Jiang Chun was curious but couldn't figure it out, so he let it go. It wasn't until he entered that great formation that he finally understood. That missing part had been stolen away by his Shizugu through secret techniques, as he attempted to refine an invincible Tao resonance. Over several hundred years, however, the attempt ultimately failed, turning him into dust under the heavenly tribulation. Afterward, combined with his neglect, the decline of the Xianyun sword sect became inevitable. Jiang Chun returned to his quarters and prepared to begin cultivating. The path of invincibility is difficult to walk. In this world, what's never in short supply are prodigies. Moreover, there are even more of them now than ever before. There are those cultivated by reclusive old monsters, those nurtured with all the resources a sect can provide, and furthermore, those truly trained by the actual holy lands. Just facing all these will be headache enough. Jiang Chun sighed. Finally, his gaze became resolute. I have only one method: continuously enhance my strength, achieving perfection in every stage of cultivation. Reaching the peak, only then can I fulfill the path of invincibility. Late at night, Chen Qingyi sat on a newly chosen mountain peak in the core sect's territory, sipping tea leisurely. Suddenly, a corner of the sky illuminated as bright as daylight. Then, a faint golden dragon descended upon the Xianyun sword sect and vanished. Chen Qingyi smiled. The missing part has finally returned. Beside her stood the sect leader, who gazed at the golden dragon and spoke sincerely with a smile. After a brief pause, he added, "As far as I know, bringing this part of fortune back was extremely difficult. It required our master to completely sever all worldly attachments. It was not merely a matter of defeating him. It required defeating him and making our master believe this young man could truly walk the path of invincibility. This portion of fortune had long been refined by their master. Therefore, even if extracted, it could only be transferred to someone else. But now it was different, making him sever all worldly ties, letting his divine soul return completely to heaven and earth, achieving absolute tranquility. Only then could this power return to the heavens, returning to the sect. Originally, they had only hoped that Jiang Chun could take possession of this force. That would have been enough. But now things were different. It had returned to the Xianyun sword sect, yet simultaneously bore Jiang Chun's mark. In the future, whenever Jiang Chun wished, he could gather all the fortune of the sect into himself, enhancing his strength to reach even higher realms. Chen Qingyi sighed. If it was merely based on his current combat strength, I don't think it would have been enough to move our master like this. Jiang Chun probably still has many hidden techniques. The sect leader took a sip of tea and said, "A remarkable young fellow indeed. Still, those two sword geniuses from the outer sect should give him quite a challenge." Suddenly, Chen Qingyi's expression turned serious as she looked directly at the sect leader. "Tell me honestly, who among those you've chosen do you favor the most?" The sect leader laughed loudly. "The one I favor most could be Jiang Chun, or it could also be Jiang Chun I favor the least." Jiang Chun's potential and limitations were both terrifying. Either he would trample over countless corpses, surpassing all peerless talents of his generation, attaining ultimate invincibility, or he would become nothing more than an ordinary person. But in the end, it all came down to one word: instability. At a time when the Xianyun sword sect stood precariously, its future uncertain, the last thing they needed was instability. And Jiang Chun, for all his promise, remained the most unpredictable element. Chapter 60, The Sword Dao Grotto Heaven. After returning to the outer sect, Jiang Chun resumed his regular life as a servant disciple. He had indeed become the most unique sight throughout the entire Xianyun sword sect. After all, wanting to see an outer sect disciple actually sweeping the ground, one could only witness such a scene from Jiang Chun. Time passed swiftly, 10 days vanishing in the blink of an eye. During this time, the quality of the consolation prizes Jiang Chun received had gradually improved. It was estimated that they could now match about a tenth of the items given by his heaven-tier alchemy subordinates. Today, after finishing his servant tasks, Jiang Chun hurried back and noticed an elder standing in front of his dwelling, clearly waiting for him all this time. Lu Yun and Ouyang Rongrong were standing beside him, chatting and smiling. "Rongrong, where's Jiang Chun? This old man has something very important to tell him," the elder muttered, clearly worried and anxious. Hearing this, Ouyang Rongrong smiled and said, "Elder Yi, don't worry. He went to complete his servant duties. Judging by the time, he should be returning soon." Upon hearing this, Elder Yi sighed. "Ah, that Jiang Chun, exceptionally gifted, yet he insists on sweeping the ground. For the sake of sweeping, he even refuses cultivation assignments. That's quite troublesome." Cultivation assignments, clearly, weren't just about earning contribution points. They were established as a way to enhance the disciple's overall competence and strength. If one's abilities weren't sufficient, how could they even hope to complete these assignments? But at the same time, every powerful cultivator had risen through countless brushes with life and death, forging their Tao until achieving supreme greatness. Jiang Chun's choice baffled many people. In the eyes of the elders, someone with Jiang Chun's talent should focus solely on cultivation. Otherwise, wouldn't he just be wasting time and fading into mediocrity? However, later on, they found that despite this, Jiang Chun was still very formidable. Therefore, they could only sigh with regret, believing that if Jiang Chun could put in just a bit more effort, his attainments would undoubtedly be even higher. Just at that moment, Jiang Chun arrived at his doorstep, though no one had noticed him yet. Jiang Chun wasn't intentionally concealing his presence. Yet his ability to evade others' perception was terrifying. He had always found this slightly curious. Those stronger than him wouldn't sense his presence unless they actively searched for it. Eventually, he figured out the answer, which was very simple. That was, the passive ability of the Heaven Linking Go board, which obscured his fate, prevented anyone from using divination or other powers to deduce or locate him. Naturally, this ability only appeared once the Heaven Linking Go board reached an extremely advanced level. As for now, his ability to hide his aura was decent, but only that. Elder Yi. Jiangchen suddenly spoke. He had met Elder Yi on a few occasions. He wasn't one of the top elders, merely a custodian of the scripture pavilion. Yet the pressure and aura exuding from the elder were more formidable than even some of the top-tier elders in Jiangchen's opinion. Upon hearing his voice, Elder Yi was startled at first, then turned around and saw Jiangchen. Shocked inside, he asked, "Jiangchen, who taught you to appear and disappear like that?" He didn't dwell on it and quickly continued. "Anyway, let me get to the point. 3 days from now, there's going to be a cultivation trial. Will you go?" "A cultivation trial 3 days from now?" On instinct, Jiangchen was about to shake his head, but Elder Yi quickly added another sentence. "Don't refuse so quickly. This trial isn't your usual task. It's the opening of a blessed land known as the Sword Dao Grotto Heaven. And this Sword Dao Grotto Heaven is unique to our Xianyun Sword Sect, opening once a year, offering about 5 spots each time. Yet 10 people are always dispatched." Hearing this, Jiangchen hadn't even let the elder finish speaking before seeming to understand everything. 10 people. In other words, 50% would be eliminated, with the remaining 5 granted entry into the Sword Dao Grotto Heaven. Elder Yi noticed Jiangchen's sudden comprehension and chuckled merrily. "It seems you've figured it out. Since that's the case, I won't say more. Just take a look at the specific details." Although Elder Yi didn't know Jiangchen well, or rather, to be precise, didn't understand him very well at all, he had a rough idea of the boy's personality. After all, nobody truly understood most of the things Jiangchen did, such as insisting on fulfilling menial servant duties despite already having considerable strength. This alone left many perplexed. Therefore, in situations like this, Elder Yi was quite fearful of telling Jiangchen too much, afraid that if Jiangchen got upset or confused, he'd be helpless. So he hastily revealed his purpose and turned to leave. Seeing the elder leave in such a rush, Jiangchen was slightly puzzled but didn't say anything further. At this moment, Ouyang Rongrong stepped forward and said slowly, "This is truly a blessed land. I suggest you go. It could rapidly enhance your cultivation in the Sword Dao. As for the Outer Sect, those truly monstrous geniuses have already undergone transformations in the Sword Dao. For them, this wouldn't be of much use. According to the list I obtained, there will likely be a strong Outer Sect disciple participating this year. Strong, but not overwhelmingly so." Upon hearing this, Jiangchen nodded and said, "I understand." Although he pursued the path of invincibility, it was entirely possible, and not conflicting, to cultivate in 2 great paths simultaneously. The reason few people did so was mainly because, at later stages, their energy and focus would not be sufficient. Attempting to walk 2 paths at once would likely result in failing to complete either. However, Chen Qingyi was a perfect example. He had long been able to break through using the Sword Dao, his Dao resonance already refined. Yet, he had always wanted to make the path of invincibility his primary Dao. Unfortunately, he could not refine the Dao resonance required for that path. This was his inner burden, his personal obsession. Because of this, he wasted years and lost precious time. Suddenly, Jiangchen smiled and said, "I'll go." Ouyang Rongrong was taken aback. Her words were meant to persuade Jiangchen. After all, her impression of him was no different from everyone else's. He was stubborn, acted in ways that often puzzled others, yet everything he did made sense in the end. His rate of power enhancement had never slowed. Therefore, many elders wished to offer advice on improving strength, yet found themselves at a loss for words. "I am already infinitely close to perfecting the 5th foundation building stage. I must consolidate my foundation and refine it further. I will go when the time comes." Jiangchen spoke. If one had been paying close attention, they would have noticed a hint of seriousness deep within his eyes. Perfecting the Dao, perfecting every single realm, even the minor ones, was no easy task. Chapter 61, Invincible Sword Heart. Jiangchen spent 2 days before finally fully refining the 4th foundation building stage. He gently extended his right hand and suddenly clenched his fist, producing a loud, honglong explosion, instantly creating a sonic boom. Terrifying, horrifying. At this point, when considering physical strength alone, he was no inferior to a 9th-turn foundation builder at the 6th stage. As for actual combat power, it remained uncertain, though it was probably within the same range. He could leap across 2 minor cultivation stages. But if he encountered monstrous and terrifying geniuses, Jiangchen couldn't be sure. He might be easily crushed by just a minor gap in strength. He hadn't encountered them yet, but Jiangchen knew that the sect leader's 100-year plan definitely included such elements. It was definitely not just some secret scheming to reclaim the spiritual blessings for the Xianyun Sword Sect. At its core was the prodigies. Only when enough extraordinary talents emerged could they lead the Xianyun Sword Sect back to its former peak. This much, Jiangchen was absolutely certain about. The next moment, dozens of spirit sea pills floated into the air propelled by his spiritual energy, and then fell one by one into his mouth like candy, crunching a few times before being swallowed entirely. Immediately afterward, a torrential wave of spiritual energy surged into his body, foundation building stage 5 at its peak. What a pity. Right now, what's holding me back the most is reaching complete perfection. Reaching full mastery of each stage is not easy. It requires enlightenment. Without the sword heart illuminated and the help of the 7-hole Linglong heart, it probably would have taken me at least another 2 months to reach this level. Jiang Chun sighed helplessly. The 7-hole Linglong heart and the sword heart illuminated. These 2 abilities greatly improved his talent and comprehension, providing a qualitative leap in his understanding. At the stage of ultimate perfection, what mattered most was no longer resources, but insight. Tomorrow I have to go to the Sword Dao Paradise. Today, let's see if anything valuable can come out. Jiang Chun murmured. Today he personally selected a check-in location, the Enlightenment Stele. Why here? Because earlier, he had already clearly realized that what Jiang Chun needed most now was to improve his insight. Only with improved insight could he accelerate the progress toward ultimate perfection. After much consideration, he decided that the Enlightenment Stele was the most likely place where improving insight rewards could appear, so he settled on this decision. The next moment, he took up his token and in a flash appeared before the Enlightenment Stele. There were quite a lot of people gathered at the Enlightenment Stele today. Still, the number of junior servants remained scarce because the area wasn't that large. Normally, the stele also limited the number of visitors. Initially, Jiang Chun didn't understand the specific reason, but later found out that every time someone successfully attained enlightenment from the stele, it would slightly diminish the stele's power. But it would regenerate. Therefore, when its power weakened, the number of people was limited. Once the power fully recovered to its peak, there were no restrictions. And clearly, now it had fully recovered. As soon as Jiang Chun arrived, many people stood up, smiling. Senior brother Jiang Chun, you're here? Yes, senior brother Jiang Chun. Ever since we saw your heroic figure during the outer sect exam, we haven't been able to forget. Senior brother Jiang Chun, do you need a little maid to warm your bed for you? Everyone stood up, speaking enthusiastically. Jiang Chun. Although he was not the same as before, but still, these guys were a bit over the top, weren't they? A maid to warm the bed? Jiang Chun even wondered if this was really set in ancient times. Why did these girls seem so direct? It didn't quite fit his impression of ancient, reserved femininity. Jiang Chun greeted them one by one, then began searching the area. After finding the place with the densest Taoist aura, he mentally whispered, "System, check in." The next moment, a system announcement rang in Jiang Chun's mind. Host successfully checked in. Rewarded. Invincible Sword Heart. Jiang Chun. Invincible Sword Heart. At first, he seemed unsure what it meant. But just judging by the name, Jiang Chun knew the Invincible Sword Heart must be related to both the path of invincibility and the Sword Heart cultivation. In other words, this item might be a combination of the Invincible Tao and the Sword cultivation. Just from the name alone, Jiang Chun couldn't yet confirm, but surely it should enhance comprehension. As expected, the system's annotation appeared soon. Invincible Sword Heart, forged by invincible sword immortals of ancient times who simultaneously achieved the pinnacle of Sword Tao and the Tao of invincibility, forging the Invincible Sword Heart from the strength of both paths. For foundation builders, it significantly increases comprehension and grants smooth progress on the sword path, almost completely eliminating bottlenecks. Jiang Chun. 6 little dots seemed to appear on his forehead. Obviously, this system gave such an answer precisely because his current strength was insufficient. However, just how terrifying the effects of this invincible sword heart would ultimately be was still far too distant for Jiang Chun to grasp at the moment. For now, handling the present was enough. Moments later, Jiang Chun turned around and, using his token, left the place. Once he had gone, the previously stagnant and tense atmosphere finally eased. Who in the outer sect didn't know that Jiang Chun's current status was no longer what it once was? Both the sect leader and the supreme elder had personally come out to publicly support him. They dared not gossip behind his back, fearing that if he heard them, they might be beheaded with a single sword strike and have no chance for appeal. After all, these disciples could only see the surface. No one truly knew how grand a chessboard the sect leader and supreme elder were playing. Everyone gazed toward the direction where Jiang Chun had left. What do you think is going on with senior brother Jiang Chun? If I were him, I wouldn't still be sweeping floors. Yeah, cultivation resources are practically inexhaustible for him now, and his status is extremely high. Right now, countless young and beautiful female cultivators are reportedly eager to throw themselves into his arms. I heard the other day that Elder Ouyang's granddaughter especially wants to fall into Jiang Chun's embrace. That's nothing. I heard the holy maiden actually climbed onto Jiang Chun's bed, but was kicked off by senior brother Jiang Chun himself. Don't you all understand? Senior brother Jiang Chun is holding firm to his original heart, just as he always has for the past 10 years. That's exactly why you're still stuck in the outer sect, because you lack this quality. In the end, even a female disciple spoke with indignation. Without realizing it, Jiang Chun had already gathered quite a few admirers among the outer sect disciples of the Xianyan Sword Sect. After returning to his room, Jiang Chun casually assessed his recent progress. The Wuji Immortal Sword grew stronger along with his own strength. Very steadily, with no surprises. Roughly speaking, it always matched his current power. Now that every cultivation stage had been refined to ultimate perfection, his overall growth speed had noticeably increased. Tomorrow I'll head to the Sword Dao Paradise, and I can also test the effect of the Invincible Sword Heart. Just what kind of effect combining the Invincible Sword Heart and the Sword Heart Illuminated would produce? Jiang Chun looked forward to finding out. Chapter 62, Crushing. The next morning, Jiang Chun set off early. When he arrived at the gathering spot for the outer sect, he noticed many gazes upon him. Then came murmurs. Is that Jiang Chun? The genius who even got our supreme elder to personally intervene and grant him special privileges. Yeah, during the last Outer Sect promotion test, my master brought me there. It was him. Who knew such a prodigy would waste his talent like this? What a shame. The voices continued. Their words were filled with pity for Jiang Chun. But to this, Jiang Chun remained indifferent. In the eyes of these Outer Sect geniuses, he was someone who constantly needed to prove himself. Yet, in reality, that wasn't entirely the case. Elder Yi, seeing that everyone had arrived, noticed Jiang Chun too and finally stroked his beard with a smile. This kid finally showed up. If he hadn't come, I wouldn't know how to explain it to Chen Qingyi. Suddenly, he recalled how, not long ago, Chen Qingyi had personally come to visit him, stressing that he must make sure Jiang Chun was properly supervised and brought along. After all, the Sword Dao Heaven Cave might offer little benefit to others, but for Jiang Chun at his current stage, it was extremely valuable. Every Heaven Cave corresponded to cultivation enhancements at different stages, and the Sword Dao Heaven Cave was particularly suited for Jiang Chun now. Thinking of this, Elder Yi finally exhaled in relief. He had originally thought Chen Qingyi would go himself to persuade, but instead, he passed this headache on to him. He wanted to refuse, but when he saw the sword that had come within just 0.01 centimeters of his face, he gave up. You all have a teleportation formation beneath your feet. You won't need to do anything yourselves. When the formation is fully activated, simply let go of your spiritual awareness and allow the formation's power to cover your bodies. That's all. Upon hearing the elder's words, all the geniuses nodded, and most of them couldn't help but cast glances toward Jiang Chun. They were looking forward to it, eagerly anticipating what kind of battle power Jiang Chun would display next. No matter how one saw it, at this stage, Jiang Chun's name was well known. Whoever could defeat him would gain fame throughout the Immortal Sect. For teenagers of their age, what could be more appealing than becoming famous across the land? At that moment, Elder Yi quietly chanted an incantation. Under their feet, a faint thread of greenish light rose quietly, then surged into a massive, thick energy that wrapped around everyone before instantly transporting them away. Everything spun wildly in an instant. When they regained their senses, they found themselves standing within a dense jungle. Instinctively, they looked around. They saw everyone was present. The woods seemed a bit sparse, but they could feel some terrifying and immense forces lingering. It wasn't direct destructive power, rather arrays. Those with higher expertise in array formations could sense that within these arrays, there wasn't merely killing intent, but also techniques for hiding one's aura. Elder Yi stood before them with a light smile. Next, you will each select an opponent. If you defeat one, you'll be considered qualified. Inside this heaven cave, one of you shall have a place. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately started selecting their opponents. Jiang Chun casually glanced around, but much to his surprise, the other 9 youths' gazes were involuntarily fixed upon him. He opened his mouth, about to say something, when all 9 voices rang out in unison. Elder, we choose Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun. Indeed, just as the saying goes, a person fears becoming famous and a horse fears growing strong. He hadn't expected that all of them would choose him, but upon thinking it over, he understood. Every genius here had earned their place through real talent. How could any of them admit being inferior to others? Everyone wished to rise in fame by defeating him. However, he didn't care. The reason was simple. He too wanted to use them as stepping stones toward his path of invincibility. Elder Yi seemed unsurprised by this situation. After a moment's thought, he suddenly recalled what Chen Qingyi had told him previously. If all the Outer Sect geniuses desire to challenge Jiang Chun during this Heaven Cave journey, then grant their wish. Looking toward the gathered youths, Elder Yi then asked, do you wish to challenge Jiang Chun one by one, or all together? At his words, without hesitation, the group replied as one by one. If even all of them together couldn't defeat Jiang Chun, then they would forever be ridiculed as failures. How humiliating. If it were someone else, they wouldn't worry like this. But Jiang Chun's monstrous talent went far beyond their imagination. They all knew the pitiful sight of those candidates during the last Outer Sect promotion test. And now, so much time had already passed. Those 16 previous geniuses had not appeared in public since, and whenever they did, people would talk behind their backs. They had lost all face. After a moment of silence, Jiang Chun looked at everyone and slowly asked, who will go first? I'll. A burly man boldly stepped forward, barely starting to introduce his name, when suddenly, a sword chi slashed toward him. Boom. Under the violent impact of the energy collision, the burly man was sent flying backward without even a moment to resist. The man was stunned. What? Why wasn't he following the usual protocol? At least let him finish his introduction? At this moment, Jiang Chun slowly spoke. My time is valuable. Want to challenge me? Go ahead, no problem. But remember, only after you withstand a single move from me will you earn the right to introduce yourself. Next, after Jiang Chun's words, it was like a slap to everyone's face, bringing them back to reality. They finally realized deeply that during this time, Jiang Chun hadn't fallen behind in strength at all. In fact, after facing him, they weren't much better off than those 16 previous geniuses. Next, one by one, those Outer Sect prodigies approached Jiang Chun. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of flying sword chi echoed, and figure after figure was sent flying. Based on the first person's experience, each challenger now exerted their full strength the moment they stepped forward. No one dared to underestimate Jiang Chun even slightly, yet the outcome remained unchanged. There was no result other than merciless crushing defeat. After finishing all of them, Jiang Chun stretched lazily and said indifferently, your strength is quite good, but it's still lacking a bit. Chapter 63, Epiphany. Jiang Chun looked at the young man lying on the ground, their faces twisted with horror and pain, clearly devastated, and suddenly smiled as he spoke. 9 people. Not a single one of them could stand back up after enduring his one sword strike. Elder Yi observed this scene, his lips slightly twitching. He muttered to himself. Indeed, just as expected. Hichini's confidence in his disciple carries no illusions at all. It's purely because he truly believes his disciple is strong enough. And reality has clearly proven his strength. Elder Yi knew these disciples weren't the absolute top among the outer sect, but they were still among the upper echelon. Foundation building at 6th and 7th rotations. The weakest was at the 6th stage of foundation building, the strongest already at the 7th. But they were well balanced in every aspect, in other words, ordinary. He had already examined Jiang Chen's cultivation. Foundation building at the 5th stage. The most terrifying part was that Jiang Chen hadn't even taken it seriously. To think he had simply bulldozed through them all like this, truly spine-chilling. Elder Yi stepped forward, raising his right hand slightly. A surge of powerful spiritual energy burst from his palm like a geyser and poured into the bodies of the 9 youths. Soon enough, the drained spiritual energy and injuries within them were all restored, and they slowly got up. Well then, Jiang Chen has already earned 1 qualification. As for the remaining spots, you 9 can fight amongst yourselves for them. As Elder Yi spoke, the 9 of them wore gloomy expressions, completely lacking in fighting spirit. At this moment, if Jiang Chang were to provoke them just a little further, their Dao hearts might truly shatter. Suddenly, someone whispered quietly, I think, we're not doing too bad actually. Don't you all remember how the previous 16 were crushed by Jiang Chen alone? At those words, everyone's eyes lit up with newfound hope. That's right, you're absolutely correct. Those 16 people can still live and cultivate normally. Our situation is even better. Exactly, these are just minor scratches. It's not shameful to lose to a genius like Jiang Chen. Let's keep striving for our spots. Thus, the 9 young cultivators suddenly found new energy, no longer as spiritless as they had been before. When you feel like you're failing, knowing that others have failed even worse is the best kind of comfort. Seeing this, Elder Yi nodded in satisfaction. He hadn't expected that these 9 youths could encourage themselves back into form. Looks like there was no need for him to waste extra words. Then, he turned toward Jiang Chen. You don't need to waste any more time here. You can go inside to cultivate now. As for this freakish young man, if it weren't for Hichini's explicit instructions, Elder Yi wouldn't have bothered with him disrupting others' Dao hearts at all. He should have just been allowed into the Dingifadi directly. Jiang Chen nodded, then walked into the cave heaven. At the entrance to the cave heaven was a golden, illusory veil of light. As he passed through it, his consciousness suddenly stalled for an instant. When Jiang Chen regained his senses, he discovered himself already standing amidst a lush green meadow. In the center of the meadow stood a faint, illusory figure, continuously swinging its sword, performing the most basic sword formations, not even using any special sword techniques. But Jiang Chen simply watched, momentarily entranced. In places he himself couldn't perceive, his invincible sword heart and sword heart clarity simultaneously began to shine. When he regained his awareness, he suddenly sensed that his sword cultivation base had skyrocketed. He then began to continue meditating. Could that state I just experienced be what the legends call enlightenment? Jiang Chen murmured. At this time, outside the Sword Dao Cave Heaven, Elder Yi checked the time, suddenly frowning as he looked at the 9 prodigies beside him, and said, so much time has already passed. How come Jiang Chen hasn't come out yet? It had only been 1 Shurchen, 2 hours, since Jiang Chen entered. Though in the outside world, only a single Shurchen had passed. The cave heavens are each a world of their own. As for this Sword Dao Cave Heaven, its time flow ratio compared to the outside world was 10 years inside. Only 1 Shurchen outside. At this moment, one of the prodigies furrowed his brows and said, that shouldn't be right. These 9 prodigies had already competed for half a Shurchen earlier, selecting 4 people qualified to enter the Sword Dao Cave Heaven. Finally, the 4 had already exited, and after waiting about another quarter of a Shurchen, Jiang Chen still hadn't emerged. At this moment, Elder Yi, who had much experience and knowledge, suddenly thought of a possibility. His eyebrows lifted in shock, and his eyes filled with astonishment. Could it be? Could it be that Jiang Chen has entered a state of enlightenment? Inside the Sword Dao Cave Heaven, it wasn't as if you could stay however long you wished. If your comprehension ability wasn't sufficient, you might be expelled within just a few minutes of entering from the outside world. But there was yet another possibility. Epiphany. What was called epiphany was that instantaneous moment when you pierced through the essence of Sword Dao, forgetting the passage of time and immersing yourself entirely in enlightenment. Only in this scenario could one remain inside the cave heaven for an extremely long time. Time passed, little by little. 2 Shurchen, 5 Shurchen, 10 Shurchen. From the very beginning, these prodigies, including Elder Yi, found it incomprehensible. Then, gradually, their shock transformed into concern for Jiang Chen. And finally, they were absolutely convinced. Jiang Chen had definitely entered a state of epiphany. At last, just as the 11th Shurchen approached, a human figure emerged from the golden veil of light. It was Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen looked at everyone and said, puzzled, haven't you all finished competing yet? Because earlier, during his moment of epiphany, he had lost his sense of time. Thus, he didn't know that 10 Shurchen had already passed in the outside world. Elder Yi looked at Jiang Chen with a complex expression. Based on his understanding of Jiang Chen and of the cave heaven, he could now be certain without a doubt. Jiang Chen had achieved epiphany. Jiang Chen, would you mind displaying your sword Dao again? Elder Yi did not answer Jiang Chen's question, but instead asked one of his own. Hearing this, Jiang Chen nodded and replied readily, of course no problem. The next moment, he attempted to summon the power of the sword Dao. Immediately, terrifying sword intent surged out from his body like a mountain crashing into the sea. It was sword intent, not sword force. Moreover, Jiang Chun had already reached its peak stage. Only perfection and supreme perfection remained beyond it. Needless to say, this was only because the cave heaven itself was limited to this extent. It wasn't that Jiang Chun's enlightenment had reached its limits here. Foundation building stage. He's already entered the realm of sword intent. If this young man chooses to focus his cultivation on sword Dao, the future will surely see another top-level sword grandmaster capable of dominating an entire era. Elder Yi sighed in admiration. Chapter 64, Dazed and Disoriented. It wasn't just Elder Yi. The expressions of the people around him were equally solemn at this moment. For a moment, no one knew quite what to say. They were all considered outstanding geniuses. Before fighting Jiang Chun, they had merely known he was particularly difficult to deal with. They probably wouldn't be his match. But after fighting him, they discovered he was more than just difficult. He had instantly defeated them with shocking speed, without even allowing them to block a single move. Yet, even so, none of them felt the level of shock they experienced now. Sword intent. Fundamentally, that was something cultivators at the foundation building stage shouldn't be able to comprehend. At their current level, being able to grasp even a basic sword momentum was something to be proud of. If they could elevate that sword momentum by 1 or 2 minor realms, then naturally, they could walk with an even more dignified stride. But now, Jiang Chun, this kind of freak, had personally shown them through actions that even a foundation building cultivator could reach an advanced level of sword intent. Combined together, they were still not worth one of Jiang Chun's hairs. At this moment, they finally understood, perhaps in their entire lifetimes, they would never be able to reach even his shadow. Oh right, if the competition isn't over yet, hurry up and enter for cultivation. We should head back soon enough. Jiang Chun didn't want to wait until morning. He still had his servant duties to think about. Hearing that, the expressions of those around him became even more complicated. Jiang Chun, actually, we've been waiting for you for quite some time. Nearly 10 hours. Elder Yi considered for a moment before deciding to tell the truth. Hearing this, Jiang Chun. Right now, there were only 3 huge question marks floating above his forehead. He had thought he hadn't been cultivating for very long, but in reality, 10 hours had already passed outside? If so, then he really had been cultivating far too long. He fell silent. It turned out that these geniuses and Elder Yi had been waiting for him all along. The several young geniuses remained silently in tacit understanding. Right now, they were still deeply shocked by the terrifying talent Jiang Chun had displayed. For now, they had no desire to speak much and were still immersed in their own gloom. Elder Yi, straightforward as ever, activated the teleportation formation, enveloping everyone in it, and returning them all together back to Xianyun Sword Sect. Xianyun Sword Sect. Chun Qingyi's mountain peak. Just as Elder Yi returned, Chun Qingyi had already sensed it using his spiritual awareness and had immediately grabbed him across space. Elder Yi clearly felt flustered and helpless. He looked helplessly at the current Chun Qingyi and said with regret, Elder Chun Qingyi, in the future, could you at least preserve a bit of face for me? In front of so many disciples, you just grabbed me like this. He really wanted to complain, not the first or second time, but now outside there was already endless gossip about him. It was utterly embarrassing, but Chun Qingyi's strength was far beyond what he imagined, so he could only humbly beg. Upon hearing this, Chun Qingyi chuckled merrily. No problem, no problem. These are all minor things. Now, first of all, tell me how much Jiang Chun has improved inside the Sword Dao realm this time. In the past 10 hours, Chun Qingyi had continuously monitored Elder Yi, waiting for his return. However, as time passed gradually, he had come to realize a problem. Most likely, the one staying so long in the Sword Dao realm wasn't some other genius, but Jiang Chun, his personal disciple. Upon hearing it was official business, Elder Yi immediately put away his earlier attitude and spoke seriously. It's exactly as you predicted. No, more accurately, it's even more monstrous than you imagined. In fact, even before Jiang Chun entered the Sword Dao realm, Chun Qingyi had already made a prediction. He had thought that Jiang Chun would stay in the Sword Dao realm for a long time, perhaps at least 2 hours, and likely attain a sword intent at the foundation building stage. At that time, when Elder Yi heard these words, he felt Chun Qingyi had gone mad, exaggerating greatly. But now looking back, Chun Qingyi wasn't crazy. He was actually too conservative. After hearing this, Chun Qingyi arched his brows, took a sip of tea, and slowly asked, oh, could it be that he stayed 4 hours? As he spoke, a smile appeared on his face. This was actually Chun Qingyi's most realistic guess about Jiang Chun. After all, with clear sword heart, and being no ordinary genius. 4 hours was normal. Upon hearing this, Elder Yi shook his head. Close to 10 hours. Moreover, Jiang Chun's sword intent is already infinitely close to perfection. Why did you let him walk the invincible path back then? If he had walked the sword path, he would definitely have achieved great things. As he spoke, Elder Yi started to complain. He dared to say these words, because he had worked with Chun Qingyi for a fairly long time and understood his personality. But what Elder Yi didn't expect was that before he could finish speaking, he suddenly felt a warmth on his face, as if a stream of hot liquid had passed over it. When he finally realized what had happened, he discovered that it was actually the hot tea Chun Qingyi had just swallowed, only to spit it out onto Elder Yi's face. Seeing this, Elder Yi silently wiped the tea off his face with his own robe. He had a bitter taste in his heart, but couldn't say anything. Chun Qingyi's expression was currently rather dazed. Tentatively, he asked again, Yo, what exactly did you say just now? Elder Yi repeated himself. Then they saw Chun Qingyi sitting frozen in place like a stone statue, not uttering a word. So then, silently, and so Elder Yi, reading the situation carefully, quietly left. After a long silence, Chun Qingyi finally exhaled deeply, letting out a sigh as he murmured, Jiang Chun. Oh Jiang Chun, you really are even more monstrous than I had imagined. As for sword cultivation, he knew that perhaps Jiang Chun would sail smoothly all the way to refining Dao's resonance and ascension to immortality, had he chosen the sword cultivation path. But doing so would waste his extraordinary innate Dao of invincibility. With his level, cultivating 2 Dao paths simultaneously should not be difficult at all, and I truly look forward to seeing just how far he can go. After returning to his small hut outside the sect's inner quarters, Jiang Chun once again immersed himself in cultivation. Currently at the peak of the 5th foundation building stage. If he wished to progress further, he must refine his cultivation to complete perfection. Suddenly, a sharp knocking echoed, bang bang, hurried and urgent. Jiang Chun extended his spiritual awareness and checked outside. It was Ouyang Rongrong. He frowned slightly before getting up to open the door. Standing there, Ouyang Rongrong glared at him in irritation. Jiang Chun, what have you done this time? I had just returned to ask my grandfather for some secret cultivation techniques when I found him in a completely dazed state. Ouyang Rongrong paused, clenching her teeth angrily, and when he saw me, he wasn't happy I had returned. Instead, he immediately asked me how things were going between us. Her voice wasn't particularly loud, but from it, one could clearly feel Ouyang Rongrong's fury. Chapter 65. What kind of situation is this? And the injustice she felt. She finally came back to visit her grandfather once. But what was this situation? Again and again, the conversation always revolved around Jiang Chun. It seemed like whenever the two of them met, the topic would inevitably turn to Jiang Chun. She couldn't take it anymore. Jiang Chun was momentarily stunned, but quickly figured it out. Most likely, what he had done in the Sword Dao Paradise and his sudden power-up had already reached their ears. Otherwise, this kind of situation wouldn't have happened. Jiang Chun smiled faintly. What? You came here asking about me. Are you thinking about becoming my concubine? As for being my legitimate wife, forget about it. If you're okay with being a concubine, maybe you barely qualify. Recently, his mood had been quite good, so he felt like teasing Ouyang Rongrong a little. At his words, Ouyang Rongrong became like a cat with its fur all bristling, instantly exclaiming, Jiang Chun, how shameless can you be? Don't even think about it. Even if you let me be your primary wife, I wouldn't accept. No. I wouldn't even spare you a glance. As she spoke, her face turned a deep shade of red, her words coming out flustered with anxiety. She couldn't take it anymore, so she quickly fled the scene, rushing back into her room. Watching her retreating figure, Jiang Chun suddenly smiled. How interesting. After that, he resumed his cross-legged cultivation. As long as he became unbeatable, he would be completely safe. Only through strength could he truly feel secure in this world. As for Ouyang Rongrong, once she returned to her room, her heart was thumping wildly, her face flushed with red, murmuring softly, a concubine. Who would ever become that shameless man's concubine? If anything, I'd only consider being his main wife. After a pause, she suddenly realized her thoughts were problematic, and shook her head fiercely to dispel them. What on earth am I thinking? Early the next morning, Jiang Chun had been choosing his own check-in locations for quite a while, and, with nothing better to do, decided to pay another visit to the Sea of Swords. The last time he had gone to the Sea of Swords had been when Supervisor Xie had plotted against him, trying to kill him and steal his treasures. But this time, Jiang Chun didn't intend just to stay on the outskirts. He planned to enter the inner circle of the Sea of Swords. The Sea of Swords was filled with endless malevolent qi. Within the inner ring, the killer energy was strong enough to easily kill young prodigies who had just entered the foundation building stage. His motivation for going was straightforward. He wanted to have a proper look at this place. During the time he had been outside, he hadn't been idle. He had learned that the Sea of Swords ranked among the top 5 most mysterious places within the Xianyun Sword Sect. But if talking about the most dangerous spots, it would definitely be in the top 2. Every outer sect disciple bore the duty of cleaning up the Sea of Swords, because entering the inner areas wasn't something even a servant disciple sacrificing their life could handle. It's commonly said that some outer sect disciples encounter rare opportunities within the Sea of Swords and return with sudden breakthroughs in cultivation. Jiang Chun mused softly to himself. Among these rumors, the most prominent was about the current second-tier inner sect elder, Zhang Haixing. He was a sword cultivation elder, currently treading the sword Dao, and had already begun solidifying his sword aura. There were many legends about him, but one fact was undisputed. Previously, he had barely qualified for the outer sect and was almost relegated to the role of a servant disciple. After joining the outer sect, due to mediocre talent, he was nearly demoted to a servant supervisor like former Supervisor Xie. But 20 years ago, he entered the inner ring of the Sea of Swords for the first time to perform cleanup. After that trip, he came out an entirely different person. His cultivation rapidly accelerated, eventually earning him his current status. All within just 20 years. Many of his close associates had questioned him about it, but he always denied it. However, everyone knew it was definitely related to the Sea of Swords. And around that time, the Sea of Swords experienced a long period of popularity, transforming from a place no one usually dared go to being swarmed with applicants. But eventually people discovered, though there truly might be rare opportunities in the Sea of Swords, they were extremely rare. Many of the talented young people who rushed there chasing such fortunes died in the Sea of Swords. After that, the hype gradually died down. Before Jiang Qin's departure this time, he had indeed asked Chen Qingyi. The reply he got was, "I don't know. My casual master definitely knows there are opportunities within the Sea of Swords, and probably even knows the specifics. The real question is whether he truly doesn't know or simply can't speak about it. That's what needs further examination." Jiang Qin murmured inwardly, and judging from his understanding of this casual master, the answer had to be as such. Because even though Chen Qingyi did not refuse his trip outright, he had only said in the end, "Don't go where there's fog, or you might die." Jiang Qin directly used his sect token to teleport to the inner region of the Sea of Swords. This place was sparsely populated. After that brief wave of popularity, it had quickly returned to its usual state of desolation. Because everyone knew, the anomalies within the Sea of Swords were just too great. No one could say for sure how exactly one could survive within the Sea of Swords. If you had good fortune, you wouldn't need much preparation and could even leave without encountering any danger at all. But if your luck was bad, even if you exerted all your abilities and revealed every hidden trump card, you would most likely still perish inside. As for opportunities, everyone only knew one thing, that so many people had entered the Sea of Swords, so many had died, yet those who actually obtained rare chances could be counted on one hand. In fact, within the Xianyun Sword Sect, many people spread rumors that this was merely a lie, a deception. Jiang Qin looked at the endless broken swords and shattered blades, and the terrifying sword chi that constantly tore through the space across the horizon. He exhaled heavily. My master was right. There really is danger here. It's just extremely faint, so faint that I almost couldn't detect it. From the moment Jiang Qin stepped inside, he had sensed a force that caused his very soul to tremble. He knew, whoever controlled that power could definitely kill him, even effortlessly, but he hadn't felt any malice from that force, or else he would have immediately used his voice-transmitting stone to cry for help. Master, master, come quickly. I can't hold on much longer. Moreover, that force was extremely weak, as though it had merged into the heavens and earth, nowhere to be found, yet everywhere at once. At least with his current cultivation, to precisely lock onto its presence was impossible. If the rumors are true, then both the danger and the opportunity originate from him. But most people are completely unaware of his existence. Perhaps, I was only able to vaguely perceive him because I've harmonized with the powers of heaven and earth, perfected my foundation, and attained a faint trace of the Tao's origin. On this journey, Jiang Qin was already beginning to feel anticipation. Suddenly, Jiang Qin sensed the surrounding world begin to spin and shift chaotically. Yet just as he focused his mind, attempting to take a proper look, everything returned to how it had been before. Desolate, decaying, countless broken swords and fractured blades lay scattered on the ground, continuously giving rise to horrifying sword chi filled with resentment, killing intent, and malevolence, swirling endlessly across the sky. Chapter 66, It's Actually You. In reality, however, what Jiang Qin perceived using his primordial Tao essence wasn't a scene like this. Rather, it was a far bloodier place. Bodies lay scattered for miles. Weapons littered the ground, and a terrifying aura of blood and hatred, like a sea of crimson, filled the air. Countless souls floated about, their grievances palpable. Those souls were all whispering about their unfinished worldly matters, releasing incomprehensibly terrifying resentment. But even so, it would have still been bearable. The most horrifying part was that when Jiang Qin used his primordial Tao essence to inspect, he could see these things clearly. However, as soon as he withdrew his Tao essence, those images vanished like bubbles bursting. Oh, this place is truly strange. Jiang Qin had always suspected that the Sword Sea was not as the outside world described it. It must conceal something much deeper, something terrifying. And now, he knew he had only seen a tiny fraction of it. Because his grasp of the primordial Tao was still limited, possessing only a single thread of it, he could only glimpse this much. After that, Jiang Qin wandered aimlessly within the Sword Sea like a headless fly. Along the way, he encountered no one at all. However, the intensity of the malicious energy kept surging and escalating. Just this alone made him feel a bit nervous. But the sensation came more from the increase in spiritual pressure rather than an actual strengthening of power. Therefore, Jiang Qin easily dispelled the malevolent aura piece by piece with his own techniques. At this moment, on a certain mountain peak, an old man suddenly smiled, looking at Chen Qingyi. In your original plan, at what point did you intend to allow Jiang Qin into the Sword Sea? Hearing this, Chen Qingyi slightly furrowed his brow, contemplated for a moment, and answered, in 2 months. By then, his combat strength should reach the peak of foundation building 9th stage. That would be the appropriate time to let him enter the Sword Sea. Indeed, although Chen Qingyi seemed to have no ulterior motives on the surface during his interactions with Jiang Qin, giving him everything he wanted, letting him do as he pleased. In reality, he had been carefully laying the foundation for him all along. Jiang Qin himself hadn't noticed this, or perhaps there had been no need for excessive investigation, because all he knew was that Chen Qingyi held no ill intentions toward him. This old man, however, was the Supreme Elder. Looking at Chen Qingyi with a smile, he said, Chen Qingyi, it's been so many years. You and the sect leader have always wanted to revive our Xianyun Sword Sect, seeking outstanding prodigies. He paused, then continued. You have always paved the way for those prodigies, just like the sect leader. But to be honest, I never imagined that you would allow your own disciple to bear this karmic burden. The Supreme Elder sighed slightly. Back then, when Chen Qingyi first accepted Jiang Qin as his disciple, he had truly only wished to cultivate him. But now, Things had long since deviated from his original expectations, heading down a far more extreme path. Chen Qingyi was silent for a moment before speaking. Now that spiritual energy is reviving, blessings from the heavens keep descending. There are many things that no longer unfold as we predicted. Sometimes, in fact, they go completely against what we anticipated. At first, I indeed had no intention of making my beloved disciple bear these burdens. But he obtained the Invincible Dao Aura, a rarity across eons. Those who have obtained the Invincible Dao Aura are extremely few throughout history. Even in the ancient era, when the paths were not yet sealed, very few ever managed to obtain it. Yet Jiangchen did. He didn't continue. Their conversation ended here. However, if one were to observe carefully, they could see a faint sadness in Chen Qingyi's eyes. They smiled silently, saying nothing, continuing to sip their tea. After a long time, the Supreme Elder simply said, "That one is highly regarded by the sect leader. Don't let Jiangchen's newly forged Invincible Dao heart break so soon." Chen Qingyi smiled. His path is not mine to interfere with. Fate has its own design. At this moment, deep inside the Sword Sea, Jiang Chun was sprinting around, scanning his surroundings. What's strange? Before, I could faintly sense the extremely rich Dao aura within the Sword Sea. How come, now that I'm finally here, all that aura has vanished? Just this realization left Jiang Chun deeply perplexed and confused. The chance of Dao aura simply disappearing into thin air was extremely low, practically impossible. Moreover, something of such magnitude wouldn't vanish without a trace. If it were the past, when Jiang Chun was merely at qi condensation stage, it would be understandable for him not to sense or detect it at all. Yet now, having established a connection with the primordial Dao itself, and possessing the refined Invincible Dao aura within himself, for such an issue to occur was simply too strange. He remained silent for a while. Suddenly, the world shifted and transformed, the scenery before him continuously changing. It was as if mirrors were cracking, fissures appearing one after another, then reassembling into a new image, then breaking apart again, only to reform once more. This cycle continued endlessly, repeating over and over. After countless repetitions, the phenomenon finally came to a complete stop, as though time itself had frozen. At this moment, he found himself within a lush forest. All the trees and plants around him were unlike those found in the outside world. In the outside world, trees and plants, nourished by spiritual energy, appeared more vibrant and full of life. This place was different. Every tree and plant here gave Jiang Chun a sense of deathly stillness, and whether it was an illusion or not, he could almost feel layers of resentment harbored within these very plants. What exactly is going on here? Furrowing his brows slightly, Jiang Chun had not yet sensed any hostility at all so far. Yet simply standing in this realm, ordinary cultivators would likely already be suppressed by the surrounding forces, unable to fully unleash their cultivation power. But Jiang Chun was different. Because of his invincible Dao heart, he was nearly impervious to all methods and unshaken by any calamity. Of course, this only applied within the same cultivation tier. To truly achieve complete immunity to all techniques under heaven and earth, and remain unyielding through all calamities, he would at least need to reach the immortal ascension stage. At last, in this moment, he perceived the presence of a living being. A human figure slowly walked out and smiled, saying, "I've long heard about an extraordinary genius swordsman arriving from the outside, who during the Outer Sect trial had already defeated all opposing contenders effortlessly. And the other day, he even easily crushed those Outer Sect geniuses who had cultivated here for a long time." He paused, then sighed. "The sect leader had promised me long ago to find a suitable opponent for me to deepen my comprehension of the blood demon stage. Yet I never imagined it would be you." In an instant, a flood of information surged into Jiang Chen's mind. Chapter 67, Warming Up. Blood Demon Realm, Ancestor, Cultivation. Moreover, Jiang Chun could sense that the opponent's combat strength had definitely reached the peak of foundation building 9th stage. This was extremely terrifying. If it had been an ordinary 8-turn or 7-turn foundation building genius, Jiang Chun would have faced them without fear. He could easily break through 10,000 laws with a single sword strike. But the genius before him now was absolutely not on the same level as the so-called geniuses he had encountered previously. In terms of monstrous talent, he was definitely on the same level as Jiang Chun. Looking at Jiang Chun, he suddenly smiled helplessly and sighed regretfully. "Since you are here, then I have no choice but to continue forward. If you have already reached the foundation building 9th stage, your shattered Dao heart will become the best nourishment for my blood demon realm." After hearing this, Jiang Chun did not speak. He simply looked at him. After a while, he smiled slightly and said, "And what if I defeat you?" This boy, with a thin frame, pale face, and exuding a chilling, evil aura from head to toe, shook his head and laughed softly. "Then when you succeed, everything will be known. If you fail, you will no longer be qualified to know such information. I truly admire your courage to walk the path of invincibility. For you, a single failure will instantly shatter everything you had before. But as for us, no matter how many times we fail, our resolve will only grow stronger." The path of invincibility. There was absolutely no room for error, entirely different from other Dao paths where one could transform shame into motivation and grow stronger through disgrace. In the next instant, the heavens and earth seemed to be torn apart by two hands, creating a crack, and a golden ray of light poured in. At the same time, Jiang Chen's pupils widened instantly, filled with golden light, as Heidi Sheng Da. Heaven and earth Weiqi formation. The next moment, The entire world became dreamlike and illusory. Sometimes it appeared as a go-board, other times it transformed into the blood demon realm. Overall, there was not much difference. The power of both realms would equally support each of them. Seeing this, the boy was stunned. A trace of surprise flashed across his pale face as he asked in confusion, "What kind of power is this?" The next instant, he felt his own strength gradually draining away, until it became equal to that of Jiang Chun. Foundation building 5th stage. Both were pulled down to the same level, foundation building 5th stage. Jiang Chun grinned. "Now let's fight." After a brief moment of panic, the boy quickly regained his composure. Smiling slightly, he said, "Although our strengths are temporarily equal now, but you cultivate the invincible Dao path, which cannot grant you much additional strength at this stage. It is far inferior compared to other Dao paths." Jiang Chun nodded. In the next instant, terrifying sword Qi surged from within him. The power of the sword Zijing. The dreadful power of the Yijing was displayed here in full. This was Jiang Chun's second Dao path, the Dao of Sword. Already, it had shattered the concept of Shru and reached the pinnacle of Yijing. The sword intent surged like a tidal wave, pressing gradually upon the boy before him. Upon seeing this, the boy's eyes slightly narrowed. He spoke slowly. As expected, what the ancestor said was indeed true. "Then allow me to show you the true power of the blood demon realm." In no time, boundless fighting will and ambition burst from the boy's eyes. He only wanted to settle once and for all with Jiang Chun before him. Unlike before, where he showed no interest, he now treated him as a truly formidable opponent. Under his will, countless resentful souls emerged across the world, slowly crawling toward Jiang Chun. Innumerable and densely packed, it was truly horrifying. At least, in Jiang Chun's vision, across the entire sky and as far as the eyes could see, there was no longer any sign of the boy, only endless swarms of resentful souls. The terrible killing intent and hatred surging from their bodies could almost erode the mind of a foundation-building 9th stage peak expert in an instant, turning them into a complete idiot. Yet under such a terrifying mass soul assault, Jiang Chun remained calm, completely unfazed. He wasn't scared, not fearful at all. He simply watched everything unfold, his gaze clear and the golden glow in his eyes like the only unique hue in the entire world. Seeing this scene, the boy was momentarily taken aback, whispering to himself, impervious to 10,000 calamities, unshaken by 10,000 laws. No, Sword Heart Clarity shouldn't have such effects yet. At this stage, the effects of Sword Heart Clarity are merely to enhance his comprehension. Could it be that? A trace of shock appeared in the boy's eyes. He has refined the Sword Heart. What kind of Sword Heart is it exactly? At this moment, he finally understood why so many terrifyingly gifted youths were chosen by the sect leader, yet only the Jiang Chun before him had been placed openly on display. It was because that terrifying comprehension ability, his strength and talent. The next moment, an endless stream of sword Qi surged downward like seawater rolling backward, crashing toward this boy. Boom, boom. The boy's body seemed to be enveloped by an invisible protective barrier. No matter how fiercely this sword Qi descended, it simply couldn't inflict any harm upon him. At this moment, the boy said slowly, "The most terrifying aspect of the blood demon realm is, within it, my defense is nearly invincible. This is also one of the most terrifying abilities granted by the innate blood demon body. Although I don't know exactly what technique you are using to make my cultivation level equal to yours, especially being able to forcefully tear open a rift within the blood demon realm and summon this power downward. But the gap in raw strength will remind you that this is where it ends." Pausing slightly, the boy smiled. "You are worthy of having me remember your name, Jiang Chun. Unfortunately, after today, this extraordinary genius who carries the Dao of invincibility and desires to ascend the path of invincibility shall come to an end." He suddenly roared, "Blood demon." In the next instant, a massive eye opened in the sky above, blood red, filled with murderous intent. But this was only the beginning. One after another, eyes opened until 9 eyes were staring down. Then, from all 9 eyes erupted terrifying powers simultaneously, descending directly toward Jiang Chun below. Boom. The 9 waves of power merged into one, forming a blood-red beam of light, as if carrying a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, attempting to drag Jiang Chun into the abyss. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Chun's expression remained calm. He smiled slightly and said, "That's nothing. That was just a minor warm-up, just now. But this is good too. Let's both unleash our strongest power together. Saves time later." After speaking, Xuanji Immortal Sword appeared in his right hand. Chapter 68, Blood Demon Body. The Xuanji Immortal Sword appeared quite ordinary, extremely average, and even seemed to emit no discernible aura at all. If discarded by the roadside, everyone would assume it was just a mundane weapon, one not even a Qi condensation stage cultivator would bother to pick up, considering it a waste of time. Yet this young man didn't think so. On the contrary, the moment the Xuanji Immortal Sword appeared, he had already sensed an extremely terrifying aura. Dangerous. Unbelievably dangerous. Even his very soul had begun to tremble, warning him to retreat immediately. What kind of weapon is this? At this moment, the young man could no longer suppress his curiosity and finally asked. If one looked closely, one could see that his body was trembling slightly. Clearly, this was the terrifying intimidation power radiating from the Xuanji Immortal Sword. If Jiang Chun had not used his own strength to channel into it and unleash its terrifying power, it would not have produced such an effect. But in that moment he used it, countless terrifying, yet sealed, might surged forth. He would never use such a treasure unless facing life or death. Jiang Chun cherished such a supreme treasure, knowing well that it would surely invite jealousy and greed. Jiang Chun replied indifferently, "This sword? It's just an ordinary sword." He naturally wouldn't elaborate on the matter. In the next instant, a giant golden lotus blossomed beneath his feet, with the silhouette of a long sword carved upon it. Faint traces of the sword Dao origin erupted forth like a tidal wave crashing against the young man standing before him. Boom, boom. The young man felt as if his mind had been violently struck by a terrifying force, his expression momentarily stunned. Terrifying. He finally realized just how fearsome this youth in front of him truly was. The unblemished sword body. Innumerable streams of power exploded from Jiang Chen's body, converging into this supreme, immortal sword. With numerous forces combined, it unleashed the strongest attack Jiang Chun was currently capable of. By now, Jiang Chun could not help but admit, he had never needed to employ so many techniques before since coming to the outer sect. This young man before him was truly the first. It feels great to go all out, Jiang Chun remarked emotionally. He had grown too accustomed to easily crushing his opponents, so being able to fight with all his might like this now wasn't bad at all. A sword beam vast enough to block out the sky shot up into the heavens, seemingly ready to crush the blood-colored demonic forces completely. Boom, boom. The power continued to erupt, overpowering, and it was clearly visible that this entire illusion was beginning to shatter. After a long while, the collision of these two terrifying forces finally ceased. Both the heaven and earth chessboard and the blood demon realm had vanished. All the scenes Jiang Chun had seen earlier were gone as well. Now, only the two of them remained, sitting on the sword-seized ground, both seemingly unharmed without even a scratch. Unless one had personally experienced it, no outsider could possibly guess they had just engaged in a fierce battle. Suddenly, the young man laughed, a loud, satisfying laugh. "You're strong. Extremely strong. The other two guys in the outer sect have always underestimated you, believing you were merely someone the sect leader put forward to shelter us from hardships." He paused, then continued slowly, his expression extremely serious. "Among the three, I treated you the most seriously. Yet, after fighting you, I realized that despite my precautions, I still underestimated you." His complexion, as usual, was extremely pale. But after fighting alongside him this far, Jiang Chun finally understood one thing. In truth, the sect leader had chosen many candidates. Among the outer sect right now, there were 3 such people. It seemed that the weakest among the 3 was precisely this young man before him. Jiang Chun couldn't even begin to imagine how strong the others might be. Suddenly, he thought of something, and his eyes gleamed with killing intent. "The cultivation technique you practice, is it the blood demon body?" He had heard of the blood demon body once from his master. Zhu Yu, a Xian-grade pill refiner, colluded with Elder Lu to concoct blood demon pills using the life force of countless living beings, trying to artificially create a blood demon body. In other words, to Jiang Chun, blood demon body was synonymous with senseless slaughter. Upon hearing this, the young man was first puzzled, then replied, "Of course. The blood demon realm I previously manifested is precisely one of my great techniques." He noticed Jiang Chun's expression first with shock, and then, as if understanding something, laughed loudly. "You don't think my cultivation requires an endless supply of life energy, do you?" "Wrong, wrong, wrong. Don't confuse my blood demon body with those inferior blood demon bodies. Those pitiful imitations that lack innate talent and instead rely on external life energy to Venchang form their bodies. Those are just trash. Even the blood demon realm, the most important ability of the blood demon body, cannot be fully mastered and must instead rely on an endless supply of life energy to enhance their strength." Upon hearing these words, Jiang Chun nodded slightly. "Then, what exactly do you rely on to cultivate?" He realized that the knowledge he possessed about this world was far too basic and superficial. Any slightly advanced or crucial information was completely unknown to him. He could only gain more understanding through conversation with the pale youth before him. Hearing this, the youth smiled. "I rely on killing intent, resentment, and various terrifying negative emotions to continuously strengthen my blood demon realm, further enhance my blood demon body, and refine my blood demon Dao. This is also why I've remained within the inner regions of the Sword Sea all along. Since awakening my blood demon body, only this place can offer me the satisfaction I need." As he spoke, a hint of regret crept across his face and he sighed. "It's just a great pity. The core region holds even greater power. If I could cultivate there, my cultivation would advance 1,000 miles a day. But even a single sword chi from that region could easily slay me in my current state." Though many questions stirred in Jiang Chen's heart, in the end, he voiced only the final one on his mind. "I'm curious, what exactly is the so-called opportunity within this sword sea?" He used the word opportunity, instead of directly speaking of the visions he had seen earlier. Truthfully, moments ago, Jiang Chun had thought those illusions were created by this pale youth. After all, once the blood demon realm shattered, those visions vanished instantly, no longer flickering in and out of sight like before. Upon hearing this, the pale youth froze, his pupils widening. You could actually see it?" This revelation stunned him, as though he had just learned something utterly shocking. Jiang Chun twitched his lips. A helpless feeling welled up within him. But, helplessness was a complex emotion, and where exactly could he begin to explain it? Was there really a need to look down on him this much? The pale youth muttered to himself. No. Although you possess the origin of the Tao, it's absolutely impossible for you to glimpse the essence of this world with just that alone. Chapter 69, My Disciple Will Not Lose. What you've cultivated is still so far, so very far from this. After a moment of silence, he stared intently at Jiang Chen before him, as if trying to see right through this young teenager. But in the end, he merely let out a slight sigh. Do you know where the sword sea originated from? Jiang Chen shook his head. There were many rumors. Some said this used to be a battlefield. Or perhaps a great demon or terrifying evil cultivator had perished here. Such rumors were countless. Yet in the end, no authoritative figure with status ever confirmed anything. Therefore, the truth remained hidden within the mouths of those who knew. Jiang Chen had once been quite curious about it, but his master never told him, and no one else ever spoke of it either. Now, he probably had to get the answer from this pale-faced youth. Then, the youth spoke slowly. The sect leader once told me about this. 10,000 years ago, our Xianyun sword sect's founding ancestor, due to a great battle, split his divine soul into two. He said it quickly without further elaboration, but Jiang Chen listened with astonishment. The founding ancestor was a saint-level cultivator. One of his two soul fragments, filled with dark nature, could no longer be controlled. Thus, it came to this place and chose to self-destruct. Time and again, the experts of later generations from the Xianyun sword sect came here, time and again attempting to seal away those powers. In the end, they could only weaken them, and even that only applied to the outer and inner rings. As for the central core region, even up to now, they hadn't managed to weaken it much. Its power was still as terrifying as ever. As for what is known as the blessed opportunity, it's likely something gained by chance. The remnants left after a saint cultivator's fragmented soul voluntarily perished contain too many opportunities. But the dangers left behind are infinitely more. At this, Jiang Chen nodded in agreement, then asked the final question he had been wanting to ask. Can you tell me how many people like you there are? People like you, referred specifically to the hidden supreme prodigies in the dark. Hearing this, the pale youth shook his head. All information about them, even the most basic name, I cannot reveal to you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen was stunned. Why not? The pale youth answered. The sect leader personally instructed us, or rather, he told everyone this. If you lose, do not reveal any names. Jiang Chen was speechless. The pale youth smiled. My name is Kai Ran. I will challenge you again in the future, but the so-called Wu Da Dao, Invincible Great Dao, you cultivate really is troublesome. I can fail countless times and challenge you countless times, but you only need to fail once, and your Dao heart will utterly collapse. After saying that, he vanished on the spot, continuing to cultivate elsewhere. Jiang Chen looked at his receding figure thoughtfully. Sometimes, he had to admit that the chessboard of the heavens really did align well with the path he must walk. Anyone who has crossed a major cultivation stage can be dragged into this chessboard, making them and himself remain within a lower-tier cultivation realm. This way, facing those who originally would have been impossible to defeat, prodigies with significant gaps even within the same realm, he would gain a greatly increased chance of victory. On the mountain peak where Chun Qingyi resided. At this moment, the sect leader in a purple robe appeared here, while Chun Qingyi and the senior elder had been waiting all along. When they saw the figure beside them, both cast a glance, but no one spoke. The sect leader wore a calm expression, jokingly saying, What? No words? Have I become unwelcome all of a sudden? Chun Qingyi spoke indifferently. Don't speak nonsense all the time. Tell us, who won between Kai Ran and my disciple? Under normal circumstances, if a battle had occurred elsewhere, they would have known the outcome instantly. Except within the Sword Sea. Outside the Sword Sea, they could sense it. But when it came to the inner regions, or the core area itself, they simply didn't have the ability. To elaborate specifically, the divine soul left behind by the founding ancestor within those two zones was far too powerful. Although sword energies and other forces had been severely weakened, that divine soul had remained completely unaffected. Therefore, trying to forcefully penetrate it would not be impossible to do. But the divine soul had already fully integrated with that zone. Forcibly intruding would only trigger the complete collapse of that entire area. Precisely because of this reason, the sect leader had specially set up a few minor arrays upon Kai Ran, capable of informing him of the battle's outcome instantly. The sect leader did not answer immediately, instead pouring himself a cup of tea, drinking it slowly before speaking leisurely. What's your take on it? Normally, the two old foxes could have figured it out if he had been straightforward and unable to hide his thoughts. But the problem was, the sect leader himself was also an old fox. With such a question, they also had no answer. After a moment of contemplation, Chun Qingyi said, My disciple will not lose. He remained quite confident in his apprentice. The senior elder glanced at him. Your disciple? You should know, Kai Ran possesses the Shintan blood demon body, and has already reached the third stage of the blood demon realm. His entire cultivation strength has reached the peak of foundation building 9th stage. Moreover, he's achieved 9-turn foundation building. You tell me, under such circumstances, what chance does your disciple have to win? It was mainly because the hard conditions had too big a gap. The senior elder could only face the objective reality. All right, prepare to help your disciple reshape his Dao heart. The senior elder added. Normally, with a temper as explosive as a firecracker and acting as he pleased, Chun Qingyi remained silent at this moment. Meanwhile, the sect leader chuckled happily, saying, Senior elder, if everything turns out exactly as you predicted, then indeed he has won. But, as the sect leader just spoke halfway, the senior elder revealed a proud expression, glancing at Chun Qingyi, as if to say, You see, it's exactly as I said. However, this expression hadn't lasted long before it was interrupted by the sect leaders, but that kid Jiang Chen surprised me greatly. You might not have imagined that he actually mastered the divine ability of the Heaven and Earth Go board. Heaven and Earth Go board. None of the three present felt unfamiliar with this divine ability. The sect leader's face had already turned somewhat solemn and shocked. Previously, they roughly knew that Jiang Chun might possess such an ability. But the shock now was because Jiang Chun actually managed to drag a genius like Kai Ran into the Go board. How terrifying was that? And even within the blood demon realm, leveling the cultivation base of both parties. Upon hearing this, the two fell silent. After a long while, the senior elder slowly spoke, clearly having just regained his senses. Could it be that this Jiang Chun has already mastered the complete version of the Heaven and Earth Go board? Other than the complete version, they couldn't imagine any other form that could achieve such a monstrous feat. The sect leader nodded. It's most likely the case. What a pity. If he hadn't refined the Invincible Dao fortune and had chosen the Sword Dao instead, he might have had a chance to win in the great struggle ahead. Chun Qingyi burst into hearty laughter. Brother, oh brother, even if you nearly achieve flawless calculations, my disciple is not as simple as you imagine. Chapter 70. The Blood Demon Method. Flawless strategy. These 4 words were what the other major sects used to describe the sect leader. Besides the word terrifying, there was no other way to describe him. The sect leader merely smiled lightly. In the end, all I can do is try my best to push events toward the direction I want. What happens during the process isn't important. The most important thing is whether this process can ultimately reach the destination I desire. If it can, that's enough. Chun Qingyi chuckled with a mischievous grin, no longer serious toward his junior disciple, as usual. Junior disciple, what do you think of the suggestion I gave you last time? Chun Qingyi spoke. As soon as he finished speaking, the Supreme Elder immediately frowned and said, Chun Qingyi, don't even think about it. Until Jiang Chun fully refines and fulfills all conditions of the Wu Di Da Dao, Invincible Dao, this matter is absolutely not allowed. The sect leader sighed. Chun Qingyi, the current fortune of our sect is limited, enough for only one person. Perhaps you're absolutely right. If he were to receive the fortune now, his cultivation speed would greatly increase. But have you ever considered one issue? If he fails, this fortune will be extremely difficult to reclaim, just like in our master's time. He paused before continuing. The major sects are all secretly cultivating their prodigies. What has appeared publicly right now is not their true hidden aces. The real hidden aces are yet to come. After he finished speaking, Chun Qingyi said indifferently, perhaps you're right, but a part of that fortune was brought back by my disciple. Allowing my disciple to use that portion shouldn't be an issue, right? The sect leader nodded. Currently there are 3 outer disciples, 3 inner disciples, and 2 core disciples. When he finishes all the necessary steps, and if indeed he continues unchallenged on his path, then when the Heaven Gate appears, he shall represent our Xianyun sword sect. And it would be far more appropriate at that point for him to absorb the entire sect's fortune into himself. Even if he fails, I promise you, I'll let him restart his path of sword cultivation and withdraw that part of fortune for him. The two did not speak further. Suddenly, the Supreme Elder spoke up. Chun Qingyi, it's not that we're targeting your disciple, but matters concerning the sect must not be handled emotionally. Based on current observations, he is still not the optimal choice. Jiang Chun continued walking in the inner area of the Sword Sea, preparing to complete his check-in. He still used his old method. Whichever place had the strongest Taoist aura, he would go check in there. But after one round and another, having explored the entire Sword Sea, Jiang Chun finally realized there didn't seem to be a suitable location. Or rather, forget about Taoist aura. The entire Sword Sea was filled with terrifying power. How could one even think about Taoist aura here? What a hassle. Jiang Chun shook his head helplessly, feeling somewhat frustrated. According to the system's rules, checking in at a place completely devoid of Taoist aura like this, the results would definitely be terrible. In the end, he just randomly chose a spot and muttered, "System, check in." The moment he spoke, a prompt voice from the system rang out in Jiang Chun's mind. Congratulations to the host for completing the check-in. Reward obtained. Divine ability, the Blood Demon Method. After seeing this divine ability, Jiang Chun was slightly stunned, finding it quite familiar. Blood Demon Method? He somehow felt it was deeply connected to that prodigy's blood demon state he had fought earlier. He remained silent for a moment. As he pondered, the system's explanation soon followed. Note, the Blood Demon Method is a major secret art cultivated by the ancient Emperor Blood Demon. It can absorb massive negative emotions, even devour cultivation bases, transforming them into spiritual power. After reading through this lengthy explanation, Jiang Chun finally understood clearly. The Blood Demon Method was truly no simple ability. It had the same capability as that pale-faced young expert he'd encountered before, able to absorb negative emotions such as resentment, hatred, and killing intent. Once enough negative energy was absorbed, at a critical moment, it could burst forth with an intense soul-shocking effect on the opponent. With enough time, one could even use the Blood Demon Method to create something akin to the Blood Demon state. Overall, its effect was quite impressive. As for devouring cultivation energy, that referred to the spiritual energy dispersed upon the death of a cultivator or beast, it could all be consumed entirely. Such an act was indeed unheard of. Whether it be cultivators or beasts, after their deaths, their entire cultivation energy would return to the world. To forcibly seize it violated heaven's will, disrupting cosmic harmony, hence few dared to do so. This Blood Demon Method really is a bit too overpowered. Jiang Chun murmured in admiration. He had originally been wondering where to cultivate lately, never expecting a divine ability to be handed to him just in time. Just as well, during this period, he could focus on cultivating this blood demon method. Thus, in the following few days, Jiang Chun, besides cultivating the blood demon method, followed a fixed daily schedule for check-ins. His main focus was checking in. The primary and secondary must not be confused. Cultivation of divine abilities was secondary. Time flew. Another 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Jiang Chun had been crazily absorbing the surrounding negative emotions, killing intent, and so on. By his own efforts alone, he had reduced the power here by 1%. Although the inner area was far inferior to the core region, the power here had merely been weakened. In reality, the so-called sword chi, malevolent energy, and other forces contained here were still infinitely vast. To reduce them by even 1%, how difficult that truly was. Even Kai Ran had spent nearly 3 months here cultivating, and barely managed to reduce it by 1%. One day, Jiang Chun was walking and absorbing energy as usual, when suddenly a young man appeared heading toward him. It was Kai Ran, the one who had previously battled against him. When Kai Ran saw Jiang Chun, he was first startled, then gave him a look filled with disbelief. He then used his cultivation energy to inspect Jiang Chun. Finally, he seemed to have confirmed this shocking reality, and asked in disbelief, "Jiang Chun, is it really you who's been absorbing all the negative emotions?" Although he found it hard to believe, but the truth was right before his eyes. Even if it was impossible to accept, he had no choice but to believe. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chun nodded and said, "Yes. This wasn't something worth hiding anyway. In front of someone with such an ability, or someone much stronger, there was no point in concealing it. The other party would easily discover everything." Kai Ran was speechless. As if after a long pause, he finally said helplessly, "I have to admit, you really are a genius. I'm actually very curious. How exactly did you acquire this ability?" Earlier, during their battle, he had already discovered something. This fellow possessed far too many extraordinary abilities. Too many and too varied. There were many powers unrelated to his cultivation system, yet he had mastered them all. The problem was, after mastering them, he still possessed great strength. Chapter 71, The Method of Devouring. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly froze, staring at Jiang Chun with disbelief. Ew. You wouldn't possibly? You don't actually have the ability to copy others, right? Jiang Chun. Sometimes he had to admit, this young man's way of thinking was indeed quite unique. Slightly helplessly, he replied, "If I truly had the ability to copy, the power I possess now would be that of the blood demon realm, instead of the power I currently hold." Upon hearing this, the young man carefully examined Jiang Chun again and realized that he didn't possess the strength of the blood demon realm. It was just that their origins seemed somewhat similar. It was vaguely comparable to a divine ability, though he couldn't be certain. Afterward, Kai Ran slowly said, "You're truly a freak, you know? The Zhongju went through countless difficulties, even paying irreversible costs, using the Tianji plate for calculations, searching among countless outstanding talents. Only 3 of them can I say are surely superior to you." He also knew some of the specifics. Jiang Chun was completely outside the Zhongju's plans, like an anomaly. He had rashly entered the Immortal Sect, becoming a mere servant disciple, then suddenly emerging as a dark horse. No one could have predicted the entire process, so at the time, the Zhongju even suspected that Jiang Chun might have been sent by someone specifically to destroy the Immortal Sect. Had it not been for the fact that Jiang Chun was cleaner than clean, the Zhongju would have almost killed him preemptively. It was precisely this anomaly's appearance that made many people feel like facing a major threat. Right now, Kai Ran knew that many people chosen by the Zhongju had already begun to resent Jiang Chun. The total number of opportunities was limited, and with one more person sharing them, it meant having to give up a portion. Jiang Chun remained silent for a moment before saying, "Now I roughly understand. People like you are quite numerous. Could it be that the Zhongju wants me to defeat each of you one by one, and if I ever fail once, my Wu Di Dao heart will shatter, causing me to lose all qualification permanently?" Upon hearing this, Kai Ran fell into deep thought. To tell the truth, regarding this matter, the Zhongju had indeed specifically instructed him not to talk about it too much. But now, Jiang Chun had already guessed it himself. On this matter, he felt there was no need to continue hiding anything. Exactly as you thought. That's exactly what the Zhongju is thinking. So, you'd better step it up. Saying that, he gave a smile. "You not only need to defeat me, but must surpass all of us by far. No matter how many times we challenge you, you absolutely cannot lose." After saying that, he immediately turned around and left this place. As for Jiang Chun, he continued his cultivation. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed, and Jiang Chun finally felt that his blood demon cultivation method had reached its peak. "I've absorbed far too much power. The overall power here should have decreased by about 10%, and my blood demon method has already hit a bottleneck. With my current strength, I can go no further." His blood demon method couldn't endlessly devour power. After all, frankly speaking, at this stage, he still had his limits. Although this sword sea was merely its inner circle, it was like a boundless sea of clouds, inexhaustible and infinite. If he wanted to absorb all the power here, he wouldn't be able to do so until advancing at least 4 or 5 major realms. And now, whether due to Chun Qingyi's deliberate suppression or not, aside from knowing words like Dao, Dao's charm, and ascending immortality, he knew extremely little information. Jiang Chun sighed. Improvement in current strength is becoming slower and slower. Looking inward, analyzing his own battle strength, Jiang Qin's cultivation realm had already reached foundation building stage 7's peak, achieving full perfection in the 5th and 6th realms, which had taken him a full month. Of course, this was also related to his simultaneous absorption of this place's energy to advance the blood demon cultivation method. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken a whole month to advance just 2 cultivation realms. There are still 3 realms left, and the difficulty of these 3 realms will only keep increasing. As Jiang Chun was thinking about where to cultivate next, suddenly, a voice transmission came into his mind from Qin Qingyi. My disciple, recently the corpse of a top-tier 4th stage Yao beast appeared in the Wanyao Mountains, its terrifying all energy sweeping out and making the local people suffer terribly. We're planning to dispatch 5 of the outer sect's talents to clear it out. Are you interested in joining? Top-tier 4th stage. The Yao race was ranked from the 1st to 9th stages, with ascending immortality beyond the 9th. 4th stage. Clearly, it represented a cultivation realm above foundation building. I'll go, Jiang Qin replied. If it had been before, he probably would have refused. But now, his combat strength had surged dramatically. More importantly, he had the blood demon cultivation method. A living top-tier 4th stage Yao beast, he would 100% refuse outright. The reason was simple enough. Someone at his current cultivation level could not possibly take it on. Going there would be nothing but a suicide mission. However, if it were a newly ascended 4th stage Yao beast, he would still be quite confident. Even more importantly, the life essence of a top-tier Yao beast wouldn't immediately dissipate back into the heavens upon death. It would remain stored within its body for a very, very long time before returning to the world. And clearly, the current state of affairs indicated that the essence had not yet returned to the 10D. Otherwise, the Yao energy wouldn't be so pervasive as to disturb the surrounding civilians. I wonder how much enhancement I would gain from devouring an entire top-tier 4th stage Yao beast. Jiang Qin licked his lips, unable to hide the excitement in his eyes. Devouring. Over the past month, he had grown accustomed to this idea and had even discovered a very important fact. The devouring aspect of the blood demon method wasn't merely about consuming one's spiritual energy. It could even devour one's Yijing, one's divine abilities. It was just a matter of low probability. Upon hearing Jiang Qin's reply, Qin Qingyi was clearly taken aback for a moment before responding, then returned to the outer sect first. I will come find you when the time comes. Previously, he had often posed such questions to Jiang Chun. Although frequently rejected, he had grown accustomed to asking anyway. That Jiang Chun had actually agreed this time was rather unexpected. After returning to the outer sect, since Jiang Chun hadn't deliberately concealed his aura, Lu Yun and Ouyang Rongrong instantly sensed his presence. So, the two of them, as if sharing an unspoken understanding, simultaneously appeared at Jiang Chen's door, simply staring at him. Jiang Chen froze. What are you two doing here? Upon hearing his words, Ouyang Rongrong seemed somewhat angered, while Lu Yun's expression was tinged with melancholy. It was as though they were silently accusing him. How could you, this heartless man, wait so long before returning? Of course, Jiang Chen himself thought it was probably just an illusion, and quickly brushed these thoughts aside. Ouyang Rongrong let out a cold snort. You disappear for a whole month, and I thought you'd been assassinated by another sect. Chapter 72, Foundation Building, 8th Level, Peak. Jiang Chun, facing Ouyang Rongrong's sarcastic remarks, for a moment, he didn't know what to say. Seeing that Jiang Chen still showed no reaction, Ouyang Rongrong let out a cold snort, stomped her foot, and walked away. A short while later, Lu Yun approached, her eyes carefully scrutinizing Jiang Chun. After a pause, she spoke. Jiang Chun, I heard that the outer sect is organizing a group to head to the 10,000 Demon Mountain. 10,000 Demon Mountain. It was a mountain range under the jurisdiction of the Sky Cloud Sword sect. Every major and minor faction had its own controlled territory. As for factions like the Sky Cloud Sword sect, they were directly governed by the Holy Land itself. However, Holy Lands were extremely rare, with only 3 existing in this entire world. Each Holy Land oversaw 9 factions the size of the Sky Cloud Sword sect. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen nodded slightly. Yes, that's true. Why are you bringing this up suddenly? He found this rather intriguing. Could it be that Lu Yun was also planning to go? Lu Yun smiled. I heard from Qin Qingyi. You're going, and I'm also going. We might as well go together. In case of any danger, you could protect me. Jiang Chen chuckled. You'd be more likely to protect me. Let's go together then. The two didn't exchange many words, and soon separated to return to their own quarters. Right now, Jiang Chun needed to better master the power of the Blood Devil Grand Art. Otherwise, he possessed the Blood Devil Grand Art and had absorbed a vast amount of negative emotions, yet he had been unable to fully unleash its power. Although the system had directly given him the Blood Devil Grand Art, mastering it completely still required personal practice. What he didn't know was that after he left, Lu Yun was enveloped by a teleportation formation and vanished from the spot. In a certain corner of the Sky Cloud Sword sect, a young man with a long sword strapped to his back, sharp sword brows and bright eyes, his handsome features remained cold as if carved from thousand-year-old ice. Before him stood a young woman wearing a plain white gown, her expression calm and indifferent. If Jiang Chun were here, he would surely recognize her. This person was none other than Lu Yun. Beside the sword-bearing youth stood a burly man carrying a large hammer, wearing a simple and honest smile. Hongyi, why have you suppressed your cultivation for so long, even resorting to concealing techniques to hide among the servant disciples? Hongyi was the name by which Lu Yun was known. Lu Yun's real name was Lu Hongyi. Hearing this, Lu Hongyi smiled faintly. Have you forgotten about my constitution? Upon hearing this, the sword-bearer suddenly remembered, his eyes narrowing at her. You actually cultivated the supreme indifference art. Lu Hongyi shook her head. Partly yes, partly no. Although I accidentally acquired half of a cultivation manual left by that red dust true immortal, I just don't wish to walk down this path. The red dust true immortal was an extremely powerful immortal cultivator, and Lu Hongyi shared the same constitution, the Linglong body. Those with the Linglong body were better able to detach from emotions, placing themselves in a state of self-forgetfulness. This allowed them to more easily comprehend and grasp the Tao, ultimately attaining immortality. Hearing this, the sword-bearer fell silent for a moment before finally speaking slowly. Previously, due to special circumstances, you had a period of interaction with Jiang Chun. If in the future you face him in battle, will you hold back? The unspoken meaning was clear. Could it be that you've fallen for this young man, and would be willing to hand most of your limited resources to him? Lu Hongyi shook her head. I won't use petty tricks. It will be open and fair. Whoever is stronger, deserves it. You may believe that in the cultivation path, if one does not act for oneself, he will be condemned by heaven and earth. But those with greater talent and potential receiving this fortune would be better. Tomorrow I'm heading to the 10,000 Demon Mountain. From what I've learned, something far greater is at stake there. Upon hearing this, the sharp-eyed youth nodded slightly. One could see in his eyes a flicker of cold, killing intent quietly passing through. Yet it was well hidden. No one noticed it. You could have broken through long ago. Why have you stubbornly remained at the peak of foundation building 9th layer for 3 years? Given your cultivation technique, shouldn't you have completely comprehended this stage by now after all these years? Lu Hongyi smiled. Comprehend. If I solely followed the supreme indifference art, I would have comprehended long ago. Alas, I don't wish to walk just this one path alone. So the word comprehension still feels far from me. However, if this trip to the 10,000 Demon Mountain goes smoothly, I shall break through. After speaking, she didn't waste time and got straight to the point. What is it exactly that you summoned me here for? The man remained silent for a moment before speaking. It's nothing. I just wanted to ask about your cultivation progress. Lu Hongyi frowned slightly, her gaze showing impatience. If it's just something minor like this, don't bother me anymore. After speaking, formation lights once again emerged beneath her feet, completely enveloping her before she vanished. Meanwhile, at the side, another person couldn't help but say, Brother Chen, cultivating is the path that most detests emotional attachments. It was obvious, he was reminding this young man not to develop deep feelings for Lu Hongyi. But the other clearly understood the meaning, yet his thoughts drifted to someone else, furrowing his brows as he asked hoarsely. Then, has he developed feelings for Jiang Chen? As he spoke, one could clearly sense his voice trembling slightly, the murderous intent within it nearly solidifying. As for that, it's hard to say. From my observation, the current Lu Hongyi cultivates the supreme indifference art. How could she easily fall for anyone? Yet even his voice carried uncertainty. The young man didn't speak further, only gazing silently toward the direction of the outer sect as he murmured, Jiang Chun, I hope I don't get the chance to meet you. I'll wait for you in the inner sect. If the opportunity arises, I wouldn't mind completely shattering your unrivaled Tao heart. Time passed quickly. Before long, the day for departure to the 10,000 Demon Mountain had finally arrived. On this day, Jiang Chen still woke up early to practice meditation, his cultivation having broken through once more, now reaching the peak of foundation building 8th layer. It wouldn't be long before reaching completion. Very soon, he would complete foundation building 9th layer and reach its final stage of perfection. Regarding the cultivation stage after that, Jiang Chun had specifically asked Chen Qingyi recently. However, Chen Qingyi's reply had already grown tiresome to him. It was always the same. When the time comes, he'll naturally tell him. Jiang Chun had already heard these words so many times that as soon as the first 2 words were spoken, he no longer needed to listen further to know exactly what Chen Qingyi was about to say. Chapter 73. Help, do my best. Happy New Year, everyone. Nowadays, Jiang Chun possessed numerous abilities. Other than that, he was particularly skilled at detecting the malice of others. Combined with his prolonged time spent with Chen Qingyi, he naturally understood that this temporary master had always been paving the path for him. Bang! Bang! Suddenly, 2 loud knocks struck Jiang Chen's door. He glanced over and saw Lu Yun standing outside. Her current appearance had undergone a drastic change. Dressed in a plain white long dress, she was waiting at his doorstep. Jiang Chen stood up and opened the door slowly, saying, Ready to set off? He had been too immersed in cultivation lately. Had he not seen Lu Yun's arrival, reminding him instantly of the Mount Wanyao mission, he would most likely have forgotten again. There were only 2 things Jiang Chun would absolutely never forget. The first, daily check-in. The second, cultivation. Everything else was trivial. Improving his strength was what truly mattered. Lu Yun said helplessly, After such a short time, your memory has greatly improved from your cultivation, not to mention you're nearly at foundation building stage 9. You forgetting this shows you haven't taken it seriously at all. She always had a helpless feeling towards Jiang Chun. Even with cultivation, no matter what occurred, nothing could stop him from doing the sweeping. No one really knew why he had such a strange quirk. Jiang Chen smiled slightly without replying. In the next moment, a green formation array appeared beneath their feet. A glow enveloped them both, and instantly they vanished. The teleportation formation brought them to a gathering point. It was not within the Xianyun Sword Sect, but at a large teleportation formation located just outside the sect's mountain gate. After arriving, Jiang Chun casually glanced around. Including himself and Lu Yun, there were 8 people present. Not many, not few, just clearly fewer than the originally anticipated number. The leading elder was a high-level inner sect elder. Seeing Lu Yun and Jiang Chen arrive, he smiled slightly and said, "Since you two are here, let's begin our journey." Then he looked around at everyone and continued. The total number changed temporarily this time. There are 16 participants, divided into 2 groups of 8. The other group is led by another elder. Our sect's spies outside, after thorough investigation, discovered that the 2 paths leading close to the beast corpse are heavily guarded by the Yao race, awaiting the moment when the spiritual energy returns to heaven and earth. So, this is not only a necessary task for our sect, but also a test for you all. A test. For ordinary geniuses, this single word not only implied rewards, but also signified an investment the sect was making into them. Only those with great potential could receive additional investment from the sect. Perhaps not everything would be presented to them up front, but in time, things would become clear. Sure enough, once those words were spoken, burning passion gleamed in every genius' eyes. They were all filled with excitement. To them, the resources they were currently enjoying might already seem abundant. But unlike someone like Jiang Chen, who had always had access to top-tier resources since the very beginning, these individuals constantly desired to prove their worth through various means to the high-ups. Prepare to depart. Oh, and during this period, you all need to perform well, because someone will be observing you. With that, he revealed a smile. Before anyone could begin thinking deeply about his words, a glowing light from the teleportation formation engulfed everyone. Mount Wanyao. After arriving at Mount Wanyao, the inner sect elder immediately vanished from sight. Everyone started looking around anxiously, unable to locate him. Clearly, the elder's role this time was purely directional. He would not appear until they faced life-threatening danger. Jiang Chen and Lu Yun shared an understanding, silently leaving the group without a word. Lu Yun thought their standards were beyond this test. Her purpose for coming this time was different. She required cooperation from Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's intention was simple, continuously devour using the blood demon technique. Bringing Lu Yun along meant he could simultaneously protect her. The remaining 6 members looked toward the direction Jiang Chen and Lu Yun had left in, their expressions visibly odd, as if mixed with jealousy, disdain, resentment. But 90% of their feelings were purely jealousy. After all, in their eyes, why must they continually prove themselves and strive to obtain resources? While Jiang Chen gained so many resources directly, even enjoying the freedom to go his own way. This guy really thinks highly of himself simply because he has a good master, disregarding everything else entirely. Nothing we can do about it. Who asked him to have such a great master? One of the sect's prodigies, filled with anger, said indignantly. The sect leader clearly said there would be no one allowed to act so independently. Then why did this guy still appear? Another sighed helplessly. He does have talent. So what if he has talent? Give me that many resources, and I might not be worse than him. Someone spat bitterly, but the moment the words left his mouth, everyone turned to stare at him. Only then did he realize what he had said, and quickly lowered his head. Come on, that's a joke. Jiang Chen's strength was clearly visible to all. After walking away for a while, Jiang Chen noticed that the entire time, it was Lu Yun who had been leading him. It felt like she was taking him somewhere specific. Slightly puzzled, Jiang Chen no longer suppressed his question and finally asked, Lu Yun, why do you seem so strange today? Where exactly are you taking me? Lu Yun seemed to have already anticipated this question. Suddenly, she stopped, turned around, and looked at Jiang Chen with a smile. I need your help with something. This smile felt a bit odd to Jiang Chen, almost as if it carried emotion, yet also like it held no emotion at all. Familiar, yet oddly distant. It was completely different from how she used to be, as if she had become someone else. At this moment, he understood. Besides being the sect leader's daughter, Lu Yun had also been hiding something from him. Just as he was about to speak, Lu Yun moved faster. I know you have questions for me, but I can't answer them yet. You'll find out eventually. For now, I just need you to help me with one thing. After this, I will owe you a favor, and I will also give you a treasure. Jiang Chen remained silent. After scanning her with his abilities and detecting no malice, he replied, I'll do my best. In other words, if I can solve it, I'll do whatever I can. If not, I won't throw my life away. Upon hearing that, Lu Yun smiled and said, Don't worry, this task is within your capabilities. It'll just be a bit troublesome. Jiang Chen nodded, then waited quietly, waiting for Lu Yun to continue, waiting to hear what exactly this task was. A moment later, Lu Yun spoke. Later, you will face 20 Yao beasts that are each comparable to foundation building stage 9 experts. You'll need to fight 5 of them at once. Chapter 74, A Monster Freak. Jiang Chen's eyes widened. What? This? He hadn't expected such intensity right from the start. Demon beasts possessed natural advantages and were generally stronger than humans within the same realm. Although Jiang Chen possessed the heaven and earth chessboard, which allowed him to pull his opponents into his own battlefield and place them at the same cultivation level, he clearly couldn't handle multiple opponents at once. It was suitable only for one-on-one battles. Pulling them into his realm one by one was beyond his current ability. Using it once or twice was already enough to drain his strength. Lu Yun smiled slightly and said, There's a secret realm here that I need to visit. After I finish, I'll owe you a favor. Jiang Chen nodded. If this were the Lu Yun he used to know, such a favor wouldn't mean much. But looking at things now, Lu Yun clearly wasn't as he had seemed, just an ordinary top genius. And considering the help Lu Yun had previously given him, Jiang Chen accepted the arrangement. More importantly, he wanted to test his own limits and discover exactly how far his strength extended. As they walked, they finally reached halfway up the mountain. Sure enough, they saw a group of frenzied beasts, their minds completely lost, Their eyes filled solely with bloodthirsty slaughter, staring fixedly at Jiang Chun and Lu Yun below. Lu Yun smiled gently and said, "By the way, the death of that peak 4th grade demon beast has driven this group into a frenzy, causing them to lose all fear of death. Your difficulty might increase significantly from here on." Jiang Chun twitched his lips slightly, but didn't speak. He then watched as Lu Yun suddenly vanished, leaving the spot. Seeing this, Jiang Chen's gaze deepened, and he sighed softly. Indeed, this Lu Yun is completely different from the one I imagined. Could she be one of those chosen individuals? He was quite certain of this. In the past, he had subtly questioned Chen Qingyi about many things, including Lu Yun's true identity. But obviously, he hadn't gotten any clear answers. Moreover, Chen Qingyi had been extremely evasive, hadn't even mentioned who Lu Yun's birth mother was. But Jiang Chen knew, with such a powerful and monstrous father, Lu Yun's talent must be extraordinary, perhaps even surpassing her father's. The evidence was already in plain sight. It was just unknown why everything had been hidden until now. This cheap master really hides everything from me. So annoying. Jiang Chun said helplessly. The next moment, he drew the Xuanji immortal sword and let out a loud, ferocious laugh. Coincidentally, I'd like to see what my true limit really is. Swish. Jiang Chun transformed into a streak of golden light, dashing into the group of demon beasts. Just as Lu Yun had said, 5 demon beasts appeared simultaneously. Their blood-red eyes radiated terrifying killing intent, an instinctual, purely murderous bloodlust. These 5 beasts didn't possess any of the martial skills humans might have, nor did they wield weapons. They relied solely on innate divine abilities. However, such divine abilities required high bloodline power and sufficient strength. These 3rd-grade peak demon beasts clearly lacked the capability. It was far beyond their reach. Yet demon beasts were naturally powerful precisely because their simplest attacks possessed terrifying strength. Swish, swish. Jiang Chun had no intention of testing his opponents. He wanted a quick end. Sword chi after sword chi erupted from the Xuanji immortal sword, slashing towards the beasts. Each strike was with his full strength. Each slash represented the culmination of Jiang Chen's utmost energy, unleashing the most powerful, most devastating attack he could muster. Swish. Each swing cleaved one fierce beast in half. The vast ocean of chi within him churned violently, rotating at high speed and drawing power from every part of his body to fuel the attacks. Such a reckless style of fighting quickly drained Jiang Chen's spiritual energy. The first wave of 5 beasts had been effortlessly slain. At this moment, the spiritual energy within his body was already rapidly dwindling, nearly depleted. In a certain location, an inner sect elder stroked his beard and laughed. This disciple of Chen Qingyi truly is a monster. Watching those average outer sect disciples is quite boring, but watching Chen Qingyi's disciple, now he's much more interesting. Beside him stood another inner sect elder. Together, they were the elders assigned this time to observe the disciples. The other elder also laughed, saying, "I share your view. However, the way Jiang Chen fights without regard for cost does produce overwhelming power and high efficiency. However, just killing 5 beasts has already brought him to this state. What if there are more?" He didn't finish his sentence, but kept his burning gaze locked on Jiang Chun. He was watching, anticipating what kind of surprise Jiang Chun would offer them next. The other elder laughed in response. Haha, if he really gets into danger, we can just save him, right? Obviously, they didn't seem to take the matter too seriously. One of the inner sect elders wore a more solemn and conflicted expression. Didn't Elder Chen Qingyi clearly say that unless they encountered 4th-grade beasts, we shouldn't intervene, even if they died? Another inner sect elder scoffed, looking at him with a gaze reserved for fools. If anything happens to Jiang Chun, we'll be dead for sure. Such as simple. He hadn't finished speaking when both elders' attention was suddenly drawn toward Jiang Chen's direction. Looking toward Jiang Chun, they saw that around him had formed a massive vortex drawing spiritual energy from the surroundings and continuously flowing into his body. This terrifying rate of spiritual absorption alone was shocking enough. They had only seen it for a short time, yet the spiritual energy in the surrounding area had already thinned by 10%. What shocked them even further was how easily Jiang Chen's body absorbed such a vast quantity of spiritual energy in such a short time, completely transforming it into his own strength. After witnessing this scene, one of the inner sect elders couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. What a monster. A true monster. I've lived for hundreds of years, but I've never seen anyone like him. More than a monster? Such a freak of nature. This is truly the first time I've encountered one like this, the other elder added in admiration. In hundreds of years, they had seen countless heaven-defying geniuses. Yet, the perfect, immaculate sword body, perfect foundation building, sword heart clarity, traits like these, each capable of transforming an ordinary individual into a top-level prodigy, were all gathered within Jiang Chun. From this, one could imagine just how monstrous Jiang Chun truly was. In less than a minute, Jiang Chen's energy had already fully recovered. Meanwhile, the second wave of demon beasts had slowly started to approach. They had indeed lost their minds, but losing their sanity didn't automatically make them fearless Chongfeng, because instinctively, they still felt fear, prompting more cautious behavior from them. Chapter 75, still too weak. They continuously probed Jiang Chen's aura, but every time they did, their hearts trembled with fear. Shock. There was nothing but shock left in their minds. After all, Jiang Chun had just gone through an intense battle, yet in the blink of an eye, every bit of depleted energy within his body had already been fully restored. At his peak, he seemed as if he had never fought at all. These 5 Yao beasts stared fixedly at Jiang Chun. In the next moment, they bared their fangs and rushed at him, launching their fiercest bites. Immediately after, the remaining Tenshung beasts above descended as well. Faced with this terrifying recovery ability, a human cultivator of such strength, their hearts now held only one thought: to pour every ounce of strength they had into killing him, utterly. To unleash a momentary explosive power and crush Jiang Chun completely. At this moment, the two inner sect elders fixed their gazes on Jiang Chun and exchanged glances. If I'm not mistaken, these Shung beasts should have already received certain orders. In other words, their current behavior is extremely abnormal. It's highly possible their orders have been altered. These two inner sect elders understood the situation here far better than anyone else. Therefore, they could be so certain about what was truly happening with this group of Shung beasts. The situation had indeed become extremely alarming. Upon hearing that, the other inner sect elder sighed and slowly said, "In that case, Jiang Chun is in serious trouble. Do you think it's that easy to kill this pack of Shung beasts?" And besides, just now when Jiang Chun unleashed his power, he depleted his energy far too quickly. Even if his recovery speed is fast, he still needs about a minute. Within that minute, these beasts could easily kill him. The two of them said no more, yet silently stared at Jiang Chun's location, as if ready to intervene the moment anything went wrong, prepared to rush forward and rescue him. As for Jiang Chun, looking at the dozen or so Shung beasts before him, a slight smile lifted at the corner of his lips. Just in time, let me test exactly how strong the defensive capability of my immaculate sword body's protective sword intent truly is. Until now, I've never fully attempted it. Hope this group of beasts can bring me some surprises. The next moment, Jiang Chun once again recreated his earlier moves, unleashing all his strength in an instant. Like a surging tide, a vast and mighty sword intent surged upward, swirling through the skies. Like hanging clouds descending from the ninth heaven. Like all the waters of the four seas rising in fury. Boom, boom. This terrifyingly massive number of sword energies continuously erupted and flickered in midair, faintly producing terrifying sonic booms, as if attempting to tear the very space apart. Seeing this scene, the two elders' expressions grew heavy. They exchanged glances. Somehow, it feels a bit strange. One of them slowly spoke. In terms of sword energy, this time was nearly identical to the last, with no major differences. But instinct was telling him, this time was not as simple as it appeared. Precisely how it was strange or different, however, he couldn't discern in the slightest. The other one remained silent for a moment before slowly saying, "I understand now." The sword energy from just now, Jiang Chun already unleashed his entire power. But the only thing absent was his use of sword intent. Whether one's sword intent is profound or shallow can be judged by its pressure. However, everyone's depth differs. Some, even if shallow, may possess an intent more terrifying than others' complete mastery. He chose the latter, and Jiang Chun is clearly among that latter group. He had another sentence unspoken. The potential of people like him was terrifyingly high, so high it could bring one to despair. The other inner sect elder nodded in deep agreement. The sword energies rained down, exploding, tearing through the 10 Shung beasts completely. 10 third-stage peak Shung beasts were unable to offer any resistance before being shredded entirely. At this moment, all of Jiang Chun's strength had been completely drained. Not a single bit of spiritual energy remained in his body. Right now, those 5 Yao beasts seized the opportunity and rushed forward in unison, attempting to bite into Jiang Chun. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. However, no matter how terrifying their attacks were, they couldn't penetrate that faintly existing wall around Jiang Chun, which firmly blocked them outside, unable to advance even a single inch. Following that, the beasts became vicious and continuously rammed into Jiang Chun, attempting to shatter his defense. But the result remained the same, no effect at all. Jiang Chun laughed. At this very moment, his energy had been completely restored. With a light slap of his hands, 2 terrifying sword energies shot forth, killing off the remaining 5 Shung beasts without exception. After finishing all that, he sighed faintly. The protective sword intent of the immaculate sword body still has a lot of room for improvement. As for the 2 inner sect elders, they were now wide-eyed, stunned at what they had witnessed. What had just unfolded below was, quite simply, unbelievable. Protective sword intent. They were well aware of the theory that the immaculate sword body possessed a protective sword intent. However, for a long time now, monstrous geniuses capable of cultivating a perfect immaculate sword body had been extremely rare. In fact, one could say, nearly non-existent. And for an imperfect immaculate sword body, that protective sword intent could practically be ignored. But just how powerful the protective sword intent of a perfect immaculate sword body could truly be, they had just now witnessed it with their own eyes. Is this the defensive power of the perfect immaculate sword body? Unbelievable, way too unbelievable. Yes, far too unbelievable. This is simply not a strength that a normal person could ever possess. They both muttered in astonishment. As for Jiang Chun, he thought silently. Even with my perfect immaculate sword body, its protective sword intent is still too weak. Too weak. After returning, I should ask my temporary master if there are any ways to further cultivate it. Although his temporary master did not possess a perfect immaculate sword body, his experience and knowledge, built over such a long period, naturally surpassed Jiang Chun's by far. He might not have eaten pork, but he had definitely seen pigs run. Perhaps his master possessed cultivation methods for enhancing the immaculate sword body. Then, Jiang Chun directly used the blood demon grand art to extract every bit of energy from the corpses of those peak 3rd stage Yao beasts on the ground. turning them into nourishment for himself. He could clearly feel his power had increased greatly. Since Jiang Chun had firmly locked every minor cultivation stage at its peak and refused to advance prematurely, the amount of energy required for each breakthrough had endlessly expanded, again and again. It was likely that the spiritual energy required for a single breakthrough now was 10 or even 100 times more than that required by others. His progress might have slowed somewhat, but the enhancement effects were still extremely noticeable. I wonder how Lu Yun is doing. Chapter 76. The Gap. In his current state, Jiang Chun was more curious about Lu Yun's situation. With his current strength, dealing with these creatures was effortless. Moreover, the combat power of this group of fierce beasts was clearly much weaker than he had anticipated. As for Lu Yun, what Jiang Chun was more curious about was Lu Yun's identity. Perhaps Lu Yun is very likely one of the few people chosen by the sect leader, but whether she is from the outer sect or the inner sect. As for the specifics, Jiang Chun feared he wouldn't be able to find out until his power significantly increased. From what Kai Ran had previously revealed, he learned that they were currently restricted by the sect leader and couldn't disclose anything. Not long after, Lu Yun suddenly appeared before Jiang Chun, a faint smile appearing on her face. Thank you. Currently, Lu Yun was dressed in a plain white long dress, just as before. Even her demeanor and aura seemed unchanged. As usual. Yet, Jiang Chun sensed a major change in Lu Yun, though he couldn't pinpoint exactly what had changed. Indescribable. Could it possibly be her cultivation level? Jiang Chun could feel that the current Lu Yun exuded an oppressive aura terrifying enough to make even him slightly tremble. After a moment of silence, Lu Yun spoke. I know you have many questions, but I can't tell you now. I must leave first. After saying that, she turned and walked away. Above them, a middle-aged man in a long robe gazed downward with a smile on his face. Finally, Lu Yun has completely realized her enlightenment and altered the supreme indifference path. TSK. I wonder how shocked that ancient immortal, who ascended after experiencing worldly trials, would be if still alive and knew about Lu Yun's transformation. After Lu Yun left, Jiang Chun was almost certain in his heart that this woman must be one of those chosen by the sect leader. The next moment, Jiang Chun raised his head toward the mountaintop and murmured to himself, I wonder how much enhancement a fourth stage peak beast will bring me. The disciples who had come along on this journey fought through wave after wave of demons. Eventually, after a bitter struggle, they managed to slay all the relatively weaker beasts. Phew, if even the monsters at the foot of the mountain are this difficult to handle, what does that mean? I know. I've already used all my strength to barely kill 3. Indeed, these beasts are born with advantages. Their combat strength at the same level far surpasses ours. Don't lose heart. Though their battle prowess is formidable, ultimately, it's nothing special. That's right. Given the same talent, it's no surprise that these beasts outmatch us. Although the elites felt somewhat ashamed and humiliated, they tried to console themselves with words. If only one person was this weak, then it would indeed be embarrassing. But seeing that everyone was on a similar level, they all collectively tried to save face together. Just as they approached the mountainside and prepared for battle, suddenly, they were all frozen in shock. All of them were stunned. They stared at the numerous beast carcasses scattered across the ground, dry and lifeless, evidently drained of their life essence. Then, someone's legs had already begun to tremble involuntarily, struggling to remain steady. What in the world is going on here? Right. Isn't the Devil Sect already eradicated? Who is this powerful Devil Sect expert? We should flee. Each of these fierce beasts is terrifying in strength, truly terrifying. All are third stage peaks, yet none had a chance against that Devil Sect expert. We must run. If we head over now, we're certain to die. Everyone spoke anxiously, cold sweat streaming down their faces, their complexions pale. The timid ones had already begun shaking uncontrollably. Clearly, the impact of this scene was immense, extremely immense. Suddenly, one of the young elites shouted, No, we must go up. This is definitely not a Devil Sect expert. If it were, wouldn't there have been signs of battle here? Our sect's elders wouldn't be sitting idle. That's right. If even the elders of our inner sect didn't act, it's absolutely impossible that this was a Devil Sect expert. Once someone had spoken with a calmer perspective, all the young elites suddenly realized together. But while climbing up the mountain toward the peak, their bodies still trembled slightly, filled with fear. They had no choice. This scene was just too terrifying. The power of this unknown expert had crushed and killed so many strong beasts in such a devastating manner. Right now, at the mountaintop, Jiang Chun gazed at the Yaosho before him, whose strength had already reached the 4th stage, even approaching the peak of the 4th stage. Rubbing his chin, he murmured, if an ordinary foundation building stage 9 expert tried to absorb this Yaosho's full power, they would definitely explode from within. But as for me, I should be able to do it. This much confidence Jiang Chun still possessed. He not only absorbed spiritual energy faster than others, but also required far more spiritual energy than ordinary cultivators. Even more importantly, his physical body could completely contain a vast amount of spiritual energy within, allowing him to store it first and refine it gradually later. This was precisely the confidence he had for devouring this Yaosu. Meanwhile, the 2 inner sect elders secretly observing this scene couldn't help but exclaim in shock, deeply astonished. One question, said one of the elders. This kid is currently only at the foundation building stage. If he were to face an expert at the core formation stage, do you think he could handle it? The elder, deeply shocked by Jiang Chun's terrifying combat power, exclaimed in disbelief. We've all walked the cultivation path ourselves. Foundation building stage. I once was there myself, so how come I never had such a horrifying effect? Where exactly did I go wrong? The core formation stage was the next cultivation realm beyond the foundation building stage. After hearing this, another inner sect elder glanced at him and coldly replied, "It seems you've already lost your mind. Although he's strong, he's still nowhere near matching a core formation expert. The gap between each major cultivation realm isn't that easily bridged. Perhaps you can have a chi gathering expert defeat a foundation building expert, but a foundation building expert absolutely cannot defeat a core formation one, no matter how monstrous you are or how mediocre the core formation opponent might be. This is about the gap between different levels." After hearing this, the elder forced a smile and chuckled. Haha, I forgot. Then he noticed someone approaching from behind and glanced over, smiling slightly. Ah, the outer sect disciples have finally arrived. I was wondering whether any monstrous geniuses would appear, but unfortunately, not a single one meets my standards. Chapter 77, Walking Together with Many. Another inner sect elder sighed. Truthfully, there are quite a few outstanding disciples from the outer sect this time. Just, those who could catch our attention have already been defeated and retreated into closed cultivation by this kid. TSK, can you believe it? He took down 16 on his own, effortlessly. Truly, he's a monstrous genius unafraid of walking the path of invincibility. After he finished speaking, the two elders fell silent, as if recalling the terrifying achievements of the young boy standing beside the Fortiriao beast corpse. They stood quietly, suddenly unsure of what to say. Finally, the group of prodigies arrived at the mountaintop in fear. Though still some distance from the Yao beast corpse, they could see a human figure from afar. Suddenly someone shouted, "He is there, right in front of the Yao beast corpse." But after he spoke, no one responded for a long time. This puzzled the youth, who glanced sideways to look at the others, only to find each one like a statue, completely frozen in place. In their eyes was full of shock, disbelief, and deep despair. The youth was clearly puzzled and asked, "What's wrong with you all?" After his words fell, a nearby outer sect prodigy beside him heavily exhaled, helplessly saying, "He is extremely strong, exceptionally strong. In fact, we are utterly incapable of defeating him." With things said this far, how could this youth still not figure out who that figure was? Who else could it be other than the legendary, practically invincible disciple of the outer sect right now? Thus, just like the others, this youth stood rooted to the spot, murmuring like a soulless person. So this is the gap between him and me. How wide it is. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun had already started to activate the Blood Demon Grand technique. His right hand placed over the Yao beast corpse, the surrounding temperature instantly plummeted to freezing as the terrifying power erupted. He didn't release the power of the Blood Demon Grand technique. Yet, even without actively unleashing it, merely the faint terrifying pressure casually radiated from the technique made the group of outer sect prodigies unable to breathe properly. Upon witnessing this, the two elders above urgently thought something was wrong. Quickly, form an energy barrier to shield them. One of the inner sect elders spoke while simultaneously raising a barrier of energy to block the oppressive force. Only after accomplishing this did the two elders finally relax slightly. These are all top talents of our Xianyun sword sect. If anything were to happen to them, it would be a huge problem, said one inner sect elder with lingering fear. They clearly understood the strength of the Blood Demon Grand technique that Jiang Chun had displayed. After all, this same pressure had appeared before when Jiang Chun devoured the Yao beasts. The two elders knew well how defenseless these youths were. If caught off guard by the terrifying pressure of the Blood Demon Grand technique, it would be extremely difficult for them to respond in time. Then, they very likely might perish here. One of the inner sect elders couldn't help but complain. Tell me, where did Jiang Chun learn such a secret technique? It resembles the Devil Sect's arts, but after careful observation, I believe Jiang Chun's version isn't in the same category. It's completely superior. After a moment of contemplation, the other elder replied, "It's hard to say, but we needn't be overly concerned." Elder Chen Qingyi, the sect leader, and the supreme elders are all watching Jiang Chun closely. If he really were employing Devil Sect methods, they definitely would have handled it themselves. They wouldn't have allowed Jiang Chun to use it. Hearing this, the questioning elder nodded and felt reassured. Indeed, as for any techniques Jiang Chun might possess, those three elders knew them all too well. Since they silently approved, it means the secret technique wasn't problematic. Wave after wave of powerful energy continuously flowed into Jiang Chun's body. Now, a faint smile appeared on Jiang Chun's face. Very good, truly excellent. As for that group of inner sect disciples, only now did they return to their senses, staring solemnly and fearfully at Jiang Chun. No one spoke. Everyone's expression was extremely complex. Even those prodigies who earlier harbored thoughts of rivaling Jiang Chun abandoned that idea completely at this moment. How could fireflies compete with a full moon? Time passed quickly. Before long, half an hour had passed. The eye beast in front of Jiang Chun, whose body was as tall as half a small mountain, was now entirely desiccated, every bit of its power drained. Right now, Jiang Chun felt as if his body overflowed with inexhaustible power. Next, I should cultivate for a while. I must first assimilate all this accumulated power within my body. Jiang Chun muttered to himself. More importantly, the corpse of this fierce beast had significantly enhanced his Blood Demon Grand technique. After all, the corpse of this ferocious beast here would affect the minds of the surrounding Yao beasts, and even influence nearby humans. More importantly, was the overwhelming malevolent aura and murderous intent radiating from it. This was the true purpose of Jiang Chun's journey here. Meanwhile, inside the Xianyun sword sect, Chen Qingyi was playing a game of chess with the sect leader. Chen Qingyi, the blood demon grand technique Jiang Chun has mastered, has certainly added to his arsenal. However, the sect leader said with slight concern, although his views aligned with those of the Supreme Elder, placing not too much hope on Jiang Chun. Still, a faint glimmer of hope lingered in his heart. Because someone as terrifyingly gifted as Jiang Chun, once he truly stepped forward, would bring the Xianyun Sword Sect to the level of a next great holy sect. This was the dream of every sect leader. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyi glanced at him and said, worried that Jiang Chun might fall into the path of demonic cultivation? The sect leader shook his head. No, that's not what I'm worried about. Rather, he is cultivating too many things at once now. The path of invincibility, sword cultivation, the divine power heaven chessboard, and now the blood demon grand technique. Oh, and not to mention the cultivation of pill refinement as well. On top of that, he aims to reach perfection in each cultivation stage. I'm just a bit worried that he might take on more than he can handle. For ordinary prodigies, merely the sword path alone would take a lifetime to master, let alone having the energy to cultivate other Dao paths or secret arts. After hearing this, Chen Qingyi lightly smiled and said, taking on more than one can handle might happen, but it won't affect Jiang Chun for now. In the beginning, I thought he was just a promising talent in sword cultivation, so I intended to cultivate another top-tier swordsman. Who would have thought I ended up accepting a disciple with such an unparalleled level of talent? Chen Qingyi sighed. From the moment Jiang Chun achieved perfect foundation establishment, Chen Qingyi realized how monstrous this fellow was. Even regarding the details of perfect foundation establishment, he still knew many specifics, thus, more clearly highlighting Jiang Chun's terrifying talent. The sect leader nodded in agreement. Chapter 78, The Blood Demon's Domain. Later on, Jiang Chun's various performances were all evident to everyone. His comprehension, divine abilities, and secret techniques, practicing many at once, each reaching an extraordinary level, were the kind that even the supreme experts of holy lands would crave and provoke bloody chaos. Top-notch, no doubt, but they were extremely difficult to cultivate as well. Yet Jiang Chun excelled in every one of them, making remarkable progress, thus revealing exactly how formidable he truly was. The Zhongju remained silent for a moment before glancing at Chen Qingyi and slowly speaking. Recently, I heard that the elders of the Divine Water Sect have been restless. They've already sent people to infiltrate our Xianyun Sword Sect, planning to assassinate Jiang Chun. Assassination was a common practice among sects, especially among those with deep-rooted grudges. Clearly, the Divine Water Sect held an intense hatred towards the Xianyun Sword Sect, nearly irreconcilable enemies who would never stop until the other was destroyed. They had already planted many spies inside the Xianyun Sword Sect. Thus, Jiang Chun's emergence and his astonishing innate talent had caused unrest among the Divine Water Sect's leadership, prompting them to stop at nothing to eliminate him before he could fully blossom. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyi chuckled. As long as those who can't completely overpower my disciple are trying, let them carry on. It doesn't matter. As for those who are truly strong, I've been around the Xianyun Sword Sect all along. Trying to kill my disciple right under my nose is not an easy task. The Zhongju nodded, then said, are you planning to allow Jiang Chun to form a core? Chen Qingyi shook his head. Why rush? Let him condense and solidify everything fully before forming a core. If you want to select some of the candidates you have in mind to spar with Jiang Chun, that's fine too. But, just don't let the remaining disciples be so frightened that their Dao heart shatters. As for the battle between Kai Ran and Jiang Chun, from the beginning, Chen Qingyi had already believed in Jiang Chun. At that time, there was a massive power gap between them, and combined with Kai Ran's innate blood demon constitution, whose terrifying strength had already matured. Even though Jiang Chun possessed the celestial and terrestrial board, allowing him to equal Kai Ran's cultivation base, his chances of victory were clearly very slim. Who could have imagined that in the end, Kai Ran would be defeated by Jiang Chun? Still, from the beginning, Chen Qingyi had believed in Jiang Chun, even though he couldn't quite pinpoint any objective reason for believing so. Objectively speaking, Jiang Chun should lose, but Chen Qingyi trusted his own disciple completely. The path of invincibility required one to look down upon all opponents. Even with a massive gap in power, he still needed to possess the boldness and confidence to overcome it. The Zhongju smiled and said, on the outer sect side, I will have another prodigy challenge Jiang Chun at the appropriate moment. But unlike Kai Ran, this one has deliberately suppressed his cultivation. His skills are far superior to Kai Ran's. I hope your disciple isn't too weak. After speaking, both men exchanged smiles. If Jiang Chun wins, it will add another strength to the path of invincibility. If his opponent wins, it will solidify Jiang Chun's Dao heart, allowing him to advance unimpeded in his cultivation journey. However, Jiang Chun cannot afford to lose. Such a loss would come at too great a cost, causing his Dao heart to shatter, instantly collapsing the path of invincibility and ruining his future forever. Jiang Chun didn't stay long. He was already used to the outer sect disciples' astonished, confused, and helpless gazes, remaining calm and indifferent inside. After returning to the outer sect, Jiang Chun returned to his room and began cultivation. Ouyang Rongrong stood outside Jiang Chun's door. Different from before, she now appeared solemn, murmuring to herself. So Lu Yun has finally perfected the supreme heart of forgetful emotion at last. No wonder that person once said that Lu Yun was a rare genius in 100 years. After suppressing her potential for so long, she even went as far as joining the miscellaneous servants before finally succeeding. Ouyang Rongrong was among the few people in the outer sect who maintained a close relationship with Lu Yun. The two were like loving rivals, each intimately aware of the other's experiences and talents. Looking at Jiang Chen's quarters, Ouyang Rongrong thought to herself, but that fellow truly is an anomaly. Who could have predicted that someone like him would appear out of nowhere and stun everyone, including myself, with his emergence? At this rate, I also need to cultivate faster and inherit the legacy of that person sooner rather than later. Then she also returned to her room and began her own cultivation. Jiang Chen, meanwhile, sat cross-legged on the floor inside his room, refining the surging and vast power within his body, spreading from the internal organs outward to the limbs and every part of his body, strengthening and purifying each section, making him increasingly perfect. The path of cultivation does indeed emphasize the cultivation stage, rather than the physical body. However, possessing a strong physique would allow better execution of deadly techniques with even greater power. At the same time, Jiang Chun reviewed and sorted his current situation. Now, this Xuanji immortal sword had probably already entered the realm of divine immortal weapons at the celestial tier. A divine immortal weapon at the celestial tier would be more than sufficient even for an expert at the core formation stage. However, what excited Jiang Chun the most was that the Xuanji immortal sword was not only a celestial tier divine weapon, but more importantly, it contained terrifying primordial essence of the Tao. It could be said that if those ordinary celestial tier divine weapons were to collide with this Xuanji immortal sword, the former would certainly shatter instantly, without even a chance to resist. Ever since I achieved perfect foundation building, the primordial power within this Xuanji immortal sword has gradually begun to awaken. As my strength increases, more of its dormant power awakens as well. Jiang Chen sighed. His divine ability, the heaven and earth chessboard, had not significantly improved so far, but the one thing that remained consistent and reliable was its ability to draw opponents into the chessboard and equalize their cultivation levels. The effect had not weakened with his increasing power, which Jiang Chun found quite satisfactory. At his current stage, as long as that ability remained stable, he didn't mind if there was no improvement. The golden lotus that Jiang Chun had refined upon achieving perfect foundation building had now expanded nearly 100-fold. First, refine my cultivation to its ultimate perfection, then proceed to core formation. Jiang Chun murmured inwardly. He had already grasped some information regarding core formation. However, the most pressing matter was to first refine every minor stage of foundation building to complete perfection before proceeding further. Naturally, core formation couldn't be rushed, it required a more solid foundation. Finally, Jiang Chun examined his blood demon art. Since he had absorbed all the lingering murderous and killing chi left behind by that peak 4th stage Yaosog, an ancient, hoarse voice had appeared in his mind, revealing more detailed information about the blood demon art. The blood demon art unleashed was called the blood demon domain. It was similar in effect to the blood demon realm granted by the blood demon body. However, the blood demon domain would be even more domineering and fearsome. The blood demon domain was divided into 10 stages. It was only after absorbing all the chi of murder and slaughter that Jiang Chun had officially entered the first stage. Chapter 79. The Jiao Dragon Dang. True Dragon 9 Transformations. The blood demon grand method was originally transformed from the blood demon body, and later surpassed its origins, becoming even more powerful. After some contemplation, Jiang Chun decided that first, for a brief period, he would push all his internal power to the peak. Then, he would go to the outer sect to show off his might. With the power of one person alone, he would sweep through the entire outer sect's elite prodigies. Thus, he could prepare for core formation. During these days, Jiang Chun returned to his previous routine. Every morning, he would leave to check in. After checking in, he would return to cultivation, spending roughly 20 days like this. And within these 20 days, he had already pushed all 9 stages of foundation building to perfection. Moreover, Jiang Chun had already faintly sensed that his cultivation seemed uncontrollable, as if about to break past foundation building 9th stage and directly surge into core formation. One must understand, ordinary prodigies wishing to break through into the core formation stage, without exception, all needed a long period of cultivation, along with perfect, risk-free preparations before daring to break through. Even then, the success rate might only be 2 or 3 out of 10. That was for those with exceptional talent. For those with poor talent, they might not even have the chance of attempting core formation in their entire lives. This was also the reason why those who had no hope of core formation were all assigned as clerks in the outer sect. One day, Jiang Chun woke up early, muttering, "All the good places have been selected already. Let's see what location the clerk assigned me today." Back during that period, Jiang Chun had freely chosen and selected all the locations filled with rich Taoist rhythm. As for now, it was already a bit hard to choose anymore. Thus, he gave the decision back to the clerk. When the clerk first heard this, he nearly dropped his jaw in fright. Nowadays, who in the Sky Cloud Sword sect didn't know and fear Jiang Chun? The clerk was deeply afraid that if he messed up in assigning any location, he would be killed on the spot by Jiang Chun. After Jiang Chun spoke, he calmed down a bit, though still somewhat anxious. He opened the list. The Jiao Dragon Dan. Jiang Chun slightly started. Although he had heard of the Jiao Dragon Dan before, he wasn't very clear about it. Legend said that 500 years ago, several powerful Jiao dragons were born. Jiaolong were beast demons, and ordinary beast demons already had Ho advantages and formidable combat abilities. Even more so for a top-talented beast demon like a Jiaolong. As soon as these 5 Jiaolongs appeared, chaos broke out across the world. Therefore, the Sky Cloud Sword sect leader at the time personally went forth and killed 3 of the Jialongs, finally placing their genuine dragon energy inside the sect, infusing it into that area. Jialong genuine energy would greatly benefit cultivators, and one might even comprehend some powerful techniques from it, depending both on comprehension and fate. I actually forgot about this place. Jiang Chen chuckled lightly, shaking his head. In the next moment, he activated the token and directly teleported toward the Jiao Dragon Den. But what Jiang Chen didn't know was that, near him, a suspicious figure had already witnessed everything, whispering softly, "Jiao Dragon Den. This place is practically deserted. It's the perfect spot for an ambush. My master's secret method is truly formidable, easily evading even the mighty elder's inspections of Sky Cloud Sword Sect." After muttering to himself, the figure disappeared on the spot, his face full of confident assurance, as if everything was entirely under his control. Above them, both Chun Qingyi and the sect leader saw everything unfold. The sect leader glanced at Chun Qingyi beside him, slowly opening his mouth and asking, "Elder brother, this fellow has reached half-step core formation. Though not yet fully in core formation, he already possesses partial power of a core formation expert. This guy going against Jiang Chen. Perhaps Jiang Chen will face some trouble." The implication was clear, whether or not they should step in directly and eliminate this trouble now. Chun Qingyi smiled. "Junior brother, haven't you noticed any change about Jiang Chen?" Upon hearing this, the sect leader was startled, then puzzled. What change? Wasn't Jiang Chen still at the peak of foundation building 9th stage? He hadn't even stepped into half-step core formation yet. What was the half-step core formation? It meant already possessing partial power of the core formation realm, but not yet fully mastered. Even without full control, it was already an overlord transcending the foundation building realm, absolutely not something a foundation building cultivator could easily deal with. Chun Qingyi laughed. Jiang Chen has refined every minor stage of the foundation building to perfection. I'm very much looking forward to what amazing performance he'll give us. Let him tangle with this spirit water sect assassin a bit. If he's losing, we can still intervene then. The latter half was clearly spoken lightly and at ease, as if, in Chun Qingyi's opinion, Jiang Chen was simply impossible to lose. This left the sect leader completely confused, full of question marks. By the time he regained his senses, Chun Qingyi had already vanished. Though it's hard to believe, my elder brother always likes to boast, but the problem is his boasts always come true. The sect leader muttered to himself. Foundation building realm. Able to defeat a half-step core formation expert? Who would believe such a claim? Moreover, this opponent wasn't some ordinary talentless fool. He was also a top-tier genius. Furthermore, he had brought with him treasures gifted by the Spirit Water Sect specifically for ensuring victory. Absolute success was his mission. Still, he chose to trust his senior brother. Even if Jiang Chen were to lose, it wasn't beyond repair. After arriving at the Jialong Den, Jiang Chen found his surroundings completely deserted, a sight that initially surprised him, though he quickly understood. Inside the Jialong Den, the true dragon energy was intense, and coming here for enlightenment didn't require long stays. Nor did it require frequent visits. Only occasional visits were needed. More importantly, the true dragon energy was far from harmless. An ordinary foundation building cultivator would likely be unable to endure it for even a quarter of an hour. Therefore, the usual state was complete emptiness. Jiang Chen himself felt no discomfort. Nothing within the Jialong Den posed any real threat to him. After a careful inspection, he headed to the spot where the Taoist rhythm was strongest and thickest. He softly called out, "System, check in." The next moment, the system's mechanical voice echoed. "Congratulations, host, for successfully checking in. Reward obtained. True Dragon 9 Transformations." Note: the True Dragon 9 Transformations is the most powerful supernatural ability of the ancient True Dragons. Its most terrifying aspect lies in its immense physical strength. True Dragon 9 Transformations. After seeing this message, Jiang Chen was momentarily stunned, then his face broke into ecstatic joy. When it came to the most terrifying supernatural skill of the ancient True Dragons, Jiang Chen himself wasn't very clear. However, one thing was certain. That was, the ancient True Dragons' physical bodies were as solid as rock. Even the famed cultivators of the ascended immortal realm would find it extremely difficult to break through such a body. Some might even drain all their spiritual energy attempting to do the slightest damage. Thus, one could imagine just how terrifying such physical strength was. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen was filled with excitement. Although within the same realm, my body is already strong enough, yet against beast demons, I'm still too weak. Chapter 80, Terrifying Enhancement. The stronger one's physical body, the fewer weaknesses one possesses. True Dragon 9 Transformations was undoubtedly another missing piece successfully filled in for Jiang Chen. Right after acquiring this ability, Jiang Chen gained much clarity and realized that, for now, he could only perform the first transformation. Just as Jiang Chen was about to unleash this ability, since no one was around, to experience firsthand the physical enhancement brought forth by the True Dragon's first transformation. Suddenly, two distinct, whooshing sounds rang from behind. Two flying daggers came swiftly toward him, wrapped in a storm of formidable qi, their power terrifying. If struck by them, Jiang Chen would surely be wounded. Therefore, he didn't hesitate at all and immediately dodged sideways, narrowly avoiding the deadly strike. At this moment, he was already outside the Dragon Jaw Palace. The two daggers ended up striking a stone sculpture made of refined iron. With a loud boom, the sculpture shattered into pieces scattered across the ground. Jiang Chen turned his head and spotted a man he had never seen before. extremely ordinary in appearance, nothing particularly eye-catching. With a grim smile, the man spoke. As expected, according to the information provided by our undercover operative, your strength has increased significantly. You really are a troublesome opponent. I originally thought that someone so renowned within the Xianyun Sword Sect would be nothing more than a name without substance. But now, it seems I've indeed underestimated you. Jiang Qin's expression turned serious as he fixed his gaze upon this man, maintaining silence for a brief moment before softly chuckling. You're someone sent by another sect, aren't you? The man burst into laughter. Seems you aren't completely stupid after all. Too bad though. Today will be your last day here. In the next instant, Jiang Qin glanced around and found the entire Dragonjaw Palace completely wrapped in a purplish energy barrier. At this moment, he could no longer sense anything beyond it. This barrier isolated the interior from the outside world. At this, the man remarked with a TSK, I must admit, Jiang Qin, you truly do possess certain skills. You indeed warranted such extensive measures from my Divine Waters sect. This barrier was personally given to me by my master's grandmaster. He stands only one step away from the ascended immortal realm, an ultimate powerhouse. Ever since the founding of our sect, you, Jiang Qin, are the first to receive such special treatment. Jiang Qin, however, did not appear surprised. He understood that once he displayed his strength, the enemies he would encounter would no longer be limited to internal rivalries within the Xianyun Sword Sect. From the outside world, sects and experts harboring grudges against the Xianyun Sword Sect would never simply allow him to grow unchecked. They would certainly strangle him before he could flourish. Jiang Qin carefully examined the current man in front of him and quickly realized his aura had surpassed the foundation building stage. Immediately, his expression shifted, and he prepared to call for his conveniently available master to come assist him in slaying this opponent. Yet, as he was about to do so, he reconsidered. Jiang Qin clearly knew the level of protection and care his master provided. A mere individual, even if somewhat skilled, shouldn't be capable of sneaking past his master's detection. And yet, this man stood right before him, freely moving. It was then that Jiang Qin began suspecting the truth. Could it be my master actually approved of this? After reaching that thought, Jiang Qin examined the man's aura once more and discovered that it was only half a step into the core formation stage, not yet fully formed. Observing the change in Jiang Qin's expression, the man burst into laughter. I've heard you've accumulated numerous secret techniques, extraordinary abilities, and abundant treasures and lucky chances. So here's a choice. Hand them all over to me, and I won't make your death painful. Otherwise, he snorted, his eyes brimming with greed. I wouldn't mind making you wish for death, yet unable to die. As he spoke, an insatiable greed gleamed in the man's eyes. The reason he personally volunteered for this mission was because he was currently at a cultivation bottleneck. To pursue a better future, he needed that precious opportunity. Therefore, he was willing to risk his life to come here. At this moment, Jiang Qin gave him a contemptuous look. I thought you had reached the core formation stage. Never would I have guessed you were only halfway there. If that's the case, his eyes lit up with anticipation. Then let's see how much strength you really possess. Before obtaining this top-grade ability, True Dragon 9 transformations, Jiang Qin already had the confidence to fight an opponent who was halfway into the core formation stage. Now, having it, the odds of victory were even higher. Upon hearing these words, the Divine Waters sect assassin first froze, then laughed loudly, his killing intent completely exposed. Is that so? Then allow me to show you just how wrong you are. Even at half the core formation stage, you're still nothing but a trash at the foundation building level. You're still not my match. In the skies above, the sect leader and Chun Qingyi, one on each side, watched everything unfold below. Every word of their conversation reached their ears clearly. Chun Qingyi burst into loud laughter. Huh? No wonder you're my disciple. You've inherited some of my style. The sect leader remained silent, watching helplessly from above. Inside, he could only think. No wonder they're master and apprentice. That confidence truly isn't something everyone can possess. At this moment, the Divine Waters sect assassin flashed his figure and appeared beside Jiang Qin, murmuring to himself, speed is essential. Although this kid hasn't to a foundation building, his methods are still powerful enough. If I underestimate him, I might end up being the one ambushed. Once the time for chi isolation passes, everything will be ruined. He held no disdain toward Jiang Qin as he outwardly appeared. Instead, he remained extremely serious. Could a genius who caused their sect to go to such great lengths possibly be someone simple? Jiang Qin muttered, True Dragon 9 transformations, first transformation. As soon as his words dropped, countless scales erupted from Jiang Qin's body. A terrifying pressure, seemingly originating from ancient times, poured down with immense intensity. However, due to Jiang Qin's insufficient current power, the effect on the Divine Waters sect assassin was only momentary paralysis. The assassin soon regained his composure. Yet once he did, feeling the terrifying physical power surging inside Jiang Qin's body, the assassin froze in shock. No, you didn't mention this information either. Back in the Divine Waters sect, when they had decided to target Jiang Qin, they had not acted recklessly at all. Quite the opposite, they had gathered the majority of detailed intelligence beforehand. Therefore, this assassin had carefully planned according to the collected information, aiming to ensure a guaranteed success in eliminating Jiang Qin. If some lucky chances could be seized from him, that would have been even better. However, now that the True Dragon 9 transformations had manifested, all plans were rendered useless. This wasn't working. This strange divine ability. What exactly is it? How could it grant such terrifying enhancement to his physical strength? The assassin roared internally, while keeping his face expressionless, starting to think. At a time like this, maintaining calmness was even more crucial. Chapter 81, Sword's Arrival. Thanks to this terrifying supernatural ability, Jiang Qin's physical body had already reached the peak just shy of foundation building, or even a higher level. However, the most terrifying aspect of the foundation building stage was not physical strength alone, and precisely for this reason, he had not chosen to escape immediately. What should I do? It seems, this mission target really isn't as easy to kill as I had imagined. At this moment, this genius of the Shun Shui sect inhaled deeply, then exhaled heavily. At first, he had planned to use various tricks and schemes to defeat Jiang Qin effortlessly, but now, it seemed he had no choice but to fight with his life on the line. Now that the domain had been opened, abandoning the mission was no longer an option. It would be as good as giving up his own life. Immediately afterward, the power within his body surged abruptly. In the heavens and earth, an almost imperceptible domain spread forth. The most fundamental increase in combat strength at the foundation building stage was domain force. Boom. Under the stimulations of this assassin from the Shun Shui sect, this seemingly insubstantial domain solidified into reality, turning into a light blue color and spreading like ocean tides, covering the surrounding area. Seeing this, Jiang Qin lightly furrowed his brows. Domain, huh? His domain and mine are different. Indeed, it's only after reaching foundation building that one can truly wield the terrifying power of domains. This was exactly why the foundation building stage could completely overpower the foundation building disciple stage. There was no possibility for a foundation building disciple to defeat a foundation building elder. It all came down to this. Some top prodigies of the foundation building stage might be talented enough to understand and obtain the power of domains early on. However, the domain of a foundation building disciple could not even compare to that of a foundation building elder. They were simply not on the same level. Above the battlefield, the sect leader also looked somewhat surprised, smiling slightly as he said, "This child has certainly surprised me. It seems he isn't as simple as we thought. Shun Shui sect is indeed generous this time. They've even sent someone who has just touched the true essence of their water techniques." Upon hearing this, beside him, Shun Qingyi laughed joyfully. Normal, or rather, they believe their plan is flawless, so they dared to send him. What a pity. The old fools from Shun Shui sect don't realize that the weakness of Xianyun Sword sect lies in its fate, previously also in its younger generation. We elders haven't been affected at all, huh? The sect leader helplessly replied. The reason they believe so might largely stem from your disguise being too realistic. Shun Qingyi stared down at the young man below, rubbing his chin. I wonder how Shun Shui sect would react if they end up achieving nothing and lose this prodigy of theirs. After a brief contemplation, the sect leader responded, don't forget, within the sect, there are still several assassins from Shun Shui sect. Shun Qingyi laughed. Let them serve as whetstones for Jiang Qin. When the domain fully expanded, Jiang Qin could feel the two forces of different levels colliding. Similarly, his physical body was violently torn by an immense, terrifying power. If it weren't for the absurdness of the true dragon transformation, making him almost impervious to such effects. Otherwise, even if a foundation building disciple's body weren't completely torn apart, it would still suffer greatly. Heaven and Earth chessboard. At this moment, Jiang Qin hesitated no longer. He used the Heaven and Earth chessboard, completely pulling the young man before him into his chess world. The young man let out a shocked and disbelieving scream with an astonished gaze. This is impossible. How could this happen? My strength, my cultivation level, are dropping. He was completely stunned. He had heard something about this ability of Jiang Qin before. It was said that it could only bring someone at the same major realm to the same minor level as himself. That was all according to the information. The young man had thought the same too. After all, bringing a stronger individual down to your level was something almost unfathomable. Yet now, though the power of the half-step foundation building stage had not completely vanished, his physical body and cultivation within had indeed been pulled down to the peak of late foundation building disciple stage. In other words, he could only rely on this current level to fight and struggle against Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin's expression remained calm as he muttered, Good, at least both the body and cultivation have been weakened. Since that's the case, you'll be much easier to deal with now. Thinking this, he smiled faintly, then loudly shouted, Blood Demon Domain. The domain expanded. The entire sky and earth seemed to darken. A cold, soul-chilling power filled the entire heavens and earth. Then, Jiang Qin activated one after another of his techniques. The Immaculate Sword Body, the Sword Dao Origin, and more. The assassin from the Shun Shui sect finally lost his composure, staring at Jiang Qin in front of him with terror in his eyes. Most of what Jiang Qin had revealed now matched the information he had obtained earlier. But, it matched, yet the real killing power was completely different. Jiang Qin murmured softly, Sword come. In an instant, the Wuji Immortal Sword flew into Jiang Qin's right hand. Gripping it tightly, terrifying sword chi erupted from the blade, wreaking havoc all around. As soon as the assassin saw this sword, his entire body trembled, his very soul quivered. This seemingly ordinary longsword was radiating the power of the Tao itself. Jiang Qin smiled lightly. Half-step foundation building, huh? It looks strong, but die here. With that, Jiang Qin calmly thrust out a single strike. This sword move carried an earth-shattering sword chi, the terrifying Tao's essence, the support of various domain forces, and the terrifying enhancement from Jiang Qin's own physical body. Under the pressure of these powers, the Shun Shui sect's domain at the half-step foundation building stage sustained severe damage but still stood firm. But the assassin from the Shan Shui sect staggered backward in panic, desperately trying to open his mouth, to speak, to plead for mercy, but no matter what he did, it was in vain, because he could no longer speak. The sword chi had already pierced through him. That domineering, horrifying force, in the blink of an eye, utterly destroyed every trace of life within his body. When everything was done, all was silent. Jiang Chen's robes were completely soaked with sweat now. His legs weakened and he collapsed onto the ground, muttering, "Using so many techniques at once is still a bit too much for this body at the 9th foundation building stage. This is troublesome." But for Jiang Chen, the most exhausting part was unquestionably unleashing the sword's full power. He almost couldn't withstand it. Fortunately, there had only been one opponent. This kind of consumption was different from when he had dealt with those monstrous beasts before. It would not fully recover within a minute. "Go back and rest," Jiang Chen said inwardly. Chapter 82, The Struggle for Great Dominion. Then, Jiang Chen turned and left, using the token to directly teleport himself back. At that moment, Chen Qingyi and the sect leader in the sky wore calm expressions and exchanged glances. "By the way, did we overlook something?" The sect leader suddenly spoke. Earlier, everything Jiang Chen had displayed was powerful, terrifying. Yet all things they had known, except for one small detail they had forgotten and could not recall immediately. Chen Qingyi remained silent for a moment before replying. "Have you heard of the true Dragon 9 transformations?" With his experience and knowledge, although he hadn't believed it at the time, now, with his thoughts gradually clearing, he suddenly understood. True Dragon 9 transformations. How mighty, how terrifying. This kind of divine ability was among the supreme ancient techniques. One could say that once it surfaced, even the greatest experts from holy lands would strive to obtain it at all costs, unregretfully risking death. The sect leader fell silent, sharing a similar thought to Chen Qingyi, but unwilling to confirm even in his heart. Even the slightest hint of such a possibility was forcefully suppressed. The true Dragon 9 transformations, an ultimate divine ability of the first true dragon of antiquity. It is said that in the last 3,000 years of the ancient era, after the dragon Immortal ascended to immortality, by sheer chance he obtained this great technique, thus subjugating an entire age. Since then, the true Dragon 9 transformations vanished completely, existing only in legends. He paused, then looked at Chen Qingyi, his face grim. "Senior brother, we should delay Jiang Chen's participation in the upcoming sect competition for now. I will send someone else instead." As for Jiang Chen, the sect leader suddenly smiled. "Let him wait until he tramples all of our sect's chosen prodigies before he goes out to wreak havoc. Besides, during this time, the heavenly fortune has just returned. We also need a sufficiently powerful presence to guard Jiang Chen's path." Guardians of the Tao were common in the cultivation world. Truly gifted prodigies often attracted attention and were watched by many. To prevent being struck down midway, major powers or a master behind them would step forward to protect them. Chen Qingyi inhaled deeply, as if having made a certain resolution, his eyes flashing with determination. "Junior brother, I must leave for a while, possibly a month, at most 3. Upon hearing this, the sect leader's body began to tremble slightly. "Senior brother, you." Chen Qingyi smiled. "My current power is too weak. It won't be easy protecting my disciple. I intend to abandon the path of invincibility." After speaking, he turned and left, disappearing from the spot. The sect leader remained silent in place for a long time, his body trembling slightly. In an inconspicuous corner, a black-robed woman had witnessed everything. With a ghost-like smile, she murmured softly, "Chen Qingyi is preparing to pursue the sword path, and Jiang Chen has obtained the true Dragon 9 transformations. TSK, this weakling truly isn't suited for the task of assassinating Jiang Chen anymore." Then, she pulled out a communication stone to send the crucial intelligence back to Sky Sword Sect. Suddenly, her expression turned serious, then she smiled again. "Looks like the remaining ones have already been found. That Sky Sword Sect sure moves quickly, completely sealing off the outside world. But what of it? As long as you give me the chance, I can still eliminate that Jiang Chen." Thinking thus, she flickered and vanished from sight. Spirit Water Sect. Within the main hall, 6 elders gathered as one of the soul tablets suddenly shattered. At the sight of this, the 6 men's faces darkened and fluctuated. Perhaps we underestimated Jiang Chen's strength. How simple can someone be, chosen to openly display talent by the Sky Sword Sect, daring to pursue the path of invincibility? One elder sighed. Another elder immediately said, "No matter, just a minor Jiang Chen." Then, the elders burst into intense discussion. At this time, an elder dressed in golden robes spoke. Silence. Instantly, the hall fell silent, everyone respectfully turning to look at the old man. "No need to worry. The path of invincibility isn't so easily pursued. This time, I've dispatched Xue Mei to investigate. Her main purpose is not to deal with a petty Jiang Chen, but rather, to uncover all the hidden powers of the Sky Sword Sect. As for the remaining pawns, they can simply be handed over to the Sky Sword Sect." Upon hearing this, one elder spoke with slight regret. "Sect leader, those disciples are our promising prodigies. Are we really going to send them to die? The current Sky Sword Sect, does it truly deserve us to make such a fuss?" The sect leader glanced at him coldly. "Do you truly believe the Sky Sword Sect is really as weak as it appears on the surface? This is an era of great contention. In such an environment, even holy lands could be completely overturned. How much more so for our mere sect? This sect leader of Xianyun Sword Sect is far stronger than his master. He has been plotting for this day for an unknown length of time. Know yourself and know your enemy. and you will never be in peril in 100 battles. No one spoke again. In this era of fierce struggle, too many anomalies arise. Only by suppressing pride and arrogance can one better establish a foothold and obtain greater opportunities. Every sect will not miss such an opportunity, because all wish to overthrow the Holy Lands and become the next Holy Land. After returning to his outer sect quarters, Jiang Chun was meditating. An hour later, he felt his strength had mostly recovered, letting out a sigh. I have to admit, reaching the half-formation Golden Core realm has truly pushed me to my limit. If it had been a true Golden Core cultivator, I would have been finished. Although Jiang Chun appeared to have easily killed that half-formation Golden Core expert, in reality, only he himself knew just how much effort it had cost him. The consumption was enormous. If he had faced another half-formation Golden Core expert in the weakened state he had just been in, he would undoubtedly have been effortlessly slain. At that moment, two knocks came from outside the door. Jiang Chen's spiritual sense extended, sensing it was Ouyang Rongrong. He opened the door. Hey, my senior apprentice brother sent me to give this to you. Saying this, Ouyang Rongrong handed him a letter, then continued. He said this letter contains various pieces of information about the Golden Core realm. Oh, and he instructed me to tell you he will be away from the sect for a while. If anything comes up, continue using that voice-transmitting stone. His junior martial uncle will handle things for you. Jiang Chun nodded. All right. The two stood there awkwardly, because Jiang Chun could tell that Ouyang Rongrong wanted to say something but hesitated, unable to bring herself to speak. After a moment of silence, Ouyang Rongrong finally said, I won't stay in the outer sect anymore. From now on, I will focus on cultivation. Jiang Chun smiled. All right. Ouyang Rongrong remained silent for a moment more, then said, we may not meet for a long time, but when we do meet again, don't let me get too far ahead of you. Chapter 83, Perfect Foundation to Golden Core. Ouyang Rongrong slightly lifted the corners of her lips, revealing a confident smile, her eyes sparkling with a lively gleam. You now possess formidable strength, and your cultivation speed is astonishing, but don't underestimate me. Don't think I'm someone easy to deal with. Recently, her grandfather's actions had felt like a heavy stone pressing on her heart, causing a buildup of pent-up frustration within her. Now, facing Jiang Chun, those long-suppressed emotions gushed out like a flood breaching a dam. Jiang Chun's expression turned serious as he fixed his gaze on Ouyang Rongrong and said, when have I ever underestimated you? Indeed, this was his heartfelt sentiment. From the very first time they met until now, Jiang Chun had never once regarded this woman lightly. Jiang Chun understood clearly in his heart that Ouyang Rongrong's cultivation level had already reached the core formation stage, but for reasons unknown, she had deliberately suppressed her realm to foundation building stage 9 and ceased further advancement. Yet, Jiang Chun had always respected others' privacy and never had the habit of prying into other people's secrets. Looking at the situation now, it seemed Ouyang Rongrong bore some similarities to Lu Yun, both harboring numerous secrets unknown to others. The two exchanged glances, sharing a knowing smile, conveying appreciation and understanding in their eyes. Ouyang Rongrong left with one final sentence. Wait for me to return and defeat you. As her words faded, her figure flickered like a ghostly shadow and instantly vanished from sight. In the following half-month, Jiang Chun continued to persist with his daily check-ins. Although the rewards he obtained from check-ins were nothing particularly outstanding, they were at least something gained, which was better than receiving nothing at all. Sometimes, Jiang Chun became so bored that he even entertained the thought of going out into the world to gain experience. However, when he proposed this request to the sect leader, he faced strong opposition, who firmly rejected his petition without mercy. The sect leader explained that the outside world was filled with danger and too perilous, advising him to wait a little longer, until he became stronger. Meanwhile, his master Qin Qingyi was currently in secluded cultivation, and Jiang Chun hadn't seen him for a long time. Jiang Chun couldn't help muttering inwardly. So, do I really have to keep checking in until I become invincible before leaving the mountain? Though I did have this thought initially, I never expected that one day, it would actually be the sect leader and elders who hoped I would do just that. Thinking this, Jiang Chun felt helplessness welling up in his heart. On this day, standing in the courtyard, he took a deep breath and slowly exhaled, whispering softly. Each level of my foundation building stages has already been refined to perfection. It can be said that the foundation building stage no longer offers any room for improvement for me. He felt the vast sea of spiritual energy within his body, as the power surged like mighty waves rushing through his meridians, musing to himself. Even newly core-formed cultivators probably wouldn't possess such immense spiritual power. Still, he clearly knew that the most terrifying aspect of the core formation stage lay in the ability to elevate one's domain, giving it true and fearsome might. I think it's time to attempt breaking into the core formation stage, but so far, I still don't have a detailed method for doing so, Jiang Chun murmured softly. Just then, a streak of purple light flashed, and the sect leader's figure suddenly appeared out of nowhere before him. Jiang Chun wore a stunned expression, his eyes wide open, filled with bewilderment. He now had every reason to suspect that the sect leader had been secretly monitoring his every move. Clad in an elegant long purple robe, the sect leader's silhouette fluttered gently in the breeze, adding to his air of an immortal cultivator. With a faintly wrinkled face, he revealed a kind smile and said, as my senior brother and I predicted, you've actually had the ability to fully refine all foundation building stages to perfection a long time ago. What we didn't expect was your sudden increase in physical strength, which naturally cost you additional time. Physical strength could increase the ceiling for foundation building perfection. Clearly, Jiang Qin's threshold had been significantly raised, which was why it took even more effort and time. The sect leader continued on his own accord. Many people wouldn't waste time and energy to do something thankless like refining every single stage to the ultimate level. Because not only does it require a tremendous amount of mental effort and focus, but it may also cause you to fall far behind your peers. Furthermore, the combat power improvement gained from such efforts is actually very limited. But what they don't know is how terrifying the enhancements can be once a stage is truly refined to the extreme. Of course, all of this will only become evident after ascending to the immortal Tao. The specific reasons, however, the sect leader did not elaborate further. His meaning was clear. He believed that Jiang Qin had the talent, and therefore should refine the power of every minor stage to the utmost when reaching each cultivation realm. The sect leader took out an exquisite brocade pouch from his sleeve and handed it to Jiang Qin. Only after Jiang Qin accepted the pouch did the sect leader speak slowly. This is the pouch left for you by your master. Wait until you are ready to break into the core formation stage before opening it, which is now. And I, he continued, will tell you some fundamental information about the core formation stage. Core formation means you have initially gained the ability to connect with the power of heaven and earth, enabling you to create a domain, granting it the might of heaven and earth. That is also why a foundation-building cultivator is destined to never defeat a core-formed one. The gap in cultivation level between these two realms is simply too vast. The half-step core-formed cultivator you defeated earlier was, after all, only at a half-baked level, still far from a true core-formed cultivator. The sect leader spoke these words out of concern that Jiang Qin might grow complacent from a single victory and overlook the enormous gap between major cultivation realms. But he was clearly overthinking. Jiang Qin had never entertained such thoughts, not even once. After all, during his fierce battle with that half-step core-formed cultivator, Jiang Qin had already profoundly felt the terrifying might of the opponent and could well imagine how terrifying a true core-formed cultivator would be. Core formation is divided into 9 grades, just like foundation building, ranging from the 1st to the 9th. The higher the grade, the stronger the heavenly and earthly power you can connect with and condense. My master achieved a 9th grade core formation, while I formed an 8th grade core. Speaking of it is truly a pity. If only your master had not encountered an unexpected incident back then, which caused him to hastily complete foundation building, he would be even more powerful now. As he spoke, the sect leader fell into reminiscence, a look of regret briefly crossing his face. After listening to the sect leader, Jiang Qin nodded respectfully and said, I understand, sect leader. Oh, by the way, is there also something called perfect core formation in the core formation stage, just like perfect foundation building? Jiang Qin suddenly asked. Upon hearing this, the sect leader paused slightly, then fixed his gaze on Jiang Qin, eventually smiling gently. Naturally there is, but perfect core formation is an extremely difficult endeavor. Do you truly intend to attempt it? Jiang Qin nodded without hesitation, his eyes firm with conviction. Yes. The sect leader burst into laughter. Then you'll first need enough luck to obtain the required pill for perfect core formation, the perfect heaven spirit pill. Such a pill can only be refined by a pill sage who has reached the pinnacle of alchemy, an alchemist sage, using the art of pill forging. Otherwise, it must be formed naturally through heaven and earth's nurturing. You've already done well to achieve perfect foundation building. As for perfect core formation, even if you obtain the heaven spirit pill, there is still only a 1 in 10,000 chance of success. To form a core, you must also endure 10,000 layers of thunderfire tribulation. From what I know, each layer of tribulation in perfect core formation is enough to kill a typical core-formed cultivator outright, not to mention 10,000 layers. After finishing his words, the sect leader's figure flickered and vanished. However, the killing a core-formed cultivator of the first stage, the sect leader referred to as talking about body resilience. In other words, even if one obtained the heaven spirit pill, to attempt perfect core formation would at the very least require a physical body of mid-core formation level, about the 4th to 5th stage of the core formation realm, to even stand a chance. And that was only a slight possibility. Regarding this, Jiang Qin didn't feel anxious at all, as he believed he still had some confidence in that department. It's just the heaven spirit pill. I wonder if there's any chance I could obtain it through daily check-ins. Jiang Qin pondered silently. Chapter 84, Axking. The previous perfect foundation-enhancing pill that Jiang Qin had obtained was acquired precisely through the system's daily sign-in feature. Since acquiring the system, although Jiang Qin persisted in daily check-ins and gained many precious items, until now he still knew nothing about the upper limit of the system's rewards, his heart filled with both confusion and curiosity. However, he had an inexplicable certainty, an inner conviction that the system's rewards were definitely not limited to what he had seen so far. Yet, when it came to whether the system could provide a miraculous treasure like the perfect heaven spirit pill, he felt the hope was slim. Recently, I must focus on tempering my physical body and strive to comprehend the second transformation of the true dragon. Jiang Qin's eyes were firm as he calculated inwardly. Even if I can't obtain the heaven spirit pill, I will still push for the 9th grade core formation. I absolutely cannot give up easily. He deeply understood that during the process of breaking through to the core formation stage, the strength of one's physical body played a crucial role, serving as the key factor in determining success or failure. After the sect leader left Jiang Qin's dwelling, he flickered his figure and flew toward a deep mountain in the outer sect. This mountain was perpetually shrouded in mist, with towering ancient trees that exuded a mysterious and serene aura. In a wide clearing within the deep mountain, there stood a tall and broad-bearded man with a muscular frame, bare-chested, wielding a huge axe and swinging it with complete focus. Every time the axe swung down, it came with a loud pong pong pong, shaking the surrounding air with a buzzing vibration, making the nearby trees tremble violently. Were there anyone with extraordinary vision present, they would have instantly realized that this man's physical strength had already reached the Jing Vajra body stage, indestructible and unbreakable. Relying solely on pure physical power, he could rival a ninth-ring foundation-building cultivator. If he were to unleash spiritual techniques as well, the power would be even more unimaginable, truly terrifying. Suddenly, the man's axe came to a halt. Without turning around, he merely spoke with a deep and calm voice. "Sect leader, what brings you here to find me?" His tone carried a sense of detachment and composure, as if he had already expected the sect leader's arrival. The purple-robed sect leader, who had just left Jiang Chen's place earlier, walked out from the woods with a slight smile, his eyes resting on the big man as he praised. "Axe King, your inner awareness truly is exceptional." The bearded man known as Axe King merely nodded expressionlessly without turning around, slowly saying, "The sect leader deliberately revealed your presence. If I still couldn't sense it, all these years of cultivating inner awareness would have been in vain." The sect leader nodded slightly before asking, "After all these years, are you going to remain stuck at the peak of foundation building forever?" Axe King shook his head gently, a faint look of helplessness appearing on his face as he said, "Among the same realm, it's rare to encounter an opponent with equal physical strength. Over time, my fighting spirit has faded." Hearing this, the sect leader's face carried a mysterious smile as he said, "There's a new arrival in the outer sect. How about you go and meet him?" Axe King was silent for a moment, a glint of confusion flashing in his eyes as he slowly replied, "Jiang Chun?" At this moment, there was still no hint of fighting spirit in Axe King's gaze. He was about to open his mouth to refuse. But the sect leader seemed to have already seen through Axe King's intentions and realizing he was about to refuse, quickly added, "His physical body is comparable to that of a core-formed cultivator." As soon as those words fell, Axe King's aura suddenly surged violently. A terrifying pressure erupted like a surging tide, instantly flattening all the trees within a radius of 1 li. This aura was as sharp as tangible blades, displaying extreme ferocity and sheer intimidation. Finally, Axe King turned around. A faint trace of excitement appeared on his face as he said, "Very well, I'll go and meet him." Watching Axe King's retreating figure, the sect leader also revealed a satisfied smile and whispered softly to himself, "Axe King, I discovered him in a forest 20 years ago when I was traveling outside the sect. This fellow has no other interests, except for chopping trees. 20 years ago, he already possessed the power to step into the core formation stage. But all these years, he's been fixated on tempering his body, unwilling to ascend to core formation because he couldn't find someone with a stronger physical body in the same realm. This time, I hope he can let go of his obsession and finally make the leap to core formation." Axe King, an outer sect prodigy little known within the Xianyun Sword sect, was a foundation-building Wudi de Tsinjet, unrivaled existence, a peerless force. Only the sect leader and 2 others knew of his existence. Others were completely unaware of him. Now, the sect leader looked forward eagerly, anticipating how brilliant the clash between 2 unparalleled geniuses of foundation-building stage would be. Time passed swiftly like a fleeting white colt. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. During this period, Jiang Chun had devoted himself entirely to cultivation, constantly suppressing his cultivation and striving to strengthen his physical body. He trained tirelessly day and night, drenched in sweat, never showing even a trace of slackness. Finally, on this day, Jiang Chun sat cross-legged, slowly exhaling a mouthful of turbid breath, his eyes gleaming with golden light, the corners of his lips slightly raised into a satisfied smile. Second transformation of the true dragon. I've succeeded. During this entire month of daily sign-ins, Jiang Chun had never obtained the perfect heaven spirit pill he so desired. Now that he had successfully completed the second transformation of the true dragon, he no longer intended to keep waiting. Perfect heaven spirit pill. If I still don't get it today, I'll just have to give up, Jiang Chun thought with slight regret, but his heart was calm and resolute. He glanced at today's sign-in location. It was the Sword Sea. Going to the Sword Sea again? Jiang Chun murmured softly. He then picked up his sect token, his figure flashing before vanishing on the spot. When he reappeared, Jiang Chun was already inside the inner area of the Sword Sea. This time, it was a bit different from the previous visit. As soon as he entered the Sword Sea, he saw 2 people. One was an unfamiliar bare-chested giant, holding a massive axe in his hand. He wore a blank expression, his eyes betraying an icy, indifferent gaze, as if nothing in the world could stir even the slightest emotion in him. The other figure was Kai Ran, a familiar face Jiang Chun had met the last time he trained here at the Sword Sea. Right now, Kai Ran was standing beside the giant, chattering nonstop. "Hey, your axe is way too cool. Wait, why have I never seen you before? And your aura is terrifying. I feel like you could kill me in an instant." Kai Ran babbled on, but the giant ignored him entirely, showing neither irritation nor any reaction at all, as if Kai Ran simply did not exist. He was completely disregarded. At the exact moment Jiang Chun appeared, a flicker of unusual emotion finally flashed in the giant's eyes. He locked his gaze onto Jiang Chun, eyes burning like torches, intensely examining Jiang Chun's aura and physical strength. After a moment, the giant's expression suddenly darkened as he angrily roared, "That old bastard sect leader lied to me. Your physical strength is indeed strong, but it's far from reaching the core formation stage. His voice brimmed with endless rage and disappointment. Jiang Chun looked completely confused, his heart full of questions. He never imagined his physical body not meeting the core formation standard would actually make this giant so furious. Before Jiang Chun could open his mouth to ask anything, the giant suddenly stomped his foot. His figure tore through space like a ghostly shadow, instantly appearing right in front of him. Fury burned in the man's eyes as he raised his axe high, clearly ready to bring it down with a killing blow. Seeing this, Jiang Chun curled his lips into a faint smirk. Good. I just completed the second transformation of the true dragon and still don't know how strong my body can truly become. I'll use you to test my power. The next moment, Jiang Chun activated the second transformation of the true dragon. In an instant, the heavens and earth seemed to echo with a terrifying, ancient dragon's roar, shaking the very air around them. Immediately afterward, Jiang Chun's body began to rapidly expand, growing several times larger within a blink. Dense layers of dragon scales emerged across his body, radiating an immense and mysterious aura. At this moment, his physical power had already reached a horrifying level, comparable to a 4th or even 5th rank core-formed cultivator. Witnessing this, Axe King was momentarily stunned. He stared at Jiang Chun blankly, his eyes brimming with complex emotions, excitement, battle intent, and a hint of disbelief. Jiang Chun observed Axe King's reaction and felt slightly baffled. Sure enough, his judgment had been correct. The freaks in the Xianyun Sword Sect were no ordinary kind. The sect leader didn't lie to me. Axe King suddenly roared, his voice filled with excitement and exhilaration. Meanwhile, Kai Ran, standing off to the side, watched the scene with stunned disbelief. He widened his eyes, staring at Jiang Chun in shock, his mind quietly exclaiming, "No way. Jiang Chun from the outer sect actually has such hidden techniques." Kai Ran had yet to fully grasp the power of the Blood Devil body, but he knew that in Jiang Chun's current state, even the Blood Devil realm opponent from their previous encounter could be easily crushed with a single punch. Chapter 85, Fierce Battle. For Jiang Chun at this moment, his purely powerful physical body was like an inexhaustible treasure trove. He didn't even need to draw upon his surging spiritual energy. With just this formidable physical body alone, he was more than capable of handling anything that came his way. Standing off to the side, Kai Ran fixed his gaze intently on Jiang Chun and Axe King in the arena, his face filled with shock. During this period, he had been diligently cultivating in the outer sect. He believed he had already gained a certain understanding of the sect's experts, yet he had never encountered anyone as strong and terrifying as these two. About the Axe King, in particular, Kai Ran had never heard even a single mention before. Awe swelled in his heart. Wow, the sect leader's planning is truly profound. Where in the world did he find these guys? Kai Ran watched the two battling intensely, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Just watching them filled him with exhilaration and joy. At this very moment, Jiang Chun stood proudly in midair, his eyes burning like torches as he looked down upon the Axe King. Suddenly, a meaningful smile curled his lips as he muttered to himself. So that's how it is. So that's how it is. In truth, he had already suspected something, and when Axe King had spoken earlier, all of his doubts had vanished, finally confirming his suspicions. This fellow was someone the sect leader had specifically arranged to spar and test him. I relied on the second transformation of the 9 dragon transformations to obtain my current physical prowess. Yet he, without the aid of any physical enhancement techniques, managed through years of relentless physical cultivation to surpass even the first transformation of the true dragon. Truly, his talent in physical cultivation is unmatched. Jiang Chun felt a surge of emotion within. Indeed, in this age of fierce competition, outstanding geniuses continue to emerge like stars across the sky. Thinking of this, Jiang Chun felt even more wary in his heart toward those hidden prodigies the sect leader had secretly cultivated within the Immortal Sword Sect. Only after defeating all the sect's young experts can I make my official return. Indeed, it would still require a long time. Beside him, Axe King's fiery gaze remained locked onto Jiang Chun in the air above, his breathing heavy and excited. Good. All these years, finally I've encountered someone with a powerful enough physical body to be my opponent. Axe King's entire mind and focus had always revolved solely around the physical body. This caused him to yearn ceaselessly for someone who could surpass him in sheer physical strength. So much so that until now, it had become a mental knot for him. If he could not be defeated, he would not willingly take another step forward. Now, witnessing the powerful physical might displayed by Jiang Chun, he had finally seen the glimmer of defeat. His heart brimmed with excitement, and his joy was clearly visible. With a mighty roar that rang through the sky like a great bell, Axe King shouted, "Let us battle, using only our physical strength." When it came to sheer physical power, Axe King was still slightly inferior to Jiang Chun at present. Yet with all these years of refining his body, his cultivation level had also increased dramatically. Despite having long surpassed the peak of foundation building 9th stage, his combat power had skyrocketed along with his enhanced physical training, continuously pushing the upper limits higher. If he were to incorporate his other powers into the battle, clearly, the odds of Axe King winning would be significantly greater. But his desire to be defeated by a stronger physical body was simply too intense. Jiang Chun looked down from the sky at the big bearded man below, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. He hesitated slightly, lost in thought. What exactly is going on here? After this brief interaction, Jiang Chun had gradually come to understand. Axe King wasn't complicated in his thinking. His only obsession was the yearning to be defeated. Jiang Chun pondered for a moment before deciding to grant the man's wish. He could see it was a long-held obsession for Axe King, and so he agreed readily. Very well, no problem. Unseen in the shadows, the sect leader had somehow appeared noiselessly, like a ghostly figure constantly shifting his position, like an eager spectator dissatisfied with his view, seeking a better angle from which to better witness this extraordinary battle. Upon hearing Axe King's words, even the sect leader was slightly stunned, silently amazed in his heart. This guy's obsession to be defeated by someone stronger in the physical arts is really too intense. But soon, his attention was drawn by the astonishing physical might displayed by Jiang Chun. A wave of confusion filled his heart. When did Jiang Chun's physical strength reach such a level? That was what truly astonished the sect leader. The level of physical power currently exhibited by Jiang Chun had already far surpassed anything he had imagined before. After all, the last time he had seen Jiang Chun, the young man had barely mastered the first transformation of the true dragon. Who could have imagined that in such a short time, Jiang Chun had already become even stronger? The 9 transformations of the true dragon. I suspect he's already mastered the second transformation. Otherwise, how could he exude such an overwhelming, terrifying aura? The sect leader mused silently. Thinking this, his confusion gradually melted away, and he turned his full attention back to the upcoming clash between these two powerhouses. Axe King had always been a promising talent the sect leader greatly admired. However, his obsession ran too deep, preventing him from advancing to a new realm of cultivation for a long time, which had troubled the sect leader for ages. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's response, Axe King finally displayed a genuine smile across his face. In the next instant, his demeanor drastically changed. His entire aura became cold and indifferent. Gripping his axe tightly, he blurred into motion, moving so fast it seemed as if he was tearing through empty space. Explosions of sonic booms rang through the air, and in the blink of an eye, a colossal axe, brimming with a sharp and ruthless momentum, came hurtling toward Jiang Chun with terrifying force. As Axe King had claimed, all of this was accomplished without even a trace of spiritual energy, pure physical might. This power was terrifying and horrifying, as if capable of obliterating anything standing in its way. Jiang Chun felt the immense force surging toward him, but his eyes showed no trace of fear. Without dodging or evading, he decisively met the attack with his bare fist. His fist, at the moment he activated the second true dragon transformation, had already been covered by layers of thick scales, the very scales of the true dragon. Across the heavens and earth, there was no doubt that the strongest defense belonged to the scales of the true dragon. Boom! The two titanic forces violently collided. In an instant, the entire space seemed to tremble. Axe King was sent flying several miles backward by the shockwave, while Jiang Chun was only thrown back a few hundred meters. This fellow not only possesses an incredibly strong physical body, but his mastery over the physical form and various killing techniques has also reached a level of perfection. And especially that axe of his. It was surely an ordinary weapon to begin with, but after years and years of constant use, it has developed a spiritual essence. Jiang Chun marveled silently within his heart, realizing that Axe King was truly a rare and exceptional individual. If Axe King ever had the chance to ascend to immortality in the future, that axe would definitely become his soul-bound artifact, unleashing even more astonishing power. Axe King, who had been sent flying, now steadily landed on the ground. Wiping away a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth with his hand, he burst into hearty laughter. "Huh? That old bastard, the sect leader, really didn't lie to me. Really didn't lie? Strong. So strong." As expected, within the same realm, there must be someone whose physical might surpass his mind. As Axe King's voice faded, he suddenly stomped his foot forward with immense force, and in the next blink, his figure vanished from the spot. Watching from the shadows, the sect leader's expression turned slightly helpless, muttering to himself, "This guy really doesn't know his own limits." Finding someone within the same cultivation stage with an even stronger physical body. Maybe there are such freaks out there, but the problem is, who in their right mind would spend 20 or 30 years cultivating their physical form at the foundation building stage? If not for Jiang Chen's sudden emergence as an exception to the rule, it would truly be difficult to find anyone in the foundation building realm capable of overpowering Axe King through sheer physical might alone. Perhaps, the sect leader would have no choice but to watch helplessly as this raw diamond remained stuck at the foundation building stage, forging his physical body for centuries, perhaps even 200 years. This time, Axe King was already giving it his all, holding nothing back. He instantly reappeared before Jiang Chun, his eyes blazing with red fury, raising his axe high above his head, channeling nearly 2 to 3 times his usual strength through his body into that single axe strike. And then, he ruthlessly cleaved downward with explosive force. This time, Jiang Chun even experienced a fleeting illusion, as if the void itself had been torn apart by that immense force. Jiang Chun burst into a hearty laugh. At the same time, he gathered all his strength into a single point and threw his fist straight at Axe King. Chapter 86. Perfect Heaven Spirit Pill. Breakthrough. Ascend to immortality. Jiang Chun stared firmly at Axe King before him, his heart unwavering with conviction. If he could defeat this powerful opponent, it would undoubtedly provide tremendous assistance to his path of invincibility. To steadily advance on this path of invincibility, the method wasn't complicated at all, constantly defeating Chengdura within the same cultivation realm. Moreover, the stronger the opponent, the greater the enhancement gained. At least at the foundation building stage, no matter how Jiang Chun thought about it, He couldn't find anyone more powerful than Axe King. Boom! Accompanied by an earth-shaking roar, two figures collided fiercely with their sheer physical strength. This tremendous force instantly stirred up fierce winds that surged outward like roaring ocean waves. The surrounding trees and shrubs were uprooted by this gale and flew into the air chaotically. Even the murderous aura and killing intentimon in the air were completely swept away by this overwhelming force. Kyran stood rooted to the spot, staring wide-eyed at the battle above, murmuring in disbelief. These freaks. How can humans be this strong? Is it even possible for physical bodies to possess such terrifying power? At this moment, both Axe King and Jiang Chun were holding nothing back, unleashing their full strength. The dust and sand swirling through the air formed a thick curtain, completely obscuring their figures, making it impossible for observers to clearly see the two. All that could be vaguely seen was two terrifying forces continuously clashing and tearing at each other. But judging from the momentum of the fight, one could faintly perceive that Jiang Chun currently held the upper hand, while Axe King was at a disadvantage. After a brief silence, Kyran calculated internally and decided this place was no longer safe to stay. Although he himself possessed formidable Blood Demon realm power and had the enhanced physical strength from the Blood Demon body, remaining here to witness this fight between two monstrous beings was too nerve-wracking. He feared accidentally being caught in the crossfire and suffering unexpected calamity. Therefore, he decided to leave this chaotic place first. The sect leader, hiding in the shadows, watched the scene unfold quietly. With his formidable power, naturally he could see every detail of the battle clearly. He noticed that Jiang Chun was practically dominating Axe King with an overwhelming advantage. Although Axe King was on the losing end, he showed absolutely no signs of retreat. Instead, he was continuously refining and strengthening his own power. Not bad, not bad. By this rate, Axe King is finally ready to break into core formation stage. In the sect leader's eyes, this battle would not only help Axe King resolve his inner conflict and abandon his obsession, smoothly advancing into core formation stage, but also significantly elevate Jiang Chun's invincible path, an ideal outcome benefiting both parties. Thus, the stalemate continued for several minutes. Suddenly, a terrifying force violently sent Axe King flying backward. His body plummeted like a falling meteor, crashing onto the ground with a dull thud. The intensity and destructive power of this battle could only be described as terrifying, sending chills down the observer's spine. Jiang Chun still floated steadily in midair, although some of his scale-like armor had cracked during the fierce fight. He took a deep breath, channeling massive waves of spiritual energy into his body, letting them surge and spread internally until finally a golden glow enveloped his entire body. Soon after, the damaged scales on his body completely restored to their original condition. System, check-in. Jiang Chun silently recited in his mind. Host successfully checked in. Received 1 perfect heaven spirit pill. Note, perfect heaven spirit pill. At the system's voice notification, a satisfied smile formed on Jiang Chun's face. He had suppressed his cultivation for such a long time, waiting precisely for this perfect heaven spirit pill. To achieve perfect core formation, he had made all the necessary preparations. Everything was now ready. Only this pill was lacking. With it in hand, he could immediately begin his breakthrough. The sect leader shifted his gaze toward Axe King, lying motionless on the ground. Axe King now lay exhausted, gazing blankly at the sky, panting heavily, yet his face carried a look of fulfillment. Suddenly, the sect leader's expression changed, a look of pleasant surprise in his eyes as he exclaimed joyfully, "He's finally going to enter core formation stage." For ordinary cultivators, breaking into the core formation stage under a state of complete energy depletion was undoubtedly an extremely dangerous endeavor. After all, the most terrifying aspect of the core formation stage lay in the immensely powerful heavenly lightning. For a normal foundation-building cultivator, enduring such lightning with their physical body alone could easily result in complete annihilation. Therefore, one must naturally prepare thoroughly. But Axe King was different. Although his power had now been completely drained, breaking through to the core formation stage was not difficult for him. After all, his physical strength still remained intact. Even if he simply lay there letting the heavenly lightning strike, he wouldn't suffer much damage. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun tightly shut his eyes and unrestrainedly released all his power. A terrifying aura continuously erupted from his body, spreading throughout the entire space. Boom, boom. He no longer suppressed his cultivation realm and had officially entered breakthrough mode. Above Jiang Chun, the once clear sky suddenly became darkened with thick clouds rolling in. Roaring heavenly lightning began forming within the clouds, emitting a deep rumbling sound. Seeing this scene, the sect leader couldn't help but feel alarmed. He thought to himself, Jiang Chun is going to break through directly too? However, he quickly regained his composure. He knew that with Jiang Chun's current strength, if he didn't break through now, it would be difficult for him to make further progress. The sect leader's eyes and full attention were now focused on Jiang Chun. Suddenly, he noticed the golden pill in Jiang Chun's hand, and his entire body instantly froze, his mind going blank as if struck by lightning. This pill was too familiar to him. Though he had never seen it in person before, he had heard plenty about it. Perfect Heaven Spirit Pill. Shock and confusion filled the sect leader's heart. It's actually the perfect Heaven Spirit Pill. How could this be? How is this possible? Thoughts flooded the sect leader's mind as he recalled various legends surrounding the perfect Heaven Spirit Pill. Yet the clearest fact in his mind was that only someone with extraordinary destiny, destined to become a true immortal, could obtain this miraculous pill. A true immortal, one step beyond ordinary immortality. Achieving the rank of true immortal was by no means an easy task. According to the sect leader's knowledge, countless top geniuses, even those personally sought out by him, had never managed to obtain this perfect heaven spirit pill. The sect leader inhaled deeply, striving to calm himself. He didn't speak again, but silently gazed upward, his heart filled with anticipation and curiosity. Jiang Chun swallowed the perfect heaven spirit pill without hesitation, then closed his eyes and began meditating, channeling his physical strength toward its ultimate peak. At this moment, an old man dressed in green robes flew overhead, sensing the fluctuations within his body, his face showing slight regret. What a shame. Ultimately, he chose to recultivate the sword path. Though already ascended to immortality, it's still somewhat regrettable. This old man was none other than Qinqingi. He had already been capable of ascension to immortality long ago. Over these years, apart from tirelessly trying to complete his own unrivaled Tao resonance, he had also refined his sword cultivation to its ultimate form. He could ascend any time he wished. Yet he had hesitated for years, eventually choosing this path for the sake of guiding and protecting his disciple. As Qinqingi approached Immortal Sect, the first thing he noticed was a bolt of heavenly lightning falling from the sky. Rubbing his chin, he thought to himself, is this my disciple? Doesn't seem likely. The 9-tier heavenly lightning must be Axe King. Didn't expect my junior brother to actually find a way to make Axe King break through to core formation. Qinqingi was extremely familiar with Axe King. He also knew all about Axe King's obsession. In his view, fulfilling that obsession was extremely difficult. After all, he had never found anyone who could defeat Axe King using physical strength alone. Though he knew his disciple possessed the true Dragon 9 transformations, he believed that the power of the first transformation alone was still far from sufficient. At that moment, Elder Ouyang and another core elder appeared beside Qinqingi. Seeing him, the two felt a mixture of emotions. You old bastard, finally ascended, unlike us who've yet to take this step despite all these years, Elder Ouyang said with slight envy. Yeah, the two elders sighed. Suddenly, Qinqingi's expression changed dramatically. He stared upward in shock. Chapter 87. Terrifying Lightning Tribulation. What in the world is going on? Qinqingi's gaze was locked onto the sky above. There, a terrifying lightning tribulation was raging, emitting a horrifying pressure that surged like a tidal wave. Its might was comparable to that of a peak formation Dan cultivator at the third stage of foundation building, enough to instantly reduce the seemingly solid physical body of a second stage formation Dan cultivator to nothingness. This level of destructive power was not only terrifying but utterly unimaginable. At this moment, not only Qinqingi, but also the two core elders standing beside him had been stunned into immobility, like statues frozen in shock, unable to move an inch. For a moment, their minds went completely blank, at a loss for words. After a long silence, Elder Ouyang finally spoke slowly, his voice trembling with disbelief, murmuring, this lightning tribulation, its pressure feels even more terrifying than breaking through to the Golden Core stage. Everyone knew that the Golden Core stage was a minor realm above the Formation Dan stage. What Elder Ouyang referred to was merely its pressure, not its actual destructive power. When it came to raw power, even the peak of the Formation Dan stage could not rival the Golden Core stage. There was simply a difference in hierarchy. Another core elder remained silent for a long time, his brow furrowed deeply, before he finally spoke. Have you ever considered that it seems as if heaven itself refuses to allow such a Formation Dan to exist, and that's why this terrifying lightning tribulation has descended, to completely obliterate him? Upon hearing those words, the three of them were struck with sudden clarity, as if they had received a splash of cold water that awakened their minds. Except for Qinqingi, the other two elders were visibly shaken and too frightened to dwell on that thought any further. Only my disciple. Only Jiang Chun would dare to attempt a perfect Formation Dan breakthrough. I never imagined he'd have such heavenly fortune to actually obtain the divine perfect spirit elixir. Qinqingi's eyes filled with concern as he murmured worriedly, but will his physical body be strong enough to withstand this terrifying lightning tribulation? Elder Ouyang sighed helplessly and replied slowly, from what I remember, 500 years ago in the Holy Land, there was a heaven-blessed prodigy who also obtained the divine perfect spirit elixir, but in the end, he gave up. Just obtaining it doesn't guarantee a successful perfect Formation Dan breakthrough. It only offers the option to survive the endless tribulations of the perfect Formation Dan stage. No one can help, and no one dares to help. Even immortal ascension experts attempting to interfere would ultimately end up dead and destroyed. It was unimaginable what kind of physical strength one would need to survive such a perfect Formation Dan tribulation. And judging by the terrifying might now radiating from the lightning above, it seemed even more frightening than the records passed down through rumors. The three of them simply stood there silently. Among them, Qinqingi's expression was the most complex. Originally, in his prediction and plan, Jiang Chun was supposed to break through using a 9th grade Formation Dan, not this. But when he returned from his cultivation journey, he found himself in this completely unexpected situation. It was a situation that caught Qinqingi rather off guard. You two stay here and guard him. Remember, raise the chi barrier to conceal the heavenly signs. With a solemn expression, Qinqingi issued the order before his body flickered away in a flash of light, vanishing into the distance. The Supreme Elder, Qinqingi, and the sect leader now stood together in the inner depths of the Sword Sea, their eyes fixed intently on the terrifying lightning storm above. In perfect unison, They activated their immortal ascension level powers, shielding the heaven's wrath completely so that the outside world couldn't detect anything that was happening here. Right now, no one's expression was more complicated than the Supreme Elders. He glanced at the sect leader, his face carrying a faint look of helplessness as he spoke. Just what exactly is going on here? How could you allow this kid to consume the divine perfect spirit elixir? Does he really believe he can withstand the wrath of heaven's lightning? Although among all the talented geniuses, the Supreme Elder had the least confidence in Jiang Chun. Jiang Qin's display of supreme talent left the Supreme Elder speechless and forced him to acknowledge it. The only reason for this attitude was because of Jiang Qin's chosen path, the path of invincibility. But no one would ever doubt the true depth of Jiang Qin's talent. Hearing the Supreme Elder's words, the sect leader also wore a face full of regret, bitterly smiling as he replied. He moved too fast, faster than I could even react. Right after his battle with Axe King, he swallowed the divine perfect spirit elixir and immediately began forming his core. The three of them fell silent again for a while, before the Supreme Elder exhaled a slow, deep sigh, saying, I spent 3 years of my cultivation power using the Tianji disc for calculations. The Divine Water Sect has indeed sent many people this time, and all of them have already been located under our watchful eyes. But I received some information indicating that the Divine Water Sect had sent another person, at a great cost, to completely conceal her presence. Our sect's current foundation is no match for the Divine Water Sects, so we won't waste our resources trying to uncover this person. We only need to tighten our defenses and make sure under no circumstances does she manage to carry any information out. Chen Qingyi and the sect leader both nodded simultaneously. They had anticipated something like this would happen and thus showed no visible surprise. After all, if the matter wasn't important, why would the Supreme Elder specially use the Tianji disc for calculations? At this moment, Jiang Chun was standing directly beneath the dense, dark clouds. Above, the heavenly lightning continued to condense, growing denser and denser, frequently erupting into pillars of thunder as thick as water barrels. These lightning pillars first appeared one by one, then rapidly merged into a single massive bolt, before instantly splitting apart again, and soon after rejoining once more. Finally, a thunderous bolt over 100 meters wide came crashing down with apocalyptic fury, straight toward Jiang Chun. Boom! A deafening roar pierced the heavens. Midair, Jiang Chun was instantly stripped of all control over his spiritual energy and bodily strength under the oppressive heavenly might. He plummeted like a broken kite, struck ruthlessly by that bolt of lightning. Crash! Though the scales on Jiang Chen's body did not shatter from the impact, they were left blackened and charred, clearly sustaining a significant degree of damage. In truth, after activating the second dragon transformation, Jiang Chen's physical body had already reached a power level equivalent to someone at the third stage of foundation building. Though Axe King's physical strength was slightly weaker than Jiang Chen's, he had managed to fight Jiang Chen so fiercely due to his superior mastery of physical abilities. Axe King, who had refined his body over the course of 30 to 40 years, possessed extraordinary physical prowess due to his unique talent in body cultivation. Yet, over at the side, Axe King still lay unconscious beneath the falling lightning bolts, his body unscathed, bearing no marks of injury. Jiang Chen slowly lifted his head, gazing at the still roiling thunderstorm above, murmuring bitterly. That one strike didn't hurt too much. But there are still 9,999 more to go. Jiang Chen's heart was filled with helpless resignation, so much so that he felt like weeping but couldn't even shed tears, and he could only keep enduring this terrifying tribulation. Furthermore, his spiritual energy was now entirely sealed. The overwhelming ability to devour energy and recover strength instantly vanished. However, he discovered to his delight that under the enhancement of the second dragon transformation, his body's recovery speed was astonishingly fast. In the blink of an eye, the charred marks on his scales gradually faded, returning to their original appearance. But the following lightning bolts will definitely grow more frequent and faster. If I can't endure it, my physical body will be completely destroyed. As for my soul, the heavens will unleash an even more terrifying lightning tribulation, directly shattering it and scattering my spirit into oblivion. Jiang Chun murmured with a grave expression. He knew full well that if he couldn't withstand the heavenly thunder, not only would his body perish, but his soul would have no hope of survival either, nor would there be any possibility of reforming his physical form. For once someone at a higher level enters, the tribulation intensifies correspondingly, mercilessly crushing them as well. This was an unbreakable rule of heaven and earth. At least, even experts at the Ascendant Saint level were powerless to escape. What followed was a relentless storm of terrifying lightning bolts cascading down, one after another. Gritting his teeth, Jiang Chun continued to resist wave after wave of attacks. As time passed, the frequency and speed of the lightning grew faster and faster. Chapter 88, Arduous. Although Jiang Chen's scales and physical body were stubbornly recovering, the speed was clearly no longer keeping up with the rhythm of the descending lightning tribulation. The tribulation not only came with incredible speed, but more terrifyingly, its contained power was bedinjungchang little by little. At this moment, it was merely the 300th bolt of lightning tribulation, already this terrifying. It was truly unimaginable what kind of horrifying intensity the 10,000th bolt would unleash. Chen Qingyi, the Grand Elder, and the sect leader stood by the side watching Jiang Chun in the sky. Each of them wore anxious expressions, their faces heavy with burdens as if pressed down by 1,000 jin of weight. Indeed, that sect leader from the Holy Land before had guessed correctly. The thunder tribulation of perfect foundation done definitely isn't the same as those we've heard of through gossip. Perhaps those rumors held a bit of truth, but the real lightning tribulation is undoubtedly far more terrifying. The Grand Elder's expression was as dark as ink, his voice deep as he spoke, filled with worry and helplessness. Chen Qingyi wore a look of deep regret on his face as he murmured regretfully, "If I had known, I would have returned earlier. If only I'd come back sooner, I might have been able to stop him." In truth, from the beginning he had felt in his heart that Jiang Chun probably wouldn't be fortunate enough to obtain another perfect Tianlingda. Yet deep within, there was a vague suspicion. Now, it had indeed proven true. Jiang Chun not only actually obtained the perfect Tianlingda, but judging from the speed and power of the lightning descending, it wouldn't be long before the force became terrifying enough to completely shatter Jiang Chun's physical body. Once his physical body was shattered, there truly would be no way to recover anymore. The sect leader beside them took a deep breath and slowly exhaled, his tone heavy as he spoke. With Jiang Chun's talent, reaching the 9th grade foundation on stage would have already been sufficient. But he insisted on choosing this path, so extremely arduous. Looking at it now, his survival chances seemed close to nothing. A flash of deep regret flickered in his eyes. All three of them had high hopes for Jiang Chun, eagerly expecting him to grow into the pillar of the sect, but now they could only watch helplessly as he fell into this life and death crisis. Although all of them had become quasi-ascended experts, possessing extraordinary strength, the heavens' Tao is flawed. Bound by the rules of heaven and earth, they were powerless. Only true ascended experts had the ability to resist the heavenly Tao and save Jiang Chun amidst this punishment. However, under the current laws of heaven and earth, even if there were a true ascended expert who happened to survive that brutal war, their strength would have long been greatly reduced, and they also feared to intervene. In secret, a woman whose figure was alluringly graceful stood watching this scene unfolding above. She wore a black robe and a mask, standing not far from the three. Yet despite this, no one sensed her presence at all. Jiang Chun truly is the heavenly chosen prodigy they spoke of, the woman softly murmured to herself, her voice filled with a trace of emotion. Then, she slightly lifted the corner of her lips, a regretful smile revealing itself as she spoke. What a shame. Such a suitable partner for dual cultivation will die beneath the heavenly calamity. He really underestimated the danger and lost his reverence for perfect foundation. The dual cultivation secret technique passed down by my master, another suitable candidate lost. I'll need to seek another carefully once more. This woman was actually the assassin sent by the Spirit Water Sect, the very critical method by which the Spirit Water Sect had attempted to crush the Immortal Cloud Sword Sect and seize a share of the great struggle. For this reason, the Spirit Water Sect had already paid an enormous price. Meanwhile, Kai Ran had just run a short distance when he saw the two masses of dark clouds in the sky above, and the terrifying heavenly lightning continuously forming within. Instantly, he halted in his tracks, fixing his gaze directly on the sight, his eyes filled with shock. Dear goodness, how come the lightning during Fu Wang's and Jiang Chen's foundation formation is this terrifying? Kai Ran couldn't help but murmur to himself. And as for Jiang Chun, are those 1,000 lightning strikes Fu Wang endured equivalent to just one strike for him? Kai Ran had witnessed foundation formation several times before, and even seen 1 or 2 9th grade foundation on displays. They're might roughly on par with Fu Wang's. But seeing now the power above Jiang Chen's head, he instantly understood. The mightiness told him that this fellow definitely wasn't condensing an ordinary 9th grade foundation dan. Rather, it was truly a perfect foundation dan, said to be terrifying beyond imagination. At this moment, many inner elders throughout the sect had been drawn over by this terrifying pressure. Upon sensing the aura boundary upheld by the top 3 figures of the Immortal Cloud Sword sect, they immediately realized the seriousness of the matter. Therefore, one after another, they unleashed their inner power, raising an even more powerful aura barrier, directly temporarily isolating the entire Immortal Cloud Sword sect from the outside world. Minute by minute passed, lightning bolts striking continuously. The 1,000th, the 2,000th, up to the 5,000th. When the 5,000th lightning bolt struck, Jiang Chen's scales began to crack one by one. The healing speed of his physical body was far slower than the rate at which the heavenly lightning descended, not to mention the lightning's power had been continuously intensifying, accumulating relentlessly. Chen Qingyi's expression became extremely complex, filled with both sorrow and boundless helplessness in his eyes. He murmured to himself, is there truly no way to save Jiang Chun beneath these heavenly lightning bolts? He continuously searched his mind for a solution, racking his brain, but finding absolutely nothing. Eventually, the entire man seemed to have aged 10 years in an instant, his eyes filled with despair. This youth, upon whom he had placed his hopes, the boy he believed most likely to forge an unbeatable path, was he destined to end his life here, still at the foundation formation stage? And yet, he, Chen Qingyi, could do absolutely nothing. Though the Grand Elder and the sect leader didn't react as intensely as Chen Qingyi, they still sighed silently, saying no more. In their hearts, they too were filled with futility and sorrow. As lightning bolt after lightning bolt continued descending, Jiang Chun even felt his consciousness becoming muddled, his vision blurring around the edges. Fiery pain from every part of his body engulfed him, as though he were trapped within raging flames, suffering endlessly. First the scales shattered, then the skin blackened, finally cracking open, trickles of blood continuously seeping out. His physical body desperately tried to repair itself, yet each time before healing was complete, lightning's force shattered it once again, repeating endlessly, in a vicious cycle. When the 8,000th lightning bolt struck, Jiang Chun felt as though his physical body was nearly completely disintegrating, and consciousness hovered on the verge of unconsciousness. But he endured, forcing himself to stay awake, for he clearly understood, should he fully lose consciousness, all would be in vain, leaving no opportunity at all. Haha, Jiang Chun gasped heavily, his entire body soaked in blood, like a bloody figure whose appearance looked indescribably horrifying. Just then, Fu Wang also completed his tribulation, successfully becoming a foundation formation expert. He slowly regained consciousness, first looking around in confusion, then raising his gaze to the sky. He immediately froze, completely stunned by the scene before him. This? Fu Wang's eyes widened, shock clearly visible on his face as he said, how could his heavenly tribulation be this terrifying? Looking toward the three figures beside him with immense surprise, the admiration in his eyes toward Jiang Chun was apparent. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder heaved a deep sigh and said, Fu Wang, Jiang Chun is forming a perfect foundation da. There was once a rumor that none of us paid attention to, nor believed, but now I think it might very well be true. Saying so, he lifted his head, gazing gravely at Jiang Chun high above. After a moment of silence, he spoke slowly. The final lightning bolt will be the combined power of all previous strikes. Chapter 89, Terrifying Heavenly Lay, True Dragon's Third Transformation. The moment these words were spoken, the several people around instantly fell silent. Horror filled their eyes as they tightly stared at Jiang Chun high up in the sky. Although deep in their hearts they still held on to a glimmer of hope for Jiang Chun. How could an ordinary person withstand the terrifying power of no less than 9,999 heavenly lightning strikes stacked together? Given the current situation, it seemed truly difficult for Jiang Chun to survive this catastrophe. However, everyone silently kept their thoughts to themselves in tacit agreement. After all, under such circumstances, nothing said could change the current reality. Everything now depended solely on Jiang Chun himself. The assassin from the Divine Water Sect merely glanced indifferently at Jiang Chun. From her eyes, one could already see her certainty that Jiang Chun was destined to die. However, due to the mission's uniqueness and importance, she had to personally witness this moment, which is why she had to waste her time here. What a pity, sighed the assassin softly, muttering to herself. If this young man had chosen to form his golden core at the 9th grade level back then, I could have used the soul-stealing method on him. That way, the Divine Water Sect would have gained another powerful ally. More importantly, during the upcoming struggle for power and status within the sect, I would have had far more opportunities. Boom, boom, one after another, dense and extremely fast lightning bolts fell so quickly they were nearly impossible to see, one immediately following the next, pouring down like a storm. Finally, after the 9,999th lightning bolt, the storm ceased. Immediately afterward, a more horrifying thunder began brewing above. It carried an earth-shaking might, as if it aimed to reduce all things in the world to dust. Even Axe King, who had just broken through to the Golden Core stage, couldn't help trembling all over upon sensing the terrifying oppressive force emitted by this thunder. A deep, soul-searing fear surged from within. Axe King was certain that if this lightning locked onto him instead, there would be absolutely no chance of survival, without the slightest doubt. After all, once targeted by heavenly thunder, all the strength of a Golden Core cultivator becomes unusable, leaving one directly overwhelmed by this terrifying force. Axe King's gaze involuntarily shifted toward Jiang Chun, the young genius who had made him wait for 30 long years, finally arriving with a physical prowess capable of defeating him. Jiang Chun's consciousness now seemed on the verge of dissipating. He remained barely conscious through sheer tenacity, clinging to his last breath of life. This heavenly thunder is truly terrifying indeed, Jiang Chun muttered, a hint of admiration unavoidable in his voice. Then his eyes turned dazed. Was his life really destined to end like this? Judging from the current situation from any angle, it seemed he had little chance of survival, unless he could gain the power of the third transformation of the true dragon. If that were possible, withstanding this thunder tribulation wouldn't be difficult anymore. But how difficult was it truly to transform from the second to the third stage of the true dragon? The obstacles were like attempting to climb into the heavens, insurmountable. Above, the lightning tribulation continued to intensify. A gigantic, dragon-shaped bolt of thunder gradually formed, measuring 1,000 zhang in length and 500 zhang in width, emanating a violent and overwhelming presence. The thunderous dragon opened its blood-red maw, unleashing endless bolts of lightning, seemingly capable of annihilating everything in existence. This was heavenly wrath, divine retribution. Perfect golden core cultivation defied the natural cosmic order, so naturally, divine punishment was cast down to judge and obliterate the youth daring to challenge the celestial laws. The four stood silently to one side, gazing at this terrifying heavenly lightning. Under the overwhelming divine power, Axe King's legs weakened, almost buckling to the ground. Had it not been for the three false ascended kings erecting a protective barrier in time, blocking the terrifying power, Axe King would have been crushed by the overflow of this force. The assassin from the Divine Water Sect also raised her head, looking upward, her expression grim, murmuring, "Is this truly the heavenly thunder born of a perfect golden core tribulation?" Beneath the mask, her beautiful eyes shone with surprise, confusion, and above all, fear. It was a primal human fear of divine might, the powerlessness and despair felt when facing an unstoppable, overwhelming force. As the Divine Water Sect's chosen genius, she had entered cultivation through the 9th grade golden core. To most people, the gap between the ninth grade and perfection seemed minor, only a small stage apart. In reality, however, the difference was as vast as heaven and earth, too great for anyone to ever bridge, let alone surpass. Even she, Kai Ran, and the Grand Elder, the few who still harbored a sliver of hope previously, even Axe King, at this moment, finally gave up any hope that Jiang Chun could survive this tribulation. They had even started considering who they should focus on cultivating next, who should be pushed forward to bear the future of the sect. Because in their eyes, fate was like an unscalable mountain towering before them, evoking pure despair. Chun Qingyi couldn't help but turn his head away, letting out a slight sigh, his eyes slightly reddened. He had only just taken this apprentice not long ago, yet he had already placed great hopes upon him, longing to see him shine brightly on the path of cultivation. At this very moment, Jiang Chun, who had already been nearly driven into unconsciousness by the terrifying might, suddenly had his pupils turn golden, and a faint, mysterious power began to swirl around his body. Faintly, one could see a towering, sky-obscuring figure appearing behind him, shaped like a dragon. It was unmistakably the form of the ancient True Dragon. In the next instant, Jiang Chun suddenly let out a mighty roar. True Dragon's third transformation. As his voice fell, his entire body was instantly enveloped completely in dragon scales. This time was completely different from the previous two transformations. The scales were purely golden, radiant, and dazzling. His body also began rapidly expanding. Under this transformation, those around him appeared no different than tiny ants in comparison. At the same time, every injured part within his body was completely healed in an instant. Boom! Before anyone could even react, the terrifying heavenly lightning came crashing down like a mountain collapsing. When the thunderous dragon struck fiercely onto Jiang Chun, an intense explosion rang out, and the terrifying shockwaves spread outward like surging ocean waves, turning everything in its path into a scene of utter devastation. Had it not been for the timely creation of energy barriers by the three powerful experts, some of the dangerous elements within the sword sea might have been unleashed. A long time later, the heavenly thunder gradually faded away, and the smoke and dust slowly dissipated. A portion outside the protective barrier had already been transformed into utter ruins, with broken walls and scattered debris everywhere, in a complete mess. Yet only Jiang Chun remained standing proudly between heaven and earth, unscathed. Not even a single dragon scale had fallen from his body. At this moment, Jiang Chun radiated an extremely powerful and terrifying aura, making it nearly unimaginable that this could belong to merely a teenager who had just entered the foundation building stage. Just this Sishu alone surpassed even that of many cultivators who had reached the peak of foundation building. Of course, this was only the Qishu. If one were to closely investigate, they would discover his power still remained at the first stage of foundation building. However, compared to ordinary foundation building experts, his aura was much more intense and profound, as though it contained boundless potential. A trace of relief appeared on Jiang Chen's face as he smiled slightly. Finally succeeded. The power of perfect foundation building truly isn't bad at all. Before him, a tiny golden pill slowly appeared, containing various kinds of forces within. This was the dawn Jiang Chun had condensed. Inside existed blood demon power, sword Dao force, physical power, yet the dominant and overwhelming majority of its energy was invincible power. From this golden pill, waves of terrifying great Dao power continuously rippled outward, as if they originated from ancient times. Although this force contained no offensive or destructive capabilities, and had no striking force, anyone who felt it could not help but shudder involuntarily in their hearts. This was an absolute overbearing pressure, a force that inspired reverence. Chapter 90. Tremendous improvement, assessing the gains. Even the three pseudo-Dingshin cultivators, Chun Qingyi, the sect leader, and the senior elder, were visibly moved when they sensed the Dao power radiating from the dawn pill condensed by Jiang Chun. The terror of this power didn't lie in the level of cultivation, but rather in the purity of the Dao itself. Since the ancient times, the power of the Dao in the heavens and earth had become increasingly impure. By the current cultivation stage they had reached, the Dao power was even more meager, nothing like the vast and majestic Dao power of ancient times. Back then, the Dao power was an awe-inspiring force that transcended the heavens, explaining why genuine Dengxian experts could defy the heavenly Dao. As for the series of events that happened later, the reasons remained unknown. Although traces of the truth could be faintly discerned from scattered records in ancient texts, none had ever reached its core. Yet in their hearts, they all knew it must have been closely tied to the heavenly Dao itself. Chun Qingyi exhaled deeply, his eyes filled with excitement. As for his most beloved and only disciple, Jiang Chun, he had previously been filled with worry and fear, dreading that Jiang Chun might actually perish under the terrifying Tanjia. Unexpectedly, Jiang Chun had actually succeeded in resisting the Tanjia. The sect leader, standing nearby with a complex expression, spoke slowly. No wonder I've always had this strange feeling. Jiang Chen's Dao power at the foundation building stage had seemed so unique. That feeling was difficult to articulate because that Dao power was extremely thin, barely a thread. Now that he's successfully formed his core, I finally understand. This power originates from ancient times, the purest Dao power of antiquity. No wonder the heavens sent down such a horrifying lightning jia. Evidently, they won't allow an uncontrollable expert to emerge. The three fell silent again, once more shaken by Jiang Chen's potential. This time, Jiang Chen's potential surpassed even what they'd witnessed before. As for Axe King, who usually appeared dull and daijure, Almost never speaking, he stared Chimidig at Jiang Chun now, wearing Shutridic Sharum on his face. After a moment, Axe King murmured to himself, "This is the mighty cultivator I must pursue. No, from now on, I will follow closely beside him until I surpass him completely." Though Axe King clearly understood the sheer difficulty of surpassing Jiang Chun. In fact, one could even say that this was practically an impossible task. Even so, he didn't care. He had firmly decided to continue following Jiang Chun, treating him as the ultimate target and motivation for his cultivation path. The other three nearby, upon hearing Axe King's words, were momentarily speechless. In their minds, the Axe King was indeed the #1 prodigy among the Outer Sect disciples, but hadn't even fought Jiang Chun directly yet. How did he decide so hastily to chase after him so devotedly? Looking at Jiang Chun's current strength and aura, perhaps few among the Inner Sect's experts could even stop him anymore. If this continued, it would be inevitable that those Inner Sect experts would ultimately become mere stepping stones for Jiang Chun's unstoppable journey. The assassin sent by the Divine Water Sect had been hiding in the shadows all this time, motionless and silent, as if her mind had frozen the moment Jiang Chun successfully endured the air. She was completely stunned by Jiang Chun's incredible power and shocking talent. It was only after a long while that the figure behind the mask slightly curved her lips into a meaningful smile and murmured to herself, "Looks like he's not bad at all. I hope he can last a while longer under my soul ensnaring art. What an excellent cauldron in waiting." With that, her figure flickered like a ghost and vanished from sight, leaving behind only silence. As for Kai Ran, he stood rooted to the spot, gazing up at Jiang Chun suspended in midair like a god, his mind only filled with one thought. F***CK. This dude is amazing. The last time he'd fought Jiang Chun, he hadn't felt such a clear gap between them. Now, seeing Jiang Chun survive a perfect core formation ninja, undergoing such an earth-shattering transformation in power, he finally understood just how unbridgeable the gap between them had become. Nevertheless, he quietly calculated in his mind that perhaps becoming Jiang Chun's underling still held a faint chance. After I break through to core formation, I'll head for the Inner Sect and see if I can become one of Jiang Chun's followers. If I can walk behind him, I'd also gain prestige, Kai Ran mused quietly. Elsewhere, Jiang Chun calmed his mind, familiarizing himself with the surging power inside him before silently murmuring, "First, let me test my domain. I want to know just how powerful my domain is now." He suddenly stretched out his hand, and a terrifying pressure surged outward from him like a roaring tide. Blood Demon Domain, first stage. In an instant, the entire area within 100 miles seemed to transform into a grim and horrifying underworld, with countless terrifying ghosts constantly surging and descending from the void. Everyone within the range of this domain felt as though they were about to be dragged helplessly into an endless abyss of darkness by this horrifying presence, unable to break free. Of course, except for Chun Qingyi, the sect leader, and the senior elder. Even so, the three of them were momentarily stunned. They exchanged glances, their eyes filled with astonishment. This power is incredible. Logically, a mere foundation-building cultivator shouldn't possess strength of such a level. It seems the perfect core formation has elevated the domain force to an entirely new peak. The three couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, gaining yet another new understanding of Jiang Chun's formidable power. The one watching all this in silence from the shadows was Kai Ran, whose expression was the most complex of all. 1,000 feelings surged within him as he silently cursed. "No way, bro. The Blood Demon Domain was supposed to be my exclusive skill. I only transformed my Blood Demon realm into the Blood Demon Domain after entering the foundation building stage. Now he surpassed me so thoroughly. It's just too embarrassing to face others in the future." Kai Ran could already picture an awkward scene. After he struggled to defeat an opponent, the enemy would sneer, "Your Blood Demon Domain doesn't even match Jiang Chun's. He defeated me instantly, while you still need more practice." Next, Jiang Chun unleashed the Heaven and Earth chessboard. Since his cultivation breakthrough, the Heaven and Earth chessboard had also undergone tremendous changes. Previously, it could only pull a single opponent into his own chessboard. Now, it was completely different. It could equalize the cultivation realm of every opponent within the chessboard's coverage to match Jiang Chun's own. In the sky above, a faint golden chessboard slowly appeared, then came crashing down like a mountain, instantly covering a radius of 100 miles. Everyone inside this area, except for the Divine Water Sect assassin and the three elders, felt an indescribable suppression as if an invisible mountain pressed down upon them, suffocating their breath. Jiang Chun glanced at the situation with mild frustration and muttered, "What the hell?" Even Kai Ran, who's still at the foundation building stage, got elevated to the early foundation core stage under the chessboard. He couldn't help but wonder, could it really amplify strength like this? This discovery astonished Jiang Chun greatly. Still, he understood that such an enhanced strength wasn't particularly threatening. With a mere thought, he could instantly kill the person off. At this moment, Jiang Chun finally grasped the terrifying nature of this chessboard. He murmured to himself, "This chessboard is truly monstrous. I wonder what kind of power it will wield when I reach the core formation stage and break through again." Filled with anticipation, Jiang Chun also gained a rough understanding of how the Heaven and Earth chessboard improved. He realized that as his strength advanced, the chessboard would improve as well. Each major cultivation breakthrough he achieved would elevate the chessboard by a level. This method of improvement was simple and direct, yet the power boost it offered was astonishing. Finally, Jiang Chun steadied his breathing, circulated the energy within his body, and forcefully drew out the infinite immortal sword from his storage space. This sword was clearly very different from before. It had shed its former dull and ancient black appearance, now gleaming in a vibrant jade green. It no longer looked plain or forgettable. Should it fall to the ground, someone might even pick it up. However, outwardly, it still seemed quite ordinary. Even if someone picked it up, they'd probably mistake it for a common sword and sell it off cheaply. Jiang Chun unsheathed the sword and poured his energy into it. Instantly, a piercing force of sword chi erupted forth, accompanied by faint greenish-blue light. Contained within this force was terrifying, devastating power, seemingly capable of severing every obstacle in the world. Chapter 91. The Era of Great Struggle, the Origin of Heaven's Tao. However, a determined glint flashed across Jiang Chen's eyes. He suddenly raised his sword and slashed fiercely towards the horizon. In an instant, a dazzling golden sword beam tore through the sky, like a sharp blade ruthlessly cutting through the thick layers of clouds. Wherever this sword beam passed, the heavens and clouds churned violently, as if being stirred by an invisible giant hand. The earth trembled, and the surrounding land quaked violently beneath the terrifying force. The power of the Tao erupted in full force at this moment. That ancient, pure force surged from within Jiang Chen's body like surging tides, resonating with the boundless immortal sword in his hand, radiating an awe-inspiring light. At the same time, Jiang Chen's perfect immaculate sword body underwent a tremendous enhancement. The sword energy he could once control now became even fiercer, as if possessing its own will. Each strand of sword energy contained the power to destroy heaven and earth. Moreover, to his pleasant surprise, Jiang Chen also achieved a brand new breakthrough in protective sword energy. His first layer of protective sword energy was astonishingly effective. Even against sneak attacks from opponents at the same cultivation stage, or even those of higher levels, this sword energy could stably block the assault, buying him ample time to react. Of course, he also understood clearly that if the power gap was too great, such as facing core formation stage experts or above, this sword energy would be of limited use, as massive cultivation gaps could not be easily bridged by simple techniques. Only after completing all this did Jiang Chen slowly descend from the sky. The three elders, including the Supreme Elder, simply stood there staring at Jiang Chen, their eyes filled with shock and awe. At this moment, a single thought filled their minds. Just how strong are you? Why doesn't my core formation feel like this? In their understanding, achieving perfect foundation building was more about laying a solid foundation for cultivation. Although it offered some enhancement in combat strength, it shouldn't reach a level where it could easily overpower others. Yet, Jiang Chen's perfect core formation completely overturned their understanding, displaying an unbelievable level of power. After landing, Jiang Chen slightly lifted the corners of his mouth and murmured to himself, "Not bad. Truly remarkable. With my current battle power, I should be able to easily deal with those inner sect prodigies who have been meticulously selected and prepared by the sect leader over the years. There shouldn't be much difficulty at all." Jiang Chen was filled with confidence in his present combat abilities, but he wasn't arrogant or conceited, nor would he underestimate those inner sect prodigies. After all, anyone chosen by the sect leader must have unique and extraordinary talents, not mediocre at all. The Supreme Elder glanced at the sect leader, whose eyes were already fixed on him. Their silent exchange of glances deliberately excluded Chen Qingyi, because Chen Qingyi's stance had always been the same from beginning to end. His disciple was the strongest. There was no need to consider anyone else. Sect leader, the Supreme Elder said earnestly, slightly frowning. I believe that Jiang Chen has enormous potential for cultivation advancement. In fact, if we are speaking about various talents and abilities, I think it would be difficult to find someone within the inner sect who can rival him. However, the invincible Tao he cultivates is too unique, and other sects are certainly not pushovers either. Hearing this, the sect leader slightly nodded his head, then responded via secret voice transmission. Continue to intensify the cultivation training for Jiang Chen. If within a year he can defeat all the prodigies of our Xianyun sword sect, then bestow the sect's divine fortune upon him, allowing him to unleash its full potential. Success brings shared glory, failure brings shared ruin. The Supreme Elder nodded again. In truth, long before this, he and the sect leader had somewhat differing views. In the Supreme Elder's opinion, the sect leader might have been somewhat influenced by Chen Qingyi, but now the circumstances were different. From every angle, Jiang Chen was the most suitable candidate for focused cultivation. If not for the fact that Jiang Chen had chosen the Invincible Tao, they would have already removed others from the elite cultivation plans, concentrating the entire sect's resources on cultivating Jiang Chen alone. Not just the three of them. Even the ancient sleeping experts of the Xianyun sword sect would hardly find anyone willing to object. It was only unfortunate that because of the Tao Jiang Chen practiced, they hesitated slightly when making decisions. Jiang Chen was about to open his mouth to speak when suddenly Axe King, standing to one side, rushed over with immense excitement, charging forward like a wild bull. With a loud thud, he knelt down on the ground. Grabbing tightly onto Jiang Chen's leg, he loudly shouted, "Jiang Chen, let me follow you from now on as your humble companion. I want to stay by your side." This sudden action startled Jiang Chen quite badly. Instinctively, he kicked out. Since the effects of true Dragon 9 transformations had not yet dissipated, his strength was extremely powerful. Even Axe King, a fellow known for his strong physical body, was sent flying like a broken kite, effortlessly kicked away. However, Axe King seemed determined to follow Jiang Chen. Right after being kicked away, he quickly got back up and rushed back toward Jiang Chen again. After quite a while, Jiang Chen finally calmed down. He looked at Axe King with an expression of helplessness and slight frustration, saying, "So, because you want to defeat me, you've come here to become my follower?" After listening to Axe King's explanation, Jiang Chun felt momentarily at a loss, his heart filled with mixed emotions. He thought to himself, this reasoning makes sense, but why does it feel strangely off? Are you sure you won't suddenly turn on me one day and stab me in the back? But when he saw the sincerity and yearning in Axe King's eyes, Jiang Chun felt he might actually give him a chance to prove himself. Just as Jiang Chun hesitated, the sect leader suddenly chuckled and spoke. "Jiang Chun, Axe King is quite talented. Accept him. He admires strength, but not just any strong individual. He focuses on physical cultivation, and only those stronger than him in terms of physical prowess can truly earn his loyalty. You don't have to worry about him ambushing you at night either. This guy only desires an honest, fair fight to defeat you." Upon hearing these words, Jiang Chun nodded slightly, feeling somewhat reassured. From his recent interactions with the sect leader, Jiang Chun had come to deeply respect his master's meticulous nature. The sect leader had probably studied every personality trait and weakness of Axe King thoroughly before bringing him back into the sect. What a great master I have. Just like me, he enjoys putting on a show and acting mighty. After brief contemplation, Jiang Chun looked toward Axe King and said, "All right, then you can stay by my side. But whatever I say, you must obey without question. Otherwise, I'll drive you away at any moment." As soon as Axe King heard this, he was overjoyed. He lifted his rough voice and shouted loudly, "Yes, big brother." This sudden, loud proclamation startled Jiang Chun badly, nearly causing him to lose his composure. Chun Qingyi watched from the side, his eyes revealing a trace of envy. He couldn't help recalling the days when no young genius had been willing to follow him devotedly. How glorious it would have been if there had been someone who would obey every order he gave without hesitation. At that moment, the sect leader cleared his throat and grew serious in expression. He looked at Jiang Chun and spoke solemnly. "Jiang Chun, now that you've reached the core formation stage, there are certain things I must inform you about." Jiang Chun immediately nodded, giving the sect leader his full attention. In this world, there exists a special era referred to by ancient experts as the era of great struggle, the sect leader said slowly. "Surely you've heard of this term before. It's no secret." Hearing this, Jiang Chun nodded. Indeed, he had heard about it many times, even common servants spoke of it. But what lies behind the era of great struggle, you might not yet understand. The sect leader paused, continuing, "The era of great struggle follows no fixed pattern. In short, it appears only occasionally. And the emergence of this era means the appearance of three Heaven Dao origins. The Heaven Dao origins are what everyone in this great struggle will fight over." Heaven Dao origin. Jiang Chun's heart gave a jolt. This was truly the first time he had heard of such a thing. Though he didn't know the details, simply from the name, he knew it must be something extremely significant. Right after, the sect leader continued speaking. "After reaching the immortal ascension stage, most of us are only fake immortal ascenders. However, the Heaven Dao origin can enable you to become a true immortal ascender." Chapter 92. The Turmoil 10 years ago, Secrets of the Sword Sea. A false Ascension Shinjing cultivator is one who has entered the Ascension Shinjing realm but still remains under the control of the Heavenly Dao. A true Ascension Shinjing cultivator, however, is one who has completely broken free from the Heavenly Dao's dominion, existing within the three realms, yet beyond the constraints of the laws of the realm. At this moment, the sect leader's expression was grave. However, each era is different, and during each age of great struggle, the rules for competing over the essence of the Heavenly Dao also change. And in our current era, the rule that allows one to compete for the essence of the Heavenly Dao is this: only those who ascend to the Ascension Shinjing realm after the age of great struggle has begun qualify. After the words fell, Jiang Chun couldn't help but glance toward his makeshift master. Though he still lacked full understanding of these pieces of information, when it came to the Ascension Shinjing realm, his master's strength had greatly increased, probably having just broken through into the Ascension Shinjing realm. "Chen Qingyi, what's this brat staring at me for? Could he possibly want me to go and compete with those freaks for the essence of the Heavenly Dao?" The sect leader continued. 3 years. The Heavenly Dao's essence will become accessible in 3 years. According to normal cultivation speed, your chances of reaching Golden Core, then breaking Shikong, passing tribulation, attaining great enlightenment, and finally ascending within 3 years are nearly zero. Jiang Chen's expression stiffened. If it was already practically impossible, then why bother telling him all this? But the Celestial Sword Sect does possess the means to help you break through into the Ascension Shinjing realm within 3 years. However, this assistance can only be granted to one person. That is why we called you here today. What I'm trying to say is, use all your abilities to prove that you are truly the strongest within the Celestial Sword Sect. Jiang Chun remained silent. Crush every genius within the Celestial Sword Sect. The sect leader smiled and nodded. That's merely the beginning. Those prodigies from other sects won't be any easier to handle than ours. The caliber of the geniuses within our sect sets the standard. Those from other sects can only be stronger, never weaker. As a matter of fact, I've even heard of many true immortals reincarnated among them. In the end, the sect leader seemed more to be muttering to himself than informing Jiang Chun, his expression deeply solemn. Clearly, each time this matter was mentioned, an overwhelming burden weighed upon his shoulders. Thus ended the conversation for now. Chun Qingyi slowly approached, gently patted Jiang Chen's shoulder, and smiled faintly. "My good disciple, it seems my judgment was correct after all. Taking you as my disciple was the best decision I've ever made. In his eyes, there was affection, but also admiration. This little fellow really suited his taste. They both liked showing off. Before Jiang Chun could reply, Chen Qingyi didn't give him the chance, instead continuing, from now on, you'll have much to do. Prepare yourself well. When you reach the peak of foundation breaking, come back to the Sword Sea again. I'll take you to the core region of the Sword Sea. The core region. As for the Sword Sea, everyone knew there must be great secrets hidden deep within. Yet the elders and sect leader had never openly discussed or directly addressed these questions before, and only a few knew the truth. As for the inner sect elders, well, there was no need even to consider them. They knew nothing. Jiang Chun glanced at the Axe King beside him, who wore his usual honest smile. At this moment, Jiang Chun had already exited the 9 transformations of the true dragon state. The Axe King was nearly 2.5 meters tall, standing beside him like a living bodyguard. Axe King, come with me. Return to the inner sect, cultivate diligently, and strive to break through to Golden Core as soon as possible. Though Jiang Chun's knowledge of the Axe King wasn't extensive, he still knew quite a bit. He was very clear. The Axe King could very well already be at Golden Core if he had truly wished for it. His talent was truly outstanding. Unfortunately, due to a lingering emotional obsession, he had remained stuck at foundation building for far too long. The Axe King gave a sincere smile. Yes, brother. I will definitely work hard and break through to Golden Core as soon as possible. Satisfied, Jiang Chun patted him on the chest, and the two strode back toward the inner sect. Watching the scene unfold, the sect leader wore a complicated expression, his silence stretching into a rare reluctance to speak further. The Axe King, someone he highly valued. He had tried countless times and employed numerous methods to persuade. Nothing had worked. Yet with Jiang Chun, he immediately obeyed without question. These so-called prodigies, one by one, they're all strange birds. There's hardly a normal one among them. The sect leader silently grumbled to himself. After everyone had left, only 3 remained gathered together. Alongside Chen Qingyi, the other 2 wore grim expressions. In perfect unison, they raised a barrier of energy, effectively cutting this place off from the outside world. In other words, no one outside would be able to hear even a single sound from within. Sect leader, you should already know about that matter, right? Suddenly, the senior elder sighed, speaking with a grave tone. The sect leader concealed all emotion, his expression complicated. Never would I have expected that Elder Ouyang's granddaughter would be the one chosen by him. I wonder whether this is a blessing or a calamity. The conversation between the two left Chen Qingyi somewhat confused. However, through their exchange, Chen Qingyi managed to extract some key points, and, combining that with information he already knew, made a judgment. Could it be? Was it Ouyang's granddaughter who caused the tremor in the Sword Sea's inner sanctum 10 years ago? 10 years ago, there was an incident that shook the highest levels of the Celestial Sword Sect. But it had been kept secret, known by only a handful of people. In the inner sanctum of the Sword Sea, a massive tremor had once erupted. On that day, many terrifying and persistent sword auras hidden deep within the Sword Sea surged skyward. If not for their timely efforts and heavy sacrifices to suppress the chaos, the entire Celestial Sword Sect would have been destroyed. One of those 3 old patriarchs must be close to losing control of their sword, Chen Qingyi murmured after a long silence. However, the Supreme Elder was puzzled. Do you mean that person believes Ouyang's little girl can handle it? If even he cannot suppress it, how can Ouyang's girl possibly do it? Rather than her inheriting the sword, it should have gone to Hongyi. The sect leader shook his head. Hongyi is undoubtedly a prodigy, but she doesn't resonate with his sword. Only those who transcend mortal emotions can proceed further. Ouyang Rongrong may appear mediocre, but in this age of great struggle, can you truly point to such a disciple and claim he's just an ordinary youth? Upon hearing this, the Supreme Elder fell silent. Indeed, he couldn't say that. In an era of great contention, where boundless opportunities arise, perhaps Ouyang Rongrong also possesses her own uniqueness, just that they hadn't noticed it yet. For now, let's not inform Ouyang about this. With his strength, he is not qualified to be involved. And besides, with how much he dotes on his granddaughter, if he enters the Sword Sea, it could lead to a catastrophe. TSK, even a stray sword aura from that place would instantly kill him. Despite his nearly decaying body, he's still a true Ascension Shinjing cultivator. None of them spoke further about the matter, because the secrets of the Sword Sea's core were no longer something they could interfere with. Chapter 93. Entering the inner sect, someone challenges. Jiang Chun was unaware of these happenings. He simply made his way to the inner sect with Axe King in tow. In the inner sect, someone had already been waiting for a long time. When Jiang Chun passed through the archway and stepped into the clearly more concentrated spiritual energy of the inner sect, an elder of the inner sect walked over with a smile and softly smiled at Jiang Chun before saying, Jiang Chun, congratulations on breaking through to the core formation stage. Although when Jiang Chun broke through to core formation, the terrifying signs of heavenly tribulation had all been concealed by the means of 3 powerful experts. This did not prevent them from sensing the terrifying power hidden within Jiang Chun's body, as if it were about to erupt completely in the next moment. Jiang Chun merely nodded lightly. Then, the elder turned his gaze toward Axe King standing at one side. He mentally searched his memory carefully. As an elder in charge of welcoming new disciples into the inner sect, he naturally paid more attention to those prodigies and young elites with potential to break through to core formation. However, even after thinking for quite a while, he still couldn't recall exactly who this particular young genius was. And you are. Whoever could follow beside Jiang Chun could definitely not be ordinary. The elder still had a keen eye for talent, so he smiled and asked. Axe King only smiled foolishly, nodded, and said, I'm Jiang Chen's follower. Many who had been watching the situation here noticed the commotion as well. Axe King's voice was not loud, yet just the right volume, so everyone happened to hear it clearly. Instantly, everyone was shocked, looking from Axe King to Jiang Chen in astonishment. Among this crowd, there were no shortage of inner sect elders. One must note that being at the peak of Golden Core stage could barely allow someone to become a mere ordinary inner sect elder. But with someone of such power, how could they fail to sense the terrifying strength of Axe King, the formidable physical body, the overwhelming power? A middle-aged man sighed, somewhat regretfully. Never expected such a promising talent to be merely Jiang Chen's follower. What a pity. I was actually hoping to take him as my disciple. If he became my disciple, in the future, he would surely become a top-tier powerhouse. Upon hearing this, another elder beside him chuckled. Elder Su really had bad luck. His own diamond body cultivation technique was strong, but last time he met two good prospects, their Dao heart was shattered by Jiang Chen. Now again, just another one who is Jiang Chen's small follower. Jiang Chen would never agree anyway. Yes, this person was precisely the master of two among the previous 16 young elites of the outer sect. However, those two disciples were too arrogant, had flaws in their Dao heart, and thus made no progress. Every major move Jiang Chen made was like a needle straight into the hearts of those two disciples, widening the cracks. Now this, a promising young talent he was eyeing again turned out to be heavily connected to Jiang Chen. Elder Su sighed deeply, gazing at the sky murmuring, since fate allowed Jiang to be born, why must Su also be born? The few surrounding him silently kept their distance. Come on, do you think Jiang even knows who you are? As for Jiang Chen himself, completely unaware of any of this, he never paid attention unless a clear hostility was perceived. At this moment, the inner sect elder laughed and said, the sect leader has already spoken to me. You do not need to participate in many of our inner sect's affairs. Just focus on cultivation. But whenever there is an opportunity or secret realm, we must notify you. Whether to go or not is entirely up to you. He paused, then used spiritual force to whisper into Jiang Chen's ear, delivering the last piece of news. There will be many who will challenge you, and you cannot refuse. You must accept all challenges. The specific reason was beyond the authority level of the inner sect elder, but passing on this message was enough. Jiang Chen calmly nodded. He had already figured out that the sect leader intended to use him to sift out the most suitable geniuses. And, at the same time, use them as sharpening stones on his path to invincibility, turning them into nourishment for his peerless journey. Suddenly, an inner sect disciple who appeared about 30 years old stepped forward, pointing at Jiang Chen with fiery battle intent in his eyes. So you are Jiang Chen? I've heard that you are the strongest young genius in Xianyun Sword Sect. When you were still at Foundation Building, I was already at Core Formation 3rd Heaven. I wouldn't stoop so low as to bully the weak. But now that you've also reached Core Formation, a fight between us would be fair enough. The implication was obvious. He wanted to defeat Jiang Chen, gain more attention, and thereby obtain more resources. There were many who shared this thought, though few were as rash as he was. Challenging Jiang Chen head-on with the desire to defeat him, later defeat, with damage to one's Dao heart, was perfectly normal. Beside him, the disciple's master shook his head, eyes revealing a trace of helplessness. Trying to shake a great tree like a mayfly, not knowing one's limits. The elders could see far beyond what these disciples perceived. Everyone clearly knew just how terrifying Jiang Chen's power truly was. The elder was still thinking when he suddenly looked around and noticed all the young talents burning with fighting spirit. He felt helpless all over again. How could all these inner sect disciples be so conceited, without even a basic understanding of their own strength? Suddenly, Axe King stepped forward, smirking coldly. If you want to challenge my elder brother, you must first defeat me. With your strength, you're not even qualified to directly challenge my elder brother. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. Which inner sect disciple wasn't proud and arrogant by nature? Who among them didn't believe themselves to be a heaven-bestowed genius in this fiercely competitive era, fated to seize the Dao's fundamental essence? Even though Jiang Chen's reputation was widespread, it was only something they had heard. Deep in their hearts, they scorned it. They weren't elders and had no real idea of just how terrifying his true strength was. The one who had originally spoken out against Jiang Chen felt provoked and enraged by Axe King's words. His face flushed red with humiliation and pain. He felt deeply ashamed. Was this not extremely disgraceful? Could Jiang Chen's mere follower really look down on him like this? Fueled by rage, he immediately vanished from his spot, appearing before Axe King in an instant. Clenching his right fist, he unleashed a horrifying punch straight toward Axe King. Witnessing this, Axe King faced the incoming tidal wave of force roaring like a storm, merely raised his hand lightly and pushed forward, not even using any cultivation technique. Boom! A thunderous shockwave burst outward, kicking up dust and debris in all directions, spreading like ripples on water. At this moment, Axe King simply scoffed, saying, "Waste." The young man who had attempted to challenge him had already rolled onto the ground, spitting out blood continuously. Upon hearing Axe King's words, he suffered a surge of anger-induced internal injury and immediately fainted. Humiliation, absolute humiliation. He had come here to challenge Jiang Chen, yet in the end, he couldn't even defeat one of Jiang Chen's followers. Everyone present, excluding the elders, stood frozen like wooden statues, staring in utter disbelief at the scene before them. One thought occupied their minds. No way. Could a mere follower really be this strong? They couldn't help but admit. Their Dao hearts had nearly been shattered by Jiang Chen already. Monstrous, absolutely monstrous. Invisible to everyone except Jiang Chen, golden rays of light began to appear inside the unconscious genius's body. Chapter 94. Axe King strikes. Dao heart shatters. The mysterious woman Shui Qianxiu. Then, light peeled away from his body and slowly flowed into Jiang Chen's. Jiang Chen carefully sensed the energy within himself, but noticed no major changes. That light had instead become nourishment for his unrivaled Dao path. That's right. Although Jiang Chen didn't act personally, the actions of his follower, Axe King, had completely shattered this person's Dao heart. As a result, Jiang Chen's unrivaled Dao gained additional nourishment. Moreover, Jiang Chen noticed that around him, these heavenly geniuses seemed to be losing their own nourishment, which continuously siphoned into his body. TSK. So this is what it feels like to have minions who can help me gain experience packets? Absolutely amazing. Jiang Chen felt secretly pleased. This feeling of having others work for him without lifting a finger himself. How many people truly understood it? And judging by how things were going, every time Axe King showed off outside, crushing opponent after opponent, these people would surely bring him tremendous growth. At this moment, Jiang Chen walked beside Axe King, patted his shoulder, and said with a smile, "Good job. But you still need to keep striving. You still have a long way to go before you surpass me." After finishing his words, Axe King immediately replied solemnly, "Yes, big brother. I'll definitely work hard and strive to surpass you as soon as possible." The simple-minded Axe King hadn't noticed any hidden meaning in Jiang Chen's words. People around them immediately took a few quiet steps back, especially those who had just been eager to challenge Jiang Chen to a fight. They didn't believe they were significantly stronger than the previous person who had been sent flying, let alone the fact Jiang Chen himself was several levels beyond Axe King. After finishing all this, Jiang Chen was taken to a mountain peak under the guidance of an inner sect elder. This place was called the First Peak, and as the name implied, it was the peak with the densest spiritual energy in the entire inner sect. Upon arriving here, the elder began to introduce things to Jiang Chen. "Jiang Chen, the First Peak has 9 rooms, but currently, only 1 is occupied. Now that you two have come, there will be 3 occupants." Then he gave a detailed introduction to Jiang Chen and his companion, but clearly, Axe King was getting impatient, leaning against the wall and drifting into deep sleep. That was how he had lived previously. When tired, he would simply rest leaning against a tree. Things had changed a bit now, but not by much. After listening to everything, Jiang Chen simply nodded and said, "I understand." After the inner sect elder left, Jiang Chen arrived at the row of 3 houses. These 3 connected houses occupied the absolute best location on the entire peak. However, upon hearing the number of residents, Jiang Chen felt some surprise and began to think, that's not quite right. There are many people in the inner sect who want to challenge me, but why hasn't the individual sent by the sect leader taken residence on the first peak? Thinking this, Jiang Chen felt a slight sense of helplessness. Sometimes he thought the sect leader wasn't plotting anything deep. Other times, he thought the sect leader truly was a cunning old fox. Deciding not to dwell on it further, he was just about to enter his room when suddenly, from the adjacent house, a woman with a graceful figure walked out. Her every movement exuded charm as she smiled at Jiang Chen and said, "My name is Shui Qianxiu. Looks like we'll be neighbors from now on. Please take care of me." Her voice carried a delicate blend of allure and restraint, and without realizing it, Jiang Chen almost fell into her enchanting presence. For 2 seconds, Jiang Chen was stunned before he quickly guarded his heart and thought inwardly, the inner sect truly has incredible talents. This seductive technique is astonishing. Even he, who usually had a steady mind, almost lost focus and been drawn in. Regaining his senses, Jiang Chen immediately glanced at Axe King, who was still watching him with a bright, unaffected gaze, clearly having suffered no influence. So he knew, this guy was seriously strong. "Axe King, return to your room." Jiang Chen smiled. This Shui Qianxiu wasn't simple at all. From the looks of it, she wouldn't be as easy to get along with as Lu Hongyi or Ouyang Rongrong. Seeing this, Shui Qianxiu didn't say anything but continued smiling as she watched them vanish, before turning and walking back into her room. It seems this Jiang Chen indeed has an unshakable Dao heart. It won't be easy to enchant him. I'll have to figure out another plan next time. No one knew, not even the sect leader or the elder patriarch, that the heavenly talent, Shui Qianxiu, who had been taken into the sect by the sect leader himself from the start, was actually a spy sent by the Divine Water sect. In the following half-month period, Axe King remained secluded like Jiang Chen. As for the outside world's opinion of Jiang Chen, there was some slight change, but not much. Before, he was known as the disciple who, even after becoming a disciple elder, continued doing chores daily without fail, just like always. Now he was known as, this disciple elder entered the inner sect, yet still insists on doing chores. Could something be wrong somewhere? Nobody could quite make sense of it. Not even those 3. One day, Jiang Chen got up early and walked toward his assigned chores. It's worth mentioning that now with higher authority, he had access to more places, including deeper areas. And the Dao essence contained in these places was naturally much more concentrated, surpassing anything he had encountered before. Regarding this, Jiang Chen always felt quite helpless. In fact, he had long been able to go wherever he wanted. With his current status in Xianyun Sword Sect, who would dare question or stop him? Clearly no one. Yet the system still insisted on arranging everything according to the rules of the sect's authority, which left Jiang Chen greatly inconvenienced. But now that he was an inner sect disciple, at least he could access most places. The location assigned to him today was the Scripture Pavilion. Located exactly within the inner sect, when Jiang Chun arrived at the entrance, he noticed a proud and arrogant inner sect disciple berating others. The disciple cast a glance at Jiang Chun, but only at his back. Just then, the person seemed to sense something and turned his head stiffly. When he saw it was Jiang Chun, a trace of fear flashed in his eyes, and he quickly said, "Brother Jiang Chun." For a moment, Jiang Chun's expression turned strange. Truth be told, he couldn't even remember who this person was, and simply walked into the scripture pavilion. "Brother Liu, why are you so respectful to this Jiang Chun? You now possess the perfect postnatal blood demon body and have reached the 6th foundation building stage. Why still bow to this overhyped guy?" Beside him, another disciple said disdainfully. Indeed, this person was the grandson of the Grand Elder. But by now, he had long been left far behind by Jiang Chun, to the point that even his name had faded from Jiang Chun's memory. Hearing this, the arrogant disciple turned around, his eyes flashing with killing intent. With a loud slap, bang! The disciple flew backward. Then, he scanned the crowd, gritted his teeth, and said clearly, one word at a time, "Outside. Do not speak ill of Jiang Chun. He is 100 times more terrifying than you could imagine." Got it. After all, his grandfather was still the Grand Elder. There were many things, many pieces of information, that he now understood clearly. Seeing their master's expression, everyone realized the seriousness of the situation and nodded repeatedly. Chapter 95. The Sutra Pavilion, a mysterious elder. After following him for so many years, he clearly understood his master's personality. The grandson of the Grand Elder watched Jiang Chun's retreating figure until it disappeared completely into the Sutra Pavilion. Only then did he let out a breath of relief. Core formation stage. He's only just entered the core formation, yet he can already bring such terrifying pressure upon me. He never imagined that so soon after their last encounter. Now, he had even refined the perfect postnatal blood devil body, advancing rapidly in power. Yet, when facing Jiang Chun, he still felt utterly powerless. At that moment, an elder's figure appeared beside him. With a soft sigh, the elder spoke. "Good thing you made the right choice back then. If you had dared to sabotage Jiang Chun secretly afterward, even your grandfather wouldn't be able to protect you." The newly arrived figure was none other than his grandfather, the current Grand Elder of the Sky, Cloud Sword Sect. Upon hearing these words, he nodded solemnly. The Grand Elder gazed at the entrance of the Sutra Pavilion for a long while before murmuring, "One has to admit, he's truly a monster." Back then, he had simply wanted to avoid offending a talented young genius with potential. As Grand Elder, how could he possibly not know about the sect leader's many schemes? It was naturally impossible. But what he had never expected was that the young genius he allowed his grandson to endure humiliation for, merely out of respect for Chun Qingyi back then, had now grown to this extent. In other words, throughout the entire Sky Cloud Sword Sect, how many could truly rival him? Moments later, the elder murmured, "These master and apprentice, they're both freaks." Didn't expect Qingyi Chun to have held back for so many years, only in the end to break through that cultivation boundary for the sake of her disciple. The Grand Elder showed a trace of daze, then shook his head and stopped dwelling on it. The two of them were no longer at the same level as him. After entering the Sutra Pavilion, Jiang Chun proceeded to the inner sanctum. He started looking left and right, constantly scanning and sensing for the spot with the densest Dao vein. However, after going through this process, he ultimately found nothing, leaving Jiang Chun, who already had a case of decision paralysis, in deep contemplation. Troublesome. So damn troublesome. I've practically swept the entire place, yet I still don't know where to start. As Jiang Chun stood there frustrated, suddenly, he felt a light tap on his shoulder. He was instantly startled, turned his head around, and saw an elder smiling at him. Danger. That was Jiang Chun's immediate instinctual alert. Now that he had entered the core formation stage, anyone capable of approaching him silently from behind was exceedingly rare, even among the core formation cultivators, and even more so above that level. Even his master might not be able to accomplish that. This was the effect of Sword Sage Insight, which could detect any aura fixed upon him. Even those faking immortal ascension couldn't escape it, unless they were true immortal ascenders, transcending the 3 realms while remaining within it, unfettered by laws. Jiang Chun turned around completely, facing the elder, finding the old man wearing gray robes, full of energy, and staring at him with bright, piercing eyes that looked at Jiang Chun as if he were a treasure. That gaze was slightly unnerving, prompting Jiang Chun instinctively to take a step backward, maintaining a safe distance. Even his right hand had moved to hover over the soul communicator stone, ready at any moment to notify his master. The elder sensed Jiang Chun's nervousness and chuckled cheerfully. "Young man, don't think too much. Old man here means no harm. Judging from the aura you're emitting, you seem to be searching for Dao vein?" Jiang Chun, his mouth slightly parted. He looked at the elder in astonishment, puzzled and deep in thought. Wait, what's going on? Unless he had seen it with his own eyes, Jiang Chun would have found it hard to believe that someone could deduce his intentions simply from the aura he emitted. That defied common sense. If you're seeking the area with the densest Dao vein, old man here can help you. But first, I do have a question for you. The seemingly unremarkable elder stared fixedly at Jiang Chun, radiating an increasingly formidable aura, pressing down upon him. This was unintentional. Otherwise, with the elder's true power, Jiang Chun would probably already be on the ground. Go ahead. Jiang Chun wasn't especially wary of the elder. After all, they were still within the grounds of the Sky Cloud Sword Sect. The elder nodded, staring intently at Jiang Chun. "Do you possess Sword Sage Insight?" Pausing, he gave Jiang Chun a careful once-over, then exclaimed in astonishment. And you also have the unrivaled sword heart? Unrivaled sword heart. These four characters might not mean much to people nowadays, but for ancient monsters who had lived over 3,000 years, they carried immense meaning. Jiang Chen nodded, feeling the elder's gaze intensifying even more intensely. But just as quickly, the elder's expression darkened in thought. If this had happened 80 or 100 years earlier, the old man said with a touch of sentiment, this old man would have taken you as his disciple. What a pity indeed. But it's also fortunate. This inheritance finally has a successor. He took out a parchment scroll and gently handed it to Jiang Chen, smiling. Young man, wait until you reach the golden core stage before opening it. It is a supreme blessing. I originally thought you only possessed the bright sword heart. I estimated that if you could utilize even a tenth of its power, that would be quite impressive. Never did I expect you to also have the invincible sword heart, unseen for over 10,000 years. With that, this sword technique will not be lost. After speaking, the elder vanished, as if he had never existed. This left Jiang Chen astonished and puzzled. However, in front of him, beams of light, golden beams, suddenly appeared, forming small paths guiding Jiang Chen forward. After walking for a short while, he found a scripture cabinet blocking his path, but the light remained. Jiang Chen stepped onto it and entered. Step after step, passing through one cabinet after another, Jiang Chen finally arrived at a place devoid of light, pitch black, even somewhat eerie. As soon as he appeared, flames burst into life on both sides of the stone cave, illuminating the area. Glancing ahead, the path led to an open flat ground, seemingly ordinary, nothing particularly special about it. At least, that's how it would appear to others. The moment Jiang Chen arrived, he felt his entire body trembling, as if some force was continuously pulling him forward. The Tao resonance. So dense and intense. If I check in here, there must be something good. Suppressing his excitement, Jiang Chen, drawing on his long experience with checking in, felt certain. This place must be an outstanding spot for rare drops. This Tao resonance was 100 times denser than anything he had encountered before. Stepping forward, Jiang Chen whispered inwardly, "System, check in." After silently commanding, Jiang Chen began to anticipate. What kind of treasure would appear this time? Congratulations, Master. Successfully completed the check-in. Reward obtained. The Divine Elephant Binding Hell Energy. Chapter 96. Predecessor Zhangfeng. Abundance of Tao Power. Note, Divine Elephant Subjugating Hell Art is a physical martial cultivation technique. When combined with true Dragon 9 transformations, it unleashes a terrifying power many times greater. When the physical body reaches perfection, it dominates the entire world. The Divine Elephant Subjugating Hell Art was an ultimate physical divine ability, extremely powerful and relentless. True Dragon 9 transformations merely allowed Jiang Chen's physical body to become strong enough. As for the Divine Elephant Subjugating Hell Art, it enabled Jiang Chen to push his physical power to the absolute peak. With the combined enhancement of both divine abilities, he could unleash a horrifying strength far beyond what ordinary people could imagine. Indeed, coming here was not a waste at all. Jiang Chen smiled. Just then, he suddenly noticed something unusual. Looking carefully, he saw countless golden rays beginning to float upward from around him and gradually converge toward his direction. Judging by appearances, they were gathering into his body, eventually becoming part of him. Jiang Chen was stunned. He quickly examined the light and realized that these golden rays were actually Tao power. Moreover, from their characteristics, he could clearly tell they belonged to the sword Tao. It seemed as if it wouldn't allow him to refuse. It was forcefully merging into his body. No good. I need to adjust my state immediately to better accept this power. Without overthinking, Jiang Chen sat cross-legged and prepared himself to receive these forces. Instantly, brilliant golden light emanated from his body. Standing beside him, one likely couldn't even recognize Jiang Chen's true appearance anymore. His entire form was completely shrouded in a hazy Tao force. Above the scripture pavilion, an old man who was gradually fading into a phantom gazed down with a smile, murmuring softly, "I have found a suitable successor. I can now unchain to enter the ancient tomb to rest. The era of great struggle is approaching. I must preserve more strength to protect our young cultivators of Xianyun Sword Sect." If Jiang Chen were here, he would certainly recognize that this old man was none other than the one who had given him the scroll of sheepskin moments ago. Now, although the old man stood directly above, none of the people below could see his figure. However, the scripture pavilion was visibly becoming hazy, and then disappeared. Main area, Mountain Peak. At the most central part of Xianyun Sword Sect was the mountain's peak. Here, the spiritual energy was extremely dense, though that wasn't the most important part. This location contained the power of the heavenly Tao itself. Thus, cultivators of extraordinary power often came here to connect with the Tao's power, refining their Tao resonance. Previously, because Chun Xingyi had long been stuck at an impasse in cultivation, his internal Tao force had long since reached its peak, leaving him unable to progress further, so he had chosen to reside in the inner sect to take a rest from cultivation. But after breaking through to Immortal Ascension, naturally, he had returned to continue cultivation. Chun Xingyi had just completed another cultivation session, slowly opening his eyes and nodding in satisfaction. Good, I've reached the third stage of Immortal Ascension. It seems that all the foundational training I've done through the years was solid indeed. Behind him, the sect leader spoke slowly. Naturally, but once you reach the fifth stage of Immortal Ascension, you'll begin encountering bottlenecks. Chun Xingyi turned and asked, "What are you and the senior elder doing here? You two at the seventh Immortal Ascension stage." Why aren't you cultivating hard, trying to reach the peak of the 9th stage before the arrival of the heavenly Tao source? Our Xianyun sword sect is currently lacking at the top combat strength. Upon hearing these words, both the senior elder and the sect leader appeared slightly helpless. Was reaching the peak of the 9th immortal ascension stage so easily accomplished? But the person speaking was Chun Qingyi, the former #1 genius of Xianyun sword sect, so they found themselves unable to object. Changing the topic, the sect leader spoke seriously. The sect leader from 3,000 years ago, Zhang Feng, appeared. But when we arrived, he had already transformed into a phantom and vanished. As soon as these words were spoken, Chun Qingyi instantly stood up in shock. Where was he? Zhang Feng was the sect leader of Xianyun sword sect 3,000 years ago, the last true immortal of the entire world. Through the years, no one had personally seen his corpse, yet everyone was certain he wasn't dead. Yet, just like other true immortal ascendants, he had inexplicably vanished from the heavens and earth, leaving no trace. This was obviously an extremely abnormal occurrence. Upon hearing this, the sect leader's expression darkened as he added, "We're not certain exactly where." But before he completely disappeared into the void, we clearly heard him mention ancient tomb. Ancient tomb. This was the second time they had heard these words. The first time had been a brief mention from an important figure of a holy place. Nothing more than a fleeting comment, not elaborated further. They only remembered the term. Yet now, hearing it directly from their sect's predecessor, and realizing that the reason behind the disappearance of the true immortal ascendants might be hidden here. Before Chun Qingyi could ask further, the sect leader interrupted. The scripture pavilion was a manifestation of Zhang Feng. Within it lies 1/10 of his Tao power. Right now, this power is continuously flowing into Jiang Chen's body. Let's go check it out. Upon hearing this, Chun Qingyi quickly nodded, his expression turning extremely solemn. He could ignore other matters, but he had to intervene concerning his beloved apprentice. The three figures vanished from their spot and reappeared above the scripture pavilion. Looking down, they saw the scripture pavilion gradually turning into an illusion, about to disappear entirely. The young cultivators nearby watched in shock. What's going on? Is the scripture pavilion really disappearing? Yeah, I spent a lot of contribution points, and I haven't even finished cultivating my secret techniques yet. What's happening? Why have even the sect leader and the elders come here? As for Elder Lu, who had already been present earlier, he looked up at the three figures in the sky with a heavy expression. He knew that all three of them coming together could only mean something major had occurred. However, before he could step forward to ask, he saw the sect leader wave his hand, and all the disciples immediately fell unconscious. The three figures slowly descended to the ground. The Grand Elder stepped forward, looking serious. Sect leader, this must be the location related to predecessor Zhang Feng of our Xianyun sword sect. All of his Tao power is inside the scripture pavilion, continuously flowing inward. Chun Qingyi stepped forward, placing his right hand on the Grand Elder's shoulder. You can confirm that the person inside is indeed my apprentice? Under normal circumstances, this would surely be a good thing, an abundance of Tao power reducing years of hardship cultivation. But under the current situation, this was clearly not a good thing. After all, what was Jiang Chen's current strength? A Jianding stage expert trying to bear 1/10 of a true ascended immortal's Tao power. It was absolutely not something he could handle. The Grand Elder nodded. I personally witnessed Jiang Chen entering, and everyone else was expelled. Only Jiang Chen remained inside. After Jiang Chen entered the location indicated by Zhang Feng, the scripture pavilion became illusory, and everyone inside was forcefully expelled. Only Jiang Chen remained. Chun Qingyi took a deep breath and walked forward, attempting to force his way in. Lifting his sword, he tried to tear through the invisible barrier. But the result was clear. He was repelled by an invisible force without the slightest chance of resistance. The sect leader sighed and stepped forward, patting Chun Qingyi's shoulder. Perhaps it's not a bad thing. The barrier of immortal ascended Zhang Feng is not something you can break through. In the shadows, a graceful female figure secretly observed everything, softly murmuring to herself. Such a mighty expert still remains in this world. Indeed, my master was right. There must be countless secrets hidden within. If Jiang Chen had been here, he would certainly have recognized that this woman was none other than Shui Qianxiu. Chapter 97. Absorbing power, the power of the great Tao source. No one could have imagined that Shui Qianxiu had long ago infiltrated into the Xianyun sword sect, and absolutely no one noticed or detected her presence. She simply stood there, staring fixedly at the surging Daoic energy pouring in like seawater, her eyes filled endlessly with insatiable greed. If all of this power could belong entirely to my body, how incredible would that be? After a couple of tsking sounds, she suppressed her thoughts and found herself increasingly intrigued by Jiang Chen. Inside the scripture pavilion, Jiang Chen continuously absorbed the power of the Tao, minute by minute passing. He even nearly reached the point of being unable to sustain himself, his physical body beginning to crack. However, thanks to the terrifying regenerative powers of 9 dragon transformations, he immediately recovered. Cracking, healing, cracking again, healing again. This cycle continued until finally, Jiang Chen was barely alive. Yet the Daoic energy continued relentlessly pouring in. This is really troublesome. Jiang Chen's physical vitality was incredibly strong, and for reasons unknown, despite such immense Daoic energy being introduced into his body, he should have been dead long ago. But the energy of his sword heart clarity seemed to resonate and connect with this Daoic force, allowing him to remain conscious even now. As time ticked away, Chen Qingyi grew increasingly anxious and was just about to do something when the sect leader suddenly placed his right hand on his shoulder, slowly saying, "No need to worry. I can feel that Jiang Chen's life signs remain vigorous. He's fine." Chen Qingyi had always been impulsive and direct, unable to stay calm and think rationally in critical moments. But the sect leader was different. As Chen Qingyi's junior disciple, he maintained a calmer demeanor in the face of crisis. And that was why he had been chosen by the previous leader as the most rational successor. Only then did Chen Qingyi calm himself and give a slight nod. The supreme elder beside them gave a soft sigh. This kid truly is some kind of monster. Look at his current cultivation strength, capable of absorbing such immense daoic energy, while still maintaining such stable life signs. No one could figure out why exactly Jiang Chun could accomplish this. Everyone knew that even if Zhang Feng had secretly altered something to make it easier for him to accept this power, it shouldn't have gone so naturally. The three of them fell into silence, continuing to watch quietly without speaking. Roughly an hour later, Jiang Chen finally felt the burning pain across his physical body caused by the constant fracturing coming under noticeable control, settling down considerably. And the vast, boundless power also gradually subsided. Nearly all of the daoic energy had been absorbed, and the energy of his sword heart clarity seemed to have ascended another level. This is the advancement of my sword heart clarity. Jiang Chun began surveying his surroundings and, to his surprise, found he could easily sense anything. Through his inner eye, he could instantly perceive another's true cultivation level, hidden cards, and their current state. This was an incredibly overpowered advantage, something ordinary cultivators could only dream of achieving. Cultivators with even a little strength could easily conceal their true condition rather than exposing it. It's too absurd. That old fellow must have possessed sword heart clarity as well. Only he likely had an even greater, more terrifying mastery of it. As for my own sword heart clarity, it still has enormous potential for growth. As these thoughts passed through his mind, Chen Qingxian couldn't help but wonder about the true identity of that mysterious old man. In the next moment, he lightly tried to release his inner strength, attempting to summon the immense daoic energies stored within. Yet as soon as he tried, he found to his surprise that nothing happened. The power within his body seemed bound by invisible chains. Gentle, yet unbending. No matter how he tried to wield it, the energy refused to respond. At once, he recalled the scroll given to him by the old man resting in his right hand. Glancing at it, he mused silently, I guess. The contents of this scroll must have some profound relationship with this daoic power. In other words, to even attempt to utilize this immense daoic energy, one must, at the very least, have reached the foundation core stage. The three above, noticing the power below had calmed, quickly activated their senses to slightly investigate. Meanwhile, Shui Qianxiu, watching all of this in secret, did not linger and silently withdrew. Although she had been given the means to remain hidden here and unaffected by the stronger cultivators of the Sacred Water Sect, the three old men above were all experts at the ascended immortal stage. Men who had seen countless things. The means and techniques they possessed were far beyond what she could imagine. With so much at stake, she couldn't afford to jeopardize the Sacred Water Sect's grand scheme because of her own recklessness. Well then, is my disciple's life signs still stable now? Chen Qingyi turned toward the sect leader, impatiently blurting the question out with unmistakable urgency in his tone. Upon hearing these words, the sect leader nodded. His life signs are stable, nothing too serious. He just needs some rest, and he'll be fine. After saying those words, he felt a bit regretful almost immediately. Jiang Chen's recovery ability was truly the strongest one he had ever seen. Rest for a while? Most likely, he wouldn't even need rest. Just in a short moment, he would fully recover. If such injuries had belonged to someone else, perhaps they might have been truly severe, but for Jiang Chun, so long as he wasn't dead, he would quickly recover. Chen Qingyi finally exhaled in relief. Just as he was about to gather his strength and fly down, the Supreme Elder grabbed him. Chen Qingyi, don't rush. Though it has ended here, the restrictions placed by the late Zhang Feng forbid our entry. We can only wait for Jiang Chun to come out himself. If you insist on forcing your way in, your foundation will be damaged. At this moment, we can't afford to take any unnecessary risks. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyi finally eased his impatience and looked downward, his expression filled with concern. Although the current situation seemed manageable, considering the presence of a true immortal ascendant expert, only when Jiang Chun emerged would his heart truly calm. After a brief pause, they saw a young man, his robes in tatters and nearly torn to shreds, shoot straight into the sky before finally landing steadily on the ground. Surrounding his body were faint golden lights swirling around him. The power of the great Tao. At the moment they saw Jiang Chun, Chen Qingyi immediately rushed forward, patting him left and right anxiously as he muttered, My precious disciple. You're still you, right? You weren't taken over by our Xinjian Zhong ancestor, were you? In this world, soul possession wasn't rare at all. It happened often. Chen Qingyi feared that his own disciple might no longer be himself. Jiang Chen's lips twitched slightly. Master, aren't you being a bit too dramatic? It's not like it's that bad, right? Upon hearing this familiar tone, Chen Qingyi finally relaxed and softly smiled. So it really is you, my good disciple. Chapter 98. The Inheritance of the Late Master. Upon hearing that familiar tone, Chen Qingyi didn't need any further confirmation. Who else could it be other than his own disciple? Chen Qingyi felt some concern. If there were any hidden dangers remaining within his apprentice, he needed to take care of it immediately. Thus, he brought Jiang Chen back to his own mountain peak. Once they arrived at the peak, The Zhongzhu and the Taisang Zhonglok quickly followed. At this point, Jiang Qin's importance in their minds had risen to an extremely high level, afraid that their treasure might encounter any problems. Before Jiang Qin even had the chance to say a word, he found the three old men taking turns inspecting the energy flow inside his body. Strange, Jiang Qin's energy is very stable. There's nothing wrong. The Taisang Zhongla was the first to finish his examination, saying with confusion, normally, after absorbing such an immense amount of Taoist power far exceeding what the body could handle, even if there were no major issues, it would be impossible for there to be absolutely no problems. The Zhongzhu soon completed his check as well and said, indeed, his energy is stable, and even his Tao is stable. Only Chen Qingyi kept frowning, muttering to himself, that shouldn't be. This shouldn't be possible. Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, he quickly placed his right hand on Jiang Qin's shoulder and sternly said, Jiang Qin, channel the Taoist power within you, especially the sword Tao. Remember, exert your full strength. Jiang Qin was about to say something, but, seeing how serious his master looked, finally sighed quietly and unleashed all the power within his body. At last, the three men came to an understanding and were just about to say something, when Jiang Qin finally found an opportunity to speak. Although I've absorbed the Taoist power, it's been sealed away. As to the exact reason, I'm not entirely sure. The three fell silent. They stared at Jiang Qin in stunned silence, and for the first time in centuries, perhaps even millennia, these three ancient beings felt a burning sensation on their faces. After 100 years, they once again felt what it meant to be embarrassed. Jiang Qin was quite satisfied with their reaction and continued. My guess is that old man must have placed his power inside me by some method, and at the time, I was able to absorb it. But because the power is too immense to be controlled by me, it was temporarily sealed within my body. He also left me a scroll made of lambskin. The method written on it likely relates to how I can utilize it. After hearing this, the three remained silent, no longer speaking. It was helpless. Everything they wanted to say had already been said by Jiang Qin. As for Jiang Qin, he harbored no suspicions toward them. Possessing the sword heart of absolute clarity, he could clearly sense each person's true intentions toward him. As for Chen Qingyi, he truly cared for Jiang Qin with all his heart, treating him like his own son, no longer bound purely by interests. As for the other two, although they weren't quite like Chen Qingyi, they still showed great concern for Jiang Qin, the outstanding talent of Xianyun Sword Sect and its future pillar. After a brief silence, Chen Qingyi was the first to regain his composure. He looked at his disciple and said, let me take a look at that lambskin scroll. Given that it was an inheritance from the late master of Xianyun Sword Sect, it must be something extraordinary. Also worried about the potential danger of soul possession, Chen Qingyi wanted to personally examine it. The other two were about to speak, but shut their mouths, choosing to wait patiently in line. After obtaining the lambskin scroll, Chen Qingyi carefully examined it. His expression shifted from solemnness to shock and eventually turned into loud laughter. I never expected this item to appear once again. He laughed maniacally, almost to the point of madness. Beside him, the Taishandanglok and Zhongzhu scratched their heads and pulled at their ears, eager to know what exactly he had seen. Yet, seeing Chen Qingyi's state, they didn't dare ask immediately, choosing instead to obediently stand aside and wait. Meanwhile, Jiang Qin stood there completely puzzled, muttering, what exactly is written in this scroll? Could it really be that astonishing? He hadn't expected that a lambskin scroll could bring his master to such a state. Of course, Jiang Qin's reaction was understandable. After all, how many supreme techniques, secret arts, or treasures weren't among the greatest in the world? It took Chen Qingyi quite a while to calm himself down before he solemnly said, do you know of the nameless sword technique, the Tai sword method? The sword technique used by our sect's founding ancestor, who once slew over a dozen true ascended immortals with a single strike. It was hailed as the deadliest sword technique in the Jiuzhou world. At these words, the Zhongzhu and Kaisang Zhongla were completely stunned, staring at Chen Qingyi. The information overwhelmed them, leaving their minds unable to process it. After a few minutes, the Zhongzhu couldn't help himself and blurted out, this sword technique. Don't tell me it's actually this one. The Tai sword method. This name wasn't unfamiliar even to these fake ascended immortal level experts, not to mention they were from Xianyun Sword Sect. Yet this sword technique, renowned as possessing the greatest killing power, had been completely lost since Zhang Feng's generation. When they connected all these clues together, it was hard not to speculate that this was none other than the Tai sword method. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyi nodded, yes. Both men were ecstatic. The Supreme Elder hurriedly said, if that's the case, then our Xianyun Sword Sect has hope of revival. But before the Supreme Elder could finish, Chen Qingyi cut in, pouring a bucket of icy water on him. Do you know why this sword technique was lost to history? The two men froze, then shook their heads. When it came to matters of the sword path, the entire Xianyun Sword Sect couldn't produce a single person more knowledgeable than Chen Qingyi. He was just a supreme sword expert who had walked the path of invincibility. Chen Qingyi took a deep breath. The most important condition for mastering this sword technique is the sword heart of absolute clarity. It's not an extremely rare trait by any means, but still extremely difficult to come by. At least in recent years, I've never heard of any sword prodigy possessing a sword heart of absolute clarity. Chen Qingyi pointed at his own apprentice and said, he is such a prodigy with a sword heart of absolute clarity. This is also why Zhang Feng chose him. Jiang Qin was momentarily stunned, nearly pointing at himself to ask, me? Are you talking about me? But in the end, he began carefully recalling their conversation. Judging from their expressions, this sword technique recorded on the lambskin scroll must not be ordinary. Cultivating it could never be a mistake. Upon hearing this, the two men immediately lowered their heads in disappointment, saying nothing more, feeling nothing but regret. However, such an immensely powerful sword technique could never be something just anyone could master. Enough, don't dwell on it too much. Since my little apprentice has obtained this inheritance, it means a peerless swordsman destined for invincibility will rise in the future. Chun Qingyi laughed, as if, in that moment, he already saw that future unfold. Unlike previous times, the other two didn't interrupt with their words. Although there was still a possibility of his Dao heart collapsing midway, Jiang Chun had proven with his strength that in the current stage, he was simply invincible. Even if the prodigies from the Holy Lands appeared, he could still remain undefeated. Chapter 99. The Real Tianji Plate. The complex emotions in Chun Qingyi's and the sect leader's gazes toward Jiang Chun were difficult to put into words. They never imagined that the young man who had once been merely a piece of their grand scheme, not seeming particularly valuable, had now grown into someone so outstanding. A smile of gratification spread across Chun Qingyi's face as he spoke. Disciple, spend this period training diligently within the inner sect. When you eventually advance from the inner sect to become a core disciple, your master will assist you in absorbing the sect's fortune. Only then will we begin our outward attacks. After all, one could not cultivate the path of invincibility without engaging in battle. Continuously defeating enemies to solidify one's strength was an unavoidable step. However, this path was far more difficult than imagined, fraught with endless hardships and obstacles. As he reminisced, Chun Qingyi recalled his own journey down this very road. Unfortunately, though he had fulfilled the necessary conditions, his cultivation ended in failure, falling short of his goal. But now, Jiang Chun's sudden emergence was like a ray of dawn, rekindling their hope. Still, in the hearts of everyone, there lingered a sense of tension and worry. The current era was vastly different from the past. How could the difficulty of this new age of intense struggle be compared to what came before? If the challenges Chun Qingyi once faced were akin to the easiest mode in a game dungeon, then what Jiang Chun was about to face was nothing short of a nightmare-level difficulty. Jiang Chun solemnly nodded his head. Yet, for some unknown reason, Water Chocho's image kept involuntarily surfacing in his mind. She was stunningly beautiful and exquisitely charming, having cultivated the arts of seduction to an exceptional degree. However, this wasn't the main reason Jiang Chun found her noteworthy. More importantly, Jiang Chun had keenly sensed that this woman was dangerous. That hostility was faint, yet it left Jiang Chun feeling strangely unsettled. Thanks to his sword heart clarity, he often perceived such emotional fluctuations. In the past, when other prodigies had shown hostility toward him, it was usually due to a challenge-oriented mentality toward those even more gifted. Yet, Jiang Chun found Water Chocho's enmity strange, because he vaguely sensed that she seemed to want to seduce him. This thought itself seemed utterly absurd even to Jiang Chun, yet he couldn't help but acknowledge that such a sensation indeed existed. Moreover, Water Chocho seemed to conceal some special ability that could evade most emotional perception. Still, Jiang Chun's enhanced sword heart clarity managed to detect a large part of her true emotions. Chun Qingyi was in high spirits. This time, unlike before, he didn't simply draw a random teleportation array to send his cherished disciple back. Instead, he personally flew back with Jiang Chun on his sword. The Supreme Elder and the sect leader did not accompany them. It was rare for master and disciple to have some private time together. For once, Chun Qingyi's emotions were no longer perfectly hidden, and faint traces began to surface. His expression turned somber and deep, so unfamiliar that Jiang Chun felt as if his master had become someone else entirely. The two stood silently face to face, gazing at each other. After a long silence, Chun Qingyi finally spoke. Jiang Chun, the path to invincibility is not only my obsession, but also your master's. Yet, the reason I insisted on pushing you onto this path despite opposing opinions from the others is because of some other reasons. As he spoke, Chun Qingyi looked toward the horizon, his gaze deep and distant, concealing an impenetrable complexity of emotions. Jiang Chun gravely nodded, asking solemnly, Master, please continue. He too had dropped his usual nonchalant attitude, becoming unusually serious. With a deep exhale, Chun Qingyi then pulled out a small stone disc from his storage ring. This stone disc appeared ancient and unremarkable, seemingly ordinary enough that one would likely not spare it a second glance if found by the roadside. Yet the moment Jiang Chun saw it, he realized its uniqueness, for the simple reason that its characteristics closely resembled those of his Xuanji Immortal Sword. In our Xianyun Sword Sect, there exists a treasured artifact known as the Tianji Plate, Chun Qingyi explained slowly. But no one knows the truth. What everyone reveres as the genuine Tianji Plate is, in fact, a counterfeit. Though it imitates much of the original's essence, it still falls short of its highest function, the ability to foresee heavenly omens. He paused briefly before continuing. However, no one knows that the real Tianji Plate, which disappeared completely after my predecessor passed away, actually came into my possession 100 years ago, during one of my journeys across the Sword Sea. In other words, the unremarkable stone plate in his hands was, in fact, the genuine Tianji Plate. The Tianji Plate has a drawback, Chun Qingyi continued. Every time it divines heavenly fate, it can only reveal its message to one person. After careful consideration, I finally decided not to tell the sect leader or the Supreme Elder, but rather, to tell you. At these words, even Jiang Chun was taken aback. Whatever matter was important enough for Chun Qingyi to use the Tianji plate to divine must be of critical significance. Yet he never imagined that his master would choose to reveal this secret to him instead of to those two immensely powerful figures. Without pausing, Chun Qingyi continued, each of the three holy sects has produced a reincarnation of a Xian immortal. They all pursue the Tao of heaven, and each one is incredibly powerful. After all, Xian immortals are supreme beings beyond the realm of ascendant immortals. Furthermore, using the Tianji plate, I managed to glimpse some information that was once hidden by the Tao of heaven. However, that is no longer important. The most crucial point is, I unexpectedly discovered the name of the ancient celestial court. Perhaps, just as we suspected, there are even more powerful forces beyond the holy sects. Beyond the holy sects lies an even vaster world. We are like domesticated animals confined within a pen, unable to know anything about the outside world. As he spoke, suddenly, Chun Qingyi found himself unable to utter a single sound. This was the restriction of the heavenly Tao, with its own time limit. Within this limited window, he had already said everything he was capable of sharing. Chun Qingyi smiled slightly but did not dwell on it. All right, cultivate diligently. The competition for the origin of the heavenly Tao will be a brutal battle to the death, not a mere sparring match. On that day, everyone striving for ascension will be like moths rushing headlong into flame, fearlessly giving their all, even at the cost of their lives, with no regret. Only when one's strength reaches the peak can one stand a chance of surviving this ruthless struggle. Though a smile remained on Chun Qingyi's face, his eyes remained unfathomably complex. Because there was one more thing he could not say, restrained by the laws of the Tao, he was unable to reveal it to Jiang Chun. They may desire to ascend, but the decision does not lie with them, but in the Tao itself. Faced with the overwhelming momentum of this great trend, Jiang Chun had no choice but to be dragged into it, with no chance to retreat from the world. Yet this very thought was so impactful that it was restricted by the heavenly Tao, leaving it unspeakable. Chun Qingyi turned and departed. Jiang Chun stood alone atop the mountain peak, basking beneath the silvery moonlight, cascading down like flowing gossamer. The power within his body began to rise steadily. All the spiritual energy he had accumulated previously had not yet been fully used. Now, through his relentless cultivation, it was continuously transforming into even greater strength. At this moment, a pill master approached, accompanied by his own disciple. A smile on his face, the pill master said, I've completed the task you assigned me. Here are the 3 Yuling pills. Yuling pills were 7th-tier pills, their quality approaching that of 8th-tier pills. Only a heaven-ranked pill master had the courage and capability to concoct them. Even a golden core cultivator would consider using such pills excessive luxury, due to the intense and uncontrollable power they contained, let alone a core formation cultivator. Unfortunately, Jiang Chun could not be measured by ordinary standards. His strength and potential far surpassed common comprehension. Looking at the pill master who had voluntarily requested to accompany him, Jiang Chun displayed a sincere smile. Thank you for the trouble. Though the pill master referred to himself as accompanying Jiang Chun and respectfully addressed him as Lord, Jiang Chun always held him in deep respect, for this heaven-ranked pill master had offered full support back when Jiang Chun was still at the foundation building stage. After receiving the Yuling pills, Jiang Chun earnestly added, make more of them. I'll need quite a few in the near future. Chapter 100 Moon Soul Pill, Absorbing the Power of the Moon Soul. The Jiping Moon Soul Pill was an extremely crucial part of Jiang Chun's plan for cultivating in the core formation stage. Absorbing the power of the Moon Soul to lay a solid foundation was different from foundation building. During the foundation building phase, Jiang Chun had mainly focused on strengthening his physical body. The power of the Moon Soul was a force of heaven and earth, making the core more solid and providing a better and stronger foundation for advancing into the golden core stage in the future. These seemingly small foundations might not appear significant at first glance, but they were actually very impactful. The difference would only widen over time. If Chun Qingyi hadn't suffered damage to his foundation during foundation building and had entered with the 9-turn foundation, his combat power would be even more exceptional now. The alchemist answered respectfully and then retreated with due courtesy. As for the trainees nearby, they had gradually become accustomed to such things, from initial astonishment to growing normalcy. Afterward, Jiang Chun began to absorb spiritual energy through deep inhalations. Each breath he took caused the surrounding Ling Qi to pulse in rhythm with him, a truly astonishing sight. At that moment, Shui Qianxiu was also stretching her enticing body within her room while cultivating. As a powerful contender in Divine Water Sect, she naturally knew she couldn't afford to waste time or let her growth stagnate. Why does the surrounding energy feel so strange? The spiritual power seems to be stirred as if by some ancient fierce beast. This point surprised Shui Qianxiu greatly. She realized that to have such a massive impact on surrounding spiritual power wasn't something simple power alone could achieve anymore. Physical strength played an equally critical role. Only some ancient powerful beasts blessed by heaven and possessing divine abilities could create such effects. Suddenly, Jiang Chun's post-true dragon transformation figure, like a vast shadow blocking the sky and exuding absolute might, flashed in her mind. Yet even as this thought emerged, Shui Qianxiu shook her head and pushed it away. That's impossible. That guy is strong, but he shouldn't have reached this level yet. Physical power shouldn't be this terrifying. Thinking this, despite her naturally cautious nature, she still couldn't help it. Shui Qianxiu disliked getting involved in dangerous entanglements. In front of such a terrifying existence, even appearing briefly would significantly increase risks. Once these thoughts settled in her mind, Shui Qianxiu activated her ability to investigate, drawing the surrounding situation into her spiritual awareness. Finally, when Jiang Chen's tall, muscular figure, exuding an overwhelming sense of power, entered her consciousness, and the surrounding energy constantly flowed into his body as he flexed his muscles, even Shui Qianxiu was momentarily stunned. In reality, Shui Qianxiu had observed Jiang Chen more than once before. She always had great interest in him, and now, that interest had seemingly reached its peak. But for Shui Qianxiu, it was more like fascination with a favorite toy, nothing more. For a moment, a slight flush crept onto her face as she murmured, No, I must move up the schedule quickly. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen, while absorbing spiritual energy and raising his head toward the sky to better receive the moon soul's power, also sensed that brief probing touch. Shui Qianxiu? This guy? Jiang Chen chuckled lightly, shaking his head without taking it too seriously. This time, the emotion exuding from Shui Qianxiu was obvious, mostly desire, which made Jiang Chen both laugh and sigh. But he wasn't arrogant enough to believe that his charm was so overwhelming that someone could fall for him after just a few encounters. His intuition told him that Shui Qianxiu's feelings toward him likely involved something directly related to cultivation power, far beyond mere desire. However, since Shui Qianxiu had hidden her techniques so effectively, he couldn't directly figure it out. Forget about her for now. Whatever comes, I shall deal with it. I should focus on what needs to be done now first. Jiang Chen told himself inwardly. Inside the Sky Cloud Sword sect, he didn't fear her causing much trouble, at least not for now. Even if she had other intentions, he was confident in his ability to protect himself. After a while, a massive amount of moon soul power began gathering in the sky, and then surged down toward Jiang Chen all at once. At this opportune moment, Jiang Chen immediately took out the 3 moon soul pills from the medicine bottle and swallowed them in one go. The power within them started to erupt and brew inside him. At the very moment the moon soul power touched Jiang Chen, every ounce of that energy surged directly into his body. Just as I thought, the moon soul pill really needed to have this kind of effect. If it had been anyone else, perhaps they truly wouldn't have been able to concoct a moon soul pill of this caliber. Jiang Chen felt genuinely delighted to have a subordinate at the level of a heaven-tier alchemist. After all, these alchemists were inherently rebellious, self-important, and full of pride. Another alchemist might have treated his current status more seriously, but certainly, others wouldn't be as devoted and wholeheartedly supportive as his current subordinate. The power of the moon soul was a force of heaven and earth, and its quantity was quite limited. Once the power of heaven and earth descended to the ground and was absorbed by a person, a large portion would scatter outward. At that moment, it all depended on the person's capability and the effect of the pills. Jiang Chen himself could retain 70% of the energy, while the remaining 30% had to be stabilized by the moon soul pill. This process repeated itself throughout the night. By the next morning, Jiang Chen was once again off to sign in as he usually did. Now that my strength has significantly increased, will the consolation prize also receive a major upgrade? Jiang Chen mused inwardly. The quality of these consolation prizes had always been rather low. If it weren't for the fact that these valuable supernatural abilities and martial arts could randomly appear and be refreshed, giving him something to look forward to, he probably wouldn't even bother to sweep anymore. Shui Qianxiu had not slept the entire night, even delaying her own cultivation. Early the next morning, upon seeing Jiang Chen leaving early to prepare for sweeping, she secretly followed behind. What a strange man. With such power and status now, he still insists on this odd habit of sweeping the ground. Shui Qianxiu believed she was always well hidden, never having been discovered by Jiang Chen, silently watching his every move from the shadows. After a while, she suddenly leaned her cheek on her hand, deep in thought. At that moment, she was completely different from before. Previously, Shui Qianxiu had seemed more like a seductive and flirtatious fox-like beauty. Now, however, she carried a bit of the sweetness and purity of an innocent girl next door. My master said that a man who is willing to persist in insignificant little things is the kind of man who will care deeply for his cultivation companion. I wonder if he is one of those kinds of men my master described. Even Shui Qianxiu herself couldn't quite understand anymore. Her curiosity toward Jiang Chen had begun. And once one starts becoming curious about someone, it often marks the beginning of getting drawn into the whirlpool of emotions. Of course, Jiang Chen knew about this little follower, just not her exact thoughts. Otherwise, he would surely have thought to himself, I don't really want to sweep either. It's just that the system gives too much. Chapter 101. A change in the consolation prize, a trace of Dao power. Jiang Chen arrived at the familiar location today, the Pill Pavilion. Zhu Yi was conversing with an inner sect elder. Although he had been disowned by his master, his skill as a Xian-tier pill refiner still remained, so he wouldn't struggle to get by within the sect. However, without the protection of his master, he had become more humble, no longer as arrogant as before, no longer treating everyone with a cold shoulder. After entering the Pill Pavilion, Jiang Chen swept the area casually and began to check in. Congratulations to the host for successfully checking in. Received a trace of Dao power. Obviously, this kind of reward was merely a consolation prize. When Jiang Chen saw this consolation prize, he finally revealed a smile. It's not easy at all. After such a long time, the consolation prize has finally updated. Jiang Chen felt a flood of emotions. The updating of the consolation prize precisely signified that he had now entered a new level. The previous consolation prizes had truly been useless, so worthless that even if given to a stray dog on the street, it would have been rejected. As for now, Although it was only a trace of Dao power, after obtaining this reward, he had noticed that many of the Dao pathways within his body were strengthened by this force. Once per day, gradually accumulating over time, the improvement was still quite significant. At this moment, a pill refiner apprentice approached. The gaze he directed toward Jiang Chun was complicated. After a long while, he let out a slight sigh, pretended not to see him, and left. This person was formerly Zhu Yu's pill refiner apprentice. Before, his relationship with Jiang Chun had been quite good. Unfortunately, only after a series of incidents did he come to understand Zhu Yu's hostility toward Jiang Chun. Moreover, now that Jiang Chun had risen so high, it was already impossible for him to even look up to him. Zhu Yu and the inner sect elder walked out, chatting and laughing together. But upon seeing Jiang Chun, their smiles came to an abrupt stop. Zhu Yu quickly and respectfully said, "Greetings, senior brother Jiang Chun." Given Jiang Chun's current status, even many elders of the inner sect would struggle to catch up to him, so addressing him as senior brother was only appropriate. Jiang Chun slightly nodded and then left. Zhu Yu exhaled in relief. Though he was someone who would retaliate even for the slightest grudge toward Jiang Chun, he truly dared not harbor such thoughts. The gap between them was simply too great, one that could never be bridged. Attempting to take revenge on Jiang Chun would result in a fate extremely miserable. The inner sect elder beside him looked at Zhu Yu with a complicated expression and then said, "I've heard that you had some conflict with Jiang Chun." In truth, at present, very few, if any, of the inner sect elders dared to come forward to cooperate with Zhu Yu. But, due to their lowly positions, those higher-level pill refiners were already booked solid, so they had no choice but to cooperate with Zhu Yu. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yu nodded slightly and then replied, "Before, when he was still a novice servant, we had some minor conflicts. However, later on, these misunderstandings were cleared. He won't target or retaliate against me. Otherwise, wouldn't I be dead by now?" Zhu Yu naturally understood the elder's concern. Therefore, he had to provide clarification. Otherwise, once today's matter got out, all those who were counting on luck to cooperate with him would run away, and his place within the Xianyun sword sect would truly become uninhabitable. After hearing this, the inner sect elder nodded, saying, "Indeed, indeed." Immediately afterward, he carefully recalled Jiang Chun's demeanor just now and found there was indeed no major problem, thus easing his previously worried heart. Jiang Chun was in a particularly good mood. As for people like Zhu Yu, he had almost entirely forgotten them. Not long after stepping outside, Jiang Chun arrived at a deserted, empty area. Slightly helplessly, he called out, "Isn't it tiring always hiding behind? If there's something you need to say, step forward and speak." Shui Qianxiu had been following him all along. Jiang Chun initially thought it was just a passing fancy, but as time passed, it seemed like this strange woman had actually latched onto him. After Jiang Chun spoke, Shui Qianxiu appeared beside him, displaying a seductive expression. "How did you notice me?" Jiang Chun wore a helpless look. "You were practically shouting your presence out loud." Shui Qianxiu. She had forgotten that although she possessed several powerful treasures, the person she faced was none other than Jiang Chun. This guy, although his treasures were well known, how could someone like him lack secret methods? "Speak. Ever since I entered the inner sect, you've been paying attention to me constantly. What's your true intention?" Jiang Chun got straight to the point. Shui Qianxiu smiled coquettishly. "I want to cultivate with you in unison. May I?" Her tone carried playfulness and mockery, but all true words. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chun nearly choked on his own saliva, staring at the woman before him in stunned silence. "You? What did you just say?" For a moment, he felt somewhat dazed, as if he had returned to his days as a novice servant, when those flirtatious female cultivators would try to seduce him every day. Later, when he entered the outer sect, he gradually forgot these memories. He never expected that the present Shui Qianxiu would awaken those recollections again. Shui Qianxiu smiled. "I want to cultivate with you in unison. Don't worry, I'm still a virgin. It's just that your body constitution is very suitable, and if we cultivate together, both of our strengths will improve dramatically." Jiang Chun. He glanced warily at Shui Qianxiu and then clasped his fists together, saying, "I'm afraid I cannot help with that. Excuse me." Without waiting for a reply, he turned around and left, running away faster than a rabbit. Shui Qianxiu stared at his retreating figure and laughed foolishly. Truly a perfect human cauldron. Over the next period of time, Jiang Chun lived relatively peacefully, watching his Dao cultivation steadily increase, which put him in an especially good mood. After all, at any time and in any cultivation stage, refining Dao power was always the most difficult and the slowest to improve. Now, however, he had found a stable way to improve, and by the time he reached higher realms, his Dao cultivation would already be far ahead of others. However, recently he kept accidentally running into Shui Qianxiu, which made Jiang Chun feel it was too coincidental. Besides that, his sword heart clarity hadn't given him any warnings either. These days really have been full of coincidences. But when so many coincidences pile up, could it be that this seductive woman is deliberately doing this? Jiang Chun mused inwardly. Since their last direct conversation, he had always felt wary of Shui Qianxiu. Admittedly, from all angles, Shui Qianxiu was faultless. Her beauty and figure were absolutely top tier. But the truth was, precisely because he couldn't see through her, his intuition told him that she was quite mysterious, yet he couldn't pinpoint anything specific that was wrong. As for someone like that, he only wanted to stay away for now. She said dual cultivation helps both parties grow stronger. But wouldn't it be that she steals all of my cultivation? Chapter 102, Shui Qianxiu's request. The reward is 100 years of cultivation in the Great Tao. Finally, on this day, Jiang Chen stepped out once again, preparing to go clean and check in, when he ran into Shui Qianxiu. She seemed to be passing by coincidentally, already turning to leave. But this time, Jiang Chen called her out. Sister, is this recent coincidence a bit too much? There was helplessness in his tone. He had no intention of getting involved too much with Shui Qianxiu, but Mei Shangdao. She obviously didn't feel the same. Shui Qianxiu turned her head to look at Jiang Chen, giving him a seductive smile. Is that so? Maybe it's because we live too close, and we often run into each other. Of course, she wouldn't reveal her thoughts directly. Jiang Chen said slowly. Just say whatever you want. Straight to the point is better than anything else. What a stubborn woman. He didn't even know how it was possible. They had only met once, and yet she was already going this far? Shui Qianxiu laughed. Didn't I already tell you last time? I want to cultivate with you. I have an ancient dual cultivation method here that would greatly benefit both of us. Jiang Chen, he put on a face of suffering, nearly going mad with exasperation. Was Shui Qianxiu really that obsessed with him? He definitely didn't think he had that much charm. What exactly was hidden behind all this was still unknown. Shui Qianxiu stopped smiling, her expression becoming serious. This version of her had less seductiveness, but gained another kind of charm. Since you've already asked, it's not good for me to keep hiding anything. I really do need your help. It's different from dual cultivation, but it does require some quite intimate actions. Can you help me? With every glance and movement, her figure swayed with an extra allure. Jiang Chen steadied his mind, unmoved by her charms, and after a brief thought, answered while staring at Shui Qianxiu. That's not really a problem. But what do I get in return? Because within the Xianyun sword sect, Jiang Chen already knew that perhaps those three elders were probably protecting him like a treasure now, and definitely wouldn't allow him to fall into danger. Precisely for this reason, he felt no fear within the Xianyun sword sect. Shui Qianxiu's beautiful eyes twinkled as she suddenly smiled playfully, teasing. Well, shall I offer myself to you? Jiang Chen, I'll take my leave. Wait, was this really a benefit for him, or was it just for this seductive girl's benefit? She wanted to take everything and have her way, not happening. Seeing Jiang Chen was truly about to leave, Shui Qianxiu finally laughed, dropping the teasing tone. All right, no more jokes. The benefit I offer you is 100 years worth of cultivation in the Great Tao. You already have abundant Tao cultivation, and even among the same realm, unless facing masters who are reborn veterans, most would still pale in comparison to you. True, cultivation in the Great Tao was not the deciding factor during the recent Heavenly Tao competition, but there were countless subtle connections that couldn't be ignored. 100 years worth of cultivation in the Great Tao. As the name implies, it normally required 100 years of hard cultivation. Even for someone like Jiang Chen, accumulating such an amount would take a very, very long time. Now, however, it was within easy reach, which made Jiang Chen waver slightly and start seriously thinking. Seeing the interest in Jiang Chen's eyes, Shui Qianxiu continued with a smile. I have the extreme cold constitution. Since childhood, I've always suffered from bodily coldness, and now after cultivating this far, many of my meridians are blocked. Therefore, I need you to follow the sequence on this map to massage me and release your energy. Shui Qianxiu tossed a scroll, made of sheepskin, into Jiang Chen's hand. He examined it carefully, then fell into contemplation. Looks like there wasn't too much danger involved, but massaging the private, intimate parts made this innocent young boy a little overwhelmed. He then gave Shui Qianxiu's face a thorough examination. Yes, this face is fine. Acceptable. Next, Jiang Chen's gaze slowly dropped to Shui Qianxiu's chest, slightly rounded, quite something. After serious thought, Jiang Chen felt that this deal could be done. There was no need to worry about all his cultivation being devoured by this enchanting girl. Moreover, gaining 100 years worth of great Tao cultivation. Of course, he was purely doing it for that, and nothing else. Jiang Chen looked at Shui Qianxiu to confirm certain details. You mentioned 100 years of great Tao cultivation. Is there anything more specific and detailed about it? This part was definitely worth clarifying. The great Tao varies, and so does the corresponding Tao cultivation. If she gave him something related to a different Tao entirely, wouldn't it be all for nothing? Neither absorbable nor usable. Shui Qianxiu giggled. Little brother, you can relax. Your older sister won't cheat you. It's the sword Tao cultivation, very useful for you. You're quite cautious, little guy. The last sentence was even slightly flirtatious in tone. Suddenly, looking at this young man before her, Shui Qianxiu felt a strange thought arise. She didn't want to kill him anymore. But this thought only flickered for an instant before quickly being replaced by a new one. For the greater cause of the sect, she couldn't afford to be soft-hearted or hesitant. But before that, she could still mutually benefit from interactions with Jiang Chen and gradually build emotional connection and trust. Only then would she have a better chance to act later. In the next moment, the two entered the room. Shui Qianxiu lay face down on the bed. With a thought, her robes behind slowly fell away, revealing her fair, smooth back. She lay there without turning to see Jiang Chen's expression. Though years of training had made her skilled in speech, when it came to such intimate physical contact, she still felt nervous. Jiang Chen behind, watching her flawless back, was momentarily stunned and didn't know what to do. Only then did he hear Shui Qianxiu's softly scolding voice, filled with a delicate irritation. Are you going to hurry up already? Jiang Chen finally regained focus and quickly replied. All right. His hands pressed onto her smooth back. The sensation caused him a momentary daze, even sensing that her delicate body seemed to tremble faintly, as though from an electric jolt. Jiang Chen slightly twitched his lips. You talk so boldly. I thought you were an experienced one. Turns out you're a newbie too. After this shift in mindset, Jiang Chen's actions quickly became much bolder. He started teasing her from time to time, and Shui Qianxiu would emit soft murmurs intermittently. Finally, Shui Qianxiu could barely endure it any longer and scolded. Jiang Chun, what exactly are you doing? Move faster. Stop wasting time with meaningless things. Jiang Chun ignored her completely and continued to enjoy the physical advantage, even going so far later as to completely ignore the proper sequence. But it didn't matter, as long as the desired effect was achieved. An hour quickly passed. Jiang Chen stepped out of the room looking no more exhausted than before, though judging from his face, he still seemed to be savoring the experience. As for Shui Qianxiu still inside the room, she had a flushed face, was soaked in sweat, and drops of sweat still trailed along her smooth back. That little bastard, though I have to admit, his results were indeed remarkable. My master was absolutely right. When it comes to the first choice, one must definitely find someone sufficiently strong. Shui Qianxiu could already sense that most of her cold blockages had been removed. From this point onward, even if Jiang Chun continued massaging, the effect would remain about the same. Only dual cultivation could remove the remaining traces. Chapter 103. Shui Qianxiu's intentions. Shui Qianxiu could clearly see that Jiang Chun, this little brat, was obviously reluctant about this, thinking that she wanted to completely devour the other party's entire cultivation base. What a complex mind you have. I'll have to proceed carefully. Shui Qianxiu half leaned back, her eyelashes gently fluttering. At this moment, her thoughts revolved around how to firmly capture this boy's heart. Even Shui Qianxiu herself might not have realized that from the initial intent of killing Jiang Chun, things had already changed. After completing everything, Jiang Chun stood up, covered Shui Qianxiu with his clothes to conceal her tantalizing figure, and softly said, "The thing you asked me to do is finished. Now it's time for you to fulfill your promise." 100 years worth of sword cultivation. How could it not be enticing? He and his second brother had endured so much suffering precisely for this moment. In her heart, Shui Qianxiu murmured, truly a boy who doesn't understand romance at all. Yet outwardly, she had already risen, gently patting Jiang Chen's shoulder with her soft hands, saying, "It's ready to be given to you anytime, but we need to go outside. Are you interested?" Shui Qianxiu gazed at Jiang Chun with a slightly mocking and half-smiling expression, watching the other's face fall from initial excitement to immediate disappointment. Without a word, he turned around, pushed the door open, and prepared to leave, muttering to himself. Sure enough, the more beautiful the woman, the more dangerous. I better keep my distance from her from now on. Jiang Chen still held a sense of reverence towards Shui Qianxiu, who knew what exactly was going on in the heart of this woman who seemed so charming and alluring on the surface. Come on, it was just a little joke. Why rush off like that? A full 100 years of sword cultivation is indeed real, but if you want to completely absorb it, it'll probably take a little time. And to fully master and utilize it might require you to reach the golden core stage first. Jiang Chun, already with one foot out the door, abruptly stopped at hearing this, turned his head back around, and smiled again. Hey, you can't just fool people like that. The next moment, he walked closer to Shui Qianxiu, rubbing his hands together with obvious anticipation. Come on out then. He knew that with an additional 100 years of Dao cultivation, his battle power would be greatly enhanced. More importantly, it would help lay a solid foundation for the future. Before the great competition for heavenly Dao, only by continuously strengthening his foundation could he increase his chances and odds of victory. Shui Qianxiu had no mood to tease the boy anymore. She retrieved a stone bead from her storage ring, gently shook it once in her palm, then tossed it to Jiang Chun. This stone bead contains 1/10 of a pseudo-ascension realm expert's divine consciousness, which carries within it 100 years of Dao cultivation. I have already used my own methods to remove some of the residual forces inside. You can absorb it directly. Jiang Chun first carefully inspected it, then cautiously absorbed a tiny bit of its energy. Finding no discrepancy with what she had described, he left with a satisfied heart. 100 years worth of Dao cultivation, if the sign-in reward doesn't increase further, would have taken him a whole year to acquire. But he was convinced that with Master Tong's tendency, it would definitely keep increasing gradually. Watching Jiang Chen's receding back, Shui Qianxiu lightly smiled, still so cautious. But time is on my side. After Jiang Chun had gone far enough, Shui Qianxiu stepped forward, quietly closed the door, then sat cross-legged. She began to perceive the surging power within her body, slightly puzzled in her heart. A portion of the cold pulse still hasn't been removed, yet my inner power has already surged this much. The cultivation stage forcefully imposed upon me by my master back, then now shows signs of reviving. Shui Qianxiu softly sighed. For now, hold it back, suppress it. Don't let the power erupt again. She didn't dare to imagine what would happen if all her power erupted at once. How many people's attention would be drawn? At that point, the Divine Water Sect's years of scheming would be utterly wasted. The dual cultivation plan will have to be postponed until I can no longer restrain myself. Only then shall I reconsider. Shui Qianxiu whispered softly. Back at his residence, Jiang Chen picked up the bead and placed his right hand gently upon it. An indescribable force began to connect with him, as if guiding him to absorb the Dao power within. Could it be, this effect is because Shui Qianxiu has already refined it? Now that Jiang Chun was quite sensitive to the power of Dao, he could more directly and clearly perceive whether two energies were of the same origin. Since these two energies clearly weren't, he deduced that it was probably Shui Qianxiu who had already refined it beforehand. She did give me quite a generous reward. But since she was only helping me previously and didn't expend much herself, why would Shui Qianxiu pay such a high price? This point left Jiang Chun puzzled at present, though he vaguely sensed it was a step in Shui Qianxiu's attempt to draw closer to him. Rather than simply handing this power over to him, it was more like using this power as a bond between the two. Perhaps her help had been useful, but more likely it was just an excuse. What exactly is she thinking? Now, Jiang Chun no longer suspected her of being a spy from another sect. Truthfully, he now felt quite secure around the three of them. Now was a time of great contention, and both the sect leader and his own master would surely be extra cautious and precise in their actions. Because of this, the enigmatic woman Shui Qianxiu had drawn considerable caution from Jiang Chun. He pushed such thoughts aside, deciding that the top priority at the moment was cultivating his strength. Everything else could wait. In the following 10 days, Jiang Chun absorbed most of the Dao cultivation power within the bead. All things considered, the results somewhat deviated from what Shui Qianxiu had predicted, since only Jiang Chun himself knew how terrifyingly powerful he had now become. Receiving the power of the Dao required more than just brute strength. It involved many different factors. Gradually, Jiang Chun noticed that the benefits from his recent check-ins had risen by a small margin. This pleased him greatly. Master Tong remained as reliable as ever, not letting him down. Today, as usual, Jiang Chun got ready to leave for his daily check-in, just like he always did. As he reached the door, Axe King's massive figure stood right beside him. Looking up with a smile, he scratched his head and said with a Kunhan laugh, "Big brother, I'm finally done cultivating. For this period, I'll be following closely behind you." Recently, Axe King had gained an important insight and entered a period of seclusion for cultivation. Jiang Chun had almost forgotten that he even had such a companion. "You've improved far too quickly." Jiang Chun glanced at Axe King's cultivation level and found it had already reached the peak of core formation stage 6th layer. This revelation left him quite astonished. Chapter 104. Axe King emerges. Check in the pure yang body. Jiang Chun never expected that this younger brother he had taken under his wing would turn out to be such a monstrous talent. It hadn't been long at all, yet the Axe King's cultivation had progressed this far. Indeed, it was the result of years of accumulation leading to a sudden breakthrough. 20 years of tempering the physical body. No matter how little cultivation or absorption of spiritual energy one did, the body would naturally store it. Jiang Chun had stored even greater spiritual energy, but due to differences in his cultivation path, his body required much more to achieve improvement. Axe King scratched his head and said, "Nope, you're definitely still stronger, brother. Brother, I heard that there are still many inside the sect who refuse to acknowledge you during this time. You don't need to deal with them personally. I'll take care of them one by one." Jiang Chun, undeniably, this kid was quite enthusiastic. Though he appeared simple-minded and not particularly thoughtful, he had his merits. "All right, just stay here and cultivate for now. I'll call you when needed." After brushing him off with a few casual words, Jiang Chun turned and left. Axe King quickly replied, "Yes, brother." Only after Jiang Chun had walked far away did the door beside him slowly open. Shui Qianxiu stepped out and looked at Axe King with a smile. "Hey, big dummy, why does your big brother go sweeping every day?" Shui Qianxiu wanted to pry some information about Jiang Chun from this simpleton. Although Axe King's existence was a secret, and very few people knew about him, Shui Qianxiu was no ordinary person. She naturally acquired a lot of information, and already had thoroughly investigated Axe King's background. She understood Axe King's personality, so she figured that using a few minor tricks might help her fully uncover Jiang Chun's secrets. However, what she didn't know was that Axe King himself had no clear understanding of Jiang Chun either. Axe King scratched his head again, revealing a cautious expression as he solemnly said, "If you want to know about my big brother, you should ask him yourself. Only if he's willing to speak can things be said." Yet the flicker of evasion and embarrassment in his eyes didn't escape Shui Qianxiu's notice, leaving her speechless. It was only then that Shui Qianxiu realized Jiang Chun might just genuinely love being a menial worker. Leaving other things aside, countless people within the Xianyun Sword Sect, including herself, had followed the areas where Jiang Chun used to clean. Every place was just ordinary and unremarkable, showing no special signs at all. At the beginning, everyone thought the act of sweeping must be connected to Jiang Chun's great opportunity. But now, people thought Jiang Chun might simply be a little crazy, and that he genuinely enjoyed sweeping. "I think you don't know anything at all," Shui Qianxiu said coldly and turned back into her room, unwilling to waste any more time on this big dummy. Hearing this, Axe King's face flushed with anger and dissatisfaction. How could that be? The place Jiang Chun had arrived at today was called the Sword Chi Realm, an area dedicated to physical tempering. This place was completely different from the Outer Sect and the menial workers. It was extremely dangerous. Outer Sect disciples and menial workers were forbidden from entering. So Jiang Chun had never had the chance to enter this place when he was just a menial worker. But now, the situation was simple. The steward in charge of selecting daily locations for Jiang Chun via lottery had placed names of all well-known individuals from the Xianyun Sword Sect into the draw without restrictions, ignoring entirely which areas were considered dangerous. As far as Jiang Chun was concerned, in the entire Xianyun Sword Sect, was there any restricted or forbidden area that he could not enter? Upon merely hearing the name, Sword Chi Realm, Jiang Chun immediately searched his memory, but eventually couldn't recall any such place after deep thinking. When he arrived here via his inner sect disciple token, the surrounding scene immediately shocked him. There were countless sword auras flying randomly through the sky, arbitrarily crashing down upon lucky winners. Inside the Sword Chi Realm, it could be said that on average, Each person was pierced 86 times every minute. As for the power level of each sword aura, it was entirely a matter of luck. With bad luck, the sword aura would hit with greater power. With good fortune, the sword aura would be weaker. Is this the way inner sect disciples temper their physical bodies? Jiang Chun ignored the occasional sword auras striking him and just watched the disciples seated cross-legged around him, deep in thought. The number wasn't large, about 6 people altogether. Surprisingly, they were all sitting in the same posture, circulating their energy without using the slightest bit of spiritual power, purely relying on physical strength to endure the sword auras, letting each slash strike their bodies. Their bodies were continuously being partially shattered and then reconstructed. Cycle after cycle, repeatedly. Jiang Chun used his sword heart clarity to locate the most suitable position, walked straight toward it, and inwardly said, "Old brother system, check in." The next moment, a system notification appeared in his mind. "Congratulations, Master. You have successfully checked in and received the following reward. Pure Yang Body." Note: the Pure Yang Body is a supreme Yang constitution. Physical strength will reach terrifying levels, and the vitality of blood and energy will continuously push the physical body to greater peaks. Pure Yang Body. At the sight of these 4 words, Jiang Chun even felt momentarily dazed. It had been so long, and this was the first time in a while that he had obtained a special trait, something extremely important at that. Jiang Chun couldn't help but admit, physical constitutions were indeed vital. In other words, a sufficiently powerful physical body could infinitely raise Jiang Chun's limits. The reason the mainstream cultivation methods nowadays don't emphasize body tempering is because forging the body requires massive amounts of time and monstrous talent. The elders of the sect naturally wouldn't want their disciples going down a wrong path, getting stuck in a dead end, and stagnating endlessly while solely focusing on physical strength. The elders of the Xianyun Sword Sect were certainly not going to do this. The reason was simple. The precedent set by the Axe King made the 3 elders fear greatly. There was even a period when the Supreme Elders specially called upon all the sect elders, warning them to be extra cautious should any disciple display obsession with physical cultivation. Yet in truth, only the physical body could hold more Daoic power. When reaching the immortal ascension realm in the future, the strength or weakness of one's body would determine how much power could be born. However, due to the low efficiency and high difficulty of physical cultivation, most sects merely touched upon it and stopped there. With the power of the pure Yang body, perhaps I can attempt to push forward using this strength. Jiang Chun muttered inwardly. What he meant by pushing forward wasn't breaking into a higher cultivation stage, but rather attempting to accept more Daoic power. In doing so, within his current cultivation stage, he would be able to unleash even greater strength. Daoic power was the ultimate pursuit of cultivators. To put it conservatively, the amount of Daoic power that Jiang Chun's body could currently contain far exceeded that of a golden core cultivator. Then he disappeared from where he stood. Many people looked toward the direction where he had vanished. Chapter 105. Lu Hongyi emerges from seclusion, and her wariness toward Jiang Chun. When did a servant disciple appear in our inner sect area? Yeah, aren't servant disciples not assigned to our inner sect? As Jiang Chun was performing his servant duties, 2 or 3 more people walked in one after another. Upon witnessing Jiang Chun's actions, they felt extremely surprised. Since when did a servant disciple handle cleaning here? After those questions floated about, it took quite a while before some inner sect disciples, with complex expressions, finally responded. You think he's just an ordinary servant disciple? You're overthinking it. He's Jiang Chun. Among the inner sect disciples, there were always a few who were naive and unaware of what was happening outside. But those who understood the outside world would know. Jiang Chun was the monstrous genius, valued and anticipated by countless top experts of the entire sect, who awaited his future ascension. It was just that he had some minor quirks, something quite normal, considering such Shangdra always had their own eccentricities. Those who had initially asked the questions immediately fell silent, no longer uttering a word. After a long pause, one person finally sighed softly, saying helplessly, "That guy is just too abnormal." Even without circulating spiritual energy in his body, you can feel the terrifying might of his physical form just from standing nearby. His strength is likely even greater than the rumors suggest. Their curiosity wasn't about the appearance of a servant, but rather why this servant seemed suspiciously powerful. Having received the answer now, everything became clear. Another person helplessly added, "For ordinary prodigies, their reputation is usually exaggerated beyond their actual strength. But with someone like this, the top genius in the entire sect, it's just the opposite. His strength is likely even more terrifying than the rumors suggest." No one noticed, however. Among them was a seemingly unremarkable youth who stared fixedly at Jiang Chun's back. "Jiang Chun, is it your appearance that has unsettled Hongyi's heart?" "Very well. Chahak the sect leader issued us these orders. Just wait. I will personally kill you." The flames of jealousy in his eyes surged like a rolling sea, rising layer after layer. In the inner sect, upon a certain inconspicuous peak, Lu Hongyi appeared here. By her side stood 2 men and a woman. The 2 men, one tall and one short, both radiated a terrifying aura. The woman wore a long green gown and possessed a charming, delicate beauty. Looking at Lu Hongyi, the woman slowly said, "Lu Hongyi, oh Lu Hongyi, I heard from others that you're interested in Jiang Chun, the rising star of the sect. Is it true?" Her eyes flickered mischievously, full of liveliness. Those familiar with her knew well not to be deceived by her cute exterior. Lu Hongyi glanced at her and blandly replied, "Sometimes, don't think too much. It might easily bring you trouble." A chill permeated the air as if the surrounding temperature had suddenly dropped. Hearing this, the woman only smiled, then continued. Looking at you, I was just kidding. Your cultivation of the supreme forgetful emotion truly makes you less and less human. Right after speaking, Lu Hongyi didn't deign to reply. At this moment, the tall, burly man standing nearby stepped forward. Let's not bicker internally at this stage. Do you all know the sect leader's intentions? The four had gathered specifically for this reason, and all three grew serious as they looked toward the big man. Then, the shorter, handsome young man slightly hesitated before slowly saying, generally understood, though I don't quite grasp what exactly he's thinking. But judging from the current situation, he's probably planning to conduct the cultivation of viperous insects scheme. Cultivating venomous insects. As the name implied, it meant choosing different prodigies, cultivating them separately, then letting them fight each other. The last one standing would be the most suitable successor. Clearly enough, what the sect leader currently intended was exactly this. The big man nodded. You're correct. His plan is nearly flawless and perfectly capable of selecting the best possible successor. But the appearance of Jiang Chun as an unexpected variable has caused him to make certain adjustments. At the mention of the name Jiang Chun, Lu Hongyi's eyebrows slightly lifted, and a strange emotion flickered across her eyes, though she quickly suppressed it. Immediately after, the big man continued. Hongyi, after further comprehending the supreme forgetful emotion, you've been in retreat for quite some time. You're probably unaware of what's been happening in the outside world. Lu Hongyi nodded. Since their last encounter, she had entered closed-door cultivation to solidify her understanding and foundational attainments. Thus, she hadn't learned much about the happenings beyond her retreat. The burly man sighed, his expression growing solemn. Jiang Chun is far more monstrous than everyone imagines. He has achieved a perfect core formation, something utterly unbelievable. You all understand what comes next, right? Each of the four standing here was among the topmost geniuses of Xianyun Sword Sect. They clearly understood the weight of the four words, perfect core formation. Silence settled among the three. Lu Hongyi also felt a tinge of emotion. Never did I expect that back then. That servant would now become such a monstrous existence. She still remembered their first encounter. At that time, immersed in cultivating the supreme forgetful emotion, she disguised herself as a mundane servant, entering the dusty mundane world to erase emotions. Yet in less than a year, everything had completely changed. Today's Jiang Chun was no longer the Jiang Chun of the past, an initially visible young figure placed up front to draw attacks, now a true monster capable of standing against a group of them alone. Lu Hongyi even felt a slight daze. Once Yang takes up the sword, perhaps everything will change again. As my father once said, during times of great competition, a single moment can reshape everything. At this moment, the young man spoke again. The sect leader openly declared that whoever defeats Jiang Chun will obtain the greatest resources, even the fortune of the entire sect, provided it's within the same cultivation realm. He wants to use us to pave the path for Jiang Chun's invincibility, but he also wants to test whether Jiang Chun can truly walk this path to the end. Flames burned in the eyes of all present, filled with excitement. Jiang Chun's eligibility to accept challenges recently is limited to 3 opponents. From what I know, Wu Yong has already accepted and will act today. We should go witness it, because I've also accepted one. The others nodded in agreement. Lu Hongyi's gaze remained calm, yet within her heart, a hint of anticipation stirred. She wanted to see just how strong Jiang Chun had become now. After the four made their plans, they vanished from the spot. After they left, Chen Qingyi and the sect leader appeared at this location. Chapter 106. The sect leader's task, the disciple of the supreme elder, Lierdal Wu Yong. The sect leader looked at Chen Qingyi and said slowly, I wonder whether Wu Yong, who inherited the legacy of the true immortal of the blazing blade, can be a match for Jiang Chun. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyi curled his lips slightly and replied, if my apprentice has to use 2/3 of his strength against him, then even if he wins, it counts as a victory. Moments later, the supreme elder appeared here, glancing at Chen Qingyi with dissatisfaction, and asked, you really look down on my disciple that much? You just watch. Even if my disciple is no match for Jiang Chun, he will definitely push him to his limit. Indeed, Wu Yong, the practitioner of the blazing blade technique, was not someone the sect leader had personally sought out. He was someone the supreme elder happened to encounter during one of his descents down the mountain. Finding him to possess exceptional talent, the supreme elder took him in, carefully nurtured him, and to his delight, Wu Yong also received a legacy. Now, in secret, he had become the only direct disciple of the supreme elder. Chen Qingyi smiled faintly and replied, you'll see soon enough. The supreme elder let out a cold snort. Although Jiang Chen's current strength had indeed earned his recognition, this did not imply in the least that his own disciple was so weak. The supreme elder too was curious. What would happen if his disciple and Jiang Chun truly crossed paths? Wu Yong, don't you dare disgrace your master completely. The supreme elder muttered to himself. Though still full of arrogance and pride, not showing any sign of yielding, he still felt a slight sense of concern deep down. Jiang Chun had just begun to walk back into his room when Axe King, upon hearing the news, hurriedly came over, flashing a broad and honest smile, rushed forward, and gave Jiang Chun a big bear hug. Brother, you're finally back. Jiang Chun, receiving such treatment, immediately wore a dark expression. He fiercely kicked out, sending Axe King flying, and sternly said, show some restraint. I'm in the crucial stage of cultivation. Nodding his head vigorously like a chick pecking rice, Axe King signaled he understood. Got it, brother. Like always watching over Jiang Chun, Shui Qianxiu happened to appear at this exact moment. Her eyes glanced briefly at Jiang Chun, then widened in surprise. Huh. This fellow actually possesses the pure yang body constitution. The pure yang body constitution was what Shui Qianxiu valued the most. It was the only constitution capable of granting her immense assistance. To her surprise, Jiang Chun, who hadn't possessed the pure yang body constitution not long ago, had now gained it. Fearing she might have made a mistake, she carefully examined him again and confirmed it without a doubt. A Shintan, pure yang body. Taking a deep breath and calming her expression, she murmured, "Abnormal, way too abnormal." It seems his pure yang body constitution had been sealed by something all along, only completely unleashed and exposed today. Pure yang body constitution. It was irresistibly attractive to Shui Qianxiu. With her own body constitution combined, and through the dual cultivation secrets, only someone with a pure yang body could allow the two to reach maximum enhancement, where yin and yang fused together and power surged dramatically. Previously, Shui Qianxiu already had many thoughts regarding Jiang Chun. Now, she had made up her mind firmly. No way. I have to seduce this guy into my bed, no matter what it takes. She had already laid some groundwork previously, using a century worth of Dao cultivation to get closer to him. Although Jiang Chun still held considerable caution towards her, it wasn't as cold as it once was. Thinking of this, Shui Qianxiu became even more excited. Looking at Shui Qianxiu, Jiang Chun had no idea what she was thinking, so he just walked straight toward Axe King, thinking inwardly, beauty brings calamity. Was she plotting to trick me again? Although so far, everything Shui Qianxiu had done seemed to aid him. Still, Jiang Chen's intuition told him that this woman might indeed try to pull one over on him, so he must stay alert and cautious, not letting himself fall into her trap. Axe King excitedly said, "Brother, my physical body seems to have hit a bottleneck recently. Why don't you give me a few pointers and help me ascend to a higher level?" Jiang Chun. Give a few pointers? In terms of physical cultivation, he himself actually understood far less than Axe King did. It was just that his system brother was too amazing. His physical body had become this powerful for no apparent reason. After some thought, Jiang Chun slowly said, "All right, Axe King. Let me give you a good beating. You think it through yourself." Axe King became even more enthusiastic. "Brother, please teach me." Thus, the two men engaged in a hand-to-hand battle using only their physical strength, with Jiang Chun even intentionally restricting himself to merely the second change of the true dragon transformation. In less than a minute, Axe King was lying on the ground, battered and bruised, unable to move. Jiang Chun leisurely remarked, "Axe King, you still need to train more. Keep pushing forward. I'll go cultivate now." Axe King quickly scrambled to his feet, excitement filling his voice. "Thank you for your guidance, brother." Then he muttered softly, "My brother's physical strength has grown even stronger. Plus, he clearly held back and didn't even fight at full power. If he had fought at full strength, I probably would have been defeated far worse." Axe King was simple-minded and fully devoted to cultivating his physical body, but he wasn't stupid. He clearly understood the limits of Jiang Chen's strength and whether he held back or not. Only a powerhouse like this deserves to be my big brother. From now on, I must keep chasing after my big brother. Axe King firmly thought to himself, suddenly feeling a surge of motivation in his cultivation path. If the sect leader witnessed this scene, he would surely be furious enough to spit blood. After painstaking efforts for 20 years, his influence wasn't even as effective as one beating from Jiang Chen. Just as Jiang Chun was about to step into his room, Shui Qianxiu suddenly raised her eyebrows. Looking into the distance, she spotted a streak of flame-covered light rapidly speeding toward them. She murmured, "Core formation stage 8th level peak. Wu Yong, the Lirdal. Why has this guy come here?" Based on the intelligence Shui Qianxiu had on Wu Yong, he was a cultivation fanatic who wouldn't leave his dwelling unless absolutely necessary. His coming here must have a reason. Thinking, Shui Qianxiu's gaze suddenly turned to Jiang Chen beside her, and she instantly understood. So, he's here for this guy. The flames landed, revealing a youth of average appearance but with unwavering determination in his eyes. He raised his blade, pointing it at Jiang Chen coldly. "Jiang Chen, today I have been ordered to defeat you." Jiang Chen's foot was just about to step through the door when he abruptly froze, turned his head back, scanned Wu Yong, and murmured, "Has it only been a short time since peace returned that the opponent assigned by the sect leader has come knocking again?" The excessively peaceful days had made him feel too relaxed and stress-free, causing Jiang Chen to almost believe he could finally settle down for a long period of cultivation. Experience showed that once you were chosen, comfort was nothing more than an illusion. Before Jiang Chen could even speak, the axe-swinging Axe King, who possessed terrifying recovery abilities, had already reached his peak state. He forcefully stomped forward, raised his great axe, and pointed it at the young man, coldly declaring, "If you want to defeat my big brother, defeat me first." Wu Yong frowned, glanced briefly at Axe King, and said in a deep tone, "My target is not you." Chapter 107, Oppression Through Strength? It's only interesting when equals clash. Fuxwang, at a glance, was undoubtedly an exceptional fighter among peers of the same realm. However, Wu Yong never wasted effort on unnecessary fights. His current emergence from retreat was aimed at acquiring higher resources, not to easily overpower others to prove his strength. In the next moment, the blade-wielding Wu Yong unleashed his might, as if the entire sky was stained crimson. With a sudden step forward, a thunderous roar erupted. Shockwaves surged midair, sending dust and mist flying. Behind him, Shui Qianxiu watched the scene with interest. She first tapped Wu Yong lightly, then shifted her gaze to Jiang Chun, murmuring, "This is indeed surprising. I didn't expect Jiang Chen to receive so much resource support from Immortal Sect. TSK. It seems the rumors are true. He is indeed treading the Invincible Tao, an extremely radical path. Either he crushes everything and ascends as a celestial sovereign ruling all, or his Tao heart collapses and he becomes just another average person." Initially, Shui Qianxiu had only half believed these rumors about Jiang Chun walking the Invincible Tao, suspecting it might be a false tale meant to distract or confuse the enemy. But witnessing this today, it seemed likely to be real. Otherwise, the sect leader wouldn't have created these missions for him. Those were clearly set up as stepping stones for Jiang Chen's Invincible Tao. This fellow would still assuredly have a bright future even without treading the Invincible Tao. Why would he need it to ascend to the immortal realm? As she watched, puzzlement grew within her. She couldn't claim to fully understand Jiang Chun, but after interacting with him this long, she understood him well enough. Previously, she'd largely dismissed the rumors because if Jiang Chun had truly chosen the Invincible Tao, it would have added great risks to his path. Seeing this, Fuxwang suddenly leapt forward, eyes wide, veins bulging on his temples, his entire body mobilizing power as his muscles tensed. A crushing thousand-gene force was about to swing down like a horizontal axe. Wu Yong frowned more deeply, his expression darkening. "I've spoken kindly to no avail. Since you're seeking death, I'll have no choice but to deal with you first." As he went to swing his sword, behind Fuxwang emerged a phantom Dharma image, an enlarged, titanic version of himself, also raising his axe, exuding overwhelming power, ready to come down like an irresistible force. At this moment, the three elders hiding in secrecy were stunned at the sight. This, a Dharma image? Never would I have expected that his understanding of the physical body has already reached a level capable of manifesting a Dharma image. While shocked, the sect leader's eyes also gleamed with satisfaction. What a fine young man. He really couldn't be swayed by me, proving he had his own ideas and carved out a broad path of his own. A Dharma image symbolized the attainment of near-perfect comprehension of one's Tao, thus gaining recognition from heaven and earth, enabling its formation. Its increase in combat power was terrifying. The degree of enhancement also varied, from just 3 to 4 times stronger for the less capable, up to dozens of times stronger for the best. The power of a Dharma image had nothing to do with other factors. It purely depended on how profound one's comprehension of one's path was. Fuxwang had clearly just begun to grasp this, thus receiving an amplification of only 3 to 4 times. But even so, it was still extremely terrifying. The senior elder gently stroked his beard and remarked, "Not bad, he actually possesses some real strength. Relying purely on physical might to reach heaven. When have we seen such an incredible feat? I hope to see it once again through Fuxwang." Truthfully, the senior elder himself was greatly astonished. However, since Wu Yong was his disciple, he had to maintain a proper demeanor. Chen Qingyi and the sect leader exchanged a glance. They saw through the senior elder's subtle thoughts, but didn't mind it much. He's truly the worthy younger brother of my disciple. This Fuxwang indeed possesses real talent. Excitedly, Chen Qingyi spoke. The two things he enjoyed most in his entire life were as follows. First, cultivating the Invincible Tao, an ambition he unfortunately failed at, and so he had switched to the sword path. Second, showing off. It was precisely because of this second hobby that he had developed an almost obsessive fascination for the Invincible Tao. Unfortunately, the failure of the first pursuit had greatly limited the possibility of indulging in the second. But now, his disciple's junior was also so outstanding. This alone greatly satisfied Chen Qingyi's craving for showing off. Wu Yong was momentarily taken aback. Gazing intently at the Dharma image behind Fuxwang, he then sighed lightly. "Indeed, I underestimated you. If we were at the same cultivation level, perhaps you'd truly be worthy of fighting me. But as it stands, you're still far too weak." Without exception, none among those who could be found within the inner sect and assigned missions directly by the sect leader would be weak. Wu Yong was no different. Now that Jiang Chen's power had risen to such a degree, would the sect leader set up some trivial weaklings as practice opponents for him to gain experience? Certainly not. Instead, the sect leader would gradually increase the pressure, step by step solidifying Jiang Chen's Invincible Tao, rapidly elevating his power. If Jiang Chen could maintain a streak of victories, his strength would surge forward swiftly. If he couldn't, then it can only be said that Jiang Chen is not suited for this path. Wu Yong closed his eyes, his right hand gently resting on the hilt. The dust and mist in the sky gradually dispersed, and the crimson glow faded away, as if he were about to give up resistance. Lu Hongyi and the others hid in the shadows, watching Wu Yong intently. This Fuxwang is going to be in trouble. Wu Yong has activated his killing intent. The Blood Soul Blade, commonly known as a blade that shatters flesh and bones and annihilates the soul with a single strike, especially devastating when it comes to attacking spiritual consciousness. What he's doing means he intends to kill Fuxwang. Among the four, a tall and seemingly dull-looking man spoke solemnly. As a martial arts fanatic whose greatest pleasure in life was fighting and cultivation, he naturally knew everything about people like Wu Yong inside and out. Beside him, a woman sighed. Wu Yong is overly fond of killing. This is the influence of his Tao. No one but his master can keep him in check. Every time he draws his blade, it's a life or death move. But it doesn't matter much. The Grand Elder is also here. This is just a small matter. Still, Fuxwang's soul will certainly be affected. The four of them seem to already know Fuxwang's impending fate. Even with the manifestation of a Dharma image, the gap in strength was too vast to be bridged by it alone. Perhaps only when Fuxwang's power reached the same level as Wu Yong's could he stand a chance. Shui Qianxiu's gaze shifted to the calm young man behind Fuxwang. On Jiang Chun, there wasn't even a trace of tension. He looked completely at ease, as if nothing here concerned him, as if none of the people present were even worth his notice. Just as Fuxwang's enormous axe was about to descend, suddenly, Wu Yong opened his eyes. At that very moment, everyone nearly experienced a shared illusion. It seemed as though, behind Wu Yong, a giant blood-colored eye had opened between heaven and earth, terrifying, chilling to the bone, as if being stared at by it alone would bind and paralyze one's body. Blood. As Wu Yong was about to roar out, Jiang Chen suddenly smiled. It's only interesting when equals clash, remember? Chapter 108. The Axe King is too strong. Should they target Jiang Chun, the soft persimmon? Jiang Chen's sudden outburst startled everyone, drawing countless gazes toward him. In the instant the Axe King felt all eyes on him, he couldn't help but shiver involuntarily, even losing his grip on his axe. But Jiang Chen's voice snapped him back to reality. Wu Yong still maintained a poised posture, ready to unleash his full power at any moment. Glancing at Jiang Chun, he sneered. Same cultivation realm? I'm here today to crush your invincible path. That's my mission. Same realm. Well, you have to survive this first. The meaning between the lines was clear. I've accepted this mission. A fair fight? That conversation can only happen if you make it through this alive. Unknown to the crowd, Jiang Chun possessed the celestial chessboard. Even more unknown to them was the terrifying power of that artifact. After listening to Wu Yong's words, Jiang Chun merely smiled, then said, no need for such trouble. Right now, I will bring you down to my level. It was clearly visible. Murderous intent flickered in Jiang Chen's eyes for an instant. Yes, he had decided to kill Wu Yong. How could Jiang Chen not see it? That slash Wu Yong had launched was meant to sever his companion. Wu Yong was stunned, his mind in turmoil, unable to reach an answer. Before he could ponder further, the heavens and earth darkened, transforming into a colossal chessboard, and Jiang Chen stood as its master. Even more shocking to Wu Yong was the fact that Jiang Chen seemed to grasp the heavenly rules, causing the power within Wu Yong's body to gradually be drained away, until it matched Jiang Chen's core formation stage, 4th subrealm, peak. With each subrealm, especially after entering the core formation stage, the disparity was vast. Therefore, even a heaven-bestowed genius like the Axe King would be unable to resist if there was a gap of 5 subrealms. Without resorting to the celestial chessboard, even if Jiang Chun used every trick up his sleeve, they might be evenly matched. The Axe King felt his sense of dread instantly drop sharply. At that moment, he heard his older brother's cold voice from behind. Axe King, step this brat underfoot. If possible, kill him. The killing intent was icy and bone-chilling. Jiang Chun, usually amiable and ever smiling toward all, finally bared his fangs. The Axe King was ecstatic. He turned his gaze toward Wu Yong and coldly barked. Yes, older brother. Shui Qianxiu was dumbfounded. She glanced at her own cultivation level. Had it really dropped this much? Her original level had been higher, but by using special methods, she had forcefully suppressed it to the 9th subrealm of core formation stage, imperceptibly so. She hadn't expected, however, to also be pulled down by Jiang Chen's celestial chessboard. Lu Hongyi and the other 3 individuals faced the same fate. From the glances exchanged among the 4, one could see shock in their eyes. Though they had heard rumors about Jiang Chen's ability to lower opponents' cultivation levels, none of them had anticipated its terrifying extent. Almost as though he had become the heavens and earth themselves, crafting his own rules. Naturally, their understanding was limited to that. Even Chun Qingyi and the other 2 didn't know much about this celestial chessboard technique, let alone these people. Among all present, the only 3 within the chessboard who remained unaffected were the 3 Grand Elders. As Jiang Chen's voice fell silent, the sect leader and Chun Qingyi simultaneously looked toward the Grand Elder, only to find the latter's face ashen. The reason was simple. He knew that under the chessboard's power, Jiang Chun could not possibly lose. His beloved disciple was likely to perish at Jiang Chen's hands. Unrivaled in the same realm wasn't just an idle boast. The Grand Elder's gaze locked onto Chun Qingyi, and he was about to say something. But Chun Qingyi spoke slowly. Grand Elder, your disciple has too much killer intent. A little setback will do him some good. Death won't come to him, but some torment won't be avoidable. The Grand Elder opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, but eventually heaved a sigh and remained silent. Compared to Jiang Chun, his beloved disciple was far behind in potential. As for the 2 young men among the 4, Lu Hongyi and the others, they stared at Jiang Chun, expressions complex. This mission, perhaps we should decline it. Once we leave here, keep silent about what we've seen today. Within the same realm, Jiang Chun is Wu Di, peerless. The shorter man sighed, shaking his head helplessly with a wry smile. Earlier, perhaps there had still been doubts in their minds about those rumors concerning Jiang Chun, some uncertainty. But now, after witnessing this, he firmly believed in those words. At this moment, Wu Yong's expression changed drastically. As the Axe King's axe began descending, he hastily retreated, slashing out with a fierce cry. Soul Blood Blade. Unexpectedly, the slash barely left a mark on his opponent's physical body, frantically evading and counterattacking repeatedly, stroke after stroke. Yet he couldn't even draw blood, let alone damage the soul. A sense of helplessness and impending doom surged through him in that moment. Wu Yong locked his bloodshot eyes on Jiang Chun and roared, Jiang Chun, within the same realm, you can only rely on others to fight for you. You coward. If you dare step forward yourself, I'll kill you like cutting melons and vegetables. This existence whose physical body was off the charts was beyond Wu Yong's capability to handle. He was someone whose defense and attack had been maxed out, truly terrifying. Just a single strike from him could break through 10,000 methods. Although there were rumors that Jiang Chen's physical body was even more terrifying, Wu Yong thought those were all false. Was there anyone who could surpass the Axe King's physique? Could it really be this Jiang Chen who had barely cultivated his body at all? Sure enough, the moment he spoke, Lu Hongyi and the other three became interested. They also wanted to see with their own eyes whether those exaggerated rumors were true. They found it hard to believe. Only Shui Qianxiu wore a faint smile on her lips, murmuring, "He insists on taking on the toughest opponent. Isn't that just asking for death?" The Grand Elder above turned pale, helplessly staring at Wu Yong. It was as if he were thinking, "Disciple, that's enough already. Don't seek your own death. The Axe King might not be able to kill you, but that Jiang Chun truly can end you in an instant." Sure enough, upon hearing these words, Jiang Chun too showed interest. He waved his hand lightly. "Axe King, come here." The Axe King, previously in a frenzied state and nearly seeing red, immediately regained his clarity upon hearing Jiang Chen's voice, dispelling his Dharma body. Then, he leapt back swiftly and stood beside Jiang Chun, offering a simple, honest smile. "Big brother, I'm back." Everyone. They were all puzzled by the Axe King's demeanor. After all, wasn't he also an elite among top talents? Was there really any need for him to obey Jiang Chun this thoroughly? Of course, if the sect leader knew of their thoughts, he would have been close to tears, spending untold time trying to influence and guide the Axe King only to find none of it worked, as well as a single word from Jiang Chun. Wu Yong finally got a chance to catch his breath. His gaze filled with killing intent locked onto Jiang Chun as he sneered. Good. He finally took the bait. He had no way with the Axe King, but what about Jiang Chun? Yet in the very next moment, Wu Yong was utterly stunned. Right in front of him, a colossal Dharma body suddenly rose, towering and blocking out the heavens. Chapter 109. Invincible Dharma Body, the mysterious Big Brother. Compared to Axe King's Dharma body, the newly emerged Dharma body was a full 1,000 zhang tall. Behind it, 9 massive arms stretched outward. Jiang Chen's eyes were completely filled with golden light. Under his mental command, all 9 arms descended simultaneously, reaching toward Wu Yong. Wu Yong twitched his lips, his body slightly convulsing as well. "You have got to be kidding me. We thought the Axe King was the real powerhouse at this level, even manifesting a Dharma body, but you're telling me that you're the strongest?" Wu Yong could hardly accept this situation. Abnormal. This was just too abnormal. Before he could even react, his defensive mechanisms, protective techniques designed for emergencies, emitted a couple of buzzing sounds as they were crushed under the overwhelming pressure coming his way. 6 hands grabbed Wu Yong at once, gently pressing down. Boom. A deafening explosion rang out, and Wu Yong was sent crashing to the ground. His flesh was torn and bloody, his face unrecognizable beyond the damage, but faint breath still escaped him, a weak sign that he remained barely alive. Above the battlefield, the Supreme Elder frowned slightly, then hastily shouted, "Jiang Chun, spare his life." Regardless of everything, Wu Yong was a disciple he had high hopes for. The Supreme Elder did not wish for the man to die here. Jiang Chun cast a glance at the Supreme Elder. In his Dharma body state, he exuded an aura that looked down on everything, a peerless dominance. As if in this entire world, there was no one who could oppose him. Chen Qingyi looked at the radiant golden Dharma body and Jiang Chen's current state, slightly taken aback. The sect leader was the same. Both fixed their gazes upon Jiang Chun, the ultimate physical body, refined into an incomparably powerful Dharma body. Chen Qingyi was silent for a moment before turning to the sect leader and speaking. "Junior brother, you saw it too, didn't you? Something fleeting, something imperceptible to ordinary eyes." Clearly, among everyone present, only these 2 senior and junior brothers had seen it. The sect leader nodded slowly, seemingly awestruck. How many years has it been? Finally, someone has once again used the foundation of the Invincible Tao to refine his own Dharma body. How many years? Those 4 words referred not to thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of years, but hundreds of thousands, perhaps even a million years. For everyone in this world, an invincible Dharma body was something existing only in legend. Indeed, many were not even worthy to hear of such a legend. Suddenly, the sect leader smiled. "I'm suddenly looking forward to seeing whether Jiang Chun will sweep through the genius experts of this generation across the world, including those reincarnated old experts, and ultimately attain the great Tao." Chen Qingyi smiled as well. "Don't worry. My disciple won't disappoint us. Just wait and see." Beside them, the Supreme Elder had 3 question marks etched onto his face. "Excuse me, aren't we on the same level? Then why are the 2 of you talking in such a way that I can't understand a single word?" Thinking about this, the Supreme Elder sighed and said nothing further. Knowledge of anything related to the Invincible Tao, if there was any, it could probably only be truly understood by these 2 senior and junior brothers from the Xianyan Sword Sect, maybe among the neighboring 9 great sects as well. After all, no one else would be foolish enough to actually devote themselves entirely to researching the Invincible Tao. Previously, the Xianyan Sword Sect had 3 who knew. Now, they still had 3. Then, Jiang Chen's cold voice drifted over. "Spare his life, but sever one of his arms." In an instant, Jiang Chun dissolved his Dharma body, reverting to his true form. He turned to Axe King and slowly said, "Go, cut off this guy's arm, whichever he tries to use to kill you." That killing intent, the one that had just solidified into substance, was something Jiang Chun had clearly detected. For such a person, Mercy was not in his character. He preferred to act with thunderous force, to suppress and slay, to avoid leaving any future threat. That was simply not a good idea. As for Axe King toward his big brother, there was only complete loyalty. Yes, big brother. Then he arrived beside the nearly unconscious figure, swung his huge axe, and slashed downward. Boom. The right arm was severed. Wu Yong spat out a mouthful of fresh blood and finally passed out. Lu Hongyi and the other three. They hadn't regained their composure yet, still dazed by the image of Jiang Chun manifesting that Dharma body. It was terrifying. Just staring at that colossal form had filled them with spontaneous, all-encompassing reverence, an urge to fall to their knees in complete respect. Among them, the most complex expression belonged to Lu Hongyi. That little servant boy from back in the day, who had struggled to survive through the narrowest cracks, had now risen so high that even the top inner sect geniuses could be crushed under a single hand, life and death determined by his whim. This transformation had come too quickly, over too short a time. So short, in fact, that Lu Hongyi hadn't even fully processed it, let alone accepted it. Yet here it was, already reality. As for the other three, they didn't have such complex thoughts. They had little interaction with Jiang Chun, only knowing his name, but never seeing his face, and their thoughts were quite simple. Just try to avoid crossing paths with this guy. But unnoticed by everyone, beyond the chessboard, three identical triplets stood stealthily, watching that scene with solemn expressions. Hey brother, it's good we listened to you and didn't follow Big Brother Wu in confronting Jiang Chun. Rumors never come out of nowhere. Sure enough, Big Brother Wu was directly crushed by Jiang Chun. Yeah, brother, we must deeply understand the way of cautiousness. We absolutely cannot let our guard down. Otherwise, it will be really troublesome. Brother, we have to admit, you were absolutely right. Jiang Chun is truly a monster. Wu Yong was already a monster himself, yet he ran into this guy. He couldn't even withstand a single move before being finished. Both turned their gazes toward the older, more mature-looking eldest brother. Upon hearing these words, the eldest brother revealed a slightly lonely expression. He sighed. We cultivators should act cautiously. Although I could effortlessly defeat Wu Yong as well, when it comes to facing Jiang Chun, my chance of victory is only 80%. Unless it's 100% certain, I will absolutely never take action. Deeply understanding the path of caution, these three were part of the four-man team, with Wu Yong. Among them, Wu Yong was the weakest, yet the most aggressive. When Wu Yong accepted the mission to confront Jiang Chun, the eldest brother tried to guide him down the cautious path. Unexpectedly, the moment Wu Yong heard the first word, he immediately fled. Fighting? Impossible. Listening? He didn't want to. He could only run away. Upon hearing this, the other two laughed in admiration. Truly, you're our big brother. Suddenly, one of them turned to the eldest brother and asked seriously, Brother, what technique did Jiang Chun use that drags others into the same cultivation realm as himself? After a brief pause, the eldest brother replied, the heaven and earth chessboard. It appeared 30,000 years ago on a peak Immortal King expert. It's a gift bestowed by heaven law. It cannot be cultivated by ordinary means, nor comprehended through ordinary understanding. Enhancement and mastery depend entirely on fate and chance encounters. It doesn't matter. It's practically the same as my 10-direction formation. Chapter 110. The cautious Shui Qianqiu's desire. According to my projections, however, I still cannot determine Jiang Chen's exact strength in this match. Only an 80% chance of victory. Too risky. Let's wait until there's a 100% chance of winning before taking action against him. The other two nodded in agreement. Just then, the Supreme Elder was about to descend to rescue Wu Yong when he suddenly noticed a purple light appearing out of nowhere directly above Wu Yong. It started as a small point and gradually expanded until it fully enveloped Wu Yong, carrying him away from the scene. The Supreme Elder was startled at first, then sensed the energy, and after understanding the situation, he finally relaxed. That Shuiji guy, although he has that bad habit, his strength is undeniably powerful. With him stepping in, my disciple will surely come out unscathed without any consequences. Although he was an immortal cultivator, the Supreme Elder had dedicated all his efforts into combat expertise, making him nearly ignorant in other obscure and esoteric arts. However, Shuiji was a prodigy and a unique figure within the Xianyan Sword sect. Looking throughout the entire sect, it was almost impossible to find someone as strong as him, and with such a profound understanding of those obscure and mysterious arts. In fact, even the sect leader had personally approached Shuiji before, advising him to focus less on these side studies and more on martial cultivation. Unexpectedly, Shuiji had replied, Leader, I need to be a bit more cautious. This world is dangerous, and only with enough strength can I truly feel safe. When the sect leader heard this answer, he was almost left speechless. Only later did he reluctantly accept the situation. He allowed Shuiji to indulge in his interest in forbidden techniques and obscure arts. Surprisingly, Shuiji's cultivation speed increased rapidly, seemingly unaffected. This made the sect leader quite satisfied, and he stopped interfering further. As expected, beside the three men, Wu Yong's battered body suddenly appeared. Shuiji waved his hand and spoke in a hasty tone. Quickly, activate the formation and leave immediately. Jiang Chun is very dangerous. Although I have an 80% chance of killing him, it's still too risky. A massive teleportation formation instantly condensed beneath their feet. Even the most essential part of creating a teleportation formation, chanting spells and carving runes, was completed within a single thought. Bear in mind, Even top-tier formation masters would need at least a quarter of an hour to complete such a large-scale teleportation formation. This action of his, thus, could only be described as breathtaking. Above, the sect leader and the two elders witnessed this and couldn't help but twitch their lips. Seriously? Was it really necessary to be so exaggerated? To simply leave the area, did they really have to use such a massive teleportation formation? However, those familiar with Xueji's eccentric nature quickly shrugged it off and didn't dwell on it further. Chun Qingyi sighed. Why do all these gifted young people seem a little strange? Sigh, my disciple is just fine. Unlike these guys, who are always pulling off such ridiculous stunts. Upon hearing this, the other two looked at Chun Qingyi for a moment, unsure of what to say. Indeed, Xueji was a bit strange. And others like him, such as Axe King, were also peculiar. But, exactly what part of your disciple is normal? He behaves just like you, always showing off and sweeping floors every day. Who knows what's so fascinating about those floors? Yet your disciple seems to enjoy it endlessly. Thinking of this, the two eventually swallowed the words on their tongues. If speaking up had any effect, things wouldn't have gotten to this point. After finishing all of this, Jiang Chun didn't bother to look at the onlookers surrounding the area. He merely snorted coldly. You are welcome to come and spar. However, if your intent is murder, don't expect me to show any mercy. This was the first time someone had attempted to kill him since Jiang Chun accepted challenges from the many young geniuses after his significant increase in power. After speaking, Jiang Chun glanced at Axe King beside him and called, Axe King, let's return to cultivation. Axe King revealed a simple and honest smile. He scratched his head, appearing as if none of the previous events had anything to do with him, and promptly responded, yes, big brother. Thus, the two returned to their house, resuming their usual routine, as if nothing had ever occurred. Shui Qianxiu, however, watched the two with a hidden thought forming in his heart. Budabu so, Zhilenga Zhaog, Dichit, Heng Chang. Bun Yue Fuwang Nungo Yo Fa Shang Zhili. Ban Yijing Zhugo, Jingren Lut. Mei Shang Dao Jiangchen, Jingran, Ye Yo Fa Shang Zhili. Erchit, Ta Jingran Yo Lut Chunyang Zhitit. Zhirkershu Sheng Yao Ro Shun Cheng Song. Zui Zhong Yao De Yi Huana. Wulun Zai Soa, Doasag Biadug. Doi Sti Chan Qiu or Yan. Do Buyu, Chunyang, Zhiti, Lai De Junha. Pure yang body, when considered alone, itself belongs to a top-tier constitution, not necessarily something everyone would fight over to accept as a disciple. Otherwise, it wouldn't be called one of the ultimate furnace bodies, alongside the pure yang body. However, Jiang Chun not only possesses the pure yang body, but also possesses immense physical strength, great Dao power, and more. All of these are exceptionally supreme. Combined with the pure yang body, it's as if he had just completed the final piece of the puzzle. In the future, after ascending to immortality, he might even achieve the remarkable feat of becoming a saint through physical cultivation alone. It's just unexpected this little fellow has grown this strong. This will be troublesome from now on. I need to think of a way to make him willingly enter a dual cultivation partnership with me. Shui Qianxiu thought anxiously. Dual cultivation required willing cooperation from both sides. Only then could the pure yang body and her own cold pulse energy blend and refine together perfectly. This would maximize the effect of dual cultivation. Shui Qianxiu had previously considered using special methods if Jiang Chun refused. After all, Jiang Chun wouldn't be in any life-threatening danger, quite the opposite. In fact, he would gain tremendous power growth, something even Chun Qingyi and others wouldn't discover. However, if the cooperation wasn't genuinely voluntary and conscious, the results would definitely suffer a significant loss in effectiveness. Now it was different. After witnessing Jiang Chen's techniques, Shui Qianxiu realized that her original plan wasn't practical because this guy was just too strong. If I were to unleash my true power, my hidden plans would definitely be exposed. Those three old men would certainly discover my identity. Shui Qianxiu shook her head, feeling troubled. To see such tempting meat right in front of her, but being unable to taste it caused her some annoyance. Well, I'll think of another solution. I should return and cultivate first for now. After pondering for a while, Shui Qianxiu finally made a decision. Cultivation came first. Things like this couldn't be rushed. Only after everyone had left. Chun Qingyi suddenly turned to the sect leader and slowly said, Junior, does this Shui Qianxiu possess a cold pulse within his body? And has he practiced dual cultivation techniques, merely needing a partner to begin dual cultivation? The sect leader naturally understood the inner disciples better. The sect leader nodded. Yes. What about it? Chapter 111. More detailed Dharma image information, Chun Qingyi's thoughts. Upon hearing this, Chun Qingyi shot a glance at the sect leader and said, You old man, aren't you usually the one most obsessed with probing others' secrets? If I recall correctly, this has long become a conditioned reflex for you. Didn't you notice something new about Jiang Chen now? Upon hearing this, the sect leader was slightly taken aback, then quickly used his divine consciousness to scan Jiang Chun. He froze, stunned as he exclaimed, Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun. Since when did he obtain the pure yang body? This time, the sect leader was truly shocked. He never expected that after such a short separation, Jiang Chun had already obtained the pure yang body, and from all appearances, it was the Shantan pure yang body. Could it be that Jiang Chun had been hiding it all along? Chun Qingyi sighed. Ah, my disciple. Sometimes you don't need to think too much about this, because the more you think, the more helpless you'll feel. Why can there be such a huge gap between people? Some people rack their brains and scheme their entire lives trying to obtain something, yet it just effortlessly ended up in Jiang Chen's hands like a wild vegetable on the roadside. The sect leader. Suddenly, he felt like saying nothing. Didn't Chen Qingyi know this was his disciple, not Chen's own? Where did this smugness come from? Regarding this point, the sect leader didn't even want to comment anymore. At this moment, Chen Qingyi spoke again. Alright, I didn't expect that one day you would actually let down your guard, no longer performing even the most basic examination on Jiang Chun. Facing this question, the sect leader directly fell silent and ignored it. What could he say? Was he supposed to say that he thought Jiang Chun had more or less reached his limit, so he hadn't bothered to check? Moreover, who could make such a tremendous improvement in just a few days? He even managed to manifest an Wu Di Dharma image. This was precisely what frustrated the sect leader most, even bringing on a tinge of jealousy. Over the years, he had seen countless prodigies of extraordinary talent, yet none had ever stirred the slightest ripple in his usually calm heart. But Jiang Chun, he was already capable of stirring wild waves in the sect leader's heart. Shui Qianxiu carries the cold pulse, and Jiang Chun might just be the ideal partner for her dual cultivation. With dual cultivation, they could possibly achieve the fusion of yin and yang, jointly comprehending the Tao of yin and yang. This was what Chen Qingyi wanted to talk about, which was why he brought up this topic. The Tao of yin and yang. Everyone knew, among the countless dual cultivation techniques in the world, they all shared the same ultimate purpose. From originally focusing on the techniques themselves, people gradually realized over time, what truly determined the effectiveness of dual cultivation wasn't the technique, but rather the cultivation bodies of the two parties involved. Pure yang body, cold pulse. Dual cultivation between these two constitutions was considered top tier. The sect leader sneered slightly, looked at Chen Qingyi, and then said, "What? Do you really think your disciple will listen to you and engage in dual cultivation? I don't think so. He doesn't seem like the kind of person who would pursue fleeting romance." From his previous observations, the sect leader believed Jiang Chun generally appeared quite decent and upright, making it unlikely that he would easily accept such a proposal. Chen Qingyi waved his hand dismissively. "You don't understand. My disciple is just like me. He's a fake gentleman. As long as the girl is beautiful, he'll agree. Fine, I'll go talk to Shui Qianxiu later." The sect leader's mouth opened so wide it could nearly fit a goose egg. Leaving aside the issue of a master speaking ill of his own disciple, the part about going to talk to Shui Qianxiu later. You old pervert. But the sect leader didn't say much. Whatever the old lecher wanted to do was his own personal business, which had nothing to do with him as the junior disciple. The sect leader didn't hurry to leave either. He wanted to see exactly what his senior brother was planning to do. In the blink of an eye, Chen Qingyi vanished from the spot. Meanwhile, inside the room, Jiang Chun sat cross-legged on the ground, deeply meditating on the power within, quietly reflecting, strange. This Dharma image. I had never heard of it before. This time, when Axe King used it, I merely took a single glance, yet somehow I was able to master it. This fact surprised Jiang Chun quite a bit. He only now realized that his comprehension level must have reached an extremely terrifying degree. Even the very concept of Dharma images, he hadn't even known about before. He had simply seen Axe King use it once, and instantly attained the understanding. But I have to admit, after manifesting the Dharma image, my physical strength at least increased 12-fold. As one's power grew stronger, the multipliers of strength augmentation naturally began to diminish significantly. Enhancing combat power by even double during the core formation stage was considered top tier. 12-fold. That didn't even need further explanation. It was almost considered impossible. But Jiang Chun had done exactly that, and his instincts told him that this was only the beginning. Judging from the trend, as he continued deepening his understanding of the Dharma image, the increase in combat strength would likely keep growing, higher and higher. Although I've successfully replicated the Invincible Dharma image, to further enhance and perfect it, I'll still need to set aside time for cultivation. Jiang Chun murmured to himself. Moreover, he wasn't even sure if this was just his imagination. He believed that his daily cultivation foundation played a tremendous role in supporting the Dharma image's power, including whether each minor cultivation stage had been fully perfected. Just at this moment, Chen Qingyi appeared in Jiang Chen's room. Above, the sect leader felt somewhat confused. Wait, weren't you old lecher, just going to find Shui Qianxiu? Why, the moment you turned around, did you go see your disciple instead? After arriving, Chen Qingyi seemed to suddenly recall what he was about to say. He coughed slightly, a hint of embarrassment creeping onto his face. Still, he suppressed his awkwardness, just about to speak. But unexpectedly, his own disciple, upon seeing him, first showed delight, then quickly spoke. Master, I've encountered some minor problems and need you to clarify them for me. Although his master's power was moderate and his talent just so, his experience and knowledge were unmatched. The questions he had encountered were probably not issues at all for his master. Right now, Jiang Chun was quite eager for his master's answers. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyi tapped Jiang Chun lightly, then paused in slight surprise. You. Go ahead, asked then. For some reason, possibly due to a guilty conscience, Chen Qingyi had a strange feeling, as if Jiang Chun had already predicted his own anticipation. Jiang Chun spoke gravely. Master, what exactly is a Dharma image? And more importantly, what truly makes a Dharma image stronger? Hearing this, Chen Qingyi first relaxed slightly, then responded with a serious tone. My dear disciple, you've definitely asked the right person. In the entire Xinyan Sword Sect, there are only a handful of people whose Dharma images are stronger than your masters. Chapter 112. The disrespectful old man Chen Qingyi wants his disciple to practice dual cultivation. Jiang Chun, he didn't expect that his master's annoying habit of showing off would surface again at a time like this. Just as Chen Qingyi was about to continue his grandiloquent speech, Jiang Chen quickly waved his hand to interrupt. Master, time is precious. Please get straight to the point. Instinctively, Chun Qingyi's eyebrows twitched with anger. Throughout the years, anyone who had interrupted his moment of showing off would inevitably suffer a severe beating from him. But he soon remembered this was his beloved apprentice, Jiang Chun. He sighed helplessly, a flicker of exasperation flashing in his eyes. The power of Dharma body. The term Dharma body refers to the form you can materialize when your comprehension in a certain field reaches a level of absolute mastery. For me, it's the sword Tao Dharma body. As for you and Axe King, it's the physical strength Dharma body. From foundation building onwards, each breakthrough shapes our foundation, which becomes the basis. When you comprehend your Dharma body, this foundation will prove extremely useful. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chun suddenly understood. So that's why? He had been wondering why his Dharma body was so much stronger than Axe King's. At one point, Jiang Chun even had the illusion. Could it be that Dharma bodies vary from person to person? Was it because of his talent that his Dharma body was stronger? But after much thought, he discarded this idea. The reason wasn't just talent. While talent does play a crucial role in determining the strength of a Dharma body, in the end, it depends on other factors. It's definitely not just a simple matter of talent alone. After listening to Chun Qingyi's explanation, Jiang Chun confirmed that his initial thought was correct. It indeed had a deep and intricate relationship with the foundation itself, with reaching perfection in every minor cultivation stage, and so on. Chun Qingyi continued. Next, if you want to strengthen and elevate your Dharma body further, you'll need to experience and discover what your Dharma body lacks. Then, invest time accordingly. TSK. I've never seen anyone who can perfectly shape the initial form of their Dharma body at Golden Core stage. I wonder if I'll get to witness it through you. Normally, cultivators form their Dharma bodies at Golden Core stage, then properly cultivate and comprehend it. But this guy Jiang Chun is not ordinary. He plans to reach the pinnacle of Dharma body formation while still at core formation stage. Jiang Chun nodded, just as he was about to politely ask his master to go rest. He hadn't expected that Chun Qingyi would act faster, stepping closer with a grin. My dear apprentice, I have a great idea. Would you like to hear it out? Seeing his master's expression, for some reason, Jiang Chun suddenly had a bad feeling. Still, he nodded and said, go ahead. Chun Qingyi seemed to prepare himself mentally for a moment before coughing twice and speaking earnestly. Apprentice, here's the thing. You probably know that you've gained the pure yang body, right? Jiang Chun gave his master a look that said, are you kidding me? Didn't he know what he had obtained himself? But immediately, an ominous feeling rose in his heart. This disrespectful old master of mine surely doesn't want me to engage in dual cultivation with some Yaonu, seductive female demon or rogue cultivator, right? Jiang Chen's heart dropped as he thought inwardly. Regarding all kinds of information about the pure yang body, he knew quite a lot. And given his master's personality, plus the current look and expression he was showing, Jiang Chen felt that his guess was very likely to be accurate. Sure enough, Chun Qingyi chuckled and said, Apprentice, the biggest advantage of the pure yang body lies in dual cultivation. It greatly boosts your cultivation, quickly bringing your current stage to perfection, with absolutely no side effects. More importantly, it allows you to comprehend the Tao of Yin and Yang. When you think about it, isn't it quite fascinating? The Tao of Yin and Yang. Throughout history, it's always ranked among the top. With your talent, cultivating such a Tao should be effortless. Jiang Chun stared expressionlessly at his master. As expected, his guess had been spot on. Yet, he suddenly felt, wasn't what his master said actually reasonable? Many accusatory words lingered on his tongue, but he couldn't bring himself to speak them out. What concerned him more at the moment was, who exactly did his master want him to find for dual cultivation? If the effects were good, maybe later he could even try it with Shui Qianqiu. Based on the information Jiang Chen had, Shui Qianqiu's physique was extremely suitable for dual cultivation. Wait, suitable for dual cultivation? Jiang Chen looked in astonishment at the Chun Qingyi before him. Before he had even voiced his guess, Chun Qingyi was already enthusiastically speaking away, his eyes sparkling. The dual cultivation partner I've chosen for you is very attractive, with a great figure, and lives right next door to you. Most importantly, her physique is extremely suitable for dual cultivation. Seeing Jiang Chen's expression, Chun Qingyi knew that his apprentice was most likely intrigued. Nodding in satisfaction, he said, all right, I'll go talk to her about this right away. You should cultivate diligently for now. As Jiang Chun was about to speak, he found that his master had already vanished. He opened his mouth, but in the end, he didn't get the words out in time. No wonder their master and apprentice, their thoughts, are actually in sync. As for the sect leader, who had been observing everything from above, he could only shake his head with a helpless smile. The way Chun Qingyi behaved in front of Jiang Chen even made the sect leader feel as if he had returned to his youth, back when the two brothers were both full of vigor and ambition. Next door, inside Shui Qianqiu's room, she was cultivating when suddenly, an aura appeared here. Shui Qianqiu immediately sensed danger, instinctively stepping back and focusing her gaze. Upon discovering it was Chun Qingyi, her pupils shrank sharply as she thought inwardly, have I been discovered? No, that's impossible. The senior elders of the sect paid a huge price to conceal my fate. How could I be found out so easily? These three individuals are publicly the strongest in the Xianyun Sword sect, and all these years, they've never detected anything abnormal with her. Now, he suddenly appeared in person, and even came directly like this, making Shui Qianqiu feel an impending sense of crisis. Chun Qingyi smiled, though the expression seemed slightly strange to Shui Qianqiu. Shui Qianqiu, I heard that you have the extreme cold pulse, and moreover, you possess the Yin essence body. Chen Qingyi asked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Shui Qianxiu relaxed slightly. Nodding, she looked at the Chen Qingyi before her and tried her best to maintain a calm and respectful demeanor as she replied. That's correct, Elder. Inwardly, she thought, seems like I was just overthinking. It can't be that he found out about my status as a spy from the Divine Water Sect. Shui Qianxiu believed that if Chen Qingyi really had discovered the truth, he wouldn't be speaking so calmly. These were things already widely known within the sect anyway. Chapter 113. Shui Qianxiu's surprise. Just about every piece of information was firmly under her grasp upon entering the sect, making her almost like a transparent person. Chen Qingyi looked at Shui Qianxiu and smiled, saying, Shui Qianxiu, I've heard that you've cultivated a dual cultivation technique. That smile instantly made Shui Qianxiu alert. She staggered back, nearly falling to the ground, staring at the figure in front of her. Excuse me, old man, what are you planning to do? Dual cultivation? I'm definitely not doing it with someone like you. At this moment, Shui Qianxiu's imagination was already running wild, picturing a dramatic scenario. If this old man tried to force her, how would she gracefully refuse without making him resentful enough to eliminate her? She definitely didn't want the great undertaking of the Divine Water Sect to be destroyed. Chen Qingyi twitched his lips slightly. He felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Chen Qingyi wasn't a fool. He could easily deduce from Shui Qianxiu's reaction exactly what she was thinking. In fact, Chen Qingyi felt that if he didn't clarify soon, his lifelong reputation would soon be ruined beyond recognition. He coughed lightly twice. You seem to have misunderstood something. After observing Chen Qingyi's expression and hearing his words, Shui Qianxiu visibly relaxed and gave him a little tap on the shoulder, still keeping a safe distance just in case he harbored ill intentions, ensuring that she could protect herself instantly if needed. At that point, who cares about the great cause of the sect? You may speak, Elder Chen. Shui Qianxiu tried her best to make her tone indifferent and smiled slightly as she spoke. Chen Qingyi sighed. Your constitution is very suitable for dual cultivation. Coincidentally, my disciple is also suitable for dual cultivation. I wanted to have you two cultivate together to greatly increase your powers. Shui Qianxiu frowned. Sorry, Elder Chen, but I already have a chosen partner for dual cultivation. As she was speaking, she suddenly realized there was something off. Chen Qingyi was astonished, his mouth slightly agape, thinking inwardly. It makes sense too. Shui Qianxiu has never used the dual cultivation method in all these years. Only cultivated, never used it. Seems like she's been waiting for someone. What a pity for Jiang Chen. Dual cultivation, while a method for enhancing strength, naturally involved some degree of intimate affection between man and woman. Without an emotional foundation, the effects wouldn't be very good. He gave up. With a slight cluck of his tongue, Chen Qingyi sighed. I thought my disciple Jiang Chen, with his pure yang body, would be quite suitable. But since you already have someone in mind, pretend I never came today. With that, he turned to leave. Shui Qianxiu furrowed her brow, mouth slightly agape, and shouted to stop Chen Qingyi. Chen, Elder Chen, why your disciple is Jiang Chen? She had already sensed something odd just as she was speaking, because, as a spy from the Divine Water Sect, she had access to extensive information on everyone within the sect. Jiang Chen was no exception. However, Jiang Chen's information was simply too eye-catching, with the 5 characters, Master Chen Qingyi, looking particularly inconspicuous. No one would think much of it, they'd just find it familiar. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyi paused, revealing a kind smile. Yes, that's my disciple, Jiang Chen. He lives next door to you. If you're not interested, I'll leave first. So saying, Chen Qingyi turned to leave, but Shui Qianxiu quickly stepped forward and laughed heartily. Elder Chen, what are you saying now? My chosen partner is precisely Jiang Chen. Don't worry, Elder Chen. As long as you can convince Jiang Chen, I'm ready whenever needed. Unlike other ordinary women, Shui Qianxiu didn't have a thin skin. After waiting for years, finally encountering a young man who perfectly met all her standards. Of course, she was ready to take initiative. Chen Qingyi smiled as well. All right, I'll persuade my disciple properly. Let's hope both of you can understand the Tao of Yin and Yang. Hara! His laughter echoing behind. Chen Qingyi transformed into a beam of green light and disappeared from the spot. The usually seductive and charming expression on Shui Qianxiu's face, at this moment, revealed a slight blush. After all, no matter how bold a virgin girl might be, some shyness and embarrassment were inevitable. She muttered, Humph, Jiang Chen, you don't know how good your elder sister is, but your master knows. Soon enough, you'll realize just how delightful it is to cultivate together with your elder sister. A victorious smile finally appeared on Shui Qianxiu's lips. This younger brother, who had always been evading her, had finally fallen into her grasp. Yet without even realizing it, even Shui Qianxiu herself had no idea. Though her original purpose for coming to the Sword Pavilion sect was to destroy the younger generation of the Immortal Cloud Sword Pavilion, thereby enabling her Divine Water Sect to gain a clear advantage in the upcoming conflicts. But, now her mind was filled solely with thoughts of Jiang Chen, and those earlier concerns seemed to have vanished completely. A month later, one morning, as the sun had just risen, Jiang Chen woke up as usual at dawn, completed his chores, and then sat cross-legged to begin cultivating. After these days of Jindan, Jin literally means precipitation or settling, but in this context, it may be interpreted as reflection or consolidation. I've actually discovered that the power of the great Tao is about to break through to the 3rd layer. Jiang Chen murmured softly to himself. Not long ago, his master had come personally, first subtly mentioning the dual cultivation method, then offering quiet persuasion. Yet, the primary purpose, and more importantly, the focus of that visit had been to guide and advise him in his cultivation. At last, Jiang Chun had achieved his wish and learned the classifications of the Great Tao's cultivation stages. It turned out that any Great Tao was divided into 9 layers, from the first to the 9th. The Golden Core stage was the normal starting point for those who had just begun to access Tao power and hadn't even entered the first layer of the Tao. Each subsequent cultivation stage would normally increase the Tao's power by 1 layer, and so on and so forth. However, once reaching the 5th layer, cultivators would be firmly stuck until reaching the Immortal Ascension realm. After that, every advancement in cultivation stage would be directly tied to the enhancement of Tao power. Or rather, to advance a major realm, one must increase their Tao power by 1 layer. Jiang Chun now estimated that, despite being only at the Golden Core stage, his power of the Invincible Tao had already reached the 2nd layer, nearing the 3rd. However, his power of the Sword Tao had already entered the 3rd layer, infinitely approaching the 4th. Clearly, this was the result of the Centennial Tao power bestowed by Shui Qianxiu and the accumulated daily check-in rewards over time. The Invincible Tao requires significantly more energy and consumption for each cultivation layer compared to other Taos. As for the Sword Tao, it consumes about 2/3 of what the Invincible Tao requires. Moreover, the Tao aura of the Invincible Tao had already coalesced, and the Tao aura of the Sword Tao had also solidified. As for what his master had said, simultaneously advancing both Taos into the Immortal Ascension realm. Jiang Chun spent the entire day thinking about this very matter. Because of Chun Qingyi's visit, he had learned several key things. For example, when advancing into the Immortal Ascension realm, both Taos should enter simultaneously, not as primary and secondary. Advancing both together would result in an explosive surge in combat power, an astonishing level of enhancement. Chapter 114. Is this how you test me? This is actually worth considering. Right now, what I have most is time. Moreover, the tempering of every cultivation stage, especially the physical body, could almost be called the pinnacle within the same realm. Jiang Chun thought inwardly. There was one particularly important factor in his quest to master dual Tao paths and advance into the ascendant realm. A solid foundation and an ultimate physical body were absolutely essential. Only then could he endure the immense power of Tao and undergo transformation within his own body. Jiang Chun merely contemplated these matters briefly before deciding not to spend too much time dwelling on them. He shifted his focus toward other aspects of his cultivation. The 4th transformation of the true dragon. The heaven and earth chessboard hasn't improved much. Pure yang body. It should already be at its peak. My physical strength has nearly reached maximum enhancement. Future improvements will mostly depend on advancing my cultivation base, which in turn raises the ceiling of the pure yang body's potential. As for the boundless, immortal sword, among the rewards Jiang Chun had obtained in the beginning, such as the 7-hole spiritually resonant heart, sword enlightenment clarity, and invincible sword will, these were all incredibly essential for establishing a strong foundation early on. Even now, these traits still greatly enhanced his comprehension and growth. And then there was the boundless immortal sword. Jiang Chun took the boundless immortal sword from his storage ring and held it in his hand, giving it a careful examination. The black layer of rust on its surface had already faded away, revealing a sharp jade-green luster, although it still appeared lifeless. Unlike how it used to be, a sword so worthless it would be left on the ground and ignored, it had value now. If someone were to drop it outside, someone else might pick it up, pass it off as something impressive, and sell it for a decent price. Though it looked no different from an ordinary sword, it wasn't even considered a spirit-forged weapon. As Jiang Chun's cultivation base continuously improved, the power of the boundless immortal sword had also increased. Previously, one of the most astonishing revelations was, the boundless immortal sword had always held an astonishingly terrifying amount of Tao force, unlike other spiritual artifacts. The majority of spirit-forged weapons were evaluated based on the quality of the materials and their ability to withstand techniques. In these aspects, the boundless immortal sword had no upper limit and also carried powerful Tao force that Jiang Chun could channel forth. Back then, my understanding of the terrifying power of Tao force in the boundless immortal sword was very limited. But now, I must admit that as my strength has grown, I've become increasingly aware of just how limitless this immortal sword is, along with how terrifying its original master must have been. How far am I still from him? Jiang Chun murmured. The boundless immortal sword alone was already carrying the power of the 5th rank of Tao force. However, Jiang Chun usually didn't have the need to use that power and wouldn't recklessly risk channeling it at full capacity. There are still 2 other people assigned by the sect leader within the inner sect. I wonder if these 2 will be able to bring me even a little pressure? Jiang Chun mused thoughtfully. Sometimes, being unbeatable among peers could also be quite lonely. For no apparent reason, he suddenly recalled the person who had saved Wu Yong that day. Although the figure had never directly appeared, the method of concealment had been powerful, eluding his accurate detection. Still, with his spiritual sense, he had managed to detect a portion of the truth. On that day, whoever rescued Wu Yong was also at the core formation stage. Though he never directly appeared, from the aura released, he clearly surpassed me. But he was far too mysterious. There were many strange auras about him that I couldn't comprehend. All I could determine was that he was stronger than me, and was also at the core formation stage. The longer Jiang Chun remained within the sect, the more he realized there were many hidden prodigies lurking in the sect. For this reason alone, Jiang Chun found things increasingly intriguing. Otherwise, remaining undefeated all the time could also be quite lonely. He briefly checked his own cultivation base and discovered that he had already advanced to the 6th layer of the core formation stage. The spiritual energy accumulated in the previous realm has nearly been consumed. My rate of advancement should gradually slow down from here on. Jiang Chun mused inwardly. His incredible breakthrough speed naturally stemmed from the strong foundation he had laid in his previous realm. After days of rigorous cultivation, Jiang Chun felt the urge to go out for a walk, so he rose to his feet, pushed open the door, and immediately found himself staring at the faces of Fu Wang and Shui Qianqiu. Shui Qianqiu wore a stiff smile. Fu Wang, on the other hand, gave an awkwardly hearty grin. Brother, morning. After Fu Wang spoke, Shui Qianqiu quickly regained her seductive demeanor, swaying with charm as she said, Little Jiang Chun, have you just finished cultivating? Jiang Chun's lips twitched slightly. What was going on? Why were they both standing at his doorstep so early in the morning? Jiang Chun felt helpless about the whole situation. It took him a moment to recover his composure before looking at the two and asking, what are you two doing here together? He had been too absorbed in his thoughts to check what was happening outside, because if any danger had approached, Jiang Chun's danger perception would have alerted him immediately. As for these two standing at his doorstep, acting suspiciously without clear intentions yet without hostility, it was only natural that Jiang Chun hadn't noticed them. Fu Wang smiled with his usual simple honesty. Brother, I think I've recently hit a bottleneck, and after being beaten up by you a few times this past month, I've been feeling somewhat frustrated. I'd like to take you along and go challenge the inner sect's arena. Jiang Chun glanced at Fu Wang, slightly surprised inwardly. Wait, you actually feel frustrated after being beaten up so many times? He couldn't blame Jiang Chun for thinking so. Over this past month, Fu Wang had visited him several times, politely called seeking guidance, but bluntly speaking, coming specifically to get beaten. After a few beatdowns, he noticed Fu Wang was always in high spirits. Until the last time, when Jiang Chun had been much harsher, yet Fu Wang didn't even change expression. Afterwards, Fu Wang had stopped coming, and Jiang Chun had assumed he had realized something important and returned to cultivate diligently. Never did he expect Fu Wang had gone back feeling discouraged. Jiang Chun nodded, and thinking about how hard he'd trained these past days, he also felt it was time to ease off a bit. Fine, I'll go with you. Fu Wang showed his honest smile again without speaking, though his eyes seemed to say, finally I can go and beat up others too. Jiang Chun turned his gaze to Shui Qianqiu, hesitated slightly, and then asked, Shui Qianqiu, what brings you here? Fu Wang also looked at Shui Qianqiu curiously, not without reason, because every time he came, he happened to find Shui Qianqiu here. Shui Qianqiu smiled, then moved closer as if intending to pull Jiang Chun's hands into her chest. But Jiang Chun, seemingly having sensed her intention, skillfully stepped aside, coughed a couple times, and pretended to be solemn. Senior sister, please behave appropriately. His peripheral glance swept over Shui Qianqiu's ample chest. Are you testing me like this? Noticing Jiang Chun's gaze, Shui Qianqiu smiled and said, I just want to cultivate together with you. Chapter 115. Preliminary Insight into the Tao of Yin and Yang. Jiang Chun. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. Wasn't this a bit too forward? Yet recalling all their past interactions, Jiang Chun also felt that this demoness indeed had genuine interest in him, which made him feel troubled. Even my master approves, but what exactly is she scheming this time? Jiang Chun mused. The main reason he initially refused was because Shui Qianqiu's heart wasn't pure. With his sword heart clarity, he could usually detect the thoughts of others. However, due to a treasure she possessed that masked her aura, Jiang Chun had never been able to pinpoint her intentions accurately. Suddenly, Jiang Chun furrowed his brow. Strange, the thought is still there, but why has it weakened so much? The fact that the thought still existed was one of the characteristics of sword heart clarity. He could detect the presence of intentions, yet now they had weakened to the point where even she seemed to have nearly ignored it, just not completely eradicated. He looked at Shui Qianqiu, this enchanting, seductive face, and fell into deep thought. Shui Qianqiu noticed Jiang Chun staring and felt slightly puzzled, but still maintained her smile, without speaking much. After a while, Shui Qianqiu laughed gently. Could it be, you're still not willing? Then, she walked to Jiang Chun's right again, hugging his right arm and gently swaying it. Won't you reconsider even a little? I really want to cultivate dual training with you. Shui Qianqiu's body constitution was also well suited for the charm technique, and because of this, she had reached mastery. At least for ordinary men, it was absolutely impossible to resist her temptation. But Jiang Chun was different. His mind was firm, and he remained practically unaffected, thus appearing normal as always. Sighing inwardly, Jiang Chun thought, doesn't this woman know? I'm completely immune to such charm techniques. The sword heart clarity can resist all kinds of consciousness attacks, even those from beings of higher realms. Unless one's cultivation was far superior to his, influencing his consciousness would be practically impossible. Seeing that Jiang Chun was completely unaffected, Shui Qianqiu sighed with what seemed like frustration. As expected, charm has absolutely no effect on you. It's really beyond my understanding. How can you possibly be so perfect in every aspect? Thus, she gazed at Jiang Chun, her eyes brimming with tenderness. Under her gaze, Jiang Chun remained silent. Those eyes were just too captivating. Smiling slightly, Jiang Chun finally spoke. You really want to cultivate dual training with me? Previously, he rejected her repeatedly, pushing such a beauty away, not because he lacked interest in women, nor did he lack interest in Shui Qianqiu. Regardless, Shui Qianqiu was undeniably an extraordinary beauty. He certainly wouldn't disregard someone of her caliber. The real reason was mostly because he couldn't penetrate Shui Qianqiu's thoughts, fearing he might be schemed against. After all, suddenly a charming beauty appears in front of you, saying she wants dual training. Wouldn't that cause concerns? Even more so because sword heart clarity allowed him to glimpse a tiny portion of Shui Qianqiu's thoughts. Now, he was willing to accept, for two main reasons. First, Jiangchen also wanted to gain insights into the Tao of Yin and Yang through dual cultivation. Now that Jiangchen better understood the meaning behind the term Tao of Yin and Yang, he deeply understood its profound implications. Secondly, it was because Chen Qingyi had come to speak with him, explaining how dual training with Shui Qianqiu would bring many benefits. Combined with the thoughts he detected through his sword heart clarity, he knew she now had far fewer ulterior motives. This is why Jiangchen finally dropped his guard and agreed to dual cultivation. Though his power had grown, he still preferred playing it safe. Shui Qianqiu was surprised, simply staring at Jiangchen. She could tell he was very serious this time. She pressed her lips, trying to make her expression as solemn as possible. But no matter how serious she tried to be, the charm and seduction inherent in her charm technique inevitably brought forth a sense of playfulness. Yes, Chen Qingyi must have already spoken to you. Dual training with me, being of pure yang constitution, brings great benefits. All these years, I have guarded myself like jade, waiting only for an outstanding partner like you, to explore the Tao of Yin and Yang or rapidly enhance my strength. Shui Qianqiu shared her thoughts openly. Facing such a perfectly flawless man, she couldn't help but feel curious. Just standing opposite him, she felt herself nearly captivated by his aura, as if she could easily fall under his spell. Jiangchen smiled. Give me the dual training technique. I accept. Overjoyed, Shui Qianqiu's beautiful eyes sparkled. Great. In that case, I'll come see you again in a few days. In her eyes, Jiangchen was exceptionally perceptive. He should be able to grasp the complex dual cultivation technique within a few days. But who would have thought that Jiangchen gently pulled Shui Qianqiu toward him and embraced her? No need. Just wait a moment. Shui Qianqiu. Jiangchen, don't be so hasty. Only when you do it for the first time and combine it with dual cultivation can you achieve the best results. After all, I'll belong to you from now on. Though her delicate hands gently pushed against Jiangchen's chest, trying to break free from his arms, she still said so with her words. Feeling the heat radiating from his chest, Shui Qianqiu felt as though her entire body was about to melt. Jiangchen smiled and ruffled Shui Qianqiu's hair lightly, saying softly, "No, the dual cultivation method. I can reach perfection in one go." In the next moment, he picked up the dual cultivation technique given by Shui Qianqiu and instantly grasped its essence. Shui Qianqiu. She opened her mouth slightly, staring in astonishment at Jiangchen before falling into deep thought. You can actually reach perfection in one go. You must be lying. These were the first thoughts rushing into Shui Qianqiu's mind at this moment. The dual cultivation technique wasn't particularly difficult, yet it wasn't simple by any means. Even a genius with extraordinary talent would require several days to completely master it. Yet Shui Qianqiu clearly noticed Jiangchen was undergoing some kind of change, one she was very familiar with. Just as Jiangchen had said, it appeared that he had already mastered the dual cultivation method. Shui Qianqiu opened her mouth slightly, her pretty face filled with shock. She had just intended to say something when she felt her soft lips gently covered by his. In the next moment, she was gently thrown onto the bed, her garments removed one by one. Shui Qianqiu tightly closed her eyes, yet her eyelashes quivered slightly, as if she was a bit nervous. But her heart was sweet and filled with anticipation. Even Shui Qianqiu herself couldn't figure out why she had such emotions. At that moment, Axe Wang, waiting outside, began to feel rather bored. Chapter 116, The Sect Leader's Calculations. For a full 5 hours, Axe King waited outside Jiangchen's door. Strange, how come Big Brother hasn't come out after so long? Axe King muttered to himself, somewhat puzzled. Based on his understanding of Big Brother, it wasn't like him to stay inside for such a long time without stepping out even once. After a long cultivation session, he would usually come out for a walk, but not one to dwell on things too much. Axe King soon convinced himself with a single thought. Well, Big Brother must be busy. I'll just wait for him. He waited a while longer. After waiting for over 5 hours, Axe King finally heard the door open and quickly blurted out excitedly, "Big Broth." The words, "Big Brother," had barely left his mouth when he abruptly froze on the spot, unable to continue. The person who walked out from Jiangchen's room wasn't Jiangchen as Axe King had expected. It was Shui Qianqiu. Looking at Shui Qianqiu, Axe King noticed that the man's face was flushed and his steps were slightly unsteady. But rather than suspect anything, he simply asked, "How come you're here with my big brother?" Axe King was thinking, perhaps, Big Brother isn't inside but had already left? Shui Qianqiu didn't answer directly as he usually would. Instead, he avoided eye contact and said, "I came here to see your big brother about something. You just wait a bit longer, he'll be right out." Axe King nodded without a second thought, firmly believing him. After Shui Qianqiu returned to his own quarters, Jiangchen gazed at the faint redness left on the bedsheet and murmured, "Cultivation through dual cultivation is indeed beneficial. My cultivation now has reached the 7th stage of core formation. That's fine enough. More importantly, my comprehension of the Yin-Yang Tao is nearly breaking through to an entry-level understanding." Shui Qianqiu had become the first woman Jiangchen had ever been with since arriving in this world. "I've cultivated enough for this period. There's no need to push so hard anymore. It's time I accompany Axe King on his errand." Thinking of Axe King who had waited for over 5 hours at the door, Jiangchen shook his head inwardly. As for Axe King, with his sword heart clarity, Jiangchen had indeed sensed the unwavering loyalty the man bore him. absolute devotion. That was why, initially, Jiang Chun had found Axe King annoying and more like a persistent shadow he couldn't shake off. But gradually, he had come to accept and warm up to him. When Jiang Chun finally reached the door, Axe King greeted him with his usual innocent and broad smile. Big brother, let's go. We're heading to the Inner Sect. I just got some info. There's this tradition in the Inner Sect, the challenge. If we can defeat all the Inner Sect disciples, we'll receive quite a reward. Upon hearing that, Jiang Chun could only shake his head helplessly. Indeed, the Inner Sect did have such a regulation, but it was meant for those disciples of roughly comparable power. But for them to do it, wouldn't it just be bullying? At that moment, Jiang Chun frowned slightly, then turned to Axe King and asked, do the elders of the Inner Sect know you're going there to challenge the disciples? Axe King smiled again and replied, of course. And I even told them you'd come too. I heard the sect leader has been waiting eagerly. Jiang Chun fell silent. He now understood. This time's challenge against the Inner Sect disciples likely meant that most would be the topmost prodigies from the Inner Sect, meant to test their skills first. As for the remaining few, they wouldn't just be ordinary Inner Sect geniuses. They would be true freakish talents, just like him and Axe King, those secretly nurtured and kept under wraps. Jiang Chun murmured softly. Looks like the sect leader wants these Inner Sect disciples to force me into revealing part of my strength, letting those young elites understand me more thoroughly. Only then will they strike me, using the strategy of wearing me down in repeated battles, increasing their chances of victory and applying pressure on me. Ever since the beginning, the sect leader had continuously increased the intensity for Jiang Chun. After all, the path to invincibility is meant to be just like this. Within the same cultivation realm, there should be no fear of any challenge, any scheme. Only in this way can one successfully forge the path of invincibility and solidify the Tao of invincibility. Most likely, the sect leader had also thought that if Jiang Chun couldn't even survive these underhanded tactics and reserves from the sect, then perhaps it was better for him to abandon the idea of pursuing the Tao of invincibility right within the sect itself. Moreover, as Jiang Chun continuously demonstrated ever-growing strength in a more rounded, perfected cultivation path, the sect leader had become somewhat more brazen. Because he believed that even if Jiang Chun could not walk the path of invincibility, switching to other cultivation methods, he'd still be in existence at the pinnacle, capable of contending for the origin of heavenly Tao. But Axe King, whose mind was simple, naturally hadn't thought of this. He was just naively excited at the thought of giving those Inner Sect geniuses a good thrashing and thus relieving his pent-up frustration. Thinking of this, Axe King glanced at Jiang Chun beside him and pondered silently. Big brother is simply too strong. I'm no match for him at all. Even if we didn't just rely on our physical bodies, but gave our all, I'd probably be crushed even worse. If it were just a fight based on physical strength alone, perhaps Axe King could still put up a decent fight against Jiang Chun without losing so quickly. But if they weren't restricted just to physical strength and went all out, Axe King was certain he wouldn't even last a single move. Jiang Chun would need only one strike to render him completely immobile, forcing him to lie in bed for quite some time. When will I ever surpass Big Brother? Axe King started pondering. Jiang Chun glanced at Axe King and called out, all right, Axe King, it's time to go. Right now, he was also looking forward to finding out exactly what kind of opponents the sect leader had arranged for him this time. If it were someone like Wu Yong from last time, Jiang Chun would definitely feel disappointed, because honestly, he couldn't summon any interest at all. Suddenly, Jiang Chun recalled that person from last time, the one who had rescued Wu Yong, the one whose face he had never clearly seen, yet had been able to pressure him. That guy? I wonder, among the young prodigies the sect leader secretly nurtured, does he rank as strong, or is he in a league of his own? That question stirred slight curiosity in Jiang Chun. He could sense that that person was indeed powerful. Yet, according to Jiang Chun's understanding of the sect leader, or rather, the partial information he had obtained, the truth was, those prodigies secretly cultivated by the sect leader weren't supposed to reach such a level of strength. In other words, the sect leader had definitely been hiding his true capabilities. There must be countless other prodigies cultivated in secret, only he didn't know about them. Today, I should be able to learn more. Jiang Chun mused inwardly. As for the sect leader, that old sly fox, he had never let his guard down even a little. At the Inner Sect, the sect leader and the Supreme Elder had found a hidden spot to observe the situation ahead. Standing beside the sect leader, the Supreme Elder chuckled and said, Sect leader, why did you deliberately plan this for the time when Qin Qingyi is away? Are you sure you don't want to inform him? If he finds out about what you've done, I'm afraid he might actually challenge you to a fight once he emerges from his retreat. The sect leader smiled faintly and shook his head. He doesn't want his disciple to face this level of pressure too early, but I still stand by what I said. Only through adaptation can one truly prepare to step outside and forge the path of invincibility. Chapter 117. Great rewards bring forth the brave. Upon hearing these words, the senior elder nodded deeply in agreement. Indeed, that was precisely the case. If Qin Qingyi always remained compassionate and reluctant to use harsh methods against Jiang Chun, always maintaining just the right distance, then absolutely, he would be unable to forge the invincible Tao in the outside world. Perhaps this method worked for all other geniuses, but for Jiang Chun alone, it wouldn't work. The invincible Tao. Everyone feared Jiang Chun. To cultivate the invincible Tao successfully, one could not remain confined to a small place like Xianyun Sword Sect. One must step outside. Without ruthless resolve, the other sects, and even the Holy Lands, would be even crueler in turn. The senior elder spoke slowly. I hope this time, Jiang Chun can bring us a pleasant surprise. Though this scheme was devised solely by the sect leader, he, who had always accompanied the leader, naturally understood the entire process. This arrangement by the sect leader was already designed to overwhelm Jiang Chun's previously displayed maximum strength. If Jiang Chun hadn't significantly increased his power, then his invincible Dao would likely be utterly blocked today. The sect leader chuckled, saying, I actually hope he abandons the invincible Dao. If his path to the invincible Dao is cut within the sect, I can personally intervene and guide him to change his cultivation to the sword Dao. But if his invincible Dao is severed outside the sect, he continued, then it's completely over. The sect leader was a cautious man. Originally, the main reason he agreed to Chun Xingyi's request not to interfere with Jiang Chen's pursuit of the invincible Dao was because he believed, based on Jiang Chen's potential at that time, the sect could afford the loss. Not because they could afford it, but because things were different now. With Jiang Chen's current extraordinary talent, if he were to fall, Xianyun Sword Sect could no longer afford the cost. It was far too great. The senior elder nodded in agreement, saying, You're right. Jiang Chun absolutely must not lose his invincible Dao path outside the sect, or else it's all over. But still, as he spoke, the senior elder looked somewhat anxious, whispering, If Jiang Chen's invincible Dao truly is cut, that old man Qin Qingyi might end up in a massive conflict with you. The sect leader smiled. I've already thought about that. Even if Jiang Chen's invincible Dao ends up severed, given time, he will eventually come to understand the rationale behind it. He paused briefly before continuing. In fact, as the Great Struggle era unfolds, as Qin Qingyi gradually understands more about the increasing number of prodigies in the world today, he has already begun wavering. He's simply waiting for the right moment. You must understand, his attachment to Jiang Chun isn't merely about the invincible Dao. He certainly hopes Jiang Chun can succeed in walking that path, but now, he genuinely cares for this disciple. That's why, he also wishes for his disciple to walk a smoother path. The senior elder nodded in understanding. As the two elders watched Jiang Chun and Fu Wang standing proudly amidst the gathering, all the inner sect disciples around them shot the pair hostile glances. However, the two appeared calm and unfazed. In fact, while glancing over the gathered inner sect disciples, there was even a faint trace of contempt on their faces. The senior elder said with a smile, Though these inner sect disciples fall short of those you have selected and secretly cultivated, they are already among the finest in Xianyun Sword Sect. They're exceptional. Each has reached the peak of foundation building stage. There are exactly 65 of them. Do you think together, they can defeat Fu Wang and Jiang Chun? The sect leader chuckled. You're underestimating those two. Double their numbers, and still defeating them won't be easy. But yes, they may exhaust around 30% of Jiang Chun and Fu Wang's strength. The senior elder was startled, then asked, Then why not just double their numbers again and have them all attack simultaneously against these two? He clearly knew exactly how desperately the sect leader wanted to push Jiang Chun to the brink to see what secret trump cards he still hid. Yet until now, Jiang Chun had revealed nothing beyond what had already been seen, making the two believe his strength had likely peaked. As for Jiang Chen's Wuji Immortal Sword, so far, neither the senior elder nor the sect leader remembered it. Jiang Chun seemed never to have unleashed it fully to display its truly astonishing power. It was still one of Jiang Chen's most treasured secret techniques. Upon hearing this, the sect leader looked at the senior elder and shook his head. It's not that I don't want to, it's just that I can't. There are no more inner sect disciples at this level available for deployment. The senior elder was left momentarily speechless and fell silent. At this moment, an inner sect disciple met Jiang Chen's gaze, suppressing the unease and slight fear within his heart. He stepped forward and pointed at the opponent. Jiang Chun, I heard that the amount of cultivation resources you require alone is 100 times what all of us 65 combined need. His words came through clenched teeth, filled with fury. It was simple for the sect leader to incite the emotions of these 65 individuals, not because Jiang Chun had made wild boasts or committed other provocations, but merely with one sentence. One person consumes 100 times the resources of all of you. And he had promised, as long as all 65 attacked together and defeated Jiang Chun, their resources would increase tenfold. Great rewards indeed bring forth the brave. Even this group, who normally disliked Jiang Chun but feared his reputation, felt their hearts strongly stirred. Hearing this, Jiang Chun looked at the speaker, smiling slightly, saying, Yes, so what? As his voice fell, the entire scene instantly fell into a heavy silence. The expression of this inner sect disciple began to shift wildly, his face turning dark green with anger. The next moment, a sudden schwa rang out. Dozens of people behind him rose simultaneously, an immense battle aura erupting from each of their bodies. They merged into one single force and crashed toward Jiang Chun. Yet Jiang Chun merely smiled, not even bothering to ignite his energy aura. He simply stood there like an immovable Vajra king, completely unaffected. The leading inner sect disciple gritted his teeth, his face dark and gloomy as he said, Then let's see whether you, this extraordinary genius who consumes 100 times the resources of all of us combined, are worthy of your title as a celebrated prodigy within the sect. His power erupted violently, Golden Core Peak. The remaining 64 followed suit, all at Golden Core Peak. One after another, they unleashed their power, converging it together, until the immense might descended fully upon Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun smiled faintly, then casually raised his right hand. A terrifying aura immediately descended, matching the overwhelming force head-on. This was not the aura of cultivation, but rather the might of his physical body. Under such circumstances, pressure and qi sure held absolutely no effect against absolute physical power. Chapter 118. Axwang ignites the fury of the crowd. At the forefront, along with the many inner sect disciples behind him, the leader momentarily froze in shock, and the atmosphere turned stiff and silent. After a long while, someone exclaimed in disbelief, This can't be. This is impossible. We combined the might of 65 people, yet he just stood there doing absolutely nothing, and still effortlessly resisted without being affected at all. This fact left the young man dazed, shocked, and utterly baffled. With his exclamation, the inner turmoil of shock, confusion, and amazement among the crowd burst into the open. Could it be that the rumors are true? Is this guy's strength truly beyond our imagination? If it's this freak, maybe it's actually not surprising that the resources he consumes alone are worth 100 times more than all of us combined. At this moment, Jiang Chen's overwhelming power began to erode their anger, making the group feel helpless, an illusion creeping into their minds. Could it be that someone this powerful actually deserves such treatment? Suddenly, someone shouted, You're thinking too much. Although Jiang Chen is powerful, his strength definitely hasn't reached that level. He only has strong physical strength. Otherwise, how could he possibly resist us? Don't lose hope. 10 times the resources, how could we not want that? Not to mention, no one will actually die in this fight. 10 times the resources combined from 65 people, that enormous temptation, how could they possibly not be enticed? Absolutely impossible. But the youth who spoke just now omitted one point. One he understood very clearly himself. If the 65 of them were defeated, their spiritual foundation would be shattered. Their future on the path of cultivation would no longer be smooth. The Grand Elder looked at the group of youths, shook his head slightly, and then turned to the sect leader beside him, murmuring, I have to say, you're being rather ruthless. Either let them become nourishment for Jiang Chen's invincible path, causing the sect to lose 65 promising disciples forever stuck at the golden core stage, or directly destroy Jiang Chen's invincible path, completely scattering the aura of his unparalleled cultivation inside him. The sect leader remained silent for a moment, his eyes firm and resolute. In this era of great contention, we only need the absolutely powerful, no compromises. The meaning behind his words was obvious. He was determined to use the full strength of the entire sect to cultivate a world-class prodigy capable of contending, perhaps even seizing the Tao's fundamental essence. The rest of the disciples were expendable. If these words were heard by outsiders, he would definitely be condemned and vilified, reduced to the lowest level. After all, who would dare to choose the Xianyun sword sect afterward? Of course, such thoughts only arose among those unaware of the true situation. The Grand Elder merely took a deep breath and sighed. I must say, the current situation is indeed truly complex. In this era of great contention, the origin of Tao, and the likely emergence of major hidden secrets, may completely upend the structure of our entire world. The Holy Lands may undergo upheaval, sects may face drastic changes. All sects, though they might not openly state it, are essentially doing the same things as us. The two ceased conversation and refocused their attention back on the inner sect disciples. Or rather, more precisely, on Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen simply stood in place, upright and arrogant, could use context, surveying the surroundings as he looked at the crowd, a slight smirk forming on the corner of his mouth, an expression of contempt, indifference, and above all, an unshakable confidence that he was the unrivaled power in the universe. Come out and fight. After finishing you all off, there are still more interesting fellows waiting for me to deal with. As he spoke, Jiang Chen cast a glance at a quiet, secluded corner, seemingly ordinary, yet his sword-heart clarity had already revealed its abnormality. Jiang Chen's words unquestionably ignited the rage among the inner sect disciples once again. How could such an arrogant group endure this person repeatedly trampling on their dignity time after time? Proud fool, let's all go together and take him down. Yeah, I'd like to see whether this Jiang Chen, known as Wudi within the same realm, invincible at the same stage, is truly invincible. The second speaker clearly felt a sense of shame after finishing his words. Jiang Chen indeed was invincible within his realm, but they were ganging up with 65 people. But this brief shame and awkwardness vanished in an instant as the surrounding fervor swept it completely away. Axwang watched the excited expressions of the inner sect disciples before him, feeling his entire body trembling with excitement. It was a tremble of eagerness. Right now, he only wanted to fight a good battle, to vent all the humiliations and grievances he had suffered at Jiang Chen's hands recently, and completely clear them away. This was the main reason Axwang had come here in the first place, and now such an opportunity had finally presented itself. He wouldn't possibly let it slip away again. Jiang Chen glanced at Axwang and slightly shook his head with a helpless smile. Fine, you can go first. Let me see how much your strength has improved. By the end of his words, Jiang Chen spoke softly, yet for some unknown reason, he saw Axwang's body suddenly tremble. Jiang Chen was puzzled at first, but quickly understood. Most likely, Axwang was simply overwhelmed with excitement at finally having such an intense fight to look forward to. Axwang, however, was thinking in his mind, what's wrong with me? Why did I react like this just upon hearing those words? Yes, every time before Axwang got thoroughly beaten, Jiang Chen would say exactly this. Now, after so many beatings, these words and this tone alone had left a deep shadow in Axwang's mind. Then Axwang raised his giant axe, pointing it toward the group, and coldly smirked. Want to lay hands on my big brother? You're still not qualified yet. You must defeat me first before you even dare challenge my big brother. During this time spent following Jiang Chun, Axwang hadn't learned much else, but he had definitely picked up some skill in putting on an impressive show. Hearing Axwang's words, everyone was first taken aback, and only then did they notice someone standing beside Jiang Chun. However, due to Axwang's extremely low profile, chopping firewood in the mountains for 20 years, and not making a name for himself afterward, nobody recognized him, perceiving him only as a useless nobody riding on Jiang Chun's reputation. If Jiang Chun looks down on us, fine, but now even his henchman dares to belittle us? Nowadays, even the stray dogs and cats dare to step on our heads. Brothers, let's cripple this damned fellow first, then deal with Jiang Chun. Axwang once again ignited the fury of the crowd. When it came to Jiang Chun, they still held back slightly in their words, merely talking about confronting or defeating him. But Axwang didn't receive that same courtesy at all. They immediately declared outright that they wanted to cripple him. Chapter 119, the sect leader's promise to Xueji. The reason was rather simple. This Axe King seemed to have nothing much going for him, unlike Jiang Chun, who radiated immense pressure. When Jiang Chun stepped on them a bit, they would back down slightly in words. Where did this Axe King come from? How could he dare to step on them? Their momentum suddenly shifted direction, gathering into one force, and slammed toward the Axe King. The Axe King still wore his honest, simple smile. He recalled his older brother's composed demeanor when facing similar pressure, murmuring to himself, if Big Brother can easily block this, I should be fine too, right? Thinking that, he suddenly smiled. Definitely fine. Although my physical body is still far inferior to my big brother's, facing these people shouldn't be too much pressure. With that resolve in mind, he summoned the power of his physical body, creating his own domain, and stared straight at the crowd before him. The oppressive pressure arrived in an instant. Just when the Axe King thought he could also handle it calmly and without being affected, he suddenly felt his body being lifted by a terrifying force, and then he was thrown backward uncontrollably. Landing on the ground, he skidded back from the impact, finally spitting out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, the crowd, who had previously felt slightly concerned about the Axe King, finally relaxed. Where did this useless guy come from? Does he actually think he has Jiang Chun's strength, so he tries to act like him? Forget him. Let's just defeat him severely, so he knows that merely standing beside Jiang Chun doesn't make him qualified to look down on us. The crowd of inner sect disciples began speaking indignantly, each word brimming with anger. Jiang Chun watched this scene, his lips slightly twitching. He naturally knew exactly what the Axe King was trying to do, thinking just because Jiang Chun could do it, he himself could as well. If the Axe King were to unleash all his strength without reservation, Jiang Chun would agree that resisting this pressure wouldn't be too difficult. But his mistake lay in being too confident. Even the hidden Supreme Elder and the sect leader, watching from the shadows, were momentarily startled by this scene and fell silent. The Supreme Elder glanced at the sect leader, his voice slightly helpless. Sect leader, I've noticed this fellow is not only odd, but also might have something wrong with his head. Hearing that, the sect leader nodded in agreement, saying, when I brought him back originally, I should have checked his intelligence more carefully. The sect leader's control over Xianyun's sword sect was thorough and comprehensive. Almost nothing could happen within the sect without his knowledge. That was also why every time the Axe King went to spar with Jiang Chun, the sect leader knew, clearly seeing how effortlessly Jiang Chun, without even showing his full power, overwhelmed the Axe King. The Axe King even seemed to lack a precise understanding of the actual gap between himself and Jiang Chun. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows, those young experts secretly arranged by the sect leader to deal with Jiang Chun, tasked to strike once Jiang Chun had been weakened and interrupt his path to invincibility, were also stunned by what they saw. Among them was Xueji. Xueji somehow got a fan, gently waving it while saying, I have to admit, this Axe King truly is bizarre. Tsk. But for people like us, he isn't that threatening. If Jiang Chun were here, he would surely recognize Lu Hongyi, someone he once knew. Within this group, Wu Yong, who had been defeated by Jiang Chun before and later saved at great cost by the Supreme Elder, nodded and said, indeed, in terms of current combat strength, the Axe King isn't a major threat to us. However, Jiang Chun has a technique that can forcibly boost the Axe King's strength, meaning he could potentially become another formidable enemy for us. As Wu Yong looked toward Jiang Chun, he bore no intense hatred. Only the dismissal had been replaced with greater caution. The conflict between him and Jiang Chun was merely a competition over resources. Survival of the fittest, being defeated and losing face was only due to his weakness. Wu Yong understood that very clearly. At that moment, one of Xueji's two younger brothers looked at him and said slowly, Brother, weren't you the one who said you had an 80% chance of defeating Jiang Chun last time? We few are more than enough. Besides, Jiang Chun will be significantly weakened by these inner sect disciples already. Why bring in these people to share the resources? As he spoke, he cast a glance over the dozen or so others besides Wu Yong, including Lu Hongyi. Although he didn't state it outright, the implication was clear. There was no need for these useless people to team up with them. The people present weren't fools and naturally caught the disdain in his words. Those with shorter tempers almost charged forward, only being held back at the last moment to avoid unnecessary conflict. Xueji smiled. You know, that was the probability back then. If it were just the three of us, I'd only have a 50% chance of defeating Jiang Chun. With their help, it rises to 80%. In normal circumstances, I wouldn't have taken such action. But since there's no risk to our lives, and furthermore, the sect leader offered me a condition I couldn't refuse. That final sentence was, in fact, the true reason why Xueji decided to act. Upon hearing that, this person simply nodded, saying nothing further. Although the Shui brothers were all proud and arrogant, such an attitude only applied toward obvious non-threats. When they looked toward Jiang Chun, their eyes were filled with solemnity. There was only wariness, no trace of contempt. At this moment, the Axe King staggered to his feet from the ground. It was clear to see that under the crushing force of overwhelming pressure, his clothes were completely disheveled, dirty, and even his face was smeared with dust and bits of gravel, his appearance slightly disarrayed. He looked toward the crowd before him, still wearing his honest, simple smile. However, this was simply because no matter how he tried to change his expression, his face would always look this way. At the bottom of his eyes, however, raging fury was already beginning to ignite and burn. Good. Then let me see just how much capability you bunch of guys really have. This time, the Axe King no longer dared imitate his big brother. Although his older brother could act arrogantly and pull it off rather well, in the end, that was only because he possessed absolute strength as a foundation. Only then could one act this way. His own strength, however, was still far from sufficient. Hearing the Axe King's words, the crowd let out disdainful chuckles. Just as they were about to speak and ridicule him further, the Axe King suddenly leaped upward. His body rapidly increased in height and grew broader, creating an illusion, as though a giant sun were quickly expanding in space, its flames seeming to swallow them all. The next moment, a colossal axe suddenly appeared, stretching across heaven and earth, like a dividing line, long, immense. Fueled by his physical power and the spiritual energy circulating within his body, the axe gradually changed color, with flames winding through it, radiating scorching heat that seemed capable of roasting the surroundings entirely. These inner sect disciples finally realized that this man before them was not as weak as they had imagined. Quick attack. Don't hesitate anymore. Chapter 120, Axe King's tremendous improvement. Everyone is shocked. This guy's strength is incredible. We must join forces together to stand a chance against him. At this moment, the overwhelming power released by Axe King, who held nothing back, and the oppressive pressure he exerted on them, finally shattered everyone's composure. The inner sect disciples focused their minds, then decisively erupted with all their strength, combining their powers to form a massive energy shield. Watching this unfold, Jiang Chun shook his head slightly and smiled lightly, saying, Axe King, oh Axe King, why didn't you do this from the beginning? Why try to imitate me? As for his own subordinate, sometimes Jiang Chun couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. Though Axe King looked honest and was indeed loyal to him, he often tried to mimic him. Axe King's physical strength was undoubtedly powerful, but no matter how strong he was, could he truly surpass Jiang Chun? It was obviously unrealistic. With the 9 transformations of the true dragon combined with the pure yang physique, these two sources of power merged into one, had already pushed Jiang Chun's physical body beyond the limits, into a realm of extremes. No matter how hard Axe King trained, he was still within those limits. There was simply no comparison between them. At this moment, Axe King's muscles were surging. Those powerful, bulging muscles alone could send shivers down people's spines with their sheer potential for terrifying explosive force. Clearly, Axe King held nothing back now. He intended to crush all of them with a single strike. All his strength poured into this attack at once, with no restraint whatsoever. Finally, that massive axe, as if it could cleave the heavens and earth apart, came crashing down under Axe King's swing toward the inner sect disciples below, its terrifying power sending waves of pressure rippling through the air like 1,000 ocean swells, slicing through the atmosphere itself. Boom, boom. With every meter it fell, the distinct sonic booms rang out clearly, until finally the axe descended and struck the shield. Bang, bang, bang. Intense collisions and deafening explosions echoed continuously, and under the violent clash of these two forces, dust and debris were violently kicked up into the air, scattering everywhere before finally settling down across the battlefield. In no time, the protective shield was utterly shattered. Without hesitation, the inner sect disciples immediately activated the shield again and again. In the end, they inevitably began to slow down after repeated exhausting efforts, and by then, the axe had already come down. But due to their Qinli resistance, the residual power of the axe was clearly not as terrifying as it was before. Boom. In the violent collision and explosion that followed, the inner sect disciples were thrown about like leaves in the wind, some even losing consciousness and collapsing onto the ground. About 30 people all told. In other words, now only half of the original number remained standing. Axe King, from this single clash of strength, also turned pale and showed obvious signs of exhaustion. As he landed firmly on the ground, he nearly stumbled and fell due to complete depletion of his strength. Jiang Chun reached out and steadied him, nodding approvingly with admiration in his eyes. Axe King, not bad. It seems your progress in this period of time has indeed been considerable. Ever since Jiang Chun had last beaten Axe King until now, Jiang Chun could almost be certain that during this time, Axe King's combat strength had increased by at least a third. Otherwise, there was absolutely no way he could have achieved this level. More than 30 people had been rendered completely powerless, unconscious on the battlefield. As for the remaining ones, though they still had strength left to fight, they too were on the verge of collapse. The Supreme Elder and the sect leader, hidden in the shadows watching everything unfold, exchanged glances. The Supreme Elder's eyes were filled with shock. The sect leader's eyes were filled with disbelief. In their opinions, even if the events might have taken a slightly different turn, they never expected it to go this far from what they had anticipated. The sect leader sighed helplessly, saying, "Did we underestimate Axe King a bit too much?" The Supreme Elder nodded in agreement. "I feel the same. Axe King is much stronger than we imagined. What both the sect leader and Supreme Elder had considered as Axe King's limit was being able to defeat over 30 people, leaving them with absolutely no strength remaining. In reality, that was indeed what had happened. However, vastly different from their expectations was the fact that, after Axe King defeated those 30 people, the other half that still had strength left had been drained nearly completely as well. Those were practically the strongest group among them. Had they remained fully intact and worked together against Jiang Chun, they would have still been able to significantly weaken Jiang Chen's combat power. But the result turned out differently. Under Axe King's single strike, even the remaining half who still had fighting capability were almost completely exhausted. Jiang Chun would now be able to end the battle with ease. Furthermore, this would also grant Axe King some time to recover for an even more intense battle later. Axe King's current weakness was merely due to massive energy expenditure. Such exhaustion could be recovered from quite easily and quickly. It seems we can only place our hopes on Shui Ji and those few others now, the Supreme Elder said slowly. At this point, it seemed like the best course of action. Beside him, the sect leader nodded in agreement, completely approving. Shui Ji's group was indeed terrifying in strength. The sect leader knew this well. If it had been Shui Ji rather than Wu Yong who had gone to challenge Jiang Chun last time. At that time, unless Jiang Chun still had unknown trump cards to play, his unbeaten path would undoubtedly have been shattered. Unfortunately, the sect leader had already tried many methods back then, but no matter what he did, he simply couldn't convince Shui Ji. In the end, he had no choice but to let those tasks be claimed freely by whoever was confident enough to take them. Above Shui Ji, there were still others even stronger, but the sect leader had no intention of revealing them so early. However, what the sect leader hadn't anticipated was that Wu Yong, after going there once, was directly crippled, causing the others who had also accepted the mission afterward to abandon it one by one. At this moment, the Supreme Elder looked toward the sect leader and said slowly, "I don't remember wrong. That fellow Shui Ji has a strange personality. He doesn't take advice easily. How exactly did you manage to persuade him?" As for Shui Ji, or rather, these extremely gifted disciples, the Supreme Elder understood them fairly well too, although perhaps not to the same extent as the sect leader. Back then, the sect leader had once considered asking Shui Ji to act, only to be flatly refused. Yet after so much time had passed, Jiang Chen's strength had clearly grown significantly. Why would Shui Ji agree now? This was the part that puzzled the Supreme Elder. The sect leader smiled slightly and said, "These young prodigies, even if their temperaments are eccentric, or they appear indifferent to fame and fortune, having no demands at all, there will always be something they desire or require. As long as you figure that out, naturally you can get these people to act." Sometimes, the sect leader couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. These disciples seemed to carry themselves with more authority than the sect leader himself. As if it was he, the sect leader, who was constantly watching their moods. Hearing this, the Supreme Elder nodded approvingly, but suddenly seemed to recall something, and then curiously asked, "So, you spent 20 years just to figure out Axe King's needs?" Chapter 121 Shui Ji's Expectation. The Supreme Elder thought for a moment, and indeed there was one person who could give the sect leader a hard time. It was none other than the stubborn Axe King. According to what the Supreme Elder knew, the sect leader had spent no less than 20 years on Axe King, and that was just a rough estimate for simplicity. The actual time was probably much longer. Upon hearing this, the sect leader's lips twitched slightly, and he cast a sidelong glance at the Supreme Elder, as if saying, "You just had to bring up the sore subject." But he had to admit that Axe King indeed left a deep psychological scar on him. The sect leader always believed himself to be especially skilled in schemes, predictions, and discerning the desires of others. In fact, even more skilled than in martial cultivation. However, even he himself had never anticipated the emergence of someone like Axe King, who defied all logic. In the end, the sect leader said nothing. The insightful Supreme Elder seemed to have noticed what the sect leader was thinking and fell silent as well. At this moment, the remaining 30-odd inner disciples looked at Jiang Chun with complicated expressions, as if they were saying, "Are we really capable of defeating this guy?" They knew all too well that Jiang Chen's strength was far more terrifying than Axe King's. If Axe King alone could push them into such a desperate situation, then what would happen if Jiang Chun personally got involved? Suddenly, Jiang Chun smiled faintly, then spoke coldly. "Will you come down yourselves, or shall I beat you down myself?" This remark immediately filled the air with contempt. The group of inner disciples grew even more grim-faced. But before they could even reply, Jiang Chun sneered again. "Since you lot have no sense of discretion, then allow me to personally escort you down." Without further words, he leaped upward abruptly. At that moment, the inner disciples hadn't yet realized the seriousness of the situation. All they really knew about Jiang Chun was secondhand information from rumors. None of them truly understood just how terrifying his power had become. Meanwhile, watching all this unfold from the shadows and preparing to confront Jiang Chun head-on, Shui Ji and the others didn't hesitate in the slightest. They immediately stepped forward, eyes locked onto Jiang Chun without blinking. No one needed to explain. Everyone, including Shui Ji, understood just how formidable Jiang Chun was. Any hint of disdain towards him could very well end up costing them their lives in the future. Jiang Chun murmured softly, "True Dragon, 5 transformations." In an instant, a gigantic form 10,000 feet tall appeared across the sky and earth. His pair of emotionless golden vertical pupils gazed down coldly from above, surveying everything below, full of disdain and utter contempt. In his eyes, not a single one of those below was worthy of taking seriously. Under this gaze, everyone felt a wave of fear. Their immediate reaction was indignation. Proud as they were, To be looked down upon so completely by Jiang Chun naturally filled them with resentment. But soon enough, they were completely pinned in place by the overbearing, suffocating pressure. They discovered that even the slightest movement had become an impossible task. Unable to move, unable to resist. Finally, one of the inner disciples couldn't help but exclaim, "What kind of monster is this? Can we really defeat him together? Yeah, can we even hope to rival someone like him? He could crush us as easily as swatting a fly, right?" Faced with such a terrifying existence as Jiang Chun, they had already lost all confidence to resist. Nothing remained but sheer terror. Even the proud geniuses among them, who were unwilling to bow to any Chengzhi, gradually let go of their pride under that overbearing, all-contemptuous aura. The next moment, Jiang Chun extended his right hand, bent his finger slightly, and flicked. A streak of sword chi massive enough to blot out the sky came slashing down, sweeping the group away, leaving them completely drained of fighting strength. After completing this, Jiang Chun sneered coldly. "You are simply too weak. I let you choose to retreat on your own. Since you didn't, now go home and rest for 3 months." Jiang Chun had held back. Otherwise, that very streak of sword chi would have wiped out this entire group without leaving a single survivor. But he had chosen not to do so. Then, this divine manifestation turned his head toward a distant and insignificant-looking corner. Upon witnessing this, everyone except Xue Zhi showed expressions of surprise and confusion. How could he have discovered us? The first to speak was Wu Yong. He knew clearly how well hidden this location was, enhanced by the sect leader's personal protective measures. It was nearly impossible to be found out so easily. And what's more, none of them had revealed themselves even slightly the entire time. But no one knew, not even the 3 people including the sect leader, that Jiang Chun's methods were far from being that simple. The trait of sword heart clarity was widely known, but few realized that once certain conditions were met and his strength further enhanced, sword heart clarity could also detect any hostile emotions directed toward him, identify the person behind them, and even pinpoint their exact location. No concealment formation, no matter how advanced, could hide such hostility. After Wu Yong finished speaking, Xue Zhi simply glanced at him, then chuckled. "How interesting. It seems this Jiang Chun is going to be slightly more difficult to handle than we originally anticipated. Now my confidence in defeating him has dropped to just 70%. Xue Zhi's confidence didn't merely stem from Jiang Chun's current displayed strength. He had also included in his calculations those unknown trump cards Jiang Chun might still possess, but hadn't yet revealed. Otherwise, with the strength Jiang Chun had already shown, he still had 100% confidence in defeating him. In the next moment, Xue Zhi and the others instantly teleported right in front of Jiang Chun. The two sides faced each other from a distance, gazing at one another. "Jiang Chun, your strength is formidable. However, you may not necessarily be our match. Whatever hidden trump cards you still have, go ahead and use them. I'm really looking forward to it." Xue Zhi looked at Jiang Chun and smiled. As he spoke, he even licked his lips slightly. Facing Jiang Chun, who had been hailed as the #1 genius of Xianyun Sword Sect, Xue Zhi truly had great expectations. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chun gazed at Xue Zhi and slightly lifted the corner of his mouth. "Oh, is that so? I'm afraid once I use them, you won't feel quite so excited anymore." He had at least formed a rough understanding of Xue Zhi. He knew the other party was a tough opponent, so from the moment Xue Zhi appeared, Jiang Chun had decided he didn't want to get dragged into a drawn-out and intense battle. He planned to end this fight in one breath. Xue Zhi burst into laughter. "Is that so? Then let's see if your hidden cards are dazzling enough." From his words alone, one could clearly see the mocking gleam flashing through Xue Zhi's eyes. Chapter 122 Everyone Awaits. Although he was steady by nature, this personality trait had brought about one certainty, that Xue Zhi would spare no effort in uncovering every hidden card his opponent possessed. Just for Jiang Chun alone, the amount of time Xue Zhi had invested was innumerable. Even if Jiang Chun did have some hidden strength, it couldn't possibly be something overwhelming. Xue Zhi muttered inwardly. He's faced countless life-threatening crises before, yet never revealed any stronger hidden cards. It's highly likely he's already reached his limit. I also want to see that guy. What kind of hidden card could he possibly have left to still be so confident? Although it was mocking, this was merely Xue Zhi's expression of confidence in his own judgment. Still, the look in his eyes toward Jiang Chun remained cautious. From his investigations, Jiang Chun was not a person who acted recklessly or overestimated himself. To remain so calm, it must mean he had the capability to back it up. Yet in Xue Zhi's view, this confidence stemmed from Jiang Chun's misunderstanding of himself. Otherwise, how could he maintain this composure? Xue Zhi's 2 younger brothers furrowed their brows slightly, annoyed by Jiang Chun's audacity, but eventually suppressed their inner resentment. They decided to observe further and find out exactly where Jiang Chun's confidence stemmed from. The Supreme Elder and the sect leader exchanged glances too, confusion flickering across their faces. Wait, could Jiang Chun still act this arrogantly and calmly? Could it be that he truly has another powerful hidden trump card, hidden away and not yet revealed? At this moment, Jiang Chun stood between heaven and earth. His dermic form had dissipated, his entire demeanor now exceedingly ordinary. Still, he gazed down at the others and smiled. Xue Zhi, don't blame me for not warning you. Now would be the best time to elevate your aura to its peak. Use all your strength to the fullest, or else you will regret it soon enough. Elevate your aura. Use all strength to the fullest. These 8 words undeniably displayed Jiang Chun's disdain. Contempt. Xue Zhi frowned. Even with his naturally cautious disposition, hearing Jiang Chen speak so arrogantly almost made him lose his composure. Do you really think us? One of Xueji's younger brothers clearly didn't possess his restraint. Pointing directly at Jiang Chen, he began shouting furiously. But before he could finish, Xueji swiftly approached his side, tightly gripping his arm and quietly saying, "Don't rush. Just do as he says." His younger brother clearly held great reverence for his eldest brother. Hearing these words, he finally suppressed his anger and nodded, replying, "All right, elder brother. I'll follow your lead." They had no other choice. On Lu Hongyi's side, the three people nearby exchanged glances, directing their puzzled gazes toward her. "Lu Hongyi, you've had dealings with this kid. Is he always this arrogant?" One of them asked. Indeed, the arrogance currently displayed by Jiang Chen was practically trampling every single one of them underfoot. Only, compared to Xueji, they were still somewhat inferior in strength. Even without other hidden cards, with the power Jiang Chen had already shown, crushing them would be effortless. Upon hearing this, Lu Hongyi remained silent for a moment before answering, "No, even I feel unfamiliar with this side of him. He's usually quite calm and low-key." Truly, during her interactions with Jiang Chen, he had always been like this. After she spoke, everyone looked at her in mild astonishment, as if questioning, "Are you serious? You're not just joking with us, are you?" They couldn't help but inwardly grumble about Jiang Chen. Everyone thought this guy was just too extreme. Nonetheless, they all silently adjusted their breathing, unleashed their power, and gathered their strength in the air, forming a massive protective barrier. Xueji led the way, and the others supplemented the energy. Together, various types of energy converged into an impenetrable barrier, one that no one below the core formation stage could possibly break. Even a golden core cultivator might find it difficult to shatter this turtle shell. Wu Yong, all along, had never once shown even a trace of arrogance or impatience. Toward Jiang Chen, he maintained constant vigilance. As for the Axe King below, he had rested adequately and stood up. When he looked at the situation now, he was stunned. Huh? What is elder brother doing? Has he abandoned me and decided to face them on his own? The Axe King murmured in bewilderment. From the current scenario, it indeed looked exactly like that. He stared intently, observing the protective barrier erected by the elite inner sect geniuses and sensing the terrifying power continuously surging from it, which instantly plunged him into deep thought. Big brother, truly capable of defeating all of them? If it was one-on-one, the Axe King believed Jiang Chen could easily deal with anyone here. But facing so many at once, even Jiang Chen would probably find it difficult to handle. Xueji looked up at Jiang Chen above. He had held back one final trump card, Shifangzhen, a technique similar to Jiang Chen's Heaven and Earth chessboard. Confident in his own abilities, Xueji firmly believed his Shifangzhen would not be inferior to Jiang Chen's chessboard. Therefore, he was unwilling to use it first, preferring to save it for a counterattack, where it could prove most effective. Without using your invincible dermic form, your Heaven and Earth chessboard, your physical prowess, or anything else, without using even one of them, what kind of means will you use to break through our barrier? Xueji gazed upward at Jiang Chen, murmuring softly. His tone carried anticipation and uncertainty as he waited for Jiang Chen's next move. But inexplicably, a sense of unease stirred in Xueji's heart. Looking at the young man floating above, calmly smiling while seemingly doing nothing, no one could discern his intentions, and no one dared underestimate him. Sharing similar thoughts and doubts wasn't just Xueji, but also the Supreme Elder and the sect leader. The two observed the current scene in confusion, exchanging glances, hoping to understand the other's interpretation. However, the moment their eyes met, they knew immediately. They both had no answers either. Disciple leader, it seems Jiang Chen is hiding something big. The Supreme Elder pondered for a moment before finally speaking. Looking at the situation, this possibility was highly plausible. Upon hearing this, the sect leader smiled faintly and replied, "Hiding something big? I think so too. And I must admit, I'm looking forward to his next move. Whether it'll be something beyond our expectations or something we've overestimated, we'll know soon enough." Ever since Jiang Chen had done nothing and simply stood there. Chapter 123, Xueji strikes first, the 10-direction formation. They had already realized that this young man likely still concealed many things, perhaps just one ultimate secret, but once revealed, it would completely change everyone's perception of him. The Grand Elder smiled faintly before saying, "Although I didn't like this kid at the beginning, and I still feel the same now, I have to admit, he really isn't simple at all." At first, the Grand Elder had little affection for this arrogant youth who pursued the invincible Tao. After his own disciple had been crippled by Jiang Chen during their last encounter, the Grand Elder's favorability toward him plummeted into negative territory. Yet from beginning to end, the Grand Elder had always upheld one principle. That is, gifted youths must never be judged based on personal emotions. Chen Xingyi, the sect leader, and the Grand Elder, they had walked through countless storms over the years. Their cultivation of Xinjing, mind realm, had naturally reached an extremely formidable level. Except for Chen Xingyi, who still easily became emotional, the others had clearly restrained themselves significantly and were able to view things with a balanced perspective, not swayed too much by emotions. And at this moment, Jiang Chen silently retrieved the infinite immortal sword from his spatial ring. Now, the infinite immortal sword had been partially unsealed, and its contained Tao power had approached the 6th level, an approximate 5th level strength. Jiang Chen once estimated that, if he gave it his all, at the very minimum, he could briefly unleash the full brilliance of all his Tao powers in one go and sweep away everyone below. Even so, it would still be quite taxing on his physical body and cultivation. It could only be used once, but after that single strike, not a single one of these people would survive. Indeed, not a single soul would be left alive. Of course, Jiang Chun didn't actually intend to kill them. The Grand Elder and the sect leader wouldn't watch them perish either. He merely intended to use this one strike to absorb the ultimate nourishment from the invincible Tao. Jiang Chun began caressing the infinite immortal sword, gently wiping its surface, as though tending to a beloved woman. Meanwhile, the sect leader and Grand Elder, who were secretly observing everything, and all the other heaven-born geniuses who had been closely watching Jiang Chun, all of them stared at him, puzzled, unable to understand what he was thinking. Even Axe King was stunned, staring at the sword in his older brother's hand, muttering, "This sword of Death. If I recall correctly, it's an excellent blade, but still just an excellent blade. Could it really allow him to sweep away all these experts?" With Axe King's vision, no, or rather, with the eyesight of everyone present, including the Grand Elder and sect leader, none were capable of seeing the true power hidden within this sword. The reason was very simple. If they could, they would have already detected its secrets earlier. As his strength increased and understanding deepened, Jiang Chun clearly knew that the original owner of this sword must have been at least in existence above the Xian immortal realm. Exactly how powerful that might be, Jiang Chun didn't know, but he had made a rough estimate. The sword's original master was likely no less formidable than the ancient True Dragon that founded the True Dragon 9 transformations. In the next instant, Jiang Chun's gaze gradually sharpened, like a blade fully drawn from its sheath, as he cast it downward toward the gathered crowd. A faint curl rose on the corner of his lips as he coldly chuckled. "If, after this sword strike, you aren't defeated, I will willingly shatter my invincible Tao heart." The moment those words left his mouth, the entire place exploded into chaos. Even the Grand Elder and sect leader exchanged stunned glances, completely frozen. Shatter his own invincible Tao heart. One must know, this wasn't just an empty declaration. If Jiang Chun failed to deliver, he would surely suffer backlash, and his invincible Tao heart would shatter entirely. The fact that he dared to utter these words revealed just how confident he had become. Shueji also withdrew the last traces of contempt in his heart and gazed up at Jiang Chun in the sky. He knew that the young man's strength had surpassed even his wildest imaginations. It seems I will finally face my strongest opponent yet," Shueji murmured inwardly. At the same time, in his mind, the probability of suppressing Jiang Chun and shattering his Tao heart had dropped down to 50%, even that, after calculating every last ounce of power he could possibly use. Then, he glanced behind him and said with a smile, "Everyone, don't hold back from now on. I've studied Jiang Chun before. Every word he speaks isn't just empty talk. The assault he's about to unleash will be countless times more terrifying than we can imagine. Therefore, pour all your strength into this protective barrier. Let's see just how strong this top genius labeled as the #1 prodigy of the Immortal Cloud Sword Sect truly is." The next moment, the power within his body began to erupt continuously, like raging waves, like boundless oceans, surging into the protective barrier and rapidly reinforcing it. Seeing this, everyone followed suit. No one dared to underestimate anymore. All had to adjust themselves to their best condition to face Jiang Chun's next sharpest and most terrifying strike, one that could potentially be more horrifying than anything ever seen. Shueji looked at his two younger brothers and noticed their expressions had turned solemn too. They had always deeply believed every word their eldest brother said. "Come over. Use the 10-direction formation to restrict his power at its current level. Do not allow him to ascend." The 10-direction formation was unique to Shueji. The reason he brought in his two younger brothers was to use their strength to prevent Jiang Chun from deploying his heaven and earth chessboard as a countermeasure. Regarding Jiang Chun, he had always held the highest estimation, never once taking him lightly. Originally, he had planned to wait until Jiang Chun used the heaven and earth chessboard before countering with his own hidden move, aiming to suppress Jiang Chun's combat strength. But with the current situation, Shueji clearly understood. He had no choice but to act first. With the three combining their strength, Shueji suddenly opened his eyes wide, his gaze covered in a layer of dark green light. Terrifying power began to spread outward from beneath his feet. 10-direction formation. Shueji roared loudly. All the power of the 10-direction formation was converted by him into defense, converging into the protective barrier. He didn't attempt to suppress Jiang Chun's combat strength, for that was impossible. Just like the heaven and earth chessboard, the 10-direction formation could only maintain an opponent's power at the same level as one's own, neither increasing nor decreasing. All who entered the formation would battle on equal footing. Of course, this was merely one of its effects. Both the 10-direction formation and the heaven and earth chessboard primarily involved the power of rules. Within this formation, it was as though one had fully mastered the battlefield's underlying laws. This was also precisely why Shueji had always wanted to strike second, so that Jiang Chun wouldn't gain control over the rules, allowing instead their full force to fall into his own hands. Feeling this power, Jiang Chun smiled faintly. Too weak. Chapter 124, Absolute Crushing Defeat. Shueji's despair. He did not allow this force to enter his body. At the same time, as if wary of something, this force also dared not forcefully enter Jiang Chun's body. Yet in the surrounding area, the power of rules had obviously been completely occupied and shrouded by this force. In other words, within this domain, Shueji was the embodiment of the rules. At this moment, Shueji was staring upwards at Jiang Chun, his expression solemn. Outwardly, he remained calm and composed, yet within his heart, stormy waves had already surged. In this instant, Shueji finally understood completely. He had underestimated Jiang Chen far too much. What he believed to be an understanding of 99% was, in fact, only his own illusion. Jiang Chen's true capabilities had never been truly revealed, and even now, this still held true. What exactly kind of methods does he possess? Xueji roared inwardly, nearly going mad, losing his composure. Facing this mystery that utterly defied comprehension of his limits, he felt alarmed. Moreover, he knew that if Jiang Chen wished it, the power of the heavens and earth chessboard could completely expel the strength of the 10 directions array and then take possession of it. But as for the reason behind all of this, he still hadn't figured it out. Jiang Chen simply hovered midair, looking down below and smiling. All right, I won't use these forces to oppose you. What comes next, I will only use this single sword strike to utterly obliterate you. The realm of the heavens and earth chessboard was something completely beyond the capabilities of Xueji's 10 directions array. However, Jiang Chen's mastery over the heavens and earth chessboard was at most 30%. Yet Xueji's control over the 10 directions array had already reached 90%. If purely relying on these two forces to clash and collide, Jiang Chen might not necessarily be a match for Xueji. But Jiang Chen was different. In his hand, he held the boundless immortal sword. Relying on the terrifying power contained within the boundless immortal sword, crushing Xueji to death could be described as effortless. At this point, Xueji had already begun to panic. Outwardly steady as an old dog, inwardly, however, he was in a state of complete anxiety. He quickly muttered inwardly, "Power of the rules, hurry, hurry. Strengthen our defense to the maximum possible state." He continuously used the power of the rules to enhance his defensive force. At this point, Xueji had long abandoned the thought of challenging Jiang Chen. His only goal now was to accomplish what the sect leader had instructed, breaking Jiang Chen's unrivaled Dao heart. After all, daring to take such a risk showed exactly how tempting the rewards promised by the sect leader had been to Xueji. With each of Xueji's outcries, his defenses surged to greater and greater peaks. The Supreme Elder and the sect leader exchanged glances. Do you think this fellow Xueji, exactly what did he see, that he would panic like this? The sect leader spoke up. After all, they were different from others, and with a single glance, they had already seen through Xueji's truest emotions. Hearing this, the Supreme Elder fell silent for a moment before saying, "Not sure. Could it be that the rule force can't even reach Jiang Chen's body?" That's quite normal too. The level of his techniques is clearly far superior to Xueji's 10 directions array, though Jiang Chen's mastery over that technique is not yet deep enough. So, if competing in terms of rule force, Jiang Chen might indeed be inferior to Xueji, but Xueji absolutely can't pull him into his own domain of rules. The two briefly discussed matters, and then refrained from further words, becoming even more eager to witness the upcoming battle. Unknowingly, outside of this scene, Shui Qianxiu had arrived in secret, observing everything while muttering to himself. Xueji fears Jiang Chen to such an extent, so it seems my little man really does possess some depth after all. However, his unrivaled Dao heart is likely to be shattered today. But no matter, later I'll let him know how the sect leader schemed against him. Once his unrivaled Dao heart breaks, perhaps I can convince him to return with me to the Divine Water Sect. After being intimately entangled with Jiang Chen, Shui Qianxiu found that he couldn't bring himself to kill this man anymore. Therefore, he had begun secretly plotting in his heart, preparing to defect and convince the other to return with him into the Divine Water Sect. At this moment, Jiang Chen unleashed all his strength. His body abruptly soared upward, the power of the 9 dragon transformations, the strength of the pure yang body. All enhancements relating to physical power erupted forth. However, he did not use the Invincible Dharma manifestation. After completing this, Jiang Chen raised his long sword and began activating the power within it. That terrifying primordial Dao force began continuously erupting and spreading, Nangya, crushing and sweeping outward, with unstoppable momentum. 3rd Heaven Dao, 4th Heaven Dao, 5th Heaven Dao power. With each ascending level, the expressions of the sect leader and Supreme Elder changed once again. When it reached the 5th level, they could no longer maintain their composure, leaving only astonishment on their faces. Utter astonishment. When the power of the Da Dog surged to its peak, the 10 directions array shattered directly. The power of the rules was completely annihilated. Xueji abruptly spat out a mouthful of blood, kneeling on the ground, gazing upward in horror at that peerless youth above. How is this possible? Why does he possess such terrifying power of the Badao at his current cultivation stage? Xueji could no longer remain calm. He roared furiously and angrily. After the roar subsided, only powerlessness and despair remained. He knew now he was no match for his opponent. He was simply no match for Jiang Chen. There was an unfathomable gap between them. He and Jiang Chen were absolutely not on the same level of existence. At this moment, the others beside him also witnessed this scene, falling into deep thought. Who could have imagined that the outcome would turn out like this? They had originally believed the upcoming battle would be a fierce struggle, but ultimately, they would prevail. After all, everyone was convinced that Jiang Chen was an extraordinary genius, a truly terrifying presence. Yet, no one believed he could defeat all of them with just a single sword strike. Now, in merely an instant, even before the sword beam had fallen, their protective barrier was already trembling and on the verge of collapse. Even Xueji had been forcibly broken out of the 10 directions array, suffering violent backlash, collapsing to the ground, speechless and unable to utter a single word. At this moment, Xueji's 3rd younger brother quickly stepped forward, helping him up, anxiously asking, "Big brother, What should we do next? What are we going to do? Although the sword beam had not yet descended, merely sensing the terrifying power within it, everyone felt their hearts pounding with dread. Spit! Shueji forcefully spat out another mouthful of blood, his voice barely audible. Quickly, summon the sect leader and supreme elder to intervene and stop Jiang Chun. If this sword strike lands, we will all die. No one will survive. He has hidden far too deeply. He didn't just say he would defeat us, but this very sword strike has the power to kill every single one of us. In Shueji's heart, any thoughts of opposing Jiang Chun any further had completely vanished. Chapter 125, Chun Qingyi appears. Lu Hongyi was also lost in thought, staring blankly at the young man above and the terrifying sword beam about to descend, sinking into deep contemplation. She couldn't snap out of it for a long time. She hadn't expected that in such a short period of time, Jiang Chun had already changed so much. None of the people present were fools. Everyone clearly understood just how terrifying that sword beam truly was. Killing them would be effortless. The Zhongzhu and the Grand Elder also changed expressions, no longer able to remain seated. All the people here were the treasures of the sect. They absolutely couldn't die here. They shot forward in a flash, appearing in front of the sword beam. The Zhongzhu raised his right hand, gently dissipating its power entirely, before finally looking at Jiang Chun with an extremely complex expression. Jiang Chun, you've hidden your true strength well. Never would I have thought you've already grown this powerful. This was something completely unforeseen. Indeed, the sword itself was incredibly powerful, but the real issue was that if it were in Shueji's hands instead, he probably wouldn't even be able to summon 1% of its power, let alone withstand its enormous backlash. It would certainly mean death. But Jiang Chun was able to fully unleash its Taoist might, though he was already swaying on the verge of collapse and might fall at any moment. Jiang Chen's face was pale, yet his demeanor remained proud. He smiled and said, "Of course, in the world of cultivation, who doesn't keep a few tricks up their sleeve?" After saying that, Jiang Chun fell straight down to the ground like a falling meteor. Seeing this, Axe King stomped on the ground, soaring upward and catching Jiang Chun steadily in midair. Shueji knelt helplessly on the ground. Much of his inner power had already recovered, at least enough for normal movement. But in his eyes now, there was only emptiness, despair, powerlessness. Facing such terrifying strength for the first time, Shueji felt that all his previous pride had been crushed into dust by Jiang Chen's power, leaving absolutely nothing behind. At this moment, the Zhongzhu flashed over and arrived beside Shueji, smiling slightly. "Shueji, you did well." This time, the main goal was to pressure Jiang Chun, allowing him to directly and clearly understand exactly how powerful he had become. Upon hearing that, Shueji looked as if his soul had left his body, standing there frozen and motionless. His two younger brothers were no different. The Zhongzhu chuckled. "Shueji, if being defeated like this is enough to break you, then you're not the person I remember. This is only the beginning. There are still heavenly prodigies from the Holy Lands, reincarnations of Xian immortals, and supreme freaks who have evaded heavenly calculations. Each of them will be no less powerful than Jiang Chun, perhaps even stronger. If Jiang Chun alone is enough to defeat you so thoroughly, breaking your Taoist heart, will you still find the courage to face those future adversaries?" Upon hearing this, Shueji finally snapped back to reality, gazing at the Zhongzhu with a complex expression, as if he couldn't speak, or didn't even want to. The Zhongzhu smiled. "The promise I made to you still stands, because your appearance allowed me to understand Jiang Chen's limits. By the way, I held back even more. I won't give you Void Stone. I will give you the Void God Stone. This is perfectly suited to you. I believe once you obtain the Void God Stone, you may show me some unexpected abilities." The Void God Stone. After the Zhongzhu spoke, Shueji could no longer contain his joy. The light returned to his previously dim face, his pupils regaining their brilliance, and fighting spirit surged within him once again. "Thank you, Zhongzhu. I definitely won't disappoint you," Shueji said earnestly. After saying that, he glanced at Jiang Chun, who was currently unconscious in Axe King's arms, his eyes flickering with battle intent. He knew that if not for the Zhongzhu's intervention, Jiang Chen's sword technique earlier would have killed him 100 times over. Such overwhelming strength completely ignited Shueji's competitive spirit. "I will fulfill every promise I made to you all. Now go back and rest." After that, the Zhongzhu turned his gaze toward the others and smiled gently. The rewards he had promised these individuals were originally things he had already intended to bestow upon them. He had simply used this opportunity to push Jiang Chen's limits through their confrontation. This test turned out more surprising than anyone had anticipated, making his monstrous strength even clearer now. Hearing that, all the others nodded in agreement. "Yes, thank you the Gu." In the blink of an eye, everyone had vanished from the spot. As for Wu Yong, no one really paid attention to him, but if anyone had, they would surely see nothing but powerlessness and fear in his eyes. Not the slightest bit of courage or challenge toward Jiang Chun remained. After everything had settled, the Grand Elder finally approached the Zhongzhu, shaking his head in amazement. "Never would I have imagined, truly never, that Jiang Chun would prove even more monstrous than we had feared. As expected, he's someone who carries great destiny. He's actually managed to obtain even this sword." The sect leader nodded, then turned to the Supreme Elder and asked, "Can you tell what level of strength the previous owner of this sword possessed?" Despite his vast knowledge, he himself had been unable to recognize the sword's origins or its former master. Upon hearing this, the Supreme Elder slightly paused before shaking his head. "No, I can't. However, I can be certain that the sword's former owner possessed strength beyond that of a Xian immortal. The sect leader nodded thoughtfully before glancing toward one side with a slight smile. Senior Shishong, since you're already here, stop hiding over there with a gloomy expression. There's no need not to show yourself. Hearing this, the Supreme Elder was startled and immediately turned his gaze toward that direction. Didn't Chen Qingyi retreat into seclusion cultivation? The sect leader shook his head. He did indeed go into retreat, but he's been here for more than half an hour already. He arrived not long after we came over. As soon as the sect leader finished speaking, sure enough, Chen Qingyi appeared before the two of them. What surprised the Supreme Elder was that Chen Qingyi wasn't furious as he had imagined. Instead, his expression was quite calm. I've always been unable to bring myself to pressure Jiang Chun. At this point, Chen Qingyi slowly spoke, then continued. Actually, I've known about your plan for a while now. I didn't stop it because, as you said, this great age of contention is different from my time. To walk the path of invincibility, the trials and pressures he must endure are countless times greater than what I experienced. If we don't push him now, perhaps when Jiang Chun goes beyond our borders, he won't even have the chance to cultivate the great Tao. After Chen Qingyi finished speaking, the sect leader nodded slowly, then asked, did you know just how deep your disciple was hiding before? As the sect leader pondered, he believed that regarding Jiang Chen's sword, Chen Qingyi probably already knew a lot. Chen Qingyi replied helplessly, I knew he had this sword, and I knew this sword was extraordinary, but I couldn't see through its true power at all. Chapter 126, The Heaven Tao Illusion. After speaking, the sect leader beside him also fell silent. Indeed, they had always seemed to know that Jiang Chun possessed this sword, yet no one truly understood the terrifying power hidden within it. Only today had they completely witnessed the unfathomable power of the Tao contained in this sword. The sect leader remained silent for a long time before Qingyi, standing beside him, finally spoke. Looks like this young fellow still has many things hidden deep within. However, in my opinion, he now has the qualification to challenge the top geniuses outside. What Jiang Chun had displayed earlier, when he defeated those disciples with overwhelming strength, was clearly seen by Qingyi. That scene made Qingyi fully comprehend. Jiang Chun was powerful, extremely powerful. At the very least, outside in the world, he probably would not be inferior to those hidden geniuses from the great sects. Upon hearing this, the sect leader's expression grew solemn as he said, earlier, I used a counterfeit Heaven's Fate plate to conduct a calculation. There are some hidden prodigies concealed within the three great sects. A counterfeit Heaven's Fate plate still lacks sufficient power. It could only let me know that such a thing exists, but could not tell me exactly what level of genius we are talking about. If only I had the real Heaven's Fate plate. Saying this, the sect leader sighed slightly, filled with regret. Qingyi remained expressionless and said nothing. He already knew the real Heaven's Fate plate was currently in his possession. In recent years, the three great sects have each held their own intentions, hiding themselves in low profile, probably already making plans for the upcoming battle over the essence of Heaven Tao itself. Then, Qingyi turned and looked at the sect leader, saying solemnly, didn't you mention before that you wanted Jiang Chun to enter the Heaven Tao illusion? I approve now. The Heaven Tao illusion. It was a small world created through the manifestation of Heaven Tao. Inside existed various projections of heaven-bestowed prodigies. Upon entering, Jiang Chun would not be able to discover their true identities. The Heaven Tao would randomly select some of these projections to serve as his opponents. Once Jiang Chun collided and battled with these projections, upon defeating them, he would receive certain rewards bestowed by Heaven Tao. However, from start to finish, Jiang Chun would never discover the true identity of his opponents, only realizing afterward that such a genius existed in this world. Previously, the reason Qingyi didn't agree to this plan was because he thought Jiang Chun's foundation was still insufficient. Entering the illusion would risk having his invincible Tao path severed, causing serious problems. But now, it seemed unnecessary to delay any further. Upon hearing this, the sect leader was somewhat stunned, not expecting these words to come from Qingyi. Then he said, good. 3 times, Ji Dong Du Suodao. Excellent. If you've already made up your mind, let's make the arrangements. We will activate the Heaven Tao illusion together. In 3 days, it will officially open, allowing Jiang Chun to enter for cultivation and trials. At this moment, a glimmer of excitement and anticipation flashed in the sect leader's eyes. The Heaven Tao illusion was something every sect favored by Heaven Tao would possess, and its exact function was only known by each sect's leader in turn. However, bound by ancient restrictions, the knowledge could only remain with the sect leader and not be revealed to others. If Jiang Chun is able to overcome everything in the Heaven Tao illusion, perhaps the fortune of our sect will rise significantly once again. The sect leader secretly mused. The most important aspect of the Heaven Tao illusion was its ability to increase a sect's fortune value. However, the prerequisite was that one's disciples must possess the power to overwhelm the many prodigies within the illusion. Every time a projection was defeated, not only would the challenger receive a reward, but the sect's fortune value would also increase slightly. Therefore, each activation must be led by a true peerless genius of equal cultivation realm to attempt the challenge. Otherwise, someone with insufficient strength would almost certainly be crushed. That would result in a great loss instead. At this moment, the sect leader said, let Jiang Chun prepare himself. Try to improve his strength as much as possible within these 3 days. Inform him about the Heaven Tao illusion. His gaze was extremely serious and earnest. After saying that, he vanished from the spot. Hearing this, Qingyi nodded slightly, then in a flash disappeared as well. Only the Supreme Elder remained, slightly bewildered. He first glanced at the vanished Qing Yi, then at where the sect leader had stood, finally murmuring to himself before following behind the sect leader. Returning to his quarters, Jiang Qin's body automatically absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth. His internal injuries rapidly healed, and his condition soon returned to its peak state. Slowly, he opened his eyes, sitting upright on the bed, scanning the room around him, lost in thought. I was unconscious? In truth, after using that sword technique, Jiang Qin's consciousness had already fallen into unconsciousness. One could say that even he himself wasn't aware that he had fainted. Turning his head slightly, he saw Axe King sitting beside him, wearing a sincere smile, as if waiting eagerly for his command. Brother, you were truly amazing. That group of heaven-touched youths was nearly wiped out by a single slash of your sword. If not for the sect leader's intervention, they'd already be corpses. Axe King's eyes brimmed with admiration. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qin wasn't surprised. He simply looked at Axe King and smiled. Axe King, you really need to improve your strength. I've observed that any of those people seem stronger than you. Among the group the sect leader had summoned to join forces against Jiang Qin that day, Jiang Qin indeed found that even a random pick among them was stronger than Axe King. It wasn't that Axe King's talent was inferior. It was just that he had spent 20 years strengthening his physical body at foundation building stage, and hadn't been at core formation for very long altogether. Being weaker than them was quite normal. Axe King smiled sheepishly and scratched his head. Don't worry, brother. I'll strengthen myself as soon as possible. Within 6 months, I'm sure I won't lose to them. Jiang Qin nodded and noticed that at this moment, Shui Qianxiu had appeared at the door. Looking at Shui Qianxiu, Axe King whispered, Brother, during the time you were unconscious, she insisted on taking care of you. When she sensed you were awake earlier, she immediately sent me to watch over you, and then left. Now she's pretending to just have arrived. Is there something going on between you two? Hearing this, Jiang Qin looked at Axe King somewhat helplessly. Axe King, step outside for a moment. I have something to discuss with her. You should return to your room and focus on cultivation. Jiang Qin immediately issued a dismissal. Axe King scratched his head, his eyes a little confused. He seemed unable to grasp why his elder brother would suddenly act like this, yet he still left the room and returned to his own quarters. Meanwhile, Shui Qianxiu stepped forward. Chapter 127. The Depths of the Sword Sea. The Hidden Hand Behind. As the door closed, violent noises erupted once again from within the room, continuing for nearly 6 hours. It was already evening. Axe King, as usual, waited outside Jiang Qin's room, but on his face was a hint of inner conflict. Axe King paced back and forth in front of the door. After a while, he muttered softly, Strange, why hasn't Big Brother come out yet? I don't even dare to call out. Big Brother's master asked me to tell him something important. How should I tell him? This was what was troubling Axe King. Actually, back when Jiang Qin was unconscious, Chen Qingyi had already visited once and sought out Axe King, telling him roughly everything. But never did he expect, after Shui Qianxiu entered the room, Jiang Qin hadn't come out since. Axe King mumbled to himself, Sigh. I don't know what that fox-like woman sees in Big Brother. How could they have so much to talk about for so long, causing me to miss telling Big Brother something urgent? The honest and simple-minded Axe King hadn't yet figured out the exact relationship between Shui Qianxiu and Jiang Qin. Just then, the room door opened, and Shui Qianxiu, her face flushed, quietly returned to her own room. Seeing this, Axe King grew incredibly excited. Finally, he could meet his big brother again. At the same time, his eyes swept over Shui Qianxiu, and he noticed that her aura had grown significantly stronger, such an increase within such a short span of time. Axe King was curious inside, but did not ask anything. After a short while, Jiang Qin walked out, and, seeing Axe King beside the door, smiled. What's the matter? Are you looking for guidance on refining your physical cultivation again? It's not that I'm not willing to spar with you. It's just been such a short period of time. Forget about it for now. Your strength is still too weak. Because most of the times Axe King was around was to ask Jiang Qin for help. This led him into a slight misunderstanding that Axe King wanted to spar with him again. Upon hearing this, Axe King quickly shook his head, chuckling awkwardly. Big brother, look at what you're saying. I know my own abilities. Actually, your master asked me to tell you something. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qin's expression grew serious. Anything personally entrusted by Chen Qingyi was treated with seriousness. What is it? Your master said, you should go find him 10 days from now. From the way he put it, it seems he wants you to enter the Heavenly Tao Illusion for a challenge. The Heavenly Tao Illusion. I don't know much about it, but roughly speaking, it involves challenging top geniuses in different forms in the illusion. Axe King thought carefully about the information Chen Qingyi told him, and then explained it all clearly to Jiang Qin. For Axe King, being able to remember this much was already quite an effort. After all, in Axe King's mind, there was only cultivation, and more cultivation. Other matters would simply pass through his mind without sticking. Hearing this, Jiang Qin nodded. All right, I got it. These days, you should cultivate hard. I have a feeling that the upcoming competition will be even more intense, and it won't be something you can avoid simply by wanting to. From the recent battle arrangements by the sect leader, Jiang Qin had an intuitive sense that the pressure ahead would greatly increase. Not a pressure that one can escape from even if one doesn't want to get involved. It's rather something one can't avoid getting dragged into. Jiang Qin understood this deeply and thus didn't dare to be careless. Though there was no conclusive evidence, Jiang Qin always trusted his intuitions. As for Axe King, standing beside him, he too, Jiang Qin knew, would inevitably be dragged into all these conflicts. Upon hearing this, Axe King nodded and said, I understand, big brother. He didn't think too deeply about it. Whatever Jiang Chen said, he'd do. This was already a habit for Axe King. Jiang Chen looked at today's assigned task. The location was written as deep within the Sword Sea. When his eyes landed on these 4 characters, Jiang Chen involuntarily narrowed his eyes. Deep within the Sword Sea. Last time, Jiang Chen had visited the inner sea of the Sword Sea. He never expected that this time, he would actually be assigned to the deepest regions. If his memory wasn't wrong, the old monsters over there were no small number. It was a place brimming with danger. Was this truly just a coincidence? Suddenly, this thought flashed through Jiang Chen's mind. But after a short pause and deeper thought, Jiang Chen shook his head, dismissing the thought. It was clearly not a mere coincidence. The reason was also simple. Although he had left the location to be randomly assigned by the Outer Sect disciples, the inner sea of the Sword Sea was already the limit. The depths of the Sword Sea, that was a forbidden zone. Even if Jiang Chen had the qualifications to go there, that particular person didn't have the authority to assign him there. In other words, behind all this, there was a hidden hand pulling the strings. Jiang Chen calmed his mind, and after careful thought, immediately came to a conclusion. It was obvious. It was very likely the sect leader. Indeed, Jiang Chen understood that the sect leader had always wanted to send him to fight against various same-tier experts, thereby better testing his limits. Or perhaps, it was to enhance the power of the Invincible Dao. Yet, why the depths of the Sword Sea? Forget it, I'll just go check it out. Perhaps I can sign in and obtain something valuable. After some contemplation, Jiang Chen stopped thinking further, immediately flashed his body, and vanished from the spot. At a certain mountain peak, the sect leader, Chun Qingyi, and the senior elder gathered together again for tea. Sect leader, each time the heavenly Dao illusion opens, it brings a strain to our sect's foundation. If there's no suitable disciple to take on the challenge, it may end up being a loss rather than a gain. After much consideration, the senior elder still advised the sect leader to reconsider. The heavenly Dao illusion, although seemingly a great opportunity and method to temper disciples, was also a huge gamble. If they lost, the foundation of the sect would further decline, leaving nothing left to fight for in the future struggles. If they won, however, it would strengthen the foundation of the sect, providing a significant advantage in future conflicts. Upon hearing this, Chun Qingyi immediately showed displeasure, glancing coldly at the senior elder and saying sharply, "What are you implying exactly? That you're not satisfied with my disciple? Within the same realm, how many in the Immortal Cloud Sword sect can even rival him?" In an instant, the senior elder became speechless. As soon as those words were spoken, he couldn't bring himself to respond. Recently, he had learned more information within the sect. He actually knew that, if it weren't for Jiang Chen's sword, there might still be a few in the sect who could match him in the same realm. Chapter 128. Old Memories. Kai Ran wishes to follow. But with this sword, within the same realm, Jiang Chen was unstoppable, and no one could withstand even a single move from him. Even more frightening was that, with the three's keen eyesight, they could easily tell that this sword, only Jiang Chen himself could unleash its terrifying power. It wasn't that once it had acknowledged its master through blood, others couldn't use it. It was, only Jiang Chen could endure the terrifying backlash of the Bada, thereby unleashing its most formidable power in full. As for the remaining geniuses who might be able to match Jiang Chen within the same realm, accomplishing this was an impossible task. "You're not wrong," said the Supreme Elder slowly. Though his heart still harbored deep prejudice against Jiang Chen, he had to admit that this guy was simply monstrous. So monstrous that throughout the entire Sword Cloud sect, no one at the same level could rival him. Someone like Xuezhi, already among the top 3 in the foundation building realm, even he, together with a dozen elite prodigies, had been effortlessly crushed by a single sword strike from Jiang Chen, without even the strength to fight back. Even those 2 figures above him, what could they do? After all, there wasn't a complete tier of superiority, just a slight edge, enough to make it a suicide mission to send them against Jiang Chen. Chun Qingyi chuckled happily. "Senior Elder, how many years ago your disciple was mercilessly crushed by me, and now, even after all these years, your disciple is still being ruthlessly crushed by my disciple, without even being worthy to be glanced at." In reality, though outwardly the Supreme Elder and Chun Qingyi appeared cordial, in their hearts, they had never quite reconciled. Back then, the Supreme Elder was already a Supreme Elder, and Chun Qingyi was still the disciple of the former sect leader. At that time, the Supreme Elder also took in a disciple unrivaled in talent, unbeatable at his level, yet finally encountered Chun Qingyi, who crushed him until his Dao heart shattered, and he became indistinguishable from ordinary men. Because of this incident, the 2 never truly got along. However, Chun Qingyi clearly understood that despite the Supreme Elder's personal biases, he would never harbor ulterior motives concerning the interests of the Sword Cloud sect. The 3 of them shared similar positions and intentions, restoring the Sword Cloud sect to its former glory. Chun Qingyi brought this up merely because of the Supreme Elder's repeated behaviors that had annoyed him, otherwise he wouldn't have resorted to sharp words. The Supreme Elder looked at Chun Qingyi, sighed, and seemed to age a few years instantly. "Ah, you and your disciple. You are both insurmountable mountains for me in this life." The sect leader remained silent, as did Chun Qingyi. At this moment, they seemed to see an old man weathered by time, finally accepting a bitter truth and facing something he had long refused to face. After a long while, Chun Qingyi smiled and said, "A sect has 3 chances to open the heavenly Dao illusion realm, but for our Sword Cloud sect, it might well be that all 3 times will be opened by Jiang Chen himself." Upon hearing this, the sect leader raised his eyebrows, looked at Chun Xingyi, and couldn't help but laugh. Senior brother, although what you said isn't entirely impossible, objectively speaking, it's still quite unlikely. After all, you know well enough that once one enters the Heavenly Dao illusion realm after its first opening, each subsequent entry will increase the difficulty infinitely. Jiang Chen's current combat power at the same level has already approached its peak. Do you think he can increase it 3 or 5-fold? The sect leader was quite certain about this. Jiang Chen's current power within the same realm was already unmatchable for others. If he could increase it another 3 or 5-fold, then even those reincarnated from the Xianxian realm wouldn't even need to bother. The Heavenly Dao itself might as well just grant Jiang Chen directly and let the others stop competing. Chun Xingyi smiled. You can't be sure of that. Infinite possibilities always surround my disciple. As he spoke, pride gleamed on his face. Proud to have a disciple like Jiang Chen. Sword Ocean. Jiang Chen teleported and arrived at the inner part of the Sword Ocean. Originally, he had planned to go directly into the depths of the Sword Ocean using his token, but when he looked, he found there was no teleportation formation set up in the deepest part. He had no choice but to arrive at the inner area first, and then slowly make his way deeper. Upon arriving here, Jiang Chen swept his gaze and found the atmosphere unusually tense and strange. In fact, he found it oddly familiar. Frowning slightly, he muttered to himself, strange. This feels way too familiar. Could it be that? He thought carefully for a moment, finally recalling Kai Ran, the one with the blood demon body. Wasn't this atmosphere exactly the same as the one he had sensed when Kai Ran was cultivating the blood demon realm? Sure enough, just as Jiang Chen was about to use his divine sense to probe his surroundings, a sudden figure dashed out. A clean-faced young boy, smiling brightly and calling out, Jiang Chen, Jiang Chen. Unlike the previous tension between them, this time, the youth clearly showed great respect and admiration. Looking at the boy, Jiang Chen swept his gaze over him and, slightly puzzled, asked, Kai Ran, weren't you nearly at the core formation stage the last time we met? Why are you still in the foundation building stage and haven't advanced further? Hearing this, Kai Ran smiled. Originally, I was planning to enter the core formation stage, but after meeting you, I realized that even at the foundation building stage one can reach such an extreme level, so I decided to continue refining my blood demon realm. Refining it thoroughly at this stage will benefit my future progress far more. Otherwise, if I break through in a hurry, it would be too late to come back and refine properly later. Jiang Chen smiled and was about to leave. Suddenly, he heard Kai Ran hastily call out from behind. Jiang Chen, I heard that Xue Zhi and the others fought together, but were still cut down in one strike by you? That's amazing. The person I most wanted to follow was defeated so easily by you. It didn't surprise Jiang Chen that Kai Ran already knew about this. After all, people at their level weren't like ordinary disciples. They could easily obtain such information. What surprised Jiang Chen was that Kai Ran had once wanted to follow Xue Zhi. On second thought, though, Xue Zhi was indeed very strong. It's just that he had encountered Jiang Chen. Also, Jiang Chen now understood that all these disciples were forming teams to prove their worth and secure more resources. Work hard. After saying this, Jiang Chen turned to walk deeper into the Sword Ocean, not wanting to waste too much time here. He was also curious what kind of rewards could be obtained deep inside the Sword Ocean. However, just as he took a single step forward, Kai Ran's voice came from behind again. Jiang Chen, I also want to follow you. Without turning back, Jiang Chen laughed aloud. Come when you're as strong as Axe King. Chapter 129, The Foundation of the Sect. After saying that, Jiang Chen left without looking back, leaving Kai Ran standing there alone, stunned and deep in thought. As strong as Axe King. Then, how much longer will it take? After pondering for a while, Kai Ran wore a bitter smile, shook his head, muttering to himself. In this round of battle that erupted within the inner sect, Jiang Chen was the central figure. Yet Axe King had also displayed astonishing abilities, though compared to Jiang Chen, his performance was vastly inferior. But even so, Kai Ran still couldn't hope to catch up. Jiang Chen walked the entire way until finally, he arrived at the boundary between the depths of the Sword Sea and its inner ring. Frowning, he became slightly puzzled. Strange, here, why is there a barrier of light? He discovered a golden barrier of light at the boundary. He knew this barrier posed no danger. As long as he passed through it, he could enter the depths of the Sword Sea. However, for some inexplicable reason, he always had a feeling of unease, as though a terrifying and powerful presence lay hidden deep within the Sword Sea. This made Jiang Chen feel very unexpected. More importantly, this sensation was a fear of the unknown. Unknown to him, Kai Ran had quietly followed him here. Jiang Chen had noticed long ago, but chose not to speak. The reason Kai Ran followed him was simply hoping to find an opportunity to trail behind Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, what are you staring at here? Why are you smiling at an empty wasteland the entire time? Kai Ran glanced at the direction Jiang Chen was looking, then at Jiang Chen himself, his eyes full of confusion. Upon hearing that, Jiang Chen quickly turned his head, looked at Kai Ran, then pointed toward the barrier, asking, what does it look like to you? Seeing Jiang Chen so emotional, Kai Ran carefully examined the place he pointed to again before hesitantly replying. Isn't it just an empty wasteland? There's nothing particularly unusual about it. At this moment, Jiang Chen seemed to understand something. Originally, the depths of the Sword Sea had always been an independent pocket world, and the inner ring of the Sword Sea was merely a passage to it. Those who had previously entered the inner ring and eventually gained great fortune had probably been accepted by someone within the depths of the Sword Sea, brought into this pocket world, thus gaining extraordinary opportunities. Hence, upon returning, their cultivation abilities soared, making them prodigies admired by others. In contrast, the majority failed to gain recognition. Worse still, some even perished in the inner ring of the Sword Sea. Kairan clearly hadn't been recognized, which is why he couldn't see the barrier at all. At this moment, Kairan started talking on his own again. This place, they always say, is the border between the inner ring and the depths of the Sword Sea. There should be a passageway here that leads into the depths of the Sword Sea. But I've thoroughly explored the area and haven't seen any sign of the Sword Sea's depths. It's just a vast wasteland. Saying this, Kairan also felt somewhat regretful. If I could enter the depths of the Sword Sea, the cultivation forces there would undoubtedly be far more intense than here, and my strength would rapidly grow. Alas, it seems fabricated, as though it doesn't actually exist. Kairan had spent nearly 3 years training here, practically immersed in cultivating within the Sword Sea, hardly visiting anywhere else. Of course, he had long yearned for the legendary depths of the Sword Sea. Yet, he had never found the entrance, ultimately leading him to conclude that it was just a myth. After hearing this, Jiangchen smiled and said, "The depths of the Sword Sea indeed exist. However, you haven't yet gained recognition. I will go ahead first." After he finished speaking, Kairan beside him was left completely confused, struggling to understand what Jiangchen had just said. It wasn't until he saw Jiangchen step into the glowing barrier, immediately followed by golden light flashing across the sky and enveloping the area, that Jiangchen vanished from the spot. Watching this unfold in shock, at that moment, many questions seemed to suddenly find answers in Kairan's heart. After a long while, he murmured to himself, "No, I must cultivate diligently. I must enter the depths of the Sword Sea as soon as possible. There definitely lies my opportunity, where my cultivation power can greatly increase." After experiencing a sensation of spinning and disorientation, Jiangchen reappeared in a wasteland. Because just before, Jiangchen had only seen a vast glowing barrier, unaware of the world that Kairan had perceived. Otherwise, had Kairan come here, he would definitely notice that this pocket world appeared very similar to the wasteland he saw. The only difference was that the wasteland he saw was indeed nothing more than a barren wasteland, genuinely pure in its desolation. Yet within this pocket world, the Wang land was teeming with terrifying powers surging and sweeping through. Among them were vast amounts of energy that Kairan desperately needed and craved, energy capable of drastically enhancing his strength in a short time. Jiangchen took a few steps forward. Suddenly, a majestic and resounding voice echoed across the expanse. "Ha ha, little one. A day ago, a junior from Xianyun Sword Sect came to find me, saying that a prodigy had emerged in our sect, and they hoped we would grant a cosmic opportunity. I've been quite looking forward to seeing exactly what kind of surprise you, little one, could bring me." The voice reverberated throughout heaven and earth, yet no matter how Jiangchen searched and scoured, he couldn't determine the speaker's true location. This voice did not inflict any direct harm upon Jiangchen. It held no malice toward him. But Jiangchen couldn't help but sense an overwhelming aura of power from it. This pressure, in Jiangchen's perception, was undoubtedly far superior to Chun Xingyi and the sect leader, whom others referred to as pseudo-Dengxian experts. And these beings he now encountered were very likely genuine Dengxian experts. So the Sword Sea's depths truly conceal so many terrifying existences. Jiangchen mused silently. Ordinarily, it seemed as though only the sect leader, Chun Xingyi, and the Grand Elder existed publicly, appearing powerful enough in the eyes of ordinary disciples. Previously, Jiangchen had held the same belief. Only later, as he encountered more and learned further, did he come to understand that in the immortal cultivation world, these figures were not considered extremely strong. For Xianyun Sword Sect to have endured for so long, there must certainly be supreme experts guarding it. Now, he was finally coming into contact with them. Jiangchen was just about to call out and respond to this person. But unexpectedly, the other's cold voice transmitted instead. "Over these past years, this junior has also brought several outstanding young talents here. Unfortunately, they were all too weak, failing to meet even the lowest of my standards. As for their fate, naturally, they failed the test and died. Now is the age of great struggle. If you cannot withstand my trial, then you must be ready to face death." Chapter 130. Ouyang Rongrong appears again. From the tone of the other party, one could only detect cold indifference. Survival of the fittest. If one is strong enough, extraordinary enough, one would gain their recognition, receive blessings, and be better prepared for the grand struggle ahead. Better still, to lead the Skycloud Sword Sect toward its peak. Otherwise, one would fail the trials and die right here. Jiangchen chuckled, then said, "As for trials, I have never feared any." Suddenly, a voice echoed across heaven and earth. "Oh, really? Now I give you a chance to turn back. Leave now, and it's still not too late. Otherwise, whatever happens next, you will have no chance to return." As the voice faded, Jiangchen didn't even hesitate for a second before responding directly. "Begin, senior." At a place invisible to Jiangchen, 3 figures materialized in midair. From the looks in their eyes, one could tell they somewhat appreciated this young man. According to what the current sect leader said, this kid is quite strong. Among the younger generation in our Skycloud Sword Sect, he's absolutely in a class of his own. One of the 3 figures spoke. Another one, upon hearing this, couldn't help but feel amused, didn't expect this. Now I'm even more curious. But I hope, in the end, he doesn't turn out to disappoint us. The 3rd figure didn't say a word at all, only silently watching Jiangchen below. In truth, The three of them had thoughts in their hearts quite different from what they had spoken aloud. The reason was simple. As for this youth who had caused the current sect leader to nearly sing his praises to the heavens, no matter what, they would naturally have some expectations. The sect leader did so with the hope of raising their expectations of Jiang Chun to the highest level, only for them to discover in the end that Jiang Chun was even more extraordinary than anticipated. Once that happened, naturally their hidden treasures would be offered to Jiang Chun. At this moment, the third shadow suddenly glanced to the rear, at a young woman who was already looking at Jiang Chun, stunned. The third figure, who previously had a stern, emotionless expression that created a natural sense of distance in others' eyes, softened his gaze instantly as his eyes met hers. Disciple, I heard from the juniors that this youth is the most gifted talent of Skycloud Sword Sect. Do you recognize him? Looking at the woman, the old man spoke with a smile. After all, they were from around the same era. As long as someone had any reputation, she certainly wouldn't be unaware. Of course, unless Jiang Chun was secretly cultivated in secret by the sect leader, solely for a stunning debut, then not knowing would also be understandable. The other two also turned their gazes toward Ouyang Rongrong, eyes now filled with slight anticipation. Gaining some prior knowledge about Jiang Chun was something they all hoped to see. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Rongrong nodded and said, I know. Indeed, he is the top genius in Skycloud Sword Sect, and his progress has been far too rapid, so fast that I couldn't even react. I have been here cultivating for a while now, but I don't know what changes he's gone through. Of course, there was one thing Ouyang Rongrong concealed and didn't tell her master. That was, the very reason why she had come here was because she wished to stand on the same level as Jiang Chun, to follow his footsteps rather than falling further and further behind, until eventually, she could only see his back disappearing into the distance, far beyond her reach. Hearing this, the old man laughed. Seems like this young fellow does have some capability after all, unlike those useless ones before. The reason he had held a grudge against Jiang Chun and didn't even wish to utter a word before was exactly because the sect leader had sent in too many so-called heavenly geniuses previously, and not a single one passed the trial, even the most basic one. This time, due to the sect leader's praise toward Jiang Chun, all three of them immediately arranged the highest level trial. At this moment, before Jiang Chun, appeared Yao Shou at the peak of the core formation stage. Seeing this, the first figure said with a faint smile, this Yao Shou, at the peak of core formation, has no equal within the same. He hadn't finished the last word when he paused slightly. No, to be precise, all three of them were momentarily stunned. They just stared at Jiang Chun below, who unsheathed his sword and cut the Yao Shou dead in one slash. Before they could recover from the shock, a second Yao Shou already appeared. This time, all three were a bit wiser, perhaps realizing that Jiang Chun was quite different from those before. Thus, they also became more serious. Just like the first, this Yao Shou also couldn't even put up an instant of resistance before being cleaved into two halves. As the third, fourth, fifth Yao Shou continued to appear one after another, Jiang Chun remained the same, drawing his sword again and again, cutting down each Yao Shou in a single slash. The strength of the Yao Shou indeed changed dramatically. Each was about twice as strong as the previous. Yet one thing remained unchanged. Each Yao Shou was killed with a single slash, not even capable of putting up a moment's resistance. Finally, the 10th Yao Shou appeared, and the expressions of the three figures had become complicated. They didn't even need to watch to already know the result. As Jiang Chun unsheathed his sword once more, yet another Yao Shou died. The 10th Yao Shou's strength had surpassed the first by countless times, completely incomparable. However, like the first one, it faced this terrifying presence, Jiang Chun, and couldn't even resist for a moment. The three figures simultaneously broke into laughter. This first trial, he's passed, and moreover, passed flawlessly. Now that we've seen it, his strength is indeed formidable. That junior didn't deceive us. Right, exactly so. But I also wonder, when it comes to the second and third trials, can he still be this effortless? The two more talkative figures spoke while laughing, but from their eyes, it was already evident. They were truly satisfied with Jiang Chun, this inner sect genius. At the very least, compared to those so-called geniuses who had come before, this one actually had real power, genuine and immense strength. At this moment, the third shadow suddenly turned toward the young lady. Disciple, are you acquainted with this young man? The young lady was none other than Ouyang Rongrong. While marveling at Jiang Chun's strength, the third figure also noticed some subtle shifts in his disciple's expression. He was certain that the two definitely knew each other, and their relationship was not shallow. There had definitely been interaction. As for the other two, they hadn't previously paid attention to Ouyang Rongrong at all. Yet upon hearing this, they both looked toward her, as if hoping to hear from her mouth even more about Jiang Chun. Chapter 131. The Teenage Projection of An Immortal Expert. The strength that Jiang Chun had revealed so far also brought some surprise and unexpected delight to the two observers. Now they were even more eager to see how far this kid's limits could reach. However, waiting was always a long process. It was better to get some general idea through Ouyang Rongrong in advance. Ouyang Rongrong slightly hesitated before gently nodding. I do know him. Our relationship could be described as close. When she spoke this, Ouyang Rongrong's gaze couldn't help but flick toward Jiang Chun briefly. It was an involuntary impulse, something authentic and impossible to counterfeit. In that fleeting moment, instinctively, she had shifted her focus entirely to Jiang Chun. Upon witnessing this, the three figures exchanged a glance, eyes sparkling with understanding. So it really is like that. Then, Ouyang Rongrong continued on her own accord. He is an extremely talented genius. From what I know, he has a flawless, immaculate sword body, sword heart clarity, perfect foundation building, and even the perfect core formation stage. Each of these traits, when taken individually, is incredibly rare and exceptional. Previously, I believed he was undoubtedly the most outstanding genius of our sect. But later, after arriving here, I discovered that this wasn't quite the case. As she spoke, Ouyang Rongrong shook her head with a bitter smile. Only after arriving here did I realize just how many geniuses there are. Although he isn't number one in our sect, he should still easily rank among the very best. After hearing these words, the three shadowy figures looked at each other, unable to suppress the astonishment and shock in their eyes. To their eyes, and to those of other geniuses, or even the inner sect elders, there was one fundamental truth. These three figures were supreme experts who had existed since ancient times, deeply knowledgeable about this world and everything about it. They knew far more than Ouyang Rongrong ever could, without question. Therefore, they understood all the more how terrifying those characteristics were. Looking toward Jiang Chen now, the three of them had only admiration in their eyes. What's more, they even kept exchanging wary glances, almost as if guarding against each other stealing a love interest. Suddenly, the third shadow seemed to recall something and appeared beside Ouyang Rongrong with a knowing tone. Ah, Rongrong, what do you say I take him as my disciple, and you two be together? A perfect match, one with the Linglong sword body, and one a top-tier sword genius. You two really would be a perfect pairing. Ha ha ha. Among the three, the one most purely devoted to sword cultivation was undoubtedly this person. He could even be described as a swordsman obsessed with the path. In terms of overall power, the three of them were fairly equal. But when it came to pure sword cultivation prowess, he stood at the very top. The other two shot glances filled with suspicion and wariness at this figure. Ah, what are you up to? This kid is my disciple. Don't even think about stealing him from me. Right. Even my disciple you want to snatch away? I think you old coot really have gone mad. Three top experts who had lived countless ages, existing from ancient times up to the present, even rolled up their sleeves like children getting ready to brawl. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Rongrong seemed momentarily lost in thought, gazing down at Jiang Chen, as if remembering something. Wait a second, where have I heard this before? Oh, finally, Ouyang Rongrong recalled that bitter memory. Her grandfather had once tried so hard to marry her off to Jiang Chen and wanted Jiang Chen to become his disciple. She had thought that after a few months, with her Linglong sword body completely awakened and after learning countless supreme sword techniques, she could finally escape that fate. But here she was again. However, this time, looking at Jiang Chen below, she no longer felt the anger and resentment she had before. Instead, only joy remained. Now, even though I'm still a bit behind you, I can finally stand beside you proudly. At this moment, Jiang Chen had already slaughtered the beast, completed the first trial, and was standing there with his sword, smiling joyfully at the sky. After a while, Jiang Chen suddenly laughed out loud. Fellow experts, shouldn't we start the next trial already? Otherwise, if I stand here too long, even my sword might start getting restless. He was filled with fighting spirit. He knew that the first trial was merely an appetizer. The real main event was yet to come. The first figure, hearing this, smiled with delight and couldn't help exclaiming. Excellent. Very excellent indeed. This junior truly didn't deceive me. We indeed have a genuine genius among us now. Just like this then. Ha 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 ha. Be extra careful about the second trial. It won't be nearly as simple as this first one. Jiang Chen remained the same as last time, attempting to use his spiritual sense to locate the old man's presence. But, just as before, he ended up with identical results, utterly unable to detect anything. At this moment, the old man chuckled. You little brat have been trying hard to trace our existence. Since you've passed the first trial, we won't hide ourselves from you any longer. I'll just tell you straight out. Us three are actually right in front of you, except that we've transformed our forms into the heavens and earth, merging with this small world. We are the world, and the world is us. The rules are us, and we are the rules. With your current strength, if you could actually find us without us deliberately revealing ourselves, wouldn't all our years of cultivation have been in vain? Upon hearing these words, Jiang Chen suddenly understood. So that's how it was. No wonder he had always felt the true source of this voice was actually nearby, and this feeling was exactly a result of the sword heart clarity trait. But from now on, wanting to locate the old man's true presence would be extremely difficult. At least so far, nobody had succeeded. Never did he imagine that everything had such a reason behind it. The next moment, a ghostly projection suddenly materialized before Jiang Chen's eyes. As the projection appeared, the old man's voice once again echoed across heaven and earth. This projection before you was the teenage form of an Xian immortal expert from 680,000 years ago. Back then, one could probably call him peerless within the same realm. Of course, this projection only possesses half of that person's original strength. If you prove no match for him, we'll seal you away early, saving you from this age's deadly competition. This guy is just the beginning. There are at least 5 such reincarnated beings undergoing rebirth cultivation. We don't want you dying here. After all, once sealed, should you awaken in the next life, perhaps you could still find a place for yourself in that grand, competitive era. After hearing this, Jiang Chen carefully examined the sword-browed, bright-eyed youth before him, slightly furrowing his brow. A teenage projection of an Xian immortal's younger days? Only at half his strength. This is indeed somewhat weak. Chapter 132, the projection of a Xian Xianjing Shaonan. Half-step, golden core. Jiang Chen wasn't being overly arrogant. Indeed, he could not sense much pressure from this projection. 5% of his power seemed truly quite weak against this opponent. The young man gently stroked his sword, then in the next moment, his right hand tightened on the blade. His expression turned cold and merciless. Terrifying sword chi erupted forth like a storm, seemingly tearing through the heavens, cutting through the void with immense speed, sweeping straight toward Jiang Chun. Witnessing this, Jiang Chun remained rooted in place. He was thinking, was this level of power even worth him drawing his sword? What if, he mused, I tore him apart with pure physical force instead? That might actually be quite amusing. Jiang Chun contemplated, and soon made a decision in his heart. Yes, that's exactly how it should be. True Dragon Transformation, third change. With his current battle strength, even the fourth and fifth changes of the True Dragon were unnecessary. The third change alone, enhanced further by his pure yang body, would be more than sufficient. Combined with his fierce physical power, his very body now resembled the sun, surging with unceasing energy, his intense vitality burning like flames, setting ablaze the surrounding space. Power. This was ultimate, absolute power. And as this force erupted, even the three old monsters from the Sky Cloud Sword Sect, whose figures hovered in the sky above, visible only as voices, not as forms, exclaimed in shock. Is this guy too monstrous? Indeed, never expected his physical power to be this strong. Once a swordsman possesses an adequate physical body, it becomes a massive advantage, not only in containing sword techniques, but also carrying immense Taoist power. Who would have thought? This young man still had so many hidden trump cards. Even before, Jiang Chen's rating in the hearts of these three elders had already been quite high. Now, after this explosion of physical might, they naturally regarded the youth with even more admiration. Even Ouyang Rongrong's sword-obsessed master was nearly beside himself with joy, nearly shouting out to interrupt Jiang Chun mid-fight. Stop. I acknowledge you. Come receive my legacy. Only through constant glances and silent warnings from the other two was he barely able to suppress his overwhelming delight. The old man glanced at Ouyang Rongrong, sighed, and said, Rongrong, your beauty is nothing short of breathtaking. I think you'd be well matched with Jiang Chun without any issues. How about this? You two get together, form a cultivation couple, and both become my disciples, learning all that I have to offer. What do you think? Ouyang Rongrong. Her expression darkened, but she said nothing. Although the suggestion her master had made wasn't bad per se, couldn't he at least stop acting so recklessly, as if she were being thrown at Jiang Chun like a gift? Right now, Jiang Chen's body had expanded to 100 zhang tall. In a flash, he dashed straight above the projection, his right hand clenching fiercely. His entire body plummeted down rapidly, slamming all of his power directly into the projection. It was as if 1,000 tons of crushing weight had fallen. With a deafening boom echoing through the sky, the projection shattered completely, crushed into oblivion. Even the sword chi previously released merely grazed Jiang Chen's body before it fizzled out, never managing to penetrate even a single inch into his flesh. An absolute crushing of power. Though the three observers had expected this, they still exchanged stunned glances. This definitely exceeded our expectations. The speed of his victory was far too fast. Well, but shall we still proceed with our original plan? Slowly increasing the power one tier at a time. No longer necessary. Let's give him the final test now. It's meaningless for him to waste time with these feeble challenges. After a brief exchange, the decision was ultimately made by Ouyang Rongrong's master. The final test was immediately set. The strength Jiang Chun had displayed was undeniably unrivaled within his cultivation realm across the world. Continuing these trivial tests would indeed be nothing but a waste of time. The other two nodded in agreement. Once again, the voice of the elder echoed across the heavens, his tone now appreciative, yet serious, carrying expectation. Expecting that the upcoming test would bring them surprises, or rather, to bring surprises to all three of them. Currently, you stand at the peak of foundation building. We will arrange a battle against a projection, a youthful version of a half-step golden core expert, yet also an expert of Xuanqing class power. Our challenge is for you to survive for a single incense stick's worth of time. Survive that long, and you will have passed. After finishing his words, a projection of a seemingly ordinary youth appeared abruptly before Jiang Chun. The boy's face bore a faint smile at first, but quickly shifted to a serious and solemn expression, as if battle would commence any moment. Of course, Jiang Chun could not see the three elders. Otherwise, he would surely have noticed that the projection's features, its eyes, eyebrows, and overall outline, resembled the master of Ouyang Rongrong. Sure enough, upon seeing this projection, Ouyang Rongrong was also startled, glancing toward her master. As for the master himself, he felt somewhat helpless about the other's strange sense of humor. What are you two doing? The third figure asked somewhat unhappily. The other two simply chuckled. What's the fuss? We just want to see how this little fellow's strength compares to mine back in my younger days, one explained. Haha, come on, let's not pretend. We all just want to see whether, even with a half-stage advantage in cultivation, you can actually stand a chance against this guy, and not just a half-stage, but half a major realm. Ouyang Rongrong's master felt somewhat helpless and wanted to get angry, yet could find no words to vent his frustration. Finally, he sighed lightly and said, all right then, I'll go along with you two. Now that it's already begun, it's too late to change anything. Despite his words, his gaze never left the scene below, and a flicker of anticipation lit up his eyes. Would Jiang Chun be able to bring him some surprise? Meanwhile, facing the projection below, Jiang Chun's expression turned serious and solemn. He stared at the opponent before him, inhaled deeply, and murmured, powerful, extremely powerful. Even if he were at the peak of core formation, I'd still feel some pressure. let alone now at half-step golden core. If this opponent were at the peak of core formation, Jiang Chen wouldn't hesitate to claim victory within a single incense stick's time. He'd feel some pressure, yes, but not much. But with half a major cultivation realm added, Jiang Chen knew he would have to give it his all. At this point, defeating the enemy wasn't his first concern. Surviving the full incense burning period would be most important. At this moment, how could he not understand? Entering the depths of the Sword Sea was not merely a boon granted by the sect leader, but another test of his strength being arranged for him. Chapter 133. Attempting to refine the Tao of cultivation. The projection smiled toward Jiang Chen. It seemed like an ordinary smile, yet in that very instant, it was as if an immense force weighing 1,000 Jin pressed down upon him. Overwhelming power surged endlessly, sweeping through the air before finally crushing down on him. Facing such a formidable opponent, Jiang Chen started taking deep breaths, while his mind raced to formulate countermeasures. He evaluated what effects his current techniques might have against this opponent. With the heaven and earth chessboard, even weakening part of this kind of strength is difficult. Against opponents beyond the Grand Realm, its effects might only last 3 seconds. That sword, hold on for a Dushang's time first, then find an opportunity to fully unleash the Tao power within the sword, and finally strike. This was Jiang Chen's current thought. Naturally, he wished to defeat this projection before him, for defeating a being like this would undoubtedly grant him immense progress toward becoming an unrivaled cultivator. In fact, defeating one such existence was equivalent to defeating 100 like Xueji. Therefore, Jiang Chen would certainly not miss such an opportunity. However, besides that, he still had to consider how to successfully seize this opportunity of fate. At this moment, the projection moved, without any warning. In his hand appeared a sword, not an ordinary one, but simply a wooden branch. Yet in his hand, it felt as if it were a divine weapon shaking the heavens. Witnessing this, Master Ouyang Rongrong's master stroked his beard and smiled. I almost forgot. Back then, I had already cultivated the realm of sword in heart, sword in hand to perfection. Any object in my hands is as good as a divine weapon. As the wooden branch slashed forward, an overwhelming sword beam split space itself and rushed fiercely toward Jiang Chen. The ability of the Golden Core stage enhanced the power of the Core Formation stage. The Core Formation stage bestowed domain power. Within the domain, one was invincible. However, there were many flaws. For example, opportunities could be found to counterattack. The Golden Core stage refined these flaws and brought one's power to true perfection. It could only be countered by domain power and Tao strength. Within the domain, he was the rule itself, and the rules were him. The half-step Golden Core stage had not fully evolved this ability yet, only just begun developing it. But it was still not something an ordinary core-formed expert could easily overcome. It was extremely difficult. Jiang Chen used his extraordinary physical strength, along with his near mastery of bodily control, to evade attacks swiftly. At the same time, he sensed the spatial force and domain force, gaining a profound realization of this domain that confirmed the correctness of his judgment. However, the disparity in combat strength and cultivation level ultimately ensured that his confrontation with this opponent placed him at a complete disadvantage. As expected, the Heaven and Earth chessboard was able to intervene at critical moments, disrupting part of the enemy's rules, but it could only last 3 seconds. In other words, at that moment, he must seize every opportunity to utterly crush his opponent. At this moment, Jiang Chen continuously dodged attacks like his back had eyes. No matter how many sword beams the projection unleashed, no matter how dense the assault was, he could always evade with pinpoint accuracy, never even getting grazed. Observing this scene, the elder was also astonished, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He's also evolved the trait of enlightened sword heart. Although throughout history there have been few with enlightened sword heart, in every era, there have been several. Yet among them, those capable of evolving it further were extremely rare. Unexpectedly, this kid managed to complete his evolution so quickly. Truly worthy of my recognition. What a promising genius. Besides him, the other 2 elders also had excitement in their eyes filled with admiration. But once he finished speaking, they both showed a trace of displeasure. What do you mean by that? This kid was clearly admired by us too. That's right. We admired him as well. How come in your mouth? It sounds as though you were the only one who recognized him. If I'm not mistaken, you looked down on this young boy at first. After a few words of verbal sparring, Master Ouyang Rongrong's master ignored them and concentrated fully on Jiang Chen. Ouyang Rongrong's eyes never left Jiang Chen either, her face carrying a smile, while inwardly astonished. I knew it. After these past few months, his power must have increased greatly. Finally, a Dushang's time passed. Through dodging and evading, avoiding direct confrontation, Jiang Chen had completed this trial. But the 3 elders showed no sense of dissatisfaction whatsoever. Just kidding. Facing a projection of a young expert who was already at the half-step Golden Core stage, even a cultivator half a realm lower managing to dodge attacks for a Dushang's time was something only an extremely monstrous genius could achieve. At this moment, the first figure smiled and said, "Well done. I'm satisfied. He's far more outstanding than we imagined. All the young talents that Junior brought in before combined couldn't compare to him alone." Saying this, he was about to end this trial. Just then, the third figure's breathing suddenly became rapid, and he quickly shouted, "Big brother, don't move." He cultivates the Tao of invincibility, and has even condensed the aura of invincible Tao. Upon hearing this, the other 2 also froze in expression, which was soon replaced by shock. They stared intently at Jiang Chen below, without blinking. The third figure trembled as he spoke. He wants to try defeating my projection to enhance his cultivation in the Invincible Tao. Hearing this, the other two responded in shock. What? Is he out of his mind? As the words fell, they wanted to add something else. However, what followed was Jiang Chen's actions that told them whether he was crazy or not. Jiang Chen seized the right moment, immediately froze in place, and shouted loudly, "Heaven and Earth chessboard." As the words fell, he instantly took out the Wajixian sword, and an endless stream of Tao power surged from his body, completely pouring into the sword. Next, all the Tao power inside the Wajixian sword also condensed completely at this moment. Terrifying Tao power surged, as if it would tear apart heaven and earth. And a faint chessboard suppressed the projection with immense force, imposing temporary control, as well as weakening the domain. True Dragon 5th Transformation. Pure Yang Body. At this moment, all power continuously erupted, condensed, and intensified, all the way to the peak, and all of this happened in an instant. Jiang Chun fiercely slashed forward with a single sword strike. Chapter 134 Supreme Evaluation. This youngster can dominate an era. The sword, imbued with all the power of Tao within Jiang Chen's body, erupted in this moment, spreading outward and sweeping through the surroundings, before finally condensing into a single point. Boom, boom. Terrifying roaring sounds continuously tore through the space around, and the nearly tangible waves of sword energy slashed toward the projection of that Jianshan. Because it was merely a projection, no expressions could be seen on its face. It was an image completely devoid of emotion. Even so, power surged violently and swirled about, finally suppressing entirely the figure above, and then descending. Due to the force of the heavenly board, the projection's entire strength at this moment had been completely sealed. No matter how hard it tried, no matter how desperately it struggled to harness the power of rules to eliminate everything, it failed utterly. At this moment, the projection spoke. Why? Its face bore only daze and bewilderment, until the sword light descended and completely split it in two. Only then did everything come to an end. The severed projection was then violently swept away by the surging sword waves, leaving not even the faintest ash behind. Finally, everything came to rest. Using evasive maneuvers alone, he had barely lasted the time it took to burn an incense stick. Yet in the end, if he wouldn't move, then he wouldn't. But once he acted, the battle ended exactly at that moment. The entire process hadn't even taken 3 seconds. The 3 projections above who witnessed this scene fell into deep contemplation for a long time. Yes, at this moment, Jiang Chen's all hidden cards had erupted in unison, unleashing every terrifying power to the extreme, surpassing the limits normally expected of this cultivation stage. It left them surprised, baffled, even stunned. In a world of great contention, there were often many prodigies. No matter how monstrous a talent there was, it was already difficult to leave even the slightest trace of surprise in the hearts of these elders, who had lived countless ages and had even experienced the ancient chaos. To them, they were nothing more than somewhat remarkable youths. Throughout the ages, Immortal Sect had gone through countless sect leaders, each bringing generations of extraordinary talents here. These 3 mighty experts would evaluate and test them, finally deciding whether they could inherit their legacy. And in the end, naturally, some barely qualified, some pleased a certain elder's tastes, but most died in the trials. Having lived through the ancient chaos, these experts had long since become indifferent toward prodigies. Once the risks were made clear and the individuals still insisted on undertaking the trial, well then, no matter what outcome followed, it could no longer be blamed upon them. But one thing was certain. Throughout all these years, not one single prodigy had ever managed to earn the approval of all 3 mighty elders simultaneously, much less cause them such astonishment. Jiang Chen was the first. Suddenly, the first projection began to laugh, and as he laughed, the normally stone-hearted elder even had tears glimmering in his eyes. So many years have passed, my master and Shishong, during that age of great struggle, against the objections of others, firmly and resolutely chose the path of invincibility. In the end, their Tao heart shattered at the moment of ascending to the immortal realm, and they fell in the mortal world. So many years have passed. Finally, I can see a young man from the Immortal Sect who has the potential to crush all opponents in the age of great struggle with the path of invincibility and finally seize the fundamental essence of heaven's Tao and achieve true enlightenment. His heart, filled with indescribable excitement, was beyond compare. The second figure, after a long silence, suddenly burst into wild laughter. Not easy. Not easy at all. To have such a swordsman in our Immortal Sect is truly a blessing for our sect. As long as Jiang Chun can reach the immortal ascension realm, he will undoubtedly be the undisputed greatest swordsman in history. A swordsman who has cultivated his physical body to a strength countless times superior even to body cultivators deserves to be proud indeed. As a swordsman who comprehended the ultimate Tao and mastered multiple cultivation systems, he understood all the more. The peak of sword cultivation wasn't simply an ultimate sharpness or ultimate sword essence, but an ultimate physical body capable of containing the force of the 3,000 great sword Tao, merging them all into one being, converging all into a single slash capable of slaying heavenly demons and gods. Since ancient times, only one person has ever reached such an absolute peak, truly a peerless power in this world. But these ancient beings who had even surpassed the Xian immortal stage, deeply understood that even that individual had never truly perfected the physical body. Yet, in Jiang Chun, they saw this possibility. this possibility to perfect both the body and the sword Dao simultaneously. At this moment, the third figure was simply entranced. He had never seen such a flawless piece of jade, utterly perfect. In every single aspect, he was without peer, an unparalleled existence across multiple cultivation systems, achieving peaks in each. After a long silence, he suppressed his excitement, looked toward the other two, and said with a complicated expression, "This kid, if he doesn't obtain all our cultivation legacies, it would be a shame for his entire cultivation path. How about this? We each pass on everything we've learned in our lifetimes to him. What do you think?" The unspoken meaning was clear. None of them, individually, were worthy of being his master. Instead, they should combine their efforts to nurture him. Only then could they push his true potential to even greater heights. The first figure smiled faintly, nodded, and said, "I was just thinking the same. Your idea isn't bad. It matches exactly what I was thinking." The second figure looked at him in slight surprise, slightly puzzled. "If I recall correctly, you, the sword fanatic, have never been willing to share a disciple with others. Either the disciple is exclusively yours, or they become someone else's. What changed? This boy made you break your own rule." They had spent 10,000 years together, and they all knew the third figure's personality well. There had never been such a precedent, no matter how monstrous the talent had been. Of course, compared to Jiang Chun, those so-called prodigies weren't even a tenth as impressive. Hearing the faint teasing in his words, the third figure shook his head without showing any anger and answered seriously, "I understand what you mean, but if I refuse to accept him, that would truly be my own loss. I cannot let my own narrow-mindedness ruin this flawless gem, a gem that can dominate an entire era." At the end of his words, sharp brilliance flashed through his eyes. Others wouldn't dare to speak like this, and for good reason. For ordinary people, such words would be considered irreverent and arrogant beyond measure. How could they claim such things when they don't even know the true vastness of this world, or how many monstrous geniuses truly exist? But this old man was different. No matter how vast the world may be, he had already seen it all. No matter how many monstrous talents there were, he had already met them all. What harm was there in making one bold claim? Chapter 135. Heaven blesses Xianyun Sword Sect. The other two shadowy figures, upon hearing these words, showed slight bewilderment. They found it surprising that such words had come from his mouth, but after recalling Jiang Chen's frighteningly extraordinary talent, they merely shook their heads and thought it was understandable. "You're not wrong. Such a prodigy must be properly pushed to the peak, for we absolutely cannot allow his potential to be wasted. Right? To ensure that in the coming age of great struggle, he can crush all opposition and walk the path of invincibility, he must achieve perfection in every aspect." As they exchanged words, their attitude toward Jiang Chun was fully and clearly expressed. To have such a disciple, even their entire lives would be without regret. The third shadow smiled slightly, then gathered his expression, deep in thought. After a long while, he finally spoke slowly. "I don't know if you've noticed, but just now the boy used a method called Jinya. Do you recognize what kind of technique that was?" Techniques of that nature weren't particularly rare back in ancient times. Take the 10-direction formation, or the Linglong 7-direction formation, for example. They all could significantly suppress an opponent's combat power to some extent. But the method he used, I find oddly familiar, yet I can't recall exactly what it is. The Heaven-Earth chessboard. That was a highly secretive and powerful ability. Because the conditions to obtain it were extremely difficult, and throughout history, only a handful of cultivators had ever managed to acquire such a skill. This was precisely why they harbored doubts. After all, none of them had ever even seen it before. With this question raised, the three fell into deep thought simultaneously. They remained silent for a full quarter of an hour. Finally, the first shadow seemed to recall something and spoke in astonishment. "Long ago, I vaguely remember hearing about a certain kind of special skill called heaven-bestowed divine ability. Bestowed by heaven's Tao, it is uniquely endowed, not something one can cultivate or comprehend, but with terrifying power capable of overpowering everything. I had heard of that chessboard formation in ancient times. During the era of true dragons, there were human cultivators who used such techniques to suppress true dragons, forging a bloody path in that era of human decline." Upon hearing these words, the second and third shadows instantly understood. No wonder they'd never heard of it, because it was simply too ridiculous. Other than the first shadow, who loved to casually read ancient texts and possessed wide-ranging knowledge, no one else would have known anything about it. At this moment, the first shadow chuckled and added, "Of course, because that book was overly secretive, not many people read it. I just happened to find it interesting. But still, Jiang Chen's technique is still somewhat weak. It seems there is plenty of room left for improvement." After hearing this, the third shadow nodded and smiled slightly. "Then let's have him undergo a period of tempering deep within the Sea of Swords." He then looked toward the first shadow. "As for communicating with the younger generation of Xianyun Sword Sect, leave that to you. Otherwise, people might actually think that kid died deep within the Sea of Swords. Past instances were one thing, but Jiang Chun is a prized treasure of Xianyun Sword Sect now. We should let them know what's happening." At Xianyun Sword Sect, atop a certain mountain peak, Chen Qingyi and two others were playing a game of chess. While the Supreme Elder remained composed, it was clearly evident that both the sect leader and Chen Qingyi were quite distracted. After a while, Chen Qingyi couldn't help but look toward the sect leader and asked, "Junior, those three ancient monsters deep within the Sea of Swords wouldn't really go overboard and kill my disciple, would they? If they did, that would be troublesome." The sect leader glanced at Chen Qingyi, trying to remain calm, yet his inner anxiety was obvious. After a while, he sighed slightly. They probably wouldn't go that far. Even those three ancient monsters, who have lived through countless eons, must have been deeply astonished by Jiang Chen's talent. The Supreme Elder spoke calmly. When Jiang Chen was sent into the Sea of Swords, all of this should have already been considered beforehand. There's nothing to worry about. Those three old fellows truly value talents. Even if Jiang Chen fails their trials, they wouldn't bring fatal harm to him. At that moment, suddenly, a faint projection appeared in front of the sect leader. It was exactly the first figure from within the Sea of Swords. As soon as the sect leader saw him, he stood up immediately, speaking with solemnity and respect. Greetings, senior ancestor. Chun Xingyi and the Supreme Elder followed a beat later but quickly stood as well, gazing respectfully at the projection. Greetings, senior ancestor. In response to these words, the projection smiled gently and stroked his beard. Now, there's some good news, and there's also some bad news. Which one would you like to hear first? Though he did not explicitly say it concerned Jiang Chen, considering that the senior ancestor himself had contacted them, what else could this be about, if not something related to Jiang Chen? Although Chun Xingyi was quite anxious inside, he still managed to remain calm. He glanced at the Supreme Elder, then at the sect leader. After a moment's contemplation, the sect leader looked at the Supreme Elder and smiled slightly. Senior ancestor, I would like to hear the bad news first. The Supreme Elder nodded. The young boy you sent, that Jiang Chen fellow, won't be able to return to the sect for about 3 months. He should be able to go back after that period. Upon hearing this, one could clearly see Chun Xingyi tense up, his body slightly trembling, though he quickly regained his composure and suppressed his urge to ask questions. The preceptor was also startled, glancing at the Supreme Elder and beginning to doubt the reality of the situation. Wait, was it possible that even a genius like Jiang Chen couldn't pass the trials of the 3 senior ancestors, and even ended up being tortured so severely that he needed 3 months to recover? The sect leader's thoughts weren't much different from theirs, though he remained visibly calmer. Looking at the Supreme Elder, he quickly asked, then what is the good news? The Supreme Elder's projection smiled slightly. As for the good news, the 3 of us are in agreement. We believe Jiang Chen is a once-in-a-lifetime prodigy who remains unmatched within his own cultivation realm. We have decided to devote everything we have, and within the next 3 months, we will pass on all of our techniques and knowledge to him. In the era of great struggle, to walk the path of invincibility, one must achieve perfection, and then even greater perfection, within his own realm. As for Jiang Chen, we will use everything within our power to make him as flawless as possible in every aspect, pushing his potential to its absolute peak. His voice faded away. Chun Xingyi, the sect leader, and the preceptor were all stunned simultaneously. They stared at the sect's senior ancestor, and even their eyes carried a faint sense of grievance. Wait, couldn't you have just said that straight away? Why go around in circles and make us worry like that? When they came back to their senses, the Supreme Elder's projection had already vanished, leaving behind only his laughter echoing in the air. Ha ha ha. Shame it up. Zai Jura Qi Ying, Sai Bai de Nandoth, Jingnung Chu Shan, Shang Jiangshan, Zhiyang de Juishu, Yao Nir, Qi Zai. Oh, who would have thought heaven would still favor Xianyun Sword Sect? Even in this era of waning fortune, they still managed to produce an extraordinary genius like Jiang Chen. Chapter 136. A Consolation Prize Upgrade. 10 Years of Dao Cultivation. This time, the Great Contention will affect an enormous scale of changes, and our Xianyun Sword Sect can only rely on Jiang Chen. Make sure this young man survives until that fateful moment. Laughter reverberated again and again, fading progressively, until silence finally returned to the sky. Only the sound of the wind rustling through plants and trees remained. The 3 of them remained deeply shocked for a long while, unable to recover their senses. 3 masters had unanimously acknowledged him. Remain in the depths of the Sword Sea and cultivate for 3 months. If those 2 sentences were heard by ordinary disciples, they might not understand their true meaning. However, as the 3 most prominent figures currently in the Xianyun Sword Sect, how could they not understand the secret behind the Sword Sea? Ordinarily, even the most talented genius entering could receive at most recognition from a single master and cultivate for only 1 month at most. This was the rule. 1 master's approval meant he would grant you immense opportunities within a single month. But 3 masters? That meant unanimous recognition, and all 3 were willing to bestow upon him their entire lifetimes of cultivation knowledge for a full 3 months. You see, these supreme cultivators each carried their own indomitable pride. Normally, even if they were extremely satisfied with a disciple, once someone had chosen 1 master, the other 2 would never stoop to teaching the same student together. In all the years of the Xianyun Sword Sect, among countless prodigies, there had never been one capable of achieving such a feat. Yet Jiang Chen had done it. After a long pause, the Supreme Elder sighed. I think we may still not fully comprehend Jiang Chen's potential. The sect leader remained silent. Chun Xingyi burst into laughter. That's naturally true. My apprentice, how could he be someone you 2 can easily understand? You 2 short-sighted fellows. It was the 3 ancient elders who truly possessed the insight to see his worth. In previous conversations between Chun Xingyi and the other 2, whenever he called them short-sighted, they always argued back, providing all kinds of reasoning to justify their views, proving their insights were correct and that many things could not be judged merely by appearances. But now, both remained uncharacteristically silent, uttering not a word. The reason was simple. The unanimous view of the 3 elders was essentially confirming their own narrow-mindedness. Deep within the Sword Sea, after everything had concluded, Jiang Chun was lying on the ground, panting heavily. Around him, spiritual energy surged in like tides toward his center. The speed was staggering. The area where Jiang Chun lay resembled a whirlpool, continuously devouring the spiritual energy flooding in from all directions. After a while, he muttered, "Not easy, so incredibly difficult." Sure enough, half a cultivation realm higher already represents a qualitative leap. Overcoming it would be an enormous challenge. Still, he understood this was likely related to the opponent being the youthful projection from the Xian Immortal era. If it had been a normal half-formation golden core cultivator, although he would have had to take the fight seriously, his energy wouldn't have been completely drained in an instant, forcing him to lie on the ground, gasping for breath. Above, the three spectral figures floating in midair watched Jiang Chun approvingly. Right now, they found the young man simply perfect in every way. This kid is truly exceptional. Look at him. He's like a vortex, greedily drawing in all the surrounding spiritual energy. His foundation is truly remarkable. Indeed. And did you notice? Since perfect foundation establishment, he has had the ability to break through each minor realm perfectly. And ever since then, every minor realm he's reached has indeed been perfect. Right. Truly a once-in-a-lifetime genius. I'm very satisfied. The three of them laughed and spoke amongst themselves, already beginning to discuss how Jiang Chun's future cultivation path should be arranged. After a while, Jiang Chun felt his numb limbs finally regaining some mobility and slowly managed to stand. He murmured, "System, check in." Jiang Chun felt a flicker of anticipation. Just what kind of reward would he receive for checking in deep within the Sword Sea? Soon, the voice of the system rang out. "Congratulations, host, on completing the check-in. Reward, 10 years of Dao cultivation. Note, all of the host's Dao cultivation progress will be advanced by 10 years. 10 years of Dao cultivation." When Jiang Chun read that message, he fell into a moment of stunned disbelief. Previously, the consolation prizes had always been merely a single wisp of Dao cultivation energy. Jiang Chun had estimated it to be roughly equivalent to about 1 year of cultivation. Back then, he had already been quite satisfied. Even a mosquito's leg was still a little meat. Those previous consolation prizes hadn't even been usable at all. At least that 1 year's worth had offered some benefit. This time was even better, 10 whole years of Dao cultivation. For Jiang Chun, it was as satisfactory as could be imagined. If the next consolation prize is also 10 years of Dao cultivation, that would truly be wonderful. Jiang Chun secretly mused to himself. At the same time, he began looking upward into the sky, his gaze accurately locking onto the position where the three figures stood. However, within his line of sight, there was absolutely nothing visible. The three spectral figures floating midair observed Jiang Chun below them, sinking into deep contemplation. "Can he see us?" The first figure spoke with some confusion, as Jiang Chun always seemed able to lock onto their exact location. Yet judging by his appearance, it didn't seem like he had actually seen them. Once might be coincidence. Twice could still be coincidence. But this was already the 10th time or more. Surely not all coincidences. Plus, their positions had been continuously shifting. The second figure also expressed doubt. Is there something else about him that remains hidden from us? Yet neither of them considered the possibility of sword heart clarity. After a moment of thought, the third figure smiled slightly, eyes filled with pleasant surprise. I think I understand now. Previously, we focused too much on the boy's strength, which made me overlook certain aspects and fail to deeply analyze them. Looking now, it must be the characteristic of sword heart clarity. The boy has achieved absolute mastery in it, not only completing an enhancement, but also grasping its effect to the absolute extreme. The most important aspect of sword heart clarity is the ability to detect all emotions related to oneself. Because we hold emotions toward him, he has sensed us. Once you desire to kill him, that emotional fluctuation cannot possibly be concealed. This is why supreme sword cultivators can never be ambushed. Of course, among 1,000 youths who possess sword heart clarity, if even one displays this particular trait, that would already be extraordinary. After hearing this, the other two suddenly remembered, then stared at him with astonished shock. This information wasn't unknown to them. They simply never considered it, just as the third figure had said, because such a possibility was simply too low. Chapter 137. A great existence imparts knowledge. The promotion method of the Heaven and Earth Go board. So low that they had become accustomed to the notion that whenever they encountered a young swordsman with a luminous sword heart, they would subconsciously assume the other hadn't reached this level. Only now did they suddenly recall. Indeed, with Jiang Chun, a genius without parallel, there was practically nothing he couldn't accomplish. At the next moment, the first figure flicked his sleeve. One could clearly see that the heavens and earth trembled slightly. Within this minor world, they were the heavenly Dao, and the heavenly Dao was none other than them. The three of them could easily alter any rules, any domains. Unless a true expert of the Shenxian realm arrived in person, one capable of matching them without being bound by the laws of this world, anyone below that level would inevitably be constrained. Soon enough, Jiang Chun saw three figures appear before him with smiles on their faces. Looking closely and gently sensing the auras of these three figures, he was amazed to find that their pressure and might were innumerable times stronger than those of the three from Xianyun's sword sect. They simply weren't comparable on the same level. Jiang Chun's heart stirred, and he murmured softly, "Although I've always known that there must be hidden experts within the sect, and that Patriarch Chen Qingyi and the others were certainly not the pinnacle of the sect's power. But I didn't expect that such existences would truly exist in the world. This world seems much more complex than I had imagined." Jiang Chun began to muse. Although his current cultivation had only reached the core formation stage, his ability to gauge others had never been inferior to anyone else's. At the very least, facing these three individuals, Jiang Chen deeply understood that their strength was unimaginably terrifying, far beyond anything he had imagined. At that moment, the first figure suddenly smiled, looked at Jiang Chen, and said slowly, "I originally thought that this time, the Xianyan Sword Sect wouldn't be sending anyone truly outstanding. Your appearance, however, has indeed surprised me. I must admit, even though the Xianyan Sword Sect may now be in decline, with such a prodigy among them, there is no reason to fear that it won't rise again." The three were all top supreme experts from the ancient eras. Their evaluations of prodigies were never overly generous. Even if someone deserved them, they would always hold back a little in hopes of encouraging modesty and steady progress. But Jiang Chen was different. With a genius like him, they wanted to find faults or criticize him, but found it utterly impossible. Upon hearing that, Jiang Chen smiled slightly and replied, "I came here this time not because the patriarch ordered me to, though you could say his support played a part. I also want to know, what is it exactly that I can learn from your three elders?" Although the three hadn't explicitly stated their intentions, Jiang Chen wasn't foolish. He could immediately understand what they were thinking. Simply put, it was to keep him here for cultivation. Yet for Jiang Chen himself, the most important thing was what he could gain. If the gains were unsatisfactory, he would prefer to go out and gradually accumulate experience, waiting for opportunities. As he finished speaking, the three of them burst into laughter simultaneously. Well said. As expected, a top-tier prodigy with pride. Any other youth encountering such an opportunity would likely be overwhelmed with gratitude, kneeling and thanking the heavens. The second figure laughed heartily, showing clear approval of Jiang Chen. The third figure remained silent, offering no words, but the gaze he directed toward Jiang Chen revealed only admiration and nothing else. Ouyang Rongrong remained in a phantom state, as the three elders hadn't allowed her physical manifestation yet. As things stood, she was still in a cultivation period, and for certain reasons, could not reveal herself. The three fell silent for quite some time, seemingly pondering how best to introduce themselves to Jiang Chen. However, in the end, they came to a consensus. They saw no need for introductions, but instead directly informed Jiang Chen what he could truly gain from learning under them. Thus, the first figure smiled and said, "Although all three of us started on the sword path, when it comes to sword cultivation, old Mu would suit you best. As a pure swordsman, his guidance could bring you immense progress in this aspect. As for me, I can only offer you enhancement in one specific area." As he spoke, a faint smile tugged at the corner of his mouth, for the old man knew the next words he was about to say would definitely excite Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen looked at the old man, already filled with anticipation. "If I recall correctly, your divine ability is known as the Heaven and Earth Go Board. From what I know, this divine art is divided into 9 stages. Currently, you haven't even reached the first. Stay here and cultivate under me for a month, and I guarantee you will reach the second stage at the very least." The first figure laughed. Although he said at least, it essentially meant at most in this context. The minimum gain would be reaching the second stage. But going beyond that, unfortunately, even he was powerless to help. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen's body noticeably stiffened with excitement. He quickly opened his eyes wide, gazing at the old man. "Thank you." The Heaven and Earth Go Board had always been a divine ability Jiang Chen longed to break through and advance further. Unfortunately, he had combed through all the secret records of Xianyan Sword Sect without finding any related information. Reluctantly, he set it aside. This supreme divine art, which ranked among the top 3 in his arsenal, had to be temporarily shelved. Yet, in his daily cultivation, he remained deeply anxious about it. Then, the second figure, after a moment of contemplation, gave his response. "In terms of the sword path, I can't offer you much help. Each of us can only guide you for a single month. Therefore, we all hope that within this 1 month, we will do our best to offer you whatever enhancements we are proficient in, bringing them to their fullest potential. As for me, I can help you master the true Dragon 9 transformations, allowing you to exert your power to the peak, and incidentally elevate the quality of your pure yang body by 1 level. Elevating the quality by 1 level. At that moment, Jiang Chen's pupils abruptly constricted, and sharp light flashed in his eyes. To elevate the quality of the pure yang body was no easy feat. The pure yang body was already ranked among the top 2nd-tier physical constitutions in the world. Though possessing unique qualities, it still belonged to the top 3 within that 2nd tier. However, if it could be elevated by 1 level to enter the 1st-tier category, it wouldn't merely be a step up, it would rank among the best even within that top tier. For Jiang Chen at his current stage, such an enhancement was undoubtedly an extraordinary blessing. Moreover, whichever path he chose in the future, a powerful physical foundation would always be essential. "Thank you, Senior Elder." Jiang Chen inhaled deeply, gazing respectfully at the second figure and nodding gravely. The first figure then looked toward the second with an odd expression, as if implying, "Old man, how can you teach something you yourself don't master?" As expected, the first figure immediately spoke up. "Old Lu, don't go around bragging nonsense. If I'm not mistaken, your own mastery of the pure yang body isn't exactly outstanding, is it? And you're talking about helping him elevate it by 1 level. Old Lu simply glanced at him and replied, "Have you mastered the Heaven and Earth Go Board?" Chapter 138, Guidance on the Path of Invincibility. The reminder from Old Mo. This sentence immediately choked him, rendering him speechless, with no further words to add. I have studied the 9 transformations of the true dragon and the pure yang body for 10,000 years. What I myself couldn't accomplish, however, I can help you achieve." As he spoke, the old man's gaze toward Jiang Chun even carried a trace of fervor. Standing nearby, old Mu, who had always been quiet except for the occasional comment when Jiang Chun impressed, was stunned, glancing between the two men and falling into deep thought. It felt as if he was hearing this for the first time. How come today feels like I've just met you two all over again? In old Mu's memory, did these two fellows really possess such profound knowledge? Seeming to notice old Mu's gaze, both men smiled slightly before shifting their eyes elsewhere, though from their fleeting expressions, it was clear that for a brief moment, they felt a tinge of nervousness. Old Mu never wasted time on trivialities. Turning his gaze directly onto Jiang Chun, he paused thoughtfully before speaking. "I know you have a master named Chen Qingyi, a heavenly prodigy who once pursued the Invincible Tao. A pity. Everything was going smoothly until the final step, where he failed to condense the Tao's resonance, and thus fell short, leaving him no choice but to give up." Pausing slightly, old Mu locked eyes with Jiang Chun, his tone solemn and earnest. "He must have told you. There are techniques capable of unleashing the power of the Invincible Tao before it is fully realized, that he intended to pass on to you?" Hearing this, Jiang Chun showed a moment of surprise, but after a brief recollection, he nodded. "Yes, my master indeed mentioned this to me." At that moment, Elder Lu and the first figure shot sharp, blade-like glances at old Mu, as if saying, "You sly one, you secretly studied this prodigy's aura but told us absolutely nothing?" Old Mu nodded in satisfaction. "Good. I haven't sensed that aura on you yet, which is fortunate. Otherwise, he would have ruined you. He learned only 3/10 of my abilities from me before leaving. But someone as unpolished and valuable as you, I will spend a whole month imparting all of my sword Tao techniques to you. I will also offer you an entirely new understanding of the Invincible Tao, a comprehension that completely shatters the current understanding held by everyone in this world." There was no arrogance in his tone, only complete confidence. It was as though among all surviving Shenxian experts in the world, only he truly and fully understood the Invincible Tao. The other two figures looked at him, mouths slightly open as if wanting to speak, yet in the end, no words came out. Watching old Mu show off like this, they felt a little annoyed and wanted to speak up and put him in his place. But after thinking it over, they had to admit what old Mu said was actually entirely accurate. Across the entire world, no one else had a greater understanding of the Invincible Tao than him. Hearing this, Jiang Chun looked between the three figures and smiled. "Then, for these next 3 months, I will be greatly thankful for the guidance from you 3 elders." In his heart, one thought dominated. This place was the right choice. In fact, Jiang Chun believed that once he could successfully break through and improve in these areas during the next 3 months, upon leaving, he would be ready to attempt a breakthrough to the Golden Core stage, and then crush the entire Xianyun Sword Sect. In truth, for quite some time now, Jiang Chun had wanted to venture beyond and see the world outside. But again and again, certain forces restrained and placated him, leaving him no choice but to remain within the sect. Previously, he hadn't fully understood why this was so. It wasn't until a conversation with his master Chen Qingyi that everything finally clicked into place. It turned out, the reason why the Supreme Elder, the sect leader, and even Chen Qingyi themselves restrained him from leaving, was simply to allow him to refine and elevate himself further. Only after he had thoroughly crushed the entire younger generation within the Xianyun Sword Sect, leaving no rival left standing, would he be truly ready to step forward and pursue and condense his own Invincible Tao. Even before this, Jiang Chun had never directly encountered any of the true freak talents, but he could vaguely sense the pressure of their chi locking onto him. What made the Sword Heart Enlightenment most terrifying was that no matter where you were, even at the ends of the earth, as long as you caused emotional fluctuations within it, you could instantly be locked on and relentlessly pursued. Jiang Chun had once used the unique trait of Sword Heart Enlightenment to probe around, and discovered that indeed there were several terrifying freaks, unknown by name, unseen by sight. Yet their mere existence exuded immense pressure. Not pressure from a higher cultivation level, but rather from beings at the same level who were simply insurmountable opponents. Unless one was willing to fight to the death. At this moment, the 3 figures simultaneously exhaled in relief, then broke into smiles. "Rest assured, Jiang Chun, how could we possibly disappoint you here? That's right. You seem to have such high aspirations, and we were actually afraid you might just turn around and leave without staying to cultivate with us. If a talent like yours had not received our guidance, it would have been a great regret for us." The 3 of them spoke simultaneously. While Jiang Chun hesitated, they themselves also felt anxious, an unprecedented situation for the 3 of them. If it were someone else given such an opportunity, they would have been desperate to stay immediately. Why hesitate? Afraid that even a moment's hesitation might cause them to miss the chance entirely. Although within the Xianyun Sword Sect, there were indeed experts stronger than Jiang Chun, those were only in terms of sheer strength, not potential. What Jiang Chun possessed, he likely had mastered less than 1% of its power. As for his opponents, even those who barely managed to defeat him were those who had nearly perfected their own techniques and divine abilities. Were they even on the same level? Clearly not. Therefore, no matter how many heaven-defying geniuses there were, not one could match even a single hair of Jiang Chun. At this moment, old Mu suddenly seemed to recall something and then said, "Oh right, I should let that kid Chen Qingyi know. Don't go teaching Jiang Chun recklessly. Such a piece of raw jade. If ruined by him, I will definitely break out from the depths of the Sword Sea and personally kill him." He was afraid that if he didn't remind them, later on, Chen Qingyi might intervene in Jiang Chen's cultivations to do again. After hearing these words, the other two showed a calm expression and merely nodded, thinking that what old Mu said was indeed reasonable. Behind old Mu, Ouyang Rongrong was still a faint projection, invisible to everyone's eyes, quietly standing there. Yet, from Ouyang Rongrong's face, one could also see astonishment and a complicated expression. Very complicated. After watching everything unfold, she realized she had originally thought she was finally catching up to Jiang Chun, but in reality, she could barely see his back figure, nothing more. For her master to reveal such an expression was already extremely rare. Chapter 139, a 1-month special training. As for the younger generation, someone who could make old man Mu this serious and earnest was needless to say. Ouyang Rongrong had only seen one such person so far, Jiang Chun. Meanwhile, Chen Qingyi, who was still brewing tea, wore a smile and said, "Tell me, do you think Jiang Chun might catch Master Mu's attention and be taught some supreme knowledge of Wu Di Da Dao and sword cultivation?" That's right, Jiang Chun is already powerful enough now, but he still needs to put more effort into the Da Dao, study it thoroughly. The Dongju and the Taishang Zhonglog simply looked at Chen Qingyi without speaking. After a while, the Dongju finally said, "Your guess might actually be spot on. Judging by their level of attention just now, I believe they won't hide anything. They might even hold nothing back, trying their best to teach Jiang Chun everything they can within a month." This much, the Dongju was confident in. After having interacted with those three for quite a while, he had a rough understanding of their temperaments. The Taishang Zhonglog also nodded, saying, "The Dongju is right. What we need to do next is just wait." Upon hearing these words, Chen Qingyi also nodded slightly, without adding anything further. Just then, Chen Qingyi noticed that the ring on his right hand suddenly started to vibrate violently, a green glow erupting from it, forming a projection, which finally stabilized in front of them. This figure first glanced at the other two, then at Chen Qingyi, and spoke solemnly. "Chen Qingyi, remember this, you must never guide Jiang Chun in matters of Wu Di Da Dao from now on. Next month, I will spend the entire time transmitting all my attainments to him. Otherwise, I will come after you." By the end, the voice was extremely cold. Even Chen Qingyi had a moment of bewilderment, but soon, the projection dissipated as if it had never existed. As for the Zhongju and Taishangdonglog beside him, they were the first to regain their senses, looking at Chen Qingyi with simultaneous smiles on their faces. "Oh Chen Qingyi, you're just not good enough, huh? What exactly did you teach Jiang Chun that prompted Master Mu to personally warn you?" The Taishangdonglog teased. The Zhongju also rarely displayed a smile, the overall atmosphere becoming relaxed. "I have to admit, it's rare to see Master Mu personally show up. This time, I suppose we really got to witness something special." Only Chen Qingyi stood there, completely dazed, beginning to recall everything related to Jiang Chun in his mind. If he wasn't mistaken, yes, he did offer to teach Jiang Chun something, but Jiang Chun hadn't even given him the opportunity yet. What could he do? So far, all Chen Qingyi had actually taught Jiang Chun was the basics. After a brief silence among the three, Chen Qingyi suddenly said, "I feel a little tired." Deep within the Sea of Swords, with Old Man Mu's return, the three of them all turned their eyes toward Jiang Chun. "Next, prepare yourself for my special training. For a period of 1 month. At this moment, the first shadow figure looked at Jiang Chun, slowly smiling. Their 3 trainings didn't follow a particular order. Each one would begin when their time came. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chun looked at this figure, nodded, and said, "Proceed. I am ready." He was already prepared to propel the heaven and earth chessboard to a higher realm. Jiang Chun could hardly imagine, if the heaven and earth chessboard could undergo a qualitative leap, achieving a higher level, just how much strength boost would it bring to his combat abilities. Within the same realm, would he become even more invincible? The first figure nodded slightly, smiled faintly, then gently waved his right hand. Immediately, the surroundings began to change rapidly, with the other 2 elders vanishing as well. Each of their trainings would enter such a state. Then, what Jiang Chun needed to do was follow the guidance wholeheartedly. After the environment shifted, it eventually transformed into a jungle. The 2 sat cross-legged in the lush green forest and began chatting. "Jiang Chun, do you know what the most important aspect of the heaven and earth chessboard, the divine gift bestowed from heaven, is?" The first figure looked at Jiang Chun with a slight smile. Hearing this, Jiang Chun thought carefully for a moment, then lifted his gaze to meet the other's eyes, replying, "Is it the Badao?" He wasn't entirely sure about this, yet he vaguely remembered that the heaven and earth chessboard seemed to have experienced some enhancement whenever his mastery of the Dadog had clearly improved. However, Jiang Chun didn't know whether this was truly due to that connection, or just a coincidence. The first shadow figure shook his head, smiling, "Wrong. Perhaps other divine abilities might improve alongside the enhancement of Dadao power, physical strength, or cultivation, but the heaven and earth chessboard is different. It will not, and cannot, because it is a divine gift from the heavens, just like the 9 transformations of the true dragon. If you want to improve this divine ability bestowed from heaven, you must make your own power more perfect. In other words, become even more invincible among peers at the same cultivation level. The more perfect you become, the greater the improvement of the heaven and earth chessboard. For example, perfect foundation building, perfect core formation, the 9 transformations of the true dragon, possessing profound Dadao cultivation within the same realm. Any of these feats that others cannot reach during the same stage will greatly enhance your divine ability. Do you understand now?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen's breathing turned heavy. He looked deeply at the man before him and nodded solemnly. At this moment, he finally seemed to understand the method to enhance the heaven and earth chessboard. Before this, he had indeed struggled to make any progress, only occasionally experiencing slight improvements. Yet at this moment, another question surfaced in Jiang Chen's mind, causing slight confusion. Then, am I considered weak right now? Otherwise, why hasn't the heaven and earth chessboard even entered its first stage? Earlier, he had memorized the phrase, not even entered the stage from the first figure's words, and felt a slight sense of defeat. Never had he imagined that, in the end, he hadn't even entered the first level. But after hearing the method of improvement, Jiang Chen felt it must not be right. After all, from the battles he had experienced, he believed his strength was already quite invincible among peers. It shouldn't be impossible for him to even ascend one level, right? After hearing these words, the first figure looked at Jiang Chen, then laughed and said, "Of course not. However, if you want to break through, you must display your strength, engage in battle with the heaven's most outstanding geniuses. The number of opponents you've defeated so far, how many are there really? Counting everything, only dozens. You must defeat hundreds, even thousands, before you can truly ignite your power and elevate your heaven and earth chessboard." Chapter 140, Dream Divination. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Chen fell into contemplation, seemingly having grasped the other party's meaning. After all, the Heaven and Earth Go board was a heaven-bestowed supernatural ability, and the simplest way to gain recognition for such a heaven-bestowed ability, thereby enhancing it, was to prove one's worth. Therefore, each time he defeated an opponent of the same cultivation realm, it brought him some level of improvement. However, unlike the Invincible Dao, the enhancement of the Heaven and Earth Go board required defeating countless adversaries of the same realm to prove that one's strength was truly formidable. Even though defeating just dozens of opponents had indeed improved the Heaven and Earth Go board, it was ultimately still insufficient. Thus, Jiang Chen began to understand the matter that the first silhouette intended to arrange for him. He looked at the other figure and spoke slowly. "So, in this period of time, you want me to defeat many talented geniuses of the same realm?" The first silhouette smiled slightly and replied, "You may call me Old Chen, and for this month, I shall guide you. Of course, almost all of that time, you will be immersed in my great supernatural ability, the dream." Dream? Jiang Chen was momentarily stunned. What exactly was the function of such a supernatural dream ability? Actually, Jiang Chen could be considered someone who enjoyed perusing ancient texts and studying various arcane knowledge. However, regarding the dream divination and the Heaven and Earth Go board's supernatural abilities, he had absolutely no knowledge at all. In fact, he hadn't even seen any related information previously. As if seeing what Jiang Chen was thinking, the first silhouette smiled and continued, "It's normal that you don't understand the dream divination. Because just like your Heaven and Earth Go board ability, the dream divination also belongs to the heaven-bestowed supernatural abilities. In my time, there were still ancient texts existing, which allowed people to learn about many heaven-bestowed abilities. But in this era, don't even think about it. Those things have long been completely destroyed by a certain force. Only we ancient beings still remember them." After hearing this, Jiang Chen suddenly understood. However, he was quite curious about the certain force Old Chen had mentioned. But since the elder hadn't elaborated, Jiang Chen had no intention of asking further. Clearly, most likely, he was not yet qualified to know such matters at his current level. Afterwards, Old Chen chuckled. "My dream divination has many abilities, but the other abilities aren't important. For you, there is only one crucial aspect to my dream divination, and that is dueling. The dream divination can manifest many top-tier prodigies of your same realm. You simply need to defeat each of them one by one. When the time comes that you have defeated 5,000 such prodigies of the same realm, you shall exit the dream divination. Of course, within the dream divination, you don't have to worry about energy depletion. After defeating one opponent, all your consumed strength will immediately recover completely." Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen was slightly surprised, then nodded and said, "All right, I'm starting to look forward to it." Old Chen smiled and said no more, instead activating his willpower. An invisible force completely enveloped Jiang Chen. When Jiang Chen regained consciousness, he already found himself inside a martial arts arena. Standing before him was a monstrous genius at the peak of the core formation stage. Seeing the opponent, Jiang Chen murmured, "Since every battle will completely restore my energy consumption after its conclusion, then I might as well unleash my full strength each time and crush everything in one go." Thinking this, Jiang Chen closed his eyes, drew his long blade, and slashed powerfully. Terrifying force overwhelmed everything, striking with lightning speed and immediately defeating the monster who had once dominated an entire era. The opponent was utterly incapable of resisting Jiang Chen's fierce assault. At this moment, outside the dream, Old Chen found a spot to sit down and started waiting with anticipation. Tisk, 5,000 top-tier prodigies. I wonder if Jiang Chen can just crush them all continuously. Old Chen mused inwardly. He estimated that Jiang Chen's limit would be about 3,000 opponents, with at least 1,000 being manageable. According to his understanding of the Heaven and Earth Go board's heaven-bestowed ability, regardless of whether it was 1,000 or 3,000, that number would allow Jiang Chen's Heaven and Earth Go board to break through to the second realm. And this matched precisely with Old Chen's expectations. Once Jiang Chen's Heaven and Earth Go board could advance to the second realm, his combat capabilities against opponents of the same realm would be significantly enhanced. In the future, when leaving the sect to battle the prodigies of other sects, he would gain more confidence of victory. After all, The Invincible Tao allowed no mistakes. As long as it was an opponent of the same realm, one must defeat them, otherwise, one's Tao heart would shatter. Just then, Old Mu and Old Lu appeared by Old Chen's side. Hey, Old Chun, didn't you push things too far? Directly making the young kid Jiang Chen challenge 5,000 opponents. Are you sure he can handle it? Old Lu and Old Mu were clear about Old Chen's plan. So after Jiang Chen officially began his battles, they both came over to ask. Therefore, Old Lu was the first to voice his concern. Before Old Chun could respond, Old Mu continued to press. Don't let it end up with Jiang Chen not even leaving the Sword Cloud sect yet, only to have his invincible Tao heart shattered here. Old Mu was somewhat displeased with Old Chen's actions. After hearing this, Old Chen looked at the two and smiled, saying, rest assured, the first 2,000 opponents will all be at Jiang Chen's exact cultivation realm. These 2,000, Jiang Chen can defeat effortlessly even with his eyes closed. As for the next 3,000, they will be at the half-step golden core stage. I'd say, at most, Jiang Chen should be able to defeat about 1,000 of them. Old Chun had everything carefully controlled. Naturally, there wouldn't be a situation where Jiang Chen's Tao heart shattered. After hearing this, the expressions of Old Lu and Old Mu slightly relaxed. Although someone as talented as Jiang Chen would still have ways to recover even if his Tao heart shattered, allowing him to walk a new path. But the problem was, it had been countless years since the appearance of the Invincible Tao resonance, and now it had appeared on Jiang Chen. Wouldn't it be a waste of his talent not to let him complete this path of invincibility? After all, no matter how powerful other Tao paths might be, they still remained a significant distance behind the Invincible Tao. Old Lu looked at Old Chun and then asked curiously, Old Chun, tell me honestly, how strong is the Heaven and Earth Go board ability, really? There was evident curiosity in his tone. Upon hearing this, Old Chun looked at Old Lu and nodded, replying, very strong, extremely strong. My dream divination, is it strong enough? Old Lu nodded, of course. Your dream divination supernatural ability is among the top tier in existence. This statement was not refuted by Old Mu standing beside them, as they agreed with it. Old Chen's expression suddenly turned serious. However, the Heaven and Earth Go board surpasses my dream divination ability by countless times. Chapter 141, The Golden Invincible Path. Secrets of the Heavenly Tao Illusion. There are many divine abilities granted by heaven, but most of them require an individual to have extremely compatible traits in order to fully unleash their true power. In other words, the same divine ability can have completely different effects when used by different people. To some individuals, it might not even be as effective as a simple martial arts technique. But to others, it can be overwhelming in the simplest of ways. However, those who understand divine abilities and have studied them deeply will know that there's a certain category of heavenly granted abilities that go beyond this. Take, for example, Old Chen's dream-weaving ability. Among all heavenly granted abilities, its sheer strength could rank within the top 10. Its power is no less than that of top physical bodies or supreme secret techniques from the outside world. It could easily crush them effortlessly, unless one speaks of divine abilities as astonishing as the 9 transformations of the true dragon. At this moment, Old Chen looked at the two others and sighed deeply, then spoke with a solemn expression. You may not truly understand, but that's okay. I can take the time to explain to you just how terrifying the heavenly and earthly chessboard, a divine ability granted by heaven, really is. He paused briefly before continuing. If I rate the maximum potential of my dream-weaving ability at 10, then the ceiling of the heavenly and earthly chessboard starts at 1,000, or maybe even 10,000. At first, I didn't recognize the divine ability he used as the heavenly and earthly chessboard. It wasn't until later that I realized what it was. Because, as Old Chen spoke, his expression hardened, a mix of solemnity, reverence, and longing in his eyes. This heavenly and earthly chessboard, throughout all of history, has only been obtained by one person. A figure from the ancient times who subdued all experts and prodigies in the world and even challenged the will of heaven itself. That person. No one knows his name, not even an alias. And yet, everyone knows of him. No one dares to underestimate him. In the hearts of many, he is the very incarnation of invincibility. Old Lu and Old Mu inhaled sharply, their expressions stunned as they stared at Old Chen before them. They wanted to say something, but eventually, they had no idea what to say. A mixture of silence and shock hung between them. Like Old Chen, their gazes were now fixed on Jiang Chen, who had entered the dream ability state. Complexity, joy, many emotions surfaced on their faces at once. Initially, they thought they had already given Jiang Chen's potential a high evaluation. In fact, they considered it quite high indeed. Only now did they suddenly realize that it was still not enough. Compared to Jiang Chen's talent, they had still underestimated him. At this moment, Old Chen slowly spoke. Now then, I think we can finally start looking forward. TSK, in this age of great competition, there will definitely be terrifying monsters capable of obscuring heaven's vision. When that time comes, I'd also like to see how Jiang Chen will perform. If he can crush everything even under such circumstances, then the invincible Tao path he forges will, at the very least, shine in golden brilliance. At the end, Old Chen's tone couldn't help but tremble slightly, filled with ecstatic excitement and anticipation. At this moment, the other two seemed to suddenly recall something themselves, their faces visibly lighting up with exhilaration. Golden invincible Tao. Just the thought of it sent surging emotions through all three of them. At this point, Old Lu spoke up. I will ensure his 9 transformations of the true dragon and his pure yang body reached the peak of perfection. With a genius like this, once his physical form also reaches the peak, becoming peerless, I honestly can't imagine what shortcomings he might still have in the future. As he spoke, old Lu couldn't hide his admiration. The 9 transformations of the true dragon, the pure yang body. Either of these, on its own, would be enough to make someone invincible. Yet both appeared together on Jiang Chun. Especially the 9 transformations of the true dragon, an ancient and powerful divine ability. Even the supreme Yao spirits of true dragon bloodline could only grasp a small, incomplete fragment, possessing merely around 1/30th of its full power. As for the complete version, how many centuries had passed without it ever appearing? And yet, it had manifested in Jiang Chun, something they hadn't expected, something that had shocked them. With just the 9 transformations of the true dragon, Jiang Chen's physical body alone was already invincible, even without the pure yang body. Beside him, old Mu's face turned serious as he said, "Indeed, I share the same belief. As for his sword Dao and invincible Dao path, I will make sure he masters them to their peak." If my guess is correct, that younger generation who placed this young Jiang Chen deep within the Sword Sea and allowed him to receive our inheritance probably did so as a test, hoping to use us to evaluate the boy's limits. Hearing this, old Lu nodded in agreement and said, "Indeed, he wants to see just how far this boy can go through our trials. TSK, though I reckon they probably weren't disappointed after all. This kid, well, calling him invincible wouldn't be an exaggeration." Ha ha ha. Chun Lao carefully pondered, gazing at the 2 others, as though recalling something. He then asked, "Do you still remember when the heavenly Dao illusion will open?" "Once every 2,000 years, but in a grand age of competition, it opens ahead of schedule." "Right. The heavenly Dao illusion probably has already opened." After speaking, the other 2 also seemed to have realized something. At first, they were stunned, then they smiled. Right. Ha ha ha. I finally understand this young man's intentions. He wants to use our hands to test Jiang Chen's potential, his combat strength within the same realm, allowing him to enter the heavenly Dao illusion to fight, temper his invincible Dao path, and meanwhile, seize the destiny of other sects. At this moment, Lu Lao laughed wildly. By the end, even his eyes showed excitement. The most terrifying part about the heavenly Dao illusion is its ability to steal another sect's fortune and destiny. It would allow one to battle against all the terrifying geniuses among the younger generations throughout history, and whoever wins will steal a trace of fortune from their sect, or their opponent, and channel it into Jiang Chen's body. If he achieves invincibility, remaining undefeated until the very end, TSK, that fortune would skyrocket. At this moment, Chun Lao spoke, "Total victory." Those 2 words have never appeared in the history of the heavenly Dao illusion, but I believe Jiang Chun may very well achieve it. From now on, many of the supreme geniuses born in these grand ages of competition are actually still concealing the heavenly will. There are many such people, and they will not appear inside the heavenly Dao illusion at all. As for the rest, it's hard to say. But judging the rest, it would probably be very difficult to find someone who can rival Jiang Chun. Mu Lao nodded in agreement. "Indeed, correct. I think you're absolutely right. For the remaining ones, it'd be next to impossible to find someone capable of challenging Jiang Chun." As the 3 conversed, nearly an hour had already passed. Suddenly, they sharply regained focus and glanced at the numbers displayed over the illusion. 1,000. That number signified that, at this very moment, Jiang Chun had already defeated 1,000 illusionary geniuses. Chapter 142, Master Shui Qianxiu arrives in person. At this moment, Chun Lao clearly noticed his eyelid twitch slightly, his breath quickening, as if he was suppressing something. After a long while, he finally exhaled. "No, this is just too monstrous." Monstrous. Besides the word monstrous, he didn't know how else to describe Jiang Chen's performance. He even suspected whether, during their earlier conversation, he had been too engrossed, causing his perception of time to go awry. But no matter how hard he tried convincing himself, the end result was, such a situation simply didn't exist. The reason was simple. This was his own little world. How could he not have the slightest idea how much time had actually passed here? Impossible. Every action within this world had been deeply imprinted in his memory. At this moment, Ouyang Rongrong, who had been watching silently and unable to step forward, suddenly leapt lightly and arrived beside Master Mu. From Chun Lao's reaction, one could see that Jiang Chen's feat was terrifying. At least for now, that's how it seemed. But what truly astonished Chun Lao was that Jiang Chen's actions weren't only shocking, they far exceeded his expectations. "Master, what exactly has Jiang Chen done?" Ouyang Rongrong was currently inheriting Master Mu's innate legacy, and therefore remained continuously in this world. For her, this innate legacy was top grade in the cultivation world. Once fully cultivated, she would also be able to rank among the world's elite young talents. However, despite her power increasing, her understanding of the other 2 individuals remained quite limited. Master Mu also showed a brief daze, and upon hearing his disciple's question, he inhaled deeply before slowly replying, "Jiang Chun. He's done something we wouldn't even dare to imagine." Pausing slightly, he pointed towards Chun Lao. "You've probably heard our conversation just now, right? That so-called dream skill dragged Jiang Chun into Old Chin's dream realm, where he set up a series of powerful enemies for him. And within this realm, there were a total of 3,000 such powerful enemies. In just one Shurchen, Jiang Chen already defeated 1,000 of them. As if afraid his disciple didn't grasp it clearly enough, Master Mu added further. Moreover, these enemies were extremely formidable, each one of them when placed within the Xianyun Sword Sect, could rank among its top experts. Of course, Master Mu didn't go into details with Ouyang Rongrong. He didn't mention that the top ranks from each sect weren't as monstrous as imagined. Because, in this era of fierce competition, the first and second-ranked disciples in each sect often outclassed the rest by a huge margin, possibly even more than the gap between the third place and an ordinary servant disciple. After hearing this, Ouyang Rongrong covered her mouth, looking shocked, but in the end, she said nothing. Meanwhile, within the inner sect, Shui Qianqiu stretched lazily in her own room, then sent her divine consciousness to probe the nearby room. Finding Jiang Chun hadn't returned yet, she sighed once more. This little guy. How come he still hasn't returned by now? She missed him. Once bitten, twice smitten, she now yearned day and night for the intimate moments they shared. Although Shui Qianqiu was very reluctant to admit it. After all, they belonged to opposite positions. She couldn't deny it anymore. Her feelings for Jiang Chun were real. She realized she had grown reluctant to kill that young man. Such a realization troubled her greatly. What should I do? Shui Qianqiu murmured. Just then, a familiar force erupted from within her, with 4 rays of light converging in 4 different directions, finally gathering here. The area this force covered was small, yet within it, a graceful figure had already appeared before her. Her facial features were peerless, her demeanor elegant. Her icy expression carried a natural sense of distance. Coldly enchanting, nobly elegant. Upon seeing this figure, Shui Qianqiu was momentarily startled, before hurriedly exclaiming, Master, why are you here? This was the last situation she had anticipated. Who could have imagined that her master had arrived at the Xianyun Sword Sect unannounced, without even giving her a word beforehand? The figure before her slightly furrowed her brows, glancing at Shui Qianqiu with a somewhat cold tone. Do you now see yourself as part of the Xianyun Sword Sect, not welcoming me? Or, have you already forgotten that I am your master? Each word carried overwhelming authority and pressure. Hearing that, Shui Qianqiu was silent for a moment, then replied, Master, without you, there would be no Shui Qianqiu. I'm just worried that if you come here recklessly, it might be discovered by those 3 old monsters of the Xianyun Sword Sect. Perhaps evading the detection of the sect leader and the other 2 elders might be simple, but regarding those 3 old monsters, one must be cautious. They would sense even the slightest anomaly. Upon hearing this, the woman's expression visibly softened, and soon a calm, icy voice rang out. You don't have to worry about that. Those 3 old monsters have isolated the depths of the Sword Sea from the outside world specifically to deal with your little man. As long as there's no major issue with the Xianyun Sword Sect, they won't notice, nor will they care. Upon hearing this, Shui Qianqiu nodded slightly, relieved. Then her beautiful eyes flickered, as if recalling something, and she murmured inwardly. So this little guy ran off to cultivate deep in the Sword Sea. No wonder no one could find his trail for such a long time. By now, several days had already passed. During this time, Shui Qianqiu constantly watched whether Jiang Chun had returned, her heart entirely preoccupied with that young man. Even Fu Wang had been sought out by her, only to find that he, just like her, was also anxious due to having known news from their big brother. It was only now that she finally understood the truth. Suddenly, Shui Qianqiu frowned, sensing something was off. She saw her cold and noble master gazing at her with a sneer. As I thought, just as I suspected. You not only regard this Jiang Chun as a cultivation furnace, but you've actually fallen for him. Shui Qianqiu, all these years of guidance I've given you, you truly haven't listened to a word. Shui Qianqiu's face turned pale, and she quickly said, Master. The woman waved her hand. No need, say no more. Jiang Chun is already someone else's target. I won't let you go against him. Even if you wanted to confront him, you're far from capable. This time, I came merely to assign you a mission. Hearing this, Shui Qianqiu finally breathed slightly easier, then looked toward the woman, puzzled. What kind of mission would she need to be assigned? Then, the woman spoke slowly. Using certain methods, the Grand Elder has detected that the Heaven Dao illusion within the Xianyun Sword Sect is about to open. We hope that you will investigate and find out the person the Xianyun Sword Sect assigns to enter the Heaven Dao illusion for the campaign, and then report back to me. Chapter 143. The Mysterious Man, the Grand Chu Immortal Court. Upon hearing these words, Shui Qianqiu was momentarily stunned before gently parting her crimson lips and saying, I understand, Master. At the same time, her heart was shaken with shock. The woman gazed deeply at Shui Qianqiu, her expression filled with an indescribably complex emotion. After a while, she vanished from the spot, as if she had never been there at all. Shui Qianqiu murmured, Too fast. This is just too fast. Ordinarily, won't the Heaven Dao illusion be officially open no earlier than 3 years from now? The Xianyun Sword Sect is acting far too rashly. Who exactly are they sending into the Heaven Dao illusion? Once this question appeared in Shui Qianqiu's mind, she suddenly thought of someone. That was none other than Jiang Chun, the one she had been longing for. Yet Shui Qianqiu had not expected that the people from the Xianyun Sword Sect would actually be rushing instead of waiting 2 or 3 years for all possible enhancements to be maximized, thereby increasing the reward potential from the campaign. There were only 3 attempts in total. After the third, no matter what methods you had, the Heaven Dao illusion could never be reopened. Shui Qianqiu inhaled deeply. The possibility that it's Jiang Chun is extremely high, but in my memory, the Xianyun Sword Sect has many more powerful prodigies. Why choose him? The next moment, Shui Qianqiu seemed to realize why Jiang Chun had been chosen. Among the same cultivation realm, so far as she knew, Those capable of matching Jiang Chun could be counted on one's fingers, and each of them was hiding their fate, concealing themselves and cultivating in secret, deep within the sea of swords. In the blink of an eye, another hour had passed. Suddenly, Old Chen looked at the number displayed on his dream art, his eyelid twitching in surprise. Wait, why? Why is Jiang Chun killing enemies faster even when facing stronger opponents? As the number on the dream projection rose to 2,520, Old Chun was shocked to realize his previous judgment had once again gone wrong. Earlier, facing the most basic level of young elites, Jiang Chun had killed only 1,000 enemies in an hour. Now another hour had passed, and against opponents clearly several levels stronger, he had killed more than 1,500? Unable to contain his confusion, Old Chun turned to Old Lu and asked, Old Lu, check the time flow rate. Do you think something's wrong with it? After thoroughly checking, he found nothing abnormal with the time flow, so he had to turn to his old friend for confirmation. Old Lu, startled by Old Chen's serious tone, immediately began a careful inspection, then shook his head and replied, No, everything seems normal. Old Chun was about to ask Old Mu the same question when he caught a look from him, almost as if to say, Are you stupid? There's absolutely nothing wrong with the time flow. Besides, don't you remember that the rules here are under your control? If there really was something wrong with the time flow, wouldn't we be the first ones to know, not you? At this point, Old Lu couldn't help but speak up. Hey Chun, why are you acting so strangely today, always asking these weird questions? What exactly is going on? With a sigh, Old Chun pointed at the dream art and said, You guys look at the number yourself. You already understand this technique of mine well enough, so no need for me to explain further. After seeing the number, Old Mu and Old Lu fell into a brief silence, their brains seemingly frozen for an instant. After a long while, Old Mu smiled helplessly. It seems that for this kid to campaign in the Heaven Dao illusion and sweep through all enemies won't be difficult at all. Old Lu nodded. TSK, don't you think it's probably because his Heaven-Earth chessboard has improved significantly, hence the speed increase in such a short time? Otherwise, his power wouldn't have skyrocketed this fast. His words seemed to awaken Old Chun, who suddenly understood. That's it. All this time, I've been measuring the improvement rate of the Heaven-Earth chessboard by my own standards, but for Jiang Chun, the standard must be something else entirely. Who knows what level his Heaven-Earth chessboard has reached now? At this thought, Old Chun couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation. It was as if an incredibly terrifying young genius was about to emerge, someone destined to dominate an entire era. Beside him, Old Lu also said, Enough, Old Chun. Never cling to standards, or you'll end up frustrated. Because he will keep shattering your expectations endlessly. Old Mu nodded in agreement. Exactly. Such a prodigy cannot be measured by your standards. Otherwise, you'll start thinking you've wasted the last 10,000 years of your life. Old Chun looked annoyed. Okay, but once it's your turn to train him, I guarantee you'll feel frustrated too. Because he's just too damn extraordinary. At this moment, Jiang Chun inside the dream art had already reached his final opponent. The Heaven-Earth chessboard has already seen a major enhancement. If I'm not mistaken, its improvement must have reached at least the third stage, perhaps even the fourth. At present, within the same major cultivation realm, the Heaven-Earth chessboard already possesses the ability to alter the rules. And even if the opponent exceeds me by half a realm, or just surpasses me slightly, reaching the first stage of the next realm, I can still suppress their power, forcing them back to my level. Even all their unique traits within that major realm will be suppressed, becoming equivalent to mine. This was something Jiang Chun found very unexpected. He had anticipated the Heaven-Earth chessboard's potential would be terrifying, but he truly hadn't expected that at his current cultivation stage, it would already possess such tremendous power. The final opponent. Jiang Chun looked toward the last figure in the dream, finding that the opponent wore black armor, held a long sword, and bore a grim, killing aura across his face. Under the pervading influence of this killing intent, even Jiang Chun felt momentarily uneasy. Just when Jiang Chun assumed this illusion was like the previous ones, silent and combat only, and was preparing to strike, the opponent suddenly spoke. His dark, gloomy eyes were incredibly profound as he stared at Jiang Chun. You are, from how many years later? How many years later? Jiang Chun fell silent, then shook his head and replied, I don't know. Of course he didn't. He had no idea from how many years ago this individual originated. So how could he possibly know how many years later he himself appeared to the other? The man appeared slightly startled, then asked, Is the Grand Chu Imperial Dynasty still in existence? Yes, in my era, it should now be called the Grand Chu Immortal Court. At these words, a proud expression appeared on the man's face, and his power began surging outward like ocean tides. The terrifying bloodthirsty aura and merciless killing intent. This was unquestionably an extraordinary might forged through the trials of blood and fire. Jiang Chun was suddenly enlightened. The Grand Chu Immortal Court. The term Immortal Court denoted a status above even the sacred grounds. Chapter 144. The Heavenly Chessboard of the Third Jing. The King of Chu. Outside the dream, Old Master Chun and the other two were chatting. I have to say, even in this era, encountering a prodigy like Jiang Chun is truly my good fortune. Old Master Mu smiled as he spoke. Normally a serious and expressionless man, in the time since Jiang Chen's arrival, he had smiled more than in the past 10,000 years combined. Behind him, Ouyang Rongrong also watched the scene unfold, her heart filled with mixed emotions. Sigh, why does grandfather want me to become a Dao companion with Jiang Chun, and why does my master desire the same? Though, I guess I wouldn't mind it either. Old Master Lu stroked his beard and said, Mu, I know you excel in the domains of the Invincible Tao and the Pure Sword Tao, just don't fall behind now. The heavenly chessboard will push Jiang Chen's combat strength within the same realm to the peak. And as for me, I can bring his physical body close to perfection. I can confidently say, with his pure yang body combined with the 9 true dragon transformations, even those freaks who have achieved physical enlightenment through pure body cultivation won't be able to keep up with Jiang Chen. Add in the ultimate sword Tao and the golden path of invincibility. Ha ha ha. I can't even imagine how far our Xianyun sword sect will go. The immortal court will only be the beginning. Old Master Chen also laughed and said, ha, I think the same way too. As the three chatted merrily, Old Master Chen's expression suddenly changed. At first shocked, he then said, oh no. The other two immediately turned to look at him, their expressions turning serious, even grave. They both knew him well. If it weren't something truly important, he wouldn't react like this. Looking helplessly at the dream ability, Old Master Chen sighed. Do you two remember when I once visited the ruins of the Great Chu Immortal Court? Old Master Lu paused slightly before responding. The ruins of the Great Chu Immortal Court, that legendary immortal court which claimed it could challenge heaven? Old Master Chen nodded. He has taken refuge within my dream ability. He once said that if he encountered a promising talent, he would personally test them with just 1/10 of his power. But that 1/10 might be enough to shatter Jiang Chen's invincible Tao heart completely. Old Master Mu froze. Then his expression turned grim. The once greatest immortal in the world. As if recalling something, he hurriedly turned to Old Master Chen and said, Old Chen, can't you just stop this dream ability altogether? Old Master Chen shook his head. We can't. Although he's only a remnant soul, even that is beyond our control. Within the dream ability, Jiang Chen thought deeply in his mind for a long time before finally recalling 1,000,000 years ago, an immortal court existed, the Great Chu Immortal Court. At last, he spoke. It's been 1,000,000 years now. The man laughed, and within his laughter, there was a deep sense of angsang. It really has been 1,000,000 years. On you, I see the aura of many old friends, heavenly chessboard, 9 true dragon transformations, invincible sword heart, With so many rare qualities all on one person, it's hard to imagine whether, in this age where heaven's Tao is so restrictive, you could still forge that path. I will suppress my strength to match yours, and use only 1/10 of my power. Victory over me, and I shall bestow upon you a chance of great fortune. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen simply nodded. But curiosity overcame restraint, and he softly asked the man before him, by what name should I address you? After a brief pause, the soul fragment gave a simple reply. I have long forgotten my own name. Back then, they simply called me, the King of Chu. The King of Chu. It was as if waves crashed in Jiang Chen's mind, his emotions churning wildly, his heart unable to calm. King of Chu. Though seemingly ordinary, from their previous conversation, Jiang Chen already realized this must be the very King of Chu from the ancient Great Chu Immortal Court. In those ancient days, powerful monsters and uniquely gifted Tangja abounded. This human called Chu, without any particularly notable supernatural abilities, carved a path through blood and battle, surpassing them, even suppressing them. He was hailed as the supreme champion in human history. Even though this supreme champion would only use 1/10 of his power within the same realm, even though he was only a soul fragment, Jiang Chen still felt tremendous pressure, his body beginning to tremble involuntarily, not from fear, but from excitement so intense it shook his body. The name itself carried weight. Suddenly, Chu King's pupils released golden beams, intensifying rapidly. In the next moment, several golden dragons surged toward Jiang Chen, rushing forward to tear him apart. Boom! Jiang Chen drew his sword and slashed out with a beam of sword chi. That slash, brimming with the essence of the Tao, layered with endless sword intent, crushed the golden dragons to pieces. In this moment, Jiang Chen felt as though every ounce of strength within his body had been completely drained. The moment Chu King laid eyes on that sword, his expression shifted, and he suddenly smiled. Infinite. Ha ha ha. Indeed, in the face of that turmoil back then, none of us were able to escape. Not even you, apparently. Still smiling, Chu King's expression grew even more serious. Let me see just what extraordinary qualities this young man you've chosen truly possesses. In the next instant, his eyes opened again, and 3 more golden dragons surged toward Jiang Chen. These 3 golden dragons were many times stronger than the previous 2. At this point, Jiang Chen could no longer hold back, and roared directly. Heavenly chessboard. At this moment, the heavenly chessboard completely covered this space. Jiang Chen knew only one thing. Here, the rules were now dictated by him. Restore strength. Jiang Chen immediately issued a command, and his strength within his body rapidly returned. Then, he spoke the second order. Eliminate all 3 golden dragons. But, it had no effect. The 3 golden dragons continued charging straight at Jiang Chen, completely unaffected by the power of the rules. Seeing this, Jiang Chen gritted his teeth and swung his sword once more. A shocking blade of sword chi tore across the heavens, cutting the 3 golden dragons into pieces again. At this moment, Chu King nodded, revealing a look of approval in his eyes. Good. The heavenly chessboard has already reached its 3rd ing. At your age, he was no match for you. Jiang Chen understood. The he, Chu King had mentioned in that final sentence referred to the other person back then, the one who also possessed the heavenly chessboard that Chu King had once known. Just then, Chu King spoke again. The power of the heavenly chessboard's rules can only affect those within the three realms, but I have long transcended beyond the three realms. Of course, if your heavenly chessboard could reach the ninth thing, even those who have transcended beyond the three realms would be forcefully crushed under your authority the moment they appear before you. Chapter 145, The Might of King Chu. Jiang Chun stared at the King Chu before him and felt an unprecedented pressure. He clearly sensed that the man in front of him had not only limited his strength to the same level as his own, but had even weakened himself slightly. If he couldn't defeat this opponent today, Jiang Chun knew that his unyielding heart of invincibility would completely shatter in this very moment. Jiang Chun inhaled deeply. His gaze toward King Chu was filled with seriousness and caution, but even more so, a rising fighting spirit. Heaven and earth go board. At this moment, he held nothing back. All the power of the heaven and earth go board erupted instantly, filling the entire area and firmly locking down the battlefield. Then, Jiang Chun soared into the air. His true Dragon 9 transformations instantly activated to its 6th stage. For someone at the foundation building stage, even reaching the golden core stage, no matter how outstanding one's talent was, the true Dragon 9 transformations could only reach the 6th transformation. And at this moment, Jiang Chun was clearly pushing the true Dragon 9 transformations to the absolute limit of his capability. He swung his great sword fiercely. I want to see just how much you can take. Even if you exist beyond the three realms and I cannot bind you with the power of rules, you also cannot destroy the power of my rules. Tell me, how many times can you withstand my attacks? At this moment, Jiang Chun's eyes had become sharp and icy, overflowing with killing intent. Together with the great sword, all the power of the Tao surged into his next move. Boom, boom. The sky rumbled with deafening sound. Terrifying power began to gather, ready to erupt violently at any moment. Below, King Chu looked upward. His pair of black eyes had already turned golden with light. His robes flapped violently in the mob foam. That indescribable terrifying power had already been building up for quite some time. Suddenly, King Chu smiled, then laughed out loud. Good, very good. Within the same realm, I actually still feel some pressure. You, this young one, are truly impressive. It was true that King Chu now only had a lingering soul fragment remaining, but because his previous cultivation level had been too profound, even if he was now restricting his power to this current realm, that was only his cultivation power. He could restrain certain active abilities, but he couldn't control the passive ones. Suddenly, King Chu laughed and said, if it were me back in my youth, fighting you, I would undoubtedly lose. But the me of today will absolutely emerge victorious. This isn't fair to you. Hearing this, Jiang Chun nodded slightly. Indeed, he had also sensed this from King Chu. This was simply too absurd. Who in the foundation building stage normally exists outside the three realms? Even the heaven-bestowed ability Heaven and Earth Go board couldn't use rule-based powers against him. It was just too abnormal. If the fight continued like this, Jiang Chun felt he would definitely lose, and his unyielding heart of invincibility might likely collapse. But there was also a possibility that it wouldn't, considering the opponent was still at the foundation building level. At that moment, King Chu seemed to recall something and suddenly smiled. How about this? If you can force me into using any active ability, I will admit defeat, and I will give you a chanchong. You are currently walking the path of invincibility. If you defeat me and make me surrender, you'll likely gain 100 years worth of cultivation on the path of invincibility. King Chu was not unfamiliar with the path of invincibility. Back in his day, he nearly cultivated that path, but ultimately decided against it. The reason was very simple. In his era, there were far too many monstrous freaks, far more terrifying than in this current age of intense competition. He wasn't confident enough to dominate all challengers and remain undefeated in such an era. After hearing this, Jiang Chun thought for a moment before replying, fine. This condition was definitely simpler than defeating King Chu outright, and much more feasible. To ask him to defeat King Chu, something absolutely impossible to achieve, would only leave Jiang Chun feeling helpless and powerless. The next moment, Jiang Chun began swinging his sword rapidly. His Heaven and Earth Go board could remain active for a quarter of an hour, and during that time, Jiang Chun's power could endlessly erupt and be released. One terrifying slash after another surged toward King Chu. Each slash was a world-shaking sword beam, and merely the aura it emitted was enough to make people tremble with fear. Seeing this, King Chu began to ponder. It seems like things are getting a bit troublesome. No matter which technique I use now, I would be drawing on power beyond the foundation building stage. Then, let's see if he can break through my defense. Once he does, King Chu made no counterattack, but simply stood there. Two streams of power circled around his body, forming a golden protective barrier. Each slash released terrifying power that exploded against King Chu's defense, spreading outward endlessly. No matter how powerful the sword chi was, it failed to shake King Chu's figure even slightly. Jiang Chun, who had been attacking continuously for such a long time, furrowed his brows at this moment, his pressure slightly increasing. Strange, is his defensive power already this terrifying? At this moment, Jiang Chun realized for the first time that this terrifying expert, who was said to be capable of dominating everything back in his day, still possessed astonishing defensive strength even when fighting at the same cultivation level. However, Jiang Chun didn't lose heart. His sword chi continuously erupted, constantly crashing against King Chu. As he bore the force of these sword attacks, King Chu silently praised inwardly. Not bad. This power is indeed quite impressive. The strength is great, but you need to break through my defense to even meet my standards. King Chu had seen far too many extraordinary geniuses in his life, and thus had set certain requirements for this guy. That was, only those who could truly earn his recognition were qualified to receive it. Otherwise, he would rather carry that item with him, letting it gather dust for 10,000 or even 1,000,000 years, never handing it over easily. At this moment, outside the dream projection technique, everyone became anxious as they saw no movement for a long time. Old Mu looked at Old Chun, speaking anxiously. Chun, old man, is there any way to forcefully shut down this dream projection technique? If not, Jiang Chun will be in serious trouble. Beside them, Old Lu also nodded, saying, yes, if we don't shut down this dream projection soon, we'll have to spend some time extracting Jiang Chen's invincible Dao from his body. Moreover, from my observations, Jiang Chen definitely could have walked the invincible Dao in the future. But right now he's facing King Chu, that monstrous freak known as the strongest immortal under the heavens. Even if he suppressed his strength, his characteristics and experience are absolutely beyond Jiang Chen's capabilities. They had great faith in Jiang Chun. If it was a young Chu king at the Golden Core stage, they wouldn't feel this kind of concern at all. Chapter 146, the fourth realm of the heaven and earth chessboard. Within the same realm, they had complete and absolute confidence in Jiang Chun. After hearing their words, Elder Chen's face turned serious, and after a long sigh, he said, there's really no way. Even if King Chu is only left with a remnant soul, he is still beyond my ability to handle. As he spoke, one could feel Elder Chen's deep helplessness. He was more anxious than anyone else. Suddenly, Elder Chen seemed to have thought of something, and then he said, however, King Chu once mentioned that if he encounters a suitable young boy with potential, he will suppress himself to the same realm. All the other party needs to do is break through his defense. In other words, as long as Jiang Chun can break through his defenses, he will gain King Chu's recognition. Thinking about this, Elder Chun relaxed slightly. Although breaking through King Chu's defense within the same realm was also an extremely difficult task, but compared to directly defeating King Chu, it was clearly much easier. At this moment, Elder Mu let out a sigh and slowly said, have you all forgotten about King Chu's guardian golden dragon? Even without deliberately using any power, just standing there letting Jiang Chun attack, at the very least, one would need the strength of a true golden core cultivator to defeat that dragon. The strength of a true golden core cultivator. Jiang Chen's current power was only at the peak of the core formation stage. To reach the strength of a true golden core, how difficult would that be? It seemed like only a small gap between cultivation realms, but such a small gap was very hard to cross, perhaps even completely impossible. Upon hearing this, Elder Chen beside them also sighed, and slowly said, now we have a problem. It's almost impossible for Jiang Chun to defeat King Chu. Elder Lu nodded and said, everyone, get ready. Once Jiang Chun comes out, immediately extract his invincible Dao from him and minimize the damage he has suffered. Otherwise, even if he survives, his foundation will be severely damaged. Even if he switches to sword cultivation later, his potential won't be great. Dao backlash was an extremely terrifying thing. Whether it's sword Dao or any other Dao, it was generally not easy to incur the backlash of the Dao. Only the invincible Dao was the most dangerous. One slight mistake, and the Dao itself would retaliate. Upon hearing this, the other two nodded in agreement. At this moment, Elder Chen suddenly seemed to recall something. He looked toward them slowly and said, no, there's still one other possibility. The gazes of the other two turned sharply toward Elder Chen. Elder Chen wore a serious expression as he said, this possibility is extremely low. But if Jiang Chen's heaven and earth chessboard can reach the fourth realm, then he could unleash power comparable to that of a golden core cultivator. The fourth realm. The expressions of Elders Lu and Mu showed confusion. Their knowledge about the heaven and earth chessboard was too limited. In fact, among the three present, only Elder Chun had sufficient understanding of this heaven-bestowed ability. They themselves merely knew that such a heaven-endowed gift existed and that it possessed great power. Nothing more. Elder Chen took a deep breath and said, generally speaking, only a cultivator who has reached the golden core stage could break through to the fourth realm of the heaven and earth chessboard. But, if Jiang Chun is truly extraordinary enough, it's actually possible for him to break through even at the peak of core formation. Only, the likelihood of this is practically zero. When the other two heard this, they froze momentarily. Then Elder Lu said helplessly, all right, let's prepare. Once Jiang Chun emerges, we must extract his invincible Dao as quickly as possible. Elder Mu nodded in agreement with Elder Lu's words. Inside the dream domain, each strike Jiang Chun unleashed grew stronger than the previous one, until finally, his attacks had become terrifyingly powerful. Moreover, his command over the power of the 6 true dragon transformations was growing ever stronger. But it still wasn't enough. Below, King Chu just stood there, a golden dragon coiling and swirling around him. And yet this single golden dragon could not be defeated no matter what Jiang Chun threw at it. Furthermore, the dragon's recovery speed was too fast by far. Just as his power finally took effect, causing slight damage to the dragon, in the next second, all wounds upon it were fully healed. King Chu raised his head and looked up at Jiang Chun hovering in midair. Slowly, he said, if you wish to defeat me, you must at least unleash the power of the golden core stage. Otherwise, it is simply impossible. My protective golden dragon isn't even using any of my power. It's merely defending on its own. Yet even so, it requires the strength of a golden core cultivator to defeat it. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Chun nodded slightly, his gaze turning solemn. I understand. At this moment, He faintly sensed that his heaven and earth chessboard seemed to be on the verge of breaking through. Could it be that the heaven and earth chessboard can directly break through to the fourth realm? Jiang Chen murmured to himself. He had already deeply felt the power of the heaven and earth chessboard. Currently, it was still at the third realm. The amount of rule-based power he could harness remained quite limited. In fact, just now, Jiang Chen had also considered using the power of the rules to directly unleash the strength of the Golden Core stage and alter the rules themselves, but that had proven impossible. The heaven and earth chessboard at the third realm simply could not achieve that. If the heaven and earth chessboard reaches the fourth realm, perhaps such an effect would be possible. Suddenly, Jiang Chen muttered again. Very soon, he had already come to a conclusion in his mind. Jiang Chen took a long deep breath, and once again began unleashing an even fiercer power. At the same time, he felt a layer of chains within his body beginning to crack and shatter, one after another, slowly breaking apart. Until a minute later, all the chains had completely shattered, and terrifying power surged like ocean tides, completely flooding into Jiang Chen's body. He felt a deeper sense of control over this world. Within the range of the heaven and earth chessboard's influence, it was his world, his territory. The rules here were his to command. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, his eyes sharp as a blade, staring straight down at King Chu below. In that terrifying gaze, there seemed to be a piercing brilliance that pierced through the golden dragon. In this moment, he seemed to have undergone a tremendous transformation. King Chu, too, felt this change. He slightly narrowed his eyes, gazing toward Jiang Chen. He noticed that the guardian golden dragon had actually flinched slightly, as if facing a powerful enemy, but immediately lifted its proud dragon head again, letting out a fierce roar. As if enraged at its own moment of weakness just now, it was releasing its fury. Seeing this, King Chu smiled slightly, then said, "No need for such a reaction." In that moment, he had already grasped the power of the fourth realm of the heaven and earth chessboard. Chapter 147, Gaining the Baoranke. After a pause, the admiration in King Chu's eyes grew even stronger. Very good indeed. At your age, already reaching the fourth realm of the heavenly chessboard. I believe even that fellow back then hadn't even approached the fourth realm of the heavenly chessboard at your current age. As the founder of the Great Chu Immortal Court, and once the strongest figure who shone across an entire era, there were very few things in this world capable of surprising him or remaining unknown to him. The golden dragon surrounding him, after hearing King Chu's reassurance, finally responded with a couple of growls. Clearly, it also found its earlier reaction somewhat shameful. But the heavenly chessboard was a divine gift, a heavenly power. Shame, in this case, was bearable. Now, suspended midair, Jiang Chen began trying to channel this newfound power. With every thought that arose and settled in his mind, surging waves of energy rushed toward him like ocean tides, flowing continuously into his body. Boom, boom. Even his body started producing deep, resonating sounds. Kerpada ro shun li lang. Zai budon baofa, zai baofa. Below, King Chu thought to himself, humph, good. He should be able to directly tap into the power of the heavenly chessboard and forcefully elevate an attack comparable to the Golden Core stage. What an excellent young man. Perhaps he is destined to inherit that legacy. A youth with such talent walking the path of invincibility. Giving him this inheritance might be the single most correct choice. Though vastly different in essence from the path of invincibility, in the final analysis, it's still essentially the same path. Jiang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. A golden glow had already appeared within his pupils. This time, the golden light began continuously spreading outward, condensing, until the entire space was filled only with his unique radiance. Power rivaling the Golden Core. With a fierce shout, Jiang Chen forcefully elevated his strength to this level using the power of rules, then slashed downward with a horizontal strike. A terrifying sword chi instantly surged forth, carrying massive waves of power as it slammed toward King Chu. King Chu didn't move or dodge, only smiling calmly as though, in this very moment, he had already foreseen the outcome. Just as he had predicted. As the power poured down, the protective golden dragon was finally shattered by this heaven-shaking sword light, its protective barrier breached. King Chu nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. Congratulations. You have successfully earned my recognition. However, this inheritance. In fact, King Chu had already decided long before to bestow the inheritance upon Jiang Chen. But, at this moment, he found himself hesitating slightly. This inheritance could offer Jiang Chen greater potential in the future, or it might plunge him into an exceedingly perilous future path. Thus, after some contemplation, King Chu looked at Jiang Chen and spoke solemnly. I will give you the inheritance as promised, but first, I must explain both the benefits and the risks. Only after I've laid them out clearly can you tell me whether you are willing to accept this inheritance. Once accepted, there is no turning back. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen's expression grew serious as he nodded firmly. All right. From King Chu's demeanor, he could naturally tell this inheritance wouldn't be simple at all. After a moment of silence, King Chu continued. This inheritance originated from the Warring Era, passed down by the first human emperor of ancient times. It is called the Imperial Human Seal. Back then, by chance, I became the fourth inheritor of the Imperial Human Seal. Yet ultimately, I failed to completely refine it, to make it truly my own artifact. As far as I know, only the very first human emperor ever fully succeeded in refining the Imperial Human Seal. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Chen was slightly taken aback. The information he had just received was far beyond what he had known. Though still relatively weak in cultivation at present, thanks to his astonishing talent, He had long come into contact with vast amounts of information. Yet even so, he had never heard any of this before. At this moment, as though sensing Jiang Chen's astonishment, King Chu continued, I can only tell you this. Once you accept this inheritance, you also accept the responsibility that comes with it. On many occasions, you will have no choice but to face your enemies head-on. Even if death awaits you, you must never retreat a single step. At this point, a trace of nostalgia appeared in King Chu's gaze. Back then, it was precisely due to shouldering this responsibility that he had faced alone the calamity of the ancient era, sacrificing himself to resist the disaster. Fortunately, the Imperial Human Seal was so powerful that it preserved a remnant soul of his, allowing his consciousness to heal within the dreamlike ability. Thus, he barely survived. Without the existence of the Imperial Human Seal, King Chu would surely have perished utterly in that great catastrophe. After hearing these words, Jiang Chun fell into contemplation. But within less than a minute, he suddenly smiled and said, I am willing to accept it. On the path of cultivation, the road had always been rugged and full of obstacles. Any kind of danger could appear at any moment. Since he had chosen to walk the path of invincibility, he had never considered retreating even a single step. After hearing Jiang Chen's words, King Chu smiled and said, truly worthy of walking the path of invincibility. In you, I seem to see the shadow of an old friend. Then, King Chu didn't elaborate further on this topic. Instead, he took out the Imperial Human Seal from his spatial ring and gently pushed it toward Jiang Chun. I hope that in this great age of contention, you will be the one who seizes the origin of the heavenly Tao. Go. As King Chu's final words fell, Jiang Chun was astonished to find himself pushed outward by an invisible force. Inside the pocket world, old Chun was pacing back and forth anxiously, circling around nervously as he looked at the two elders and quickly said, have you all prepared yourselves? Remember, the moment Jiang Chun emerges, you must immediately extract his path of invincibility. Otherwise, he will face mortal danger. His tone was heavy with concern. How could Elder Mu and Elder Lu dare to slack off even slightly? Although the three elders usually bickered constantly, none willing to yield to the others, in such crucial moments, they surprisingly acted with perfect coordination. Finally, at this moment, the dreamlike ability began to collapse, its shimmering lights scattering into the air like stars. Seeing this, Elder Mu immediately reacted and shouted loudly, hurry, act fast. Jiang Chun is about to come out. His heart of invincibility must have already shattered. Remember, you must save him immediately. The path of invincibility must be removed without delay. At this very moment, Elders Lu and Qin also snapped into action, quickly preparing themselves, ready to rescue Jiang Chun at any second. Such a promising young talent, one rarely seen in decades. It would be unforgivable to let him fall here. Just at this moment, a figure appeared behind them. Seeing the two elders in such tension, the figure couldn't help but feel puzzled and asked, what exactly are you doing? Chapter 148, The Terror of the Human Emperor's Seal. The three of them still stood solemnly, gazing ahead. When the voice came, for a moment, none of them reacted at all. Suddenly, Old Chin said doubtfully, did I just hallucinate? It sounded like I heard Jiang Chen's voice. Old Mu immediately scolded him angrily. What are you thinking? Jiang Chun is still within the dream divine ability right now. Focus ahead and don't get distracted. Old Lu also spoke up. All right, Old Chun, we don't have time to waste now. Let's just do what we need to do first. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun, standing behind the three elders, scratched his head. This was the first time he had ever felt this confused. What the hell happened to these three old monsters? Unable to contain himself, he spoke again. I've already come out. I'm right behind you. What exactly are you doing? This time, the sound finally brought the three back to their senses. Old Chun was the first to turn around, looking at Jiang Chun. Seeing the other person acting completely normal, where was the so-called collapse of his invincible Tao or the shattered Tao heart that they had imagined? On closer inspection, they could even see that his condition was excellent, and the aura within his body was extremely powerful. Old Mu was stunned for a moment before his eyes widened. You weren't defeated by the King of Chu and had your invincible Tao broken? Old Lu had a similar expression. Yes, how is it that you weren't defeated by the King of Chu? I thought for sure he would have destroyed your invincible Tao. Jiang Chun, I almost was, he replied. But he said that if I could break through his defense, it would count as success. Fortunately, my heaven and earth chessboard had just broken through to the fourth realm, so I managed to defeat him. Changing the topic slightly, he asked, anyway, what exactly are you three doing here? Now, Jiang Chun had a rough idea why the three of them were here, and why they were so tense. It was simple enough. These three old monsters most likely assumed that he had been crushed by the King of Chu until his invincible Tao shattered, so they were waiting here, planning to help him sever the ties to his Tao path. The three elders awkwardly smiled and brushed it off with a laugh, pretending as though nothing had happened. After a while, the four of them sat together beside a stone table. Old Chin began to prepare tea and asked Jiang Chun, before you faced the King of Chu, had your heaven and earth chessboard already reached the third realm? Although Old Chin's tone remained calm, his slightly trembling hands revealed how surprised he was trying to suppress his emotions. Jiang Chun nodded, taking a sip of tea before replying, correct. Before facing the King of Chu, I had already broken through to the third realm, and furthermore, I was already at the peak of the third realm, only a single step away from reaching the fourth. He paused for a moment before continuing, but later on, I realized that although I was only one step away, there seemed to be some force limiting me, preventing me from advancing further. It must have been because the fourth realm is something that can't be entered before reaching the golden core stage. After my battle with the King of Chu, when I reached my limit and had an epiphany, I successfully broke through to the fourth realm. Jiang Qin's tone remained quite flat, yet it was precisely because he stated this shocking matter so casually that even Old Chun could no longer hide his trembling. After a long silence, Old Chun finally murmured in admiration, "A genius, truly a genius." Old Mu and Old Lu knew that what Jiang Qin described was something extremely shocking. However, not knowing much about it, they didn't dwell on it further. What they were more curious about now was something else entirely. Old Mu spoke up, "Jiang Qin, this time you defeated the King of Chu and gained his recognition. What inheritance did he give you?" They both knew that the King of Chu had been waiting here for a long time and even went out of his way to challenge Jiang Qin in hopes of finding a worthy successor to inherit his legacy. And clearly, Jiang Qin was that ideal candidate. Hearing this, Jiang Qin paused thoughtfully before replying, "You all know about the human emperor's seal?" As for the three of them, Jiang Qin didn't hold back much. Also, it would help him better understand the human emperor's seal by going through these three old experts. The human emperor's seal. The moment Jiang Qin's voice faded, Old Lu immediately jumped up, wide-eyed, voicing his astonishment. Immediately after, Old Chun and Old Mu also showed exactly the same expression in succession. Shock, indescribable shock, the only feeling they could process at that moment. At this moment, looking at Jiang Qin in front of him, Old Mu's eyes turned complex as he took a deep breath and slowly said, "Unexpected. The King of Chu actually gave this to you. This is simply unbelievable." Jiang Qin also realized at this moment that the human emperor's seal might be far more terrifying than he had initially imagined. So he looked at Old Mu in front of him, then glanced at Old Chun and Old Lu, inhaled deeply, and asked, "Sai, can you tell me, what exactly is this human emperor's seal?" Whatever came from the King of Chu was certainly no ordinary item. Jiang Qin knew well enough that this thing was not simple, but he still lacked a clear and comprehensive understanding of it. Upon hearing this, Old Mu first calmed his emotions before speaking. The human emperor's seal itself, exactly what it is, we also don't fully understand. All related information, the King of Chu should have already briefly explained to you. But we know just how incredibly powerful and terrifying this human emperor's seal truly is. At this moment, Old Chun beside him also nodded in agreement and said, "Yes, let's put it this way. A single attack capable of shattering the soul of a golden core realm cultivator would have absolutely no effect at all when it strikes the human emperor's seal." Hearing this, Jiang Qin asked curiously, "Golden core realm? Just what kind of strength level is that?" Old Chun chuckled and said, "Almost forgot. You still don't know much about the hierarchy of cultivation realms. If that's the case, then I'll explain it clearly to you first. Crossing into immortality, or reaching the Immortal Ascension realm. Above the Immortal Ascension realm lies the mysterious Immortal realm, and above the mysterious Immortal realm lies the Heavenly Immortal realm. And above the Heavenly Immortal realm lies the Golden Core realm. Currently, most cultivators still alive in this era are merely false Immortal Ascendants, those who can't break through to the mysterious Immortal realm, the Heavenly Immortal realm, or even the Golden Core realm. Their limit is the Immortal Ascension realm. An expert in the mysterious Immortal realm would be instantly killed with a single thought from a Heavenly Immortal expert. A Heavenly Immortal expert would be instantly destroyed with a mere thought from a Golden Core expert. And yet an attack strong enough to completely shatter the soul of a Golden Core realm expert leaves not even a single mark on the human emperor's seal. Now do you understand just how terrifying the human emperor's seal truly is? By the end, even Old Chun himself was deeply shocked. The tone of his voice revealed his awe, much less Jiang Qin, who was even more stunned. Chapter 149, The Pure Yang Holy Body. Jiang Qin looked deeply at the three of them, and in this moment, he finally fully understood the terrifying power of the human emperor's seal. At this moment, Old Chun turned his gaze toward Jiang Qin and spoke with a somewhat helpless tone. "Originally, I thought my training of you could last for a month. Never did I expect you to be this monstrous. Up to now, there's practically nothing more I can offer you. What's left is for Old Lu and Old Mu to assist you. I hope you can quickly elevate your strength. The Heavenly Tao illusion awaits your dominance." As he spoke, Old Chun suddenly smiled, though his voice still carried a hint of resignation. He, a monster who had lived for 100,000 years, had never experienced a situation where he ran out of things to teach after just a few days of instruction. But encountering a genius like Jiang Qin, well, one could only say that although it was somewhat defeating, it was somehow understandable. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qin looked at Old Chun and simply nodded. "All right." As for Old Mu, who stood beside them, he also spoke up at this moment. "Old Lu, let him learn physical strength from you first. He should advance the 9 transformations of the true dragon and further enhance the power of his pure yang body. Once that's done, I will then bring his sword cultivation and the path of invincibility to their absolute peaks." In Old Mu's view, if Jiang Qin could enhance the physical powers of the pure yang body and the 9 transformations of the true dragon beforehand, then afterwards, once he helped him ascend even higher in sword cultivation and the path of invincibility, within the same realm, it would truly be difficult for them to imagine any scenario in which Jiang Qin could be defeated. Old Lu nodded and laughed loudly. "Jiang Qin is simply too monstrous. So monstrous that I feel I don't even need to teach him much. He'll figure it out on his own." In no time, the space shifted again. At this point, the one controlling the spatial laws of this realm had changed to Old Lu. "Old Chun, on the other hand, withdrew into the shadows with old Mu, no longer intervening excessively. Chen, old man, judging from your gloomy expression, what? Could it be that you were shocked? At this moment, old Mu looked toward old Chen and burst into hearty laughter. Hearing this, old Chen shook his head slightly, with an air of resignation. I'm happy, of course, but this kid is just too abnormal. I hope old Lu doesn't end up teaching him for more than 10 days. Otherwise, it would make me seem too much of a failure. That said, all three were well aware in their hearts that Jiang Chen's talent was unrivaled. Ouyang Rongrong had been watching everything unfold in secret, staying behind her master old Mu all along. But what Ouyang Rongrong discovered was that Jiang Chen's talent was so monstrous that it was simply beyond her reach. I probably don't even have the qualification to stand beside him anymore. Ouyang Rongrong wore a look of despondency. She had thought she had gotten closer to Jiang Chen, perhaps not yet on the same level, but at least close enough, a gap that wouldn't be hard to bridge. After staying beside old Mu for such a long time, Ouyang Rongrong's strength had seen a qualitative leap. Yet, only now did she realize Jiang Chen's power had kept increasing at the same pace as before, relentlessly soaring forward in an almost exaggerated fashion. At this point, within the entire Xianyun sword sect, there were probably very few who could match him. As if he had eyes behind his back, old Mu saw Ouyang Rongrong's expression and suddenly laughed, saying, My dear disciple, from now on, regard Jiang Chen as your target. Give it your all, strive with all your might to chase him down, until you surpass him, understand? Upon hearing this, Ouyang Rongrong looked toward old Mu, hesitated slightly, then replied, I understand. Yet, in her tone, there was unmistakable helplessness. Chasing after someone like Jiang Chen is unbearably difficult, because just maintaining the same gap with him is already quite a feat. But in reality, more often than not, the harder you chased, the faster Jiang Chen seemed to pull away from you. Seeming to sense Ouyang Rongrong's thoughts, old Mu chuckled delightedly. A genius of such caliber, there are hardly a few in this era of fierce contention. You just need to keep chasing. Even if in the end you still fall short, you will still be among the rare top experts in this world. Ouyang Rongrong nodded. At this moment, on the other side, old Lu gazed at Jiang Chen, starting to examine his bone structure and deeply sensed the power within his physical body. After a moment, old Lu suddenly became enlightened. So that's it. So that's it. Old Lu muttered repeatedly, as if he had just figured out something profound. Hearing this, Jiang Chen looked at old Lu in confusion but refrained from asking questions or interrupting his train of thought, choosing instead to wait silently. Then, slowly, old Lu finally spoke up. Actually, I was greatly surprised before, even bewildered. As far as I know, the extraordinary technique of the 9 transformations of the true dragon should be able to appear among humans, but usually, there is one distinct characteristic. Such a person must possess true dragon bloodline, such as a true dragon body, to be able to control the 9 transformations of the true dragon. Otherwise, for other members of the human race, even if they possessed the 9 transformations of the true dragon, they would only be able to watch helplessly, unable to derive any real use from it. After saying that, Jiang Chen nodded slightly and waited for old Lu to continue. Then, old Lu spoke. Therefore, ever since I saw you had mastered the 9 transformations of the true dragon, I've been observing you closely to see if you possessed the true dragon bloodline. Only until I saw your pure young body did I feel puzzled. It was quite different from what I had known. In my view, even if your talent was unparalleled, you shouldn't have been able to master the 9 transformations of the true dragon at all. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen continued listening. Since before this, he had known nothing of such details at all. The 3 within the sect had no knowledge of these things either. In fact, one could even say they didn't understand at all. It was simply beyond their scope. At this moment, a smile appeared on old Lu's face, and he suddenly burst into hearty laughter. However, just now, when I carefully observed your physical body, I finally understood why you were able to master the 9 transformations of the true dragon. It's because your physical power is simply too powerful, flawless sword body, perfect foundation building, perfect core formation. Combined together, your body has already reached an ultimate peak. Therefore, I suspect that even before your pure yang body was awakened, you had already mastered the 9 transformations of the true dragon, although back then, its upper limit wasn't that high. At most, you could only comprehend up to the 6th transformation. However, once your pure yang body awakened, your physical strength had already rivaled a true dragon's body, or even surpassed it. Therefore, you are now able to fully command the 9 transformations of the true dragon. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen suddenly understood. No wonder he had felt a distinct sensation that after awakening his pure yang body, each transformation of the 9 transformations of the true dragon significantly increased his power by a level. Only after listening to old Lu's explanation did Jiang Chen finally gain a clear understanding of these matters. Looking at Jiang Chen, old Lu laughed loudly. Next, I will help you elevate your pure yang body to the level of the pure yang holy body. Chapter 150. The conditions for the golden pure yang sacred body. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Chen was slightly taken aback as he looked at Elder Lu. Pure yang sacred body. Even above the pure yang constitution, there existed a rarer form called the pure yang sacred body, an existence unknown even to the 3 elders, including the Zhongzhu. Moreover, just from the name, Jiang Chen could already sense its domineering might. At this moment, Elder Lu smiled and said, the combat enhancement of the pure yang sacred body compared to the pure yang constitution should be about tenfold. and that's only when speaking about your current cultivation level. As your strength increases, this gap will continue to widen. And judging from your expression, you've probably never heard of these four characters before, right? Jiang Chen nodded and truthfully replied. Prior to this, I've never heard any information about the pure yang sacred body. Elder Lu nodded and said, that's normal. Because even 100,000 years ago, the pure yang sacred body had already completely vanished from existence. Vanished? Jiang Chen furrowed his brows and asked, why is that? From Elder Lu's words, it seemed the pure yang sacred body was an advanced form of the pure yang constitution, something one could elevate into from the latter. But the word vanished, he didn't quite understand. After all, in the current era, although the pure yang constitution wasn't something seen everywhere, it occasionally did appear. With some luck, someone might even successfully transform it into the pure yang sacred body. Elder Lu chuckled. The pure yang constitution is not rare, but the pure yang sacred body is indeed rare. Even 100,000 years ago, that was the case. Moreover, to elevate from the pure yang constitution to the pure yang sacred body, one must possess the pure blood of a true dragon. Specifically, no less than a Xuanxian-level true dragon. In the great upheaval 100,000 years ago, all true dragons were completely wiped out. Since then, the bloodline of true dragon descendants has been unable to fulfill this requirement, thus leading to the disappearance of the pure yang sacred body. But you're in luck. Each of us three still has one drop of true dragon blood from a Xuanxian-level true dragon. As he said this, Elder Lu cast a glare toward the two hidden figures behind him and impatiently said, what are you two hiding for? Hurry up and bring over your blood. You two are already in soul form now. Why are you still so attached to that drop of blood? Elders Chun and Mu floated over, looking at Jiang Chun with complicated expressions. Elder Mu spoke first, slowly saying, Jiang Chun, this drop of true dragon blood I've treasured for 100,000 years is now entrusted to you. Don't disappoint me. Elder Chen followed closely, sighing. Sigh. I originally intended to take this drop of true dragon blood along with my spiritual consciousness into eternity. Never expected to part with it today. Although they were speaking, their hands moved quickly, already holding out the drops of true dragon blood and waiting for Elder Lu's instructions. After all, the expertise regarding physical bodies was still with Elder Lu. Elder Lu also took out his own drop of true dragon blood and looked at Jiang Chun, slowly explaining. In reality, just one drop of true dragon blood is already sufficient for one to ascend into the pure yang sacred body. But 3 drops will be enough to transform your pure yang sacred body into the golden version, the strongest physical sacred body in existence, even surpassing the peak body of a true dragon. After hearing Elder Lu's words, Jiang Chun was truly surprised. He hadn't expected that the seemingly ordinary pure yang constitution could actually have an upgraded version. Once elevated, it would become extremely rare and powerful in this world. Jiang Chun was even eager to absorb these 3 drops of true dragon blood and elevate his pure yang constitution. At this moment, Elder Lu spoke again. Remember, during the awakening process, you will experience extreme pain. Furthermore, if your comprehension is insufficient, you might fail in the awakening, the only possible outcome of failure being death. So think carefully. He said this, but the smile on Elder Lu's face and the readiness of his hand passing over the blood drop already made it clear. He knew what choice this young man would make. Jiang Chun slightly smiled and accepted the 3 drops of golden true dragon blood from the elders, then laughed as he said, there are no easy paths on the path of cultivation. In the next moment, he sat cross-legged and quickly swallowed the 3 golden drops of true dragon blood. Then he closed his eyes. At this moment, he could feel a terrifying force raging wildly inside his body, constantly surging, growing stronger and more powerful, even threatening to tear his body apart. The power continued to grow stronger and more terrifying. Jiang Chun furrowed his brows even more. At this time, immersed in the spiritual battle within his consciousness and the forging of his will, he had no idea how his physical body looked on the outside. Elders Chun and Mu stood watching him with solemn expressions. Before their eyes, Jiang Chen's clothes were completely shredded by a terrifying force, and tiny wounds started appearing on his body like a spider's web, rapidly spreading, as golden blood began spraying out uncontrollably. Besides Elder Lu, who remained calm, the other 2 elders couldn't help but open their mouths to ask questions. Old Lu, what's going on? And why didn't you deal with the malevolent energy in those 3 drops of true dragon blood just now? Yeah, Old Lu, you doing this. Jiang Chun won't be able to handle it, right? Although they weren't fully informed, the 2 still understood a little, especially after seeing Jiang Chen's pitiful state. They felt slightly anxious. Looking at Jiang Chun now, he seemed as if he were about to explode from within. The power contained within those 3 drops of true dragon blood was simply too terrifying. For a peak foundation-building cultivator to even survive this long during absorption was already a miracle. Jiang Chun was truly extraordinary. After hearing this, Elder Lu shook his head and said, indeed, that would be effective. But do you 2 know that the pure yang sacred body has 3 tiers? One is white, one is purple, and the last is golden. Only the golden pure yang sacred body can obliterate all forms of physical bodies in existence. Truthfully, before this, I never even considered attempting to awaken the golden tier of the pure yang sacred body. However, with Jiang Chun, I see hope. Because the conditions are foundation building stage and 3 pure drops of true dragon blood. When I first heard those conditions, I thought, is this even something a person could achieve? At this point, Elder Lu looked at Jiang Chun, took a deep breath, and with admiration in his eyes, slowly continued. But when I saw this young man, I truly felt that, perhaps, this really is something a human being could accomplish. At this moment, Elders Chun and Mu had nothing more to say. Both wore expressions of solemnity mixed with expectation as they looked at the Jiang Chun below. They had absolutely no objections to Elder Lu's thoughts. Jiang Chun, who had already set foot upon the path of invincibility, had no choice and no retreat. He must throw everything he had into elevating himself to the absolute peak, reaching perfection in every aspect. Soon, they noticed the cracks upon Jiang Chun's body quickly reassembling and healing, only for the healed flesh to rupture again moments later, spreading like a spiderweb. This process repeated itself over and over again and again. Watching this unfold, the three elders felt both tense and excited. Chapter 151, like roasting under the scorching sun. Under the continuous collapse and reformation of his physical body, Jiang Chen's power became increasingly fierce and shocking. Even his skin began to emit a faint golden glow. This sight left the three of them staring in disbelief. The first to recover was old Lu, who burst into raucous laughter, utterly exhilarated. "Ha! Did you see that? Did you see that? The golden pure yang body is about to be born at this very moment. The pure yang body. And golden at that." One must understand that old Lu had studied the physical body for 200,000 years. 200,000 years ago, even back then in the cultivation world, his understanding of the physical form had ranked within the top 10. With 200,000 years of effort. Ever since the great upheaval, old Lu had devoted himself entirely to the study of physical forms. Now, his comprehension of the body surpassed even those ancient titans who had achieved godlike mastery through physical prowess alone. At this moment, old Chen also burst into laughter. Indeed. The golden pure yang body. Old Mu's reaction, however, remained calm, not because he wasn't stirred internally, but because he was used to feigning composure. Still, the faint smile on his lips and the pleased expression on his face clearly reflected his excitement. Though old Chun and old Mu didn't possess quite the same level of understanding of the physical body as old Lu, they both clearly understood what a golden pure yang body truly signified. Even 200,000 years ago, during a time far more terrifying than the present, an age teeming with monstrous geniuses, the golden pure yang body was rarely ever refined. There had only been one, that single legendary figure who had claimed godlike physical strength, before whom all other physical cultivators were mere insects, the ultimate overlord who had succeeded in forging the golden pure yang body. At this moment, old Lu calmed himself slightly and looked at the others, his expression serious as he said, "However, we cannot celebrate yet. This is only the beginning. He's getting close to success, but there's still one most difficult stage that hasn't occurred yet." The two elders, who weren't as knowledgeable about the physical form, both wore expressions of confusion as they looked toward old Lu, waiting for him to continue. Old Lu took a deep breath and spoke solemnly. "You must understand that the most difficult part of refining a golden pure yang body lies in the torment of the soul, like being roasted beneath the scorching sun, unbearable pain." Back then, how many brilliant geniuses fell at this very step? Remember, the moment Jiang Chen appears unable to endure it, we must act immediately. Don't let him die here. Otherwise, our Xianyun sword sect will miss an opportunity to become a holy land, perhaps even a celestial court. Becoming a holy land, or even a celestial court, does not depend on multitudes, but rather on a single extraordinary individual. Just like the King Chu of old, who suppressed an entire era and established the great Chu celestial court. In its early days, except for him, everyone else during that chaotic age were mere insects. Yet King Chu rose through the chaos, gathering the grand destiny and founding his celestial court. When one ascends to immortality, even his chickens and dogs rise with him. All others benefited from King Chu, their powers skyrocketing, eventually establishing a dominant force of that era. Everyone clearly understood this truth. That was why every sect or holy land in every era would devote its entire strength toward nurturing a single prodigy. Old Mu and old Chen wore grim expressions, especially old Mu, whose face was now flushed with anger as he barely held himself back, speaking lowly yet fiercely. "What are you saying? Why didn't you say this sooner? This is nearly impossible. Jiang Chun has no way of enduring it. Like being roasted beneath the scorching sun." They had heard this expression before, yes, but always to describe the ordeal of breaking through from the ascendant immortal realm to the Xian immortal realm. When they themselves broke through from the ascendant realm to the Xian immortal realm, it was already an ordeal with 9 chances out of 10 of dying, nearly costing them their lives. Therefore, they well understood just how incredibly difficult this process could be. After all, back then, they had already reached the ascendant realm when they underwent that trial. By that time, they had already experienced countless trials, and their willpower had become incredibly strong. Now, however, they were expecting Jiang Chun, a youth who had yet only to reach the peak of foundation building stage, to undergo such a trial. They didn't truly believe this genius, even one extraordinary enough to rival an entire age, could succeed. Hearing this, old Lu shook his head and said, "I believe he still has a chance. And, do you not truly understand how monstrous the boost will be once he successfully refines the golden pure Yangsung body? If he succeeds, I can only say, peerless at the same cultivation level, not only among the prodigies, but even against Xian immortals, or even reincarnated golden immortals, they could do nothing but kneel before him." After a pause, old Lu voiced the most important point. Don't you think that for a cultivator walking the path of invincibility, if he chooses an easier path out of fear of failure, it would affect his Taoist heart? If his Tao heart is flawed, then we'll have serious trouble. After hearing this, both of them fell silent immediately, especially Old Mu. Old Mu, someone who had a deep understanding of the sword Tao and the path of invincibility, knew all too well the truth behind Old Chen's words. Just as Old Chen had said, the moment Jiang Chen chose a more comfortable route, his invincible sword heart would instantly become incomplete, and that would later become a weakness. Jiang Chen was such a monstrous genius. His invincible sword heart absolutely could not afford to have any flaw. After hearing this, Old Chen remained silent for a moment, then continued, I think we indeed underestimated this young boy a bit. Like me, I never imagined he would gain such terrifying strength directly within my dream technique. And even more so, that he could earn the recognition of King Chu. In my original estimation, he would barely reach the second stage within the dream realm. Later, I planned to help him reach the third stage through other means. But when he came out, he was already at the fourth stage, and even received King Chu's approval. After hearing this, Old Lu also smiled and said, we mustn't underestimate this kid's potential. Although we've already tried our best to value him highly, he always surprises us. At this moment, Old Mu also smiled. Indeed, this boy is different. He always manages to accomplish many things we consider impossible. The three of them fell silent again, their gazes simultaneously fixed on Jiang Chen. They saw his face contort in pain, his expression twisting, as he let out a roar. Severe pain continuously tormented Jiang Chen. His consciousness roasted like under a blazing sun. This went on for about a quarter of an hour. From Jiang Chen's face, one could see suffering and helplessness, but never retreat. His eyes remained firm and unwavering. Finally, after a few more minutes, Jiang Chen completely recovered. Chapter 152, The Golden Pure Yang Body. Fully refined. At this moment, Jiang Chen's eyes were clear and filled with determination. A golden glow enveloped his body, making it solid and powerful. Although his physical appearance hadn't changed significantly, everyone could sense the terrifying power within him, as if it might burst forth at any moment. This was the golden pure yang body. Kuyi Soo, Zai the current era, Jiang Chen stood unrivaled in terms of physical strength, without any doubt. Old Master Lu revealed a satisfied smile, then burst into wild laughter. Never did I imagine such a day would come. Heaven surely blesses our Xianyun sword sect. In this age, to witness the emergence of such an extraordinary genius is truly the fortune of our Xianyun sword sect. He was incredibly excited. A man deeply obsessed with physical cultivation, he could barely conceal his inner excitement. It should be known that in the past 100,000 years, Old Master Lu had solely focused on studying physical cultivation. His sole purpose was to one day nurture a supreme prodigy whose physical prowess was unmatched, yet also skilled in the sword path. At this moment, Elder Mu looked at Old Master Lu with a faint smile on his lips and said, Old Lu, now your obsession should finally be put to rest, right? Elder Chen also spoke at this moment. That's right. You finally nurtured such a freak of nature. His physical strength in this era has no equal. Hearing their words, Old Master Lu simply smiled slightly and replied, Indeed, my obsession is almost resolved, but perhaps you've forgotten, I still have one more ability. Upon hearing this, the two were first taken aback. Then realization dawned on them. Elder Chen asked cautiously, with a hint of doubt, You mean, observing the heavenly fate? If I'm not mistaken, you indeed possess the ability to foresee the future, but haven't you refrained from using it often, to the point of not even being very skilled? Elder Chen actually knew that Old Master Lu had the ability to foresee the future. Elder Mu also knew, but in the past 100,000 years, it was something that they hardly ever cared about. Therefore, they never really took it seriously. Hearing these words, Old Master Lu smiled and said, Not being skilled doesn't mean it's useless. I've already used it long ago. That fellow from long ago, who wasn't as strong in the sword path as me, but defeated me through physical might, had already undergone reincarnation and cultivation many times, and eventually set his sights on this grand contest era. In his eyes, this era is his best opportunity. Upon hearing this, Elder Chen and Elder Mu immediately understood, suddenly realizing what Old Master Lu was trying to do. At this moment, Old Master Lu continued, However, in this grand contest era, he'll probably have to undergo another cycle of reincarnation and cultivation, because he's met Jiang Chen. What difference does it make if he's a Xian immortal reincarnate? What can all that experience accomplish? When facing Jiang Chen, won't he just have to give way? A cold smile curled Old Master Lu's lips. With a fellow like that, upon meeting Jiang Chen, his Tao heart will surely shatter, and he will face countless obstacles in future reincarnations. Didn't he once claim to be the strongest sword cultivator in the world? In physical strength, he's inferior to that fellow. In sword cultivation, he's inferior to us, and even more so compared to that fellow. How dare he still claim to be the supreme swordsman? For 100,000 years, I've studied the physical form relentlessly, just for this day, when I can cultivate a youth who could dominate both sword and physical paths, overwhelming that guy. Jiang Chen's appearance truly fulfilled my long-held wish. Finally, he sighed. Upon hearing this, the other two also smiled faintly. They often quarreled with each other in daily life, yet behind closed doors, no one was closer than them. Back then, the three most outstanding young experts in the Xianyun sword sect were also the only three survivors after the Great Turmoil. roaming this world as souls. They would sometimes even joke about themselves as wandering ghosts, wishing to reincarnate, yet bound by some power, unable to reincarnate, like King Chu. Wanting to end their existence, yet still attached to the Xianyun Sword Sect, they had no choice but to endure life in this way. Jiang Qin's appearance genuinely gave them new hope and expectations. At this moment, Jiang Qin's divine consciousness finally returned to normal, and he began to look around. He noticed the three elders standing before him. Jiang Qin nodded slightly toward the three elders and slowly asked, "Elder Lu, I suppose I've succeeded?" He could already feel the surging power within his body, almost overflowing. The indescribably terrifying and immense physical power continued to ferment and brew inside him. Jiang Qin even had a strange illusion that right now, without using the heaven and earth chessboard, relying solely on his physical power, just his physical power, he could land a punch strong enough to kill a Heaven's Pride cultivator at the half-step Golden Core stage. Even more so, he could land a punch capable of gravely injuring a Golden Core expert. Upon hearing Jiang Qin's words, the expressions of the three elders immediately turned grim, with visible dark lines appearing on their faces. Clearly, they were somewhat displeased with the young man's words. What kind of statement was that? Refining the pure Yangsun Qi at the core formation stage, let alone succeeding, was something only an exceptionally rare genius could achieve. Even the white variant was extremely rare to find. Let alone that the pure Yangsun Qi Jiang Qin had refined was golden. He had succeeded beyond a shadow of a doubt. Seeing the shift in the three elders' expressions, with dark lines creeping across their faces, Jiang Qin wisely chose not to speak further. He had already inferred the answer from their expressions. It seems I showed off a bit too much this time. I've really ruffled these three old fellows. Jiang Qin mused inwardly. Still, he could clearly feel the combat power enhancement brought by his current pure yang body had reached its peak. It was terrifying, beyond terrifying. At this moment, suddenly, Elder Mu smiled. Jiang Qin, boy, from now on, you'll study the Tao of Sword and the unrivaled Tao under me properly. There's nothing more old Lu can teach you now. Our original training plan for you was 3 months, but Mei Shangda, you're too freakish. It's not even a month yet, and you're already about to finish everything. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qin nodded slightly, looked at Elder Mu before him, and slowly replied, "All right." At this moment, Jiang Qin also felt a flicker of anticipation rise within. The unrivaled Tao. He was also quite curious to find out exactly what things he could learn under these two elders in regards to the unrivaled Tao. Would it bring him some unexpected gains? Of course, in truth, Jiang Qin's understanding of the unrivaled Tao, and even the Tao of Sword, was still quite limited. The reason for his current eagerness was quite simple. The previous 2 training sessions had granted him tremendous gains. Chapter 153, Leaving the Depths of the Sword Sea. To put it not too exaggeratedly, even Jiang Qin felt that, in terms of sword cultivation, or even the path of invincibility, what he could learn from this old man had already become quite limited. There wasn't much room for improvement. Of course, in comparison to Jiang Qin's original combat strength, it indeed was like that. However, if compared to what he had learned from the other 2 old men, it had to be said that it was truly difficult to surpass. Old Mu cast a glance at Jiang Qin. At this moment, Jiang Qin hadn't even bothered to hide his expression or aura deliberately, so Old Mu immediately saw through what the young man was thinking at this moment. Old Mu snorted coldly. "I know exactly what you're thinking, kid, but I'm afraid I have to disappoint you. Whether it's the 4th realm of the celestial chessboard or the golden pure yang saintly body, their enhancements have already been enormous. You just so happen to have these 2 things you can enhance. That's why they were able to bring you such a tremendous boost. But it's different for me. I'm laying the foundation for you. Whether it's sword cultivation or the path of invincibility, at the current moment, the enhancement in combat power you can gain is extremely limited. It's only after you finish laying the foundation and fully ascend into the immortal realm that your combat strength will truly rise. Understand." By the end of his words, even Old Mu's tone sounded somewhat unnatural. No matter how one listened to it, it just seemed like he was desperately trying to preserve his dignity. It couldn't be helped. Old Mu himself hadn't anticipated that this guy would be so monstrous indeed. Those 2 others were willing to teach, and dared to teach, and the danger level was, to put it bluntly, practically 9 deaths and 1 life. Even more importantly, Jiang Qin himself dared to learn it. This left Old Mu feeling rather helpless. At this time, beside him, Old Qin and Old Lu glanced at Old Mu without speaking, but the look in their eyes seemed to say, "Don't even bother comparing your stuff with ours?" Though they said nothing, with just a single glance, Old Mu's face turned dark green, yet he couldn't say a word. So helpless, absolutely so helpless. And hidden in the shadows, Ouyang Rongrong, upon seeing her master's expression, couldn't help covering her face with a soft giggle, though she kept herself in check so that the sound wouldn't be heard. Old Mu was who he was. Of course he knew what was happening behind him, yet he forced himself to remain calm on the surface and continued teaching Jiang Qin. 2 days. In just 2 days, Jiang Qin had completely mastered everything Old Mu had taught him. Mu wasn't surprised by this speed. At this point, for a genius like Jiang Qin, this kind of speed was perfectly normal. During these 2 days, Jiang Qin didn't forget to check in, and the daily consolation prizes were still quite considerable. On this day, Old Qin and Old Lu came before Jiang Qin. Old Qin spoke first. "Jiang Qin, after you leave here, don't embarrass us. Don't disgrace the Xianyun Sword Sect. Whoever comes at you, just punch straight through. Understood? Also, as for your celestial chessboard, my dreaming ability can only assist you up to this point. The 4th realm doesn't yet require the heavens' recognition, but starting from the 5th, you will truly have to engage in a contest with other prodigies to earn the recognition of the heavens. And also, Old Chun kept talking, rambling on and on about the celestial chessboard and aspects of Jiang Chen's cultivation. Although the time they spent together was short, all three elders truly regarded Jiang Chun as their own disciple. They placed immense importance upon him and poured countless emotions into his guidance. At first, Old Lu remained quite patient, but gradually he started frowning. By the end, he shoved Old Chun aside, muttering, "Old Chun, you talk way too much. I still have things to say to Jiang Chun." Thus, Old Chun was cut off reluctantly and moved to the side, glaring furiously at Old Lu, though he said nothing further. "Jiang Chun, you've now mastered the golden pure yang saintly body. It's powerful. But remember, the upper limit of true Dragon 9 transformations is not just 9 transformations, it's 10. I can say with confidence that, in this entire world, only I know this truth." Back then, that dragon who obtained the true Dragon 9 transformations had actually mastered the 10th transformation as well. Later seekers of the true Dragon 9 transformations simply lacked sufficient physical strength, and so were only able to achieve the 9th stage. But you, Jiang Chun, might very well achieve the true Dragon 10th transformation, bringing back to this world an era where one's physical body alone dominates everything. Old Lu clearly didn't speak quite as excessively, stepping back after delivering these important words. Upon receiving all this information, Jiang Chen's expression shifted slightly, surprise evident on his face, clearly not expecting the truth to be like this. It turned out to be exactly this way. Moreover, as his physical body grew stronger, Jiang Chen better understood the terrifying power of true Dragon 9 transformations. He clearly knew that once he mastered all 9 transformations, his physical strength alone would already be invincible through physical power alone. Yet, he had not expected that beyond true Dragon 9 transformations, there actually existed the true Dragon 10th transformation. This piece of information began to make Jiang Chun feel excited. Finally, there was Old Mu. He stepped in front of Jiang Chun. Old Mu didn't have much to say. He merely smiled slightly while looking at the young man before him and said, "Jiang Chun, from now on, you don't need to think too much. Just push through everything and refine your path of invincibility. I've learned a great deal about you. The reason they are still not allowing you to go out and interact with other sects is mostly because they want to train you to the peak before letting you step out. And now, you've already met all conditions. In less than 3 years, I estimate that I'll see you ascending into the immortal realm. At that time, you must seize the heaven's origin." Before Jiang Chun could even speak, Old Lu spoke up first. "Old Mu, what are you talking about? Jiang Chun will certainly obtain the heaven's origin. In this fiercely competitive era, no one can rival him, understand?" Hearing this, Old Chun also hurriedly said, "Old Lu is right, Old Mu. You worry too much." At this moment, Jiang Chen's body transformed into a shadowy figure, slowly fading away. He was leaving the depths of the Sword Sea and returning to the Xianyun Sword Sect. At this moment, the 3 elders ceased their verbal sparring and simply stood there, watching Jiang Chun. No one spoke anymore, just smiling quietly at him. Toward the most monstrous genius they had ever seen, they held equally great expectations. Only until Jiang Chen's figure had completely vanished. Old Lu turned to Old Mu standing beside him and said, "Ha ha ha ha. Tell me, do you think Jiang Chun might be able to lift the heaven seals for us?" He had assumed the other two would answer immediately. Unexpectedly, there was a long silence. Finally, Old Mu smiled and said, "Perhaps." Chapter 154, The Shock of the Three. At this moment, within the Xianyun Sword Sect, atop a certain mountain peak, Chun Qingyi, the sect leader, and the Supreme Elder were still brewing tea together. Ever since Jiang Chun went deep into the Sword Sea to cultivate, their most frequent activity each day had been brewing tea. Indeed, aside from brewing tea, there had been nothing else to do. At this moment, the Supreme Elder let out a sigh. Ever since Jiang Chun went into the depths of the Sword Sea, suddenly life feels somewhat boring. In theory, I used to dislike this young fellow the most. However, I must admit, in the entire sect, besides him, it seems there are no other geniuses worth spending extra time to observe. That, the Supreme Elder was quite certain of. In truth, he'd thought this all along. However, because he had quite a few objections to Jiang Chun before, he had never voiced this opinion. Only now, with Jiang Chun being so highly favored by the 3 elders from the depths of the Sword Sea, did he no longer dwell on such matters. Whether or not he liked the boy's personality was now an unimportant matter. All he knew was that, before long, this young man would likely crush the entire generation. Hearing the Supreme Elder's words, the sect leader slowly spoke at this moment. Yes, once he returns, he should be able to easily handle the geniuses inside the Heavenly Tao illusion. I'm really looking forward to it, to see exactly how much fortune he can bring back for us from the Heavenly Tao illusion. As for Chun Qingyi, Jiang Chen's master, he now wore a rosy glow on his face as he laughed. It's almost time. In another couple of months, he should be back. It's been about 10 days since Jiang Chen left, right? Yes indeed. Seeing how rapidly my disciple has grown, as his master, I am very pleased. The other two remained silent for a moment, helplessly. Why was it that they had not been the ones who discovered Jiang Chen first, but rather Chun Qingyi? Nowadays, whenever Chun Qingyi chatted with them, what he spoke of most was how great his disciple was, and how well his disciple was doing. They had heard so much of it that their ears had calloused. What's more, Chun Qingyi never exaggerated. Everything he said was the truth. Even if they weren't interested in hearing it, they could only endure it. Just at that moment, a spatial crack suddenly opened in front of them. All three of them took it seriously, preparing for danger. However, after checking with their spiritual senses, the sect leader quickly waved his hand. No problem. It's from the three elders deep within the Sword Sea. They should have sent one of them personally to speak to us about Jiang Chun. Let's prepare. Though the three of them were technically the strongest figures in the entire sect, toward the three elders deep within the Sword Sea, they still maintained utmost respect. There was no helping it. Those three elders of the Sword Sea, who were at the Xinxian realm, were the real foundations of the sect's strength. Yet, as they awaited with expectation, Jiang Chen's figure appeared here. Jiang Chun glanced at the three people in front of him. He looked a bit uncertain, then rubbed his eyes before finally confirming that they were indeed the same three, muttering, "What's going on? Why are my master and these two old fellows hanging around the inner sect? They wouldn't have snuck into my room to steal something while I was away, would they?" Chun Qingyi and the other two. At this moment, the sect leader and supreme elder wore darkened expressions. Chun Qingyi, however, smiled, because, although Jiang Chun addressed him as master, he called the other two old fellows. The excitement and joy on the sect leader and supreme elder's faces at seeing Jiang Chun evaporated in an instant. Indeed, this guy remained the same as ever, never able to say anything nice or pleasing. Soon, Jiang Chun pulled himself together, carefully scanning his surroundings before finally realizing exactly where he was. Looking at the three people before him, he offered a slight smile and said, "Long time no see, everyone. I have finished my cultivation in the Sword Sea. I heard from those three old fellows that they're going to have me challenge the heavenly Tao illusion. When will that be?" That was indeed what those three elders had told him. At this moment, the sect leader and the supreme elder both visibly relaxed. So this was what Jiang Chun meant. He heard from those three old fellows. Now, in Jiang Chun's words, those three elders were simply called old fellows. The fact that such powerful existences could be described this way by Jiang Chun not only balanced the two men's minds somewhat, but even made them secretly happy. As for Chun Qingyi, his mouth almost reached his ears in a grin. Soon, the three of them came back to their senses and frowned. The three of them first exchanged thoughts through spiritual sense. Chun Qingyi, your disciple just said he's done cultivating? Wasn't it supposed to take 3 months? He finished already. Chun Qingyi, are you sure your disciple didn't make a mistake? Did he really finish cultivating? Faced with their inquiries, Chun Qingyi could only spread his hands helplessly, thinking inwardly, you're asking me, but who should I ask? I want to know the answer to. But in the end, he didn't say that aloud. The sect leader couldn't hold back and looked at Jiang Chun, asking tentatively, Jiang Chun, when you said you finished your cultivation, you meant that you've learned everything there was to learn? You've already learned everything those three elders could teach? Hearing this, Jiang Chun felt a bit puzzled but still nodded and replied, yes, so they sent me back. The air suddenly turned silent. Even the sound of the three of them inhaling sharply could be clearly heard. After a long while, they finally accepted this shocking fact. Then, the three of them exchanged thoughts through spiritual sense again. What should we do now? How to handle this? Right, Jiang Chun is just too monstrous. How do we deal with him? Let him challenge the heavenly Tao illusion tomorrow directly. The three elders have already agreed. There's nothing more to be said. It's settled then. Thus, after a brief discussion, they reached a decision and assigned Jiang Chun to challenge the heavenly Tao illusion the next day. The sect leader waved his hand slightly. Jiang Chun, go back and rest for now. You'll challenge the heavenly Tao illusion tomorrow. Jiang Chun nodded, then disappeared from the spot, leaving behind the three figures, frozen like stone statues, motionless, standing there for a long time, unable to snap out of it. After returning to his quarters in the inner sect, Jiang Chun did not deliberately suppress his aura. So Shui Qianxiu noticed immediately and appeared before him, giving the young man a tender, alluring gaze, murmuring, you kept me waiting for so long. I've missed you terribly during this time. As Jiang Chen's absence dragged on, Shui Qianxiu had suddenly realized her heart had somehow been tied entirely to this young man. It wasn't only about dual cultivation. Even, there was some emotion that shouldn't have existed. Jiang Chen smiled, then pulled her into his arms. Chapter 155, The Shock of Master Shui Qianxiu. After a night of passion until dawn, morning arrived, and the sun rose high. Shui Qianxiu traced circles on Jiang Chen's chest with her hand and whispered, how come you've changed so much? Your constitution, has it improved again? Last night, Shui Qianxiu had clearly noticed her combat power increasing rapidly, and she immediately realized that Jiang Chen's physical constitution had greatly improved. Otherwise, how could there be such an effect? Hearing her words, Jiang Chen smiled slightly and replied, you figured it out. Yesterday, my constitution did improve. Not just a little, but a tremendous improvement. Have you ever heard of the pure yang holy body? He saw no reason to hide this from Shui Qianxiu. After all, it wasn't that big of a secret anymore. In the future, this was something that wouldn't be possible to conceal. Everyone would come to know that he, Jiang Chun, had acquired the pure yang holy body, even a golden one at that. The improvement the pure yang holy body brought to Jiang Chun was immense, truly immense. So much so that his combat power had practically reached the level of near invincibility in physical strength. Now, he could even transcend major cultivation stages and easily kill opponents one stage stronger than himself. Such ascension-level killings were no longer difficult for Jiang Chun. Hearing this, Shui Qianxiu was first taken aback, then stared at Jiang Chun in disbelief, muttering, pure yang holy body, pure yang holy body. Her face was full of confusion, clearly unfamiliar with the term pure yang holy body. It was normal that she didn't know about it. After all, the pure yang holy body had already become virtually extinct 100,000 years ago, completely disappeared. It was only natural that Shui Qianqiu didn't know about it. Or to put it another way, very few people could be expected to know about the pure yang holy body. However, after thinking about it for a while, Shui Qianqiu managed to recall a little information about the pure yang holy body in her mind. Alright, my master mentioned something about the pure yang holy body before. Shui Qianqiu remembered that her master had once mentioned the pure yang holy body briefly. Therefore, her master likely knew quite a lot about it. At this moment, Jiang Chen looked at Shui Qianqiu and smiled, asking, "What? Do you know something about the pure yang holy body now?" Shui Qianqiu shook her head and replied, "I don't know, but my master probably does." Jiang Chen nodded and then, as if just recalling something, looked at Shui Qianqiu curiously and asked, "Your master? Could it be that she, like you, is also an expert in dual cultivation techniques?" As he spoke, Jiang Chen's expression became slightly strange. Shui Qianqiu was highly skilled in dual cultivation arts, possessing profound expertise. Her master, then, must also be highly proficient in dual cultivation techniques. Of course, after such a long period of dual cultivation with her, Jiang Chen knew very well that the girl was still a virgin. After hearing this, Shui Qianqiu's expression immediately turned awkward. She forced a slight smile and replied, "My master, indeed, she is also skilled in dual cultivation techniques. However, she has always been unable to find a suitable partner for it. So even though she is highly skilled, she has progressed all the way through self-cultivation alone." Shui Qianqiu's words were not exaggerated at all. Like her master also possessed a constitution particularly suitable for dual cultivation. However, her master had later developed a high opinion of herself, failing to find a suitable dual cultivation partner for a long time, so she postponed things until now. She even became an immortal without ever having engaged in dual cultivation. Jiang Chen smiled, gently patted Shui Qianqiu's head, and said, "I'll go complete my servant tasks first. You should go back and rest well." Shui Qianqiu gave Jiang Chen a slightly resentful look. She just couldn't understand why the young man before her placed such great importance on menial servant tasks. Over this period of time since they interacted, and even before that when she had been observing him, this youth had never stopped completing his servant duties, no matter what cultivation stage he had reached. Through wind and rain, his behavior never changed. Shui Qianqiu didn't say much else, merely nodded, then vanished from the spot and returned to her room. These 2 days, the heavenly Tao illusion should formally begin. I heard from those 3 old men before that the heavenly Tao illusion isn't simple at all. If I have enough strength and luck, perhaps I can obtain vast fortune within. There are all kinds of extraordinary geniuses inside, and even those from 100,000 years ago might appear. But whether I can obtain great fortune from it remains to be seen. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen couldn't help feeling somewhat excited. Before he had met King Chu, he would naturally think that he could overwhelm everything, without a single challenge. But after encountering King Chu, Jiang Chen understood that there were too many brilliant and extraordinary geniuses in this world, including those from 100,000 years ago. Therefore, he couldn't be entirely certain that he could overpower everything. At this moment, in the Divine Water Sect, on top of a mountain peak, a woman who had become more full-figured and enchantingly mature, with an extremely beautiful face and a charming aura of sophistication, suddenly furrowed her brows and murmured, "Why isn't my disciple properly watching Jiang Chen and sending me updates? What exactly is she up to?" This woman was indeed the master of Shui Qianqiu. Ever since she had visited Shui Qianqiu previously and noticed her apprentice's transformation, she had gradually felt disappointed toward her. That anger had yet to dissipate. Thus, she no longer wished to bother with Shui Qianqiu. However, she still listened to the spiritual transmission sent by her apprentice. "Master, do you know about the pure yang holy body?" Upon hearing these words, Shui Qianqiu's master suddenly gasped, her pupils sharply contracting. She knew very well that Shui Qianqiu would never casually inquire about such a matter for no reason at all. The pure yang holy body, nowadays in this world, very few people even knew about its existence. One could say it was nearly extinct. But Shui Qianqiu had asked this question directly. It was obvious that something must have happened to her, most likely related to the pure yang holy body. Shui Qianqiu's master forcefully suppressed her surging excitement and curiosity, and transmitted her reply. "Yes, I know. What's happened?" Then, she muttered to herself, "Given my standards, only through dual cultivation with someone possessing the pure yang holy body could I elevate my cultivation progress to the ultimate level. If she truly has encountered someone with the pure yang holy body, I must engage in dual cultivation with them at all costs, no matter the price." At this point, Shui Qianqiu's master suddenly released a piercing gleam in her eyes. She was immensely powerful. In fact, no one within the Divine Water Sect knew that she had already reached the Immortal King realm. She had always been hiding her true strength. Yet eventually, even with her strength, she could not advance any further. Because of her constitution and the dual cultivation technique, it had become imperative for her to practice dual cultivation in order to progress any further. Chapter 156, Shui Ning, a sudden consort candidate appears. Right now, it was clearly a bottleneck situation. Except for Jiang Chen, there were indeed 2 or 3 others in this world with the pure yang body. But for her, merely possessing a pure yang body was not impressive enough to draw her attention. Moreover, their potential for aiding her cultivation progress was quite limited. Only the golden pure yang divine body would suffice. However, The emergence of the golden pure young divine body was extremely rare. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say it was practically impossible to encounter. Therefore, she now found herself at a difficult crossroads. Either she remained stuck at the Shenxian realm, unable to advance further, or she could choose someone inferior for dual cultivation. Just at this moment, Shui Qianxiu sent over a voice transmission, causing her to freeze instantly. Master, Jiang Chun has awakened the pure young divine body, and I noticed his skin has turned completely golden. I wonder why that is. This single piece of information struck her heart like thunder. Shui Qianxiu's master stood there stunned, her mind reeling as she tried to process this information. Pure young divine body. Skin completely golden. This is the legendary golden pure young divine body, the pinnacle of the pure young divine body. Even during the chaotic era of ancient times, 100,000 years ago, when heaven-defying geniuses flourished, not a single one managed to cultivate the golden pure young divine body. Never would I have thought that this youth from Xianyun Sword Sect would be such a monster, actually mastering this kind of divine body. At this moment, Shui Qianxiu's master was breathing heavily, her chest heaving violently, clearly reflecting how immense her shock was. Those who truly understood the pure young divine body would know just how shocking and unbelievable this information really was. Coincidentally, Shui Qianxiu's master was one of the people who knew the most about the pure young divine body. It seems I must make a trip to Xianyun Sword Sect. Shui Qianxiu's master's expression turned cold, and her eyes burned with firm determination. At a time like this, of course, she no longer had the luxury of considering whether he was her disciple's intended consort or not. All that remained in Shui Qianxiu's master's mind was a single thought: to seize this heaven-defying genius and make him her dual cultivation partner. If she were to undergo dual cultivation with an ordinary pure young body, she knew full well that her cultivation ceiling would only allow her to remain at this level at best. Perhaps, at most, she might advance one step further within the Shenxian realm, and that would be all. But breaking through to the golden immortal realm would be absolutely impossible. However, if she could undergo dual cultivation with the golden pure young divine body, then all of this would no longer be an impossibility. Therefore, upon reaching this conclusion, Shui Qianxiu's master ceased all hesitation and decided to set off immediately. At this very moment, suddenly, a figure appeared beside her, a beautiful mature woman. With a solemn expression, the woman gazed at Shui Qianxiu's master and slowly spoke. Shui Ning, it's time for your dual cultivation. With the Grand Tao primordial war of the Great Contest era about to begin soon, we elders will all become protectors, and when that time comes, we must shield our disciples from harm. If your strength is too weak, our disciples from Divine Water Sect will fall into disadvantage. How then will they compete against those heaven-sent prodigies? Especially that group from the Holy Lands. Time is limited. You must not continue to waste it. Upon hearing this, Shui Ning nodded slightly, gazing at her before a faint smile curved her lips. I have found a suitable cultivation partner. I am leaving now. Upon hearing this, the mature woman was momentarily surprised before breaking into joy. After so long, you finally decided to truly start dual cultivation. I was afraid you would continue like this until the Great Contest era had already begun, without making a single step forward. If you've made up your mind, then my coming here was unnecessary. With that, she turned and left, transforming into a streak of light that vanished from the spot. Watching her retreating back, Shui Ning suddenly smiled. How exciting. I'd also like to see how much my combat power can be enhanced by the legendary golden pure young divine body. Jiang Chun had just finished his servant task and received the consolation prize, heading back on the way. Suddenly, a beam of light enveloped him, transporting him into a small world. This pocket world contained only forests and a vast expanse of wilderness. Forcibly dragged here, Jiang Chun was still dazed, murmuring to himself, who is capable of kidnapping me under the watchful eyes of so many experts in the sect? In Jiang Chen's eyes, whoever could accomplish such a feat was certainly no ordinary person. Very soon, a plump, alluring figure appeared before Jiang Chun, smiling gently toward him. From her presence alone, Jiang Chun could sense the seductive aura surrounding her. Now that Jiang Chen's Dao heart was stable, with techniques like sword heart clarity, it was not realistic for normal temptations to have any real effect on him. Yet the figure standing before him was someone who could actually accomplish such a feat. No wonder Jiang Chun was shocked. That Yao'er from Shui Qianxiu couldn't even affect me significantly. Where did this Yao'er come from now? And why does she seem to share the same aura as Shui Qianxiu? Carefully thinking, Jiang Chun was astonished. One doesn't notice unless they're paying attention. Once he did, it was truly startling. This Yao'er might actually have deep ties to Shui Qianxiu. Otherwise, how could their auras be so identical? Thus, Jiang Chun looked at the Yao'er before him, his expression complex, hesitantly asking one question. You, what exactly is your relationship with Shui Qianxiu? Upon hearing this, the beautiful woman in front of him suddenly smiled. Her smile was so captivating that it could steal one's soul, making people want to kneel at her feet without resistance. Even Jiang Chun, with his incredibly strong willpower, couldn't help but feel such an impulse in this moment. The beautiful woman gently moved her red lips and smiled. Me, I am Shui Qianxiu's master. You can call me Sister Ning. Jiang Chun. This wasn't right. Shui Qianxiu's master. Plus, Jiang Chun could sense her strength. It was unfathomable. Even more terrifying and imposing than the sect leader or his own master. At the very least, those three old fellows never made Jiang Chun feel like this. Jiang Chun muttered softly. These ancient monsters who have lived for thousands of years want me to call her sister? What shameless creature. Suddenly, Shui Ning's expression changed. Her face turned icy cold, frigid frost spreading through the air, as if cold enough to pierce right into Jiang Chen's soul. Jiang Chen. Wait, could she read minds? Shui Ning's expression quickly returned to a smile, and she said, You're quite mischievous. Well then, considering that you are my dual cultivation partner, I shall overlook it this time. Chapter 157. I'm afraid you won't be able to control yourself. After such a long period of commotion, Jiang Chen's expression remained calm, as if he hadn't exerted any effort at all. In contrast, Shui Ning was visibly satisfied, her soft body leaning entirely against Jiang Chen's. Shui Ning said affectionately, What a shame. I need to head back soon. If I stay any longer, those elders from Xianyun Sword Sect might discover me. I'll come find you again later. After saying that, Shui Ning flashed away, disappearing from the spot. As for Jiang Chen, after a dizzying whirl, he found himself back in the room. It was as if everything that had happened before had never occurred. But when he sensed the power within, he could indeed feel an immense surge, clearly a major boost from dual cultivation with Shui Ning. It seems Shui Qianxiu isn't actually from our Xianyun Sword Sect. And furthermore, her master isn't from here either. Their presence here seems to have another motive. Jiang Chen muttered inwardly. After a series of deductions, he had mostly confirmed his suspicions. Shui Qianxiu, Shui Ning. As for these two, nothing else could be said with certainty, except that they definitely had intentions toward the Xianyun Sword Sect. However, he couldn't be bothered to care about that right now. While cultivating together with the two women, Jiang Chen could clearly feel his strength rapidly increasing. At this moment, Shui Qianxiu appeared in Jiang Chen's room, staring at him with a pitiful, sorrowful gaze and asking in confusion, Jiang Chen, why did you disappear for so long? Jiang Chen hesitated slightly, opening his mouth to say something, but the Shui Qianxiu in front of him didn't seem to want to give him the chance. In one swift move, like a famished tiger pouncing on its prey, she lunged onto him. The next day, early morning, Chen Qingyi arrived early at the outer sect's dormitory. Disciple, disciple. Chen Qingyi shouted loudly. After the recent events, he had become even more protective of his apprentice. Come on. Even those elders envied him greatly upon seeing this disciple of his. Of course, Chen Qingyi adored his disciple. At the same time, his apprentice had earned him countless glories lately. Upon hearing Chen Qingyi's voice, Jiang Chen muttered, It's been a while since I last saw this old man. I'll go take a look. So, he turned and pushed open the door, smiling at Chen Qingyi as he said, Old man, long time no see. As for how Jiang Chen addressed him, Chen Qingyi didn't feel offended at all. Instead, he cheerfully walked forward, patted his shoulder, and approvingly said, I heard about your recent performance. Very good indeed. Truly worthy of being my disciple. In time, you'll surpass even your old master here. Jiang Chen laughed joyfully, without saying much else. Toward his master, he felt genuine respect deep in his heart. Back when he was just beginning, Chen Qingyi had always genuinely cared for him. Old man, did you come here to send me into the Heavens Dao environment? Jiang Chen suddenly remembered the Heavens Dao environment. Ever since they had mentioned it last time, those three elders from the sect must have started preparing for it already. When it would be ready, however, was hard to say. Jiang Chen knew very little about the Heavens Dao environment. Only fragments of information he had heard, so he wasn't sure exactly how many conditions needed to be met to enter. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyi nodded, then replied, Yes. This morning, we finally succeeded in activating the Heavens Dao environment. You should prepare yourself. It's time to depart. Pausing for a moment, Chen Qingyi lowered his voice and said, Every time the Heavens Dao environment opens, you can choose your own level of difficulty, but for this time, the difficulty will have no upper limit. We're all looking forward to seeing just how far you can go in the Heavens Dao environment without any restrictions. Perhaps you'll face the peerless geniuses of ancient times. Then you may suffer a crushing defeat. Jiang Chen looked slightly surprised and asked with confusion, No upper limit. What exactly does that mean? Although the meaning was somewhat clear from the words themselves, he still wanted a more specific explanation. Chen Qingyi slowly explained, No upper limit means exactly that. In the Heavens Dao environment, you might face opponents who were once among the greatest geniuses of this world. If you set a difficulty level, even the strongest opponents will not exceed a certain strength. After hearing this, Jiang Chen understood instantly. If given the choice, he would most likely also choose the no upper limit difficulty. Chen Qingyi chuckled and said, All right, let's go. With the no upper limit option, each opponent you defeat will reward you with at least 10 times more fortune points than other difficulties. Jiang Chen nodded. At this moment, a burly man stepped out from the adjacent room. Upon seeing Jiang Chen, the man smiled and called out, Big brother, you're finally back. I haven't seen you in such a long time. This burly man was none other than Fu Wang. As he approached Jiang Chen's side, he was about to give his good elder brother a warm hug, but unexpectedly, Jiang Chen simply pushed him away with one palm, then smiled and scolded, Fu Wang, after all this time, your cultivation level is still stuck here? I still have some business to attend to. When I return, don't let me see that you're still this weak. After saying that, Chen Qingyi and Jiang Chen vanished from the spot. Fu Wang gazed at the fading silhouette of Jiang Chen and muttered, Big brother's strength has risen so much again. He's truly monstrous. If I want to catch up with him, I can pa hai xiao hun chang de trigena. Thinking of this, Fu Wang's expression turned serious as he muttered to himself. No, I must cultivate diligently and strive to catch up with my big brother as soon as possible. Then, he turned around and returned indoors, continuing his cultivation. Meanwhile, back in her own room, Shui Qianxiu revealed an expression of indignation. Inside Jiang Chen's room, she had been all tender feelings, but upon returning to her own room, her anger seemed to overwhelm the sky. She quickly took out a sound-transmitting stone and immediately used it to send a message. Shui Ning, you shameless old woman, how dare you steal your own disciple's man? In fact, when Shui Qianxiu saw Jiang Chen yesterday for the first time, she already knew that Shui Ning had definitely dual cultivated with him. In her extreme rage, she still managed to hold herself back, first completing the dual cultivation with Jiang Chen before coming back to confront her master. For a while, there was no reply from the communication stone. Finally, a calm voice came through the stone. My dear disciple, Jiang Chen is simply too strong. I was worried that you wouldn't be able to handle him, so as your master, I stepped in to help. Don't misunderstand my good intentions, understand? Upon hearing these words, Shui Qianxiu was so furious her chest began to rise and fall violently. Chapter 158. Welcome to the Heavenly Tao Illusion. The Sky Cloud Sword Sect. The core area. Under the guidance of Chun Qingyi, Jiang Chen followed him to the most important place in the Sky Cloud Sword Sect. The core area. This was where everything of utmost importance to the sect since its founding was kept, including rare treasures, countless opportunities, and numerous martial arts techniques. Once they arrived, Jiang Chen started looking around curiously. At the same time, using the ability of Sword Heart Clarity, he suddenly realized the fortune value here was literally off the charts. Strong. Unbelievably strong. Extremely dense. It's doable. With this fortune value, maybe I can get something really good. Jiang Chen muttered inwardly. He had thought his token allowed access to the entire sect, but apparently the elders had still held something back. This core area had been off limits to him. System, check in. Jiang Chen silently commanded. As soon as he spoke, the system prompt instantly rang out. Congratulations, host. Check-in completed. Reward obtained. Cultivation of 1,000-year Dao. 1,000 years worth of Dao cultivation. Jiang Chen felt slightly surprised in his heart. He hadn't expected such a large reward simply from checking in. But for a moment, he had thought this might be a chance to hit a jackpot and gain something amazing. It turned out he only received cultivation energy. However, he quickly reconsidered and felt at ease. The number of treasures he already possessed was just too vast, such as the 9 transformations of the true dragon, the invincible sword heart, the heaven and earth chessboard, and so on. Any new treasure he gained now would need to be at least equal to, or surpass, these existing treasures. Thus, it was only natural that nothing exceptional had dropped. Chun Qingyi looked at his disciple, about to say something. But Jiang Chen also looked at him, speaking slowly. Master, what exactly is going on here? You kept a secret place from me, didn't you? So why did you ensure my identity token wouldn't allow me access to this place? Hearing this, Chun Qingyi was taken aback. For a moment, he was at a loss for words. The sect leader and the supreme elder beside him turned their bodies away even more, not even daring to face Jiang Chen. What could they say? It had actually been the sect leader himself who suggested back then not to let Jiang Chen enter this place, for fear that all the treasures here would end up in Jiang Chen's hands. After all, treasures of a certain level had the ability to choose their own masters autonomously. They possessed spiritual consciousness. And someone like Jiang Chen, a true genius, merely walking through here might cause all those treasures to willingly follow him instead. That was something they absolutely did not want to see. Jiang Chen had accumulated far too many treasures already. Though those items might be extraordinary for other young prodigies, for Jiang Chen, they might as well be scrap metal. But the issue was that once those treasures encountered a monster like Jiang Chen, they likely would no longer wish to choose anyone else as their master. A tense silence stretched for a while. Eventually, Chun Qingyi gave a slight smile, but the expression was clearly awkward. My disciple, how about this? You first focus on your battle inside the Heavenly Tao Illusion. Once you come out after finishing the challenge, I will explain all this to you. How about that? At this point, this was the only way Chun Qingyi could think of to defuse the situation. Jiang Chen nodded slightly and said, fine. He could more or less understand the intentions of the 3 elders. Just standing here, he could already sense the presence of the surrounding treasures. In fact, those treasures had already begun showing signs of wanting to acknowledge him as their master. The only thing they were worried about was that once those treasures had seen someone like him, they wouldn't want to choose any other prodigy again. But Jiang Chen didn't care. He turned his gaze toward the nearby entrance of the Heavenly Tao Illusion, his lips curling into a faint smile as he murmured, truly looking forward to it. I really want to see what strength these so-called prodigies truly possess. All the peerless geniuses who had ever appeared in history might be encountered in the Heavenly Tao Illusion. And as long as Jiang Chen continued winning, he would keep advancing further. This prospect filled him with eager anticipation. Without further ado, he slowly walked forward and stepped into the Heavenly Tao Illusion. As Jiang Chen's figure disappeared inside, the 3 elders exchanged glances. Tell me, how long do you think Jiang Chen can last in the Heavenly Tao Illusion? The supreme elder mused thoughtfully. The sect leader paused for a moment before slowly replying. If there were difficulty settings, I believe he could certainly conquer the entire Heavenly Tao Illusion. But since he chose the no limit option, that means not only are there no limits on the power of those prodigies, but also no limits on their numbers. As for how far he can really go, even I don't know. As they spoke, all 3 pairs of eyes filled with anticipation. As long as Jiang Chen could go far enough, the Sky Cloud Sword Sect would receive an even more astonishing amount of fortune in return. At this moment, Chun Qingyi revealed a smile and said, my disciple, is Udi. In the heavenly Tao illusion, after defeating one prodigy, before facing the next, one's strength will be fully restored. All consumed energy will be replenished, allowing one to face the next opponent at peak condition. As long as my disciple can face each opponent at peak strength, then he will never be defeated. The limit of the heavenly Tao illusion is exactly the limit of my disciple, Chen Qingyi declared proudly. His voice brimmed with pride and confidence. In normal circumstances, the sect leader and the supreme elder might have exchanged helpless glances. They could almost hear themselves muttering, "You're right, your disciple is the strongest." But recent events had changed their views. Perhaps, everything Chen Qingyi said was actually true. The limit of Jiang Chun might be far more terrifying than they had imagined. After a long silence, the sect leader finally snapped back to reality, revealing a smile as he looked at Chen Qingyi and said, "Senior brother, this time I actually think you're right. The limit of Jiang Chun must be far more terrifying than we imagined." After entering the heavenly Tao illusion, Jiang Chun felt himself instantly transported onto a vast empty space. Standing there, he looked ahead. Suddenly, a line of words appeared before him. "Welcome to the heavenly Tao illusion. The battle will now officially begin. Since you've chosen no limit, your battle will continue endlessly until you are defeated." After seeing these words, Jiang Chun showed a trace of surprise. Endless until defeat? Soon he understood. No limit means not only the opponent's strength has no upper bound, but also the number of battles will be unlimited. But as long as I can remain at my peak, I fear no one who comes. Chapter 159, The Excitement of the Three Elders. Before Jiang Chun entered, he had taken some time to discreetly inquire about relevant information. He naturally understood that in the boundless heaven Tao illusion, any opponent would be faced with his peak state, even if he had suffered massive consumption in the previous battle. Yet, this would not affect him in the slightest from facing the enemy in his peak state. Therefore, Jiang Chun was quite confident. As long as he could remain in his peak condition, he would remain invincible, sweeping through all challengers effortlessly. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared directly in front of Jiang Chun. The figure looked at Jiang Chun, a solemn expression on his face, and then opened his mouth. "I am." Clearly, the person wanted to introduce himself. But Jiang Chun gave him no opportunity, smirking slightly and sneering. "Only if you can survive 1 minute against me do you have the qualification to introduce yourself. Otherwise, your name isn't even worth remembering." After finishing his words, he clenched his right fist tightly, releasing a terrifying power, instantly crushing the opponent into dust, leaving nothing behind. After doing all this, Jiang Chun wiped his hands and murmured, "It seems the earlier fights were just assessing my strength. Now, the real intensity will begin. TSK, too many weaklings like this aren't even interesting anymore. I'll unleash my power freely. Just hope each coming opponent can truly arouse my interest." By the end of his words, Jiang Chun began to laugh wildly. At the same time, curiosity and anticipation surged within him, eager for an opponent who could force him to use his true strength. At this moment, he was already confident that entering the Heaven Tao illusion was no longer just about gaining fortune. It was to crush all the past and present geniuses and carve out his own path of invincibility. Time passed swiftly. In the blink of an eye, an hour passed. The three of them remained stationed at the central area, not daring to leave, constantly watching the progress of Jiang Chen's battles. They were shocked to find the numbers on the Heaven Tao illusion rising rapidly, reaching 1,000 from 1 in just an hour. In fact, they even noticed streams of fortune flowing into the Sword Cloud sect, although it was evident these blessings were merely temporary and had not truly merged with the sect. Even now, this fortune was already about 1/10 of what the Sword Cloud sect had accumulated over 100,000 years. When Chen Qingyi witnessed this, even though he fully trusted his disciple and knew how monstrous his apprentice was, his eyelid twitched involuntarily as he muttered, "My goodness. My disciple, he's just beyond insane. An absolute freak." In the boundless Heaven Tao illusion, defeating 1,000 opponents could accumulate such immense fortune, but this could only be achieved if every genius defeated by Jiang Chun had been among the absolute top-tier geniuses. Each one was a renowned prodigy of his own era. Otherwise, such a result would be absolutely impossible. That much, he could be certain of. The sect leader was equally shocked, shaking his head helplessly with a laugh. Honestly speaking, Jiang Chen's monstrous talent far exceeds our expectations. In 1 hour, in the boundless Heaven Tao illusion, killing so many geniuses. Frankly speaking, he's the only one I've ever seen capable of this. As the group marveled, they didn't speak further, silently continuing to stare at the rapidly rising number on the Heaven Tao illusion. At this point, what else was there to say? They had already said countless things, and all that remained was to keep watching and see just how far Jiang Chen could go. Suddenly, a spatial rift tore open beside the three, and 3 aged voices emerged at once, though the tones sounded a bit peculiar. "Hey, old Chun, move aside quickly. We don't have time to waste. Old Lu, back off. Let me see how many geniuses Jiang Chun has killed in the Heaven Tao illusion now." Upon hearing the voices, Chen Qingyi and the others turned their heads and froze slightly. They hadn't expected to see the 3 elders rushing in, scrambling to catch a glimpse of the numbers on the Heaven Tao illusion. Seeing this scene, Chen Qingyi and the others fell silent in awe. After all, these were elders of the sect. None of them dared to even make a sound. Don't be fooled by how kind and approachable the 3 had appeared before Jiang Chun. They only showed such treatment to Jiang Chun. As for others, they'd better just forget it. After struggling to squeeze their way out, the 3 elders focused their gaze and saw that the number had already jumped to 1,040. Their expressions froze in unison, exchanging glances. Then, their eyes widened in disbelief. Their reaction was no different from that of Chun Xingyi and the others. But indeed, they were ancient ancestors from 100,000 years ago, and quickly regained their senses. Then Elder Chen patted his beard, nodding with praise. Not bad. Nothing, my disciple. This level? Acceptable, just barely. I estimate he can defeat around 50,000 opponents without much trouble. Upon hearing these words, Elders Lu and Mu were clearly displeased. Elder Lu shot him a glance and huffed coldly. Old Chun, what exactly do you mean by that? My disciple here can easily beat 100,000. Elder Mu glanced at the two and snorted. I think even 1,000,000 wouldn't be a problem. Thus, the three elders began arguing fiercely over the exact number. 5 minutes passed. A force of laws suddenly pulled them back, and in the last second before the spatial rift fully closed, Chun Xingyi and the others could still faintly hear their quarreling voices. Chun Xingyi and the others exchanged glances. Then, the sect leader chuckled and said, It's been a long time, and this is the first time I've seen these three elders acting like this. One can only say, Jiang Chen's talent is so exceptional, even they can't stop exclaiming over it. The Grand Elder also nodded in agreement. Never would I have thought these three solemn elders would reveal such a side of themselves when it comes to Jiang Chun. Truly surprising. Chun Xingyi himself didn't speak, keeping his face tightly composed, yet secretly feeling immense satisfaction. Ha ha ha, that is my disciple. Even the three elders are completely convinced by his talent. Occasionally, Chun Xingyi would recall this and feel quite astonished. Never had he expected that the apprentice he accepted due to the perfect immaculate sword body would eventually walk such a path. Peerless genius. Outstanding talent. Even, following the path of invincibility. At that moment, the sect leader suddenly spoke. Inside the Heaven Dao illusion, many individuals who obscure heavenly fate will not appear. Particularly in this era, there are far too many people who conceal their destinies. In other words, by the time Jiang Chun emerges from the Heaven Dao illusion, we must already begin considering the path ahead for him. Chapter 160, The Heavenly Mechanism Disc, is with me. As soon as this was said, the other two nodded in agreement. Yes, we indeed must pay attention to this now. In this era of great contention, countless monsters abound, especially the remnants of various sects, holy lands, and even the ancient celestial court, all waiting for this opportunity. They will likely seize this chance with all their might, pouring all their strength into it, to obtain everything possible. Especially those remnants of the ancient celestial court. To revive their former glory, they are capable of anything. Therefore, they will probably stop at nothing to acquire the origin of the heavenly Tao. The senior elder spoke solemnly at this point. In this era of great contention, everyone is displaying their abilities. They would rather unveil all their means to gain more valuable information. For instance, various sects' plans, their most outstanding disciples, and so on. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be in peril. This principle is deeply understood by anyone. At this moment, the senior elder slowly spoke. A pity that our Shenlong's heavenly mechanism disc has been missing for far too long. Otherwise, with the three of us and the sect's fortune, we could conduct a divination. Perhaps we could uncover a great deal of information. The heavenly mechanism disc was a major victorious artifact of Shenjinzong. The sect had maintained its stability from the great chaos over 100,000 years ago until now, largely due to this disc, which played a crucial role in helping the sect avoid many major crises. Upon hearing this, the sect leader paused momentarily, then sighed and said, Indeed, with our current capabilities and the portion of fortune my master secretly acquired, now returned. If we had the heavenly mechanism disc, the results might be surprisingly effective. He was very confident about this. The upper limits of the disc were extremely terrifying, although fully harnessing that potential required numerous methods and techniques. Otherwise, it would be simply impossible. Hearing this, the senior elder pondered for a moment, then said, Then how about trying the fake heavenly mechanism disc? Let's see if we can calculate anything. Shanyan Jinzong had later spent a great price to create a fake version of the heavenly mechanism disc. The effect of the fake disc was actually not bad. Still, in the end, it was far inferior to the real one. The sect leader sighed and shook his head, saying, That thought of yours, I already had it and have already tried it. And the only result we got was a failure. At this point, the two noticed that Chun Xingyi, who was usually very active and always had something to say, was standing there in silence, appearing deep in thought. Noticing this, both turned their gazes toward Chun Xingyi and spoke up. Chun Xingyi, aren't you usually fond of talking? Could it be that matters concerning whether your disciple can walk the invincible path have made you worried as well? The senior elder teased with a smile. The sect leader also turned to look at Chun Xingyi, about to say something. Suddenly, Chun Xingyi sighed slightly and said, Let me be honest with you both. The heavenly mechanism disc is with me. The effect of the heavenly mechanism disc is hundreds of times stronger than that of the fake. The things you failed to calculate using the fake one, I can easily determine using the real disc. After saying this, both were stunned, staring at Chun Xingyi before them. It was as if they were saying, Oh, the thing we've been searching for so long has actually been in your possession all along? The two stood frozen for a while. Then their expressions turned to ecstatic joy, especially the sect leader, who became incredibly excited and tightly gripped Chun Xingyi's arm, exclaiming, With the heavenly mechanism disc, we can finally discover which hidden outstanding geniuses other sects have that conceal heavenly destinies. It will be an extremely important step forward for Jiang Chun. Upon hearing this, the senior elder couldn't suppress his excitement either, saying, Chun Xingyi, I never expected the heavenly mechanism disc to have been hidden in your hands all along. And you managed to keep it secret for so long. That's quite some restraint. The moment news of Shanzhong possessing the heavenly mechanism disc spread out in the past, the sect faced wave after wave of major crises. In the end, the disc even disappeared, because throughout the entire cultivation world, in terms of foresight abilities, if the heavenly mechanism disc claims second place, no artifact dares to call itself first. Never thought the disc would still end up back in our Shanzhong's hands. Ha ha ha. At this moment, the senior elder burst into laughter, as if Shanzhong becoming a holy land. And elders like them would also benefit from the fortune and gain immense power, rising to the realms of Xian Immortal, or even Golden Immortal. As for the three elders' natural talents, they originally had at least the potential to reach the peak of the Xianxian realm. It was just that, back then, their fortune was lacking, and so they eventually could only stop advancing at the Dengxian realm, unable to move forward any further. And the three ancient elders, in truth, had originally all been at the level of Jingxian realm. After their fortune weakened, their power directly plummeted to the peak of the Xianxian realm. When that incident first occurred, the three elders were furious. They even tore open spatial rifts just to beat up the current sect leader and Chun Qingyi's master. Later on, they even ignored the two for nearly several decades. Chun Qingyi sighed and said, "To be honest, I didn't originally want to reveal the heavenly mechanism disc so soon, because I'm not sure whether it might be sensed by those with ill intentions. But I didn't expect my disciple's strength to rise so fast that now, I can't even see where his limit truly lies. Therefore, I had no choice but to bring it out." This was indeed the truth Chun Qingyi believed. Back then, when he himself used the heavenly mechanism disc, he was still able to produce some effect. 2 days ago, Chun Qingyi had specially used the heavenly mechanism disc once to attempt some divination. But in the end, no matter how hard he tried, he could not probe into the information he wanted. It was completely blocked by a thick fog, not because the heavenly mechanism disc wasn't powerful enough, but simply because Chun Qingyi's current cultivation was insufficient. After saying this, Chun Qingyi wasted no more words. He took out the heavenly mechanism disc from his spatial ring and handed it to the two others, slowly saying, "Utilizing the power of fortune, we shall forcefully tear open a corner of the future. Let us see exactly what dangers Jiangchen faces." At this moment, Chun Qingyi's gaze was firm, and his voice was cold. "No matter what happens, any of us may die. Even the entire Xianyun Jinzong may perish. But Jiangchen cannot die. We must protect him at all costs until he enters the era of great contention, even until he obtains the origin of heavenly Tao." In this moment, the eyes of both the senior elder and the sect leader were equally resolute. The only hope of the entire sect must not be ambushed. Chapter 161, the 10th sequence of the Shadow Immortal Court. From what I know, the Holy Lands have already devised many plans aimed at eliminating these genius youths, ensuring they won't pose a threat to their own outstanding prodigies during the Great Struggle era. If that's the case, then we're in big trouble. The Zhongzhu and the Grand Elder spoke in turns, their words conveying immense pressure, even making Chun Qingyi feel weary. Based on the current situation, as both the Zhongzhu and the Grand Elder had said, Jiang Chun would likely struggle to achieve much in the near future. At this moment, the Zhongzhu looked at Chun Qingyi with a heavy expression and said, "Right now, our top combat strength still lags behind that of the Holy Lands and other sections. Although our fortune has returned, our strength still requires time to grow. As it stands now, our strength has not yet seen significant improvement. It will take at least several months to reach the Immortal Sage realm." He paused before turning his gaze toward the Tao Illusion realm, speaking hopefully. But what if Jiang Chun can achieve unexpected results in this Tao Illusion realm? Then, it is estimated that our strength can immediately advance to the Immortal Sage realm, and the strength of those three elders can also quickly reach the Golden Immortal realm. Once that time comes, we will no longer face such immense pressure. After his words ended, the Grand Elder nodded solemnly, saying, "Not long ago, I received news. 3 Golden Immortal Elders from the Wind and Cloud Holy Land have already awakened. And I've heard that this time, there are at least 3 top-grade geniuses within the Wind and Cloud Holy Land. Wind and Cloud Holy Land. The Immortal Cloud Sword Sect is just a subordinate sect of Wind and Cloud Holy Land, and the strength of the Wind and Cloud Holy Land can be said to crush the Immortal Cloud Sword Sect. 9 sects under its command, bound together, would not be enough to fight against it. A sect of truly terrifying power." At this moment, the Grand Elder was silent for a moment, before speaking slowly. "However, we do not need to panic yet. Because the emergence of the Great Struggle era also means that older generation experts will find it difficult to scheme against or lay traps for our sect's disciples. If they take action personally, they will suffer the Tao's backlash. In the Great Struggle era, any older generation expert attacking these geniuses will receive strong backlash. Therefore, no matter what, they will not take action that harms their enemies but costs them even more. But we should be afraid that they will lay traps, letting their own genius disciples target Jiang Chun. That would be a real problem. These younger generation disciples, who will also participate in the Great Struggle era, are also extremely powerful. But the most important point is that attacking these geniuses will not incur the Tao's backlash. The Tao's rules allow these young geniuses to kill each other. It just prohibits the older generation experts from interfering." After a pause, the Grand Elder looked at Chun Qingyi and said slowly, "Therefore, from now on, we must hold back nothing. Even if it means damaging our foundation, we must deduce and predict every genius that might pose a threat to Jiang Chun. The three of them nodded simultaneously. Jiang Chun is the Immortal Cloud Sword Sect's only hope. If something were to happen to him, then everything for the Immortal Cloud Sword Sect would be over. After the Great Struggle era ends, the Immortal Cloud Sword Sect will be completely erased from this world. This is something the high-level figures of the Immortal Cloud Sword Sect understand very clearly. At this moment, Jiang Chun stayed inside the Dao illusion realm, still wielding his sword as before. One strike after another, each projection of a genius youth was easily beheaded by him. In fact, none of them could even last 3 seconds against him. With every strike from Jiang Chun, killing a shadow, and another shadow immediately appeared. Killing again, another appears, killing again, another appears. Now, Jiang Chun hadn't even used his full strength, merely wielding the Dao power of the infinite immortal sword. Now, I don't even need to deliberately unleash all my strength to effortlessly kill these genius youths. These geniuses must have been extraordinary figures in their respective eras, right? Jiang Chun looked at the next young genius about to appear, his eyes clear, thinking inwardly. However, even if they were extraordinary figures in their own eras, in his hands, they would still be eliminated in an instant, unable to even last 1 extra second. The power of the infinite immortal sword, at the very least, is sufficient to handle most top-tier geniuses. I wonder when a genius strong enough to make me use my pure yang holy body, or even activate the heaven and earth chessboard, will finally appear? At this moment, Jiang Chun thought somewhat discontentedly. Actually, he had been eagerly anticipating and waiting for that moment since earlier. However, after waiting for such a long time, he still hadn't seen such a genius appear. He could only endure the monotony, continuously swinging his sword again and again, cutting down the genius youths before him. At this moment, Jiang Chun gazed at the number floating above. 1,923. That meant, at this moment, Jiang Chun had already killed a total of 1,923 genius youths. Each of them, in their respective eras, would be rightfully called top tier. Undoubtedly. Yet, under Jiang Chun's blade, they were nothing more than a single slash away. Just as he was thinking, this time, the appearance of the genius projection clearly took far longer than usual. A full minute. After all, previous genius projections hadn't even required a second. Now, however, it took a full minute. Before Jiang Chun stood a newly appeared projection, a genius youth clad in black robes and wearing a black mask. He stared at Jiang Chun and began introducing himself. I am the 10th sequence of the Shadow Immortal Court. You may call me, sure. This time, Jiang Chun didn't interrupt. Instead, he carefully sensed the aura radiating from this opponent. His face displayed intense fighting spirit, already eager and filled with anticipation. Sure, Shadow Immortal Court. Regarding the Shadow Immortal Court, Jiang Chun did know something. It was a top-tier power that dominated its era 600,000 years ago, back when the Immortal Cloud Sword Sect had lost its heavenly mechanism disc. At that time, the great chaos caused by the Shadow Immortal Court had thrown the cultivation world into turmoil. It was also during this time that someone mysteriously spread the news that the Immortal Cloud Sword Sect possessed the heavenly mechanism disc, leading to the Immortal Cloud Sword Sect suffering a long period of sieges and persecution. Sure, huh? He indeed possesses a quite powerful aura. Still, I wonder, can he even be my opponent? Jiang Chun was excited, eager for this opponent to bring him a thrilling, exhilarating battle. His whisper was also clearly heard by Sure. Sure obviously possessed self-awareness. Upon hearing Jiang Chun's words, his expression slightly changed, then he let out a cold snort. You should be the one thinking how many seconds you can last under my hands. Chapter 162, Shadow Strangulation. The Shadow Immortal Court, the 10th sequence. Back in that era, aside from the 9 sequences above him, he was practically Wu Di of Tsinjai. Now, in this new age, a rising genius dares to speak so arrogantly. No wonder Sure, wearing the mask, was filled with anger. In the next moment, the masked Sure abruptly stretched out his right hand. A surge of power erupted from his palm, rapidly intensifying, until finally, countless waves of black energy formed layer upon layer of encircling rings, completely surrounding Jiang Chun. If you can survive my shadow strangulation for 10 minutes, then you truly deserve the title of prodigy. At this moment, the masked Sure sneered coldly before continuing. Back then, even those few geniuses who were stronger than me struggled greatly within my shadow strangulation at the same cultivation realm. As for you, you will likely be utterly crushed beneath its power. Then, the masked Sure even turned his back, murmuring, what a shame. Another unworthy opponent. Not even worthy of stirring a slight desire to fight. He stood still, waiting for light to envelop him. That had become a conditioned reflex. Within the Tian Dao illusion realm, he would encounter an opponent, attack, crush them, and then return to his own space to slumber once more. But after a minute had passed, the masked Sure suddenly furrowed his brows, sensing something was wrong. Strange. Why haven't I been teleported back yet? With this thought, he turned his head and saw that his shadow strangulation still remained in place, continuously launching attacks at the youth trapped inside. But that was all. The assault was fierce, and the youth didn't even attempt to counter, yet the power of the shadow strangulation still couldn't completely crush him. Seeing this, the masked Sure slightly furrowed his brows, whispering, so it seems. This might actually be somewhat interesting. He seems to be deliberately allowing the shadow strangulation to strike his body without dodging or evading. Such confidence. Truly unexpected. The scene within the shadow strangulation could not be seen by outsiders. A glance would only reveal layers of mist, impenetrable even to spiritual sense. However, as the one who had released the shadow strangulation, the masked Shi could clearly see everything happening inside. Jiang Qin's actions were nothing like what he had initially imagined, struggling with all his might to defend against the shadow strangulation's attack. In fact, quite the opposite. Jiang Qin clearly possessed overwhelming strength, and out of curiosity to gauge his power, didn't even employ any defensive martial arts. He simply stood there, enduring everything head-on. After a moment of shock, the masked Shi broke into a smile, murmuring, "Truly a fine genius. If you enjoy enduring my force, then go ahead. Try just how much of it you can withstand." His lips slightly curled upward, revealing a seductive, sinister smile. Immediately afterward, he extended his right hand once more and suddenly clenched his fist. His entire body began emanating dense waves of black aura, which gradually flowed into the glowing dome. Jiang Qin stood within the dome, his garments layer by layer disintegrating into shreds until he stood naked, as blade-like energies formed from concentrated black qi slashed down upon his body like rain, dense and unrelenting. Yet in the end, not a single mark could be left on Jiang Qin's body. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Qin shook his head, his eyes even showing a trace of disdain. Truly disappointing. The 10th sequence of the Shadow Immortal Court seems nothing more than this. It felt about as meaningful as a light scratch. Yet in the very next second, Jiang Qin lifted his brows, sensing a massive surge of terrifying spiritual energy, pouring in like ocean waves into the dome, violently impacting him. Now this is starting to get slightly interesting. Jiang Qin muttered. It could now be seen that the blades had become significantly denser, and even their power had increased notably. They kept falling onto Jiang Qin's body, producing continuous slashing sounds. Looking closely, one could even see golden blood flowing from shallow cuts upon his skin. Still, in the end, they were merely shallow wounds. This shadow strangulation is likely just one of his minor techniques. Let me see just how many other techniques he still possesses. The reason Jiang Qin did not counterattack and allowed the blades to strike his body was simply to test how strong the 10th sequence of the Shadow Immortal Court truly was. Now, his interest had waned, and he no longer wished to waste any more time. The 10th sequence, who had previously been lazy, even drowsy, finding everything dull and uninteresting, and preparing to wait for the Tian Dao Illusion Realm's teleportation back to his resting space, now stared at the glowing dome with a grin, an eerie, almost manic grin, yet clearly filled with endless battle intent. Excellent. At last, I've encountered someone somewhat interesting. That golden skin, that golden blood, if I'm not mistaken, yes, the pure Yang holy body. A golden pure Yang holy body. Truly fascinating. I've heard many rumors about the pure Yang holy body before. Now, let me personally feel just how powerful it really is. Black shadows filled the eyes of the masked Shi, brimming with an intense, burning desire for battle, eagerly anticipating, waiting. Sure enough, the next moment, Jiang Qin's pure Yang holy body began to heal at lightning speed. Within less than a second, every wound on his body had completely vanished. In its place appeared flawless, clean skin, as though he had never been injured at all. A thin layer of golden glow covered Jiang Qin's eyes. Terrifying power began radiating outward in waves. With a thunderous boom, the entire dome shattered apart. Every ounce of power from the shadow strangulation was completely erased by the overwhelming shockwave emitted from Jiang Qin's physical form, as if it had never existed. Bare-chested, Jiang Qin gazed at the masked Shi before him and smirked. Now, let me see exactly how strong the 10th sequence of the Shadow Immortal Court, who once claimed to dominate an entire era, truly is. He extended his right hand. The infinite immortal sword immediately appeared in his grasp. With a firm grip, his muscular frame tensed, exuding an overwhelming sense of power. Even behind his mask, the 10th sequence felt a cold sweat breaking out. Then, Jiang Qin slowly lifted his right hand. Power surged into the sword like flowing spring water. With a sudden downward slash, terrifying waves of sword energy erupted in layers, unleashing a heaven-shaking sword intent that seemed ready to tear apart everything. Even space itself appeared to split apart. Ear-splitting, deafening sonic booms reverberated throughout the battlefield. The masked 10th sequence felt a chill run down his spine. Though instinctual fear gripped him, it did not frighten him. In fact, it only fueled his savage, exhilarated laughter. Excellent. After so many years, finally, something interesting. Chapter 163, Effortlessly Defeating the 10th Sequence. A hideous, maniacal laughter immediately echoed throughout the entire Heaven's Dao illusion. Perhaps it was the shadow's excitement, its fiery combativeness, but even Jiang Qin seemed to be infected slightly. Jiang Qin's jet-black hair flew wildly. His golden pupils reflected the figure of the 10th, as he murmured. As expected, a person whom the Immortal Court has devoted all its resources to cultivate will certainly not be weak. The Heaven's Dao illusion is finally giving me some decent opponents. Blades of sword qi howled violently, tearing through space, and finally, sliced straight toward the masked 10th. At this moment, Jiang Qin didn't hurry to continue his assault. Instead, sword in hand, he stood upright, gazing down at the figure below and waiting to see exactly how he would respond. As the sword qi stood menacingly right in front of him, even the 10th couldn't suppress a sharp intake of breath, feeling the terrifying oppressive force that surged towards him. TCH, there's still a lot of secrets hidden within this kid. This seemingly ultimate attack is just the beginning. If I fall here, I'm just too weak. The next moment, The 10th fiercely ripped off his mask, revealing a sinister grin towards Jiang Chen above. Immediately, a shadowy aura surrounded him, spreading a chilling, murderous intent without end. If I'm not mistaken, you should be that youth from the later era. Later era youth. I will now show you exactly what kind of methods allowed the Black Shadow Immortal Court to dominate a world filled with powerful experts in the past. Black Shadow Domain. As the shadow roared the command, everything around them was plunged into an endless darkness. Jiang Chen remained in his original spot, even feeling a hint of fear and dread beneath such oppressive power. This feeling was very ominous. Inside the domain, not only will your vision be severely affected, but your thoughts and reactions will also be slowed. Remaining here for too long, you'll feel an indescribable force pulling at you, causing fear, terror, even compelling you to kneel and prostrate before this fellow and beg for mercy. It's true that the Black Shadow Immortal Court dominated an entire era. They definitely had the means. Jiang Chen had already experienced the initial might of the Black Shadow Domain, but to what extent, how strong or terrifying it truly was, he would only know after facing more of its effects later. The 10th, now maskless, began silently shifting positions while leaving behind numerous afterimages. Jiang Chen observed carefully and was surprised to discover that these afterimages, though appearing like ordinary illusions, actually possessed nearly all the strength of the original. According to Jiang Chen's estimate, aside from the core techniques exclusive to the 10th sequence of the Black Shadow Immortal Court, the afterimages were capable of replicating nearly everything else. This realization placed a significant pressure on Jiang Chen at that moment. Judging from the speed, the 10th sequence of the Black Shadow Immortal Court seemed capable of manufacturing these afterimages en masse, almost endlessly, top-tier afterimages that matched the original in power. At this moment, a raspy voice came from below, even carrying an undertone of Dingxiao. Let me see how you plan to break free. Even the 9th and 8th sequences of our own Black Shadow Immortal Court only had better luck and slightly greater strengths in certain aspects. As for potential, they surpassed me, which was why they ranked above me. But, once I activated my Black Shadow Domain, even if they fought together, they still wouldn't be my match. At the end, fury and bitterness surged out like a tide, as though this outburst, like a deep, thunderous bell, released the pent-up emotions built over tens of thousands of years. Jiang Chen looked down at the 10th sequence of the Black Shadow Immortal Court, opened his mouth as if to say something, but finally just sighed and spoke helplessly. Your Black Shadow Immortal Court may be powerful, but as far as I'm concerned, this is where it ends. It's over. After watching through all this opponent's techniques, he finally decided to end the fight right away and no longer waste any more time. Just as he finished speaking, the 10th sequence of the Black Shadow Immortal Court responded like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Jiang Chen's words clearly struck a nerve. He immediately began shouting, "You are clearly at the end of your strength, yet you still dare to speak arrogantly here? Just like those two apprentices before you, you possess weak, pathetic power, yet somehow always find unfounded confidence in spewing your delusional boasts." But in the next instant, the 10th finally understood. The words from Jiang Chen were not empty boasts, nor were they arrogant rants. Rather, Jiang Chen possessed real, formidable power sufficient to suppress him. At that very moment, a radiant golden light suddenly erupted from where Jiang Chen stood, spreading outward in ripples like water. Where it passed, the darkness was illuminated. Finally, the entire world was completely bathed in an intense, blinding radiance. Jiang Chen hadn't even used the heaven and earth chessboard yet. He had merely unleashed the power of his pure Yangtze, and already achieved such a result. That was all. Then, Jiang Chen gazed down at the 10th sequence and sighed, saying, "Speaking of it, you really are a decent opponent. It's just that I'm too strong, not that you're too weak." Within this era, calling the 10th sequence outstanding was a slight exaggeration, but calling him top tier was perfectly appropriate. Upon hearing those words, the 10th stared blankly at Jiang Chen above, shocked by that golden radiance, murmuring, "Golden pure, eh?" Unexpectedly, it's actually the golden pure Yangtze. After a pause, he chuckled helplessly and shook his head at Jiang Chen. Never would have thought. Never in a million years. You are truly the golden pure Yangtze. This legendary, supposedly extinct pure Yangtze has actually appeared on you. It's truly unbelievable. Clearly, this 10th sequence disciple of the Black Shadow Immortal Court knew quite a lot about the pure Yangtze. Back in that era, there were still many people who stubbornly refused to give up, always hoping to cultivate the pure Yangtze. So it was normal that such knowledge had been preserved. After another pause, he continued, "Losing to a prodigy like you, I accept my defeat. As long as I'm not like those two seniors of mine, who had no real power yet loved to boast, why would I still harbor such deep resentment toward them even after death?" By the end, the 10th gave a self-mocking smile. Soon after, layer upon layer of golden light enveloped him, and finally, completely dissipated. Jiang Chen had won. Then, he calmly landed on the ground, and saw streams of fortune force entering his sect. Jiang Chen used his divine sense to carefully examine it, and was surprised to discover that this fortune force was extremely strong. It's somewhat unexpected. Didn't expect this fortune force to rival the combined total of more than 100 previous geniuses. That was something Jiang Chen truly hadn't foreseen. He understood there would be gaps in strength, and therefore differences in fortune value too. Chapter 164. There are many geniuses, but they all will call my disciple a genius. Moreover, the gap wouldn't be small. But he never expected that the difference could be so great, that one person could be worth more than 100 others. This gap was completely beyond Jiang Chen's expectation. Then, the Heavenly Tao illusion created another new opponent for Jiang Chen. However, at first glance, Jiang Chen already knew that this opponent didn't possess much strength, so little, in fact, that he couldn't even stir much interest in him. The Heavenly Tao illusion created another new opponent for Jiang Chen. However, at first glance, Jiang Chen already knew that this opponent didn't possess much strength, so little, in fact, that he couldn't even stir much interest in him. Thus, with a casual thrust of his spear, the terrifying physical power, without even employing any Heavenly Tao power, easily killed the opponent. Like this, Jiang Chen was again caught in this kind of boring repetition. Outside the illusion, beside the Heavenly Tao illusion, Chun Xingyi and the other two had been staying close by, keeping watch on the situation appearing within. Earlier, the rate at which the numbers on the Heavenly Tao illusion jumped had clearly slowed down significantly, eventually stopping for quite a while. The three elders were shocked, inwardly feeling anxious for Jiang Chen. Only after Jiang Chen defeated the opponent and the speed of the illusion resumed, did they finally relax a little. Chun Xingyi looked at the other two and quickly said, "Quickly, check who my disciple just defeated. He actually cost him so much time." The Heavenly Tao illusion had its own rules. If the opponent was defeated after a battle lasting over 2 minutes, the people outside were allowed to view the specific identity. But this was conditional on 2 prerequisites being simultaneously met. The opponent must not only be defeated, but the battle must have lasted more than 2 minutes. And viewing was unrestricted. At this moment, however, Chun Xingyi was too busy and couldn't personally check, so he had no choice but to let the sect leader and the elder patriarch do it for him. After hearing Chun Xingyi's words, the sect leader and the elder patriarch nodded slightly, visibly eager. It wasn't just Chun Xingyi. Even they felt extremely excited. Just at that moment, a golden yellow, remarkably thick fortune aura dropped into the sect's fortune pool for temporary storage. Witnessing this scene, the three were momentarily stunned, disbelieving their eyes. What is happening here? Did I see wrong? This fortune aura rivals 100 before this one. My word, truly no wonder he's my disciple. His abilities are indeed remarkable. The three could only exclaim in astonishment, stunned by the shock. As for the Heavenly Tao illusion, they were quite familiar with it, enough to tell, at a glance, approximately how much fortune value it brought and what level of strength it corresponded to. Among those previous 1,000 geniuses, every single one was at the top tier, undoubtedly elite. Therefore, the sect leader and elder patriarch immediately set aside whatever they were doing, concentrated their power, and formally opened the opponent's identity information. As the name, the 10th sequence of the Heiying Xianting, Black Shadow Immortal Court, appeared, the three were stunned. At the very bottom was even a remark given by the Heavenly Tao illusion. At first, just trying out his strength casually, but upon realizing he wasn't all that strong, he killed him with one move. The remark from the Heavenly Tao illusion itself was sharp enough. The sect leader and the other two stared at the comment, falling into a long silence, unable to recover their composure. It was just too shocking. In their eyes, such a comment was indeed incredibly shocking. The Heiying Xianting, if I'm not mistaken, isn't that the immortal court established by the Jinjura master, Heiying 60,000 years ago? The elder patriarch, still shocked, recalled in his mind and finally stated the information about Heiying Xianting. The sect leader beside him nodded, replying, "That's exactly him. And I also know something about the background of this 10th sequence. It can be said that originally he was ranked 10th only in terms of potential, but in terms of actual power, he could easily place within the top 5. Moreover, in his 5th spot, he completely outclassed those following him. 5 of them together still wouldn't be his match." At this time, Chun Xingyi also recalled something, smiling as he said, "Now that you mention it, I also vaguely remember. In ancient records, there were many mentions of this 10th sequence. Among the 4 ranked ahead of him at that time, 2 looked down on him greatly, but each time they faced him, they were severely beaten, making it almost become a heart demon for them. The other 2, though, got along rather well with him. He was only troubled by these 2 for the rest of his life. It's said that when the great upheaval 60,000 years ago came, he originally had the chance to enter the golden immortal realm and survive. Unfortunately, his heart demon held him back, and in the end, during the great turmoil, he perished along with the Heiying Xianting, buried in the past." Speaking of this, Chun Xingyi clearly showed a look of regret. Pausing slightly, he continued, "I also wonder how the Heiying Zhenjura back then actually ranked his own disciples." The other 2 men also shook their heads. Afterward, they kept their hands on the celestial mechanism disc, while keeping a sharp eye on the changing numbers on the Heavenly Tao illusion, fearing that they might miss something. But this situation lasted for quite a while, with Jiang Chen killing every opponent in a single move, one after another. Eventually, even they grew drowsy. Yet without realizing it, Jiang Chen had already defeated 3,000 heavenly geniuses, and the fortune value he gained had surpassed the entire sect's fortune value, even exceeding it by a noticeable amount. This sight left the 3 elders utterly numb. Suddenly, Chun Xingyi curiously said, "If I'm not mistaken, the Heavenly Tao illusion shouldn't allow the one inside to have things too easy. It shouldn't keep arranging weak opponents forever." The sect leader nodded and added, "That's true. From what I remember, once a certain number of consecutive victories is reached, the Heavenly Tao illusion will send opponents clearly stronger than him to interrupt his streak and prevent his fortune from growing endlessly." After hearing their words, the elder patriarch remained silent for a moment, then glanced at the Heavenly Tao illusion and questioned, "Could it be that Jiang Chen has already defeated over 3,000 heavenly geniuses, accumulating fortune surpassing our entire sect, and yet that situation still hasn't occurred. Finally, the three exchanged glances. Chun Qingyi inhaled deeply and gave his opinion. Most likely, every time the Heavenly Tao illusion sends someone to stop Jiang Chen's winning streak, he just treats them as another ordinary genius and kills them in one move. This explanation made the most sense. Yet, it also made them feel truly monstrous. Chun Qingyi then looked at the numbers on the Heavenly Tao illusion, continuously jumping rapidly as the fortune value kept skyrocketing. He had even grown somewhat numb inside. Of course, it wasn't only him. Both the sect leader and elder patriarch felt the same. At this point, their attention was more focused on the celestial mechanism disk, and they had already stopped paying attention to the Heavenly Tao illusion. Looking any further would only make them wonder whether their Tao hearts had been shattered. They had seen many geniuses, heard about many geniuses, but such a prodigy they had truly never seen before. Suddenly, Chun Qingyi spoke. I've seen many geniuses, but they all will call my disciple a genius. Chapter 165, The Shameless Old Woman. In the Divine Water Sect. Inside a grand hall atop a mountain peak, a plump and beautiful woman sat with a glowing complexion and furrowed brows, deep in thought. After a while, the beautiful woman clearly became somewhat angry, murmuring, that shouldn't be the case. When I practiced dual cultivation with Jiang Chen the other day, I didn't sense any reluctance from him. How could he suddenly disappear without a trace? At this point, the woman looked genuinely surprised. She was none other than Shui Qianqiu's master, Shui Ning. Ever since her dual cultivation session with Jiang Chen, she had profoundly experienced what true bliss felt like. After resting for a day to regulate her internal energies and stabilize her cultivation base, she had planned to seek out Jiang Chen again for more sessions, only to discover the young man had vanished. Just disappeared without any explanation. Shui Ning had secretly prepared some tracking measures on Jiang Chen beforehand, precisely to detect his whereabouts should he escape. But now, none of those methods worked. Not even the tracking techniques functioned. In that moment, Shui Ning realized an issue. Where Jiang Chen went must be quite unusual. It was the only explanation for why all her techniques had failed simultaneously. No, wasn't my apprentice living next door to Jiang Chen? I'll capture her and ask questions. Maybe she knows Jiang Chen's exact location. Muttering to herself, one could notice her right hand had dug painfully into her palm as she tried to contain her anger. Even Shui Ning herself probably hadn't expected that she, someone usually calm and unshaken no matter what happened, could have such an intense reaction over Jiang Chen. It could only be said that this dual cultivation session truly affected both her body and heart. Shortly after, Shui Ning reached out with her right hand, tearing open space and dragging over a female figure. With a flick of her sleeve, several pale blue glyphs traveled through spatial cracks into the Sword Cloud sect. These glyphs were used to cover Shui Qianqiu's disappearance. With this, Shui Ning's abduction wouldn't raise suspicion. Meanwhile, Shui Qianqiu was dazed, glancing between her master Shui Ning and the surroundings, murmuring, have I dreamt myself confused? Master said not to return, so why am I dreaming I'm here? Truly confused, that was Shui Qianqiu. After all, her master's usual catchphrase was, don't come back unless necessary, don't come back unless necessary. Even if Shui Qianqiu really had something important and wished to return, her master's reply would only be, stay put. If you need to come back for something this minor, rest assured, I'll handle it for you soon. Given all this, Shui Qianqiu eventually gave up entirely on returning to the Divine Water Sect. She could clearly tell her master was deliberately keeping her away. At this moment, still groggy from sleep, Shui Qianqiu seemed to suddenly recall something, her face darkening with fury. Shui Ning, you old hag. How dare you steal my dual cultivation partner? She had held this grievance all along. How could she not feel wronged? Never had she imagined that her most trusted master would secretly steal her intended cultivation partner, Jiang Chen. Because of that, Jiang Chen didn't even have time to cultivate alongside her that day. Upon hearing this, Shui Ning furrowed her brows, extremely angry. Dead girl, how did I teach you? Did I ever say it was acceptable to speak to your master with such disrespect? What do you mean by stealing your partner? Jiang Chen is simply the most suitable dual cultivation partner under heaven. Not cultivating with him would truly be a waste of my secret dual cultivation technique. After a pause, though somewhat flustered, Shui Ning maintained a calm expression as she continued. Enough, Shui Qianqiu. Don't keep thinking too much all day. To be honest, Jiang Chen will be fought over by many in the future. I merely acted ahead of time to secure him before others could. Later, only we two masters can protect him from those seductive fox-like girls. Do you understand? Shui Qianqiu stared furiously at Shui Ning, too scared to speak further, only able to silently convey her anger this way, silently taking away her Jiang Chen. This made Shui Qianqiu even consider severing her master-disciple relationship. But reason barely managed to suppress this extreme idea. Fine, Shui Ning. Why have you summoned me back this time? Tired of continuing this discussion, Shui Qianqiu looked toward Shui Ning and indifferently asked. Her tone was neutral, almost distant. Shui Ning paused briefly, then gazed at the figure before her, slowly speaking. I've summoned you back this time, hoping to ask how well your information-gathering efforts in the Sword Cloud sect have been going recently. And also to ask how your cultivation progress is coming along. Shui Qianqiu wore a calm expression, though deep within her eyes lay only two words, disbelief. There was no way around it. Based on her understanding of this old woman before her, she wouldn't possibly have specially summoned her back for something this trivial. After all, a long time ago, the woman had even bluntly said, don't report this kind of thing to me again, It's just a waste of time. Shui Qianxiu simply couldn't believe that this woman had genuinely changed so quickly. After a while, Shui Qianxiu reported truthfully without exposing anything. She knew the old woman's real purpose would surely surface soon, and once that happened, she would understand exactly what the old woman was thinking. Sure enough, Shui Ning appeared seemingly indifferent, but in reality paid close attention as she asked, "Oh right, recently regarding that, Jiang Chun was it? Is Jiang Chun still in the Sword Cloud sect?" Shui Qianxiu's face immediately darkened, and she sighed helplessly. "All right, master, making a special trip to drag me back from the Sword Cloud sect just for Jiang Chun seems a bit too much. He's still in the Sword Cloud sect. Could it be you can't find him? It's normal you can't find him. That Jiang Chun has already entered the Heavenly Dao illusion realm. Although your methods are strong, pulling him directly out from the Heavenly Dao illusion realm would be quite difficult." After Shui Qianxiu finished speaking, Shui Ning suddenly understood. She finally knew how that young man could have disappeared so suddenly and remained unseen for so long. He had gone into the Heavenly Dao illusion realm. Then Shui Ning nodded, saying, "My main purpose was about those pieces of information, important sect affairs. Jiang Chen's matter was just a passing inquiry. Don't overthink it." After a pause, Shui Ning suddenly slapped her away with a single blow, leaving behind a sentence. "All right, return and settle down properly. The sect still has many tasks that will require you later. Come back when the time comes." Before being struck away, Shui Qianxiu's mind held only one thought. Indeed, she truly was a shameless old woman. Chapter 166, An Immortal's Reincarnation, Yi Wuya. Inside the Heavenly Dao illusion realm, Jiang Chun had been sweeping through everything with an invincible posture. Along the way, he had also encountered many powerful young elites, such as the Heiying Xianting's 10th-ranked Heaven's Pride. At first, he was somewhat interested and played around with them. Later, when he grew tired, he simply swept his sword once more, crushing them completely. When he saw that the number of young elites he had defeated had reached over 23,000, Jiang Chun actually began to feel bored. These young elites are too weak, not even worthy of sparking the slightest interest. But this endless number of elites, when exactly will it come to an end? Jiang Chun mused silently, unable to understand. Just as he casually swung his sword again, easily slaying another young genius. Suddenly, before him, appeared a line of Heavenly Dao characters. "Congratulations, Challenger Jiang Chun, for successfully crushing countless young elites. Next, you will face an immortal reincarnation, Yi Wuya. Once the challenger defeats Yi Wuya, this Heavenly Dao illusion realm will end." Upon seeing this message, Jiang Chun was momentarily stunned and began searching his memory for anything related to Yi Wuya. However, after thinking for a long time, he could not find any information about Yi Wuya. Strange. An immortal's reincarnation, such a monstrous talent, should be a well-known figure in history. Why is there not even a trace of information about him? Jiang Chun muttered, puzzled and perplexed. Yi Wuya. These three characters were entirely unfamiliar to him. Yet considering the implication of the prefix, immortal's reincarnation, there was no way such a figure would exist in history without fame. Suddenly, Jiang Chun paused, as if realizing something, murmuring, right. The reason the immortal reincarnation has no history or reputation is likely because all his information has been hidden by the Heavenly Dao. That must be it. Upon realizing this, Jiang Chun suddenly felt a surge of excitement. Even with all the endless rewards provided by his system, nearly reaching peerless power among his peers, he was eager to see what strength an immortal reincarnation would possess. Sure enough, the moment this thought appeared in his mind, suddenly, the entire Heavenly Dao illusion realm underwent a drastic change. After a long while, finally, a white-haired youth, wearing a white robe, appeared before Jiang Chun, offering a slight smile before saying, "Hello, I am Yi Wuya. All your information has already entered my divine consciousness through this Heavenly Dao illusion realm. I understand you completely." He paused. Then the white-haired youth suddenly smiled, saying slowly, "You are strong, perhaps the strongest Heaven's Pride I've ever seen in all these years, other than the immortal reincarnations themselves. It's nearly unimaginable that someone could be this perfect. Heaven bestowed divine ability Heaven-Earth chessboard, true dragon 9 transformations, not to mention the golden pure yang holy body. The foundation beneath your feet is rock solid. Frankly, I couldn't find even the slightest flaw on you. So, I believe this battle will excite me greatly." Pausing again, Yi Wuya smiled. For so many years now, no one has been able to enter the Heavenly Dao illusion realm without limits and fight against us immortal reincarnations. But you did it. I am excited. And I'm curious. I want to know exactly where your limit lies. Although Yi Wuya's words were polite and not laced with offense, the confidence between the lines spoke volumes, like he was declaring, "It's already your greatest honor that your challenge has allowed me to go all out." An intense, unmistakable self-assurance unique to immortal reincarnations fully burst forth from Yi Wuya. Jiang Chun looked at Yi Wuya but did not feel anger. Instead, his blood boiled with excitement. He, too, looked forward to fighting the person before him. Perhaps, only by fighting him could he discover unexpected gains. Furthermore, it had been an awfully long time since he had experienced a fulfilling, hard-fought battle among equals. He hoped he could feel that sensation again through Yi Wuya. "I'm also looking forward to fighting you, and to seeing if the so-called immortal reincarnation is truly invincible." A smile curled at the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth, and with it came a surge of confidence and wildness. Needle against wheat spike. The battle was about to begin. Outside the Heavenly Dao illusion realm, Chun Qingyi, the Grand Elder, and the sect leader were intently staring at the Heaven Fate disc, awaiting its next message. After a pause, the Grand Elder frowned and said doubtfully, "Is it possible that we're asking for too much information at once, causing the Heaven Fate disc to slow down in its calculations? In theory, an artifact of this level should be able to calculate everything." The Grand Elder even suspected that perhaps Chun Qingyi had brought out a counterfeit Heaven Fate disc to fool them all. He looked toward Chun Qingyi and, with a somewhat helpless tone, said, "Chun Qingyi, I know you care deeply for your disciple. Everyone in the Xianyun Sword Sect, from top to bottom, values your disciple. But still, you can't use a fake Heaven Fate disc to carry out this divination. What effect could that possibly have?" When Chun Qingyi heard these words from the Grand Elder, he first paused, stunned, as he looked at him in surprise, then said, What exactly are you implying? You're suspecting that the Heaven Fate disc I brought is counterfeit? Can't you tell whether this Heaven Fate disc is real or fake?" At this moment, the sect leader, wearing a solemn expression, spoke up. "Enough. Both of you, stop arguing. Of all times, how can you still be discussing such irrelevant things now?" Ordinarily, the sect leader was always cheerful and respectful, both toward the Grand Elder and Chun Qingyi. But under the current circumstances, he had no wish to see them still bickering over meaningless matters. After a pause, the sect leader continued, "The Heaven Fate disc Chun Qingyi has brought forth is genuine. It truly is our sect's supreme ancient treasure from the primordial era, the Heaven Fate disc. The reason why it hasn't completed its calculations until now is very simple." The sect leader's face darkened as he explained, "It's because this life's events are far more terrifying than we had imagined. If I'm not mistaken, it's because an immortal has reincarnated. Previously, we had always assumed this great struggle era was merely a case of a Xian immortal or even a Jin immortal reincarnating. But we never once considered the possibility of a true immortal reincarnating. However, whether it's a Xian immortal or a Jin immortal reincarnation, the Heaven Fate disc would not take this long to divine. Moreover, the 9 radiant beams atop the Heaven Fate disc have already been pushed to their maximum capacity, meaning the Heaven Fate disc is already exerting all of its strength." Chapter 167. Intense Battle, Anticipation. As soon as these words were spoken, Chun Qingyi and the Supreme Elder fell completely silent, and even the sect leader fell into silence as well. Previously, they had been overjoyed. Jiang Chun had cut through all obstacles, sweeping everything aside, even killing a full 20,000 heaven-bestowed geniuses. This signified that in this lifetime, Jiang Chun was invincible. Even those top-tier geniuses from past histories would only be able to wail in Jiang Chun's presence. One sword strike ended them all. They had even almost seen the scene where Jiang Chun seized the source of the Tao of Heaven, stood atop the world, and led the Immortal Cloud Sword Sect to establish a celestial court. Yet none of the three had considered that everything wouldn't be so simple. This era was not the same fiercely competitive age as previous ones. It was likely far more terrifying than they had imagined. The appearance of reincarnated immortals meant that the competition in this lifetime would be exceptionally fierce. At this moment, spatial cracks were torn open, and the 3 elders, having gone through their cool-down period, had once again arrived here. The time they had spent here during these few days even exceeded what they had spent here over the last 10,000 years. After seeing the number displayed in the Tao of Heaven illusion, the 3 old men laughed joyfully. Not bad, truly my disciple. Unrestricted Heaven Tao illusion, killing a full 20,000 heavens geniuses. Indeed, the unrestricted Heaven Tao illusion only displays top-tier geniuses from past eras. That Jiang Chun could kill so many must be admitted as unparalleled talent. TSK, whose disciple do you think you're talking about? I was the one who tempered his golden pure yang saint body. That's most important. You two are only half his master at best, while I am his true master. Old Master Lu said proudly, just as the 3 were about to start arguing. The sect leader, upon seeing the 3 ancestors arrive, couldn't help but interrupt them, shouting urgently, 3 venerable ancestors, please come and have a look at the heavenly mechanism disk's condition. It seems a bit different from the past. Upon hearing this, the 3 venerable ancestors first frowned. Although they had extremely favorable attitudes toward Jiang Chun, their attitudes toward the others weren't very warm. However, upon learning it was about the heavenly mechanism disk, their expressions immediately became serious. The 3 walked directly to the heavenly mechanism disk. They didn't spend even a second glancing at the Supreme Elder or Chun Qingyi, focusing completely on the disk. Seeing the heavenly mechanism disk, their expressions changed instantly. Strange, when we last came here, the calculation of the heavenly mechanism disk hadn't reached this degree of complexity yet. Just what happened during this period? Why has the heavenly mechanism disk run into such a blockage? Master Chen first showed surprise, then spoke gravely. The 3 elders' understanding of the heavenly mechanism disk was naturally far deeper than that of Chun Qingyi and the others. They also clearly knew the true terrifying nature of the heavenly mechanism disk. There was nothing under heaven that this artifact could not calculate. Unless it was calculating something terrifying, otherwise it absolutely shouldn't be like this. Looking at Master Chun, the sect leader didn't know what to say for a moment. At this moment, the sect leader looked at Master Chun in silence for a moment before finally saying, the heavenly mechanism disk is calculating whether there is currently someone in this world who poses a threat to Jiang Chun. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of the 3 elders turned even graver. The Supreme Elder and the other 2 quietly stood aside, not speaking and not daring to speak. After all, Only these three ancient ancestors could understand such a complicated situation. Suddenly, Old Mu's expression became complicated, and one could even see his body trembling slightly. However, the tremor was too subtle, and since everyone else was deep in thought, no one noticed this detail. Old Mu inhaled deeply, then looked at Master Chun and Master Lu, slowly speaking. Do you think it's like that scenario? Clearly, the three of them had encountered the same situation before. Therefore, they clearly understood exactly what this situation with the heavenly mechanism disc signified. Upon hearing this, Master Chun and Master Lu deeply nodded at the same time. It seems we've got to confirm then. It really is reincarnated immortals. The heavenly mechanism disc is said to be the top artifact for calculations in the immortal cultivation world. Even reincarnated immortals can be calculated, it just takes some extra effort. However, if this sort of situation arises with the heavenly mechanism disc, it indicates that this time's reincarnation of immortals is different from before. This time, there's at least 9 or more. It seems during the upcoming fiercely competitive age, many terrifying beings will appear. Old Mu said helplessly. Chun Xingyi and the other two, who had been listening to Old Mu speak, had expressions that turned extremely grim, clearly not having expected that it was truly as the sect leader had said. Reincarnated immortals. And judging from the situation, this wasn't ordinary reincarnated immortals. There could be as many as 9 reincarnated immortals. The Great Contest era, never before had there been such intense turmoil. But this time, such a situation was completely unexpected, even to the point they didn't know why. Suddenly, Old Mu looked toward the Heaven Dao illusion, glancing at everyone and slowly speaking. This time, Jiang Chun should have stayed inside for quite a while. The result still hasn't been decided, right? Only then did Chun Xingyi and the other two recall the Heaven Dao illusion and turned their gazes toward it. After seeing the number displayed, they immediately understood the situation. For the three of them, deliberately memorizing numbers wasn't necessary. However, with their current cultivation attainments, perfect memory after a single glance was now effortlessly natural. Therefore, they deduced the situation immediately. Yes, the outcome hasn't been decided yet. It's probably been going on for quite some time. Chun Xingyi had Chun Zhanshi, reincarnated immortals, on his mind the entire time, so his tone was somewhat indifferent as he answered this question. However, by the end, his complexion suddenly changed. The result hasn't been decided yet. It's been going on for quite some time. These two pieces of information caused his pupils to widen immediately, and a guess suddenly formed in his mind. It wasn't only him. Both the sect leader and the supreme elder revealed similar expressions. Clearly, they had all reached similar conclusions. But no one voiced it. No one dared speak this bold assumption aloud, because even contemplating this guess brought immense pressure upon them. Pressure so great that they couldn't even bring themselves to say it. Finally, Old Mu sighed and slowly said, "It's truly as I thought. Although no one has ever stated where the end of the unrestricted threshold leads. But we had long guessed it. The unrestricted threshold's endpoint is precisely the reincarnation of immortals. Right now, this little kid Jiang Chun should be engaged in fierce battle against a reincarnated immortal. I wonder what the final result will be. Will he actually be able to stand against this reincarnated immortal?" As he said this, Old Mu couldn't help but show some expectation. Expectation that Jiang Chun must defeat this reincarnated immortal. No one truly knew just how powerful a reincarnated immortal could be. Chapter 168. The terrifying power of heaven and earth's rules, broken. Because no one had ever forced him to reach his limit before. But now, Jiang Chun represented the ultimate combat strength at the same cultivation level within the entire immortal cultivation world, and facing off against a reincarnated immortal might not necessarily lead to defeat. The 6 of them simply stood there without speaking. You all get ready. As soon as the Tianji plate finishes its calculation and reveals the result, observe it immediately. Old Mu gave the order. At this moment, within the Heavens Dao illusion realm, Jiang Chun stared at the white-haired youth before him. The boy radiated ethereal immortal energy and arrogance, yet exuded an aura of terrifying and immense power from head to toe. For reasons unknown, under the oppressive pressure of this aura, Jiang Chun dared not even make the first move. Of course, such hesitation was only a fleeting moment, enough to prevent him from acting. Suddenly, the white-haired youth gazed at Jiang Chun and gave a slight smile. "Kneel." The voice was calm, yet carried an irresistible might, as if mountains were collapsing and seas surging, falling from the sky, violently pressing down upon Jiang Chun. Boom, boom, boom. The forces of the heaven and earth, the power of the cosmic rules, all seemed to be under the white-haired youth's control. With each word spoken, unimaginable power crushed toward Jiang Chun like avalanches, pressing, crushing, and crushing him again and again. Jiang Chun's eyes turned blood red. He fixed his gaze on the youth, his robes instantly bursting apart under the horrifying restraint of the cosmic laws, revealing his flawless physique. His golden-colored skin radiated dazzling brilliance, constantly erupting and spreading light. Eventually, a faint shadow of a dragon appeared behind Jiang Chun as well, clearly under strain as it resisted the laws and rules of heaven and earth. Gazing at the white-haired youth before him, Jiang Chun murmured, "Is this really a reincarnation of an immortal?" With only a word, the rules of the universe serve him. Frightening, too frightening. Such a person is monstrous. Who in this entire world can possibly be his equal? This was something Jiang Chun couldn't comprehend. But his physical body was rapidly expanding, his power surging wildly, every single cell seemingly celebrating and exulting. Finally, having found a sufficiently powerful opponent worth challenging, Witnessing this, the youth merely smiled lightly and praised, "Not bad. A mere mortal who can withstand heavenly suppression. It's a testament to your strength that you've made it this far, to the endless end. In the past, I have encountered many geniuses. Even in the boundless realm, they, too, reached the end and fought against me. Pity, with merely a single word from me, they would fall to their knees, crushed by the laws of heaven and earth, so utterly boring. But you are different. I actually believe you could bring me some surprises." With that, the white-haired youth burst into laughter. "In that case, let's try this." As his words faded, his ring suddenly detached itself from his finger and floated into the air. The youth's eyes shimmered with golden light as he stared at Jiang Chun, lifting the corner of his mouth. 10,000 swords. Annihilate. In an instant, 10,000 swords flew from the space ring and filled the air, hurling themselves continuously toward Jiang Chun. Sharp sword beams, carrying countless sword auras, 10,000 swords formed in near-perfect, flawless killing sword formation, enclosing Jiang Chun tightly within. Sword chi rained down like a storm. Boom, boom. As the sword energies swept across, Jiang Chen's physical body was no longer invincible as it had always been in previous battles, not even capable of keeping his skin unscathed. Quite the opposite, his body was now rapidly deteriorating, golden blood gushing like fountains. Yet another immense power was at work, repairing the damage. Caught between the immense destructive and healing forces, Jiang Chun could barely hold on to his current state. Not dying, but certainly not unharmed either. Witnessing this, the reincarnated immortal softly chuckled again. "Good. Very good. Then next, I'll allow you to counterattack me. I hope this time, you'll spark just a bit of interest for me. Don't turn out like those previous wastes. Your slightest attack becomes your absolute limit, just like all those other pathetic ants." His tone remained gentle as always, but beneath the calmness lay confidence and invincibility. The 10,000 sword array, having exhausted its energy, temporarily retreated into the storage ring. Like a giant, Jiang Chun stood tall, a grin on his lips. Yet because of his current battered appearance, the expression looked incredibly grotesque and terrifying. The wounds on his body were healing at an incredibly rapid pace. Jiang Chun looked at the youth and suddenly smiled. "Allow me to strike back? You might come to regret it." Saying so, he licked his lips, and even in his eyes, a trace of crimson madness appeared. At this moment, an intense fighting will fill Jiang Chen's mind. He even felt that as long as he could defeat the immortal before him, the power of the Wudi Da Dao, Invincible Dao, would finally coalesce in this instant. Yet Yi Wuyao still wore a gentle smile, gazing at Jiang Chun, smirking slightly. "Of course I won't regret it. Actually, in this Heaven's Dao illusion realm, I've been too lonely. Not having tasted defeat in all these years, if I could actually be defeated by you, I believe it would be quite a fortunate thing." Yi Wuyao's tone was calm, yet arrogant and confident, and yet, he was completely sincere. His words were indeed truthful. Just as he had said, too conceited, but at the same time, too lonely. He also truly wanted to see whether someone from the cultivation world could truly defeat him in the same cultivation realm. Jiang Chun nodded, then suddenly slashed out a sword beam. The terrifying blade pierced through space and struck straight into the opponent. Boom! A deafening sound rang out, but in front of Yi Wuyao, there was an invisible barrier, firmly blocking the force. Not even an inch of progress was made. Yi Wuyao smiled. "Around my body is an invisible barrier, and the strength of this barrier is not something you can easily shatter. If you want to destroy this barrier, it's very simple. Your strength must surpass the power of the rules themselves. Even with your heaven and earth chessboard, it may not possess such power. So, use your full strength. As long as you can make my defense crack, even for a moment, it will be enough to prove your incredible strength." Confidence, immense, unshakable confidence, was fully displayed in this moment. And this was also the greatest advantage of being a reincarnated immortal. That was to say, the rules of this place belonged to him. As for others, attempting to break those rules was simply impossible. Jiang Chun nodded, fully agreeing. "Your words are quite convincing. Perhaps, the power of the heaven and earth chessboard may indeed be insufficient to shatter your barrier. But, what if the heaven and earth chessboard is combined with another terrifying force? Perhaps that will be enough to crush you." Jiang Chun said, calm yet resolute. Chapter 169 Purple Golden Light, Highest Priority. After saying that, the immortal reincarnated, Yi Wuya, looked at Jiang Chun before him, slightly raising his eyebrows, showing a trace of anticipation. "Is that so? I actually want to see where your limit lies." By the end, he even smiled, a faint smile that concealed whether it was contempt or admiration. Contempt toward a youth who dared to claim he could break his defense, or admiration for this fearless young man, daring like a new calf unafraid of tigers. Hearing this, Jiang Chun didn't say anything, only smiled slightly. The next moment, the power of the celestial chessboard instantly spanned across the heavens, appearing above them, its terrifying rules power surging endlessly like thunder roaring and thick clouds gathering. Rumble, rumble. Heavenly thunder rumbled, lightning columns as thick as water snakes continuously descending, striking onto the immortal reincarnated. Yet from beginning to end, he remained composed, completely unaffected. Suddenly, the immortal reincarnated gazed at Jiang Chun, as though looking at an ant blinded by illusion, dwelling in self-made fantasies. Feeling somewhat pitying, he spoke. "Your name is Jiang Chun. There's one thing I must admit. You truly are the most gifted genius I've encountered in all these years. And you even gained the recognition of the celestial chessboard, obtaining such a divine ability." He paused, then continued. But what if I told you everything you rely on is ultimately powerless against me? Would that be terribly cruel to you? Upon hearing this, Jiangchen glanced at Yi Wuya, slightly furrowing his brows before asking, why do you say that? As an immortal reincarnation, Yi Wuya naturally knew far more than Jiangchen. Yi Wuya smiled, then sighed, his gaze filled with admiration and pity. I fear saying this will shatter your invincible heart. But no matter. Let me tell you. Do you know that among the heavens and earth, the power of laws has different levels of priority? And the power of our immortal reincarnations ranks as the second highest in priority. At this, Yi Wuya smirked proudly and continued. With this level of priority, your strength, everything about you, seems utterly useless. The celestial chessboard may be powerful, capable of changing celestial rules and even challenging me. But ultimately, compared to my priority level, your celestial chessboard is simply too weak. After he finished speaking, Jiang Chun ignored his words and shook his head, saying, those things don't matter. What matters is that I dare to strike at you. If I lost my courage to attack you just because of what you said, then what hope would I have for the Tao, for invincibility? Yi Wuya's words hadn't shaken Jiang Chun even slightly. Jiang Chun clearly knew that once he had decided to walk the path of invincibility, he had to persist all the way through, unafraid of anything. Even if the opponent ahead was hundreds or thousands of times stronger than him, what of it? He still dared to unsheath his long blade, bravely facing his enemy. The next moment, a massive golden chessboard descended from the sky, smashing through the surrounding defenses, fully entering the space where the two would battle. As soon as the celestial chessboard landed, it unleashed tremendous mighty power. Yet within an instant, this power immediately dissipated without leaving the slightest trace. Witnessing this scene, Yi Wuya began to laugh. "Ly. I admire your courage, but unfortunately, in front of absolute power, you're far, far behind. Well then, now you'll understand what you've been relying on." Before he finished speaking, Yi Wuya's expression abruptly changed, as if seeing something that terrified, horrified, even shocked him beyond belief. The power of the celestial chessboard began to surge violently, waves of energy rising in a chaotic storm. Yi Wuya froze, utterly stunned, seeing the light radiating outward, originally white, crushed effortlessly by him, shifting to purple, and finally becoming golden, equal to his own. Golden? What exactly is your celestial chessboard? Why does its priority level match mine exactly, being golden in color? Yi Wuya roared in confusion and fury, deeply enraged, as though hating the heavens for entrusting such a divine treasure into the hands of an ordinary mortal. Utterly absurd. Upon hearing Yi Wuya's words, Jiang Chen merely smirked coldly. My celestial chessboard is far more terrifying than you imagine. This isn't even its limit yet. By the end, Jiang Chen was already shouting furiously, as though releasing all his accumulated frustration within in one single breath. Limit. Perhaps he had already reached his. But the celestial chessboard had not yet reached its limit at all. Golden power continued to surge wildly, erupting endlessly, releasing terrifying waves unique to itself. In the end, the color was still changing, endlessly shifting. But no matter how it changed, it always returned to gold. Yet finally, a layer of purple glow gradually emerged on the color. It turned into purple golden. Jiang Chen looked on, discovering in this moment that the immortal reincarnated Yi Wuya's expression had already turned fearful, utterly stunned, even, as if witnessing something shocking and unfathomable. This. Are you insane? This is actually the highest priority rule power. Why? Why does such power fall into your hands, into the hands of you insignificant, contemptible ant? Unable to suppress his shock any longer, Yi Wuya finally roared. He never expected that in this battle, he, believing himself in total control, toying with Jiang Chun like playing with trash, only to see Jiang Chun unleash such horrifying power in the end. Even he, an immortal reincarnated, never possessed such a high-priority law power, yet Jiang Chun did. This single truth he could neither believe nor accept. Hearing this, Jiang Chun simply smiled slightly, then said, why the excitement? Next, I will tear through your defenses and defeat you. Witnessing this proud immortal reincarnation, finally losing the former arrogance, the former audacity, instead revealing his true face, Jiang Chun became truly intrigued. He very much wanted to see whether this one could accept defeat. Yi Wuya seemed to have lost himself in his own world, violently trembling, murmuring, impossible. This is impossible. How could this happen? Each word clearly revealing how frightened, how terrified he now was. Suddenly, Jiang Chun smiled. So much talk about a worthless ant, a mortal, as if you looked down on us so greatly. I would really like to know then, when defeated by a mortal, an ant in your eyes, how would you feel? Chapter 170, Old Lu's Sigh. These words were undoubtedly like a sharp blade, forcefully pulling Yi Wuya, who had been on the verge of madness, back into reality through sheer shock. He was stunned, utterly stunned, staring at Jiang Chun with his mouth opening and closing, as if countless cruel words were about to pour forth. He ultimately swallowed them down. Speechless. Indeed, at this moment, Yi Wuya deeply understood, when it came to combat power, when it came to strength. He was far inferior to Jiang Chun, left far behind. His pride and confidence as a reincarnated immortal shattered completely at this moment, vanishing into thin air. Yi Wuya could only stare at Jiang Chun, inhaling deeply, eyes unwavering, before finally uttering slowly, I will wait for you in this grand struggle of the age. Without waiting for Jiang Chun's move, He chose the path of immortal dissolution within the heavenly Tao illusion. His body cracked like a shattered porcelain vase, tiny fissures first appearing, then shattering into pieces, scattering into the air. This was Yi Wuya's chosen manner of death, a final preservation of dignity. He still could not accept being defeated by Jiang Chun, a mere mortal who had beheaded him with his giant sword. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Chun murmured softly, "The grand struggle of the age, waiting for me. What does that mean?" Pondering over those words, he soon understood, as if grasping some hidden meaning. It seems, within this grand struggle of the age, those fellows also intend to get involved. Jiang Chun narrowed his eyes. He had felt the power of a reincarnated immortal, and during his battle with Yi Wuya, he truly realized the considerable, perhaps even significant, gap between them. This was regarding overall comprehensive strength. Initially, Yi Wuya had only sought to suppress him by manipulating the cosmic rules, standing in supreme dominance. In the end, Yi Wuya perhaps hadn't expected that Jiang Chun could also dominate him through that very method, leaving him no choice but to dissolve immortally. The threat of reincarnated immortals is quite real, and moreover, Yi Wuya is probably only one among many, not the only one. As for the strength of others, I have yet to understand how powerful they truly are. Jiang Chun mused inwardly. Then, the mighty, emotionless voice of the heavenly Tao sounded again. Jiang Chun of the Sky Cloud Sword Sect has successfully defeated Yi Wuya, the reincarnated immortal. The heavenly Tao illusion concludes. In 5 seconds, Jiang Chun shall be automatically transported out. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chun stood silently in place, saying nothing, merely waiting. As a brilliant golden light enveloped him, he knew it was time to leave. Outside the heavenly Tao illusion, 3 elders, along with sect leader Chen Qingyi, had been silently observing everything here. They first looked toward the illusion itself, sinking into thought. Strange, truly strange, Jiang Chun hasn't been expelled yet. At this moment, Elder Chen looked toward the drawn-out, unresolved illusion with furrowed brows, deep in contemplation. There was no helping it. No fault lay with Elder Chen for thinking so. Given the current situation, who could believe that Jiang Chun would not be defeated? But upon Elder Chen uttering those words, Elder Lu beside him immediately roared in anger. "Old Chun, have you gone mad? What do you mean? Is the hope of our Sky Cloud Sword Sect worth so little that you dare underestimate it so greatly? You actually believe a reincarnated immortal can surpass Jiang Chun?" Upon hearing this, sect leader Chen Qingyi silently approved, feeling that Elder Lu had spoken his own mind, voicing precisely what he wanted to say yet was reluctant to do to Elder Chen's authority. However, the sect leader and the supreme elder were clearly more composed, leaning toward reason and agreeing more with Elder Chen's view. Jiang Chun might be powerful, there was no dispute over that. But when compared with a reincarnated immortal, there remained a noticeable gap. Meanwhile, Elder Mu stared intently at the heavenly Tao illusion, expressionless, revealing nothing of what was going through his mind at this moment. Yet it was clear, this situation unsettled him. Hearing Elder Lu's words, Elder Chen merely let out a soft sigh and replied, "Old Lu, you don't understand just how powerful a reincarnated immortal can be." He wanted to continue, but unexpectedly, Elder Lu flared his temper, raising his voice in cold rebuttal. Even the strongest reincarnated immortal still walks on 2 legs, moves with 2 arms, and possesses only 1 head, no different from anyone else. As he spoke, Elder Lu stood proudly, chest puffed out. Just take a good look at this kid Jiang Chun. Tell me, who in the mortal world could possibly stand against him? Even the usually most quiet and reserved Elder Mu let out a sigh and finally spoke up at this moment. "Old Lu, Elder Chun is right. It's indeed no easy feat for Jiang Chun to overcome a reincarnated immortal, perhaps even extremely difficult." What Elder Chen had said caused Elder Lu to erupt with indignation. However, Elder Mu's words left Elder Lu with his mouth slightly open, the fiery expression on his face fading instantly. He knew full well how much Elder Mu had always believed in Jiang Chun. He would never say such a thing unless there was absolutely no hope left. Elder Lu's face instantly fell into gloom as he mumbled, "Could it be? Even the golden Pyongyang holy body, rumored to provoke jealousy from the heavenly Tao itself, is utterly useless against a reincarnated immortal." Yes, this was Elder Lu's deepest obsession. His pursuit of the path of physical cultivation was nothing short of obsessive, even verging on fanatical. One must understand, the golden Pyongyang holy body was exactly as Elder Lu described and believed it to be, an unrivaled and sweeping powerhouse. However, there was one critical point. Immortals aren't merely judged by their physical bodies. Elder Chun, seeing this rare opportunity to finally get a word in, calmly resumed the speech that Elder Lu had interrupted earlier. "Old Lu, I know how much you believe in this kid Jiang Chun. Not a single one of us here fails to see his potential. But you must understand, reincarnated immortals are, in every aspect, beings of invincibility. There was once an era of great upheaval, when reincarnated immortals appeared. There's only ever been one summary said about them. To defeat a reincarnated immortal, only another reincarnated immortal could possibly do so. To overcome one by mere strength, utterly impossible." Pausing, Elder Chen's face turned even graver. And what's truly most terrifying about reincarnated immortals is that they possess a virtually unsolvable advantage, the ability to manipulate the cosmic laws at any time and place, and with extreme priority. "Do you understand now?" Elder Lu sighed, shaking his head in reluctant resignation. "I understand. It's just that I'm not ready to accept it. This era truly belonged to Jiang Chun, yet suddenly reincarnated immortals emerged. 9 of them in succession. I can't bear the thought of watching such a brilliant talent perish in conflict. The essence of the heavenly Tao itself has no room for him. Yet clearly he had the power to crush all opposition and seize the core of the Tao. Chapter 171. A victory by the narrowest margin. At this very moment, the heavenly Tao illusion realm suddenly underwent a tremendous transformation. Cracks began to appear across the illusionary realm, followed by a rapid, violent shattering. Seeing this scene unfold, the pupils of Chun Lao and the other two trembled simultaneously. Hurry up, prepare to repair Jiang Chen's Tao heart. Yes, repair Jiang Chen's Tao heart, otherwise we're finished. The power within their bodies was fully unleashed in this moment. Terrifying auras surged like ocean waves, as they all braced themselves completely. That Jiang Chun could no longer refine the path of invincibility was one thing. It was even just a minor issue. However, if his Tao heart were to collapse and they continued to act, it might still be possible to stop it and perhaps minimize the damage. But if they did nothing, it might set off a chain reaction, ultimately resulting in Jiang Chen's death. This was their greatest fear. Even Chun Qingyi and the Zhongzhu exchanged glances, at a loss about what to do in this moment. Suddenly, Chun Qingyi spoke. What do we do? Should we intervene and help? If my disciple's Tao heart collapses, it'll be a huge problem. The Zhongzhu remained silent for a moment before slowly replying. Intervene and help? You think that if we intervene, we could actually do anything useful? As he spoke, a bitter smile appeared on his face. Indeed, their intervention wouldn't really accomplish anything. The three elders' power surpassed theirs by far. At that moment, the three elders suddenly sensed a tremendous surge in their own strength. The increase was so immense that for a moment, they all felt disoriented. What's going on? Why is my power rising so rapidly? That's right, my strength has actually nearly reached the golden immortal realm. What exactly is happening? Everyone was stunned, unable to process the rapid growth in power. They had been stuck in the Xian immortal realm, unable to break into the golden immortal realm, not due to a lack of understanding, but because of one thing alone, the lack of fortune. Since the Tianji plate had been exposed and the Xianyun sword sect had been besieged by various factions, much of their fortune had been lost. Now, it was even worse than before. Stuck at Xian immortal, neither able to advance nor retreat. In the cultivation world, fortune was especially crucial. Without enough fortune, your cultivation ceiling was firmly locked in place. Even if your comprehension allowed you to surpass a higher realm and achieve greater power, a lack of fortune would stop you from progressing even a single step. The current situation could only mean one thing. The Xianyun sword sect's fortune had reached an absolutely terrifying level, not necessarily rivaling the Great Holy Lands, but at the very least far stronger than most other sections. Otherwise, how could there be such a sudden, massive increase in power? The three elders looked at each other, suspecting an answer, yet hesitating to speak. As for Chun Qingyi, the Zhongzhu, and the others, they also had guesses, but like the elders, they dared not say anything. The reason was simple. They all believed their own guess might be too absurd. So absurd that even they themselves felt the idea was overly exaggerated and unlikely. Chun Qingyi took a deep breath, about to voice his thoughts. But just then, old Mu's eyes lit up as he hurriedly exclaimed, I understand. You were all paying attention to the Tianji plate earlier and ignored the fortune value. In fact, the fortune from Jiang Chun defeating so many prodigies was already extremely strong. But to raise our power to the golden immortal realm, clearly impossible. After all, the sect's original fortune could barely push us into the Xian immortal realm, and that's it. The gap between Xian immortal and golden immortal isn't something measured in mere tenfold or hundredfold increases. But now we have broken through into the golden immortal realm, which means Jiang Chun likely has already defeated the reincarnated immortal. Only that could cause such a surge in our strength. Although old Mu also found this conclusion quite incredible and difficult to believe, he couldn't deny the truth before them. It must have been the case. Otherwise, how else could this happen? After hearing old Mu's words, Elder Lu and Elder Chen even wondered if he had gone mad. Yet, after thinking it over carefully, they realized Elder Mu wasn't the one who had gone insane. It might just be them. Jiang Chen's current combat power had reached an extremely terrifying level. To put it precisely, it would be an exaggeration to say he had absolutely no chance against an immortal reincarnation. But at the very least, he had about a 10% chance. In no time, old Mu inhaled deeply and said, Our impression of an immortal reincarnation is too rigid. We believe such a being is absolutely unbeatable and impossible to defeat. But in reality, that's not the case. An immortal reincarnation is indeed very powerful, but not to such an extreme level. Jiang Chen's strength is far more terrifying than we imagined. At this moment, including elders Lu and Chun, and even the three people like Chun Qingyi, they had already begun to accept this slightly absurd but reasonable truth. It indeed seemed to be the case. But no one spoke, no one voiced agreement with old Mu. Everyone focused intently on the heavenly Tao illusion realm, waiting for the final result. Whether it was as old Mu had said or not, soon enough, everything would be known. In the next moment, Jiang Chun was seen slowly walking out of the heavenly Tao illusion realm, a faint smile on his face, an expression of familiar confidence. Moreover, they could sense an even more formidable power emanating from him. Elder Mu and Chun Qingyi, in particular, upon first sight of Jiang Chun, immediately noticed that his invincible Tao cultivation had improved significantly. No, to be precise, compared to before he entered the heavenly Tao illusion realm, his power had increased by hundreds or even thousands of times. Such a tremendous breakthrough naturally gave everyone a plausible explanation. Finally, Chen Qingyi looked at Jiang Chun, inhaled deeply, and asked, Jiang Chun, did you defeat the immortal reincarnation? As soon as the question was asked, everyone's eyes locked onto Jiang Chun. It was a simple question, yet one they were all extremely curious about. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chun smiled faintly, then said, a narrow victory. I almost lost. This was no joke. Jiang Chun knew very well that if the divine laws had been equal, he would definitely have lost to the immortal reincarnation. Chapter 172. Preparing to refine a perfect golden core. In this world, few people even know of the existence of immortals who have undergone reincarnation. Yet those few individuals tend to believe that the greatest strength of a reincarnated immortal lies in the power of heavenly laws. Regarding this, Jiang Chun held a slightly different view. These reincarnated immortals were overly arrogant, treating everything around them with contempt. No one could draw their attention. No one could make them exert even a bit more effort. Therefore, they would forcefully suppress anyone with the power of heavenly laws alone. However, when facing Jiang Chun, the power of heavenly laws failed. The reason the reincarnated immortal had chosen to discard his physical body in battle and fall with a semblance of dignity was because Jiang Chun's command over heavenly laws was far superior to his own. Otherwise, forgetting heavenly laws and looking purely at actual combat strength, Jiang Chun truly wasn't a match for Yi Weiyao. Upon hearing Jiang Chun's response, it felt as if their absurd suspicions had been confirmed. In the eyes of everyone present, Jiang Chun was indeed powerful, extremely so. Within the same cultivation realm, throughout the entire cultivation world, finding someone who could defeat him was nearly impossible. But he had forcefully proven something terrifying to them all. Everyone had thought that some mountains were too tall to be climbed over, merely to be looked upon in admiration. But now, they realized even those peaks could be overcome. Elder Lu, Elder Chun, Elder Mu, and others all had their expressions frozen as they stared at Jiang Chun. It was difficult to tell what exactly was going through their minds in that moment. Perhaps it was astonishment. Perhaps it was shock. Perhaps it was their minds overwhelmed by the intense, unbelievable information to the point of temporary numbness. Finally, Elder Chen gave a bitter laugh and slowly said, never would have thought it. Never in my wildest dreams. Even a reincarnated immortal couldn't stand against you. Jiang Chun, I thought I had already overestimated you. But apparently, every time you show me more, I still underestimated you. After Elder Chen's complex words echoed out, everyone at that moment shared the same sentiment. Especially the sect leader and the Grand Elder. Their feelings for Jiang Chun aligned perfectly with what Elder Chen expressed. Jiang Chun continued to surprise them with endless new heights of power, reshaping their impressions of him constantly. Every time, proving to them once more that he was, truly, invincible within the same realm. And now, even a reincarnated immortal, one said to only be defeatable by another reincarnated immortal, had been defeated by Jiang Chun, an ordinary cultivator of the cultivation world. At this moment, the sect leader gazed at Jiang Chun before him, many words on his mind. But in the end, all he could do was sigh and say helplessly, Jiang Chun, what else do you need us to do for you? At this point, the aid the sect could provide to Jiang Chun had become extremely limited. If they had anything left to offer, it was only what little help they could provide at this stage. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chun slightly pondered for a moment before replying, help me find a place. I feel my power is about to spiral out of control. I'm preparing to break through to the Golden Core stage. Golden Core. At this statement, the expressions of sect leader Chen Qingyi and the other two turned complex. They looked at Jiang Chun first, then opened their mouths, but ultimately said nothing. Suddenly, Chen Qingyi began asking, Jiang Chun, when you break through this time. But he hadn't even finished his sentence when the three elders, Elder Chun, Elder Mu, and the other elder, seemed more excited. Golden Core stage. Already breaking through to Golden Core? Impressive, Jiang Chun. Elder Mu spoke first, visibly excited. His expression was one rarely seen by his two companions who had known him for over 10,000 years, almost feeling unfamiliar. Hey, weren't you always so composed and reserved before? After all, Elder Mu had always had a stern face, cold as ice. Yet since Jiang Chun's appearance, changes in Elder Mu's personality had been numerous indeed. Then, Elder Mu flashed to stand directly in front of Jiang Chun, sensing his aura, then spoke in surprise. Your power is so stable. No trace of instability at all. No, it's more than just stable. I sense absolute perfection in you. Yes. Have you refined every small and major cultivation stage to the utmost perfection? And despite the terrifying physical power granted by your pure yang holy body, you still managed to perfect each stage. This point utterly stunned Elder Mu. He knew Jiang Chun was a genius, an outrageous prodigy. But at this point, Elder Mu didn't even know which aspect of Jiang Chun's abilities could still surprise him. And yet it was always like this. Just when he thought he'd seen Jiang Chun's limit, something utterly unexpected and shocking would appear once again. After his physical power was enhanced, it meant that the perfection and limit of every minor cultivation stage must be increased by dozens, even hundreds of times. Yet, even under such circumstances, Jiang Chun had still achieved such a massive leap. From this, one could see just how terrifying his current combat strength had become. Moreover, Jiang Chun at this current state was the most terrifying Foundation King. At this moment, Elder Chen also sensed everything. After a brief moment of contemplation, he looked at Jiang Chun and slowly said, Golden Core is divided from 1st to 9th grade. Jiang Chun, You're surely aiming for the ninth grade golden core, right? After Elder Chen asked this, he secretly started calculating how they could help Jiang Chun advance further within the ninth grade golden core, even striving to reach the perfection of ninth grade golden core. All of this required careful planning by these old experts, and they had to use their greatest efforts to assist Jiang Chun. At this moment, the sect leader and the other two opened their mouths, as if wanting to say something. But the moment their eyes fell upon Jiang Chen's face, they shook their heads and abandoned their thoughts. The reason was very simple. Perfect foundation building, perfect golden core formation. These two steps were relatively simple things. Of course, that meant they were merely simpler compared to achieving perfection in the stages that followed. With the insight of Elders Mu and the other two, how could they not know Jiang Chen's situation? Yet they still spoke those words, clearly indicating that they didn't believe Jiang Chun could achieve a perfect golden core. Elder Lu also spoke at this moment. Jiang Chun, perfect golden core is a path with a 1 in 9 chance of survival, invulnerable to 10,000 calamities, and scathed by 10,000 laws. To refine such a perfect golden core is extremely dangerous. Even if you are a rare genius, there's no need to take such a risk. Only now did Elder Mu recall that Jiang Chun might indeed attempt this path, and immediately frowned, saying seriously, Jiang Chun, don't mistake yourself. At your current level, you already possess everything. As long as you steadily walk each step, you'll naturally reach the limit. At this moment, Jiang Chun quietly activated in his mind. System, check in. He wanted to see if the system would give him the pill needed for a perfect golden core. Congratulations, Master. Check-in successful. Reward obtained. Perfect golden core pill. Note, the perfect golden core pill grants the Master an opportunity to refine a perfect golden core. At this moment, Jiang Chun made his decision, smiling faintly. I want to refine a perfect golden core. Chapter 173. A terrifying heavenly calamity. As soon as these words were spoken, all six were first stunned, then revealed expressions of realization. Such a monstrous talent. One who walks the path of invincibility naturally wouldn't choose to retreat simply because of difficulty. Striving to be number one, whether in duels or breakthroughs, Jiang Chun always aimed for perfection. That was Jiang Chun. That was also the path of invincibility he wished to tread. If he retreated out of fear before difficulty, he wouldn't be himself anymore. The feelings of the six were complicated. On one hand, they hoped Jiang Chun would opt for caution, avoiding such a perilous undertaking. After all, a single misstep could see Jiang Chun reduced to ashes. Choosing a cultivation method that went against the heavenly Tao meant facing heavenly lightning tribulations bestowed by the Tao itself. Should he fail to withstand it, everything would be lost, even his life. Yet if Jiang Chun were to agree with their opinions, they would feel a sort of sorrowful complexity, an intrepid youth who had finally encountered fear. For the Tao of invincibility, this would definitely be an ill omen. Master Mu inhaled deeply and was the first to recover his senses. He looked toward Jiang Chun, hesitated briefly, and then asked, perfect golden pill is an absolute necessity for forming a perfect golden core. Without the perfect golden pill providing a thread of opportunity, any attempt to refine a perfect golden core would result in nothing but failure and death. Old Chin also spoke. The perfect golden pill. As far as I know, it hasn't appeared for nearly 80,000 years. The last time it emerged was 8,000 years ago during the Zhou imperial dynasty, when a prince was born under extraordinary omens, and simultaneously, the perfect golden pill appeared. He paused, sighing slightly. Back then, that prince was a monstrous talent who dominated an entire era. Yet in the end, even he perished during his attempt to refine a perfect golden core. This time, no one tried to persuade Jiang Chun anymore. They left the decision entirely in his hands. Jiang Chun smiled. He first retrieved the perfect golden pill from his spatial ring, displaying it before everyone. As it happens, I've already acquired one perfect golden pill. As for what you said, a prodigy capable of dominating an era. I believe even the geniuses who suppressed an era have differences among them. Bring him to this age, and he'd still have to kneel before me. By the end, Jiang Chen's expression was full of confidence and audacity, arrogance evident in his eyes. The beginning of the invincible Tao. Seeing this, everyone felt somewhat dazed. As if they could already witness a peerless supreme warrior standing right before them. At this moment, no one urged him further. Even such a rare divine treasure as the perfect golden pill had already been held by Jiang Chun. What else could they possibly say? Chun Qingyi smiled faintly. Disciple, I believe in you. For you, this won't be difficult. Do it here. All six of us will guard you. The turbulence caused by attaining perfect golden core stage is too great, violating the heavenly Tao, even provoking the heavens' jealousy. Many forces will become fearful and even attempt to kill you. Today, even if it costs us our lives, we shall protect you without fail. At the end, Chun Qingyi's eyes showed only determination. The other five expressed the same sentiment. How many years had passed since the appearance of a monstrous talent at the perfect golden core stage? And every time one appeared, it unleashed a storm of blood and violence. Jiang Chun didn't hesitate anymore. He ceased restraining the torrent of wild, explosive power surging within him, allowing it to burst forth freely, letting his might surge and expand. Finally, no longer resisting, he let loose at the moment of breakthrough. Jiang Chun quickly swallowed the perfect golden pill. Once ingested, there would be no turning back. Either he would sweep away all obstacles, survive every heavenly tribulation, and successfully refine the perfect golden core, or he would perish, losing everything he had. At this moment, the six of them fixed their gaze tightly on Jiang Chun. Even those who had experienced great trials before, even ancient freaks who had lived for 10,000 years, felt their hearts beating far too fast. It had been so many years since any of them had felt such intense anxiety. Would this youth, so highly anticipated by the entire Xianyun Sword Sect, the very embodiment of its hopes, succeed in breaking through, forge the perfect golden core, and further solidify his unrivaled might? Or would he be reduced to ash beneath the heavenly tribulation, leaving the Xianyun Sword Sect to descend into eternal darkness? No one could tell. Rumble, rumble. Clouds crackled overhead, rapidly gathering at tremendous speed. Beginning with Xianyun Sword Sect as the center, for tens of thousands of miles around, the skies were occupied solely by storm clouds. Terrifying thunderclaps continued to explode violently. It was possible to see that countless lightning pillars as thick as water barrels surrounded the area, rapidly converging toward the sky above Xianyun Sword Sect. Gathering. At this moment, Chun Qingyi frowned slightly, a trace of worry appearing on her face for her beloved disciple. Suddenly recalling something, she turned to old Chun and asked, "Ancestor, can we try to block a few lightning tribulations for Jiang Chun? To increase his chances of success during this breakthrough? If this were about perfect foundation formation or perfect core formation, Chun Qingyi might still possess some knowledge. But regarding the perfect golden core, she practically knew nothing at all. After all, the most recent records dated back 60,000 years ago. After several great upheavals, ancient texts containing related records had long since vanished, and the information they possessed was extremely scarce, virtually non-existent. Hearing this, old Chun was momentarily stunned, clearly unprepared for Chun Qingyi to ask such a question. He inhaled deeply, trying to calm himself before explaining solemnly to Chun Qingyi, "Don't be foolish. From now on, Jiang Chun must walk this path alone. If you dare to interfere, you will certainly die without question. Moreover, originally meant only for Jiang Chun, the lightning tribulation will transform into a tribulation capable of killing golden immortal realm cultivators, crushing both of you simultaneously into ashes." After hearing this, Chun Qingyi remained silent. The six of them simply watched Jiang Chun. No one unleashed their power to hide anything. The lightning clouds spanning thousands of miles, the terrifying heavenly tribulation, this was no longer something they could conceal. Jiang Chun was trapped in the eye of the hurricane. The winds were sharper than blades, tearing all his clothes into rags. Standing bare-chested at the center, Jiang Chun didn't move an inch. At this moment, his golden skin radiated the most dazzling godmog, standing tall and proud, gazing at the sky, as if saying, "Come at me with all you've got." At this moment, all six were momentarily dazed. So deeply captivated by this scene, they even forgot the urgency of the situation. All they knew was that regardless of whether Jiang Chun succeeded or failed, after today, the entire cultivation world would remember the name, Jiang Chun. Chapter 174. The Three Great Holy Lands Mobilize. The Crisis of Xianyun Sword Sect. Perfect Golden Core Realm. The last time someone successfully refined it was over 100,000 years ago. The last attempt was 6 years ago. Every attempt to refine the perfect Golden Core Realm will trigger a storm. An exclusive storm created only for those extraordinary geniuses who dare defy the heavens. Terrifying thunder. Violent hurricanes. No one dares to interfere. No one can interfere. If any powerful cultivator dares to intervene even slightly, what awaits them will be divine punishment. In an instant, streaks of light shot out from various forces in the cultivation world. Countless terrifying auras erupted into the sky, surrounding the Xianyun Sword Sect. No one dares to approach, fearing entanglement in karma. Not just any genius karma, they wouldn't fear that. This was only the beginning. As time passed, more and more streaks of light erupted into the sky. At first, they were only from smaller sects, but later, even some great sects appeared, and then, even those sects with reputations equal to the Xianyun Sword Sect sent their supreme experts, arriving near the storm, beside Chun Qingyi and others. As they looked upon these familiar figures, some brought smiles to their faces, while others only incited gritted teeth, no matter the relationship or past interactions. At this moment, their hearts didn't waver even slightly because of them, their full attention fixed upon Jiang Chun. Upon this disciple, the #1 prodigy of the Xianyun Sword Sect. Suddenly, someone said cheerfully, "Old Chun, back in our younger days, I was crushed by you. At the time, I thought you'd leave us all far behind. But later on, it turned out you never left us behind. In fact, you were stuck in place the whole time. Never did I expect that you'd abandon the invincible Tao for the sake of a disciple, and that this disciple has now taken the same path as you." His tone was relaxed and carefree, yet his words carried no trace of resentment toward Chun Qingyi. In other words, these two were quite close friends. Chun Qingyi glanced at his old friend, sighed softly, and said nothing. At this moment, another figure approached, patted Chun Qingyi's shoulder, turned his head back to glare at the previous speaker, and scoffed, "You old fellow, the disciple Chun Qingyi took isn't just an ordinary freak of genius. In this age of great contention, as long as immortals don't reincarnate into the mortal world, he is V. And he's even refined the invincible Tao resonance. You really think he's in the same league as you?" Under normal circumstances, Chun Qingyi would have already started bantering with laughter at this point. But now, his heart was too heavy with anxiety, leaving no room for idle words. Everyone's eyes were locked on Jiang Chun in the sky. Seeing how truly down Chun Qingyi was, these two old friends of his knew better than to speak further. So they kept their mouths shut and simply stood beside him, watching the moment that would surely shake the entire cultivation world. Regardless of whether their sects were on good or bad terms with the Xianyun Sword Sect, all were gathered here at this moment. Those allied with Xianyun exchanged a few words with Chun Qingyi and the others. Those at odds remained on the sidelines, silently observing everything. Yet no battle was initiated, not even an argument occurred, because not a single person wanted to miss what might not be seen again for tens of thousands of years. Refining the perfect golden core, defying the heavens, perfect foundation building, even perfect core formation, though rare in the world, every few hundred or even 100 years someone would still achieve it. But refining a perfect golden core? That was far too rare. The last time such an event occurred had already been 60,000 years ago. At this moment, the three greatest holy mountains of the cultivation world suddenly trembled, nearly shaking the very earth itself. Though not as violent as the storm Jiang Chun had summoned, the quake still attracted the attention of many. Suddenly, voices in the crowd murmured in shock. Did you see that? People from the Holy Lands have come out. Who'd have thought even the Holy Land experts, who never come out, would actually come to witness this? The Xianyun Sword Sect has truly produced a rare prodigy, this time. Never did we imagine that even the hidden experts of the Holy Lands would come. Clearly, the appearance of the Holy Lands brought about a tremendous shock. One must know, previously the Holy Lands experts had always been like celestial dragons showing only their heads, their existence known but practically never encountered, let alone seen. Yet now, they appeared. Even in past events of greater magnitude, rare opportunities, or divine weapons arising, they were never seen. But today, for the sake of Jiang Chun, they appeared. Chun Lao and the other two elders narrowed their eyes slightly as they felt the trembling of the Holy Lands. What's going on? Suddenly, the sect leader approached the three ancestral elders, his expression somewhat grim, quietly inquiring using voice transmission. The result shown on the Heaven's Fate disc was only vague to them. However, the three old ancestors saw it clearly. They understood that the reason the three old ancestors wore such expressions was very likely, because the Heaven's Fate disc's prediction regarding the immortal's reincarnation, along with other events, was somewhat connected to the Holy Lands. This time, Elder Chen did not hide anything from the three people, Disciple Qingyi, the sect leader, and the Supreme Elder. Chun Qingyi, the sect leader, and the Supreme Elder had already approached. He transmitted his voice using spiritual energy to inform them of the situation. The current situation is extremely complicated, he said gravely. All three Holy Lands have immortals reincarnated among them, and they are terrified of being discovered, thus using great divine powers to conceal the heavenly fates. Remember, the foundations of the three Holy Lands are far more terrifying than you or even we could possibly imagine. He paused, then his voice continued. Most importantly, prepare yourselves for life or death combat at any moment. The Holy Land's appearance this time likely means no good intentions. Once they emerge, it signifies that the power masking the heavenly fate has vanished. If they are willing to pay such a heavy price to come here, it means they already know about the heavenly Tao illusory realm. More than likely, they are here to eliminate this abnormality, Jiang Chun. At this point, Elder Chen's voice had turned extremely solemn. Even he had already prepared himself for an all-out life or death battle. By his side, Elders Mu and Lu wore the exact same grim expression. Through spiritual voice transmission, their conversation continued. Just as before, the people of the Holy Lands remain as domineering as ever. Remember this time. Even if we all die here, young Jiangshan must not come to harm. If we truly cannot hold them back, then call upon the founding ancestor of Xianyun Sword Sect. At this moment, these six had already made their resolution. Suddenly, from the sky above, three streaks of radiant light shot down. Terrifying pressure swept the entire area. The strength of Golden Immortal Realm. Three Golden Immortal experts had all arrived here. All other cultivators felt immense pressure and instinctively dropped to their knees. Only the three old ancestors of Xianyun Sword Sect and Chun Qingyi and the others remained calm and composed, because the old ancestors of Xianyun Sword Sect had already neutralized all the oppressive forces. Chapter 175, Rewritten History. At this moment, a majestic voice echoed through the air. Golden Immortal Realm. Old Mu, I never expected that after so many years, your dilapidated Xianyun Sword Sect would actually be able to accumulate such a vast amount of fortune once again. Suddenly, a figure dressed in a golden robe appeared in the air, looking down at Mu Lao with an expression of both surprise and slight mockery. Hearing these words, Mu Lao cast a glance toward this man and coldly snorted, saying, Golden Immortal Realm. Ha. Qiu Tianqing, have you forgotten that back then, I was also in the Golden Immortal Realm? If it weren't for the decline of the Xianyun Sword Sect, you would still be kneeling before me right now. His words exuded an overbearing aura. As for Chun Qingyi and the other two, they were completely stunned by this scene. They had suddenly realized that the past of the Xianyun Sword Sect was not as simple as they had imagined. Otherwise, why would Qiu Tianqing, a patriarch-level figure of one of the three Holy Lands, fear and respect old Mu so much? After all, regarding the elders of all the sects present, not to mention Xing Golden Immortals, Qiu Tianqing wouldn't even bother uttering a single word or casting a single glance. But yet, when it came to Mu Lao, Qiu Tianqing's mocking tone carried an undertone of seriousness and caution. Mu Lao's strength was formidable. Indeed, once upon a time, he was immensely powerful, causing even Qiu Tianqing to feel immense pressure. At this moment, another patriarch from one of the Holy Lands appeared. She was a voluptuous beauty. Although she used her power to erase most of the wrinkles on her face, leaving behind a younger appearance, she hadn't fully restored her youth. instead maintaining an appearance that hovered around a youthful visage. Old Mu Ghost, Old Lu Ghost, and Old Chin Ghost. Unexpectedly, during that great turmoil back then, you managed to survive until now. I thought you had all perished. What a pity, allowing the three of you old wretches to still be alive in this world. It seems like your fate was good during that upheaval, and you managed to escape. At this moment, the woman spoke, but between her words ran a clear sharpness and hatred, as if she wished for her words to transform into blades and slay the three once again. Old Chin looked toward the woman and snorted coldly. Su Yan, oh Su Yan, during that great upheaval back then, you were nothing but an ant. Each and every one of your current 3 holy lands only managed to become what they are by kissing the stinky feet of that guy. In essence, you're merely someone else's slaves. Back when the Xianyun Sword Sect was at its peak, you wouldn't have dared to act so brazenly in front of me. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present was shocked. Old Chin's words clearly carried a heavy amount of information. Kissing someone else's stinky feet. Becoming holy lands only Min Chang. In those days when the Xianyun Sword Sect was at its zenith, these 3 sentences had no doubt peeled back the curtain on rewritten history, revealing a bit of the truth. Whether it was the Divine Water Sect, or the other major sects, the most powerful elders within their sects were merely elders from 10,000 years ago, 20,000 years ago, who could even know anything about events that had transpired so many years ago. Much less, with their strength, they didn't even have the qualifications to be acquainted with Old Lu and Old Chun. Upon hearing these words, Su Yan's face turned red, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, deeply wounded and enraged. She was just about to lash out angrily when suddenly, a middle-aged man in a golden robe appeared beside her, placing his right hand on her shoulder. Su Yan, don't lose sight of what's important because of trifles. This time our holy land has come forth, not to waste our breath with these 3 dying relics. The middle-aged man's expression was majestic, his face serious. After his words fell, Su Yan's face immediately became solemn. She suppressed all of her emotions, looking toward Old Chun below and coldly chuckling. Old Ghost Chun, you are no longer who you once were. Just look at yourself now, before us. What difference is there between you and a useless wretch? Pausing, Su Yan said indifferently. Enough, I don't have the time to waste words with you. This time coming here, we have much more important matters to attend to. As she spoke, she looked toward Jiang Chun in the sky, who was currently enduring the lightning tribulation. This single glance caused Su Yan, an expert of the golden immortal realm who had lived for tens of thousands of years, to instantly lose her composure, her face turning blank as she gazed in shock at Jiang Chun in the sky. She quickly pulled her thoughts back, regaining her calm expression, and glanced at the 2 people beside her, only to find their expressions identical to her own. Stunned, shocked, incredulous. Even the middle-aged man among the 3 who was clearly of higher status and carried more authority also appeared dazed. This, have I not seen wrong? Have I really not seen wrong? The pure young holy body of golden radiance. This kind of physical constitution, does it really exist in this world? The legendary constitution said to allow one, once cultivated to perfection, to fight against a reincarnated immortal on equal footing purely through physical strength. The middle-aged man's voice trembled, and his body shook slightly along with his words. Even Shui Ning of the Divine Water Sect, who only knew of the pure yang holy body as something immensely powerful and terrifying, yet practically non-existent, found it difficult to grasp its true nature in detail. But this influential man from the Holy Land, standing at a high position, understood precisely how fearsome the pure yang holy body was. He understood, even more clearly, what the golden pure yang holy body truly represented. At this moment, even Su Yan, who was usually arrogant and sharp-tongued, and still remained domineering even after reaching the golden immortal realm, couldn't help but be stunned by Jiang Chen's terrifying talent. It's hard to believe. In this era, someone could still refine such a constitution. Su Yan spoke softly, her tone calm, but filled with shock. As for Qiu Tianqing, he narrowed his eyes, a complex expression in his gaze, shock, confusion, anger, and even endless murderous intent. Why is it that such a genius always appears outside our 3 holy lands? Always emerging from other sections. If only he had been born into one of the 3 holy lands, how much greater we would have become. Qiu Tianqing murmured, his expression bordering on madness. At first, as he spoke to himself, the middle-aged man and Su Yan beside him showed only mild reactions, keeping silent, as if sighing over something themselves. However, when Qiu Tianqing reached the final part of his words, the middle-aged man suddenly changed expression, his face turning ice-cold and stiff, finally forcing 2 words out through gritted teeth. Careful words. As soon as those words rang out, it was as if an invisible force had tightly sealed Qiu Tianqing's mouth, forcing him to swallow his unfinished sentence back down. Only then did Qiu Tianqing, heart still pounding, apologize, saying, "My apologies. I lost my composure just now.